On a certain planet in the universe, a strikingly handsome young man sat on the grass, his eyes vacant as he gazed into the distance. This person was none other than our protagonist, Vegetto. Why was he called Vegetto? Because he looked exactly like Vegetto, yet he was not Vegetto. He was merely a low-class warrior exiled to this ordinary planet to fend for himself. Since he resembled Vegetto, he could be a bit arrogant. Combining the name of Vegetto, he fused the two names and called himself Vegetto. Vegetto had been in this world for several days. Initially, he was thrilled to discover he had a face that radiated invincibility, Vegetto's face. But after awakening the original Bodis memories, he realized he was not Vegetto, only someone who looked alike. Because his combat power was too low at birth to be detected, he was directly exiled here. The original owner, trapped on this desolate planet with no one to talk to and a broken spaceship, lost all hope and committed suicide. Just then, the protagonist transmigrated, occupying this body like a cuckoo taking over a nest, and renamed himself Vegetto. Alas, so many days have passed, and no system has awakened yet. Didn't they say every transmigrator gets a system? Why do I have nothing? How am I supposed to survive? This body is truly trash. After training for so many days, my combat power has only increased by 1 point. The future looks utterly bleak. Vegetto lay on the grass, gazing at the sky, pondering how to survive in the days ahead. Ding! System fully charged. Now activating. Vegetto sprang up like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. I knew it. How could a transmigrator not have a system? System scanning. Ding. Target is in the Dragon Ball world. System loading. System loaded. Hearing the beautiful voice in his mind, Vegetto grew even more excited, dancing with joy. Once the system finished loading, Vegetto couldn't wait to ask, System, what functions do you have? This system will issue tasks irregularly. The host must complete them within the specified time. Failure will result in punishment. What kind of punishment? It's not something like direct erasure, is it? Vegetto's heart felt a bit uneasy. System punishments won't cause death, but they come in many forms. For example, sealing your power and turning you into a dog for a year, erectile dysfunction for a year, making you dance the chicken dance in public, etc. Damn, that's too harsh. I'd die of embarrassment. Vegetto jumped up and cursed loudly. Host, please don't be afraid. The tasks issued by this system are simple and easy. Unless your head gets caught in a door and you deliberately fail them, you'll be fine. Of course, I assume you're not an idiot who can't even complete tasks. If so, I might consider finding another host. Bullshit. With my current strength, I can't even beat a dinosaur. How am I supposed to complete tasks? Vegetto continued to vent at the system. Ding. Detecting that the host's strength and talent are too poor. Sending a newbie gift pack. Isn't a newbie gift pack something every system gives? You shameless system. If I hadn't complained, would you have just not given it? Vegetto continued to rant. Open the newbie gift pack for me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received all the strength and potential of Vegetto from the Z era. Happiness came too suddenly. Vegetto's mouth, still spewing curses, suddenly stopped. Then with a fawning expression, he said, Sorry, bro. I was wrong about you. You are the best and strongest system in the world, no one can compare. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I told you it was a gift pack, and you didn't believe me. Humph. Since you're sincere and apologizing, I'll let it slide. But really, with that invincible face, you're as timid as a dog. So embarrassing, humph. I really don't know why I chose you. Because of that face. Listening to the system's mocking, Vegetto wore a look of innocence. But who could blame him? Although the original body had Vegetto's face, his talent was truly terrible. No matter how much he trained, his combat power wouldn't improve. No wonder he was exiled to this uninhabited planet. It was probably because they thought he would lose face for the Saiyans if sent elsewhere. But fortunately, he had transmigrated, and the system gave him the strength of Vegetto from the Z era. He could walk tall until Beerus came to Earth. As for which timeline he was in, Vegetto wasn't sure. But he knew that being sent here by the Saiyans meant he was at least the same age as Kakarot, maybe older. Vegetto planned to go to Earth in a few days to see how the plot was progressing. He needed to familiarize himself with his newfound strength beforehand. The sudden surge in power made him feel a bit elated. With that, Vegetto stood up ready to catch a dinosaur for tonight's meal. Previously, due to his weakness, he couldn't take down dinosaurs and had to eat fish every meal. Now that he had power, he wanted to indulge. Before long, Vegetto came back, dragging a dinosaur many times his size. The dinosaur's death was quite ugly. Unable to control his strength, Vegetto had turned the first few into paste with a single blow. This one took great effort, but its body was still half broken, so he had to make do. After preparing the meat, Vegetto chopped a pile of wood, skewered the meat, and set up a spit. By the time everything was ready, twilight had fallen. With a key blast, he lit the fire and sat before it, waiting for the meat to cook. Soon the meat was cooked. A gentle breeze carried an enticing aroma, making Vegetto's mouth water. He grabbed the skewer and devoured the meat in large bites. A pile of bones soon accumulated on the ground. Vegetto lay back with a satisfied expression, watching shooting stars streak across the sky, his mind wandering far away. Suddenly, Vegetto thought of something and sat up abruptly, looking around. After searching for a while, he found nothing. Strange, doesn't this planet have a moon? Woodgite remembered that he still had a tail, unlike the Earth Scions who all removed theirs. He wanted to try transforming into Super Saiyan 4, but after searching, he couldn't find the moon. But that was fine. If there was no moon, he could create one himself. He had inherited all of Vegeta's abilities, so a mere artificial moon was no challenge. Without further ado, Woodgite raised his hand and gathered energy. A glaring orb of light appeared in his palm. He heaved it toward the sky, instantly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. But the artificial moon shattered halfway, dissolving into specks of starlight. Seeing this, Woodgite was a bit helpless. Still struggling to control his suddenly multiplied power, he knew he needed to get used to it before going out to have fun. A few days later, Woodgite was chopping trees in the forest, yes, chopping trees, while simultaneously training his control over chi. He felled all the trees around him, until from afar the area looked utterly bare. However, his mastery over his strength grew ever more refined with each swing. Half a month later, two yellow figures streaked rapidly across the sky, moving so fast that ordinary people could not even perceive their silhouettes. The two battled all the way from the heavens down into the earth, then from underground into the depths of the sea. Suddenly, one of them leapt high into the air, condensing an enormous mass of energy above him, while the other refused to be outdone and gathered a similarly terrifying power. Kamehameha. Final flash. A blue wave of energy and a golden wave collided, unleashing a tremendous shock. The surrounding hills collapsed one after another as the two colossal energy blasts locked against each other in midair, neither side able to overwhelm the other. Hep. Huh. The two fighters simultaneously increased their output, directly detonating the massive mass of energy. The entire planet shuddered. Countless birds burst out of the jungles into the sky, fish leapt frenziedly from the sea, and unstable mountain peaks collapsed one after another. When the smoke dispersed, a gigantic crater appeared on the ground, so deep it was suffocating just to look at it. High above, the two figures panted heavily in midair. After a while, they drifted toward each other, their bodies flaring with golden light, and in an instant fused into a single person. It turned out that a few days earlier, Woodgite had suddenly wondered whether creating a clone and sparring with himself might be a better way to train. Thus the scene just now had come to pass. Gazing at the enormous pit before him, Woodgite said, "I only used a portion of my Super Saiyan power, and it still caused this level of destruction. As expected, even the strength of Vegetto from the Z era is absurdly overwhelming." It was hard to blame Woodgite. In the anime, even in his base form, Vegetto casually toyed with Gohan-absorbed Bu, and once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, it became truly outrageous, devastation spreading one region after another. If not for the need to save the people absorbed by Bu, Vegetto could have annihilated him in a single move. By now, Woodgite had basically mastered his own strength. However, Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 were far too powerful, and he had never used them. He believed that at this stage there was no one who could force him to unleash his full power. Woodgite tidied himself up, took a bath, and captured a dinosaur to prepare for dinner. Returning to the wooden cabin he had built near the area where he had once felled trees, he finished dressing the dinosaur meat and set it over the campfire to roast. Suddenly, Woodgite sensed an incredibly weak chi nearby, slowly approaching. He rose to investigate. Under normal circumstances, no animal would dare come near where he lived. After all, he had been here for some time, and those beasts were not fools. They had long since learned to avoid this terrifying being. Woodgite flew up into the sky and soon spotted the fool who was unafraid of death. He flew over and upon drawing near discovered that it was actually a human. On this planet, however, humans had long since gone extinct due to internal conflicts and the threat of dinosaurs, so the appearance of a human here was astonishing. Studying this person, Woodgite felt she looked somewhat familiar: long golden hair, a short red t-shirt, and a pair of jeans. A picture of youthful radiance. Damn, isn't this Bulma's older sister Tae-C? How did she end up here? Woodgite recognized who she was, and was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. At this moment, Tae-C was holding a strange gun, tiptoeing cautiously toward Woodgite's small cabin. Suddenly a voice sounded by her ear. "Hey, what are you planning to do with that gun?" Tae-C jumped in fright, quickly turning around and aiming the muzzle of the gun at Woodgite. Hey, that thing is useless against me," Woodgite said, waving his hand dismissively. He had just been about to greet her when Tae-C suddenly pulled the trigger. Woodgite casually caught the laser blast in one hand and crushed it, then shook his head and said, "I already told you that thing doesn't work on me. If I meant you harm, do you really think you'd still be standing here talking to me?" Tae-C thought about it and realized he was right. This man had suddenly appeared behind her. If he had wanted to kill her, she would have had no chance to resist. She lowered the gun and said, "I was passing by this planet and ran out of supplies, so I landed here to resupply. According to the information Jocko gave me, the humans on this world should have already gone extinct. But just now I saw smoke in the distance, so I came to check it out. So that was how it was. My spaceship was damaged, so I was forced to crash land on this planet," Woodgite added, telling a small lie. "Come on, I'll take you to where I'm living now." The dinosaurs on this planet are quite formidable, and that gun of yours is useless against them. You'll be safer if you stick with me, Vegeta said to Taisi. Taisi did not argue, suggesting she had already encountered those dinosaurs herself. Even the weakest of those dinosaurs possessed battle power in the hundreds, while the strongest reached several thousand. The original owner of Vegeta's body could barely manage to kill the weakest among them, and could only flee when confronted by the stronger ones. Vegeta led the way with Taisi following behind, and before long they arrived. Seeing the mountain-like pile of dinosaur meat, Taisi exclaimed in surprise, "You're incredible, aren't you? You can even handle such powerful dinosaurs." Only then did she truly notice that the man before her was outrageously handsome, lips curved in a faint smile, an unintentional, yet imposing aura radiating from him. She was momentarily entranced. Of course, otherwise how could I still be alive here? I'd have long since become dessert for these dinosaurs, Vegeta said, taking a relatively small piece of roasted meat and handing it to Taisi. Seeing that Taisi did not respond, Vegeta waved the meat in front of her eyes. "Hey, snap out of it." Taisi blushed slightly, took the roast meat, and started eating. Vegeta, unaware of her brief days, focused entirely on the food. He picked up his own portion of roast meat and devoured it in big bites. "My name is Vegeta, and I'm a Saiyan. What's your name?" Although Vegeta already knew who Taisi was, he pretended not to. "My name is Taisi, just an ordinary human," she introduced herself. "You dare roam the universe alone? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Vegeta asked. "I'm a writer. I travel to explore and seek inspiration. After all, you can't create good works by staying in one place forever. Besides, I have weapons that Bulma made for me and connections with the Galactic Patrol. I only explore within the Milky Way, so under normal circumstances, I won't encounter much danger," she replied. Vegeta thought it over and realized it made sense. This little corner of the Milky Way was so insignificant that even Frieza wouldn't bother to glance at it, which showed just how unimportant it was. Taisi took out a capsule box, pressed one capsule, and tossed it to the side. After a puff of smoke, a refrigerator appeared. She pulled out a few bottles of drinks and tossed one to Vegeta. He raised his hand to catch it, opened it, and took a swig, sweet, refreshing fruit juice. "Not bad at all. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned it?" she asked. "I'm confident I could kill you before I die and drag you down with me. Besides, most poisons are useless against me," Vegeta replied. It was a joke to think poison could harm him. The instant any toxin entered his body, Vegeta would sense it and force it out with chi. There was simply no way to poison him to death. Unsure how to respond, Taisi could only fall silent and continue eating the meat in her hands. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Taisi took out another capsule and tossed it onto the ground. A spaceship appeared instantly. She opened the door and went inside, but still turned back to say, "I'm warning you, don't try anything funny. I've got secret weapons that Bulma gave me." It had to be said, Taisi was truly well endowed. Slim where she should be slim, and curvaceous where she should be a textbook great beauty. An ordinary man would have immediately turned into a hungry wolf in the face of such a sight. But Vegeta was not just anyone, he was a model of modern virtue, and such thoughts would never even cross his mind. The next day, Vegeta woke up early, for today he would attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. He journeyed to the far side of the planet, fearing that the destructive force of his giant ape form might be too immense and endanger Taisi. Vegeta raised his hand and conjured an artificial moon, casting it into the sky. To avoid tearing his clothes, he shed them all, then turned his gaze to the false moon in the heavens. His heart began to pound faster and faster until a thick brown fur covered his body, and he swelled to the size of a small mountain, a colossal ape. After a long wait, with no change occurring, he simply sat down on the ground, staring at his brown fur, lost in thought. Why had he not become a golden ape? Was his transformation posture incorrect? Was his power insufficient? Or had he failed to lose his reason? It shouldn't be so. By all logic, he should be able to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Where had he gone wrong? Vegeta then crushed the artificial moon and tried again. This time, he first transformed into a Super Saiyan, then into a giant ape, but the result remained unchanged. Undeterred, he made several more attempts, yet none succeeded. "I'll forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Vegeta sighed in resignation. His current strength was more than enough. Super Saiyan 4 could wait for fate to decide. After several days together, Vegeta and Taisi grew familiar, becoming good friends. Each day, Taisi would encounter dinosaurs during her outings, but with Vegeta accompanying her, the creatures were swiftly eliminated before they could approach. A few days later, Taisi's spaceship finished charging, ready for the next adventure. Vegeta had not been idle either. He prepared to join her, stocking up on ample meat. Taisi had already witnessed the voracious appetite of a Saiyan and knew she lacked sufficient food for him. Thus, Vegeta had to fend for himself, much to the dismay of the planet's creatures. Those on land, in the sky, and in the water all fell prey to his foraging, causing chaos far and wide. With everything prepared, Vegeta and Taisi embarked on their journey. Days later, Vegeta lounged bored on the sofa, watching Taisi's pen glide swiftly across her notebook. He asked, "Taisi, how much longer until we reach the next planet? I'm so bored." These days had been stifling for Wukit. No phone, no computer to pass the time, unable to train, and Tace was constantly writing, leaving him with no company. Not for a while. It'll take a few more days, Tace replied impatiently. He had been driving her crazy. Aside from the first day, he had pestered her daily asking if they had arrived yet. How could it be so fast? Her ship wasn't particularly advanced, and it always took 7 or 8 days to travel between planets. She always recorded her observations from the previous planet as material for her stories. In the past, when she traveled alone, 7 or 8 days were just enough to finish her notes. But now Wukit's constant interruptions had slowed her progress considerably. If not for his impressive skills, she would never have brought him along. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ship, sending Wukit and Tace crashing to the floor. Wukit clutched his head, exclaiming, "That hurt." "What's happening?" Tace scrambled to her feet, rushed to the window, and saw a torrent of meteorites hurtling toward them. Panic-stricken, she cried, "It's over, it's over. We've hit a meteorite storm. We might not make it out of this." She dashed to the control room and began maneuvering the ship to dodge the rocks. The ship weaved left and right through space, while Wukit was tossed about inside, dazed and dizzy. After a while, the vessel steadied. Wukit picked himself up and asked, "Are we safe now, Tace?" "We've made it through the storm safely," she replied. But no sooner had she spoken than the ship shuddered again. They looked up to see a meteor dozens of times larger than the others hurtling toward them, closing in the blink of an eye. "It's over, it's over. A meteor this big, we can't dodge it. What do we do?" Tace was on the verge of tears. She couldn't believe she was about to die here before becoming a great novelist. Suddenly, an immense gravitational force pulled at them, causing Tace to stumble and fall. At that moment, Wukit appeared outside the ship, facing the colossal meteor with an expression of utter calm. Wukit brought his hands together at his hip. "Huh, me. Huh, me. Huh." A blue energy blast shot forward, striking the meteor. It didn't last a second before being obliterated into cosmic dust. Wukit returned to the ship, and Tace rushed over, throwing her arms around his neck, sobbing loudly. "I thought I was done for." Wukit was at a loss. In 2 lifetimes, he had never even held a girl's hand, and this situation left him bewildered. All the romance tips he had learned in his past life were forgotten. Caught off guard by her embrace, Wukit quickly reacted, catching the tear-streaked girl in his arms and soothing her softly. "It's okay, it's okay." Tace's reaction was not entirely surprising. Wukit was handsome, and during their recent adventures, he had demonstrated formidable strength. A man who was both attractive and powerful was bound to captivate the opposite sex. Moreover, Bulma had a severe case of infatuation, and as her sister, Tace was bound to have inherited at least a trace of it. In that moment of life-or-death crisis, Wukit's heroic appearance had completely filled her heart. Don't ask, it was love at first sight. With Wukit's comforting words, Tace quickly calmed down. When she came to her senses and realized she was in his arms, her face flushed crimson. She quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, Wukit," before fleeing the scene. Wukit was left dumbfounded, staring at the closed door. Finally, he snapped out of it and let out a sly chuckle. After this incident, the relationship between Wukit and Tace grew subtly delicate, as if only a thin veil remained to be pierced. Tace's heart was conflicted. She had only known Wukit for a few days, yet things had progressed this far. But she knew so little about him, which filled her with unease. On an unknown planet, a crab-headed figure was laughing maniacally in the sky. Behind him stood an enormous tree, while his minions rampaged, burning and looting as people fled in terror. "Woo, woo, woo, ha, ha, ha. Someone save us. Run, ha ha ha." A wave of terror swept across the planet. "Would I come quickly? That planet over there looks strange with a super huge tree." Taisi shouted from by the window. Hearing this, Wujite also walked over to the window, gazing at the immensely gigantic tree on the distant planet, stroking his chin. "Feels a bit familiar," he mused. Ding task issued by the system. Task content: defeat Dales and save the surviving humans. Task reward: seed of the spirit tree and 10 Saiyan beans. Failure to complete the task will result in sealing the host's powers for a day. After a long silence, the system finally came online, issuing its first task. "Oh, a task has arrived rewarding a spirit tree seed and 10 Saiyan beans. Not bad. It seems that the super huge tree is indeed the spirit tree. A planet that has the spirit tree planted will be drained of its chi, showing no signs of life for hundreds of years, and may even lead to the planet's destruction. Let's go down and take a look," Tai-Si Wujite said to Tai-Si. "Isn't it dangerous? That tree doesn't seem like a good thing." Tai-Si did not rush to agree, as she had traveled through the universe for a long time and had some discernment. "That thing poses no threat to me, but the person who planted the tree might be one of our Saiyan clan. We cannot allow such people to wreak havoc everywhere." Wujite explained. "All right then, I can also document material for my novel. Perhaps it will become popular." With that, Tai-Si felt a surge of excitement. Thus, Tai-Si piloted the spaceship down towards the planet. After landing on the ground, she transformed the spaceship into a capsule, then took out another capsule and turned it into an airplane. Along the way, looking around at the cracked earth and yellow sands, it appeared that the spirit tree's fruit was about to ripen, and this planet was on the verge of being drained. From afar, the spirit tree could be seen surrounded by the sounds of explosions and smoke, indicating that the planet's natives were battling against Dales and his gang, though the situation was not favorable for the natives. Damn it, why can't we destroy that tree? In a large room, a group of people was watching a big screen, and the one standing in front exclaimed, "Are we really going to let our planet be destroyed? No, send out more troops. We must eliminate that tree and those people. Those people are too strong. If our weapons are useless against them, we can't even hit them." The group debated, but due to differing opinions, conflicts arose, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Woodgite and Tai Si had arrived near the spirit tree, and Dales had also noticed them, curious that there were still people daring enough to approach. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he saw Woodgite descending from the airplane. The freely swaying tail immediately caught Dale's attention. Saiyan. Didn't all the Saiyans die when planet Vegeta exploded? Why is there a Saiyan here? Countless thoughts flashed through Dale's mind. Woodgite gazed at Dales and remarked, "He looks just like Kakarot with the same crab-like head, but the aura is different." Kakarot has a naive look in his clear eyes, while Dales exudes evil and coldness. If Kakarot hadn't knocked his head, he might have turned out like this. As Woodgite contemplated, Dales had already approached him. Tai Si observed the two Saiyans before her, feeling completely different vibes. Woodgite stood there quietly, radiating confidence, wildness, and a powerful aura. Perhaps that was what attracted her. On the other hand, Dales was clearly not a good person, with fierce eyes and an arrogant demeanor, truly asking for a beating. "Hey, you're also a Saiyan, right? How about we have a grand battle?" Dales pointed at the spirit tree behind him, saying, "That thing can rapidly enhance your strength. As long as you fight with me, I can share some with you." At that moment, one of his underlings protested, Hey, boss, the fruit of that thing is already scarce, and now you want to share it with him? We can't agree to that." Other accomplices echoed, "Yeah, boss, let's just take him out." After that, they charged forward, throwing a punch, but Woodgite easily dodged. The underling, undeterred, continued his attack, only to be met with Woodgite's counterpunch landing squarely in his stomach, sending him crashing to the ground, wailing. "I say you don't need to send your underlings to test me. With just you small fries, I can take care of you with one hand," Woodgite said confidently. "You're quite cocky, huh? You lot attack together." Dales commanded the remaining individuals to join in. Several underlings immediately rushed over. Woodgite shook his head, raised his hand, and unleashed several ki blasts, sending them on their way. Since Dales and his subordinates were not good people, Woodgite struck hard. Seeing several underlings taken out in an instant, even Dales, who was not very bright, realized that Woodgite was not to be trifled with. "As long as you join forces with me, plus having the spirit tree conquering the universe is just around the corner." Dales was still unwilling to give up, continuing. Woodgite didn't want to listen at all. In a swift move, he appeared in front of Dales and punched him in the stomach, causing Dales to crash into the spirit tree. "Since you love the spirit tree so much, then you can vanish along with it," Woodgite said, gathering a ki blast and launching it directly at Dales. A massive explosion resonated, and the spirit tree was obliterated by Woodgite's ki blast, with Dales following his underlings to meet the King of Hell. Woodgite approached Tai Si, shielding her from the shockwave and debris created by the explosion. After the spirit tree was destroyed, it turned into points of chi, returning to the planet. New plants began to sprout on this planet, water reappeared in lakes and rivers, and countless animals regained their homes, excitedly howling at the sky, celebrating their regained happiness. At this moment, a large number of aircraft flew in from the distance, landing swiftly on the ground. A group of people emerged quickly, running towards Woodgite. The leader respectfully bowed, saying arigato. The others followed suit, bowing. "Arigato," Woodgite replied nonchalantly. "It was just a small effort, no need to be polite. For you it's a trivial matter, but for us it's a tremendous grace. Please allow us to invite you and your companions to the palace for a feast." If food was mentioned, Woodgite would be excited. In his past life, he was a foodie, planning to taste all the delicacies of Huaxia, but unexpectedly, he was transported before finishing, and now in the Dragon Ball world, he aimed to eat through the entire universe. The group arrived at the palace, passing through without obstruction, and entered a hall where a super large table was filled with various dishes. Woodgite's mouth watered, and he couldn't wait to rush forward and dig in. The way he ate made Tai Si cover her head in embarrassment, feeling he was disgraceful. The other group looked on in shock, quickly calling the kitchen to prepare more food. After spending a few days exploring that planet, Wookite and his companion embarked on a new journey. Wookite returned to the monotonous life aboard the spaceship. One day, Tights received a message from her younger sister Bulma, stating that an alien had arrived on Earth some time ago. Although defeated, the alien left a message before dying, saying that his comrades would reach Earth in a year, spelling doom for the planet. Bulma asked if her sister knew any powerful beings who could help. The message also detailed the alien's features. After receiving it, Tights immediately sought out Wookite to inquire, as the alien's characteristics matched his own. She suspected it might be a Saiyan. A human with a tail, black hair, and an arrogant demeanor. Most likely a Saiyan, Wookite replied after listening to Tights' description. So the plot had reached the stage of Raditz' arrival on Earth. From this point on, combat power would skyrocket. By the time of Namek, Goku's strength would surge from 90,000 to 150 million in a single day, truly terrifying. It could only be the heavens' favor for the protagonist. Had Frieza done a few push-ups during the fight, Kakarot would have been long dead. Frieza achieved in a mere 4 months what took Goku 39 years. His talent could only be described as terrifyingly profound. Don't worry, those two are not as formidable as the Talls we encountered before. Hearing this, Tights set aside her anxiety. Talls' battle power was at least 20 to 30,000. Vegetta's when he arrived on Earth was a mere 18,000 and Nappa's was under 10,000. If you're still uneasy, we can return to Earth when the time comes. With Wookite's reassurance, Tights ceased to worry. She had witnessed his strength. Earth's crisis would be easily resolved. But don't inform them yet. Under the threat of death, their potential is more likely to be unleashed. Half a month later, Wookite and Tights arrived on a yellow planet. Yardrat. Yes, Yardrat. Wookite wished to learn spirit control from the elders there. During the Moro arc, Vegeta trained here for a time and was able to overpower Moro, though he ultimately lost. Still, the prowess of the Yardratians could not be denied. The spaceship landed near a city. A group of Yardratians, some green, some pink, some blue, emerged, weapons in hand, eyeing Wookite and Tights warily. One of them spoke, a Saiyan. Have you come to attack us? Truly, the Saiyan race had a notorious reputation across the universe, always seen as enemies wherever they went. No, I'm not here to invade. Besides, the Saiyans were wiped out by Frieza. How could they invade other planets? Wookite explained. I'm here to learn. Upon hearing this, the Yardratians lowered their weapons. Yardrat was well known among nearby planets for its hospitality, and people sometimes came seeking knowledge. They were accustomed to such visitors. One of the green-skinned ones said, "Then follow me to see the elder." The green one led them to a house, knocked on the door, and announced, "Elder Pabara, there are visitors who wish to learn." "Enter," came a voice from within. Upon entering, a massive blue Yardration sat on the floor. "These are the guests who wish to study," the green one introduced. "This is Mr. Wookite, and this is Miss Tights. And this is our Elder Pabara. Outsiders learn from him." With that, he turned and left. "Young man, I can sense the immense power within you, but your control over it is still crude." Elder Pabara immediately identified Wookite's issue. "I have come specifically to learn from you," Wookite said. And so Wookite remained on Yardrat. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. "Wookite, I never expected your talent to be so remarkable. In just half a year, you have mastered spirit control to such a degree that even I am humbled." Indeed, in 6 months, Wookite had surpassed Elder Pabara in spirit control and had also learned other techniques. It could only be attributed to the system's bestowal of Vegetto's extraordinary talent. During these 6 months, Wookite devoted himself to learning while Tights listened to Elder Pabara's tales of various cosmic legends and powerful beings. Seeing Tights' insatiable thirst for knowledge, Elder Pabara shared everything he knew. Tights then created a novel based on Wookite titled Legend of the Cosmos. The story followed a girl traveling through space who meets a powerful being on a planet, leading them on adventures together, growing stronger and ultimately becoming a cosmic legend. Now Wookite and Tights prepared to depart. Wookite had learned nearly all he could. The rest must be grasped through battle. Farewell, Elder Pabara. If you ever need anything, feel free to call on me. Watching the spaceship disappear, Elder Pabara mused. Kite's potential is unfathomable. The universe will surely remember his legend. Meanwhile, on a small planet along Snakeway, Goku had just arrived at King Kai's planet. It had taken him nearly half a year, leaving only half a year for training. King Kai had said there were only 158 days until Vegeta and Nappa reached Earth. Goku must adapt to 10 times gravity and learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb within that time. The Earth's warriors were training under Kami and Mr. Popo on the Sacred Land, while Gohan and Piccolo trained in the wilderness. It must be said Piccolo was like a nanny for the Sun family, now training Gohan, and in future movies picking up Pan from school, even learning to use a phone for it all without pay. Truly a great sucker. Now less than half a year remained until the Saiyans' arrival on Earth. After a long journey, Wookite and Tights finally reached Earth. Whoosh, we're finally here. Wookite exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Earth through the window. The tedious journey had nearly driven him mad. This time he would have Bulma build a new spaceship. Tights' ship was designed only for herself, small and cramped with no space for him to move. At West City, Bulma's home, Bulma was tinkering with the battle power scouter left by Raditz. Upon dismantling it, she discovered a bug inside, sending chills down her spine. She tried to contact Krillin and the others, but they were training at the Sacred Land and couldn't be reached. Ties gazed at Earth, so close now, her heart brimming with excitement. It had been so long since she had last been home. Years of traversing the cosmos had left her yearning for her family. The spaceship swiftly reached Earth, piercing through the atmosphere and soaring through the skies until it arrived at Shidu. "We're here. This is my home," Ties said, pointing at the enormous circular structure before them. It hasn't changed at all after all this time, she sighed with nostalgia. The spaceship landed on the grassy lawn of the courtyard. Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs emerged to see what was happening. Oh ho ho, it's Ties who's come back. Mrs. Briefs exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with Dr. Briefs. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, Dr. Briefs said, a hint of happiness in his voice. What parent wouldn't worry about their child? Ties had been gone for so many years. Though she occasionally kept in touch, they couldn't help but fret until they saw her safe and sound. Now that Ties had returned, their joy was boundless. As Ties stepped off the spaceship, she saw her parents beaming at her. A wave of emotion hit her, her nose tingling and tears welling in her eyes. She rushed forward and embraced them both. Dad, Mom, I'm home. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Vegeta chose not to rush off the ship, giving them a moment together. Mrs. Briefs fussed over her daughter with warm inquiries while Dr. Briefs stood quietly by, watching the mother and daughter. Sensing the time was right, Vegeta descended from the spaceship. Mrs. Briefs spotted him and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh ho ho, Ties has brought back a handsome man." "Ties, is he your boyfriend?" "Yes, I am Ties' boyfriend. My name is Vegeta." Vegeta and Ties had solidified their relationship while studying on planet Yardrat. Just then Bulma sensed the commotion outside and came out to investigate. Reaching the living room, she saw Vegeta and Ties and was taken aback. "Sis, you're back. And you've brought back a super handsome guy as your boyfriend." Bulma pointed at Vegeta. "Sis, where did you find such a handsome guy? I want to find one too." Though Bulma already had Yamcha as her boyfriend, that didn't stop her from appreciating good looks. Ties was accustomed to Bulma's behavior. She knew her sister well. She had a weakness for handsome men and couldn't resist when she saw one. "I met Vegeta during my travels. I stopped for supplies and coincidentally, I ran into him when his spaceship broke down. It was completely wrecked, so we ended up traveling together," Ties briefly explained. "What a special fate. The two of you coming together must be destiny's design," Mrs. Briefs said cheerfully. She was overjoyed that her daughter had found lasting happiness, and she had great faith in Ties' judgment. After some casual conversation, Mrs. Briefs got up. Having learned that Vegeta had an enormous appetite, she went to instruct the kitchen to prepare extra food to ensure there would be enough. Ties and Bulma also rose and followed their mother. It seemed the three women had some private words to share. Ties turned back and said, "Vegeta, feel free to look around, but make sure you're back in time for dinner." Dr. Briefs chatted with Vegeta for a while longer. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta said, "Doctor, my spaceship is damaged. Could you please design a new one for me? With my current knowledge, I can't build a spaceship capable of flying through space." Dr. Briefs replied, "Ties brought back my old ship. If we have that, could it be possible?" Vegeta was prepared. In the story, Dr. Briefs had used the technology from Goku's spaceship to build a new one, the same ship Goku later used to travel to planet Namek. If there's something to reference, you'll need to study it first. I'll give you an answer later. Dr. Briefs was curious about the extraterrestrial technology, but couldn't guarantee success. Hearing Dr. Briefs' response, Vegeta knew things were on track. Dr. Briefs left immediately, presumably to ask Ties for the ship. It seemed that alien technology held a strong allure for a mind like his. Unable to stay idle, Vegeta decided to visit the lookout and see Earth's warriors. A question lingered in his mind. Rumors online in his past life had suggested that Mr. Popo was a hidden master, that Goku's Ultra Instinct was taught by him, and that during the Majin Buu saga, despite lacking powerful techniques, he could still block a punch from Super Saiyan Trunks. Proof that Mr. Popo might have concealed his true strength. Pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, Vegeta vanished instantly. In the distance, Dr. Brief's black cat widened its eyes, scurried over to where Vegeta had stood, and found nothing. At the lookout, Krillin, Tien, Shin, and Kaiotsu and Yamcha were training with Kami and Mr. Popo watching from the side. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared on the lookout. Everyone spotted him, especially the tail behind him, and tensed up. A Saiyan. Weren't they supposed to arrive in a year? Why are they here after only 6 months? Krillin shouted in panic. "No, look closely. This Saiyan is different. I can't sense any ki at all. If he hadn't appeared before us, we wouldn't have noticed him. It means he can control his ki. According to the intel, those 2 Saiyans can't control their ki. They rely entirely on their scouter. And this Saiyan isn't wearing one. Besides, Raditz said the 2 Saiyans would arrive in a year. So this Saiyan probably isn't the one Raditz mentioned." After a calm analysis, they reached a conclusion. "That's right. I'm not with Raditz. I came to Earth with Ties, Bulma's sister. 6 months ago, Bulma contacted Ties about the situation on Earth, so I came along." Vegeta briefly explained his background. "I've heard Bulma mention her sister, but I never heard she had a boyfriend," Yamcha said skeptically. "If you don't believe me, you can call Bulma and ask." Given the stakes for Earth, caution was necessary. Yamcha left to find a phone and call Bulma. While he was away, Vegeta carefully observed Mr. Popo, the mysterious figure from online discussions. In Vegetto's perception, Mr. Popo's energy was no stronger than Piccolo's, comparable to the others, with the Guardian being the weakest among them. Mr. Popo, clad in an ancient Egyptian-like attire with dark skin and a slightly stout build, stood expressionlessly by the Guardian's side. No matter how he looked at him, Vegetto couldn't see Mr. Popo as a hidden master. Yet with no way to test him, Vegetto turned his attention to observe Krillin and the others. Krillin and the group were murmuring among themselves, occasionally glancing at Vegetto, evidently discussing him. Do you think that guy's words can be trusted? He doesn't seem to be lying, and he even suggested we call Bulma to verify, so it's probably true. I think so too. That guy seems incredibly strong. We can't sense his energy at all. How did he even get to the lookout? We never noticed him. If he wanted to kill us, would have no chance to escape. Just then Yamcha returned with the phone and called Bulma. Beep. 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 Yamcha, I called you so many times and you never answered. Quite impressive, aren't you? Bulma started scolding him as soon as she picked up. Well, you see. Yamcha stood there at a loss for words, stunned. Krillin snatched the phone and said, Bulma, this isn't the time for that. Isn't Yamcha training hard for Earth's sake? Yeah, Yamcha chimed in from the side. Am I really that unreasonable? I called so many times because I had something important. The other day I took apart Raditz's scouter and found a bug inside it. That bug was likely meant to monitor the Saiyans, which means information about the Dragon Balls might have been leaked. What a... Everyone was shocked. The Dragon Balls were the most precious thing on Earth, and now aside from those two Saiyans, others knew about them. Of course, it's also possible nothing was leaked. After all, they couldn't have been monitoring Raditz all the time. According to him, the other two Saiyans are even stronger, so they might have been the primary targets for surveillance. Hearing Bulma's analysis, everyone remained uneasy. After all, whoever could monitor Saiyans must be even more powerful than them. Alright, enough of that. Why did you call me? Bulma asked. Well, a Saiyan showed up here. He says he came to Earth with your sister Tights. We wanted to confirm with you since he is a Saiyan. You mean Vegetto? He went to you. He's my brother-in-law. He just arrived on Earth today. Don't worry, I trust my sister's judgment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That Vegetto fellow gave them a truly terrifying vibe. So are you done asking? Vegetto walked over after seeing them finish the call. Sorry, Vegetto. This concerns Earth's survival, so we had to be cautious. Krillin said apologetically. I understand. Under these circumstances, it's right to be cautious. Vegetto didn't mind. The two coming to Earth should be Vegeta and his subordinate. Aside from them, only Kakarot and I remain among the Saiyans. Vegetto continued, Vegeta is the Saiyan prince, immensely talented. His battle power was 3,000 at birth, and now it's close to 20,000. How do you plan to protect Earth? Vegetto looked at everyone and added, your strongest now barely has a battle power of 2,000. Even with more training you won't get much stronger. What you lack most is time. Vegetto's words made everyone's faces darken. He said this deliberately to prompt the Guardian and Mr. Popo to take them to the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegetto wanted to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 again. Previously, he might have lacked sufficient control over his power. After half a year of training on planet Yardrat, he felt ready to achieve the transformation. That Vegeta guy is that strong. Then how can we possibly win? Krillin and Kaiotsu turned pale with fear while Yamcha and Tien Shinhan wore grim expressions. That's why I said you lack time. Is there any way to delay their arrival or accelerate time? I've heard you have Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Vegetto was really speaking for Mr. Popo's benefit. Sure enough, Mr. Popo said the lookout does have a room called the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 year inside equals just 1 day outside. But the environment inside is harsh. Goku only stayed for a month as a child. A person can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. If you exceed that, the entrance vanishes. And only 2 people can enter at a time. Mr. Popo explained the chamber's functions and rules to everyone. The lookout has such a place. Why didn't you tell us before, Mr. Popo? Because the environment is extremely harsh, and I didn't realize the urgency. Mr. Popo replied. Let's prepare. We'll go in pairs. If it becomes unbearable, come out and switch. Tien Shinhan arranged. They'll go find the other guy. He's a valuable asset too. They'll tell him about the time chamber. Vegetto planned to find Piccolo and Gohan. Gohan's talent was too good to waste. Without delay, Vegetto used instant transmission to appear where Gohan and Piccolo were. At that moment, Piccolo was sparring with Gohan. Or rather, Piccolo was dominating him, leaving Gohan bruised and battered. Hey, you're Piccolo. Vegetto raised a hand in greeting. You? A Saiyan. Piccolo instantly reacted, his face turning pale. Don't panic, hear me out. Vegetto told Piccolo about the hyperbolic time chamber, then added, I'm taking Gohan to Bulma's place. I'll train him myself. Since we're both Saiyans, I can help him grow stronger more effectively. Without waiting for Piccolo to respond, Vegetto flashed over, scooped up Gohan, and used instant transmission to return to West City. At Bulma's house, Vegetto's sudden appearance startled the mother and 2 daughters. After recognizing him, Tights gently tapped Vegetto's arm and said playfully, don't pop in and out like that, it's frightening. Vegetto chuckled, scratched his head, and said, they'll be more careful next time. Then he set Gohan down. Bulma, finally noticing Gohan, hurried over and said, where did you find Gohan? Do you know Shishi is frantic with worry? Bulma picked up her phone and called Chi-Chi telling her that Gohan was at her house and asking her to come over immediately. Gohan was with Piccolo. I brought him back when I went to find Piccolo. Gohan's potential is immense and I want to train him. Vegetto expressed his thoughts. But Shishi won't agree to that. Bulma knew Shishi well if she understood that Shishi would refuse as she wanted Gohan to become a great scholar. Don't worry, I have a plan. Vegetto was brimming with confidence, believing he could persuade Shishi. The system had issued a new mission. Mission objective: train Gohan to become a qualified warrior. Mission reward: mysterious form. Mission failure: lose all Super Saiyan transformations. This mission seemed somewhat challenging as overcoming Shishi's objections would be tough and Gohan's dream was to become a great scholar. Yet why was Vegetto so confident? Because the system had unlocked a new function: time travel with the ability to bring others along. By taking Gohan and Shishi to the future timeline or the Cell timeline, Shishi would not only refrain from hindering Gohan's training, but would also supervise it. In the future, humanity was nearly wiped out by the androids, a veritable hell. Gohan was still very young and external influences would shape him greatly. In the original story, Shishi raised Gohan alone with little contact with the outside world, studying at home without a single friend his age. In modern society, such a child might easily become troubled, but Gohan did not. Proof of Shishi's excellent upbringing and Gohan's own remarkable nature. If Gohan were to train consistently, future enemies would be in for a miserable fate. Ma'am, dinner is ready, a servant announced as they entered. Let's eat first. You've been surviving in the wild for so long, Gohan. Must be ages since you've had a decent meal, Vegetto said to Gohan. Gohan was still a bit dazed, suddenly finding himself at Aunt Bulma's house. But the allure of delicious food overrode his confusion. All he wanted was to enjoy a hearty feast. At the table, Gohan and Vegetto devoured their food with gusto, leaving everyone else astonished. Only Tace remained unfazed, having grown immune to it after spending so much time with Vegetto. After eating their fill, Vegetto and Gohan collapsed onto the sofa. "Ah, so full," they both exclaimed simultaneously. Then Vegetto spoke again. Gohan. Have you ever thought about serious training? My dream is to become a great scholar. Martial arts and scholarship aren't mutually exclusive, you can pursue both without conflict. Learning martial arts also requires cultivating the mind, and studying is part of that. These concepts were too complex for young Gohan to grasp at the moment. Vegetto noticed Gohan's confusion and added, "You're still young. After you've experienced more, you'll come to understand." Gohan nodded, though he only half understood. Just then Shishi arrived at Bulma's house. The moment she entered and saw Gohan lounging on the sofa, she rushed over, frantically scooping him up and examining him from all sides. "My Gohan, you're not hurt, are you? Goku is gone. I can't lose you too." Shishi sobbed loudly, clutching Gohan tightly. The Ox King tried to console her from behind. There, Gohan's fine, isn't he? It's all Piccolo's fault for taking Gohan away for so long. If Vegetto hadn't brought him back, I don't know when I'd see him again. This time no one is taking my son away." Shishi's eyes blazed with fury as she spoke angrily. But Vegetto interjected, "I brought Gohan back to train him. His potential is enormous and I believe he can become a great warrior." "What? No way. I won't let Gohan do anything that dangerous. His future is to be a great scholar. Leave the fighting to Goku." Hearing that Vegetto also wanted to train Gohan, Shishi shouted in agitation. Vegetto sighed helplessly. "Chi-Chi, you need to understand that the enemies ahead will only grow stronger. Goku has already fallen in battle. Do you want to see Gohan die before your eyes too? The only way to prevent tragedy is to make Gohan stronger than anyone else." Shishi was beyond listening. She just wanted to take Gohan home. She picked him up and walked away without a backward glance. Vegetto knew that convincing Shishi wouldn't happen overnight, so he didn't stop her. Deciding to let Shishi cool down for a few days, Vegetto prepared to head to the lookout to guide Krillin and the others. The next morning after breakfast, Vegetto arrived at the lookout. "Yo, everyone's here," he greeted. Krillin responded, "Morning, Vegetto." Piccolo remained sullen and silent, clearly still upset about Vegetto taking Gohan away. "So ready to enter the hyperbolic time chamber?" Vegetto asked. "Piccolo will go in first, then Tien and Kairatsu followed by Yamcha, and me," Krillin replied. "Piccolo alone. I'll join you then," Vegetto said, appearing beside Piccolo in a flash and patting his shoulder. So fast?" Piccolo was startled. "Suit yourself," Piccolo snorted coldly. "Let's go then. Mr. Popo, please lead the way," Vegetto said to Mr. Popo. The group followed Mr. Popo to a door. Pointing at it, Mr. Popo said, "Beyond this door lies the hyperbolic time chamber." Vegetto and Piccolo pushed open the door and stepped inside. As the door closed behind them, Piccolo realized he could no longer sense Krillin and the others' ki. The two walked outside, greeted by a vast, endless white expanse. Vegetto moved to an area with 4 times Earth's gravity, taking a moment to feel it. It had no effect on him whatsoever. Piccolo followed him out, but immediately stumbled and fell. "The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world. and the air is only a quarter as dense. It's perfect for training, Vegetto explained. Outside, Krillin and the others waited. How long do you think Piccolo and Vegetto will last in there? Yamcha suddenly asked. Mr. Popo said Goku only lasted a month as a kid. Piccolo should last longer. I'd guess about 3 months, Tien replied. I can't figure Vegetto out, but from what I sense he's unfathomably deep, Tien continued. Yeah, Vegetto feels like a bottomless pit. The more I sense him, the more terrifying he becomes, Krillin added. Then Yamcha said, if Vegetto is so powerful, why not just rely on him when the Saiyans come? We've only just met him. We can't expect him to do everything for us. If we could rely on Vegetto, why would he push us to train so hard? He might leave after a while, and Earth still needs us to protect it, Krillin explained to Yamcha. Tien countered, better to rely on yourself than others. If you need someone else every time a crisis hits, what's the point of all your power? Might as well go home and do nothing. Yamcha was left speechless, scratching his head with an awkward, rueful smile. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Gogeta was sparring with Piccolo, while in a distant corner, another Gogeta existed. Having spent 6 months training on planet Yardrat, Gogeta had achieved masterful control over his energy and had learned most of its techniques. He had dispatched a clone to train Piccolo while his original body prepared to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 once more. Gogeta flew at full speed away from the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, going farther and farther until the exit was lost from sight. He was not worried about finding his way back. As long as Piccolo and his clone remained, he could use instant transmission to return. In the worst case, he could simply shatter the space itself to break out. Gogeta raised his hand, and in an instant, an artificial moon appeared. He hurled it into the sky, its harsh light illuminating the land. Then a colossal figure emerged. Gogeta transformed into a golden great ape, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered the very fabric of space. Outside the lookout, the surrounding space suddenly radiated a golden light. Then the space fractured and a horrific aura gushed forth, causing the entire Earth to tremble. What's happening? The group waiting outside stumbled and questioned in confusion. In the city, people fled in all directions, shouting, "Run for your lives. The end of the world is here. Earth is doomed." Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo was pinned to the ground by this overwhelming pressure, unable to move. This terrifying power. Is it Gogeta? Piccolo uttered with difficulty. At that moment, Gogeta's clone shielded him from the shockwave and said the original is attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. What is that? Piccolo at his current level could not comprehend it. You don't understand now, and you wouldn't know? But you will in the future, Gogeta's clone said with a mysterious smile. After a short while, the aura vanished. Gogeta's clone stroked his chin and murmured, "Failed again." The next moment, a crimson figure appeared behind him. I succeeded. Gogeta's clone turned around to see Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta standing there. Black mane flowing crimson eye sockets, his upper body covered in red fur, a red tail, swaying freely, exuding a primal and feral aura. Piccolo had also stood up by then. What is this? A transformation. And what was that terrifying aura just now? This is Super Saiyan 4. The commotion earlier was caused by the transformation, Gogeta replied. Outside, Krillin and the others felt the tremor subside. The shaking has stopped, Krillin said as he stood up. Could it be the Saiyans have arrived? Impossible. They won't be here for another 6 months, Krillin retorted directly. Could it have been caused by Gogeta? We haven't yet seen how strong he really is, Tien Shinhan analyzed calmly. The epicenter of the tremor was the lookout. Only Gogeta has that kind of power, Tien continued. Well, ask him when he comes out. That's all we can do, Krillin replied. On Earth, the people felt the tremor cease and grew quiet. It was just an earthquake. I thought the end of the world had come. Yeah, right. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, over 3 months had passed. During this time, under Gogeta's guidance, Piccolo had made tremendous progress, his battle power surpassing 10,000 and exceeding Goku's. Let's go, Piccolo. Your strength has hit a bottleneck. It will be hard to improve in a short time. Gogeta and Piccolo left the hyperbolic time chamber. As soon as they stepped out, Krillin and the others sensed Piccolo's immense ki. Such a powerful ki. He's only been in for a few hours and Piccolo has changed this much. Is training in the hyperbolic time chamber that effective? The group buzzed with discussion. Gogeta's clothes were immaculate while Piccolo's were tattered, a stark contrast. Who wants to go in first? Tien and Kaiatsu should go first, Krillin said. We still have plenty of time, there's no rush. Tien and Kaiatsu walked straight in. By the way, was that terrifying aura earlier caused by you, Gogeta? Krillin asked, still shaken by the memory. Piccolo answered directly. That was Gogeta attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 4 inside. Super Saiyan 4. Krillin voiced the same confusion. It's a Saiyan transformation, Gogeta explained. You'll see it in the future. I'm off now. I've been in there for 3 months, and I'm sick of the taste of my own mouth. With that, he used instant transmission and returned to West City. Gogeta found Taze and asked her to prepare some food. At the dinner table, he said to her, In a few days I plan to take Gohan and Shishi to a parallel timeline to show him what a hellish world looks like. Gogeta briefly described the despairing future world to Taze. Do parallel timelines really exist? Taze asked, still somewhat skeptical, as even a scholar as learned as Dr. Briefs had not proven their existence. You'll know when we go. In that world both Dr. and Mrs. Briefs were dead, leaving Bulma to struggle on alone, and Gohan had ultimately fallen in battle. Only a Gohan with a lost arm could make Shishi understand the importance of power. Be prepared. In that world humanity is nearly extinct. Pack some supplies, they will definitely be useful. And ask Bulma if she wants to come along, Gogeta said while eating. Over the next few days he planned to go to the lookout to train the remaining fighters, enhancing their strength so they wouldn't all die as in the original timeline. That would be too troublesome. A few days later on the lookout, Krillin, Tien, and the others had all undergone training under Gogeta, their powers surging far beyond their counterparts in the original story. In the original plot, when the Saiyans arrived on Earth, Krillin's full battle power was 1770 Yamcha's, was 1480 Kaiatsus, was 810 Etienne's, was 1830, and Piccolo's was 3500. After Gogeta's training, Krillin's battle power was 4650 Yamcha's, was 3830 Kaiatsus, was 2270 Tien's, was 5050, and Piccolo's had soared to a staggering 10000. Not bad at all. They should be able to handle Nappa and Vegeta now. With your current strength you should be able to handle Vegeta and Nappa. But still be careful. Vegeta is stronger than you. Try to stall him and leave him to Goku. Gogeta cautioned them before leaving. If Vegeta were provoked, he could still kill a few of them before Goku arrived. Continue training on your own from now on. Practice your teamwork. It's very effective when the power gap isn't huge. Especially the Solar Flare and Destructo Disc. They can be game changers. Gogeta offered some final advice. The next day Vegeta and Tai got up early, packed their things, and prepared to set off. Bulma was also ready and the three of them boarded a plane heading to Baozi Mountain to visit Kiki's home. At Kiki's home, Chi-Chi was preparing breakfast for Gohan, who was studying in his room. At that moment the sound of an airplane came from outside, followed by a knock on the door. When Chi-Chi opened it she saw Bulma. What brings you here so early? I have something to discuss. Vegeta walked out from behind Bulma, and seeing him Kiki's expression turned a bit displeased, but she still let them in. If you are here to persuade me, then don't bother. I won't let Gohan train with you. Chi-Chi spoke directly. I want to take you to meet someone. After meeting that person, if you still hold on to your original thoughts, I won't disturb you again. Vegeta replied, alright, let's go now. Chi-Chi didn't want to delay. The quicker this matter was resolved, the better. For the past few days she felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her heart, fearing that Vegeta and Piccolo would simply take Gohan away. Wait until you finish breakfast, Gohan should come too. After saying this, Vegeta found a chair to sit down and waited for Chi-Chi and Gohan to finish their meal. Chi-Chi called Gohan out to prepare for breakfast. When Gohan came out of his room and saw the people in the living room, he was taken aback. Aunt, Bulma, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan didn't recognize Tai and could only look at Bulma in confusion. She is my sister Tai and also Vegeta's girlfriend. Bulma introduced Tai to Gohan. Aunt Tai, Gohan politely greeted. At this moment Chi-Chi also came out of the kitchen holding dozens of steamed buns. Gohan has such a big appetite at such a young age. Truly a Saiyan to have such a large appetite at such a young age, Tai remarked. Do you want to eat together? Chi-Chi asked. No need, we already ate on our way here. After Gohan and Chi-Chi finished eating, they prepared to set off. System, open the time-space portal, Vegeta thought to himself. A colorful door appeared before him. Vegeta looked at the portal, feeling the mysterious aura within it. We will arrive after passing through this portal. Vegeta said to the others. When did you acquire this ability? Tai asked. I learned it on planet Adrat. Vegeta found an excuse, having studied there for a long time, so he used it as a reason. Let's go. Vegeta entered first, followed by the others. The portal was filled with colorful light, and the exit could be seen not far away. They reached the exit shortly after. Looking at the area filled with ruins, Vegeta sighed. What a tragedy. This world. Where is this? Tai asked Vegeta. A future world, probably over a decade after our world. Vegeta had also forgotten what time period it was. I know you have many questions. Once you meet the person you'll understand, Vegeta said, striking a pose for instant transmission while holding Tai's hand. Just touch me or Tai, and you will be fine. Bulma grabbed Chi-Chi with one hand and Tai with the other, while Gohan was held by Chi-Chi. After a blur of images, the group vanished. In a desolate area, future Gohan was practicing with Trunks. Their movements were so fast that they created after images invisible to ordinary people. After a while the two stopped. Future Gohan said, Trunks, your combat power has reached the level to transform into a Super Saiyan. Let's try it today. Okay, brother Gohan, Trunks replied excitedly. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would be able to fight the androids without being a burden. The key to transforming into a Super Saiyan is anger. Channel that anger into power and unleash the potential within your body. Recalling the androids killing people in all directions and the screams of fear filling his mind, Trunks also remembered how Gohan had been injured, saving him, filling his heart with rage. Trunks roared, his aura turning white, then gold as Gohan continued to encourage him. Imagine if I died before your eyes. Unleash that anger and power completely. Trunks thought about the scenario of Gohan dying in front of him, and the mocking voices of the two androids echoed in his mind. This useless fool is finally dead. Yes, now no one can stop us. Ha ha ha. As he thought of this, Trunks raised his head and roared ha. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his green eyes radiated a chilling aura, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Trunks had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Just like that, suppress your inner excitement and maintain the state of a Super Saiyan. Remember that feeling? Gohan guided from the side. Trunks frowned, straining to control the power within him, but after a brief moment, he reverted to his normal state. Trunks leaned on his knees, panting heavily. That was very good. Being able to transform into a Super Saiyan is great. Just practice slowly, and you'll be able to control the transformation successfully. Gohan encouraged Trunks. After resting for a while, the two prepared to return to the basement. Suddenly, several people appeared before them. It was Vegeta and his group. Gohan instantly adopted a combat stance, but once he recognized the visitors, his eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi recognized Gohan at a glance. He was indeed her, and Goku's son Gohan. Seeing the flowing sleeves in the wind was particularly striking. Tears streamed down Kiki's face as she directly embraced future Gohan, touching the empty sleeve. Kiki's tears could not stop flowing. My Gohan, how did you become like this? Hearing Kiki's words, Bulma, Tai, and young Gohan realized that the person standing before them, missing an arm, was Gohan. Future Gohan was also moved to tears, seeing his mother from memory appear before him. He could no longer hold back. After all, he was still just in his early 20s, filled with youthful passion, yet he bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the Earth, almost suffocating him. Trunks also saw his young mother. At that moment, Bulma was so young and beautiful, but now she had aged, her face wrinkled from worrying about the androids. However, he was afraid to approach her. He feared that if they recognized each other, Bulma would not be able to accept it, leading to his own disappearance. Vegeta noticed Trunks' concern and softly said to Bulma, "That blue-haired one over there is your son." Bulma was instantly stunned. Her son? She was not prepared for this. Trunks watched as the person next to Bulma whispered something to her. Bulma turned to him in shock, realizing what was being said, and walked over asking, "Are you my young mother?" Trunks was still a bit puzzled about how this group had arrived here. "I didn't expect my son to be so handsome. He truly is my son." Bulma's thought process was still as clear as ever, her focus on other things. After Shishi and future Gohan calmed down, Gogeta spoke up. "Let's go to your place first and talk there." Future Gohan, mindful of the threat of the androids, led the group to the underground hideout where they lived. As soon as they reached the entrance, Trunks called out, "Mom, I'm home." A voice from inside replied, "You're back early today. Didn't you want to train more with Gohan?" Before the sentence finished, she saw the people behind Trunks, her younger self, her sister Chi-Chi, and young Gohan. This? Future Bulma was stunned for a moment, but then immediately realized, "You're from the past, aren't you? My younger self." As expected of Bulma, she was probably already conceptualizing a time machine, or perhaps had the blueprints, but lacked the materials, Gogeta thought. "No, strictly speaking, it's just a parallel timeline," Gogeta said. A parallel timeline. Future Bulma understood his meaning instantly. She had still harbored a faint hope of going back to change the future, but now it seemed impossible. "Everyone have a seat," Future Bulma said, bringing out chairs for them. Tights looked at her haggard younger sister, a complex feeling stirring within her. Coupled with the state of Earth they had seen upon arrival, she knew Bulma must have endured so much hardship and exhaustion. Bulma, looking at her future self, also felt a deep pang of sorrow. Why did the future turn out like this? And what happened to Gohan's arm? Shishi asked directly. Young Gohan stared at his older self, the scar on his face, the missing arm, and suddenly recalled what Gogeta had said before: power was what truly mattered. His dream shouldn't be becoming a scholar, at least his future self couldn't afford to be one. The Saiyans must have invaded Earth in your timeline, right? Future Bulma asked. In 6 months, Bulma replied. After the Saiyan invasion, Earth's guardian died, and the Dragon Balls vanished with him. We went to Piccolo's home planet Namek to use their Dragon Balls. There we encountered the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated him. A year later, Frieza attacked again, and Goku killed him. 3 years after that, the androids appeared on Earth. They couldn't be sensed by Ki, but their power was absurd. Goku died of a heart virus, and one by one Earth's warriors fell in battle. Only Gohan and Trunks were left. Since Piccolo was also killed, Earth's Dragon Balls became useless, and we couldn't find the new Namek, so we couldn't revive anyone. Future Bulma recounted everything that had happened. Hearing this, Shishi finally understood why Gogeta had brought her here. Seeing future Gohan like this, her heart ached. She realized that her insistence on keeping Gohan from training with Goku and pushing him to become a great scholar might have left him too weak, leading to his lost arm. Thankfully, there was still a chance to make amends. Tights, feeling for her sister, softly asked Gogeta, "Is there any way to help them?" "Of course. You didn't think I only brought you here just to change Shishi's mind, did you?" Gogeta said confidently. The future group turned to look at him. He had never appeared in their original history, so they didn't know who he was. "We just need to find the new Namek. Don't forget, both of us have been to Planet Yardrat. I can use instant transmission too, and I'm much better at it than Kakarot," Gogeta said proudly. He had trained his spirit control to a level surpassing even Elder Pabara's. Mastering instant transmission was effortless for him. Really? Future Gohan's face lit up with excitement. In his memory, his father's son Goku was invincible. If it weren't for that damn heart virus, the androids would never have been able to rampage across Earth. "Of course. They'll take you right now," Gogeta said, standing up and grabbing Future Gohan's shoulder. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and searched carefully. Found it. A key similar to Piccolo's. That must be the new Namek. Let's go. With a whoosh, Gogeta and Future Gohan vanished. On a distant planet, a group of Namekians were farming when suddenly Gogeta and Future Gohan appeared before them, startling the farmers. "Who are you?" a Namekian asked warily. "I'm Son Gohan, son of Son Goku," Gohan said, pointing to himself. At that moment, someone rushed out from the group and said happily, "Go on. You're Gohan." It was Dend, who had grown up over the years. "Gohan, what happened to your arm?" Dend asked, pointing at it. "You're Dend. Perfect. Take us to the Grand Elder," Gohan said without explaining, getting straight to the point. Dend didn't ask further and led them to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder Gohan is here," Dend announced upon arrival. "Grand Elder, I'd like to borrow the Dragon Balls," Gohan said without preamble. Son Goku's son." The Grand Elder recognized him immediately. "Has something major happened on Earth again?" Gohan nodded and briefly explained the situation. "I see. So you need the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder instructed Dend, "Notify the villages to bring the Dragon Balls here." Dend acknowledged and left. "Son Goku died of a heart virus. Can Shinron revive him?" Gogeta asked the Grand Elder. "As long as his soul still exists, he can be revived," the Grand Elder replied. As expected, Namek's Dragon Balls were more powerful than Earth's. Earth's Shinron had said natural death couldn't be reversed, but Namek's could. The difference was clear. Soon Dend returned with the Dragon Balls. After setting them down, the others left. "Then I'll leave it to you, Dend," Gohan said to Dend. Dend began chanting in an incomprehensible language. The sky darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light. Then Purunga, the Namekian dragon god, appeared. "He who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish can be granted. You may make 3 wishes. Please revive my father's son Goku." Gohan stated his first wish. Dend relayed the wish to Purunga in his language. After a moment of silence, Purunga said, "Son Goku does not wish to be revived. Please make another wish." Gohan was dumbfounded. Just then Goku contacted him through King Kai. "Gohan, I've been dead for so many years. I don't want to come back. You have great potential. I believe you can defeat the androids and protect Earth." "But..." Gohan tried to argue, but Gogeta cut him off. "Kakarot, don't you want to challenge someone stronger? To see a wider world? Are you content to just stay in the other world forever?" Goku was clearly tempted, but still hesitant. Seeing this, Gogeta pressed on. "If you think Super Saiyan 3 is the limit, then let me tell you, you're still a frog in a well. There are plenty of people far stronger than you out there." Gogeta delivered the final blow. Sun Wukong had become invincible throughout the entire underworld. The power of Super Saiyan 3 was unrivaled. Piccin could barely contend with him, while Vegeta, burdened by the grave sins of his past life, had been cast into hell by King Yima, leaving Goku with no one to spar against. Now, hearing Gogeta mention that there were those even mightier than himself, Goku's mind was instantly made up. Resurrection it would be. He yearned to encounter even greater warriors. "Very well, you've convinced me." Gohan erupted with excitement. "Yes?" Then Dend chanted a string of incantations, and Shinron's eyes glowed crimson as he gestured an OK sign. "Your wish has been granted. State your second wish." On King Kai's planet, the halo above Sun Wukong's head vanished. Having been revived before, Goku felt nothing unusual. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said to King Kai, "Farewell, Lord King Kai. Thank you for your hospitality all these years." With that, he vanished. King Kai gazed at the spot where Goku had stood and sighed. That Goku revived again. His enemies are in for a world of trouble. Having hosted Goku for so long, King Kai was well aware of his power. In his memory, aside from that one supreme being, no one could match him. On Namek, Goku used instant transmission to appear beside Gohan. Seeing his son before him, a pang of sympathy stirred within him. "Hey Gohan. Dad." Gohan threw his arms around Goku, tears streaming uncontrollably. In his father's presence, he could finally act like a child and release all the grievances he had endured over the years. "Gohan, you've worked hard all these years." Goku patted his son on the back. "Shinron is still here. Make your wish quickly." "Yes." Gohan released his father and turned to Dend. Please ask Shenron to revive everyone killed by the androids except for the wicked. Dend repeated the procedure, chanting a string of words to Shenron. I can only revive souls that remain in the underworld. Those who have already reincarnated cannot be brought back. Additionally, this wish will consume 2 wishes. Shenron addressed the group. Very well, as long as it can be done. Gohan replied to the dragon. Shenron's eyes glowed red once more, and the wish was fulfilled. In heaven, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were revived. In hell, Vegeta's soul vanished. On Earth, Vegeta arose amidst the ruins. Many people were resurrected across the planet, yet compared to the number killed by the androids, it was still a small fraction. Most had already moved on to their next lives. Then farewell. With these words, Shenron radiated golden light, and the 7 Dragon Balls shot into the sky, scattering in all directions like shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Once again, sunlight bathed the sky. After the wish was made, Gogeta looked at Goku and said, Kakarot, a pleasure to finally meet. I am Gogeta. Gogeta, I can sense your immense strength. Goku's face lit up with excitement. He was eager to test his skills against Gogeta. Reading his thoughts, Gogeta interrupted. First go to heaven and bring Piccolo and the others to Earth. They'll take Gohan back. Once the androids are dealt with, well, spar. Joyfully, Goku went to find Piccolo. Gogeta and Gohan remained. Gohan entered the chamber to thank the elder. Thank you for your help, great elder. You're welcome. Son Goku is a benefactor to the Namekians. Now that you face difficulties, it is only right for us to lend a hand. The elder spoke with a warm chuckle. We must return now, great elder Dend. Gohan's voice carried a hint of reluctance, having only just reunited with his childhood friend, only to part again. Come visit us whenever you can. Dend waved at Gohan. Though equally reluctant, he knew Gohan had important matters to attend to and refrained from asking him to stay. Gogeta placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Once I've settled things, I'll bring Krillinson to visit you. Gohan made a promise to Dend. Then Gogeta used instant transmission to return to Earth. Future Bulma rushed over as they appeared, asking eagerly, how did it go? Were you successful? Trunks looked at Gohan with hopeful eyes. A smile spread across Gohan's face as he said, Dad is revived. Everyone killed by the androids has been brought back to life. Yes. Trunks shouted loudly, and future Bulma beamed with joy. Dad has gone to heaven to bring back Uncle Krillin and the others. Uncle Vegeta was sent to hell for his grave sins, so he should now be revived at the place where he originally died. No sooner had Gohan finished speaking than Goku appeared with the group. The small underground bunker was packed to the brim. With 2 Chikais, 2 Gohans, 2 Bulmas, a crowd of Saiyans, and Earthlings plus Gogeta and the others, there was simply no room. Everyone moved outside. Future Shishi's heart ached at the sight of future Gohan, while Vegeta was reunited with Trunks. For a moment, the scene was deeply moving. The priority is to eliminate the androids, or the newly revived might be killed again. Gogeta spoke up. Let me take care of them. A bunch of scrap metal. True to his pride, Vegeta volunteered for the task without hesitation. After his death, though Vegeta lacked a physical body to train, he had already grasped the realm of Super Saiyan 2. 2 mere androids would be child's play for him. Future Bulma retrieved a radio from the bunker and tuned into the news. For reasons unknown, those killed by the androids are being revived. The androids are causing destruction in a certain area again. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately rose and headed for that region. Is it all right for Vegeta to go alone? Future Bulma was concerned, remembering that Vegeta had been killed by the androids once before. There's no problem. Vegeta's power now far exceeds those 2 androids. Goku could see that Vegeta had already reached the level of Super Saiyan 2 and reassured future Bulma. As she watched Vegeta depart, Bulma wondered, so that's my future husband. The present Bulma couldn't fathom how her future self had fallen for Vegeta, short and insufferably arrogant. So she sidled up to future Bulma and whispered, Future me, how on earth did you end up with that Vegeta? Future Bulma covered her mouth and chuckled at the question. Because. A look of shock spread across Bulma's face. Meanwhile, Gogeta approached Shishi and said, Now will you allow Gohan to train Shishi? Both Shishis nodded. Future Shishi admitted they now understood the importance of power and would no longer hinder Gohan's training. Just then Goku said to Gogeta, Now can I witness your power, Gogeta? Gogeta shook his head. Tomorrow, take both Gohans and Trunks to the hyperbolic time chamber in Camus Lookout. Their foundations are too weak. I need time to teach them. They'll give you a demonstration inside. The next morning, Vegeta and Wukong arrived at the Temple of the Gods with 2 Gohans along with Trunks. Hey God, you have been revived. Wukong greeted warmly, and Mr. Bobo too. Bobo replied in a silly voice, It's truly wonderful that the Lord God has been revived again. The god had died alongside Piccolo, who had perished in battle. Bobo had been alone guarding the Temple of the Gods for over a decade, feeling extremely lonely, so he was very happy to see the god revived. We are here this time to train in the room of spirit and time. Gohan and Trunks' foundation is too weak. They must start from the beginning. Wukong stated the purpose of their visit. No problem, I will take you there. The room of spirit and time is at the very bottom of the temple. Bobo readily agreed and led the group to the temple's depths. Upon reaching the entrance, Wukong suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a moment, I need to find Vegeta. He will definitely want to come too." He then vanished using instant transmission. This time 6 people were to enter, and Vegeta suddenly recalled a bug regarding the Room of Spirit and Time. During the Cell Saga, only 2 people could enter at a time, but during the Majin Buu Saga, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks entered with Majin Buu and nothing happened. It was quite mysterious. Therefore, Vegeta planned for everyone to enter together. Even if the exit really disappeared, they could break through space using their strength. Before long, Wukong returned with Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was still as proud as ever. He coldly scoffed, "Damn Kakarot, why didn't you mention such a good place earlier? If we had trained here when the androids appeared, how could so many people have been killed by those 2 scrap metals?" Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I died back then due to heart disease. I couldn't tell you guys. Moreover, I didn't know there were androids at that time. I only spent a short time in there when I was a kid and later forgot about it." Vegeta snorted coldly without saying anything. "Let's go, everyone enter," Vegeta spoke. Everyone. Wukong was a bit surprised as he knew the rules of the Room of Spirit and Time. Only 2 people can enter at a time, otherwise the exit will disappear. Bobo explained from the side. "No problem, I have a way, trust me," Vegeta said confidently. "Then let's go in." Seeing Vegeta's confidence, Wukong did not say anything further and directly entered. The rest followed him in leaving Vegeta and Bobo behind. Vegeta said, "If we haven't come out for a long time, please inform Bulma to collect the Dragon Balls and check on our situation. Don't worry, the chances of that happening are very small, but just to be safe, it's good to have a backup plan. Thank you, Mr. Bobo." "Alright," Bobo agreed. Vegeta then turned and also entered the Room of Spirit and Time. Inside the Room of Spirit and Time, everyone curiously looked around at the blinding white world with an endless horizon. In this place, there was only a small building. Little Gohan stepped outside and was immediately pressed to one knee by the immense gravity. The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside. The air is only a quarter of what it is outside, and the temperature fluctuates between 50 degrees Celsius and -40. Most importantly, 1 year spent here equals only 1 day outside. However, each person can only stay for 2 days, and only 2 people can enter at a time. But Vegeta said he has a way, so we all entered together. Wukong explained the situation to everyone. After a brief rest and meal, Wukong couldn't sit still. "Vegeta, can I finally see your strength now?" Excitement appeared on Wukong's face. The others also looked at the 2, eager to witness Wukong and Vegeta's power. "Come on, I hope you won't be too shocked," Vegeta said to Wukong. The group moved outside with Wukong and Vegeta standing opposite each other while the others stood at a safe distance to watch. Wukong did not transform into a Super Saiyan. He charged directly at Vegeta, swinging his right hand, which Vegeta easily blocked. Wukong then lifted his leg to kick, but it was still effortlessly caught by Vegeta. Wukong began a frenzied assault, ta-ta-ta. Vegeta easily dodged all of it. "So impressive," the spectators exclaimed, but Vegeta maintained a calm demeanor. Immediately after, Vegeta countered with a punch that struck Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying away, flipping several times in the air before landing steadily. Incredible Vegeta. Wukong exploded with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Vegeta once more. Wukong flashed behind Vegeta, raising his hand to strike down at him. Vegeta turned to evade, throwing a punch, which Wukong crossed his arms to block, but was pushed back, leaving 2 scratches on the ground. Wukong raised his hand to unleash a Kamehameha, but Vegeta easily batted it away. Wukong then continuously fired Kamehamehas, a series of blasts heading towards Vegeta. Indeed, Wukong executed the classic Saiyan strategy. In an instant, the area surrounding Vegeta was enveloped in thick smoke, while Wukong remained vigilant, certain that Vegeta would not be so easily defeated. Suddenly, Wukong sensed something, turning his head to see Vegeta above and behind him, already gathering a massive energy ball in his hands. Vegeta launched the energy ball at Wukong. With no time to dodge, Wukong could only brace himself for the attack. He spread his arms to block the energy ball, but the force was too powerful, pinning him to the ground. Vegeta then unleashed a Kamehameha, directly detonating the massive energy ball. The shockwave from the explosion made it difficult for the spectators to withstand. "What terrifying energy. Is Uncle Wukong all right?" Future Gohan and Trunks said with difficulty. Little Gohan hid behind Vegeta, stunned. Kakarot is not so easily defeated. Both of them haven't even used their full strength. This is just a warm-up. Vegeta clenched his fist. With his insight, it was not hard to see that neither of them was using their full power, but he had fallen behind Wukong due to the years he spent in hell without a physical body and could not train. Huh. Future Gohan and Trunks were astonished, their mouths agape. This is still a warm-up. To them, this level of power was already terrifying. If they had such strength, the androids would have been eliminated long ago. As the smoke cleared, Wukong was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, but to the others' senses, Wukong's energy had not diminished. Wukong tore off the orange martial arts uniform from his upper body and said, "Vegeta, you are truly impressive. You are so strong, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, I will not concede, and next, I will use all my strength. This is the power I achieved over a decade after death, a transformation surpassing Super Saiyan, which I call Super Saiyan 3. With that, Goku let out a thunderous roar ya. As his voice echoed, golden aura erupted around him, accompanied by crackling lightning. The terrifying energy forced everyone to retreat. So terrifying. Future Gohan muttered, gazing at Goku hovering in midair. Vegeta's eyes burned with resentment. If he too had a physical body in the afterlife, he would likely have reached such heights. The transformation continued, the dread aura spreading further. The blinding light intensified, compelling the spectators to step back once more. Suddenly, Goku emitted a dazzling radiance, forcing them to shut their eyes. After the storm subsided, they opened their eyes to behold Goku with waist-length hair and a piercing gaze. His lack of eyebrows lent him an even more imposing presence. Damn it! Is Kakarot already at this level? Vegeta's heart churned with even deeper frustration, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled. The other three stood dumbfounded, never having witnessed such overwhelming energy. Goku's immense power threatened to shatter the very space around him. Sorry to keep you waiting, Gogeta. Goku dispersed his aura and assumed a combat stance. Gogeta mirrored the posture. In an instant, both vanished and reappeared on the ground, their fists colliding. The impact carved a massive crater into the earth. They then reappeared midair, locked in a fierce exchange, each clash sending shockwaves rippling outward. During the intense battle, Gogeta gradually amplified his strength, forcing Goku onto the defensive. Seizing an opening, Gogeta landed a heavy blow, sending Goku flying. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. Both warriors simultaneously gathered energy and unleashed their signature attacks. The two colossal energies collided, unleashing a terrifying explosion. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan to withstand the blast, while young Gohan was sent hurtling, only to be caught by Vegeta's swift reflexes. The other two also transformed to resist the shockwave. Around the clashing duo, fragments of space shattered like glass, the cracks widening near the epicenter. The confrontation reached a stalemate. Sensing danger, Gogeta detonated the energy. A series of thunderous booms erupted, the blast flinging the spectators away. Goku crossed his arms, shielding himself from the impact. Gogeta remained composed, his hair billowing in the wind as he gazed toward the explosion. When the smoke cleared, only the two stood in the sky, a massive crater scarred into the ground below. Observing the destruction, Gogeta grew troubled. This dimension could not withstand their combined power. Continuing the fight might cause it to collapse entirely. Enough, Kakarot. You've witnessed my strength. Gogeta addressed Goku. Goku knew they could not continue, yet he remained unsatisfied, having not seen Gogeta's full power. Gogeta, please show me your true strength. I know you haven't gone all out. You haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. I refuse to believe you can't. Gogeta's base form already surpassed Super Saiyan 3. His transformed state would be even more formidable. Fine, you leave me no choice. Let me show you. Gogeta turned to the others who had been blown away by the shockwave. Come here, all of you. They'll teach you as well. The group instantly rose and dashed to his side. Gogeta began his lesson. You all know about Super Saiyans, right? The others nodded except for young Gohan, who looked bewildered. A Super Saiyan is a transformation achieved when a Saiyant's battle power reaches a certain threshold, triggered by rage, to unleash latent potential. With that, Gogeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is the form I'm in now. This transformation multiplies your power by 50 times, the state future Gohan and Trunks currently possess. However, even without fighting, it drains energy, and in battle, stamina depletes rapidly. Next is the second stage of Super Saiyan. Gogeta let out a fierce yell, his muscles bulging slightly. This advancement ensures victory against those two androids. This form significantly boosts speed and power, but its energy consumption makes it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Now an incorrect transformation. Gogeta's muscles swelled further, his frame growing larger. While strength increases, speed diminishes. If you can't land a hit, immense power is useless. After speaking, Gogeta reverted to a leaner build. This is the optimal combat form for a Super Saiyan. I call it Full Power Super Saiyan. It perfectly harnesses the transformation's abilities, eliminating all its flaws. Full Power Super Saiyan appeared identical to the standard form. Now for Super Saiyan 2, a 100-fold boost from base. Gogeta's body crackled with lightning, his hair spiking upward, no longer flowing like Super Saiyan. His gaze grew sharper. If I'm not mistaken, Vegeta, you've already reached this level. Correct. In all my years in hell, I've grasped this state, though without a physical body, I couldn't train in it. Vegeta replied. Next is the form Goku just displayed, Super Saiyan 3. Gogeta roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. This form boasts immense power, but places a heavy burden on the body and leaks energy, limiting combat duration. Its power is 400 times base. Gogeta listed Super Saiyan 3's drawbacks. Exactly, Goku confirmed. Finally, there's Super Saiyan 4, achieved by drawing out the power of a Saiyan's tail. Gogeta's veins bulged as terrifying energy radiated from him. Red fur sprouted across his body, his tail turned crimson, and his black hair fell to his shoulders. His red-rimmed eyes exuded a savage wildness. Apologies, I've only recently mastered this form, so I can't fully control its energy. The sheer power emanating from Super Saiyan 4 sent chills through the onlookers. This is my full power, Kakarot. Gogeta addressed Goku. Amazing. So such a transformation exists. Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. There are many more Saiyan transformations, but I haven't mastered them yet. Gogeta reverted to his base form, addressing the group. The others were awestruck by Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 is still far beyond your reach. Focus on mastering Super Saiyan 2 first, Gogeta said to future Gohan and Trunks. Then turning to Goku and Vegeta, he continued, Super Saiyan 4 requires a tail. It's achieved by transforming into a Super Saiyan while in Great Ape form, a fusion of Super Saiyan and Oozuru power. So a tail is needed for Super Saiyan 4 transformation. But neither I nor Vegeta have tails anymore. What's going on? Wukong asked, puzzled. When the power of human form surpasses that of the Great Ape form, the tail will not grow back, Gogeta explained. So for now only young Gohan can grow a tail. Off. Wukong felt a bit disappointed, seeing Super Saiyan 4 he too long to try the transformation. If a tail can't grow naturally, external means can be used. Aren't there still the Dragon Balls on Earth? Gogeta's words revived Wukong's spirits. That's right. The Dragon Balls are still on Earth. Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta was also intrigued. If he could become Super Saiyan 4 before Kakarot, he would surpass him. Thinking of this, Vegeta clenched his fists in excitement. Then several of them began training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, the two Bulmas were discussing something. Amazing. To come up with such a remarkable machine and even have the blueprints. Truly worthy of me, Bulma said with pride. Before her lay a stack of blueprints, indeed the designs for the time machine. Though we have the blueprints, they are not yet complete. There are still issues to resolve, and I need your help. Future Bulma said to Bulma, knowing that her younger self was equally brilliant and could assist in completing the time machine. With Bulma's help, the time machine might appear earlier than in the original timeline. Though it was no longer needed to return to the past, future Bulma still wished to create it. It was her life's work, and she could not abandon it. The two began their great endeavor of researching the time machine. Meanwhile, Tights was gathering information about the androids. After witnessing this tragic world, she felt an urgent need to turn its story into a novel. So Tights took off in her plane searching for survivors and telling them that the androids had been defeated. But people did not believe her, for the cunning androids had used that same trick before, luring hidden humans out only to slaughter them. Yet Tights was not discouraged as she continued to travel everywhere, spreading the news that the androids had been destroyed. In a certain region, people discovered the remains of an android blasted to pieces by Vegeta, finally convincing them that the androids were dead. The news spread like wildfire, and soon all survivors on Earth knew. People emerged from their shelters, cheering, their cries echoing to the heavens. The rising sun seemed to celebrate this hard-won peace. Now at Bulma's house, the recently revived Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi were discussing future plans. They had visited the Grand Kais planet and been deeply impressed by its martial arts atmosphere. Back then they had been dead and had fewer concerns. Now revived with Earth facing so many calamities, they wanted to introduce martial arts to everyone, turning Earth into a planet akin to the Grand Kais. From King Piccolo's rule to the Saiyan invasion, Frisia's resurgence, and the androids' rampage, Earth had endured too many disasters. Earthlings must gain the ability to protect themselves. Not that they needed to defeat invaders. After all, each enemy grew stronger. Aliens were all extraordinary. In the beginning, Krillin and Tien Shinhan could barely keep up, but gradually they fell behind, ultimately watching Wukong grow ever stronger. Yamcha had accepted reality and started to give up. Perhaps that was why Bulma broke up with him. Her man didn't have to be the strongest, but he couldn't lose his drive and dreams. And Vegeta happened to appear before Bulma at that time. Back then, Vegeta hadn't despaired over Wukong becoming a Super Saiyan. Instead, he trained even harder, though he often grumbled. And his attitude toward Bulma was domineering. When Bulma first met Yamcha, he too had been bold and confident. But somewhere along the way, Yamcha had changed, becoming timid and weak even in her presence. They ended up parting amicably, and Vegeta eventually took his place. But Tien Shinhan never gave up. He continued to train diligently in remote mountains, and even during the Majin Buu era, he still trained in seclusion. Yet whenever Earth faced a crisis, he would step forward. Truly, Tien Shinhan was the greatest martial artist on Earth. Krillin also saw reality clearly, but didn't give up. He still trained hard, quietly doing his part. By the time of Super, he chose to become a police officer, still silently protecting Earth. In the tournament of power, all of Earth's fighters participated except Yamcha. Perhaps this was the reason. They all saw that his martial artist spirit had been shattered. But these were matters for later. The immediate priority was to rebuild their home and then promote martial arts. As for how to develop martial arts, they had yet to come up with a good plan. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 3 months had already passed. Wukong was training both Gohans. Young Gohan needed to build a solid foundation, so his power didn't increase too much, though his battle power still exceeded 10,000. Wukong taught him techniques, control, and application of ki, and some energy wave skills. Nevertheless, young Gohan's power had grown dozens of times compared to before. Future Gohan also joined the training as he had never received proper instruction and had only learned through trial and error. With a solid foundation, the 2 androids would have been no match for him. During the Cell era, Gohan went from not being able to transform into a Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2 in less than a year. Part of this was due to his talent, but another part was the solid foundation Wukong had laid for him. Wukong had taken many detours on his own journey, and by teaching Gohan, he helped him avoid those pitfalls, allowing him to advance rapidly. Having someone clear the path ahead is a different concept from forging your own way. Now future Gohan had reached full power Super Saiyan and was just 1 step away from Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta was training Trunks. He had high hopes for his son and wished for him to surpass Kakarot's son. But Trunks greatly admired future Gohan, which frustrated Vegeta, so he intensified the training. Now Trunks was just 1 step away from full power Super Saiyan. While training Trunks, Vegeta also trained himself, mastering Super Saiyan 2 and making considerable progress beyond it. Gogeta was familiarizing himself with Super Saiyan 4. Thanks to Vegetto's talent, Gogeta's training progressed swiftly. He mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation and had covered half the distance to full power with only half remaining. A day later, Vegetto and his group emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, each having made significant progress. First was young Gohan, whose battle power had reached 30,000 with a solid foundation that freed him from the cowering reluctance to fight he once had. However, Gohan's heart had not yet undergone a transformation. Perhaps due to Shishi's upbringing from a young age, or his inherent nature, Gohan was far too kind, a trait hardly conducive to combat. Only through suffering losses in the future could he change on his own. Notably, young Gohan's tail had grown back during training. Future Gohan, however, had no such issue, having honed an unyielding resolve through years of battling the androids. Future Gohan's battle power had reached the late stage of Super Saiyan 2, just shy of its peak. In comparison, Trunks lagged behind, having only just mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. This was already impressive, as few could match Gohan's potential. Only Broly could rival him. Just before leaving, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3, barely keeping pace with Goku. Goku, on the other hand, had achieved full power Super Saiyan 3, overcoming the form's flaws of energy leakage and immense stamina drain. It must be said Goku was a true genius, always finding a way. Vegetto had perfectly mastered Super Saiyan 4, reaching full power, the same state Goku achieved in the anime by absorbing the Saiyan energy of Gohan and Goten. Upon exiting, Mr. Popo had already prepared a lavish feast. After enjoying the meal, the group returned to West City. West City was still in ruins, though reconstruction had begun, and it would soon regain its former prosperity. The 2 Bulmas were still researching the time machine, while Tights had yet to return. Only Master Roshi and the others were present. After Vegetto and the others returned, they began discussing future plans. Master Roshi spoke. First, given the current situation, we've decided to promote martial arts on Earth, letting everyone know of and practice it, passing it down. That way there will be hope against future enemies rather than relying solely on Gohan and Trunks, while others merely struggle to survive with no light in sight. But how do we go about it? Future Gohan asked the crucial question. With the King's help in the World Martial Arts Tournament, several of us have won first place. There's also Goku defeating King Piccolo to save the world and Bulma's Capsule Corporation. We'll build our reputation through these open training schools and find individuals of good character and talent to teach martial arts. Krillin outlined the general approach. Teaching was best left to Master Roshi and the others. Science only knew combat. Having them train newcomers would be a disaster. Then Vegetto approached Shishi and said, when we return, you can have Goku open a martial arts school or something. In that timeline, people still remember him. He can train and earn money at the same time. I'm sure Goku won't refuse. Isn't that a better way for you to get Gohan to study and earn more? Chi-Chi, finding some sense in this, nodded. A few days later, the world learned of the androids' defeat. Global reconstruction had begun, and within a month or 2 things would return to pre-android levels. However, the population remained sparse, a problem only time could heal. Tights had also returned, having grasped most of this world's history. She was now organizing materials for her future writing. As soon as she was back, Vegetto clung to her. Counting the time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he hadn't seen his girlfriend for a year and wanted to spend every moment together. Tights had no choice but to set aside her work and accompany Vegetto. These days his life was quite pleasant, with Tights by day and Tights by night, One day by the pool, Vegetto lay on Tights' lap, mouth open, waiting for her to feed him fruit. Suddenly Vegetto sensed a massive malevolent energy somewhere on Earth. The others felt it too and rose to their feet. Such an evil aura. And terrifyingly powerful. A new enemy. The androids were just dealt with. Cold sweat trickled down their faces. The androids can't compare. This is on a different level, Piccolo explained. Let's go see what it is, Vegetto said, standing. Though the energy was far stronger than Super Saiyan 3 Goku, he could handle it with one hand. The group flew in unison toward the source of the energy. Elsewhere on Earth, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared, and from it emerged a being with pink skin, a tentacle-like appendage reaching to his waist, and a top similar to Goku's attire. He looked around, seeing the land scarred and devastated. Was this world destroyed by me too? No, that can't be. If I had done this, so many humans wouldn't still be alive on Earth. In Majin Buu's perception, many humans remained, and the Earth's warriors' energies were still present. Goku and Vegeta's power levels matched those in his world, though Gohan was weaker. But Buu had no intention of seeking them out. He planned to find the egg sealing this world's Majin Buu and absorb it, perhaps growing even stronger. He's moving. So fast. Where is he headed? Several of them surged their ki and followed. They tracked Buu to a mountain range where his energy stopped. Before him lay an egg, the one sealing this world's Majin Buu. Buu extended a hand, channeling energy into the egg. At that moment, Vegetto and his group arrived. Vegetto instantly recognized Majin Buu. He had thought it might be Janemba, but it was Buu. The egg beside him must be this world's Buu, meaning this Buu came from another dimension. Seeing them, Buu paused his energy infusion and turned, smiling. You got here fast. Buu's gaze swept over them, but when it landed on Vegetto, his pupils contracted. This one gave him a very bad feeling. In Buu's world, Goku and Vegeta had never fused into Vegetto. Goku was absorbed by Buu before Vegeta arrived, and Vegeta met the same fate. So Buu didn't recognize the figure who resembled Vegetto, only that Vegetto felt extremely dangerous. Nice to meet you all in this world. Buu greeted them like an old friend, and if not for the terrifying and overwhelming evil aura radiating from him, everyone would have thought he was a longtime acquaintance. Who are you? Vegeta couldn't help but ask. This world. Piccolo keenly caught the key phrase. Could it be that he's from another world, just like Gogeta? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. This world's Piccolo is also quite sharp. Yes, I came from another world. Buu clapped his hands. Then pointing at Gogeta, he said, this guy here is the only one I don't recognize. He must be the Gogeta. Krillin mentioned another fellow who came from a different world. Buu looked at Gogeta, a flicker of wariness passing through his eyes. Having absorbed Goku, Vegeta, and the others from that world, Buu's power had greatly increased, and so had his perception. He could sense the immense energy hidden within Gogeta. Still, he was confident he could defeat Gogeta, having never tasted Vegetto's brutal beating, and having absorbed so many, his arrogance was at its peak, fearing no one. Majin Buu, this guy is Majin Buu, Gogeta said to the others. It seems you know me. Buu was somewhat surprised and grew more wary of Gogeta. This guy actually recognized him. Majin Buu. Goku scratched his head. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Goku thought hard, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, I remember now. I heard about it from Lord Kai. He said that many years ago a demon appeared in the universe wreaking havoc everywhere, and its name was Majin Buu. But somehow it disappeared later. That egg beside him is the one that sealed Majin Buu. His master, fearing Buu's power, sealed him away and hid the egg on Earth. Gogeta explained. I told you before that Super Saiyan 3 isn't invincible. That's right, Super Saiyan 3 can't beat the Buu standing before us. Gogeta said to Goku. Goku, sensing the gap between them, nodded. That's right. Right now I am invincible. Buu patted his chest confidently. In my world, Gohan was also stronger than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I wonder what happened in this world that made Gohan so weak. Buu pointed at Gohan. But no matter how strong, it's useless. I am invincible. What did you do to us in that world? Goku felt a sense of dread. They're all in here. Buu patted his stomach. You absorbed them all? Gogeta asked. Clever. After absorbing them, I discovered that someone in their memories could travel through time. So I used the Dragon Balls to open a dimensional portal and came here to find stronger opponents. Buu explained how he arrived. Then let me be your opponent. Vegeta said, confidently pointing at Buu. You? Buu held out his hand and wagged his finger. No, you're not good enough. An eternal number 2. Even Goku hasn't spoken up, so stop showing off. Buu's words instantly ignited Vegeta. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and fired a blast, blowing up the entire mountain. Hey Vegeta, don't be so sudden. Goku said, flying in midair. Vegeta just snorted coldly and continued his assault on Buu. Vegeta teleported in front of Buu and threw a punch at his face. Buu merely tilted his head slightly to dodge it. Vegeta attacked continuously, but Buu evaded each blow with ease. Vegeta kicked, but Buu blocked it with his hand. Buu countered with a punch to Vegeta's stomach, causing Vegeta's eyes to widen as he spat out stomach acid. Buu followed up with another punch to Vegeta's face, sending him flying through several mountains before he crashed into a lake. With that level of skill, you dare to attack? Buu shook his head dismissively. At the bottom of the lake, Vegeta transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3. The water in the entire lake was blasted away by his aura, revealing Vegeta standing at the bottom. Vegeta charged straight at Buu and threw a punch. Buu threw a punch as well. The moment their fists collided, the released power shook the surrounding mountains, causing them to collapse. Then the two clashed rapidly in the air, exchanging blows with incredible speed, invisible to the naked eye. Terrifying lightning bolts erupted around them. However, Vegeta was no match for him. Soon he was on the losing end, taking a heavy punch to the stomach from Buu. Vegeta endured the punch and tried to counterattack, but he still couldn't land a hit on Buu. Buu's fists rained down on Vegeta, each strike landing solidly. Vegeta could only take the beating passively. Buu kicked Vegeta hard in the stomach. Cough. Vegeta clutched his stomach. Buu grabbed Vegeta by the hair with one hand and aimed a blast at his face with the other. Pathetic. Then a blinding light erupted and Vegeta was sent flying backward. Buu raised his hand and formed a massive energy sphere ready to finish him off. Goku couldn't stand by any longer. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged. Future Gohan also transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and joined in. The two attacked Buu from both sides, forcing him to drop the energy sphere and deal with their assault. Goku and Future Gohan attacked Buu from left and right. Buu handled it with ease, dodging while saying, "It's useless even if you both come at me. The gap in power can't be closed by numbers." Just as Vegeta emerged from the rubble, he saw Goku being knocked toward him by Buu. The two collided and crashed into the mountain behind them. Gohan was also sent flying with a single punch from Buu. Then Buu unleashed the Prince's battle method on Goku and Vegeta, a barrage of blasts that collapsed the mountains. "Dad!" Future Gohan and Trunks shouted. Goku, Krillin, and the others were also filled with worry. They were powerless to help in a battle of this magnitude. Gogeta, however, remained calm, looking above Buu. Buu noticed and looked up to see Goku and Vegeta, their clothes tattered and looking somewhat battered. "Instant transmission," Buu said flatly. Goku had just used instant transmission to escape above Buu a moment later, and he would have been severely injured by Buu's barrage. In Goku's memories, there's a technique called fusion that allows two people to merge. I wonder if you know it in this world. Buu said, looking at Goku. "You're all too weak right now. Oh, I can't even get excited. Maybe the warrior that results from you and Vegeta fusing could be my match." "Oh, you're talking about the fusion technique of the Metamorans. I know that one." Goku naturally knew this technique. He had learned it from a Metamoran in the afterlife who claimed it was incredibly powerful. However, back then there was no one for Goku to use it with. "Soga Vegeta, let's use this move." "Well, definitely beat Majin Buu." Goku turned around, his face brimming with excitement as he spoke to Vegeta. "What kind of move is that?" Vegeta asked back. Goku landed on the ground and demonstrated the fusion movements for Vegeta. "You keep your ki at the same level, then do this and that, and the fusion will succeed." "Are you kidding me? You want me to do such a shameful pose?" "Don't even think about it." Vegeta's face flushed red with anger as he roared at Goku. Goku tried to persuade Vegeta in a low voice. "Where's the shame in it? I don't see what's so embarrassing." Vegeta turned away, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. "I'm not fusing with you anyway." Goku continued to coax him. "The power of fusion is truly immense. Don't you want to see the strength of Gogeta? Maybe the power from a successful fusion can beat Gogeta." Vegeta paused, clearly tempted. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already witnessed Gogeta's terrifying power. Compared to that, the Majin Buu before them was nothing. "Is fusion really that strong?" Vegeta asked again, still doubtful. "I guarantee it's more powerful than you can imagine." Goku promised with conviction. "Fine, but only this once." Vegeta emphasized repeatedly that it would be just this one time. Next, the ceremony began. Goku and Vegeta started to fuse. They stood in a straight line, raised their hands to their chests, leaned to one side, walked in a crab-like step, and traced a semicircle in the air with their arms. "Fu, Shao, wait a minute," Gogeta interrupted just as they were about to complete it. "You're doing it wrong. Your fingers are crooked. Do it again." "Damn it, Kakarot, I have to do that shameful pose all over again because of you." "Huh, it's not just my fault, Vegeta," Goku complained discontentedly. Then the two of them started over. "Fu, Shao." As their fingers touched, a dazzling light erupted from their bodies. Everyone else was forced to close their eyes. Only Gogeta saw clearly as their bodies gradually merged into one, forming a new being. When the light faded, the others opened their eyes and stared at the spot where the fusion had occurred. Gogeta also scrutinized the Gogeta before him. In the anime, Gogeta has appeared 3 times. The first was in a movie against Janemba. That Gogeta was a man of few words and decisive action, dispatching the enemy cleanly, without a single change in expression. The second time was in GT against Super Omega Shenron. That Gogeta had a different personality, playful and mischievous, toying with Super Omega Shenron, earning him the nickname the King of Wasting Time from fans. The third time was also in a movie, this time against Broly. His personality was similar to the first appearance, but with subtle differences. Though his face was still cold, there was a hint of gentleness in his brows, and his fighting style differed from the previous two. Gogeta speculated that Gogeta's personality was determined by the psychological state of Goku and Vegeta before fusion. During the first fusion, both were dead, so their mindsets naturally differed from when they were alive. At that time, they were helpless against Janemba's overwhelming power and were born in a desperate situation. Their hearts were heavy, burdened with the duty to protect both the afterlife and the living world with no retreat. Thus, the resulting Gogeta was calm and composed. After a brief self-introduction, he remained silent and dispatched Janemba with the force of a thunderbolt. The faint smile he showed at the end was so relaxed and effortless that it made one wonder where exactly did Gogeta's limits lie. His second appearance was in Dragon Ball GT's Shadow Dragon Saga. By then, Goku had been shrunk by the Black Star Dragon Balls. Perhaps due to the Dragon Ball's influence, his personality had changed, making him like an old child. Even when he temporarily regained his adult form through Super Saiyan 4, he couldn't fully shake off the Dragon Ball's effects. As for Vegeta, it was his first time transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. How could he not be curious about the power of this new form? Remember Vegeta during the Cell Saga? After leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, he couldn't wait to test his power against Cell, striking that iconic pose. It's over, Vegeta. Fused in such a state of mind, this Gogeta's personality was completely different from the Hell Gogeta. Influenced by Vegeta, he wanted to test his own strength enduring Super Omega Shenron's Prince's battle method. Under Goku's influence, he created clones to toy with Super Omega Shenron. Driven by their shared sense of responsibility, he unleashed his ultimate move, the Big Bang Kamehameha, intending to finish the enemy. However, due to insufficient energy, he failed to eliminate him, earning him the title the King of Wasting Time. Gogeta's third appearance was in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. This situation was somewhat similar to the Hell encounter, but with differences. This fusion occurred after the Tournament of Power. Goku had experienced Ultra Instinct. His movements were free and his spirit was carefree. Vegeta had just gained a beloved daughter. His bond with Bulma had deepened, and he harbored a tender resolve to protect his family. After being brutally beaten by an enraged Broly and witnessing his terrifying strength and physique, the Gogeta born from this fusion was like the Hell version, taciturn, but with a touch of gentleness in his brows. His fighting style, while still carrying the thunderous force of the Hell and GT versions, was infused with a newfound grace and ease. With a move that used 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, he embodied the pinnacle of martial arts aesthetics. Well, this feeling isn't bad. Gogeta clenched his fist, sensing the immense energy within him. He looked up, revealing a confident and charming smile. Gogeta slowly ascended into the air until he was level with Bu. Bu smiled slightly. You're stronger than I expected, but still no match for me. Hearing this, Gogeta's lips curled upward. How would you know without trying? His body erupted with golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is Super Gogeta. With a furious roar from Gogeta, a terrifying power erupted from his body. Gogeta wasted no time and launched straight into battle, for with Vegetto present, he wished to swiftly dispose of Majin Buu and then have a good hearty fight with Vegetto. Gogeta dashed right up to Buu's face, his fist lashing out in an instant, striking Bu directly in the head. Bu crossed his arms to block the punch, and the two immediately became locked in a fierce struggle, their movements incredibly swift. Among the onlookers, only Vegetto could clearly perceive their actions. Future Gohan could barely keep up, while the rest were utterly astounded. Incredible! I never thought Goku and Vegeta would become this powerful after fusing. Krillin exclaimed in awe. He should be able to take care of Majin Buu easily now, Trunks said joyfully. No, Vegetto countered. Gogeta's current power isn't that different from Majin Buu's. Although Gogeta is stronger, Buu's physique is very special. He can regenerate even from being blasted to bits, and he also knows magic. It's hard to say unless Gogeta uses even greater power to completely obliterate him, Vegetto explained. But if Buu is killed outright, the people he absorbed will die along with him. Vegetto voiced Gogeta's concern. The others panicked upon hearing Vegetto's explanation. Then what do we do? Perfect chance to try the forced separation technique I learned on planet Yardrat, Vegetto said, eager to act. With that, Vegetto flashed and appeared behind Bu. Bu, deeply engrossed in his fight with Gogeta, didn't notice Vegetto at all. Vegetto drove a punch directly into Buu's side. Buu's eyes flew wide open in shock. Gogeta also halted, curious to see what Vegetto had in store. As Bu turned his head, another punch met him, caving in his face. Vegetto then struck Bu in the stomach, clasped his hands together, and fired a ki blast that hit Bu. Buu's body glowed with golden light, and several figures were ejected from him: Son Goku, Vegeta's son, Gohan's son Goten, Trunks, and a fat Bu. At that moment, Majin Buu let out a piercing howl, his face twisted in agony. Seeing the absorbed individuals freed, the others rushed forward to catch them. Not giving Bu a chance to transform into Kid Buu, Vegetto gathered a ki blast in his hand and blasted Bu into ashes. He then fired another ki blast to finish him off for good. And so the Majin Buu who had terrorized another world was slain the moment he arrived there. It was simply his misfortune to run into an anomaly like Vegetto. Vegetto then turned his gaze to Gogeta and said, "You wanted to see my power, didn't you? Come on." Gogeta didn't rush, and having just fought Majin Buu to a standstill only to see Vegetto effortlessly destroy him. So Gogeta decided to unleash his full strength. Yeah. Gogeta crouched roaring with fury and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan 3. Vegetto also transformed into a Super Saiyan. In his base form, he wouldn't be able to handle Gogeta now. The victory over Majin Buu earlier was only possible due to the surprise attack and the countering nature of the forced separation technique. Gogeta struck, first firing a ki blast. Vegetto countered with one of his own. The two blasts collided in a massive explosion, and then they engaged in hand-to-hand combat within the smoke. Every punch and kick produced a thunderous sound, and the released power shattered and toppled the surrounding mountains and rocks. Before long, Gogeta was sent flying by Vegetto. Vegetto then used instant transmission to appear behind Gogeta. Anticipating this, Gogeta turned and fired an energy sphere. Vegetto knocked it away with his left hand, while his right hand, already charged with a ki blast, fired it point-blank into Gogeta. Gogeta reacted swiftly, catching the blast with his hands, but was pushed backward steadily. Vegetto detonated the ki blast, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly engulfed Gogeta. However, Gogeta's figure appeared behind Vegetto in the next instant. He had used instant transmission to escape the explosion and reposition himself. Gogeta lashed out with a powerful kick aimed directly at Vegetto's face. Vegetto reached out and caught Gogeta's foot. What a... Gogeta tried to pull his leg free, but Vegetto held it fast. Gripping Gogeta's foot with both hands, Vegetto spun him around and hurled him violently into the ground. Boom. The ground shattered into a web of cracks, and a cloud of dust billowed up. Then Vegetto unleashed a barrage of attacks, employing the classic Prince's War tactic. A stream of energy spheres rained down upon the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The dust cloud grew thicker, obscuring everything within. Vegetto raised his hands above his head, gathering a massive energy sphere, and flung it toward the ground. Crash. Terrifying energy radiated outward, sending the watching spectators flying before they could dodge, crashing into distant rock piles. Ugh, that hurts. Goku from the other world clutched his head. Let's call this other world 1, and its inhabitants World 1 so the original world keeps its names. Then memories flooded back. Hadn't he been absorbed by Majin Buu? How was this possible? Was there really someone in the universe who could defeat the being that had absorbed all of them? As World 1, Goku was lost in thought. Krillin pulled him back to reality. Goku, you're awake. Krillin went over and helped World 1 Goku to his feet. The earlier explosion had sent everyone flying. Since Krillin was relatively weak, the World 1 Goku he was holding was flung away, hitting his head on a rock, which woke him up. Trunks was carrying his father. The one-armed Gohan was carrying World 1. Piccolo was carrying World 1 Gohan, and little Gohan was looking after the two little ones. Because little Gohan was too weak, he had stayed far away and wasn't caught in the blast. Fat Buu, is no one going to help me? Krillin, aren't you dead? World 1 Goku asked, puzzled. Well, it's like this. Krillin went on to explain everything to World 1 Goku. I see. So Majin Buu had brought this upon himself. Head had nothing to do in his own world and decided to invade another parallel world where he ran into someone tough and got himself taken out. So I'm in another world now. The guy who beat Majin Buu is that one over there, right? World 1 Goku looked toward Vegetto, who was high in the sky in the distance. That's right, Krillin confirmed. Over on the battlefield, the smoke cleared, revealing Gogeta within. Gogeta had his fists crossed, having blocked most of the attacks. The final massive energy sphere had dealt him considerable damage. Now Gogeta was battered and bruised, but his eyes burned with excitement. Vegetto, you're really strong. You've managed to beat me this badly, even in your Super Saiyan form. Please show me your full power. Vegetto, Gogeta declared loudly. I knew it. Vegetto sighed, rubbing his forehead. Even fused with Goku, his personality hadn't changed. He still loved to challenge overwhelming power. No matter which world Sun Wukong is in, he cannot change the attribute of being a martial arts fanatic. In the Z era, although Wukong also pursued power, he felt like a grandmaster. During the Cell saga, he urged Gohan to quickly eliminate Cell, warning him not to push Cell into a corner where he might do something drastic, even sacrificing his own revival for the safety of Earth. Although he gave Cell a Senzu bean, it was merely to better showcase Gohan's strength. To put it simply, it was about being in control. In the Majin Buu saga, the responsibility of nurturing the next generation and protecting Earth was passed down through generations. However, in the Super era, Wukong completely changed, excessively pursuing immense power, which led to the onset of the Tournament of Power. In the Moro saga, Moro pleaded for mercy from Wukong, and astonishingly, Wukong gave his only Senzu bean to Moro. How absurd. Can you handle this? Helping others like this, wanting to show kindness, just like the king, wouldn't it be enough to give a bit of energy? Why must you complicate things for yourself? If it weren't for the residual divine power of the great Kaioshin, within Obi, Earth would have been doomed. As you wish, Wakijita said, slowly staring at Wakita. Wakijita clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and terrifying power erupted from his body, golden light radiating all around as he entered the Super Saiyan 4 form. The oppressive aura of Super Saiyan 4 was overwhelming, with shoulder-length hair, powerful muscles, and a tail that moved freely. His ambitious figure left the distant number 1 Wukong in awe. Super Saiyan 1. Number 1 Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his body already eager to move. At this moment, Piccolo's face turned pale. He hadn't entered the room of spirit and time with Vegeta and the others, so he had never witnessed this wild Super Saiyan 4. "I'm going in," Wakijita reminded Wakita. Wakijita's figure vanished in an instant. Nanny. Wakita's pupils constricted. He couldn't see Wakijita's movements clearly and was instantly kicked away. Midair, Wakita hurriedly steadied himself, searching for Wakijita's figure. Yet before he could find him, he was sent flying again. After taking several hits in the air, Wakita was harshly slammed to the ground. Ultimate Kamehameha. Wakijita unleashed his ultimate move, striking Wakita directly. In the ruins, Wakita tried to block with both hands, but it was futile. Fortunately, Wakijita withdrew most of his energy at the last moment, effectively disintegrating Wakita. Wukong and Vegeta lay in the crater created by the explosion, severely injured. Wakijita slowly landed, raised his hand to cast a healing spell. "I don't know if the Yardrat people can do this, but for this scenario, I'll assume they can, considering they can teleport and use techniques like force separation. There's no reason they can't use simple healing magic." Wukong and Vegeta were instantly restored. Indeed impressive, Wakijita. Wukong praised. "If I will also achieve this transformation sooner or later," Vegeta said, still wearing a proud expression. At this moment, others flew in from afar. After a brief exchange, they turned to number 1 Wukong, inquiring about their world. Number 1 Wukong briefly narrated the developments in their timeline, starting from Frisia's invasion of Earth, where the two worlds began to diverge. In this timeline, due to the absence of Trunks using the time machine, the androids ran rampant, while in number 1's timeline the story followed its original course until the Majin Buu saga, where events took a turn. Vegeta was absorbed by Majin Buu, and the man never appeared. All warriors were absorbed. If it weren't for Majin Buu seeking death, number 1's timeline would have been dominated by him. "Let's head back to West City. They must be anxious waiting over there. We can talk more once we return," Wakijita said before flying off. Meanwhile, Wukong took the group back to West City using instant transmission. Wakijita found Majin Buu's egg among the ruins. Since Babidi hadn't cast a spell, Majin Buu didn't absorb any energy, otherwise after Wakijita and Wakita's battle, Majin Buu would have already hatched. "How should I handle this?" Wakijita pondered. After all, Majin Buu was only at the level of Super Saiyan 3, which wasn't of much help to Wakijita. "How about I take him back to my timeline? Buu's healing magic would be beneficial during that period, and it could also protect the Tai's family." Not bad, Wakijita muttered to himself. Then Wakijita searched for the trace of Fat Buu, finding him under a pile of rubble. He decided to leave this Fat Buu alone, as he had a deep bond with Satan, and since he already had a Buu of his own, there was no need to interfere. Wakijita then carried Fat Buu back to the egg, not intending to let Majin Buu out just yet. He planned to take him back for Bulma to study first, and then back to the original timeline for Dr. Brief to analyze, maximizing the value before releasing him. Thus Wakijita returned to West City with 2 Buus. Meanwhile, those who had been absorbed were all waking up, gathered around the dining table, voraciously eating, leaving the person serving food nearby stunned. Were these people starving ghosts reincarnated? How could they eat so much? "Yo, you're all here." Wakijita sat down and began to show off, feeling a bit hungry after a fight. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In no time, plates piled high in front of Wakijita. "Woohoo, I'm so full." Upon seeing Wakijita finish eating, number 1 Wukong couldn't wait to approach, followed by number 1 Vegeta, number 1 Gohan, and 2 little ones. No need to ask, they all wanted to see Super Saiyan 4. "So Wakijita, what's up with that form? Is it a new transformation for Saiyans?" Number 1 Wukong asked straightforwardly. Earlier, number 1 Wukong learned from Wukong that only Wakijita had that transformation. They didn't know the specifics, so he was sent to ask Wakijita, which number 1 Vegeta overheard. The 2 little ones also wanted to see the wild transformation that number 1 Wukong talked about, so they all came along. Okay, let me show you." Wakijita, now in a good mood after eating, agreed to their request. So a group of them went outside to an open area. "You all know the transformations leading up to Super Saiyan, so I won't go over those. Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation I achieved by drawing out the power of my tail." After saying that, Wakijita flicked his tail. Super Saiyan 4. The people from number 1's timeline along with Piccolo were somewhat shocked, while others, having seen it before, remained unusually calm. Bulma and Tais, however, looked speechless. After all, they didn't understand combat. and couldn't sense energy, thinking it was just a change in hair color, wondering what was so impressive. Future Bulma, however, didn't think so, the stronger the better. She had endured so much suffering, so her perspective was naturally broader. Vegeta clenched his fists, golden light bursting from his body as he expanded slightly, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Bulma, who had been a bit disinterested, instantly widened her eyes, and Tais looked shocked as well. The appearance and aura of Super Saiyan 4 combined with that charming smile was something to behold. Vegeta walked over to Tais. So how about it? Your husband looks handsome, right? He's so handsome, Tais said with a hint of pride. After all, this was her man. Oh, what was wrong with a little pride? Bulma curiously poked at the fur on Gogeta's arm. It's real. Bulma had thought it was something like a sweater, but to her surprise it was genuine fur, and she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The two little ones were also extremely curious, hopping around Gogeta. Little Goten even grabbed hold of Gogeta's tail. Yet Gogeta showed none of the weakness typical of a Saiyan when their tail is seized. That shouldn't be the case, should it? Both Goku and Vegeta looked puzzled. A Saiyan grabbed by the tail would normally become completely limp, nothing like what Gogeta was displaying. Vegetto noticed their confusion and explained, I've already trained my tail extensively. Besides, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the tail's weakness is gone. Alright, I've shown you what I can do. Now tell me, what are your plans? Gogeta returned to his normal state, grabbed the two mischievous little ones beside him, and asked the people from Timeline 1. We plan to wish upon Shinron to return to our own timeline. Then Goku will go to Namek and use the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore Earth to its original state, said Piccolo from Timeline 1, having already laid out the plan. Piccolo from Timeline 1 had already planned it all. After Piccolo was revived, the Dragon Balls were restored as well. Goku and his team had gathered them, intending to wish for tails so they could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Now they had to let the others use them first and wait a year. If they couldn't wait, they could always go to Namek, where the Dragon Balls would be usable in just over 3 months, much faster than Earth's. Future Bulma then brought out the Dragon Balls for Goku and the others from Timeline 1 to use. Take this guy with you too, Gogeta said, dragging Fat Bu over and handing him to Goku from Timeline 1. You handle it yourselves. This guy is Majin Bu. The people from Timeline 1 instantly became alert. Don't worry. This Bu has a personality similar to the Grand Supreme Kai. He's the good part of Majin Bu. I've already destroyed the evil part, Gogeta explained. Then Piccolo from Timeline 1 also mentioned the relationship between Bu and Mr. Satan, expressing that he thought this Bu could be taken back. However, Vegeta from Timeline 1 still didn't want this fat Bu to live and insisted on killing him. It was only after much persuasion from Goku from Timeline 1 that he reluctantly agreed. Come forth, Shinron. The sky darkened as Shinron appeared once more after many years. Summoner, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant it. Please send us back to our original timeline, said the group from Timeline 1 to Shinron. This wish is very simple. Duong. Shinron's eyes glowed red and a spatial vortex appeared on the empty ground beside them. Your wish has been granted. Farewell then. With that, Shinron vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls shot into the sky, preparing to scatter. Gogeta seized the moment and intercepted all 7. After landing, Gogeta handed the petrified Dragon Balls to Future Bulma. Keep them. This way you won't have to search for them again in a year. Well then, farewell, everyone. The group from Timeline 1 prepared to leave. They still had many matters to resolve in their own world and couldn't stay longer. Goodbye. Goodbye. The group from Timeline 1 stepped into the spatial vortex, returning to their own world. Meanwhile, on the Supreme Kai's planet, this is bad, Supreme Kai. Majin Bu has disappeared. What a... East Supreme Kai Shin, stunned, grabbed Kibito's hand and asked urgently, what happened? Why is Majin Bu gone? I don't know either. When I arrived on Earth, it was a wasteland, and the egg-sealing Majin Bu had vanished. Kibito reported everything he had seen on Earth. Damn it, why did this happen? East Supreme Kai Shin was terrified, thinking that Majin Bu had broken free from his seal. Let's go to Earth immediately. Right? Earth. Gogeta was lying on a beach chair watching Goku and Vegeta sparring, occasionally offering a few pointers. A pile of fruit sat beside him. Life was truly comfortable. Suddenly Gogeta sensed something and stood up, stopping Goku and Vegeta's sparring session. Someone's coming. Hold on a moment. Huh? Goku and Vegeta, hearing Gogeta's words, looked at him in confusion. Gogeta had noticed Kibito when he first arrived on Earth to check on Majin Bu, but he had ignored him, knowing that East Supreme Kai Shin would surely come to Earth to investigate once he learned the sealing egg was missing. Here they come. East Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito flew in from afar, having located this place by sensing the key from Goku and Vegeta's sparring. Goku, ever the friendly one, greeted them. Yo, hello. Hello. East Supreme Kai Shin replied politely, and then began asking about the egg that sealed Majin Bu. At first he thought Majin Bu had broken free, but then he realized that if Bu were out, Earth would have been destroyed by now. In his perception, Goku and Vegeta were the strongest beings on Earth, but they were still no match for Majin Bu and couldn't possibly have destroyed him. So he asked them directly. I see. So you're looking for that egg that Gogeta brought back. But what do you want it for? Are you planning to study it too? Goku asked curiously. What? So you took it? East Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito breathed a sigh of relief internally. It turned out the egg had been found and taken by someone on Earth. Then where is it now? We want to take it away, East Supreme Kai Shin said, urgently eager to get it under his control. There's no need for you to trouble yourselves. He'll take care of it, Gogeta said, waving his hand to refuse the Supreme Kai's request. You bastard. Kibito was about to speak, but was silenced by a glare from East Supreme Kai Shin. Please give me a reason. A reason? Majin Buu is at best on the level of Super Saiyan 3. The only troublesome parts are his immortality and his white magic. Goku should be able to defeat Majin Buu at full power now. You want a reason? Probably because this guy is easy to keep obedient and good for guarding the house. There was nothing wrong with these words coming from Gogeta, but Supreme Kai Shin didn't see it that way. The terror of Majin Buu was deeply etched into his mind. Impossible. How could anyone defeat Majin Buu? Kibito roared. Why not? Of course, with your weak power there's no way you could beat Majin Buu. The power of a god is truly so insignificant. Am I wrong, Supreme Kai? Gogeta's words shocked East Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito to the core. The Supreme Kai. When I was training under Lord Kai, I think I heard him mention it, Goku said, trying to recall matters concerning the Supreme Kai. That's right, the Supreme Kai. At the pinnacle of cosmic deities there are two gods, the Supreme Kai, who governs life and creation, and the god of destruction, who governs destruction and ruin. However this fellow was thrust into the role, he knows nothing of the Supreme Kai's duties, his mind occupied solely with Majin Buu. Gogeta shook his head as he spoke. In truth, it was not his fault. The Grand Supreme Kai had been absorbed by Buu, leaving no time to impart any wisdom. The other Supreme Kais were either absorbed or killed, leaving only this youngest, most ignorant novice to take up the mantle. The Supreme Kai is not as weak as you claim. A being like the Galactic Emperor Frieza could be dealt with by the Supreme Kai with a single finger. Kibito shouted at Gogeta, deeply dissatisfied with his words. A small fry like Frieza. Anyone could wipe him out with ease, Vegeta replied dismissively. Goku, however, seized upon a crucial detail. The god of destruction. Is this fellow you mentioned strong, Gogeta? At my current level I cannot defeat him, Gogeta shrugged. The god of destruction was an opponent one could only challenge after achieving Super Saiyan Blue or Ultra Instinct. Goku's interest was piqued instantly. Just how strong was a being even Gogeta admitted he couldn't beat? Seeing Goku's expression, Gogeta quickly interrupted him. He's not someone you can approach at this stage. Besides, I've only heard of his reputation. Don't ask me about him. Hey, don't ignore me. Kibito fumed, exasperated. These disrespectful fellows were chatting and laughing right in front of the Supreme Kai, showing him no regard whatsoever. In short, you won't be taking Majin Buu away, Gogeta declared before leaving directly to enjoy some pleasant time with Tights. The Eastern Supreme Kai Shin tried to say something more, but Goku stopped him. All right, Lord Supreme Kai. Isn't it just Majin Buu? Gogeta already eliminated one before. That guy might be strong, but he's not unbeatable. What? Another Buu? And it was destroyed, eh? The two were stunned speechless. Goku rambled on, roughly recounting the events that had transpired before. Through Goku's description, the Supreme Kai and Kibito finally believed him, though their faces still bore expressions of utter disbelief. Well then, sorry for the intrusion. Farewell. The Eastern Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito departed. With their greatest worry resolved, even their breathing felt steadier. Gogeta spent a few more days in comfortable mundane life. Soon he and the others prepared to return. With Bulma's help, future Bulma successfully constructed a time machine. We're off. Goodbye. 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 With those words, the group stepped into the time-space tunnel and returned to their original timeline. At that moment, the Supreme Kai and Kibito arrived on Earth via instant transmission. Mr. Goku, Lord Supreme Kai. Goku responded warmly. We've come to ask for Mr. Goku's help, the Eastern Supreme Kai Shin said. For days he had been busy trying to eliminate Babidi, only to discover that Babidi had enslaved Dabura, the king of the demon realm. At his wits' end, Shin had no choice but to seek aid on Earth. The Eastern Supreme Kai Shin roughly described the situation. If we don't eliminate him, he'll eventually find his way to Earth. No problem, Goku agreed, readily eager to witness the strong beings of the universe. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, are you coming? Vegeta answered first. No, I'm going to train. He'll become a Super Saiyan 4 before you Kakarot. Uninterested in such low-tier opponents, he left after speaking. Both Gohan and Trunks wanted to go. They couldn't allow such a menace to reach Earth, especially since the crisis with the androids had only recently passed, leaving the planet barely a moment's peace. Please grab my shoulders. We'll depart now. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks placed their hands on Kibito's shoulders. Using instant transmission, Kibito brought them to an unknown planet. Amazing. I didn't know you could use instant transmission too. Goku patted Kibito on the shoulder. I went through a lot of trouble learning that technique. Of course. As the servant of the Supreme Kai, how could he be useless? He still had plenty of impressive skills. The Eastern Supreme Kai Shin interrupted their conversation. Over there is Babiti's spaceship. He uses magic to control many evil beings. This man is hellbent on reviving Majin Buu. Like his father, Babidi harbors an evil heart. He has already destroyed many planets. He must be eliminated before he can wreak further havoc on the universe. Hearing this, Trunks could no longer sit still. How could he allow such a fiend to reach Earth? Instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, he declared, "Let me handle this. I won't let such an evil being come to Earth to cause destruction." A massive energy sphere gathered in his hand, and he launched it toward Babiti's spaceship. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying force instantly shattered the vessel. "How dare you? Who is it?" A demon-like figure emerged from the smoke, shielding a short yellow-skinned creature. All others inside the ship had perished from Trunks' attack. "You again, Supreme Kai, and you brought helpers. This time I'll kill you for sure." Babidi was a disheveled mess, glaring at the Supreme Kai with fury. If looks could kill, the Supreme Kai would have died hundreds of times over. The Eastern Supreme Kai Shin smirked, as if to say, "Babidi, after all this time you've become so pathetic? Dabura, kill them all. Now." "Yes, Lord Babidi." Without further ado, Dabura lunged straight at Trunks, throwing a punch aimed directly at him. Goku teleported in front of Trunks, crossing his arms to block the strike. "Trunks, leave this one to me." Trunks nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward Babidi, intent on nipping this potential threat in the bud. Under Trunks' stare, Babidi panicked and tried to flee, but he was no match for Trunks' speed. In an instant, Trunks caught up, cleaved him in two with his sword, and reduced him to cosmic dust with a single energy blast. The moment Babidi died, Dabura, freed from his control, snapped back to his senses. In that brief opening, Goku seized the opportunity, landing a punch square on his face and sending him crashing into a distant rock. "Huh, me. Huh, me. Huh." A Kamehameha wave sent Dabura to reunite with Babidi, company for the journey to the afterlife. Whoosh, finally back. As soon as he stepped out of the space-time tunnel, Vegetto tossed the egg to the ground, stretched his back, and let out a howl. A fist promptly landed on his head. Tights put her hands on her hips. "Don't yell like that, you startled me." "Suma Mason." Vegetto crouched down, clutching his head, offering a lightning-fast apology. All right, let's hurry back." Tights patted Vegetto's head. Vegetto stopped fooling around and used instant transmission to bring everyone back to West City. Dad, Mom were home. Uncle Andy, Tights, and Bulma cheerfully pulled Mrs. Briefs inside, recounting the stories of their journey. Vegetto meanwhile explained to Dr. Briefs about the egg behind him, which sealed Majin Buu. "Dr. I'd like you to study this egg. Inside it is sealed an evil being said to have been created by a wicked wizard in the universe. His body structure is unique. He can regenerate even after being reduced to dust." Vegetto described Majin Buu's general abilities to Dr. Briefs. "Oh ho ho, how fascinating." Dr. Briefs became instantly intrigued. After greeting Shishi and Gohan, he took the egg into the laboratory. At the dinner table, Vegetto and Gohan devoured their food voraciously. Shishi sat nearby, her expression complex. Finally she spoke. "I agreed to let Gohan train in martial arts." She didn't want the story of the future world to repeat itself in this one. Seeing Gohan's broken arm and the scars on his face pained her deeply. "Don't be so sorrowful. Gohan's potential is unparalleled. As long as he doesn't neglect martial arts, no one in this world can stand against him." "Of course, except for me," Vegetto silently excluded himself. "And who says training in martial arts means he can't become a scholar? Can't he have both?" Vegetto's words lit up Shishi's eyes. The reason she had opposed Gohan's training was that she feared he would become a battle maniac like Goku. She wanted him to study, believing wisdom makes one discerning. "Are you full, Gohan?" "I'm full." Gohan reclined halfway in his chair, patting his belly contentedly. "Good. Let's go to Mount Paozu now. Pack your things, and he'll find you a good teacher." "Huh? Aren't you teaching me, Uncle Vegetto?" Little Gohan asked, puzzled. "You're still young and need to build a solid foundation. Adult training methods aren't suitable for you. Let's go." Gohan, holding Shishi's hand, returned to Mount Paozu with Vegetto. Shishi swiftly packed everything. Once ready, Vegetto used instant transmission to bring them to Master Rose's place. "Haha, it's Shishi and Gohan." Master Roshi was lounging on the beach, basking in the sun. Seeing them, he greeted them cheerfully. "And who is this?" Master Roshi asked Chi-Chi, eyeing Vegetto. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Vegetto, a Saiyan like Goku. I've come to ask you to train Gohan." "I see." Master Roshi sighed. "Little Gohan is already stronger than I am. I have nothing left to teach him." As expected, he refused. Since he had finished training Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, he had taken no more disciples. "Gohan is good in every way, but he's too kind. That's fine for an ordinary child, but he's Son Goku's son. Moreover, Gohan doesn't have enough faith in his own strength. That's a problem. Please teach him the true heart of martial arts." After hearing this, Master Roshi agreed to take Gohan as his student. Why did Vegetto entrust Gohan to Master Roshi? The reason is simple. Master Roshi is a man of true wisdom and great virtue. He could mold Gohan into a martial artist even more outstanding than Goku. You might say, what can that perverted old man teach? Master Roshi trained under Vegetto, created the Turtle School, and taught Goku the strongest in the universe, as well as Krillin the strongest human on Earth. Why did Krillin win Android 18's heart? Was it just because he saved her life? Naive. Would Android 18 give herself to someone just for that? Certainly not. It was because Krillin, with the good character and proper attitude instilled by Master Roshi, attracted Android 18 and made her marry him. In short, Krillin was exceptional. He also guided his former rivals' disciples Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu onto the right path. When King Piccolo wreaked havoc, Master Roshi faced him alone, confronting his inner fears, a feat requiring immense courage. If Master Roshi weren't a lecher, he wouldn't be Master Roshi. He'd have ascended to immortality and be called Turtle Immortal. Okay, with Master Roshi accepting Gohan, Vegetto's mission was as good as done. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Vegetto. Little Gohan waved farewell. Whoosh, Vegetto used instant transmission and departed. Ding, mission triggered. Save the hopeless timeline. Mission details: after Cell kills Trunks, he travels back in time via the time machine and Earth returns to peace. But Babbidi's arrival plunges Earth into crisis once more. This time no one can save it. Mission reward: Godly Key. The system silent for so long had activated again today. Vegetto had thought it was about completing Gohan's mission. This mission, well, how should he put it? A world of despair. Not a single fighter left. Truly hopeless. Only Bulma remained with not a glimmer of hope. Perhaps when Trunks died, Bulma had already lost her will to live. How heartbreaking. Vegetto returned to West City and asked Tights if she wanted to join him. But Tights declined. Her novel wasn't finished, so she didn't want to run around with Vegetto. With no other choice, Vegetto set off alone. On Earth, in a certain timeline, help. Someone save me. I don't want to die. In this timeline, without Trunks, Babidi successfully released Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai and Kibito were dead. The god of destruction perished along with them, and Angel Whis entered standby mode. Somewhere a space-time gate appeared, and Vegetto stepped out. What a disaster-ridden place Earth and its people. Let me see how many are left. Vegetto searched carefully and found that most of Earth's population had been wiped out. Babidi and Majin Buu were rampaging through a large city, causing destruction everywhere. I found her. This world's Bulma was still alive, but she had already lost the will to live. This world's Bulma was still in that underground room, but this time, she wasn't taking any action. She lay on the bed, quietly waiting for death. Nothing in this world was worth Bulma clinging to anymore. Everything she knew had been destroyed. She didn't want to, and couldn't, save this hopeless world. Have you resigned yourself to death, Bulma? A voice jolted Bulma, who had almost glimpsed the gates of heaven, back to reality. Goku, have you come to take me to heaven? In her haze, Bulma seemed to see Goku's figure. She lay weakly on the bed, but the light in her eyes grew ever brighter. Goku had come to take her to heaven. I'm sorry, but I am not Son Goku. The light in Bulma's eyes quickly dimmed, reverting to that lifeless hollow gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegeta Tight's husband. Of course not from this world. Bulma remained unchanged, devoid of any reaction. I can help you eliminate the two beings currently wreaking havoc on Earth. Bulma's eyes brightened slightly, but she still did not respond. I can help you revive Trunks. Really? Bulma instantly sat up, gripping Vegeta's arm tightly. Of course, but before that, let me take care of those two annoying pests first. Do you want to come along? I will. Bulma, unwilling to let this glimmer of hope vanish, chose to accompany him like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline. Vegeta raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Bulma visibly perked up. He then used instant transmission to bring them to the location of Babidi and Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu was rampaging wantonly, while Babidi laughed evilly. Ha ha ha. Ha. Suddenly, Babidi's laughter froze as his heart was pierced. He struggled to call out to Majin Buu, but the next second, with a boom, he was blown to smithereens. This was Vegeta's doing. Now Vegeta and Bulma stood atop a ruined building, his hand still raised. Seeing Babidi dead, Majin Buu cheered joyfully. Ho! The annoying pest is finally dead. Yay? Yay! Don't celebrate too soon. He'll send you to join him shortly, Vegeta said coldly. Striking with full force, he landed a punch squarely on Majin Buu's face, sending him skidding across the ground, carving a long trench. He'll kill you, you bastard. Enraged, Majin Buu's head was twisted from the blow. After regenerating fury, surged from him, smoke spewing from the holes atop his head and arms. He raised one hand above his head and began to concentrate an energy sphere. Big Bang Attack. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, he appeared before Majin Buu. As terror flashed across the monster's face, Vegeta blasted him into nothingness, not a trace remaining. Done. Vegeta relaxed his stance and teleported to Bulma's side, placing a hand on her shoulder. Found it. Let's go. Their figures vanished from the ruined city, leaving behind only desolate streets and drifting smoke. On a verdant green planet, Namekians were drawing water and farming. Vegeta's sudden appearance startled many of them. Who are you? The Namekians eyed Vegetot and Bulma warily. Were they invaders again? After Vegetot explained their purpose, they were led to the Grand Elder's hut. Long time no see, Bulma. The Grand Elder before them was the same one who had temporarily stayed at Bulma's home when Namek was destroyed. Grand Elder. Seeing a familiar face, Bulma felt as if an age had passed. In those days she had been youthful, vibrant, and lively. The memories of that beautiful era flooded back, shattered by the merciless androids plunging them into over a decade of struggle. After barely defeating the androids, Trunks was killed and Bulma felt the sky had fallen. Yet as Earth slowly returned to peace, she forced herself to carry on. But peace was fleeting. New enemies emerged, and this time no one could stand against them. Bulma was consumed by despair, longing only for death. How tragic. Grand Elder, we have come to borrow the Dragon Balls, Bulma said excitedly. There was hope at last. Of course. The Grand Elder agreed without a moment's hesitation. Then go inform the villages to bring the Dragon Balls here. Yes. The now adult Den sped off. Before long, Den returned with 7 people, each holding a Dragon Ball. Let us begin, the Grand Elder instructed. Barabara. Barabara. Den chanted an incomprehensible incantation, summoning the dragon. Summoner, you may make 3 wishes, Purunga the Namekian dragon addressed them. Please revive my son Trunks, Bulma wished. Den translated. That wish is very simple. Purunga made an okay gesture, and in a flash Trunks was revived on Earth. State your second wish. Bulma hesitated. She wasn't sure if the Earth's warriors would want to be revived after so many years. Bulma, it's me, Goku. From the other world, Goku, with his hand on King Kai's back, spoke to Bulma across the void. Goku. Bulma looked up at the sky. It had been so many years since she last heard his voice. Would rather not be revived. It's been so long since we died, and Vegeta has already atoned for his sins and reincarnated. Hearing Goku's words, Bulma fell silent. Yes, so many years had passed. Even if they were revived, she wouldn't know how to face them, as this aged version of herself. Having Trunks was enough. Hadn't she gotten by all these years? Resolved, Bulma let go of her regrets, and a smile bloomed anew on her face. I understand, Goku. Take care of Earth for us, Bulma, Goku said finally before severing the connection. Then revive all those killed by Babidi Dabura and Majin Buu, Vegetot suggested. Den looked to the Grand Elder, who nodded. Den then made the wish to Purunga, and with a flash it was granted. Just those 2 wishes. Thank you so much, Grand Elder. Bulma expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, the Grand Elder replied with a satisfied nod. Then Vegetot brought Bulma back to Earth. On Earth, Trunks stared at himself in shock. Wasn't I killed by a monster? Could it be? As Trunks was still reeling, Vegetot appeared with Bulma before him. Trunks. Bulma embraced Trunks tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Even this iron-willed woman who had held up half the sky for an entire world could not hold back her tears at such a moment. Mom. Trunks held his mother close. He couldn't bear to imagine how devastated she must have been after his death, a parent having to bury her child. After a moment, Bulma composed herself. Thank you, Vegetot. She looked at the man who bore such a striking resemblance to Goku and claimed to be her brother-in-law and offered her heartfelt gratitude. I am deeply grateful, Mr. Gogeta. Trunks realized that without Gogeta his revival would have been impossible. If you truly wish to thank me, treating me to a grand feast will suffice. Gogeta replied with a warm, teasing smile. Let's head back first. They'll prepare a lavish dinner for you. Bulma, holding Trunks' hand, spoke to Gogeta. Beneath the setting sun, their 3 silhouettes stretched long and far. Returning to the basement, Bulma began to cook while Gogeta and Trunks chatted at the dining table. Mr. Gogeta, you must be incredibly powerful to have defeated that monster. Trunks recalled the green-skinned monster that had slain him. That creature possessed several distinct energies, even including Gohan's. He mistakenly believed Cell was responsible for Earth's devastation. You speak of Cell? After killing you, he used your time machine to travel to the past. The one wreaking havoc on Earth is another being far mightier than Cell. Perfect Cell's power only reached Super Saiyan 2 level, achieved through a Saiyan's near-death revival. When he killed you, he was still in his imperfect form. Trunks, you were far too weak. Had he lingered here longer, he might have fallen under Babidi's control or been slain by Majin Buu. Speaking of Cell, Gogeta recalled his story. That creature was remarkable. Among all the villains, only Cell and Kid Buu could learn instant transmission with a single glance. If Cell had survived, he might have grown even stronger. In this timeline, Trunks had just perished when Majin Buu was unleashed. Gogeta arrived shortly after, so Trunks' body remained on Earth and his soul had not yet reached the afterlife. Super Saiyan 2. Is that a form of Super Saiyan? Trunks was puzzled. He only knew of the Super Saiyan transformation. What was Super Saiyan 2? You can think of it as a further evolution of the Super Saiyan state. He'll stay here for a while and guide you. Gogeta planned to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more. His mission here was complete, and the rewards were in hand. Inside, he intended to familiarize himself with godly ki, hoping to achieve Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Then I entrust Trunks to your care, Gogeta. Bulma, overhearing their conversation, was delighted that Gogeta would train her son. The stronger Trunks became, the less likely he was to die. After a hearty meal, Gogeta led Trunks to the Temple of Kami. However, upon arrival, they found the temple in ruins, its interior utterly destroyed. With no way to grant Trunks a shortcut, they had no choice but to train outside. Thus, several days passed. One day, as usual, Gogeta created a clone to instruct Trunks, while his main body studied godly ki. After days of research, he could now wield it at a basic level, similar to when Goku fought Beerus, reverting to base form before transforming into a Super Saiyan. His body had adapted to the godly ki. The next step was to achieve Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. As the two immersed themselves in training, a time machine suddenly materialized near the basement. In an instant, Gogeta's eyes snapped open. Trunks and Gogeta's clone halted their sparring. They all sensed it, a presence identical to Trunks. This energy, it's exactly like mine. Trunks was startled, but quickly deduced that another version of himself from a different timeline had arrived via time machine. But why had this other Trunks come? Filled with curiosity, Trunks went to investigate with Gogeta accompanying him. Gogeta had a fair idea of this Trunks' origin. Soon the two returned to the basement. Bulma was chatting cheerfully with the other Trunks and Mai. Seeing them enter, she beamed. Trunks, Gogeta, you're back. Bulma was overjoyed. Not only was her son resurrected, but now another son had arrived, bringing a potential daughter-in-law. It seemed she might become a grandmother soon. At that moment, the visitors from the future laid eyes on the returning Trunks and Gogeta. Future Trunks, hereafter referred to as Big Trunks, older than his counterpart, stared wide-eyed at Gogeta. Vegetto. Big Trunks could hardly believe it. That face exuding absolute invincibility. He was seeing it here again. Was the invincible Vegetto truly before him? How could this be? Were Goku and his father still alive in this timeline? Impossible. He had set the time to just before Babidi and Dabura reached Earth, yet his mother said someone had already eliminated Majin Buu and Babidi. What had gone wrong? Damn it, this was giving him a headache. Gogeta now confirmed that Big Trunks was the one from after the Zamasu arc, traveling back in time. Yet he was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to create a new timeline in the past? Why had they ended up here? Gogeta consulted the system internally, as he himself could not traverse time without its power to open dimensional passages. Ding. Answering host, residual energy from the system's passage through this timeline attracted the time machine during its journey. I see. Gogeta nodded inwardly. It's Gogeta, not Vegetto. Trunks. Bulma corrected Big Trunks. Trunks added Mr. Gogeta also came from a parallel timeline. He's my mother's brother-in-law, or uncle. Not Vegetto. But Big Trunks remained skeptical. Gogeta and Vegetto shared the same face and an identical aura, an aura impossible to counterfeit. I don't know why I look exactly like Vegetto. It's hard to explain. Gogeta was troubled. Encountering those who didn't know Vegetto was fine, but meeting someone who had seen him made explanations difficult. You know Vegetto? Big Trunks was astonished anew. Vegetto wasn't someone who appeared casually. Of course, the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. I saw him in another timeline. Gogeta told a small lie. Since no one could verify it, he could say whatever he pleased. Lord Beerus said that casually traveling through time is a grave offense. Big Trunks warned Gogeta of the dire consequences of time travel. Don't worry, Trunks. I won't create any new timelines. Rest assured. As a transmigrator with a system, what did a little time travel matter? The system would clean up any mess. If problems arose, he could let the system deal with them. When it comes to parallel timelines, we must delve into the concept within the Dragon Ball universe. Now let's sort out the notion of parallel timelines in Dragon Ball. First, why do parallel timelines arise? They are generated by interference from elements not belonging to that timeline, causing deviations in its original development. Only counterclockwise travel spawns new parallel timelines. A clockwise travel does not affect this. The Supreme Kai can use the time ring to travel clockwise into the future, but counterclockwise travel is strictly forbidden, indicating that clockwise movement does not create parallel timelines. In Dragon Ball Super, when the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 Zamasu unveiled the time rings, there were 6 rings in the box, signifying 6 parallel timelines. From his conversation with Zamasu, it is revealed that Universe 12 once birthed a highly advanced civilization capable of creating time machines, thereby generating a parallel timeline B, with the main timeline being Timeline A. Because these two timelines diverged in Universe 12, the development of Universe 7 remained unaffected, and the events in both timelines unfolded identically. In Timeline A, future Trunks could not locate Dr. Gero's laboratory, or only found ruins missing the underground facility, so Cell developed safely. For this reason, future Trunks from Timeline A traveled back in time via the time machine, thus creating Timeline C, delivered the medicine, found the laboratory before Android 17, and 18 were activated, obtained the blueprints for the androids successfully, created the remote control, and eliminated the androids. Since Timeline C lacked cell, Trunks paid no heed to the embryo in the underground lab, deeming it at most on par with androids 17 and 18. After defeating the androids, he had no reason to train with Vegeta, leaving him severely underpowered. Upon returning to Timeline A, future Trunks used the remote control to defeat the androids. During this time, he might have searched for the embryo in the underground lab, but since androids 17 and 18 had destroyed the lab's upper levels, the lower levels were also affected. Cell's emergence further ravaged the underground lab, creating the illusion in Trunks' mind that the embryo had perished under the android's assault. Thus, he let his guard down and was ambushed by Timeline as Cell, who then used the time machine to travel to the past, creating Timeline D. Timeline B's early development mirrored Timeline, as until the moment of time travel to the past where a subtle change occurred. Future Trunks from Timeline B arrived in Timeline D, thus creating Timeline E. The subsequent events in Timeline D followed the main storyline, making it the canonical timeline. Future Trunks from Timeline B returned to his own timeline, defeated the androids, eliminated Cell, overcame Babidi and Dabura, then faced Black Goku, ultimately being erased by the Omni King. Timeline C, aided by Future Trunks from Timeline A and devoid of Cell, safely navigated the android arc. As for the subsequent Majin Buu arc, it likely passed without incident. Goku in Timeline C, thanks to the medicine, survived, and after 7 years of training likely attained Super Saiyan 3, or at least Super Saiyan 2, easily handling Dabura. With Goku alive, Vegeta wouldn't obsess over fighting him, and Majin Buu would not be revived. In Timeline D, the main timeline during the Super Era, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10 learned from Shin, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, about a human named Son Goku, who surpassed the gods. This bred disgust and evil thoughts in him, ultimately leading to his destruction by Beerus, thus creating Timeline F. This occurred because Future Trunks from Timeline B, unable to defeat Black Goku, sought help in Timeline D, influencing Beerus to destroy Zamasu. Beerus, affected by interference from other timelines, thus spawned a new one. In Timeline E, without Future Trunks' intervention, Goku died from a heart virus, the androids ran rampant, and Cell developed in secret, eventually becoming perfect. Whether he was later controlled by Babidi or killed by Majin Buu remains unknown. Timeline F's development was largely consistent with Timeline D, but without Trunks' plea for help, Zamasu successfully stole Goku's body and fled to Timeline B, where he and his counterpart from that timeline wreaked havoc on Earth. Here, Goku, with the Super Dragon Balls destroyed by Zamasu, was forced to grow stronger while inhabiting Zamasu's body. In Timeline G, Future Trunks from Timeline B, after his own timeline was erased by the Omni King, used the time machine to return to a point before Babidi and Dabura appeared. With 2 Future Trunks, one from Timeline B and one from Timeline G, standing guard, this timeline likely survived safely. All the parallel timelines that have appeared in Dragon Ball are listed here. In total, there are 7 timelines. 1 was erased by the Omni King, leaving 6 corresponding to the 6 time rings. These 6 timelines under the Omni King's rule possess a complete divine system and are collectively called the All Universes. Fan-made comics and GT are relegated to timeline fragments, incomplete universes. Alright, having covered parallel timelines, let's return to the story. Future Trunks settled down here. The number of trainees under Gogeta increased from 1 to 2. It didn't matter, herding 1 sheep or 2, it was all the same. Future Trunks' skill level far surpassed Trunks. Future Trunks was at least at Super Saiyan 3 level, while Trunks hadn't even reached Super Saiyan 2. Both were Trunks, yet the gap was immense. How could this be? Alas, Gogeta sighed inwardly. Future Trunks' transformation was already perfect. His Super Saiyan 2 form rivaled Super Saiyan 3A, reaching its peak. To improve further, he needed to attempt Super Saiyan 3 or Divine Ki. Coincidentally, Gogeta was also learning, so the two studied together. Having spent time in the other timeline training with Vegeta, Future Trunks was well acquainted with Divine Ki. Future Trunks, getting beaten by Dad every day. How could I not be familiar with it? Thus some time passed. Half a month later, Gogeta mastered Divine Ki and learned the Super Saiyan God transformation. Super Saiyan Blue remained out of reach, requiring further familiarity and control over Divine Ki. Future Trunks also made some progress, believing he would soon achieve the transformation. As for Trunks, he had only reached the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan. No sooner had he learned to transform than he was schooled by Future Trunks, who needed a test subject for his barely controlled Divine Ki. Thus Trunks suffered, becoming a guinea pig for Future Trunks' experiments. Seeing his other self so powerful, Trunks pushed himself to the limit, training relentlessly, showing signs of developing into a Vegeta-like figure. Time rewound to over half a month earlier on Earth. The Kaioshin Shin and Kibito were revived by the Namekian Dragon Balls. Unbelievable. We're actually alive. Shin and Kibito were both utterly incredulous. Where are Babidi and Dabura? The two searched around until they discovered the eggshell that had sealed Majin Buu. Shin's face was stricken with terror. He stumbled backward repeatedly, then hastily fled with Kibito back to the sacred world of the Kai. When Babidi revived Majin Buu, Shin and Kibito appeared to intervene, but it was futile. They were no match for Dabura, who killed them instantly. After Majin Buu's revival, Dabura provoked him only to be devoured as a snack. In the sacred world of the Kai, that demon has truly emerged. The horror of Majin Buu was etched deep into Shin's mind. The mere thought of Buu's innocent face made him tremble uncontrollably. It's too terrifying. Shin collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, lost, and unsure of what to do. Lord Kaioshin, you must pull yourself together. You are the only one who can protect this universe. Seeing Shin prostrate on the ground, Kibito rushed to lift him up and offer encouragement. It was a long while before Shin rallied. Kibito was right. He could not afford to fall. Thus the two returned to Earth to gather intelligence. From the revived individuals, they confirmed that Majin Buu had indeed been resurrected and had slain many on Earth. However, after a cautious and thorough search on Earth, Shin and Kibito found no trace of Babidi or Majin Buu, nor did they encounter Gogeta and the others. Since Buu had not yet destroyed the underground area, and the two followed the remnants of Buu's destruction, they missed each other. They then ventured into the cosmos to hunt for Babidi and Majin Buu. But after over half a month of searching the universe, they discovered nothing. Not a single one of Babidi's outposts remained. So they doubled back to Earth and searched again, this time scouring every inch of the planet. Thus they finally encountered the trio of Gogeta and the others. Yo, Lord Kaioshin. Future Trunks greeted Shin warmly, having wondered how to find him when the deity appeared on his own. Gogeta withdrew from meditation, while Trunks and Gogeta's clone halted their training. You know me? Shin asked in surprise. How could anyone here recognize him? Well, it's a bit complicated, Future Trunks said, trying to explain concisely, yet the story remained astonishing. Gods of destruction, angels, the Omni King Zamasu, Black Goku. Time travel, what were all these? He had never even heard of them. Shin remained as ignorant as ever. Without the guidance of the Elder Kai, he knew nothing. But he had no time to ponder why this person knew him. The priority was to locate Majin Buu. Shin briefly described Majin Buu and Babidi to the trio. Have you seen these two? Babidi and Majin Buu. Gogeta replied nonchalantly. I've already dealt with them, Gogeta said, rising from the hill where he had been meditating and walking over to Future Trunks. No matter the timeline, you're always like this, chasing after Babidi and Majin Buu, neglecting your duties as a Kaioshin. Gogeta added, to the sacred world of the Kai. What for? Shin asked, puzzled. To show you the true nature of this world, Gogeta replied. Raising his head, Gogeta's gaze was terrifying, and a dreadful aura emanated from him before vanishing in an instant. I can't move. Shin and Kibito broke out in a cold sweat, their very bodies paralyzed by the sheer terror of Gogeta's power. Let's go. Kibito obediently led everyone to the sacred world of the Kai. Where is the Z sword? Gogeta asked Shin. Follow me, it's over there, Shin said, pointing in a direction. The five arrived at a stone pillar where the Z sword was embedded. Gogeta grasped the sword, and with a slight pull he drew it out, leaving Kibito utterly stunned. Then to Kibito's amazement, Gogeta snapped the Z sword in two. Off. The Z sword is broken. Kibito was in disbelief. A figure emerged from the broken sword. It was the Elder Kai. Oh my, someone finally freed me. The Elder Kai was overjoyed to be released after so long in confinement. Old sir, who are you? Shin asked the Elder Kai. I am your 15th generation predecessor as Kaioshin, the Elder Kai replied, counting on his fingers as he thought carefully. Ancestor. Shin was struck speechless with astonishment. A long time ago, a very evil being fearing my power sealed me within the Z sword, the Elder Kai said, nodding to himself, as if to convince himself. I am finally free. The Elder Kai twisted his waist, stretched his body, and spoke cheerfully. Gogeta rolled his eyes and unhesitatingly exposed the truth. Lord Beerus sealed you because he was afraid you'd die, wasn't he? The Elder Kai, still stretching, had his eyes nearly popping out. What? How do you know? It's all because of this ignorant descendant of yours. Knows nothing about gods of destruction, angels, or the Omni King, and runs around chasing Majin Buu. If I hadn't used the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive him, he would have been dead long ago. Gogeta shook his head, pointing at Shin. I freed you so you could teach him properly and stop him from causing trouble. What? The Elder Kai was so furious he jumped up and down, striking Shin on the head. You fool. What is Majin Buu that you chase him across the world? Do you even know what a Kaioshin is supposed to do? Oh well. Shin fidgeted, his eyes darting away, unable to meet the Elder Kai's gaze. Huff, huff, huff. The Elder Kai was so incensed he couldn't breathe. Shin and Kibito quickly helped him steady himself and soothe his breathing. Only then did the Elder Kai recover. I am truly grateful to you. I will certainly teach this descendant well. From today onward you will study under me, and I will thoroughly fill in your knowledge. The Elder Kai first expressed his thanks to Gogeta, then pointed at Shin's nose and declared loudly. Oh well. Future Trunks spoke up at this moment. Elder Kaioshin, can you contact Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus? It is like this. Trunks briefly recounted the matter of Zamasu. I see. The Elder Kai also recognized the gravity of the situation. No problem, I will contact Whis right away. The Elder Kai produced a mirror-like object from somewhere and called out to Whis. Whis, are you there? The Elder Kai called into the mirror, and Whis' figure appeared within it. Seeing the Elder Kai, he looked somewhat surprised, covering his mouth. Oh my Elder Kai, you have broken the seal. The two exchanged some pleasantries. Elder Kai, is there something you need? It is like this. The Elder Kai then went on to recount the matter of Zamasu once more. Oh, if this Zamasu appears, you wish for Lord Beerus to deal with him, is that it? No problem. What do you think, Lord Beerus? Whis had already been listening in on the call. Beerus squeezed in and spoke to the Elder Kai. No problem. If that fellow named Zamasu appears in our universe, I will deal with him. Beerus had not acted in a long time and felt a bit eager. If Zamasu showed up, Beerus would teach him a lesson. At that moment, Gogeta also squeezed in and spoke to Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, please come to Earth when you have time. And who are you? Beerus saw Gogeta and asked impatiently. Lord Beerus, I am Gogeta. There is plenty of delicious food on Earth. Gogeta tempted Beerus with the promise of food, confident he would come. Gogeta's goal was simple, he wanted Whis to give him some guidance. Really? If you are lying to me, I will destroy you. Beerus was somewhat skeptical and issued a threat. Of course, Lord Beerus. If it is not delicious, you can destroy me and Earth together. Gogeta patted his chest confidently. He was certain that Earth's cuisine would captivate Beerus completely. After all, Beerus had not even tasted instant noodles, so how could he have experienced any true delicacies? You boy, do you have a favor to ask of me? Beerus squinted, wearing an expression that said he had seen through everything. Huh. I have been seen through by Lord Beerus. Gogeta scratched the back of his head. I would like Mr. Whis to guide me in my training. Gogeta did not hide his intentions and stated his goal openly. If the food on Earth is not good, I will not let Whis guide you. Beerus had lived for eons, or what delicacies had he not tasted? He doubted there could be anything truly delicious on Earth. If Gogeta wanted Whis guidance, he must first satisfy Beerus' palate. Then I shall await Lord Beerus' arrival on Earth. It was settled. Gogeta was overjoyed inside. With Whis guidance, he would surely advance further. Well then, Elder Kai, we will take our leave. Please continue educating your descendant. Gogeta gave Kaioshin Shin a look that said, you are on your own. Then he pulled Trunks and present Trunks away. There was nothing more for them to do here, so they might as well go back and prepare more food. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis also set off for Earth. Beerus and Whis wanted to learn more detailed information about Zamasu from future Trunks. In space, Beerus rested his hand on Whis' shoulder, sitting cross-legged with his feet dangling, one hand propping up his head. Whis, do you think that fellow named Gogeta is trustworthy? Is there really delicious food at that place called Earth? I remember visiting once. That creature called a dinosaur was very rude, so I destroyed it. Whis picked up his staff to look up information on Earth. Oh my Lord Beerus, this planet called Earth has developed a very prosperous human civilization. By the way, Frieza was defeated by a Saiyan named Son Goku from Earth. What? Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. Although Frieza was nothing special in his eyes, he had thought no one in the universe could defeat him. Son Goku transformed into something called a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. Whis' staff displayed an image of Goku's face, showing the scene from planet Namek. So is that Son Goku the strongest in the universe now? No, Son Goku is dead. He died of a heart disease. Androids appeared on Earth, even more powerful than Frieza, and nearly all the humans on Earth were killed. The images in the staff then showed androids 17 and 18 shifting to Cell, and then to Majin Buu. Beerus, standing behind Whis, also saw the images in the staff, and sighed. This Earth has truly been through many disasters. This is all Lord Beerus' fault. If you did not sleep for so long each time, and failed to properly fulfill your duty as the god of destruction, many civilizations in our universe would not have been destroyed by evil beings. Our universe has been ranked near the bottom for ages. Whis' words greatly angered Beerus, who shouted at Whis. Shut up, Whis. My apologies, Lord Beerus, I am not saying you are lazy, haha. Whis offered the most insincere apology, his words once again provoking Beerus. Oomph. Beerus turned away, unwilling to speak. Over the years he had grown accustomed to that sharp tongue, but it still angered him. Whis knew that Beerus would just sulk for a while, and then get over it. Soon Whis and Beerus arrived on Earth. Back on Earth, Gogeta had just begun preparing food with Bulma when Beerus and Whis arrived. At Bulma's place, a large group sat around a table in the open area, the table laden with food. This is delicious. That is delicious too. Whis and Beerus acted like beggars entering a city, utterly amazed. Gogeta ate quickly as well, saying, Lord Beerus, was I wrong? Beerus did not respond, but his eating speed only increased. Gogeta immediately noticed. How sneaky, Lord Beerus. He then sped up as well. The table became their battlefield, while Whis quickly grabbed the dishes he had set aside to savor last to protect them from the chaos. In the end, both Beerus and Gogeta were stuffed lying on the ground. Not bad, kid. You almost beat me, Beerus said to Gogeta. As expected of Lord Beerus. Gogeta replied with difficulty, unable to eat another bite. The mere sight of food made him nauseous. Nearby Future Trunks and Whis sat under a parasol with Future Trunks providing detailed information about Zamasu. I see. Knowing that humans exist who are mightier than gods gave rise to improper thoughts. Whis accurately pinpointed the reason for Black Goku's appearance. Then Beerus said, should we go to Universe 10 now and destroy that fellow named Zamasu? Lord Beerus, that is a matter for Universe 10. Even if destruction is necessary, it should be handled by Universe 10, Whis countered. You have a point. Beerus thought of Universe 10's god of destruction, the elephant-like being. If he found out Beerus had destroyed his universe's apprentice Kaishin, he would surely cause trouble. That evening, Beerus and Whis enjoyed another lavish feast before returning to the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis would come back the next day to take Gogeta and the other two to the Kaishin realm for training. Early the next morning, Gogeta and his companions packed their belongings and followed Whis to the realm of the gods of destruction. Upon arriving in the realm of the gods of destruction before Whis could speak, Gogeta stepped forward and said, I wish to challenge Lord Beerus. I want to witness the power of a god of destruction. Beerus, who was sipping his morning tea, glanced up at Gogeta and said disdainfully, you're too weak. I'm not interested. Gogeta was prepared for this and replied, I have prepared a delicious meal for Lord Beerus. Hearing this, Beerus reluctantly agreed to Gogeta's request. Very well, let me show you the power of a god of destruction. Beerus stood up and flew into the air with Gogeta positioning himself opposite him. Show me what you've got, Beerus said, beckoning Gogeta to attack. Gogeta gathered his energy and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan 3, charging forward and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Beerus. Beerus dodged effortlessly, remarking, you look fierce, but your power is nothing special. Gogeta didn't respond, instead accelerating his attacks. Beerus' figure vanished, instantly reappearing behind Gogeta. He struck out with a single chop, sending Gogeta flying. Gogeta steadied himself and looked up, but Beerus was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, a punch landed on Gogeta's face, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. If this is all you've got, then this can end now, Beerus said calmly from midair. Do you think I'm only this strong? Gogeta's confident voice echoed from within the dust cloud. Then a mighty roar erupted from Gogeta. RAH. A blinding flash of light shot into the sky, sending rocks flying in all directions. Whis activated a protective barrier to shield the two behind him from the shockwave. Gogeta had now transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. With lightning speed, he charged at Beerus, throwing a powerful punch. Beerus blocked with both hands and smiled. Now that's more like it. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. Atta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Gogeta launched a relentless assault, but Beerus deflected every blow. Seizing an opening, Beerus landed a heavy punch on Gogeta's face, followed by another devastating strike to his stomach, forcing the air out of him. Gritting his teeth, Gogeta delivered a powerful punch to Beerus' face. Beerus turned his head, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Watching from the sidelines, Whis remarked, oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus is getting a little angry. True to form, Beerus grabbed Gogeta's fist and said, don't get too cocky, boy. He then punched Gogeta in the stomach again, causing him to spit blood. Beerus followed up with a roundhouse kick, sending Gogeta hurtling into a forest, carving a long trench through the ground amid swirling dust. Gogeta exploded with energy, blasting away the rocks around him, and charged at Beerus, once more beginning another round of hand-to-hand combat. The battle raged on until they reached a lakeside. After exchanging a final blow, they separated and began firing energy blasts. Purple and golden orbs flew everywhere, devastating the surrounding landscape. Beerus punched aside an incoming energy blast and rushed toward Gogeta. Gogeta fired a rapid succession of golden blasts, but Beerus weaved through them effortlessly, closing the distance in an instant. He threw a heavy punch, which Gogeta blocked with crossed arms before counterattacking. Beerus vanished and reappeared above Gogeta, clasping his hands together and raising them high, preparing to strike down. Gogeta vanished, as well, reappearing to kick Beerus from the right. Beerus sidestepped, and as Gogeta swung a punch, Beerus caught it with one hand. Gogeta's other fist followed, but Beerus caught that too. Holding both of Gogeta's hands, Beerus drove his knee into Gogeta's chest, causing him to double over in pain. Beerus gathered energy in one hand, and as Gogeta looked up, he was too late to dodge. He caught the blast with both hands and managed to deflect it skyward. Beerus instantly teleported in front of Gogeta and pressed a fully charged energy sphere against his chest, which detonated with tremendous force. From within the smoke, Gogeta tumbled out and crashed to the ground, raising another cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Gogeta was still standing, but his body was covered in wounds and blood trickled from his mouth. Truly formidable Lord Beerus, Gogeta admitted. He could tell Beerus was merely toying with him. Gogeta felt his current power should rival Super Saiyan Blue from Dragon Ball Super, yet Beerus was still handling him with ease. Craft. Gogeta unleashed his full power, achieving Super Saiyan 4 full power the state Goku had reached in GT by absorbing the Saiyan energy of Gohan and the others. Big Bang. Kamehameha. Gogeta unleashed his ultimate technique, a colossal Big Bang Kamehameha, aimed at Beerus. Beerus extended a single hand and launched a sphere of destruction energy. The sphere rapidly expanded as it flew, colliding with the Big Bang Kamehameha. Raw. Gogeta poured everything into his attack, trying to overpower the destruction energy. Beerus intensified his own output and Gogeta's attack began to be pushed back. Gogeta reached out with both hands in a desperate attempt to catch the destruction energy. The moment he touched it, the energy coiled around his entire body. From a distance, Gogeta appeared completely enveloped in the destructive force. Arf! Gogeta let out an agonizing scream. Beerus landed in front of the destruction sphere and looked at Gogeta, saying, "Have you reached your limit?" Gogeta seemed to hear Beerus' words. He clenched his fists and replied, "Not yet. RH." To Beerus' astonishment, Gogeta absorbed the destruction energy, converting it into his own power. In that moment, Gogeta achieved Super Saiyan 4 full power. The form Goku had taken in GT after being reduced to his base state by Super Xing Long, and then overloading on the Saiyan energy of Gohan and the others. It retained the appearance of Super Saiyan 4, but granted a tremendous boost in strength and speed, allowing him to dominate Xing Long. Evolved again. Beerus was somewhat surprised that Gogeta could absorb an opponent's energy and evolve. "I have Lord Beerus to thank for this energy." "Not bad, kid." Beerus was beginning to get excited. It had been a long time since had faced such an opponent. "Shall we continue?" Of course. A new round of battles slowly unfolded. "Amazing!" Trunks and Future Trunks exclaimed as they watched. "What kind of transformation is that? It can absorb energy." The inexperienced Trunks was thrilled, realizing just how powerful a Saiyan could become. Future Trunks, however, said, "Although Mr. Gogeta is very strong, he's still no match for Lord Beerus. Compared to Vegetto, he is also much weaker." Even though he knew Gogeta was not Vegetto, Future Trunks couldn't help but compare the two. "Oh, is there someone even more powerful than Gogeta?" Whis, hearing Trunks' words, couldn't help but feel puzzled. "No, that is the fused warrior of Mr. Goku and his father, using the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. He possesses overwhelming power, but because the strength was too immense, they defused shortly after." Trunks explained the origin of Vegetto. "I see a super warrior fused using the Supreme Kai's divine artifact, the Patera." Having resolved his doubts, Whis said no more and continued watching the battle between Beerus and Gogeta. In the sky, Beerus and Gogeta clashed fiercely. With each collision, terrifying energy erupted, obliterating everything around them. "Not bad, kid. This power is much improved from before, but it's still not enough." Beerus increased his strength and Gogeta struggled to withstand it. He pushed his energy to the maximum, barely managing to defend, yet still receiving a punch or a kick from time to time, unilaterally dominated. Before long, Gogeta was sent flying once again. There was no helping it. As the versions changed, Beerus also evolved and upgraded his limits, forever out of sight. During the God and God arc, Super Saiyan God Goku fought Beerus. Whis said Beerus had used 70 of his power. "Damn it, Whis, you sly fox." 70 was correct, but the total was 100. Later, when Super Saiyan Blue emerged, Goku and Vegeta could fight Beerus together. After the Zamasu arc, Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue full power was knocked back to base form by Beerus in a few moves. Beerus had leveled up again. After the Tournament of Power, Deep Blue Vegeta was once again toyed with by Beerus, who used only his feet to brutally defeat Vegeta. To this day, Beerus' true strength remains a mystery. Beerus had grown tired of playing and wanted to end it. This time he intended to make Gogeta unable to stand. He raised his hand above his head, and in an instant a massive energy sphere appeared in his palm. As Beerus continuously infused his energy, the sphere grew larger. Then with a powerful throw, Beerus hurled the sphere fiercely toward Gogeta. "Lord Beerus doing this? Aren't you afraid, Mr. Gogeta will absorb his energy again?" Trunks asked, puzzled. "Last time, Mr. Gogeta absorbed Lord Beerus' destruction energy, his body reached its limit. He can no longer absorb it." Whis, being such a master, saw the problem at a glance. Gogeta caught the energy sphere with both hands. This time Beerus used even greater power. Gogeta might suffer severe damage. As soon as Gogeta touched the energy sphere, he was driven straight into the ground. The sphere exploded instantly, and Gogeta's figure was engulfed in the terrifying energy. At that very moment, Whis and Beerus seemed to sense something. "My." As the smoke cleared, Gogeta was still standing, but barely. He was on his last legs, then lost consciousness and collapsed. Indeed, at the final moment, Gogeta used Divine Chi. Originally, Gogeta could not use Divine Chi in his Super Saiyan 4 form, but after absorbing Beerus' destruction energy, his understanding of Divine Chi deepened. Coupled with the system's reward of Vegetto's unparalleled talent, he barely managed to use it in the last second. However, Gogeta overestimated himself, and his body could not withstand it. If not for Super Saiyan 4's tough physique, he would have perished. Most of the damage Gogeta sustained was from forcibly using divine chi. The explosion's energy was mostly blocked. Super Saiyan Blue is merely the Super Saiyan form using divine chi. Gogeta used it in his Super Saiyan 4 form. It was fortunate he didn't die on the spot. Whis immediately went to Gogeta's side and healed him. After the treatment, Gogeta stood up. Whoa, I thought I was dead for sure this time. At the moment Gogeta used divine chi, he sensed something was wrong and thought he might be done for. How thrilling. The battle between Gogeta and Lord Beerus was truly spectacular. I didn't expect Mr. Gogeta to also master divine chi. Whis gave Gogeta high praise. That power of yours at the end was somewhat interesting. If you could fully master it, you might barely be my opponent. Beerus remained as tsundere as ever, then extended his hand. Gogeta was puzzled. Damn it, where's the delicious food you promised me? Beerus felt like beating Gogeta up again. Ahaha, sorry Lord Beerus. They'll get it for you right now. Gogeta remembered what he had said before the fight and spoke to Trunks. Trunks, bring that out. Trunks took a box of capsules from his chest, pulled one out, pressed it, and tossed it aside. Boom. A massive warehouse appeared filled entirely with instant food. Gogeta opened the door, walked inside, and carried out a case of instant noodles. He gave a cup to everyone, then explained to Beerus and Whis how to prepare the noodles. In Beerus' dining room, the five sat at the table waiting for the noodles to be ready. As for the warehouse, Trunks brought Beerus looted it thoroughly before returning it to Trunks. When the time was up, Beerus eagerly lifted the lid. The aroma of instant noodles wafted out. Beerus leaned in and sniffed. Wow, so fragrant. Beerus picked up the fork and took the first bite. This is absolutely delicious. Beerus' eyes lit up as he devoured the noodles frantically. 1 cup, 2 cups, until he had eaten 6 cups, and finally stopped. After eating and drinking to his heart's content what to do next, naturally it was time to sleep. Beerus returned to his little bed and began to slumber. Whis, on the other hand, started instructing Gogeta and the others. Through Mr. Gogeta's battle with Lord Beerus, I now have a clear understanding of your general strength. Your foundation is excellent, and you had no unnecessary movements in the fight. It was already perfect. Gogeta had trained on planet Yardrat for half a year, reaching the pinnacle of his realm. Unless he learned the realm of the gods, it would be difficult to improve, further requiring only the accumulation of time for insight and growth. However, that would take a very long time, even with Gogeta's unmatched talent. Master Roshi, through the accumulation of time, had reached an extremely high realm. Without anyone's guidance, he had touched the threshold of Ultra Instinct, albeit at its most rudimentary stage, which was still remarkable. If Master Roshi could use divine power, he might be able to master Ultra Instinct. Perhaps only Master Roshi could match Gogeta's current realm. If they had the same power, Gogeta might not be a match for Master Roshi. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for Roshi to win either. As for the two Trunks, they fall far behind both in power and realm. Neither Trunks had undergone systematic training, nor did they possess extraordinary talent. They would have to learn slowly. Then Whis added, Mr. Gogeta reaching such a realm without anyone's guidance is truly remarkable. The realm is the most difficult to improve, comparatively power is much easier to enhance. Whis' words struck both Trunks like a thunderbolt, for this training was unlike anything they had ever experienced. Hadn't they always trained to enhance their power? In Whis' teachings, power was not the paramount concern, rather it was the realm of cultivation that held supreme importance. Gogeta had long formed his own understanding of these principles and remained unperturbed. Yet from Whis' words, he realized his own realm still fell short. Alright, let us begin the training now. Whis led the trio to an open area. With a wave of his staff, 2 iron blocks materialized before future Trunks and Trunks. Each block had 2 openings for their arms to pass through, making it easier to lift. Now then, esteemed Trunks, please commence your strength and endurance training. Carry these as you circle the realm of the gods of destruction once. Should you lag behind, you might find yourselves cast into another dimension. Whis pointed to the path that was gradually vanishing behind them, startling the two into hastening their training. Why is it so heavy? They groaned, struggling to lift the iron blocks as they trudged forward. These are custom-made weights perfectly suited for you, Whis said with a stifled laugh. As the 2 figures receded into the distance, Whis turned to instruct Gogeta. Gogeta, you have now reached a level where you can learn that technique. It involves separating mind and body, allowing each part to react instinctively without waiting for the brain's command, achieving greater speed and power. Whis briefly explained the essence of Ultra Instinct. Indeed, Whis began teaching Gogeta Ultra Instinct. If you truly master this technique, you will harness the power of the gods and enter the divine realm. First, let Gogeta experience it for himself. Whis gestured for Gogeta to attack. Gogeta charged forward, launching a flurry of attacks at Whis. Whis dodged with fluid grace like a butterfly dancing amidst a sea of blossoms. Vegetto could not land a single blow. After a brief exchange, Whis halted Gogeta. How do you feel, Gogeta? Incredible. Gogeta felt as if Whis were a wisp of cloud. Before his fist could even strike, the mere breeze of his punch seemed to disperse it, leaving him unable to grasp anything. Gogeta voiced his impression. But I am still utterly bewildered. Do not worry. This technique is notoriously difficult to learn. Lord Beerus himself took many years to barely master it, yet even he cannot wield it with perfect finesse. Whis encouraged Gogeta to relax his mind. And so the trio continued their training in the realm of the gods of destruction. Half a month later, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Gogeta and the two Trunks were sparring. Gogeta attempted the Ultra Instinct Whis had taught him as the two Trunks attacked with full force. Gogeta dodged while Whis offered guidance from the sidelines. Gogeta, calm your heart and let your body move on its own. Gogeta furrowed his brow, still unable to grasp this seemingly magical ability of Ultra Instinct. After a while, Gogeta remained clueless and Whis called a halt. It is still too difficult, Whis, Gogeta said in frustration. Do not lose heart, Gogeta. I believe that with your talent you will master it before long. You simply have not found the trick yet. After half a month of training, Whis discovered that Gogeta possessed terrifying potential, the most promising individual he had seen in years, surpassing even Lord Beerus. Enough dwelling on it. Let us go eat something. Whis' voice snapped Gogeta back to reality. At the mention of food, Gogeta cast all his troubles aside, his mind now filled only with thoughts of delicious cuisine. Another month passed. Gogeta's movements are becoming increasingly reminiscent of the technique. Whis' voice drifted from afar. The two Trunks, busy cutting grass, looked up to see Gogeta attacking Whis. Though Gogeta still could not touch him, his movements had transformed markedly, becoming more fluid and ethereal. I owe it all to your guidance, Whis. Gogeta ceased his assault and addressed Whis. This kid still has a long way to go. From a distance, Beerus wore his usual tsundere expression, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his approval of Gogeta. From then on, Gogeta's understanding of Ultra Instinct advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than half a year, he had successfully crossed the threshold, awakening the omen of Ultra Instinct. Gogeta's Ultra Instinct cannot yet freely control attacks, it only allows for passive dodging. Moreover, its duration is extremely short, far from perfect. Nevertheless, Gogeta has achieved something remarkable. To grasp Ultra Instinct in under half a year is beyond my expectations. I had predicted it would take him at least a year. Lord Beerus back in the day took. Before Whis could finish, Beerus bellowed. Quiet, Whis. Seeing Beerus, enraged Whis fell silent, knowing that pressing further might provoke a physical reaction. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, we are preparing to return to Earth. Gogeta and the others had spent nearly half a year in the realm of the gods of destruction. With their food supplies nearly exhausted, they decided to head back, believing that training should be balanced with rest. We shall come along too, Whis. Beerus craved Earth's delicacies, having gone without for over half a year. Whis also felt a pang of longing, so they hastened to Earth. After nearly half a year of training, Gogeta had successfully mastered the omen of Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue. Future Trunks achieved Super Saiyan Red, while Trunks reached Super Saiyan 2. After indulging in a lavish meal on Earth, Beerus and Whis returned to their realm. Gogeta also prepared to go back to his own timeline, missing Tase after such a long absence. Originally, he had planned to train Trunks for a while before returning. However, Future Trunks' arrival led to an unexpected encounter with Beerus and Whis. Gogeta could not pass up such a golden opportunity to train, so he decided to stay longer. 6 months had passed. Vegeta and Nappa had already reached Earth, though the outcome of their battle remained unknown. Little Gohan's power now exceeded Vegeta's, and with Master Ross, his training, things should have gone safely. He wondered if Frieza would still learn about the Dragon Balls on Namek through the bug planted on Vegeta's scouter. This time Piccolo had not died, so the information about Namek had not been revealed. Gogeta then thought about Son Goku from his own world. Knowing Goku's personality, if he learned of Gogeta's existence, he would pester him for advice. The mere thought gave Gogeta a headache. He decided that if it came to that, he would simply send a clone to deal with Goku, lest he disrupt the precious time he spent with his wife. After returning to his own timeline, Vegeta instantly teleported to Tights and embraced her. Startled Tights soon recognized him, and her anger flared. He had promised a quick trip, yet half a year had passed. She pinched his waist hard. Ouched. Vegeta quickly begged for mercy, wondering why all women knew this trick. Now you know my power. Tights said smugly, seeing him plead. Of course my wife is the best. Vegeta immediately began massaging her shoulders and legs, knowing that if she remained dissatisfied, he would be sleeping on the sofa tonight. You know what's good for you. Tights gave him an approving look. Then holding her close, he learned what had happened on Earth during this time. From Tights, he learned that after Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, they were intercepted by Piccolo and the others, leading to a fierce battle. Later, Goku arrived and fought Unknown with Vegeta, both sustaining severe injuries. Vegeta used an artificial moon to transform into a great ape, but was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of the group. However, they spared his life and let him return. During the fight, Vegeta revealed information about the Dragon Balls which Frieza overheard. Frieza immediately headed to Earth. Despite thorough preparations under King Kai's guidance, Frieza proved too powerful and the group was wiped out. Finally, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, defeated Frieza, and then went to Namek for help. On Namek, Goku encountered Frieza's father, King Cold. They engaged in an intense battle which ended with Namek's destruction and King Cold's death. Goku then, as in the original story, went to train on planet Yardrat. The Namekians used the Dragon Balls to find a new suitable home. Upon learning that Goku was not on Earth, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Gohan continued training with Master Roshi, while Piccolo and Tien Shinhan returned to their own training grounds. Yamcha broke up with Bulma and indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, allowing Vegeta to successfully take his place. Vegeta and Tights spent the entire day in affectionate intimacy, sharing a chair during meals and nearly bathing together. Fortunately, Vegeta restrained himself in time, avoiding any unintended consequences. The next morning, Vegeta rose early and headed to the dining room for breakfast. As he entered, he saw Vegeta already eating. "Yo, Vegeta, you're up this early." Hearing his name, Vegeta looked up, his pupils contracting. "This guy? A Saiyan?" Vegeta immediately noticed the tale behind Vegeta. How could there be another pure-blooded Saiyan besides himself and Kakarot? "Who are you?" Vegeta's expression turned hostile, his gaze fixed on Vegeta as if ready to strike at any moment. "Don't be so tense, Vegeta." Vegeta walked to the table, sat down, and ordered a breakfast from the chef. Vegeta's eyes never left Vegeta. He couldn't gauge the depth of the man before him. Even against Kakarot, who could become a Super Saiyan, he could sense Kakarot's immense power. But this person felt ethereal. Closing his eyes, it was as if he didn't exist, yet opening them, he was undeniably there. "My name is Vegeta, and I." He briefly introduced himself, explaining his origins. "I see, just like Kakarot," Vegeta summarized succinctly after hearing Vegeta's story. "Huh." Hearing this, Vegeta's fist clenched in irritation. Although it was true, both he and Goku had been exiled to remote planets due to their poor potential, being reminded of it stung. So he decided to give Vegeta a beating. "Damn it, if you can't speak properly, shut your mouth." Finishing his breakfast quickly, Vegeta said to Vegeta, "Do you want to know how to become a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta, who dreamed of achieving the transformation, answered without hesitation. "Of course I do. What you know? Naturally, it's just a Super Saiyan." Vegeta smirked and instantly transformed, a golden aura enveloping his entire body, making him look like a giant light bulb from afar. "Damn it." Seeing Vegeta truly transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. "How do you become a Super Saiyan? Is that how you ask for help?" Vegeta crossed his arms and stared at Vegeta. Vegeta's fists tightened, feeling deeply humiliated. He, the proud prince of Saiyans, had never begged anyone for anything. After a tense standoff, Vegeta finally relented. "Please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan." "That's more like it. Begging requires the right attitude." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, then flew out the window. "Follow me." He led Vegeta to a desolate area, knowing that the first transformation's uncontrolled power could devastate the surroundings, and he didn't want his home destroyed. To become a Super Saiyan, you need a calm heart and a steady spirit. Then through anger, you trigger a rapid increase in cells, enabling the transformation. You've lived on Earth for a few months, so you should meet the requirements. Try to transform. Despite Vegeta's lengthy explanation, Vegeta only latched onto the word anger. He didn't understand the rest. Cells, calm heart, steady spirit. All of it was nonsense to him. "Huh." Vegeta roared to the sky, unleashing all his power. But nothing changed. Seeing this, Vegeta knew Vegeta hadn't grasped it, so he provoked him. "Vegeta, if you can't become a Super Saiyan, you'll be forever beneath Kakarot's heel. Even Gohan might eventually transform, and the gap between you will grow so wide you won't even see their backs." These words ignited a surge of anger within Vegeta. How could he let Kakarot trample him? He raged at his own inability to become a Super Saiyan. Asking himself over and over, Vegeta's anger finally reached its peak. Golden light began to emanate from his body. With a mighty roar, he at last transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now Vegeta felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. Power surged endlessly within him, and he believed he could defeat Kakarot, and even Vegeta before him. A classic smirk spread across Vegeta's face. As everyone knew, every time Vegeta flashed that confident smile, he was in for a brutal beating. This time was no exception. This energy. Is it Super Saiyan? Warriors across the earth all sensed Vegeta's power. That Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan too. Piccolo felt deeply frustrated. Not long ago, Vegeta was on par with him, but the Saiyan's incomprehensible rate of growth left others struggling to keep up. Vegeta had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched an attack at Gogeta. Gogeta shook his head. This guy, blinded by his newfound power, recklessly charged without gauging his opponent's strength. No wonder he had been so thoroughly beaten by Android 18. Gogeta effortlessly evaded Vegeta's assault and began to taunt him. "What's this? The proud prince of Saiyans, and this is all you've got. With this you think you can surpass Kakarot. Go back to bed. Vegeta was instantly enraged. Damn it. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Vegeta threw a punch at Gogeta's face, but Gogeta caught it with ease and continued his mockery. Did you skip breakfast? Is this all the strength you have? Too slow, too slow. Unable to bear Gogeta's relentless ridicule, Vegeta gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his hand. At that moment, he no longer cared about the Earth's fate. His only goal was to blast this infuriating man into dust. Die. Huh. The energy wave from Vegeta's hand shot straight toward Gogeta. Seeing Gogeta not even flinch, a smile finally spread across Vegeta's face, confident that no one could withstand such an attack. But soon Vegeta's smile vanished. Gogeta simply extended his palm, and the formidable energy wave was restrained, hovering in his hand. With this paltry energy, you want to kill me? You bastard. Unable to contain his fury, Vegeta burst forth and charged at Gogeta. In an instant, Vegeta was sent flying backward even faster than his initial charge. Vegeta crashed through row after row of stone pillars before being embedded in a rock. He reverted to his base form and fell unconscious. Seeing Vegeta's miserable state, Gogeta felt an immense satisfaction. He casually extinguished the energy he still held, walked over to Vegeta, took a moment to admire his handiwork, and then returned home. After an unknown amount of time, night had fallen. Vegeta finally awoke, his entire body racked with pain. Enduring the agony, he flew back to Bulma's house. Bulma had been searching everywhere for Vegeta. When she saw him covered in injuries, she rushed over to support him. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? The memory of Gogeta, who had crippled him with a single kick, surged in Vegeta's mind. Consumed by rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed again. Bulma hastily dragged Vegeta off for treatment. Meanwhile, Gogeta was already fast asleep, holding his wife, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Ah, poor Vegeta. Yet this incident turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it accelerated the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma, and they soon became a couple. Afterward, Gogeta enjoyed a period of tranquility on Earth, occasionally giving Vegeta pointers until the day of Son Goku's return. After Vegeta's invasion of Earth, Goku had learned of Gogeta's existence from Gohan and the others. However, at that time, Gogeta was training with Whis in another dimension. Goku, due to Frieza, had gone to Namek to use the Dragon Balls, fought with Frieza's father King Cold, destroyed Namek, and then wandered to planet Yardrat, where he trained for a year before returning. Worth mentioning, Goku learned from Gohan that he would die from a heart virus in the future. With Piccolo's advice, Goku wished for a healthy body on Namek, thus averting that fate. After returning, Goku couldn't stay home for more than a few days before heading to Bulma's to spar with Vegeta. To his astonishment, he found Vegeta to be slightly stronger than himself. Then he discovered Gogeta. The outcome was predictable. Goku ended up in the same state as Vegeta, bedridden for several days. Frankly, Goku deserved it. He had barged in while Gogeta was being intimate with Tights, and Gogeta promptly gave him a beating, which finally taught him some manners. After Goku's return, Bulma and Tights announced that their weddings would be held together in a week, inviting all their friends and family. Vegeta initially had no intention of holding a wedding, deeming it too troublesome and a waste of training time. But Gogeta dragged him into it. Gogeta and Vegeta, both living off their wives, successfully married into Dr. Brief's family. A week later, at Bulma's residence in West City, Goku's family, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan, Launch, Kairatsu, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Ulongpoir, and Yajirobe were all present. Besides these familiar faces, there were also many other notable figures. The wedding venue was packed. The ceremony began. A warm welcome to everyone. The host was none other than the announcer from the World Martial Arts Tournament. After a lengthy speech, he announced, "Next, please welcome the brides." The doors opened, and young Gohan slowly led Bulma and Tights in. Both were stunningly beautiful, their white wedding dresses accentuating their elegance. "Next, please welcome the grooms." Vegeta and Gogeta entered through the doors dressed in sharp suits. Gogeta appeared calm and confident, while Vegeta seemed awkward and uncomfortable. Each walked to stand beside his bride. Then came the QA session. The host asked the couples if they were willing to love only one person for a lifetime. Vegeta was so embarrassed his face turned red, while Goku and the others below could barely contain their laughter. Finally, it was time for the ring exchange and the groom's kiss. After exchanging rings with Tights, Gogeta nonchalantly remarked that kissing was nothing new to them. When Vegeta heard he also had to kiss in front of so many people, his face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. In the end, Bulma had to take the initiative and kiss him to get through the ceremony. The wedding ceremony ends here. Please enjoy the festivities. Various performances followed. After hosting the wedding, the announcer came over to Goku's table. "Mr. Goku, everyone's here." The announcer was a bit excited. It had been a long time since Goku and the others had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and without them the tournament felt somewhat dull. "Hey." Goku waved in greeting. The announcer found a chair and joined their table, engaging in casual conversation. Before long, only 3 tables of guests remained at the banquet. It couldn't be helped. Gogeta and his group had such enormous appetites. Martial artists were indeed different. After the wedding, everyone went their separate ways. Vegeta took the drunken Bulma back to their room. As for what they did, that's a matter for a different story. Gogeta and Tights had finally achieved their happy union. The moon that night was so round and the stars so bright. The next day, Wicket woke up gazing at the traces of red on the bedsheet. He sighed with emotion. Having lived 2 lives, he had finally shed the title of virgin. In the days that followed, Wicket lived in great comfort until half a year later when Tice became pregnant. He devoted all his time to caring for her, only sparing moments for cultivation. As Tace's belly grew larger, Wicket began to feel anxious, wondering if he could truly be a good father. Lost in this uncertainty, he found solace in Tace's guidance, and gradually his confidence returned. 3 months into Tace's pregnancy, Bulma also conceived Trunks, a double blessing. Dr. Brief and his wife were overjoyed, their smiles never fading. Yet Vegeta remained fixated on his daily training, a fool indeed. 10 months later, Tice gave birth to a girl whom Wicket named Ace. From that moment, he became utterly devoted to his daughter. Whenever Trunks made Ace cry, Wicket would beat Vegeta, claiming it was to hone his endurance. Vegeta could only suffer in silence, unable to fight back or escape. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Ace was over a year old, able to walk and speak. Hearing her soft, tender calls of Daddy, Wicket's heart melted. Whatever Ace desired, he granted. Even if Beerus himself came, he would have to serve as her pet cat, as Wicket decreed. After Ice's birth, Wicket was deeply moved and comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct, successfully transforming into silver-haired form, greatly enhancing his power. Goku and Vegeta had also grown significantly stronger, both reaching the full power of Super Saiyan. Young Gohan had graduated from Master Rose's training and mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, completing Wicket's mission. The others had also made noticeable progress. One day, everyone sensed a massive disappearance of energy in the south. Earth's warriors rushed to investigate. Initially, Wicket had no intention of going. It was merely androids, but Bulma and Tice wanted to see what the androids looked like. Worried for his wife's safety, he joined them. Goku and Vegeta arrived first, finding only a destroyed city. Soon the others followed, and they searched together, but found no trace of the androids. Then Bulma arrived in her aircraft. Seeing the grim expressions, she knew they hadn't caught the androids. Tice was disappointed, turned and tugged at Wicket's clothes, coaxing Wicket, "Do you have any ideas?" Holding his daughter, Wicket said to Bulma, "Bulma, don't you know the general location of Dr. Gero's lab? Let's just go there and wait." "Soga. No time to waste, let's set off." Bulma informed everyone of the lab's location, and they departed. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and Android 19 were strolling leisurely, unaware of the looming danger. When they returned to the lab entrance, Goku and the others had already been waiting. Seeing so many people surrounding him, Dr. Gero was bewildered. How had they found him so quickly? He ordered Android 19 to buy time while he went back to activate Androids 17 and 18. Gohan stepped forward to face Android 19. Goku and Vegeta held back, curious to see the android's strength. Without hesitation, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Android 19. Seizing the moment, Android 19 grabbed Gohan's arm and began absorbing energy. But under Master Rose's tutelage and having witnessed a hellish future, Gohan was not careless. Like young Goku after his first training, he showed no mercy to evil, determined to eradicate them all. Back then, young Goku's foe was the Red Ribbon Army. Now Gohan's enemy was the same, a striking parallel. Gohan pulled with all his might, tearing off Android 19's arms. Sensing danger, Android 19 tried to flee, but Gohan finished him with a single energy blast. Dr. Gero succeeded in activating Androids 17 and 18. As the lab door slowly opened, he burst into laughter, unaware that Goku and Vegeta had grown immensely powerful. The small robots he had sent out were destroyed by Wicket before they could get close. "Prepare to die. Ha ha." Before Dr. Gero could finish laughing, a hand pierced through his chest. It was Android 17. Dr. Gero turned back in disbelief, but before he could speak, Android 17 kicked his head off. "Annoying old man who listens to you." Android 17 clapped his hands and turned only to spot Goku in the crowd. "Son Goku." Hearing Android 17's voice, Android 18 also turned. "Huh, do you know me?" Goku asked in surprise. Gohan explained, "Dad, they are the androids Dr. Gero created to avenge the Red Ribbon Army's defeat by Son Goku. Didn't I tell you about this before?" Gohan felt a bit exasperated. His father was such a handful, no wonder his mother always insisted he study hard, to avoid becoming a fool like him. "He's right. We were created to take revenge on you," Android 17 confirmed Gohan's words. With a clatter, the lid containing Android 16 fell to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Android 18 had accidentally triggered his activation while trying to call Android 17 over. Android 16's massive form emerged from within. Android 16's expressionless eyes swept over the crowd, showing a reaction only upon seeing Goku and Vegeta. Android 16, were you also created to kill Son Goku? Android 18 asked. Yes, Android 16 replied flatly. Son Goku is right here. Let's kill him. Android 17, hearing the answer, pointed at Goku and invited Android 16 to join. No. From my perception, Son Goku's energy far exceeds the total of all three of us. Vegeta as well. Android 16 stated the truth. But Android 17 refused to believe it. According to Dr. Gero's data, he was the strongest being on Earth. Humph. You piece of junk have good eyes. Vegeta praised upon hearing Android 16's words. Unwilling to accept that he wasn't the world's strongest, Android 17 charged at Vegeta. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Seeing Android 17 rush at him, Vegeta sneered, disdainfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and with a single blow sent Android 17 crashing to the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, Vegeta might have thought, so this is how it felt when Wicket beat me. I was such a clown back then. Wicket, yes, exactly what you're thinking. Seeing No. 17 disposed of by Vegeta with a single kick, No. 18 was about to charge forward when No. 16 grabbed her, saying, the gap between you is too vast. Even if you go, it would be useless. Then should we just surrender and let them kill us? No. 18 retorted to No. 16. No. 16 replied, knowing Son Goku's nature, he won't kill us. How is that possible? No. 18 still couldn't believe it. They were created with the purpose of killing Son Goku. How could he possibly spare them? He's right. I won't kill you, but if you commit any evil deeds, I will surely eliminate you. Goku had even spared Frieza. Had Frieza not courted death himself, Goku would not have killed him. The same applied to these androids. As long as they refrained from heinous acts, Goku would not interfere with them. Afterwards, Goku and the others departed, leaving behind Bulma and Tights. Bulma asked the three androids, you probably have nowhere to go now. How about coming to my place? I can arrange jobs for you. Well, no. 18 hesitated while No. 16 remained silent. I am the wealthiest person in the world. Our arranging jobs for you is a piece of cake. Bulma dropped this bombshell, hitting No. 18's weak spot, and No. 18 agreed without hesitation. Bulma led the three back to the aircraft where Goku was playing joyfully with his daughter. Seeing Bulma and Tights bring back the androids, he was somewhat surprised, but said nothing. Bulma started the aircraft. Shortly after takeoff, Goku suddenly remembered that Cell was still in the basement of the research lab. He opened the plane door and fired a key blast, obliterating the entire laboratory and its surroundings. If Cell could survive that, it would be fate sparing him. After returning to West City, Goku and Vegeta sought out Goku again. Over the years, they would challenge Goku to a spar every so often, and though they always ended in crushing defeat, they never tired of it. After sending the two off, Goku returned home. Bulma and Tights were chatting with No. 17 and No. 18 while No. 16 sat quietly aside. Little Ace seemed to take a liking to No. 16, climbing all over him, touching here and looking there. Seeing Goku return, she ran over happily. Daddy hug. Goku scooped up his daughter, kissed her on the cheek, and asked, did you miss Daddy? Yes. Little Ace nestled against Goku's chest and kissed him back. How much? So much. Little Ace spread her arms wide to show him utterly adorable. Goku sat beside Tights with his daughter in his arms, listening to the women chat while entertaining the little one. Thus No. 18 and her companions stayed at Bulma's home. Thus concluded the android saga. As Ace grew older, Tights' passion as the queen of sci-fi novels stirred once more. It had been years since she last wrote a novel, so she asked Goku to take her to the timeline he had visited before, the one with two trunks. Goku agreed without a second thought. He doted on his wife. Thus Goku brought Tights and Ace to the future timeline. Bulma of this timeline was already quite old. Overjoyed to see her sister again, she felt blessed to reunite with family in her remaining years. Little Ace, too, melted Bulma's heart with every call of Auntie. Future Trunks and Mai also had a child, a boy named Yakubus, slightly older than Ace, but a generation younger. The two children played together. Coincidentally, Beerus and Whis also came to Earth. Over the years, they frequently visited to freeload, and if not for Bulma's immense wealth, they would have drained her dry. Oh Lord, Beerus and Mr. Whis, what a coincidence. Goku greeted them warmly. You rascal, finally showing your face again. Long time no see, Mr. Goku. Behind Beerus and Whis stood Future Trunks and Trunks, who greeted Goku with pleasant surprise. You two have grown stronger. Goku could sense the immense power within them. Future Trunks had reached the level of Super Saiyan Blue, while Trunks had attained Super Saiyan God. We've been training hard all these years. How about a spar between Mr. Goku and the two of them? Whis suggested. I was thinking the same. Let me see how much you've improved over these years. With that, Goku soared into the sky, and the two Trunks followed closely. Please enlighten us, Mr. Goku. X2. The three assumed fighting stances and began the battle. Future Trunks and Trunks attacked first, flanking him from left and right with a fierce onslaught. Goku effortlessly dodged their punches and kicks. His Ultra Instinct had gradually integrated into his daily life, but there was still a long way to go before it was fully mastered. In Gokut's eyes, the two were full of openings. He grabbed both their heads and smashed them together. Ouch, X2. The two clutched their foreheads, but Gokut gave them no respite. He charged forward, kicking Future Trunks away, then spun and kicked Trunks, sending him flying into Future Trunks. Future Trunks had just steadied himself when he saw Trunks hurtling toward him. He quickly caught him, but the force was so great that they skidded backward before dissipating the momentum. Show me your true strength. That level of power is nothing. Gokut urged them to unleash their full might. Upon hearing this, they transformed into Super Saiyans. He's really underestimating us. Seeing they had only transformed into Super Saiyans, Gokut was somewhat displeased. He charged forward, then vanished mid-flight, instantly appearing behind them. He unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang fist strikes on Future Trunks. Trunks moved to help, but Gokut dodged his punch by leaning back, then countered with a blow to Trunks' chest, followed by another round of Wolf Fang fist, leaving both Trunks in agony. Future Trunks gathered a key sphere, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Such petty tricks couldn't escape Gokut's perception. He slightly turned his head to dodge, then fired a key blast back at Future Trunks. Future Trunks hastily dodged, unaware that Gokut had already anticipated his move. Another key blast flew toward him, and with no time to evade, Future Trunks crossed his arms to withstand the impact. Trunks unleashed the Prince's war tactic, sending a barrage of key blasts at Gokut. The smoke from the explosions obscured Gokut's figure. Future Trunks and Trunks simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, making some incomprehensible gestures in the void. X2. Two key blasts plunged into the smoke, causing more explosions. As the smoke cleared, Gokut emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Not bad. That last strike had some feeling to it. Gokut brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. Date and Trunks, seeing Vegeta completely unscathed, realized that without unleashing their full power, they couldn't even touch the hem of his garment. Thus they transformed once more. A crimson and azure radiance blazed across the arena. Super Saiyan Blue Date and Super Saiyan Red Trunks made their entrance. I suppose I'll show you a glimpse of my true prowess as well. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and the three clashed in battle. The visceral impact of fist against flesh ignited a fervent excitement in the two children watching. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Little Issa, witnessing Gogeta's combat for the first time, had stars sparkling in her eyes. Yakubi's too was brimming with exhilaration. Not bad, you two. You've grown so strong, Vegeta praised them while fighting. Of course, we've trained diligently with Mr. Whis without a moment's slack. Upon hearing Gogeta's commendation, smiles graced their faces, for who wouldn't cherish the approval of an elder? Alright, let's stop here. Any further, and it might get out of hand. Vegeta flickered away from the battle, reverted to his normal state, and addressed them. The two also returned to normal and landed on the ground. Whis chuckled warmly. These two have trained with remarkable diligence, Mr. Vegeta. Their innate talent is also considerable, which is why they've become so formidable. Beerus interjected, these lads are quite impressive. At this level they could serve as candidates for God of Destruction in other universes. But I believe Trunks' temperament is more suited to being a Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus. And if they became Supreme Kais with their strength, you wouldn't have to worry about the Supreme Kai's death affecting you, Lord Beerus. Gogeta's words made Beerus' eyes widen. That does seem to be the case, Lord Beerus. Whis gave his wholehearted affirmation. Date had explicitly declined the position of Supreme Kai before. After eradicating Zamasu, Supreme Kai Shin offered him a candidacy in that timeline, but Date firmly refused. It was unclear for Trunks, but logically their personalities were similar and their thoughts should align. Our sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus, but we have no such intentions at present. As expected, both declined. However, we will protect the Supreme Kai. Date vowed, thumping his chest. Mr. Vegeta, have you come this time to challenge Lord Beerus? Whis inquired of Vegeta. No, this time my wife wished to come. Besides, I'm not yet confident in defeating Lord Beerus. When I am, I will certainly challenge him. Gogeta's current strength was insufficient to overcome Beerus, whose power ranked among the top of all gods of destruction. Perhaps only when Vegeta could freely use Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan 4 form, or had mastered Ultra Instinct to a higher level, could he possibly challenge Beerus. Defeat me. Even if you train for 1,000,000 years, it's impossible. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. However, what truly occupied his mind beneath that dismissive tone remained unknown. Enough of that, let's enjoy some delicacies. Bulma had the chefs prepare a feast, and everyone headed to the dining hall. At the table, Thais and Whis chatted merrily. Whis, with his vast knowledge, regaled her with fascinating tales that sparked her creativity, earning him her continuous praise. Bulma doted on her niece, holding her in her lap and feeding her, which provoked Yakuba's jealousy as he felt his status threatened. Little Issa stuck her tongue out at him. Naya Naya. Yakubi's nearly lost his temper, but Vegeta scooped up Issa, averting a potential clash. When the topic of God of Destruction candidates arose, Vegeta thought of Broly. a monster whose base form could rival Super Saiyan Blue. After the meal, he approached Beerus lounging on a beach chair and asked, Lord Beerus, I know an incredibly powerful individual. I believe he could be a candidate for God of Destruction. Would you be interested? Hearing of such a formidable being, Beerus showed some interest and retorted, Is he as strong as you? He's not as strong as me for now, but his potential is immense. His physique is as robust as a monster's. Vegeta roughly described Broly's might, piquing Beerus' curiosity. Then let's go see him. I want to witness how powerful this fellow truly is. Beerus needed to be aware of the strong beings in his own universe. Whis accompanied Beerus, Vegeta, and Thais and the two Trunks to planet Vampa in search of Broly. Soon they arrived and landed on the planet. Beerus glanced at the environment of planet Vampa and remarked, What a wretched place. Is this so-called strong one really on a planet like this? Of course, it's this very environment that forges a true warrior. Meanwhile, Paragus, seeing someone descending from space, was overjoyed and rushed toward their landing spot. As he reached the area and stopped, a massive monster appeared behind him, poised to strike. He shouted frantically, Broly. In an instant, a towering figure charged from afar, Broly himself. With a single kick, he dispatched the monster, sending its colossal body crashing to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Beerus pointed at Broly and said, This is the formidable one you spoke of. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Vegeta affirmed. Broly's strength was undeniable, his potential perhaps rivaled only by Gohan. Of course, Vegeta himself, having merged Vegetto's potential, had already transcended all limits. Can you take us off this planet? Paragus rushed up to Beerus, asking urgently, Are you a Saiyan too? Beerus asked impatiently, eyeing the old man. Paragus' heart skipped a beat. Could these people be enemies of the Saiyans here for revenge? But then he recalled Broly's terrifying combat power and regained his composure. Even if they were, he could simply stay put. Yes, I am a Saiyan, and this is my son Broly. Paragus replied calmly. Beerus pointed at Vegeta and said, This fellow claims your son is exceptionally powerful. If Broly truly is that strong, I can take you both away from here. Paragus hesitated. Once Broly started fighting, he might go berserk and attack friend and foe alike. If they couldn't stop him in time, it would be game over. He doubted the people before him could restrain Broly. Once Broly starts fighting, he gradually loses control. If we don't stop him in time, the consequences will be disastrous. Paragus explained Broly's problem, hoping to dissuade them. Gogeta said, Don't worry. Let me tell you, this is the most powerful being in our universe, Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. With him around, there's no problem. Besides, Trunks is Vegeta's son. Hearing this from Gogeta, Paragus' heart was instantly filled with hatred. Coupled with his own desire to leave this place, he agreed to let Broly fight them. Paragus said to Broly, Broly, hold nothing back. Fight with all your might. Your opponent is Vegeta's son. Then he turned to future Trunks and said, Trunks, you will fight Broly. Future Trunks hadn't expected Gogeta to choose him. He thought Gogeta would fight himself. You've trained under Lord Beerus for so long. Having you fight will better showcase Broly's power. With no other choice, future Trunks stepped forward. Broly charged fiercely at future Trunks. The ground shattered under his terrifying strength. Trunks crossed his arms to block Broly's fist, but Broly's power was immense. The stone beneath him cracked instantly, and future Trunks was driven into the ground by the blow. Future Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, using Broly's fist to propel himself out of the ground and kicking Broly in the face. With little combat experience, Broly took the hit and then threw a punch at Trunks. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand brawl. Broly learned quickly during the fight, gaining the upper hand. Every punch and kick from him was overwhelming for future Trunks. Seizing the moment, Broly grabbed future Trunks by the head, slammed him viciously into the ground, then pressed him against a nearby rock and scraped him across it before hurling him into a distant stone pillar. Future Trunks was embedded in the pillar, his eyes vacant, completely disoriented by Broly's assault. Broly gave him no respite. He charged forward and threw a devastating punch at future Trunks. Trunks quickly turned his head to dodge, and the stone pillar behind him was shattered into fragments. Future Trunks kicked Broly in the chest, but Broly didn't budge. He grabbed Trunks' leg, leaped high, and slammed him hard into the ground. Future Trunks' eyes widened as blood spilled from his mouth. Broly continued to hurl him around, causing him immense pain. Just as Broly raised future Trunks again, Trunks suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan God. He kicked Broly fiercely in the chest. This time Broly was sent flying backward, crashing into a pile of rocks. Meanwhile, Trunks asked Gogeta, Mr. Gogeta, why did Broly become so enraged when he heard we are Vegeta's sons? Gogeta briefly explained the cause and effect. I see, Trunks said. He never imagined his grandfather would be such a person, fearing others' power and the threat to the Vegeta bloodline's status, exiling Broly to a place like this. If he were in Broly's shoes, he would feel the same pain. Broly's power surged again. His pupils turned golden. This was Broly's unique form, the new form whose power rivaled Super Saiyan Blue. Broly and future Trunks clashed once more. Broly regained the advantage. Future Trunks, in his Super Saiyan God form, couldn't withstand Broly's attacks. With every collision, Trunks was sent flying. If this continued, Broly would exhaust him, and he would lose. Future Trunks knew this well. In another clash, Future Trunks used Broly's force to distance himself. He gathered his power and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. A brilliant azure light illuminated the entire area as Super Saiyan Blue Future Trunks emerged. Broly attacked Future Trunks again, and Trunks responded. Their fists collided with tremendous force, generating immense energy that shattered everything around them. The ground caved in, forming a massive circular crater. After a brief stalemate, Future Trunks retreated. Unable to match Broly in raw power, he switched to ranged attacks. Trunks fired continuous energy blasts from his hands. Broly endured them with his body as he charged forward. Trunks dodged nimbly and continued firing. Realizing he couldn't catch Future Trunks, Broly roared. He gathered a massive amount of energy in his hands, forming an emerald green energy sphere. A protective energy shield appeared around his body, blocking Trunks' blasts. Seeing Broly charging his attack, Future Trunks spread his arms and began gathering energy as well. Final Flash. They fired simultaneously. Future Trunks' Final Flash collided with Broly's energy sphere, and the two forces locked in a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. Both of them increased their energy output. The two powers exploded instantly, and a blinding light illuminated half the planet. Trunks was panting heavily, greatly exhausted, while Broly seemed completely unaffected. Future Trunks realized Broly was stronger than him and decisively conceded defeat. I lose, Broly. You truly are powerful. At that moment, Gogeta began to stir up trouble. He secretly created a clone unnoticed by Beerus and Whis and transformed it into the image of King Vegeta. The clone approached Paragus and shouted loudly, I knew we should have killed you, father and son, back then. I never imagined your son would become this strong. Seeing King Vegeta, Paragus was overjoyed and immediately shouted to Broly, Broly, this is our enemy. Kill him now. Broly turned his head just in time to see King Vegeta kill Paragus with a single blow. Broly's eyes widened as a wave of rage violently surged through his mind. He clutched his head in agony and roared, Emerald green energy erupted from Broly's body. A towering pillar of green energy enveloped him as he slowly ascended. At a certain point, the energy pillar suddenly compressed into a green sphere surrounding Broly. Countless green energy blasts flew from the sphere, launching an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Whis pointed his staff, and a barrier appeared before them, protecting everyone nearby. After a bombardment of destruction, Broly fixed his gaze on the culprit, the clone of Gogeta disguised as King Vegeta. Broly gathered energy in his hand and charged at King Vegeta. In the king's shocked expression, Broly obliterated the one who had killed his father into nothingness. Then Broly turned to the nearest target, Gogeta. Gogeta chuckled, my turn now. He flew to a distant spot, with Broly in pursuit. This is far enough. Gogeta turned around and faced the charging Broly, beginning their battle. What a monster! Future Trunks was in awe. Broly in his base form could match him, even overpower him. He never imagined that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Broly's power would be so terrifying. Even the unconscious energy blasts were enough to make him struggle to defend. Trunks felt the same. If even another version of himself stronger than him couldn't withstand Broly, how could he? Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, raising his hand to block Broly's fist before delivering a fierce kick to Broly's body. Broly, having lost all reason and completely berserk, couldn't dodge and took the full force of Gogeta's attack. He let out a wild roar. He swung his fist again, aiming straight for Gogeta's handsome face. Gogeta deflected Broly's fist with his left hand, gathered energy in his right, and drove a punch into Broly's chest. Yeth! The punch sent excruciating pain through Broly, who opened his mouth wide and spat out blood. Gogeta then kicked Broly hard in the face, sending him flying. Gogeta burst his energy, transforming into a streak of blue light as he shot toward Broly. Broly, likewise erupting in green energy, charged at Gogeta. A streak of blue and a streak of green clashed repeatedly in the sky like two meteors streaking across the pitch-black starry expanse. Gogeta and Broly continued their relentless battle, fighting from the heavens down to the earth, and then deep underground. The searing magma posed no obstacle to them. Instead, it erupted from the ground with each of their impacts. Within the magma, Broly took another punch from Gogeta, stumbling backward. He gathered energy in his hand and thrust it toward Gogeta. Quick as lightning, Gogeta seized the energy in Broly's palm and crushed it. As Broly stared in shock, Gogeta delivered an uppercut that launched Broly out of the molten rock. Broly flew out of the magma and into midair. Gogeta instantly teleported before him, pressing both hands, charged with a ki blast, against Broly's body. The energy exploded in an instant, and Broly crashed heavily into a distant mountain. Broly's energy surged once more, the green power shattering the mountain behind him. Broly transformed again. His hair was no longer golden, but a grass green. Broly raised his hand, and a grass-green energy sphere instantly formed, growing larger, before he hurled it at Gogeta. Gogeta caught it with one hand. Huh. Gogeta crushed the energy sphere with force, and it dissolved into green fragments, slowly fading away. But Broly had already appeared before Gogeta. Before Gogeta could react, a punch slammed into his face. Broly struck again, hitting Gogeta in the stomach. The terrifying power pierced through Gogeta, causing the mountain behind him to collapse. Broly grabbed Gogeta by the hair and lifted him up, aiming his hand at Gogeta's face, poised to deliver a ki blast. Gogeta kneed Broly in the chest, wrapped his arms around Broly's hand, and dragged him down toward the ground, hurling him away with tremendous force. Boom! A massive cloud of dust rose from the ground, obscuring Broly's condition. Yeah? Huh? Broly erupted with energy, once more dispersing the dust. He raised his hand, instinctively unleashing a barrage of green energy spheres that rained down on Gogeta. Gogeta deftly dodged them in midair while closing in on Broly. Gogeta circled behind Broly. The moment Broly turned, Gogeta's fist was already on his face, forcing him backward. Broly fired a ki blast, but Gogeta lightly leaped over it, spun in the air, and kicked Broly. Broly blocked with both hands, but couldn't withstand the force, his feet carving 2 long trenches into the ground. As Broly lowered his arms, Gogeta's energy spheres rained down from the sky, like falling raindrops, catching him off guard. Broly howled in pain, gathered his energy, and formed a green barrier before him, barely managing to withstand Gogeta's assault. Sensing Broly was nearing his limit, Gogeta ceased his attack and began charging a Kamehameha. Huh. The Kamehameha struck Broly, triggering a violent explosion. Gogeta landed on the ground and waited for the smoke to clear. When it dissipated, Broly had reverted to his base form, unconscious. Gogeta hoisted Broly up and returned to the spectators. Gogeta set Broly down and asked Beerus, "How is it, Lord Beerus?" "Not bad, but he lacks combat experience and relies solely on brute force." Beerus gave his assessment, and Whis shared the same opinion. After all, he hasn't fought anyone in decades. He's quite impressive. Trunks couldn't even defeat him. With a bit of training, he'll become an outstanding warrior. Gogeta added, "But I feel Broly's personality might not suit the role of a god of destruction. His heart is pure and kind. Still, it depends on his own choice." "I haven't even agreed to make him a candidate yet," Beerus said, somewhat displeased. "He was the god of destruction after all." "No problem. If he can't be a god of destruction, he can do something else. Or just stay on Earth," Gogeta said nonchalantly. Bulma could afford to support him either way. He had merely wanted to witness Broly's power firsthand, so that he could later find the Broly of his own universe. Now that he had memorized Broly's energy signature, he could use instant transmission to go there without relying on Whis' help. "He'll think about it," Beerus said, deciding to consider it further. Gogeta approached Paragus' body, raised his hand, and cast a healing spell, restoring him to full health. Gogeta hadn't killed him, he had only used him to provoke Broly. Paragus opened his eyes. "I'm still alive." He stared at his hands in disbelief. Gogeta then went to Broly's side and cast another healing spell, fully reviving him as well. Broly stood up and lunged at Gogeta, but Gogeta pointed to the side. "Father." Seeing his father unharmed, Broly was overjoyed. Paragus too was delighted to see Broly. He had nearly gone to see King Yema, and the hatred within him had faded. All he wanted now was to live peacefully with his son. The father and son embraced. Paragus felt his shoulder grow damp and was deeply moved. Over the years, he had paid too little attention to Broly. Obsessed with revenge, he had neglected his son's feelings. But it wasn't too late to make amends. With that thought, he said to Broly, "Broly, you've worked hard all these years." As he spoke, Paragus felt Broly hold him tighter. He patted Broly's head and said, "All right, you're a grown man. Don't cry." Witnessing this scene, future Trunks couldn't help but miss his father Vegeta. All right. Let's go. He'll take you out of here," Gogeta said, interrupting the father-son moment. But Broly still didn't trust him, his gaze wary. Gogeta had to explain that he had only used Paragus to witness Broly's power. Then he told Paragus about the fate of Vegeta's lineage. Upon learning that all of Vegeta's bloodline had perished, Paragus was overjoyed. As for Trunks, since he didn't resemble Vegeta, he didn't count. Seeing that his father had forgiven Gogeta, Broly ceased his hostility. In the end, the two followed Gogeta back to Earth. After returning to Earth, Broly and his father were no longer in their ragged state. A simple wash made them look much more spirited. Gogeta and the others were already eating with great gusto. Future Trunks saw them approaching and beckoned them to sit down and join the meal. Broly stared blankly at the unfamiliar food before him. Paragus had already begun to eat ravenously. How long had it been? How long since he had last enjoyed a proper meal? At this moment, his heart was filled with contentment. Seeing his father already eating, Broly also started. He picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. It was unlike anything he had ever tasted, so delicious. He began devouring the food in large mouthfuls, but he ate too quickly and choked. Future Trunks, noticing this, picked up a cup, poured some water, and handed it to Broly. Broly took it and drank, feeling immensely refreshed. He then asked Future Trunks, "What is this?" "This is water." Future Trunks felt deep sympathy for Broly. He had never even drunk water before. His hatred for the grandfather he had never known grew even stronger. Future Trunks took out a bottle of juice and handed it to Broly. "This tastes even better. Try it." Broly took a sip and said earnestly to Future Trunks, "Thank you, Trunks. I really like it." When not fighting, Broly was simply a polite and good-natured child. After the meal, everyone sat on the ground chatting. Future Trunks was curious about how Broly had acquired such immense power, so he asked, "Broly, how did you train to become so strong? And what was that transformation? Was it Super Saiyan?" Broly replied, "I fight monsters on the planet every day. As for the transformation, I don't know." Paragus then explained Broly is a mutant among Saiyans. When Broly was young, he would occasionally go berserk. At first I thought it was a problem with his tail, so I cut it off. But the situation didn't improve, Broly would still lose control. Moreover, Broly's power increased every day. I soon couldn't match him. My eye was injured by Broly during one of those times. So I put a control device on Broly. When he went berserk, I would press the button and the device would release electric shocks to stop him, allowing me to better control him. "I'm sorry, Broly." Paragus apologized to Broly for all the years of control for the injuries inflicted on Broly's childhood friend. Broly touched the cloth around his waist and said to his father, "It's all right, father." Broly had never harbored any resentment towards his father. In his heart, his father would always be the most important person. All right, let's not talk about such sad topics. Let's talk about something fun." Bulma, sensing the heavy atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. Next, Tights regaled Broly with interesting tales from the universe. Broly listened with rapt attention. The two little ones frolicked nearby, filling the surroundings with a joyful atmosphere. On Beerus' side, Whis asked, "Lord Beerus, have you made your decision? It's not easy to find such an excellent candidate for God of Destruction." Beerus hadn't decided yet and didn't answer. Then Gogeta chimed in, "Lord Beerus, if Broly becomes a God of Destruction candidate, wouldn't it be great to take him to spar with other universes? Wouldn't that give you face?" Beerus imagined the scene, picturing the other gods of destruction looking dejected, and he burst into a gleeful, cackling laughter. Seeing Beerus laugh like that, Gogeta knew it was settled. And so Broly became a God of Destruction candidate, and Paragus followed him to the realm of the gods of destruction. Sometime after the Broly incident, Gogeta took his wife and daughter back home. Tights had collected enough material to start writing her novel. After returning to his own timeline, Gogeta went to Vampa and brought the Broly and his father from there to Earth. This way, Goku and Vegeta would stop pestering him all the time. He let Broly deal with them. Although this Broly was still young and not yet at full strength, he was more than enough to handle those two. At first, when Paragus saw Vegeta, he still wanted revenge. But then Vegeta said, that King Vegeta having such a powerful guy exiled. He deserved to be killed by Frieza. After that, Paragus gave up on revenge. Broly and Paragus settled down on Earth. Bu, brought back from the first timeline, was also released by Gogeta. Dr. Briefs said he couldn't figure anything out, the entity was too advanced. He only knew that two energies resided within it, one good and one evil. As soon as Bu appeared, he demanded food. When refused, he started causing destruction everywhere. He only calmed down after Gogeta taught him a lesson. However, Tights found Bu's chubby form adorable. Every time Bu misbehaved and Gogeta was about to hit him, Tights would stop him. So Bu lashed onto Tights. As long as he was by her side, Gogeta wouldn't dare to strike him. Little Ace also loved Bu. His body was so soft. Tights and Ace would often lean against Bu. It was incredibly comfortable. Bu's personality was also childlike, and he quickly became playmates with Ace. They would horse around all day. Once Bu secretly hid Trunks. Vegeta was furious and was about to hit Bu, but instead got a thorough beating. Ace clapped and cheered from the sidelines. In the end, Bulma had to ask Tights to intervene, saving Vegeta from further humiliation. Then Bu spat Trunks out. It turned out that Trunks was playing hide-and-seek with Ace and Bu. Ace was it, and Trunks had hidden inside Bu's body, with Bu concealing himself. After a long time, Bu still hadn't been found. Vegeta discovered Bu and, thinking he had kidnapped Trunks, attacked him. He didn't expect to meet his match. Alas, poor Vegeta. After this, Vegeta trained even harder, vowing to one day get his revenge. Goku also heard about Vegeta's defeat and excitedly challenged Bu. However, Bu followed Tights' instructions and would not fight without a serious reason. Seeing that Bu wouldn't attack, Goku tempted him with cake. Unable to resist the temptation, Bu agreed. Of course, the result was predictable. Goku got a severe beating and went to complain to Vegeta. After that, Goku and Vegeta trained hard, both breaking through to Super Saiyan 3, intending to defeat Bu and erase their shame. In the end, Gogeta stopped them. Gohan meanwhile studied and trained at the same time. Under the guidance of Gogeta and Master Roshi, Gohan began to cultivate his state of mind. Studying became his best form of training. He spent more and more time reading, no longer limiting himself to academic knowledge. He read all the books left by Earth's martial arts masters. Goku, however, felt that Gohan was wasting his time, but Gohan ignored him. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the era of the Buu saga arrived. At this point, Gohan had already turned 16. Originally, he had no intention of attending school, preferring to study at home by himself. However, Gogeta told Shishi that Gohan couldn't just stay home reading all day, he needed to go out, make some friends, and experience the world. He secretly suggested to Shishi that Gohan might even bring back a girlfriend. Shishi immediately decided to send Gohan to study in the nearest city. And so Gohan began his high school life. Without Cell's existence, Mr. Satan had not become the hero who saved the world. He was only moderately famous, but as the world champion, he still enjoyed considerable wealth. Just like in the original story, Gohan and Videl became classmates. The difference was that Gohan had not been influenced by the Ginyu Force's twisted aesthetics. Under the guidance of Master Roshi and Gogeta, he did not choose to hide his identity as he had before. Whenever trouble arose, Gohan would appear and handle everything. Thus, Gohan and Videl's relationship blossomed rapidly, everything falling into place naturally. Unlike Goku, who was a simpleton oblivious to romance, Gohan occasionally read books about love and was quite knowledgeable in such matters. Soon both families met, finalized the details, and decided that the couple would finish high school and college before getting married. On the weekend, Videl flew her plane to Gohan's house to see him. Gohan was reading Tight's latest novel. Seeing Videl, he happily took her hand, led her to the sofa, and asked, "Videl, what brings you here?" Videl gently tapped Gohan's arm and said, "After so many years, the World Martial Arts Tournament is being held again in exactly 1 month. Your father was the champion 2 tournaments ago, and my father was the last champion. We can't let the championship go to someone else this time. So I've decided to enter. Gohan, do you want to join?" Videl explained about the tournament and asked if Gohan would participate. "He'll pass. He'll cheer you on instead." For Gohan, competing would be no different from bullying amateurs. It held no appeal. He would rather spend his time reading and training. "You're right. With your strength, there's no point in you joining." Videl understood Gohan's power and didn't insist. "Then for the next month, please train me." Videl asked for Gohan's guidance. Without a second thought, he agreed. They took a month-long leave from school and began training. At Gogeta's house, 3 little children were playing and causing mischief while Buu sat on the floor eating pudding watching them. Because of Gogeta's influence, Trunks was a few months older than in the original timeline, while Goten remained unchanged. By now, Ice had become the undisputed leader of the children. All 3 could transform into Super Saiyans, with Ice being the strongest while Trunks and Goten were closely matched. The 3 kids were never home, always out playing. They had damaged other people's property several times, leading to complaints from the neighbors. These brats were truly hard to manage. When they heard that Sister Videl planned to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament, they clamored to go watch and cheer her on. Goku and Vegeta, those eternal rivals, had long reached the level of Super Saiyan 3, even surpassing their anime counterparts. Broly trained diligently and could now unleash his full power without going berserk. However, he still couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku had tried teaching him, but failed. Whenever Broly showed signs of transformation, he would start to lose control. Perhaps his training was still insufficient. Gogeta's base power had already transcended the heavens. He had fused Super Saiyan 4 with Godly Ki, achieving a breakthrough form of Super Saiyan 4. He could also use Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan 4 forms, though he had yet to master the breakthrough version of Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta felt he was ready to challenge Beerus. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. Gohan walked down the street with his wife and the 3 little ones, each holding an ice cream cone. As they walked, Goten suddenly bumped into someone, dropping his ice cream on the ground. Frustrated, he glared at the person blocking his way, his fists clenched as if he wanted to fight. However, the man was called away by a thin figure and left without even turning back. Gohan quickly stopped Goten, and Videl bought him a new ice cream. Still, Gohan found it strange. Had the man not even noticed Goten bumping into him? Moreover, Gohan sensed a faint malevolent energy from him. "What's wrong, Gohan?" Videl asked, noticing his thoughtful expression. "That man felt a bit odd," Gohan replied, sharing his impression. "I can't quite put it into words. It's fine. With you here, even if he's a villain, he can't pose any threat." Videl gave Gohan a sweet smile. "True enough," Gohan said, smiling back. They continued strolling for a while until an announcement came over the loudspeaker, signaling that registration for the adult division was about to begin. Videl went to line up while Gohan led the 3 little ones to the spectator area. Soon Videl appeared in the competitors' area. The preliminaries were a breeze for her. Not long after the matches began, the junior division went first. Without Goten and Trunks participating, the fights were rather dull. In the end, an unknown kid won first place and took home the 10 million Zenny prize. Then came the adult division matches. The announcer excitedly introduced the contestants. "Next up, we have Panda versus some guy." Panda delivers a crushing mountain press, flattening his opponent. The guy struggles desperately, but the gap is too vast. It's useless. The guy can't fight back and surrenders. Panda advances. The announcer's passionate commentary drew thunderous cheers from the crowd. Next, we have Shin versus some other guy. The match begins. The guy charges, first attacking Shin. Shin stands motionless. He raises his hand and knocks the guy off the ring with a single chop. Incredible. One move, and he's won. Shin wins and advances to the next round. Another wave of cheers erupted. Gohan watched the Supreme Kai Shin and found him intriguing. That guy didn't seem like an ordinary person. But what was he doing at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Suddenly Gohan recalled the man Goten had bumped into. Maybe he was here because of that guy. Next up we have Videl versus Spopovich. Videl is the daughter of last tournament's champion Mr. Satan, and just like her father, she's incredibly strong. Go for it, Videl. Her classmates cheered from the stands as Videl waved back at them. Keep fighting. Videl. You can do it, big sister Videl. Gohan and the three little ones also rooted for her. The match begins. At the announcer's signal, Videl charged at Spopovich. She landed a flying kick to his face followed by an elbow strike to his stomach, then unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fong fist punches and kicks that left him utterly defenseless. Videl delivered another soaring kick, sending Spopovich flying. Competitor Videl's assault is ferocious. Spopovich has been knocked to the ground. Spopovich rises again, showcasing his indomitable fighting spirit. Spopovich attacked Videl, but she effortlessly parried his strikes and countered, leaving him writhing in agony, capable only of futile roars. Videl kicked Spopovich away once more, yet he stood up again. She was mildly astonished. How could this man endure so much punishment? Spopovich was like a relentless battle machine, impervious to pain. Videl had no choice but to press her attack. Videl seized one of Spopovich's arms and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the ground. However, he quickly rose again. The fierce combat resumed. Spopovich was knocked down countless times by Videl, yet each time he managed to get back on his feet. Gohan sensed something was off about this man named Spopovich. Observing closely, he noticed the bulging veins all over his body and the symbol on his head. It felt vaguely familiar, but Gohan couldn't quite place it. The announcer's voice interrupted Gohan's thoughts. He looked up to see Spopovich's head snapped off by Videl's kick. The announcer and audience assumed Videl had killed him, leading to her disqualification. Unexpectedly, Spopovich rose again and forcibly twisted his head back into place. What a tenacious brute. The two of them began yet another round of combat. However, Videl's stamina was clearly waning. She began to falter, her attacks losing their initial sharpness as she was forced onto the defensive, sustaining injuries. The next moment, a heavy blow struck Videl's stomach, followed by a kick that left her sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. Damn it, take this. Videl finally stood up, slowly gathering energy in her hands as a ki blast began to form. She launched the ki blast at Spopovich. Spopovich raised his hand in response. Could it be a? Videl found it hard to believe. This technique had taken her a month of training with Gohan to barely master. How could this man possibly know it? In the next instant, a purple ki blast surged from Spopovich's hand, colliding with Videl's. Her blast was instantly consumed, and the purple energy struck her directly. Videl collapsed again. Spopovich rushed over and continued his assault on the fallen girl. Every blow landed on her face, blood streaming from her nose and mouth. You bastard. How dare you hit big sister Videl like that? Iris couldn't bear to watch from the stands. Winning was one thing. Injuries in battle were inevitable, but this was blatant torture and abuse of an opponent. Iris leaped onto the ring and delivered a powerful kick that sent Spopovich crashing into the arena wall. Gohan had intended to intervene, but Iris was quicker. He halted midair and suddenly noticed the thin man Yamu hovering in the distance. Yamu held a long bottle and spoke to Spopovich. That's her. The two of them charged at Iris, intent on absorbing her energy. All of this happened in the blink of an eye before the Supreme Kai could even react. Seeing them rush at Iris, Gohan prepared to act. But Iris, in rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan and subdued them with a few swift moves, snatching their energy-absorbing device. The announcer was dumbfounded. Out of nowhere, a little girl had kicked Spopovich away, then Yamu appeared from thin air to grab her. Even more absurdly, the girl turned into a Super Saiyan, knocked them both out, and took their device. Gohan approached Videl and fed her a Senza bean. He had obtained it from Korin Tower for emergencies, and it proved invaluable. After eating the Senza bean, Videl was instantly restored to full strength. Gohan walked over to Spopovich and Yamu, intending to question them, but the Supreme Kai intervened, saying, "No need to ask. I know their purpose." Gohan looked at the Supreme Kai, thinking to himself, just as I suspected, this guy was after these two. The Supreme Kai continued, I had hoped to use them to locate the Mastermind's hideout. Now I must find another way. Suddenly Spopovich and Yamu's bodies swelled rapidly, then exploded. This was Babbidi's usual tactic, eliminating his pawns if they were discovered. Having disrupted the Supreme Kai's plan, Gohan and the others decided to assist him. Gohan, Videl, and the three little ones listened to the Supreme Kai's explanation, astonished. Majin Buu. Yes, Majin Buu. Even after all this time, Supreme Kai Shin still felt fear at the memory of Buu's smiling face. Trunks and Goten bounced around mimicking their friend Buu's appearance while Iris showed Shin a photo of them with Buu on her phone. Shin was so startled, he nearly wet himself. How is this possible? Supreme Kai Shin was certain that Babidi had taken the egg-sealing Buu. So who was this Buu? Gohan explained Mr. Buu was brought back from another time by Vegetto and handed to Dr. Briefs for study. A few years ago Vegetto released him to be Iris' playmate. Iris nodded beside him. The Supreme Kai began to question his sanity. Releasing Buu just to be a child's playmate. That joke was far from funny. Trunks and Goten, initially intrigued by talk of a Majin, were disappointed to learn it was just Buu. That goofball hardly seemed like a fearsome demon. The two deflated like pricked balloons, losing all interest. The Supreme Kai asked Gohan to take him to see Vegetto, hoping to enlist his help. But Gohan replied that if it was a threat on the level of Mr. Buu, he could handle it himself. However, if it was the Buu he had encountered in his childhood, that would be a different matter entirely. The Supreme Kai was stunned once more. The events of the day shattered his worldview. Buu as a playmate, and anyone he met casually capable of defeating him. Gohan's current combat power was second only to Gogeta, roughly on par with Broly, and the two of them were likely comparable to Super Buu. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had reached the level of Mystic Gohan. All of them could effortlessly defeat Buu. At first, seeing Gohan reading books every day, Goku thought he had fallen into degeneracy and neglected his training. What he didn't know was that every time Gohan gained a new insight, he would seek out his biological father Piccolo to test and validate it. Through these frequent sparring sessions, Piccolo himself grew stronger. After Gohan attained the mystic form, Piccolo suggested he spar with Goku, as he himself could no longer push Gohan to his limits. Thus Gohan and Goku had a match. The outcome was predictable. Goku suffered a crushing defeat. Only then did Goku realize that Gohan had been telling the truth. Reading could indeed increase one's power. So Goku also tried reading the books Gohan had read. However, given Goku's nature, it was impossible for him to understand them. The texts were filled with concepts like the Tao follows nature and the unity of heaven and man. Goku's head spun, and he promptly gave up. In the anime, a major reason Goku was stronger than Vegeta was that he trained on the Grand Kai's planet. Who were the people there? They were all legendary martial artists from various planets. Although they might not match Goku in raw power, their realm of understanding and insight was so profound that Goku, even at rocket speed, couldn't catch up. In such an environment, how could Goku not become stronger? In contrast, Vegeta worked in isolation, his mind solely focused on defeating Kakarot. What did he care about realms? To him, realms were worthless. Defeating Kakarot was all that mattered. It wasn't until the Tournament of Power that Vegeta understood he couldn't just follow in Kakarot's footsteps. Afterward, he achieved Super Saiyan Blue Evolution and Ultra Ego. Only then did Vegeta become worthy of competing with Kakarot. But that's a bit off topic. Let's return to the main story. When the Supreme Kai suggested asking Gogeta for help, Gohan volunteered for the task. The Supreme Kai was immediately faced with a dilemma: how to find Babidi. His original plan was to tail Spopovich and Yamu, but they were now dead. The trail was cold. What could he do? Gohan thought of Kami. As an entity from beyond the universe, Kami would surely know where they were hiding. So Gohan went to Kami's lookout to consult the old Kami, and on the way he obtained 3 Senzu beans from Corinne. Soon Gohan returned. Babidi was hiding in a remote area in the eastern region. Gohan, the others, and the Supreme Kai immediately set off and arrived shortly. On the distant ground, a white door marked Babidi's spaceship. Babidi had buried the ship underground, leaving only an entrance visible. Just then the white door opened and Babidi emerged, followed by Dabura and a host of low-level minions. Babidi had known he was discovered the moment Spopovich and Yama died. But with Dabura by his side, he believed that even the Supreme Kai wouldn't be able to escape. So when he found someone had located him, he confidently led his group out, ready to kill the troublemakers. The Supreme Kai was once again utterly shocked to see Dabura. That Babidi had actually managed to control Dabura, the king of the demon realm. This guy is incredibly powerful, the king of the demon realm. Babidi may not seem strong, but he knows many spells and can dominate those with evil in their hearts. Those with the M symbol on their foreheads are his enslaved puppets. So we just need to take care of these two, right? Gohan pointed at Babidi and Dabura. That's true, but before the Supreme Kai could finish, Dabura struck. In an instant he appeared before Kibito, reaching out his hand to fire a ki blast at his face. It must be said the Demon Realm King knew what he was doing. He went for the healer first. But Gohan was prepared. He flew forward and delivered a kick, sending Dabura flying back even faster than he had come. Babidi and his minions scrambled to dodge as Dabura crashed into the ground, revealing a corner of the buried spaceship. Gohan said to the Supreme Kai, "I'll handle this one. You take care of Babidi." "No problem, right?" "No problem." Seeing Gohan's valor, the Supreme Kai Shin was filled with enthusiasm. Perhaps this time he could finally wipe out Babidi and his minions in one fell swoop. Dabura erupted with energy, blasting away the rocks that buried him, and charged at Gohan once more. Dabura swung his arm, sending invisible energy blades sharp as razors flying toward Gohan. Gohan sidestepped and the rocks behind him were instantly sliced apart. Dabura swung again, his cape billowing behind him, making him look like a giant bat. After dodging 2 slashes, Gohan closed in swiftly and threw a punch. Dabura countered with a punch of his own, but Gohan's attack was faster. His fist connected with Dabura's face while Dabura's fist was still inches away from Gohan's. Gohan grabbed Dabura's arm and hurled him away, following up with a ki blast. Dabura twisted to avoid it, but Gohan's next attack was already upon him. Dabura took another kick and crashed into the ground again. Gohan instantly appeared on the ground, kicked him back into the air, then flashed into the sky, clasped his hands together, and hammered Dabura down into the earth, damaging Babbidi's poor ship once more. Gohan showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the ground, a spectacular display. The Supreme Kai watched in stunned disbelief. The mighty king of the demon realm was being toyed with by Gohan. It felt like a dream. After a moment of shock, the Supreme Kai snapped back to reality. Now was the perfect time to deal with Babbidi. He turned his gaze to Babbidi, who was cowering nearby. Babbidi was also in shock. His strongest warrior was being brutally beaten without any chance to fight back. Seeing the Supreme Kai charging at him, he panicked and fled, ordering his minions to block the Kai while he made his escape. Dabura burst out of Gohan's attack range. He was battered and bruised, his clothes torn and half his cape missing. Dabura pulled out a large cleaver from somewhere and swung it at Gohan. Gohan raised his hand and caught the blade between his index and middle fingers. Dabura struggled but couldn't pull it free. He took another punch from Gohan, doubled over, and spat out purple blood. Gohan aimed at Dabura's face, and in Dabura's terrified eyes blasted him into oblivion. Meanwhile, Babbidi was fleeing everywhere, but all his minions had been taken out by the 3 youngsters. He was surrounded by 5 people. Babbidi, you can't escape. The Supreme Kai Shin, his face dark, let out a sinister chuckle at Babbidi. He was finally about to eliminate this longtime nemesis. With nowhere to run and no one left to control, Babbidi met his end at the hands of the Supreme Kai. Finally, it's over. Kaioshin Shin lowered his arm, murmuring to himself. The great foe Babbidi, who had long troubled his heart, had at last been vanquished by him. Excellent, Lord Kaioshin. We have finally eliminated Babbidi. Jebbit rushed to the Kaioshin's side, shouting with excitement. The two were on the verge of linking hands and dancing. Kaioshin Shin approached Gohan and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for your help, Gohan. Without you, Dabura would have been an opponent beyond our capability. I fear Jebbit, and I would have perished at his hands. You're welcome. Even without you, Lord Kaioshin, I would have eliminated these villains entirely. I will never allow anyone to wreak havoc on Earth. As Gohan mentioned Earth, his fists clenched and his gaze sharpened. He would not allow the tragedy of the future world to unfold here. All that remains is the egg sealing Majin Buu. Kaioshin Shin looked at the spacecraft partially visible on the ground. The 7 of them split into 6 groups and entered the spacecraft to search. Gohan, holding Vidal's hand, darted through the vessel while the others acted independently. Babbidi's ship is indeed enormous with so many levels. Vidal was still astonished by Gohan's strength. She had thought it impressive that he could withstand bullets and rockets with his bare body, and later, when he taught her a single energy blast, her estimation of his power rose another notch. Yet it hadn't seemed beyond belief, still within the realm of acceptance. But the power Gohan displayed this time exceeded her understanding entirely. Her mind was in a daze as she was led by his hand. Gohan, who exactly are you? Vidal tugged at Gohan's clothes and voiced the question in her heart. Well, he'll tell you slowly when we get home. It's a long story. Are you willing to listen? Gohan held Vidal's hand as he spoke. Of course I want to understand your past, Gohan. Vidal grasped his hand in return. The atmosphere was incredibly sweet. Hey, I found it. Goten's voice came from below. Majin Buu is right here, and he's even glowing. The group gathered at Goten's location. Goten pointed excitedly at the glowing giant egg. How amazing! Trunks stepped forward and touched the shell. It was somewhat hard, completely different from Buu's texture. Trunks felt a bit disdainful. Kaioshin, meanwhile, was checking Buu's energy levels. The gauge was full. It turned out that just before his death, Babbidi had used his life as a price to cast a spell channeling all the energy of the deceased into the egg. The energy needed for Majin Buu's revival was instantly replenished. Kaioshin was terrified. He ran to Gohan's side and asked, Gohan, are you certain you can defeat Majin Buu? Even though he now knew about Majin Buu's presence on Earth and Gohan had personally claimed he could defeat him, the image of Majin Buu in Kaioshin's mind was too horrifying. He still couldn't be sure if Gohan would prevail. Although Gohan had just eliminated Dabura, Majin Buu could also easily kill Dabura. He couldn't determine who was stronger between Majin Buu and Gohan. Rest assured, Lord Kaioshin. There's no problem. Gohan comforted the Kaioshin, putting his mind at ease. ZZZT. The egg split in two and pink gas gushed out from within. After a while the gas inside the egg finished spewing and the shell fragments fell to the ground. Kaioshin thought Majin Buu hadn't revived and was about to cheer, but then he saw the pink gas in the sky slowly condense, shrinking bit by bit until it took on a plump form. Kaioshin stared at that innocent-looking face, too frightened to speak, his body trembling slightly. Gohan standing nearby naturally sensed the Kaioshin's state. Sai is a dignified Kaioshin, he was truly a disgrace to the gods. It really is Buu. The three little ones were too familiar with Majin Buu. They immediately rushed over and clung to him. Who are you? Buu just awakened, found three children hanging on him. He thought carefully. He didn't recognize them. We are good friends. 3. Good friends. Can you eat them? At this moment Buu was as pure as a blank slate with no idea what a friend was. Kaioshin thought to himself, oh no, something's about to. Just as he was about to say something would happen, he was dumbfounded in the next second. Trunks pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Buu, saying, this is what you eat. We are good friends. As he spoke, he motioned for Goten to explain along with him. Right, good friends. Goten put his arm around Trunks' shoulder as they explained together. Buu took the chocolate, tossed it into his mouth without even removing the wrapper, chewed, and then spat it out. This isn't good. Idiot, you have to take off the wrapper. Trunks pulled out another piece of chocolate, unwrapped it, and handed it to Buu. Buu took it, sniffed it, and then put it in his mouth. Delicious. Buu squinted his eyes happily. Kaioshin's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Was this still the Majin Buu he remembered? It shouldn't be like this anymore. Majin Buu asked Trunks. Trunks and Goten fumbled around on themselves for a while and only managed to produce a single chocolate candy. They handed it to Buu, saying, this is the last one. The rest are at home. Oh, Goten nodded. Let's go home. There's lots of good food there. Aitza also chimed in, finally we can play a 5-player game. Yay! The three cheered in unison. Then they pulled Buu along, ready to head home. Our brother Gohan and sister Videl, and those two strange uncles coming too. Goten turned his head and asked the group over there. No, your sister Videl and I have things to do. We won't be going. Lord Kaioshin, are you coming? Gohan asked Kaioshin. I think I'll go take a look. Kaioshin was still uneasy. After thinking it over, he decided to follow and see for himself. Then let's go. Buu followed the three little ones and the two Kaioshin back to West City. Gohan and Videl returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. After all that had happened with the strong competitors either dead or gone, Mr. Satan ultimately won the championship. Mr. Satan was being interviewed. When he saw Videl and Gohan, he abandoned the interview and ran over to them, asking with some concern, where did you two go? I was looking everywhere for you. That Spopovich dared to injure Videl so badly. Had better hope I never run into him, humph. Mr. Satan was relieved to see Videl safe and sound. He then said to Gohan, you'd better protect Videl well. If she ever tells me you've bullied her, I won't let you off. Gohan replied solemnly, I will definitely protect Videl. Please rest assured. Hearing Gohan's earnest tone, Mr. Satan was finally at ease. Mr. Satan waved his hand, signaling them to leave. You two go ahead and continue your date. I still have an interview to do. Without waiting for their reply, he turned and walked back to the interview. Videl and Gohan exchanged a glance, and then left as well, heading back to Mount Pozu. Gohan was going to tell Videl his story. The Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito followed the three youngsters to West City. Vegetto was sparring with Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, effortlessly holding his own against all three. In his base form, Vegetto stood with arms crossed, casually evading their attacks. Damn it! Vegeta, ever the hothead, launched a furious assault, but failed to land a single blow on Vegetto. Goku exclaimed in admiration, Vegetto, you're still incredibly strong. Since meeting Vegetto, Goku had trained relentlessly and grown much stronger, yet facing Vegetto felt the same as before, utterly outmatched. Broly remained silent, his eyes fixed on Vegetto, trying to track his movements. Seeing his daughter return, Vegetto stopped fighting and went to her, scooping her up and giving her a kiss. How was it? Did you enjoy the World Martial Arts Tournament? Ace pointed at the Supreme Kai and said, it was fun, so lively and exciting. But a bad guy hurt Videl, so I taught him a lesson. Then we met this strange uncle, and together we defeated the villain. Vegetto had already noticed Shin. Sighing inwardly, he decided it was best to leave the Supreme Kai to his ancestors for proper guidance. Just then another Buu, call him Mr. Buu, walked in carrying a tray of pudding, eating as he went. Suddenly he spotted the other Buu, and thinking it was an imposter threatening his friends, grew wary. Who are you? Mr. Buu demanded angrily. Trunks and Goten pulled him aside to explain. After hearing their explanation, Mr. Buu returned to his usual simple-minded self and offered his pudding to the other Buu. This is delicious. The other Buu popped one into his mouth. It really is. Delighted, the other Buu exclaimed, let's go get some snacks. Trunks called out to the two Boos and Goten, I'm coming too. Ace jumped down from Vegetto's arms and joined them. Vegetto approached Buu and warned him not to misuse his power or he would face severe consequences. Mr. Buu visibly feared Vegetto and edged away. Witnessing this, the Supreme Kai finally believed Gohan's words. This Vegetto was truly formidable, even Bu was afraid of him. Dad, stop scaring Bu, Ace said, tugging at Vegetto's pants to pull him away. Each time Bu saw Vegetto, he was terrified, a testament to Vegetto's harshness. The three youngsters and the two Boos headed to the dining room, leaving Shin and Kibito behind. Shin and Kibito stood there uneasily. This man before them was someone even Bu feared. If he decided to eliminate them, there would be no one to appeal to. Don't be so tense. I'm not a bloodthirsty madman. Vegetto then chatted with Goku and the Supreme Kai, mentioning that in other timelines he had encountered other Supreme Kais who were similarly obsessed with chasing Babidi and Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai replied, Majin Buu is truly terrifying. Goku agreed. Yes, Buu is indeed powerful. Even now I'm not sure I can beat him. Buu had grown stronger over time, as seen in the Tournament of Power, where even the good Buu could match base Goku. And this was the complete Buu. Vegetto shook his head. Your perspective is too narrow. You haven't seen those far stronger than Buu. There are many who can rival or even surpass me. For instance, he couldn't defeat the 12 angels. As for gods of destruction, Vegetto could probably handle them now, perhaps even defeat the weakest. But Beerus was another matter. Unless Vegetto could elevate his Ultra Instinct to the next level. There are people stronger than you. I thought you were the strongest in the universe. Goku exclaimed, excitement stirring at the thought of more powerful beings. Vegeta said nothing but clenched his fists, his mind in turmoil. As a Supreme Kai, you don't even know about the gods of destruction or your own duties. Your ancestor needs to educate you properly. Vegetto pointed at the Supreme Kai. Confused Shin wondered, gods of destruction, my duties, and my ancestor. The Supreme Kai realm only had him and Kibito. Where would an ancestor come from? Seeing his bewilderment, Vegetto added, the sword stuck in the Supreme Kai realm seals your ancestor. Break it to free him. Who wants to go handle it? Goku volunteered enthusiastically, with Vegeta and Broly joining him. Kibito transported them to the Supreme Kai realm. Goku pulled out the Z sword, releasing the Elder Kai. Upon meeting his ancestor, Shin asked about his duties and the gods of destruction. The Elder Kai was so furious he nearly ascended on the spot, berating his ignorant descendant. After learning the truth, however, his anger subsided. It wasn't entirely the young Supreme Kai's fault, and he was relieved that the boy hadn't perished recklessly, which would have led to catastrophe. What an unworthy descendant. Catching sight of Broly, the Elder Kai decided to unlock his latent potential, sensing the immense power within him as a way to repay Goku for freeing him. Goku stopped him, warning that if Broly's power surged too quickly, he might lose control. He then asked if he and Vegeta could have their potential unlocked. The Elder Kai bluntly said, you two lack the potential, enraging Vegeta, who nearly attacked the old man for insulting them. Goku held him back, sparing the Elder Kai. With nothing left to do, Goku, Broly, and Vegeta returned to Earth, while the Elder Kai took the Supreme Kai for lessons. Poor Supreme Kai. Even as a god, he still had to attend classes. Back on Earth, the three resumed training. Goku complained, this training is too slow. Vegeta, why don't we ask Vegetto for a way to get stronger? Piccolo told me Vegetto once trained to achieve Super Saiyan 4 in the hyperbolic time chamber. At the mention of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's eyes widened. He yelled at Goku, damn it, Kakarot. Why are you only telling me this now? I only remembered Piccolo mentioning Super Saiyan 4 when Vegetto talked about stronger beings. Sorry, Goku replied sheepishly. Goku answered weakly. Ignoring Goku, Vegeta rushed off to find Vegetto, determined to achieve Super Saiyan 4 before Kakarot and decisively defeat him. In his mind, he could already see Kakarot lying at his feet. Wukong and Vegeta found Gogeta in the dining hall where he was eating. Seeing them burst in, he greeted them. Yo, back so soon. Nothing much happened, so we returned. I heard from Piccolo that you have a transformation called Super Saiyan 4. Wukong pulled up a chair and sat beside Gogeta, posing his question. Piccolo said your appearance changes drastically. Red fur covering your upper body, longer hair, still black though, and red rims around your eyes. Sounds incredible. Wukong grew excited as he spoke. Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Wukong and Vegeta. That's right, I can transform into Super Saiyan 4, and its power is immense. Then how do you transform? Vegeta couldn't wait, he wanted to achieve it before Kakarot. Gogeta replied, we've known each other for so long. Haven't you noticed anything different about me? Wukong and Vegeta fell into thought. What was different? They were all Saiyans. In all the time they'd known Gogeta, they'd never seen him transform. His base power far exceeded theirs and his movements. Wukong and Vegeta still couldn't figure them out. Just when they felt they'd land a hit head of aid in a way unlike anyone else. Wait, Saiyans. Vegeta suddenly remembered Gogeta had a tail. Vegeta's eyes snapped open. It's the tail? Gogeta has a tail. Usually Gogeta coiled it around his waist, making it inconspicuous. Wukong and Vegeta had never paid it much attention, but now with Gogeta's hint Vegeta instantly recalled that the tail was unique to Saiyans, allowing them to transform into great apes under a full moon. At that thought, Vegeta had an inkling about Super Saiyan 4. If that was the case this time, he would definitely get ahead of Kakarot. With that thought, Vegeta couldn't suppress a smirk. So it's the tail. Wukong scratched his head ahead, pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. The tail didn't leave a strong impression on him. Seeing Vegeta's smirk, Gogeta guessed he might have deduced the method for Super Saiyan 4. That's right, it's the tail. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by transforming into a golden great ape in the Super Saiyan state, and then regaining rationality. A super evolution that combines reason and wildness, possessing the power of the great ape and the speed it lacks. One could say Super Saiyan 4 is the most perfect form, combining power, speed, reason, and wildness. Moreover, the Super Saiyan 4 body is incredibly resilient, capable of absorbing energy as long as it doesn't exceed its limits. Super Saiyan 4, like Super Saiyan 2 and Full Power Super Saiyan, is a form optimized for combat without the heavy burden of Super Saiyan 3. The difference is that Super Saiyan 4 is vastly more powerful, on an entirely different level. Wow, that's amazing. Wukong clenched his fists in excitement upon hearing Gogeta's explanation, eager to transform into Super Saiyan 4 immediately. But then Vegeta doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Don't forget, Kakarot, you're just a low-class warrior. When you transform into a great ape, you lose your mind. But I as a prince don't lose control, even as a great ape. That's the difference between us, Kakarot. This time I'm a step ahead. Ha ha. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, as if he had already trampled Kakarot underfoot. Wukong, however, was unfazed by Vegeta's words. As long as he could grow stronger, he didn't mind taking a little longer. If he could achieve Super Saiyan 4, he knew he could catch up to Vegeta. Alright, you two. You don't even have tails yet. What are you both dreaming about? Gogeta interrupted Vegeta's fantasies and Wukong's excitement. You'd better figure out how to grow your tails first. That's easy. We'll just ask Shenron to help us grow them back. Wukong said casually. Then the two grabbed the dragon radar and set off to find the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Broly came to eat, accompanied by Android 18 and their daughter. Somehow the two had gotten together and hit it off. Krillin was left crying in the bathroom. Over the years, Android 18 had become close friends with Bulma and Tights, thanks of course to the influence of the latter's wealth. Android 17 and Android 16, uncomfortable in such lively settings, chose to become rangers in a nature reserve. As in the original story, Android 17 married a zoologist. They had one biological child and adopted two others. Android 16, a pure robot built from scratch, had no desire or ability to marry, and he stayed with Android 17, protecting nature. While those poachers, they were in for a world of pain when they ran into Android 16 and 17. Android 18 and Broly also had a child, a daughter named Lily. Ding! Mission triggered. Save Android 17. Mission details in the GT timeline. Android 17, unable to find his purpose, is manipulated by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, plunging Earth into chaos once more. He kills Krillin, injures Android 18, and ultimately, overwhelmed by the emotions of the original Android 17, chooses to die at Goku's hands. Mission reward: base power doubled. A new mission had arrived. It had been a while since the last one, and Gogeta had started to wonder if the system had run out of power. This time it was Android 17 from the GT timeline. That version of Android 17 was a pitiful soul. After all these years, he had never found his place in the world, feeling alienated from everyone. His sister had married that bald little man, started her own family, and abandoned him. As for his older brother figure, Android 16, he had long since died. Everyone else had been revived, but Android 16 was gone forever. With Goku and the others protecting Earth, Android 17 couldn't run rampant, and life lost its meaning. The GT Android 17 was like a lost youth, unsure of which path to take. So when Dr. Gero tempted him, he readily accepted the control and went berserk again. His original mission was to kill Goku. Seeing the bald little man who had stolen the only emotional anchor his sister had, he struck, without hesitation, ending his life. He tried to persuade his sister to join them, but she had long been mingling with Earthlings and refused. However, he couldn't let her disrupt their plans, so he injured her, rendering her unable to act. After the fusion, Android 17 found that the troublesome Saiyans were no match for him. He rampaged, killed, and tried to fill the void inside with destruction and slaughter. But he felt no joy, like wanting something for so long, finally getting it only to realize it wasn't that special, and quickly losing interest. The son Wukong, who had set everything in motion, once again stood before him, as formidable as ever, his punch sending him flying halfway across the globe. The tenfold Kamehameha, son Wukong's ultimate lethal technique, was something the doctor forced him to withstand. Yet through sheer tenacity, he managed to absorb it, and from then on, son Wukong was no longer his match. At that moment, his sister Android 18 bravely stepped forward to shield son Wukong, willing to detonate the bomb within her to protect him. The doctor, that incessant nuisance, kept meddling, but a single strike from me sent him soaring into the sky. It was at this instant that I finally understood the emptiness within me. The power of protection was truly enviable, yet it was too late to turn back. The bald child had already been slain by him, and the earth lay ravaged beyond recognition. In the end, he sought to end his wretched life, feigning absorption of his sister's insignificant power to create an opening allowing son Wukong to deliver the final blow. This was his last act of guardianship for the only familial bond he had left. Son Wukong was both the origin and the conclusion. If there were a next life, he would yearn to understand the allure of mortal existence. Thus concludes the tale of GT Android 17. Many have criticized the abruptness of Super Android 17's introduction as a villain, citing incomplete characterization and a lack of emotional depth. A portrayal of Android 17's psychological evolution from the Z era to GT, along with memories of Android 16 and moments with his sister, would have been perfect. In summary, GT's villain designs were impeccable, but the series' brevity at 64 episodes resulted in insufficient character development, making them feel jarring. Other characters had minimal screen time, mostly serving as background, with the entire narrative resting on Goku's shoulders. In the battle against the evil dragons, it would have been more reasonable for the others to handle the weaker ones while Goku and Vegeta took on the 1-star and 4-star dragons, rather than having Goku single-handedly confront them all only to end up as a power bank. Back to reality. Gogeta planned to seek out Tights, who would undoubtedly be interested in a journey abroad. In Gogeta's eyes, it was merely a trip. As for Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformations, with Vegeta present, there was no cause for concern. Once Vegeta transformed, he could handle the Berserk Goku without issue. This time Gogeta intended to go alone with Tights. Since the arrival of Ice, they had rarely enjoyed time together, so this would serve as a belated honeymoon. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta spent half a day gathering the Dragon Balls and summoning the Eternal Dragon. Shinran, can you help Goku and me regrow our tails? Goku shouted at the dragon. That wish is no problem. Are you sure you want it granted? The dragon's majestic voice resonated. Wait, let me ask Gohan if he wants his tail back too. Using instant transmission, Goku appeared beside Gohan. At that moment, Gohan was recounting past events to Videl, Master Roshi, King Piccolo, Korin Tower Kami, and the World Martial Arts Tournament from years ago. Seeing Goku appear, he asked in confusion, Dad, what brings you here? At this point in time, his father should have been training with Uncle Vegeta. Goku explained Super Saiyan 4 and asked if Gohan wanted to regrow his tail. After careful thought, Gohan decided that an additional power source would be beneficial and agreed to have his tail restored. Goku hurried back, not wanting to keep Shinran waiting. Returning to Vegeta, he made the wish for himself, Vegeta, and Gohan to all have their tails restored. With a flash, Shinran's eyes glowed, granting Goku's wish. Tails sprouted behind Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Back with Gohan, Videl asked curiously, Gohan, what kind of family are you from? Why do you have tails? My father is a Saiyan from another planet. All Saiyans are born with tails. I had one as a child, but it was cut off and never grew back. Your father is an alien. Videl was astonished. That would make Gohan one too. Gohan quickly explained Saiyans and Earthlings are essentially the same, except Saiyans are naturally stronger. Half of my strength comes from my Saiyan heritage. My mother is a pure Earthling, so there's no need to worry about marriage compatibility. Videl then asked, what exactly is Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation that makes one even more powerful. Like this. Gohan stood up and transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaving Videl utterly mesmerized. Videl had never seen Gohan like this. Golden hair, emerald eyes, a gaze filled with cold intensity. But then Gohan relaxed his brow, reverted to his normal state, and resumed his innocent demeanor. This is the Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan 4 is a further evolution granting even greater power. Gohan gestured to describe the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan Gohan was already handsome, and hearing that Super Saiyan 4 was even more striking, Videl grew eager to see him in that form. So Videl said, then you should train quickly. When you achieve Super Saiyan 4, you must show me. With that, Videl left, flying home in her aircraft. Just then Goku arrived with Vegeta via instant transmission in front of Gohan. Let's go, Gohan. We'll train in the hyperbolic time chamber at Camus Lookout, so we won't risk destroying the Earth if we transform into great apes. Goku grabbed Gohan's shoulder and teleported to Camus Lookout. Piccolo, who had been meditating since their arrival, and stopped his training. Opening his eyes, he immediately noticed the tails behind the three and understood their intentions. You want to train to achieve Super Saiyan 4, right? Exactly. And we have you to thank for telling me about Gogeta's Super Saiyan 4 training. Goku stepped forward and patted Piccolo's shoulder with a bright smile. Then go ahead. Piccolo was curious to see how their Super Saiyan 4 forms would differ from Gogeta's. The trio quickly descended to the base of the lookout and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku remarked, I came here once as a child. Even a single month nearly drove me mad. Gohan added, when I was young I trained here for a long time with Uncle Gogeta, another version of Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Only Vegeta had never been inside. He walked out, turned to Goku and Gohan, and said, let me transform first. If you two lose control, I won't be able to handle you. And if the exit gets destroyed, we'll be in trouble. With that, Vegeta flew to a slightly distant spot and began attempting his transformation. Goku and Gohan stayed inside, avoiding the sight of the artificial moon Vegeta created. Vegeta created an artificial moon and hurled it into the sky, then gazed upward at it. With a thunderous pounding of his heart, his body rapidly swelled, transforming into a colossal golden ape. Through the window glass, Goku and Gohan caught sight of the massive ape's half-exposed form. At that moment, the giant Vegeta ape stood utterly motionless. Goku whispered to Gohan, fearful of being overheard by the giant ape, did it fail? I don't know. I've never seen the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Uncle Gogeta just transforms directly. Gohan also replied in a hushed tone. Suddenly, the giant Vegeta ape stirred. Golden aura erupted from the ape, surrounded by terrifying lightning. Its body began to shrink into a smaller ape, which let out a fierce roar. Radiant golden light enveloped it, its fearsome power shattering space itself, causing the entire temple to tremble. Vegeta had successfully transformed. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta made his entrance clad in leather pants, a belt, and gloves. Goku and Gohan were stunned. Was this the process of transforming into Super Saiyan 4? It was utterly breathtaking. Vegeta raised his hand to retract the artificial moon and said to Goku, care to test the power of Super Saiyan 4, Kakarot? Vegeta simply wanted to pummel Kakarot. Goku, ever eager, accepted on the spot. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and lunged forward, landing a heavy punch on Vegeta's face. Vegeta stood his ground. Though struck in the face by Goku, the blow had no effect. He was as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch. Goku unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist, a rapid barrage of punches raining down on Vegeta like a storm, followed by a fierce kick to Vegeta's chest. These attacks failed to shake Vegeta's stance. Goku swiftly retreated, assuming the Kamehameha stance, and unleashed a full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kamehameha, striking Vegeta squarely. The Kamehameha, fueled by Goku's all-out power, hit Vegeta, causing a massive explosion and billowing smoke. Yet as the smoke cleared, Vegeta's figure emerged completely unscathed. My turn to attack Kakarot. Vegeta's lips curled into a wild grin as he vanished and reappeared before Goku. Goku's eyes widened in shock. What? Vegeta also executed the Wolf Fang Fist, but his punches were not like raindrops. They were like meteors crashing into Goku. Goku could only endure the blows, unable to even see Vegeta's movements. Vegeta delivered an uppercut, sending Goku flying into the air. He then flashed above, clasped his hands together, raised them high over his head, and hammered down onto Goku with immense force. Goku crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater, and reverted to his base form. Vegeta landed steadily at the edge of the pit, brimming with pride. Kakarot had finally fallen beneath his feet. Goku stood up and said, what incredible power, Vegeta. Gohan pulled out the Senzu beans he had obtained from Kuririn and tossed them to Goku. Dad, these are Senzu beans I got from Kuririn. Goku caught the beans, ate them, and instantly recovered fully. Now it's my and Gohan's turn to try transforming Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand to create another artificial moon and threw it into the sky. Goku looked up at it while Gohan stepped aside, lowering his gaze to avoid the moon. Goku successfully transformed into a golden giant ape, but it was clear he had lost his sanity. Just as I thought, Kakarot, this low-class warrior, can't control his reason. The giant ape, Goku, opened its mouth and fired an energy beam into the distance, causing a massive explosion. Then it turned its gaze toward the only structure, the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. As it prepared to fire again, Vegeta's rising dragon punch caught it under the chin, dispersing the energy in its mouth. Kakarot, since you've lost your mind, it'll beat some sense into you. Vegeta launched his attack while taunting, unfazed by whether the giant ape could understand. What's the matter, Kakarot? Is that all you've got? Kakarot, your speed is pathetic. Kakarot, is that your full strength? Vegeta vented the pent-up resentment of years, always being outshone by Kakarot, always falling just short of defeating him. As the fight raged on the giant ape, Goku suddenly reacted, halting in place. Here it comes. Vegeta stepped back, watching Goku transform. The same process repeated for Goku, culminating in the emergence of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Thanks, Vegeta, were his first words, expressing gratitude. But the proud Vegeta would never admit to helping Goku. He retorted stubbornly, I just wanted to see how powerful Super Saiyan 4 is. Goku didn't call him out on it. He turned and called to Gohan, Gohan, your turn. Gohan began his transformation as well. He didn't lose his sanity, likely due to his exceptionally high level of cultivation. Years of accumulated knowledge, insights gleaned from books, and his immense potential all forged this unparalleled warrior. Gohan successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and his aura was noticeably stronger than Goku's and Vegeta's. Amazing, Gohan. You didn't lose control, and your ki is even greater than mine and Vegeta's. Goku grew excited again. The three decided to continue training in the hyperbolic time chamber to solidify their Super Saiyan 4 forms. Meanwhile, Gogeta stepped into the space-time tunnel heading for the GT timeline. At a certain point on Earth in the GT timeline, Gogeta and Tase emerged from the space-time tunnel. They looked around at their surroundings, unsure of their exact location. Gazing upward, they spotted a massive planet near Earth. Gogeta instantly realized the timeline was still in the Baby Saga. Suddenly, a blast shot from Planet Plant aimed at the Earth beneath Gogeta's feet. Baby was threatening Super Saiyan 4 Goku, forcing him to take the attack head-on. Gogeta raised his hand slightly and effortlessly deflected the blast. On Planet Plant, Goku and Baby were both surprised. There was a powerful being on Earth capable of blocking Baby's attack. But Goku couldn't dwell on it. His anger was surging beyond control. He flashed in front of Baby, shielding Earth, and rapidly charged a tenfold Kamehameha, unleashing it with full force at Baby. After the smoke cleared, Baby stood unharmed. How is that possible? Super Saiyan 4 Goku couldn't believe his most powerful technique had no effect on Baby. Baby laughed heartily. It's useless. I'm invincible. He then assumed the Gallic gun stance and fired a devastating blast at Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Goku, unable to dodge, took the full brunt of the attack and collapsed. Baby moved to finish him off, but suddenly his body exploded. The earlier tenfold Kamehameha had taken effect. Baby fell beside Super Saiyan 4 Goku, both left grievously wounded. On Gogeta's side, after blocking Baby's energy wave, Tights asked, "What just happened? And where did that planet come from?" "Just a Saiyan's enemy seeking revenge. Don't worry about it," Gogeta explained briefly. "Should we go take a look?" "Of course. This is bound to be interesting material." Tights replied affirmatively. "Then let's go? We'll miss the show if we're late." Gogeta took Tights' hand and used instant transmission to arrive at the battlefield where Goku and Baby were fighting. At that moment, a light rain began to fall. Gogeta and Tights took shelter in the tower where Bulma was. Just as Bulma fired an enhancement beam at Baby, Gogeta walked in with Tights. "Bulma, what are you doing?" Tights asked as she saw Bulma muttering something at a screen. Bulma turned around and saw her long-lost sister standing before her. Overwhelmed with emotion, her expression darkened when she noticed Gogeta beside her. "A Saiyan. All Saiyans must die." Believing her sister had brought a Saiyan to stop her, Bulma turned to flee, but Gogeta would not let her escape. Gogeta raised his hand and released a small orb of light that instantly vanished into Bulma's body. She screamed in agony as red smoke rose from her, and the egg Baby had planted within her was effortlessly eradicated by Gogeta. "Huh." Bulma came to her senses, looking around in confusion. When she saw her sister Tights and Gogeta, the surprise was overwhelming. She had always believed her sister had perished in space, never imagining she would see her again. Bulma joyfully threw herself into her sister's arms. Tights gently patted Bulma's back, understanding that the Bulma of this world had already died. The look in her sister's eyes said it all. On the battlefield under the Blutz waves, Baby was fully revived. He rose to his feet, feeling the surge of power within, and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Yeah." Baby unleashed a tremendous aura, scattering the dark clouds above. Even Trunks, who had been saved by Kibito Kai with super holy water, was pushed back by the overwhelming force. Kibito Kai, who was rushing to rescue the others, sensed the danger. Baby had awakened too quickly. He was too slow. "Ha ha," Baby laughed maniacally. "Aren't you getting a little too cocky?" Super Saiyan 4 Goku sat on a rock watching Baby. "Hey, you took way too long. I was getting bored waiting." Baby was taken aback. "You still have the energy to talk." Super Saiyan 4 Goku jumped off the rock and said to Baby, "While you were down, I managed to rest a bit. I want to savor this fight. Otherwise, there's no point in becoming Super Saiyan 4. Despite his brave words, Super Saiyan 4 Goku was merely bluffing. He was already at his last gasp. Whether Baby could see through it remained uncertain. Baby replied, "Is that so? My apologies. Now let's have a real battle. They'll fight you until you die." Baby cracked his knuckles. On the other side in the Kaioshin realm, Salone said cheerfully, as expected of Goku, "Looks like he still has a good chance of beating Baby. Right, old Kai?" Old Kai's expression was grim as he spoke slowly. "You're wrong. Goku is just bluffing. He has almost no power left. After being hit head-on by Baby and unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha, he's running on empty." Old Kai's insight was sharp and to the point. "How can that be?" Salone and his son were both shocked. On the battlefield, Baby punched at Super Saiyan 4 Goku, who dodged into the air. Baby clenched his fist and said, "I was too childish before. I didn't understand the situation. But this time I'll kill you." Super Saiyan 4 Goku taunted, "Well, your name is Baby, so of course you'd throw a tantrum." But inwardly, Goku thought this might really be the end. "I have no energy left. My limbs won't obey me. Let's have a real fight. It'll show you just how strong Super Saiyan 4 is." Baby roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent Super Saiyan 4 Goku flying. He tumbled across the ground several times before struggling to his feet. "Not attacking. If you want come to me, you'll come to you. Seeing that Super Saiyan 4 Goku was hesitating to strike, Baby grew suspicious. He threw a punch, and Goku, lacking the strength to dodge, was slammed into a rock behind him. His body pierced through the stone and crashed violently into a distant building. Could it be this guy? Baby opened his mouth and fired an energy sphere, hitting Super Saiyan 4 Goku instantly. He fired repeatedly as Goku screamed in agony, finally blasted away, and collapsed onto the ground far off. Super Saiyan 4 Goku lay on the ground gasping for air. Haha, Baby laughed. Son Goku, I knew you were just putting on a show. You have no power left now. Baby raised his massive arm and swung it down at Super Saiyan 4 Goku, who rolled aside to dodge. But Baby struck again, and this time Goku couldn't evade. He was pummeled, letting out a cry of pain. Baby crouched down and hammered Super Saiyan 4 Goku with both fists, accompanied by Goku's agonized screams. Baby raised his arm high, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly Pan appeared before Baby, blocking him. She spoke a stream of heartfelt words, then gathered energy in her hands and blasted Baby's face repeatedly. But it was futile. Super Saiyan 4 Goku desperately thanked Pan and told her to leave. Baby slapped Pan to the ground and slowly approached her. Goku shouted, Baby, if you come any closer to Pan, he'll destroy you with a tenfold Kamehameha. Super Saiyan 4 Goku assumed the Kamehameha stance. Baby sneered, huh? You can't even stand now? How could you possibly unleash a tenfold Kamehameha to destroy me? Baby continued toward Pan, raising his foot as if to crush her. Goku, desperate, yelled, tenfold Kamehameha. A blast of energy shot from behind Super Saiyan 4 Goku, knocking Baby to the ground. The newcomer was Trunks. Baby looked up and saw Trunks. He sneered, Trunks, if you had just stayed obediently as my minion, you could have lived. Why do you seek death? Trunks said angrily, I'd rather die than be controlled by you and live a miserable existence. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Baby. Super Saiyan 4 Goku couldn't stop him. Trunks rushed into Baby's face, landing a flurry of punches on his nose, followed by an uppercut to his chin. Baby lifted his head slightly and sneered, You're far too weak. Your father's body is crying out. Then he slammed his chin down, sending Trunks crashing to the ground. He stomped on Trunks, who screamed in agony. Baby kicked Trunks away, but Trunks was caught by Gohan, who rushed over. Gohan then taunted Baby, You can't do anything without borrowing someone else's power. You're nothing but a child. Kibito Kai approached Pan, extended his hand, and said, Pan, it's too dangerous for you here. Come with me. The group then gathered around Goku. Goku looked at Kibito Kai, realization dawning on him. So it was the Supreme Kai who turned them back to normal. Gohan said to Goku, Dad, leave the rest to us. Goten suggested fusion to Trunks. Let's go. But Goku stopped them, knowing they stood no chance at their current level. Give me all your Super Saiyan energy. That way I can become a full-power Super Saiyan 4. If I achieve that form, I won't lose to him. Goku clenched his fists. But were these fools really discussing their plan right in front of Baby? Were they afraid he wouldn't hear them? Watching from a distance, Gogeta was speechless. As expected, Baby began attacking to prevent them from transferring energy to Goku, firing wildly. Gohan supported Goku as they dodged frantically. Baby attacked the other two, keeping them from getting close to Goku. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, Baby leaped high into the air. Before he could do anything, Goku blinded him with a solar flare. Baby lost his footing, stumbled, and fell into a ditch that appeared out of nowhere. Goten, Trunks now. Goten and Trunks immediately rushed to Goku's side and began transferring their energy. The three of them focused on the transfer. However, Baby recovered quickly and leaped into the air again, striking a Gallic gun pose. Suddenly, OOB, who was inside Baby, seized the opportunity and expanded something like a barrier from within Baby's body. Baby felt as though his body was about to explode. His stomach swelled to an enormous size. Oob urged Goku and the others to gather the energy quickly, as he couldn't hold on much longer. I thought I turned that guy into chocolate and ate him. Oob taunted, This is my own technique. Did you think I'd fall for it? There's no such fool in this world. Baby and Oob began to struggle against each other, but Oob was clearly outmatched. In moments, Baby spat him out. Baby once again assumed the Gallic gun stance, charged his attack, and fired a devastating blast toward Goku and the others. A massive explosion erupted, kicking up clouds of smoke. It looks like we're too late. Kibito Kai fell to his knees, his expression one of dejection. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. In the end, you couldn't affect me at all. Baby laughed with glee. There isn't a single Saiyan left in this universe. They're all wiped out. You seem pretty happy. Gogeta's voice came from a distance. Tights and Bulma were still catching up, so Gogeta, bored, decided to come over and wipe the smile off Baby's face. The body you're using is a Saiyan, isn't it? And I'm a Saiyan too. How can you claim you've wiped them all out? Gogeta stood on a pillar behind Kibito Kai, holding Pan in his arms, speaking calmly. Kibito Kai and the Elder Kai on the sacred world of the Kai were astonished. Vegetto. These two had seen the Patera fusion Vegetto before and were shocked to see Gogeta appear. Enraged and humiliated, Baby fired an energy blast from his mouth. Gogeta simply extended his palm and gently caught it, causing the energy sphere to vanish. Your opponent isn't me. Gogeta looked up at the sky where the smoke was slowly clearing, revealing the arrival of Super Saiyan 4 full power Son Goku. Gogeta jumped down to the ground and handed Pan to Mr. Satan. Gogeta, why are you here? Kibito Kai looked at Super Saiyan 4 Goku in the sky, then at the golden giant ape baby in the distance, puzzled as to how Vegetto could have appeared. Sorry, but I'm not the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. I don't have the Patera earrings. Gogeta shook his head from side to side, showing his ears to Kibito Kai. I just happen to look like their fusion. I am a pure-blooded Saiyan individual. Goku, Bardock, and Tolls all look alike. So what if Gogeta looks like Vegetto? Kibito Kai still found it hard to believe that someone could look exactly like the invincible Vegetto. Let's save the questions for after Goku deals with this guy. Gogeta cut Kibito Kai off. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks rose from the pile of sand. So this is Super Saiyan 4 full power. Incredible. This power is immense. We owe this victory to all of you. And although I don't know who you are, thank you for saving Pan. Goku expressed his gratitude to Gogeta. Don't mention it. Even if I hadn't stepped in, you wouldn't have let Pan get hurt. Gogeta waved his hand. Pan was adorable, and he didn't want her to be harmed either. Gohan and the others noticed Gogeta behind them, but they didn't ask any questions, deciding to wait until Baby was dealt with. Pan stared at Gogeta's face that felt so familiar, yet she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Goku and Baby began their final confrontation. Goku rose slowly into the air, trash-talking as he went. I thought your ki was impressive earlier, but it doesn't seem like much now. Infuriated, Baby let out a mighty roar, unleashing all the power within him. Goku roared back in response, releasing his full strength. A sphere of crimson energy clashed violently with one of gold. Neither could overpower the other. The energy exploded, instantly shattering the surrounding boulders and sending debris flying everywhere. Gogeta raised his hand, creating a barrier that shielded everyone from the shockwave. Goku and Baby simultaneously extended their hands and fired ki blasts. The two ki blasts collided, triggering a terrifying explosion. Now standing on the ground, Baby began to taunt. You are indeed formidable, Son Goku, but I am far superior. Goku retorted without backing down. That's debatable. Your power is indeed great and it excites me, but you are absolutely no match for a Super Saiyan 4. Then let's see about that. Baby and Goku closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of attacks on each other in a classic princess strategy. After a massive explosion, the two separated, both panting heavily. As Gohan and the others debated who was stronger, Gogeta spoke up. Right now their power is nearly equal. But the potential of Super Saiyan 4 is far greater than this. Watch closely, a Goku will win. Goku resumed his verbal assault, taunting Baby to defeat him if he could. Baby, clearly losing his cool, gathered energy in his hands. Super electromagnetic blast. The attack missed Goku. He continued his mockery. Is your full power attack only this weak? I'm so disappointed. Enraged, Baby fired a rapid succession of blasts. Continuous super electromagnetic blast. A chain of ki blasts rained down on Goku, leaving several deep craters filled with molten lava. Seizing the opportunity, Baby hid behind the smoke and began to charge a massive revenge death ball. He fired the enormous sphere at Goku, who had no time to dodge and was forced to take it heat in. Goku was slammed into a giant boulder behind him, completely enveloped by the revenge death ball, writhing in agony. Pan wanted to help, but Gogeta held her back. Just watch. Baby is about to lose. Goku clenched his fists and screamed with all his might. Baby's revenge death ball was rapidly absorbed by Goku, vanishing in moments. Seeing his ultimate attack neutralized, Baby was clearly terrified. Goku then assumed the Kamehameha stance. Baby, you have no chance of winning. I will destroy you with my own hands. He fired a tenfold Kamehameha, blasting Baby away and sending him crashing heavily into the ground. With another ki blast, Goku severed the tail of the giant ape. Vegeta's body began to shrink. Unable to remain inside Vegeta any longer, Baby emerged and prepared to flee. Seeing Goku hesitate, Gogeta raised his hand and fired a ki blast, ending Baby's wretched life. After defeating Baby, Jebbet also purified the remaining people on Earth and on the planet Zifur, with the super divine water restoring everyone's sanity. Bulma learned about the origins of the two from Ties, while Gogeta reintroduced himself to everyone. Everyone teleported back to the temple on Earth with Sun Wukong's instant transmission, where a group was chatting and laughing in the temple. Gogeta, I can sense your strength. Wukong, the child version of you, said to Gogeta. Xiaofang also had questions for Gogeta. Just before Grandpa took on Baby's revenge death ball, how did Uncle Gogeta know Grandpa would win? Well, I can transform into Super Saiyan 4, so I know the abilities of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 inherently possesses the ability to absorb energy to enhance itself, unless the power gap is too vast the body cannot withstand it. However, Super Saiyan 4 is particularly robust and when Baby unleashed the revenge death ball, he was already defeated. Apart from the energy-consuming techniques like Ki Blast, Super Saiyan 4 has no other weaknesses, Gogeta proclaimed with shocking words. Even after being beaten severely by Baby, Wukong did not revert to his normal state, which indicates that the energy required to maintain Super Saiyan 4 is minimal, or perhaps it consumes none at all. The Super Saiyan 4 body can withstand high-voltage currents and temperatures of 6,000 degrees, none of which inflict harm. So powerful. Everyone was astonished by Gogeta's description of Super Saiyan 4. Wukong himself had not anticipated the might of Super Saiyan 4, but he was quite pleased as he now had the powerful Gogeta to challenge Hehe. At that moment, the entire Earth shook with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions happening globally. The Black Star Dragon Balls are missing. Bobo emerged from the temple, his face filled with terror. What? Upon hearing Bobo's words, Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang were all shocked, as they had clearly brought the Black Star Dragon Balls back from the universe and handed them to Bobo. How could they have vanished? Dandy suddenly knelt on the ground, feeling remorseful. It was when we were under Baby's control that we handed the Black Star Dragon Balls to him. The Zephyr Star was created using the Black Star Dragon Balls. What now? There's only 2 weeks left, and we won't have enough time to gather the Dragon Balls again. Xiao Fang was both scared and anxious, unsure of what to do. It's a small problem, we can just go to Namek and borrow the Dragon Balls. Broly is surely stronger than those Black Star Dragon Balls. Plus we can turn Wukong back into an adult and give Vegeta back his tail for transformations. Gogeta, noticing everyone's anxiety, slowly expressed his thoughts. Exactly. Brawl's power is immense. He should be able to nullify the power of the Black Star Dragon Balls. Yes, Dandy exclaimed excitedly, as no one knew Namek's Dragon Balls better than him. Time is of the essence, we must leave immediately. Wukong took Dandy and went directly to Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls. Just as Gogeta had said, Broly on Namek effortlessly nullified the power of the Black Star Dragon Balls, saving Earth. The remaining 2 wishes were to turn Wukong back into an adult and for Vegeta's tail to regrow. Vegeta was eager to try the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, feeling he could catch up to Kakarot or even surpass him. Wukong wanted to stop Vegeta from transforming in the temple, but Vegeta shot back angrily, Kakarot, do you think I would lose my sanity like you when turning into a great ape? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Wukong recalled how Vegeta had transformed into a great ape the first time he came to Earth without losing his sanity and had severely injured him in the process. Then Vegeta transformed directly in the temple, just as he had claimed. He did not lose his sanity and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Peace returned to Earth once more. The World Martial Arts Tournament was held again, and Mr. Satan, who had always had Bu by his side, had been the champion. However, this time Bu was dead, and Mr. Satan decided to step down. Mr. Satan intended for Xiao Fang to inherit his position, but upon hearing that the champion would inherit Mr. Satan's title, she imagined herself in his outfit and exclaimed, no way, that's too ugly. Xiao Fang decisively withdrew from the competition. Coincidentally, OOB also disguised himself to participate in the contest under the alias Pineapple Man to earn some prize money. He made it to the end facing Mr. Satan, but ultimately influenced by Bu was knocked off the stage. At that time, Gogeta was also present watching the scene. Why? Because the system had issued a new mission to help Mr. Satan find Bu. The task reward was Boost Magic. Thus Gogeta attended the World Martial Arts Tournament, observing the match and waiting for OOB to appear. After the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, Gogeta approached Mr. Satan and OOB, proposing his idea to separate OOB from Bu once again. However, he wanted to consult both of their opinions first. If they disagreed, he would forego the task reward since it wasn't particularly useful. Gogeta simply wanted to assist Mr. Satan and Bu, as their bond was so deep that even he envied it. OOB agreed, and how could Mr. Satan disagree? Gogeta executed the forced separation technique, successfully detaching Bu from OOB. Although OOB was the reincarnation of evil Bu. However, since he was reborn, he was no longer Bu. He only inherited evil boost potential, and OOB could not shatter and restore like Bu. This clearly indicated that OOB was now a complete individual, and merging with Bu merely enhanced OOB's strength. When OOB had merged with Bu, it was a dire situation with no alternative. Now that he could be separated, OOB was also very happy. Mr. Satan held Bu in his arms, tears streaming down his face, while their little dog happily bounced around beside them, looking very cheerful. Thank you so much, Gogeta, Mr. Satan said, tightly gripping Gogeta's hand and repeatedly expressing his gratitude, making Gogeta feel quite embarrassed. Gogeta quickly used instant transmission to leave, arriving at the King Kai's realm, as he had some questions for the old Kai. Gogeta wanted to see if there were any gods of destruction in this world, but this timeline did not fall under the management of the entire universe, so logically there should be none, as it was beyond the universe's scope. As mentioned before, there are a total of 7 space-time continuums in the entire universe. Gogeta used instant transmission to arrive at the realm of the Kaishin. Kibito Kai was cooking while the elder Kaishin watched an aerobics video of young ladies on television grinning lecherously. Elder Kaioshinsama, enjoying such leisurely pleasures. Gogeto's voice startled the elder Kaishin, who turned around, and upon recognizing Gogeta, breathed a sigh of relief. What brings you here? I simply wish to ask Elder Kaishin, do you know of any deities higher than the Kaishin? Or is the Kaishin the highest divine being? To my knowledge, the Kaishin are the highest divine beings, Gogeta. The elder Kaishin was puzzled as to why Gogeta would ask such a question, yet he answered nonetheless. Gogeta nodded. Thank you, Elder Kaioshinsama, for resolving my doubts. He then used instant transmission to return to Earth. Before Gogeto's transmigration, the plot of Dragon Ball Super had progressed to the end of the Granola arc, leaving many mysteries unsolved. What exactly was the nature of Zalama, the dragon god? What was the demon that killed Jiren's master, a being so powerful that even an angel could not revive him? This suggested that the demon's power surpassed even that of the angels. Why were the Super Dragon Balls distributed only across the 6th and 7th universes rather than all 12? Did the 6th and 7th universes possess some unique significance? And then there was Zeno with his childlike demeanor. How could a being of such magnitude possess such a personality? Unless, of course, these were not yet matters that Gogeta could investigate or explore. Back on Earth, Goku and Vegeta were once again locked in battle. Those two truly never rested, did they? Ever since Vegeta mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he had regained his confidence. He once again saw hope in surpassing Kakarot. Thus he challenged Goku daily. Goku, brimming with fighting spirit, knew that only with an equally matched opponent could he grow stronger. Goku had initially wished to spar with Gogeta as well, but after being repeatedly refused, he stopped seeking him out. Gogeta declared that he would rather savor the pleasures of life, especially with his wife. Only a fool would abandon his spouse to spar with someone else. And so Earth enjoyed a period of tranquility. After some time, Goku and the others gathered for a feast at Mount Pozu. Almost everyone had arrived, only Trunks was missing. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Pan happily ran to open it. It's Trunks. The moment Pan opened the door, she saw Trunks' body covered in wounds. Upon seeing Pan, he immediately collapsed into her arms unconscious. Trunks, what happened to you? Pan quickly helped him up. The others, hearing her cries, gathered around. Gogeta knew that Android 17 had been controlled, but he chose not to intervene. Without a true awakening, words were useless. One could never understand the world's treachery without stepping into society. No amount of advice could substitute for the lessons learned through personal suffering. Before long, Trunks regained consciousness. He recounted the events to everyone. It was Android 17. He attacked me. At that moment, Gohan entered through the door. Come quickly. Look at this. On the television, countless strange figures appeared all over Earth. Enemies that Goku and the others had once defeated, now all resurrected. King Kai, despite being afflicted with a cold, did not forget his concern for Earth's safety. He sat up abruptly in bed and said to Goku, "This is bad, Goku. A passage between Hell and Earth has been opened by some unknown force. If it is not stopped, Hell will soon merge with the mortal world, plunging everything into chaos. Do something to prevent this." Trunks added. Android 17 said that if we want to stop this, Uncle Goku must go to the vortex in the sky alone. Goku pondered for a moment and decided to face the challenge alone. With Vegeta on Earth, a warrior of equal strength, Goku knew that if anything happened to him, Vegeta could protect the planet. And if worse came to worst, there was always Gogeta. Though Goku had never sparred with Gogeta, he knew that Gogeta was incredibly powerful, stronger than even himself. If a true catastrophe befell Earth, Goku believed Gogeta would not stand idly by. Thus Goku went to meet the challenge and ended up in Hell. No sooner had he arrived than Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew fled with Hell Fighter 17, trapping Goku in Hell. "You bastards. You actually trapped me in Hell." Just then Cell and Frieza appeared, sneering at Goku. "Finally we have a chance for revenge." Goku was also exhilarated. So these two were still around. Cell and Frieza unleashed their energy wildly. Aya! Goku too erupted with power. The three auras clashed violently, but Goku was no longer the fighter he once was. He had grown immeasurably stronger. Cell and Frieza were sent flying by the shockwave. Cell immediately assumed the Kamehameha stance while Frieza formed a Destructo disc in his hand. Together they launched their attacks at Goku. Goku leaped with ease, dodging both assaults. He then rushed to Cell, unleashing a flurry of Wolf Fong fist strikes that sent Cell flying. Spinning around, he kicked Frieza away. Gathering energy in each hand, he fired blasts at both simultaneously, obliterating them instantly. This Goku was not the childlike version of the past. He had no intention of toying with them. They were far too weak. Goku had hoped they had grown stronger, but seeing their lack of improvement, he decisively eliminated them. This time their souls were annihilated, leaving no chance for resurrection. Pity for the two, they never even got to use their combination technique. Back on Earth, all the warriors were busy eliminating the resurrected enemies. OOB dispatched Cybermen with a single move, each finding immense satisfaction in it. In other words, each strike was as effortless as defeating a Cyberman. General Rildo was pursuing Pan. Gohan appeared to block him, but unaware of Rildo's abilities, one of his hands was metallized. Just then Gogeta happened to pass by and eliminated Rildo with a single attack. Goten worried about his girlfriend when to find her. Trunks accompanied him. One might wonder why was Trunks going along. Instead of enjoying the feast, he was heading over to witness a romantic display. The two of them did eliminate some minor foes along the way. Vegeta meanwhile sought out his former comrade Nappa. Poor Nappa met his end at Vegeta's hands once again. Then Vegeta encountered Gero Dr. Mew and Hellfighter 17. He immediately engaged Hellfighter 17 in combat. This Vegeta was not the same as in the original anime. Now he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, and his base form had also grown significantly stronger. A mere Hellfighter 17 was no match for him. To clarify, in the original series, Vegeta and the others were easily handled by Super Android 17. Then Goku returned, and in just Super Saiyan 1, fought evenly with Super Android 17. This was clearly inconsistent. According to GT's logic, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Goku were equals, meaning their base forms should also be comparable. The only plausible explanation is that mastering Super Saiyan 4 also enhanced their base power, otherwise it would be inexplicable. Thus in this story I have established that achieving Super Saiyan 4 also strengthens the base form. After defeating Lied, Gogeta rushed to Krillin's location intent on saving him. It suddenly occurred to him what would happen if 17 killed Krillin right before Goku's eyes. Would Goku transform into Super Saiyan 5 in his rage? The thought excited Gogeta. Even he had yet to master that form. Still, it was only a possibility, and a slim one at that. Gogeta arrived at the city where Krillin was. At that moment Krillin was driving with 18 and their daughter Marin, heading to Master Rose's house to seek refuge from danger. They happened to run into the controlled 17. 17 was slaughtering fleeing civilians, laughing maniacally. You insignificant insects. All of you die. Krillin and 18 immediately spotted 17. It's 17. No sooner had the words left their mouths than 17's attack came hurtling toward them. Krillin and 18 dodged with their daughter, but their car and luggage were destroyed in the blast. Long time no see, 18 said 17, always standing in the middle of the road facing her. What's going on with you? Why are you like this? 18 questioned him. I've come to take you with me, 18. We're twin siblings. We're brother and sister. 17's eyes glowed red as he continued to manipulate her. 18's eyes began to redden as well. Come with me, 18. 18 slowly walked toward him, murmuring the words, brother and sister. Krillin sensed something was wrong. Was his wife about to leave with another man? No, he had to stop her. Don't go, 18. You're my wife. Hearing Krillin's words, 18 snapped back to her senses. Enough chatter. 18 and I were both created as androids by Dr. Gero, 17 continued. What? Dr. Gero, weren't you the one who hated him most? Why are you calling him master? Krillin's words jolted 17 back to clarity. But hell no. 17 immediately regained control, and 17 fell back into his trance, eyes glowing red once more. Krillin kept talking, which irritated 17. He raised a hand and fired a ki blast that pierced straight through Krillin's body. Shut up. Before 18 could even react, Krillin collapsed to the ground. She and Marin rushed to his side. 18 held Krillin in her arms, tears streaming down her face, falling onto his cheeks, while Marin called out for her father over and over. Enraged, 18 attacked 17, landing a punch and a kick that sent him flying into a distant building. I was going to let you live, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. 17's voice echoed from the rubble as a red energy sphere gathered in his hand. 18 urged her daughter to flee and fired a ki blast of her own to counter his. But 18 was no match for 17. She couldn't hold him off and was blasted back to where Krillin lay. What an idiot. With those words, 17 walked away. As 17 flew past, Gogeta secretly planted an energy orb on him without being detected. This energy would at a critical moment allow 17 to completely destroy Hell 17 and regain full control of his body. Then Gogeta approached Krillin and 18, casting 2 healing spells. He had previously infused Krillin with energy to keep him from dying. Krillin and 18 opened their eyes at the same time. Seeing that Krillin was still alive, 18 threw her arms around him, tears flowing once more. All right, you two are grown-ups, but still so emotional, Gogeta said with a hint of disdain, though inwardly he thought, how did that bald guy manage to marry such a wonderful woman? And with such deep affection between them. How infuriating. Krillin and 18 looked at the stranger certain they didn't know him, but why had he saved them? Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Gogeta explained, I need your help with something. Gogeta rambled on for a while, the gist of it being that he wanted to save No. 17. But words of persuasion were useless now, so had wait until No. 17 came to his senses on his own, then step in. Perfect. He also planned to use Krillin to provoke Goku. Gogeta would have No. 18 and Krillin make their final appearance, awakening the original No. 17's personality within Super No. 17. No. 17 wouldn't kill No. 18, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill Krillin. He loathed the bald man who had taken his sister away. Then Gogeta would appear, defeat Super No. 17, save Krillin, and Goku might even break through to the next level. It was the perfect plan. Gogeta silently applauded himself. But how can you be so sure that Goku and Vegeta can't beat Super No. 17? Krillin questioned. Unless they go all out from the very first attack, they absolutely can't win. Super No. 17 can absorb ki blasts. His entire body does it, not just his hands. Gogeta revealed Super No. 17's ability, a power that seemed almost broken, though he didn't know its limits. Krillin nodded at this, knowing Goku and Vegeta's personalities. They wouldn't go all out from the start, they'd take it slow. But he still had doubts. And why do I have to let No. 17 kill me again? Gogeta was a bit skeptical. Did Krillin really not know? So he asked, do you remember when Goku first became a Super Saiyan? During the battle with Frieza on Namek, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. Of course Krillin knew that. And what triggered that transformation? Gogeta pressed. That stumped Krillin. He had been dead at the time, and after he was revived he only heard that Goku. Wait a minute. I was dead. Could it be? That's right. It was because you died, Krillin. In Sun Wukong's heart no one is more important than you. Your death gave birth to the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, a being even Frieza feared. If he had a second chance, I think Frieza would never have killed you that day. After all, everyone who killed you is dead. Gogeta's words stunned Krillin. Did he really mean that much to Goku? No wonder he rarely saw Goku angry. It was because he wasn't there to witness it when it happened. Krillin had never understood how Super Saiyan transformations worked. He had assumed it came from training to a certain level, never imagining it was like this. During the Cell games, when Goku watched Gohan get beaten by Cell, he had a smile on his face. At the time, Krillin thought Goku had immense faith in his son, and the outcome proved him right. But if, just if, it had been Krillin being beaten or even killed by Cell, what would have happened? No one could guess. It seemed Krillin had never been beaten in front of Goku, let alone killed. Only that fool Frieza had killed Krillin right before Goku's eyes. Don't worry, it'll leave a life-saving measure in your body. But it will still hurt, just like before. You'll have to lie on the ground for a while, and No. 18, don't give anything away. They'll step in once Goku erupts. Gogeta wouldn't force Krillin. After all, it was his life, and it had to be in his own hands. In the end, Krillin agreed. He wanted to see with his own eyes just how important he truly was to Goku. Hellfighter No. 17 was barely holding his own against Vegeta, inwardly screaming for No. 17 to hurry and fuse with him. No. 17 had also arrived on the battlefield. Vegeta crossed his arms and said indifferently, even if two of you come, it's useless. The others had also finished off the enemies on Earth and arrived at the battlefield. Seeing that No. 17 had finally arrived, Dr. Mew spoke. The final phase of the plan can now commence, the most spectacular part. When Hellfighter No. 17 and the Earth's No. 17 merge into one, they will unlock No. 17's full potential and become the most powerful android in the world. Dr. Gero began to explain to everyone. Both No. 17s were enveloped in a golden light. Their figures slowly drew closer, eventually merging into one, then erupted with a blinding radiance that forced everyone to shut their eyes. Super Android 17 made his debut. Vegeta was somewhat surprised that they had fused, but he still didn't take it seriously. Trash before the fusion, trash after the fusion. It wouldn't change a thing. However, Vegeta had misjudged this time. Super Android 17's strength was formidable. The others wanted to attack together, but Vegeta held out his hand to stop them, saying, "Don't interfere. Leave him to me." With that, Vegeta charged forward and clashed with Super Android 17. In his base form, Vegeta was no match for Super Android 17 and was sent flying after just a few exchanges. Vegeta flipped midair and landed steadily. Not bad, you've gotten a bit stronger after fusing. Just a bit. You really underestimate me. Super Android 17 smoothed his hair, his voice betraying no emotion. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Then let me see your true power. Both Vegeta and Super Android 17 rushed at each other, their power-laden fists colliding in a brutal bone-crunching exchange. Super Android 17 seized an opening and landed a punch square on Vegeta's face. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta retaliated with a kick to Super Android 17's chest, sending him crashing into a distant building. As the smoke cleared, Super Android 17 aimed all 10 fingers at Vegeta, unleashing an advanced version of the prince's battle technique, firing energy blasts from each finger in a relentless barrage. Vegeta dodged while charging at Super Android 17, appearing right in front of him in an instant. Just as he was about to land a powerful punch, Super Android 17 caught his fist and proceeded to hammer blow after blow into Vegeta's chest. After taking several hits, Vegeta grabbed Super Android 17's other fist with his free hand, and they began a test of strength. A massive crater appeared in the ground beneath them. Vegeta's knee was about to connect with Super Android 17, but he blocked it with both hands. Vegeta threw a left hook, but Super Android 17 ducked and simultaneously kicked out, sending Vegeta flying into the air. Super Android 17 flashed into the sky, gathered energy in his hand, and fired an energy wave that struck Vegeta directly. The blast carried Vegeta and slammed him violently into the ground, causing a massive explosion and leaving a huge hole in the earth. Vegeta pushed aside the rubble and stood up again, now having transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He flashed behind Super Android 17, and the moment the android turned around, Vegeta landed a solid punch to his abdomen. Then, clasping his hands together, he hammered Super Android 17 into the crater. Vegeta unleashed his signature Prince's battle technique, bombarding Super Android 17 in the hole. The two doctors were overjoyed. Vegeta was finally using energy attacks on Super Android 17. As long as Super Android 17's secret remained undiscovered, he was invincible. After the smoke cleared, Super Android 17 emerged unscathed. Vegeta was finally stunned. What? Seeing the smug smile on Super Android 17's face, which he took as mockery, Vegeta shouted in anger, "Then try this." Vegeta spread his arms wide, then slowly brought them together in front of his chest. Final flash. A terrifying wave of energy surged straight at Super Android 17, driving him back into the hole and expanding it further with the sheer force of the blast. Super Android 17's muscles instantly bulged across his entire body, then returned to normal, but no one noticed in the smoke. He stood up again, that infuriating smile still plastered on his face. My turn to attack. Super Android 17 flashed right in front of Vegeta in an instant. Fists rained down on Vegeta's face, twisting his mouth before a powerful kick slammed into his abdomen, sending him flying backward through building after building until he finally crashed into a pile of rocks. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Super Android 17 laughed maniacally, and Gero and Mew joined in with excited laughter. Their plan had succeeded. Super Android 17's power was so immense that even Vegeta was left utterly helpless. You're celebrating too early, bastard. Vegeta's voice rang out from afar. A flash of golden light erupted, blasting away all the rocks around him, revealing a red-furred Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had arrived. I am Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. With that confident smile and that familiar gesture, it was clear Vegeta was about to get beaten. Vegeta first flashed behind Dr. Gero and took out the troublesome old man with a single blow. Then he aimed his hand at Dr. Mew, firing an energy blast as if to eliminate him. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta moved too fast. He killed Dr. Gero before Super Android 17 could react. As Vegeta targeted Dr. Mew, Super Android 17 quickly shielded him, absorbing the energy blast. Vegeta was observant and noticed an unnatural twitch in the area where Super Android 17 had absorbed the energy. Could it be? A suspicion formed in Vegeta's mind, but he kept his expression neutral, ready to test his theory. Vegeta flashed forward, grabbed Super Android 17's arm, and flung him far away. Then he vanished, reappeared below, and kicked Super Android 17 upward. Appearing above, he slammed an energy sphere into Super Android 17's chest. The next moment, the energy sphere slowly began to melt into Super Android 17's body. Just as I thought. Vegeta's guess was correct. Super Android 17 could absorb the energy from energy attacks. No wonder his attacks had been ineffective. They were all being absorbed. Vegeta clasped his hands together, ready to deliver a crushing blow. But as he struck down, he felt nothing but air. It was only an afterimage. Super Android 17 attacked from the side, his fist aiming straight for Vegeta's face. The next moment, he too struck nothing but air. Super Android 17's eyes widened. In the next instant, Vegeta flashed to his upper left and delivered a brutal kick aimed at his face. Super Android 17 raised his arms to block, but the force of Vegeta's kick still sent him flying, shattering layers of rock walls and carving a long trench through the distant forest before finally coming to a stop. Vegeta hovered above the forest, taunting Super Android 17 below. What? Can't withstand such a trivial attack. How disappointing. Suddenly, Super Android 17 appeared behind Vegeta, slamming a massive energy sphere into his back, sending him hurtling away. Haha. Super Android 17 was immensely pleased to have struck Vegeta. You seem rather smug, don't you? Vegeta emerged from the smoke seemingly unharmed. He slowly ascended into the air and addressed Super Android 17. If I'm not mistaken, you can absorb the energy from ki blasts, can't you? How do you know? When you blocked that blast for the old man, just now your body swelled unnaturally. It was subtle, but I saw it clearly. Then I tested my theory, and it proved correct. But being reckless was Vegeta's nature. This was his first battle as a Super Saiyan 4, and he yearned to test his newfound power. True to form, Vegeta continued. Let's see if you can absorb this one. He assumed the stance for the final flash. Huh. A golden aura erupted around Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead as terrifying energy converged. Turn into cosmic scrap metal. Final flash. A torrent of golden energy surged towards Super Android 17, who spread his arms wide intent on absorbing the devastating attack. The final flash struck Super Android 17, forming a blinding halo of light. Super Android 17's eyes widened, his teeth clenched as his muscles swelled repeatedly. On the verge of collapse, he let out a howl, "Yeah." The energy of the final flash dissipated bit by bit, the halo shrinking until it vanished entirely. Huff, huff. Super Android 17 panted heavily, drenched in sweat, his muscles contracting back to normal. What? Vegeta couldn't believe it. His most powerful attack had been absorbed. Did this android have no limit? How could he withstand such a fearsome technique? Data flickered wildly in Dr. Mew's eyes. Absorbing such immense power was still too much. Thankfully, Super Android 17's indomitable will pulled through. Now the tide had turned. As Vegeta stood stunned, Super Android 17 flashed before him, driving a fist into his chest, and then kicking him square in the face, sending him flying backward. Vegeta snapped back to his senses, sensing that Super Android 17's power had significantly increased. Yet he refused to admit the android was stronger. Vegeta flared his ki to stabilize himself and charged at Super Android 17. If ki blasts were useless, he would beat him into scrap metal. Vegeta threw a full-powered punch, but Super Android 17 caught it with one hand and lifted him. The android then drove a fist into Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to gasp and spit blood. Vegeta retaliated instantly with a kick, but Super Android 17 blocked it, grabbed his leg, and hurled him into the air. The android flashed after him, landing a brutal kick to Vegeta's side. Vegeta screamed, spat more blood, and plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Super Android 17 didn't relent, gathering energy and firing a barrage of ki blasts at the ground. The onlookers, seeing Vegeta overwhelmed, rushed to help. Super Android 17 paused his assault, turning to face them. What? You want to die too? Gohan and the others said nothing, charging in together. But they were no match for Super Android 17, who swiftly defeated them all. Vegeta struggled to rise from the rubble. Damn it. He charged again at Super Android 17, but gravely wounded. His speed and strength were greatly diminished. The android easily dodged his attacks and countered with a punch, sending him sprawling. Super Android 17 grabbed Vegeta by the hair, sneering, giving up already. Where's that fighting spirit now? He aimed a ki blast at Vegeta's face and fired. Vegeta crashed into the rocks, reverted to his base form, and fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Gogeta sensed that Super Android 17 had absorbed Vegeta's final flash. It was time to bring Goku back to Earth. Goku would normally return via King Yama or instant transmission, but a powerful force on Earth, the negative energy from the shattered Red Star Dragon Balls, prevented his teleportation as it surpassed even King Yama's power. The two androids had used telepathy to open the Hell Gate, while Piccolo and Dend had opened a passage similarly. But since Piccolo was still alive, Gogeta had to act himself, tearing a hole between Hell and the living world with sheer force. Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4A, broke through the barrier of negative energy, and instant transmitted to Goku in Hell. Goku was watching the battle between Vegeta and Super Android 17 through a crystal ball. Seeing Vegeta being brutalized, he was desperate to return and fight the android himself. Noticing Goku hadn't seen him, Gogeta tapped his shoulder. Goku turned. What are you doing here, Gogeta? I'm here to take you back to Earth. You want to fight him, don't you? Gogeta pointed at Super Android 17 in the vision. If I step in, you'll miss your chance. Then let's go. Goku couldn't wait to leave this place. The food was terrible. Gogeta teleported them to the battlefield, and Goku cracked his knuckles, eager for action. Gogeta cast a healing spell on everyone, reviving them all, then teleported beside Krillin. Amazing. It's just like Denda healing, Gohan remarked, looking at his fully restored body. Vegeta, however, pondered, he healed me instantly without any visible strain. Gogeta must be incredibly strong, surpassing both Kakarot and me. But why doesn't he fight? Vegeta couldn't dwell on it. Defeating Super Android 17 was the priority. Goku and Vegeta both transformed into Super Saiyan 4, staring up at the android. Meanwhile, Gogeta spoke to Krillin and Android 18. I've brought Goku back. When the time comes, you two make your move. Understood. Understood, they replied in unison. Gogeta left energy within Krillin as a precaution and also gave Android 18 a means of survival. Vegeta, let me test this guy's strength, Goku said to Vegeta, hoping he would refrain from intervening. Suit yourself, Kakarot. If you can't handle him, he'll take over. I'm going to personally smash that scrap heap into pieces. Vegeta clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Super 17, then reverted to his base form and flew aside. Goku thanked Vegeta briefly, then ascended slowly and said to Super 17, "Now I'm your opponent. Son Goku." Super 17, "Kill him." Dr. Mew harbored a deep grudge against Goku and immediately commanded Super 17 to eliminate him. Super 17 activated, instantly appearing before Goku in a flash. His fist descended rapidly, and Goku raised his arm to block the blow. Goku smiled at Super 17. Haha. Goku retaliated with a punch, which Super 17 also blocked. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows with immense speed and power, each collision stirring up a storm. After another clash, they separated. Super 17 began firing energy blasts. Goku extended his hand, but suddenly remembered that Super 17 could absorb energy and was struck by Super 17's ki blast. That idiot, Vegeta muttered under his breath. Super 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, a flurry of invisible strikes, raining down on Goku, accompanied by thunderous explosions. When the smoke cleared, Goku had crossed his arms, blocking most of the attacks, though he was still injured. He now appeared somewhat battered. Goku raised 2 fingers to his forehead, initiating instant transmission. His figure appeared to the left of Super 17, but Super 17's fist was already at Goku's face. Goku was sent flying, instantly crashing into a rock. "I've already seen through your moves," Super 17 said triumphantly to Goku. "Damn it." Goku got up and used instant transmission again, but Super 17 was already waiting. He pressed an energy blast directly against Goku's chest, sending him hurtling once more into the rocks with a heavy impact. Super 17 flashed beside Goku, landing a punch to his abdomen and driving him deep into a massive pile of stones, grinding him along the way. Ha ha ha. Dr. Mew laughed, wildly ecstatic at seeing Goku being brutalized. Super 17 withdrew and returned to the air. Unyielding, Goku used instant transmission once more, only to be knocked back again, landing on the ground. Super 17 gave a faint smile. "It's useless. When you use instant transmission, there's a subtle vibration in the air. I just have to focus on my surroundings. Damn it. How is he this powerful? After absorbing Vegeta's energy, he's really become this strong." Goku thought to himself. He couldn't win in close combat, and couldn't use energy blasts. How was he supposed to fight? Super 17, finish him now. Dr. Mew urged. Super 17 spread his arms, beginning to gather energy. A dark energy sphere surrounded by crimson lightning radiated immense power. Hell's lightning. At the moment of the Hell's lightning explosion, Goku used instant transmission to appear behind Super 17. He struck Super 17's back with a devastating tenfold Kamehameha, the tremendous energy engulfing him instantly. While observing Vegeta's battle with Super 17 from Hell, Goku had noticed that Super 17 needed to spread his arms and maintain that posture when absorbing energy. Now, seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed a tenfold Kamehameha at his back, preventing him from absorbing it. The red energy expanded rapidly, destroying the entire city and leaving a massive crater into which seawater began to pour. Excellent. Gohan and the others were overjoyed. Goku and Vegeta also smirked slightly. But then a towering pillar of light emerged and Super 17 slowly rose from within. "You almost killed me. Fortunately, I activated a barrier at the critical moment." Super 17 gritted his teeth at Goku. The next second he vanished and sent Goku flying with a fierce kick. Vegeta rushed forward, catching Goku, and said, "This is bad. Kakarot, let's fight together. This guy's power has increased again." Although the tenfold Kamehameha had struck Super 17, it was blocked by his barrier, and part of the energy was absorbed by him. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and stood alongside Goku. "One more won't make a difference. A wild monkey is still a wild monkey." Super 17 taunted them. Goku and Vegeta charged forward, attacking Super 17 from left and right. Super 17 blocked each of their strikes with one hand. Seizing an opening, he grabbed both their heads and slammed them together. Super 17 fired rapid energy blasts. Goku dodged, but Vegeta was struck and sent flying. "Vegeta!" Goku shouted, turning his head, which gave Super 17 an opportunity. Super 17 flew swiftly toward Goku and kicked him, sending him crashing into the just rising Vegeta. They tumbled across the ground a few times before standing up again. Goku said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, do you remember Vegetto's special move? The final Kamehameha. Yeah, let's see if we can pull it off. That move will definitely shatter that guy. Then let's give it a try." Goku then pressed close to Vegeta, positioning his hands above and below Vegeta's. They began gathering energy, golden aura blazing around them. An incredibly terrifying power coalesced in their hands, causing the entire ground to tremble and rocks to levitate. With a roar from both, tenfold final Kamehameha. Yeah, a colossal crimson beam entwined with golden threads struck Super 17 with devastating force. Super 17 was shaken by the attack, panicked. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Super 17 spread his arms vainly attempting to absorb the attack, but how could he? Super 17 was instantly engulfed in the terrifying energy. The subsequent explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity. Gohan and the others took to the air. Even Goku and Vegeta, unable to withstand the blast, were sent flying. After what seemed like an eternity, Goku and Vegeta struggled to their feet, staring in silence at the crater, far larger than the one from Goku's tenfold Kamehameha. Great, we destroyed that guy. Vegeta, that technique was incredible, Goku said excitedly to Vegeta. Vegeta frantically wiped his face with his glove where Goku had pressed against it, and said, "It was indeed powerful, but do you have to press your face against mine?" Kakarot. "Don't worry about it, Vegeta," Goku replied nonchalantly. "Damn it, Kakarot." Just as they were bickering, a noise came from the crater. Could it be? Goku and Vegeta heard the commotion from the center of the crater, their faces etched with disbelief. How is this possible? This guy. After enduring that terrifying assault, he was still alive. Super Android 17 emerged before them. The upper half of his clothes had vanished, his trousers were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. Though grievously injured, he laughed heartily. Haha, how did you survive that? Goku shouted at Super Android 17. That attack was incredibly powerful. I thought I was done for. But I used my full power to create a barrier, absorbing a fraction of the energy and growing slightly stronger. The barrier blocked part of the assault, and my body withstood the remainder, allowing me to survive. The smile on Super Android 17's face grew wider. This is the end. Goku and Vegeta felt despair. Their opponent was too formidable. They had poured all their strength into the fight, yet they couldn't kill him. And where had Gogeta disappeared to? What to do? What to do? Goku's mind raced frantically. Super Android 17, dragging his battered body, slowly rose into the air, gathering another hell's thunder. This time prepare to die. Goku and Vegeta closed their eyes in despair, awaiting death's arrival. Suddenly, a blast of ki struck Super Android 17. The newcomer was Krillin. Indeed, it was Krillin sent by Gogeta. Krillin said to Android 18, "We made it just in time." The two of them had been blown away by the earlier terrifying shockwave, but had fortunately arrived in time. Seeing Android 18, a flicker of clarity returned to Android 17's eyes. Krillin and Android 18 stood before Goku and Vegeta. Android 18 declared, "You dared to injure me, and Krillin. Are you afraid of the bomb inside me, and that's why you hold back? If you want to kill Son Goku, then kill me first. If you're not afraid of the bomb, then attack." Goku was stunned. A bomb? Hadn't Krillin used a wish to remove that bomb years ago? Only Android 18 knew the truth. Android 17 was unaware. It was a delaying tactic by Android 18 to deceive Super Android 17. Super Android 17's gaze was complex. He couldn't bring himself to harm Android 18. Dr. Mew flew back at that moment. Seeing Super Android 17 hesitate, he urged incessantly, "What's a mere bomb? Can such a thing harm you?" "I'm not afraid of that at all." "Then why aren't you attacking? You useless fool, always making excuses." Dr. Mayu's words enraged Super Android 17. He sent a hell's thunder to send Dr. Mew to meet Dr. Gero to kneel and apologize properly. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin attacked Super Android 17. Seeing Krillin charge forward, Goku shouted, "Krillin, don't go." Even grievously wounded Super Android 17 was no opponent for Krillin. As expected, before Krillin could even touch Super Android 17, a single punch sent him flying to the ground. Super Android 17 followed up a beam of light, piercing Krillin's chest. Fool who doesn't know his place. Goku stared at Krillin's unseeing eyes. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind, their playful antics, their training under Master Roshi. Krillin in a suit. So many moments. The first time Krillin had died, he wore that same expression. The second time killed by Frieza, even his body had vanished. In his mind, Krillin called his name over and over, Goku. Goku. Goku felt something snap within him. Rage flooded his mind. Krillin. An unparalleled aura erupted from Goku. Dreadful white lightning crackled around him. Vegeta beside him widened his eyes before being blown away by the force of Goku's power. Yeah. I will never forgive you, Android 17. Goku's pupils vanished. His hair grew longer, and both his hair and body hair gradually turned white. Dense lightning enveloped him. With Goku's roar, Super Saiyan 5 Goku made his debut. This was the form. Clad in white, Super Saiyan 5 Goku exuded a terrifying aura. Even the unconscious emission of his power left Vegeta awestruck. In the distance, Gohan and the others were jolted awake by this energy. "Is that Father?" Gohan looked uncertainly at Goku's back. Seeing Android 18 in the air and Krillin on the ground, Gohan understood. In his eyes, Goku's silhouette gradually merged with the image of Goku on Namek, perfectly fusing into one. The same despair, the same hellish scene, the same death of Uncle Krillin, the same invincible figure. All of this was deeply etched into Gohan's mind. Super Android 17 felt palpable fear. The ferocity in his eyes slowly gave way to terror. He backed away as if the motion could grant him some semblance of safety. Goku vanished in an instant. Without even a glimpse of him, Super Android 17 was sent flying. His body hurtled through the air with Goku invisible to the eye. Finally, Super Android 17 crashed heavily into the ground. With a swoosh, Goku appeared in the air, gathering a Kamehameha to finish Super Android 17. It was time for Gogeta, who had been idling, to step in. Gogeta instantly appeared beside Goku. "Are you here to stop me, Gogeta?" Goku's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. At such moments, one was at their most furious. No, look over there." Gogeta shook his head, pointing toward Krillin. Goku turned and saw Krillin standing there completely unharmed. Seeing Goku look his way, Krillin scratched his head and grinned. Goku. Seeing Krillin alive, Goku's tension instantly melted away. He reverted from Super Saiyan 5 to his base form, panting heavily. The burden of Super Saiyan 5 was immense. Goku could barely sustain it for even a moment. Krillin rushed over and embraced Goku. "I'm sorry, Goku, I lied to you." "Huh? What?" Goku was confused. What was Krillin talking about? Krillin explained Gogeta's plan to Goku and awaited his judgment. But Goku simply said, "It's alright, Krillin. You didn't die, and I broke through the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Isn't that a good thing?" Goku was still Goku, always so forgiving with his friends. "Goku, you bastard." Krillin's composure cracked, tears welling in his eyes. Having known each other for so many years, they understood each other's temperaments perfectly. Yet Krillin couldn't help but be moved. Goku had never changed, still bringing that same sense of reassurance. Gogeta walked over to Super Android 17 and snapped his fingers. White energy surfaced around Super Android 17. His eyes widened, shifting between evil and good. Finally, the evil Hell Android 17 personality was eradicated, and Android 17 regained full control of his body. "I'm sorry, No. 18. After regaining his senses, No. 17 immediately apologized to No. 18. Although he had been controlled by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew into attacking her, he was still deeply remorseful. Why had he let himself become like this? Perhaps it was the death of No. 16, or perhaps it was the years of accumulated negative emotions, having no goal, no conviction, that Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had exploited to seize control, preventing No. 17 from resisting. But when No. 18 stood before Son Goku, No. 17 had an awakening. Originally, he had intended to die by Goku's hand, but now that Gogeta had saved him, he too wished to strive to integrate into this group to try and protect what he wanted to protect. "I'm sorry, everyone. Because of my momentary lapse, so many things happened. I deeply apologize." No. 17 also apologized to everyone present. His personality was originally reclusive, and he disliked lively gatherings. Now bravely admitting his mistake and sincerely apologizing to all, Gogeta's task was thus complete, and his base power doubled. Goku said with a grin, "It's fine. We can ask Shenlong to revive those who died, and we can ask him to restore the Earth to its original state. And now that No. 17 is this strong, he can protect the Earth even better." Hearing that the dead could be revived, No. 17's expression finally relaxed. At least there was still a chance to make amends. "Kakarot, what was that transformation you just did?" Vegeta asked impatiently. I don't really know how to explain it. Just now when I saw Krillin killed by No. 17, an overwhelming rage flooded my mind, and then I transformed. But this form puts a huge strain on my mind and body. I only transformed for a moment, and my head already hurts badly, and my body is exhausted. Using this form, I can only end the fight quickly. Goku described his sensations after transforming. Gogeta pondered Goku's words carefully, rage flooding the entire mind, heavy burden on the brain. That probably requires immense mental strength or extreme emotions. The heavy burden on the body, similar to Super Saiyan 3, it would consume a vast amount of energy. But the power of this form is truly incredible, far stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Speaking of this, Goku grew excited, his voice trembling. Just then a violent tremor shook the ground, followed by a distant volcanic eruption. On the Earth now, floods, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions were occurring everywhere. "This is bad, Goku. Because of the brief connection between Hell and the living world, the natural order has gone haywire, destroying Earth's ecosystem. The planet might be doomed." King Kai, observing Earth from his planet, immediately notified Goku upon seeing this. Hearing what King Kai said, the group sensed the danger and immediately set out to gather the Dragon Balls. Thanks to the efforts of Goku, Pan, and Trunks, the Dragon Balls were collected in less than half a day. But everyone noticed cracks on every Dragon Ball, looking extremely ominous. After using the Dragon Balls for so long, when had they ever seen them cracked? Goku and the others pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. However, with the Earth suffering, they had no time for excessive thought, so they decided to summon Shenlong first. "Come forth, Shenlong." After a moment, the sky showed no reaction. No. 17, who had never witnessed the summoning, asked, "Where's Shenlong? Could these be fake Dragon Balls?" Goku thought his voice was too quiet, so he shouted loudly, "Come forth, Shenlong." This time there was a reaction, but unlike before, the sky didn't turn black, it turned red. No. 17 watched the scene of Shenlong's appearance as something felt off, but he said nothing as he had never seen it before. Suddenly the ground began to shake, accompanied by a powerful evil aura. Black smoke emanated from the cracks in the Dragon Balls, and from that smoke emerged a blue-black dragon with wings. Is this Shenlong? No. 17 looked at the enormous creature before him. Its aura didn't seem like a divine dragon at all. So no. 17 intended to ask Gohan beside him, but found everyone looking bewildered. No. 17 was also confused. I've never seen Shenlong, but haven't you all? None of them recognized this dragon, but they still began making wishes. Green dragon, black dragon, any dragon that could grant wishes was a good dragon. But this dragon turned a deaf ear to their wishes, instead pulling out a cigar from Waknoshir and started smoking, acting like some big shot. Then they heard the dragon say, "I will no longer obey you humans." Haha. King Kai then said to Goku and the others, "That thing before you is not Shenlong at all." The dragon blew a puff of smoke at Goku, and the others then rolled up the Dragon Balls and sucked them all into its mouth. Its red eyes flashed with an even more sinister light, and then it transformed into a tornado, its terrifying gale forcing everyone to shut their eyes. From within, 7 blue-black dragons flew out, each holding a Dragon Ball in its mouth, and scattered across the world. The Dragon Balls we worked so hard to collect," Pan shouted as she watched the disappearing Dragon Balls. "What's going on?" Everyone was utterly confused. "Look over there." Pan pointed at something like an aurora in the sky. "So beautiful. That must be the aurora. I've never seen one in my life. So romantic." The women present all chimed in, unaware that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it can be. Goku broke out in a cold sweat. A powerful force has surrounded the earth. An incredibly powerful evil energy. Just then King Kai called out to Goku again, "Hey Goku." But before he could say anything, the Elder Kai interrupted, "You idiot." Startled, Goku fell to the ground while others covered their ears. Who yelled so loud? "You fool, didn't I warn you that the Dragon Balls aren't something to be used carelessly? Have you forgotten? That kind of thing will wreak havoc on nature." The Elder Kai's voice came again, laced with disappointment. Still sitting on the ground, Goku replied, "Elder Kai, we can all hear your voice. Could you please keep it down?" On the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kai was already furious beyond calming down. "Damn it. How can I stay calm when things have come to this? Listen, Goku. If you let things slide like this, not just Earth, but the entire universe will be destroyed." "You mean that strange dragon that came out of the Dragon Balls?" Goku recalled the blue-black dragon. "Exactly. It's because you people abused the Dragon Balls that such a monster was born from them." Bulma muttered a few complaints, but was sharply retorted by the Elder Kai. "This whole mess is your fault, Bulma. It all started when you invented that dragon radar and began searching for the Dragon Balls." Bulma retorted passionately, "If you're so great, why don't you show yourself?" Trunks quickly went to comfort her. "Mom, this is just telepathy. Besides, what if you anger the Elder Kai? If I could get there, I would have given you all a proper lesson already. But now Earth is completely isolated from the outside world, and there's no way for me to get through." Kibito Kai tried to console the Elder Kai. "Ancestor, we don't have much time. Let's get to the point." Then he spoke to Goku and the others through the crystal ball. "Listen carefully, everyone. The truth is, every time the Dragon Balls are used, their positive energy decreases, and conversely their negative energy increases. This was inherent in their creation. To purify the negative energy, it's best not to use them for 100 years after each use. But you've used the Dragon Balls countless times in just 30 years. Once the negative energy exceeds its limit, it bursts forth, creating something like you just saw. That blue-black dragon. The evil dragon. Popo has heard of it too." Everyone turned around and saw Dend and Popo, who had arrived unnoticed. It is said that a long, long time ago the evil dragons also appeared on other planets. Before long, they destroyed those planets along with the entire galaxy surrounding them. Moreover, the Dragon Balls were originally meant to grant only one wish. You forced them to grant 3, so this outcome was to be expected. Kibito Kai added, "Though I'm still not entirely clear on what's happening, it seems this is my fault. All I need to do is defeat that creature called the evil dragon and take back the Dragon Balls, right?" Goku willingly shouldered the responsibility. Without him, even if Bulma had invented the dragon radar, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls would have been impossible. Ultimately, Goku bore a share of the blame. Now, by taking it all upon himself, he exuded an overwhelming sense of reliability. "Exactly. As long as the evil dragon is destroyed, Earth will be saved," Kibito Kai said. Gogeta, who had been watching for some time, suddenly spoke. "There are 7 Dragon Balls, so there should be 7 evil dragons. This isn't just Goku's fight. All of you need to step up, especially you, Android 17. Gogeta wouldn't let Goku take on everything alone. He wanted Gohan and the others to contribute as well. This wasn't a battle for Goku only. They couldn't defeat the strongest ones, but they could handle the weaker ones. They couldn't forever grow under the protection of Goku and Vegeta. If one day Goku and Vegeta were gone, they would have to carry the torch. GT shouldn't be just Goku's battle, and they weren't his power batteries. Leave the strongest to Goku, Vegeta, and Android 17. The rest of you three and OOB handle the others. You can't always rely on Goku and Vegeta. This time no one will save you if you lose. Gogeta's words made their expressions turn grim. Understood. 3 Gohan, Goten, and Trunks nodded in unison. Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and OOB, 7 in total. A perfect match for the 7 evil dragons. Pan, holding Jiru, said to the group, "I'm coming too. Otherwise you can't borrow Jiru." Unable to dissuade Pan, they had no choice but to bring her along. Gogeta secretly followed behind. Though he claimed he wouldn't care about their fate, he would still step in when it truly mattered. However, Gogeta had someone on his back, tights. When she saw him sneaking after the group, she rushed over, threw her arms around him, and insisted on coming too. Left with no choice, Gogeta brought her along. Following the dragon radar's signal, Goku and the others quickly located the first evil dragon. They arrived at a village where the inhabitants were fleeing. After Goku asked for an explanation, he confirmed that an evil dragon was here. Before a lake, the group saw an evil dragon resembling a toad, the 2-star dragon. It was born from the negative energy generated when Kid Goku used the Dragon Balls to revive Bora, the native under Karen Tower. Goten stepped forward and said, "Dad, leave this one to me. You all go find the other evil dragons." "Are you sure, Goten?" Goku was a bit worried, but Goten replied, "Mr. Gogeta is right. We can't always rely on you, Dad. We need to grow too. If one day you're not here, we'll be the ones to protect Earth." Seeing the determination in Goten's eyes, Goku left the 2-star dragon to him and moved on. The 2-star dragon, displeased that only one person was left to face him, felt insulted. He immediately charged forward seeking death, but Goten blocked him. "Your opponent is me." Goten rushed in, unleashing a wolf-fang fist on the 2-star dragon, followed by a kick that sent him crashing into the ground. Goten unleashed Vegeta's signature technique, the Prince's War method, bombarding the 2-star dragon relentlessly. When the smoke cleared, the 2-star dragon's battered form was revealed. Yet the 2-star dragon still wore that smug expression, grinning at Goten. "It's useless. I'm the strongest of the evil dragons. Your attacks are nothing but tickles to me." If not for his pitiful state, Goten might have believed his lies. "If you're the strongest evil dragon with looks like that, then I could wipe out all of you by myself." Goten pointed at the ugly creature before him, speaking with confidence. "Haha, just wait and see. You'll die a miserable death," the 2-star dragon boasted. "Then try it." Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan and continued his assault on the 2-star dragon. Following Gyrus' lead, Goku and the others arrived at a small town. The town was deserted with not a soul in sight. Just then, an elderly couple moving slowly hadn't left yet. Goku approached and asked for details. The old man pointed at the slime on a lamppost and said, "All the electricity in this town has been absorbed by that thing. Everyone has to move elsewhere to survive. You should leave too." After saying this, the elderly couple slowly walked away. Not long after, the culprit appeared, a dinosaur-like creature, the 5-star dragon. The 5-star dragon was born from the negative energy generated when Goku was revived during the Saiyan invasion. "Then this evil dragon is mine," Trunks volunteered, stepping forward. "Fine, take care of this disgusting thing." Vegeta couldn't stand being there any longer. He hated anything slimy. He turned to leave. The 5-star dragon wasn't about to let that slide. Feeling insulted, he attacked Vegeta directly. "Electric slime, go." Several globs of slime shot toward Vegeta. Seeing that revolting substance heading his way, Vegeta dodged quickly and shouted to Trunks, "Trunks, finish him off quickly." Trunks immediately stood in front of the 5-star dragon. "Your opponent is me." "Then it's yours, Trunks. Be careful." Goku and the others gave a few words of caution before departing. Trunks nodded and then fixed a serious gaze on the 5-star dragon. Though the 5-star dragon looked small, Trunks knew better than to underestimate him. He might have some deadly tricks. "Damn it, how dare you look down on me." Electric slime attack. The 5-star dragon launched his skill at Trunks. Clumps of slime flew from all directions. Trunks twisted and turned, but couldn't avoid them all. Soon the electric slime latched onto him, discharging electricity instantly. Trunks was electrocuted, dancing on the spot before collapsing. "Pathetic," the 5-star dragon mocked. But Trunks quickly got back up, seemingly unharmed. "Is that all you've got?" Trunks smirked, taunting the 5-star dragon. "I'm the most powerful of the evil dragons. I'll show you my true power." Electric slime combined. The 5-star dragon shouted, and countless slimes converged from all directions, attaching to his body. His form swelled, creating an identical outer shell. Hidden inside, he protected himself. As Wukong and the others continued their journey, having encountered 2 evil dragons, he felt they were nothing special, hardly formidable. Completely unenthused, he trudged along listlessly. "Dad, isn't it a good thing that the evil dragons aren't that powerful?" Gohan, unable to understand Wukong and Vegeta's yearning for a worthy opponent, tried to console him. I know, but without a strong foe, I just can't get excited. It's so boring, Yukong replied weakly. Gohan didn't know what to say, and the group fell into silence. Only Pan chattered on endlessly with excitement. Dragon Ball detected. Dragon Ball detected. It's nearby. Hearing Gyros' words, everyone looked around, but the area was empty. No sign of any evil dragon. The Dragon Ball is moving fast. Jiru pointed in a direction. Wukong and the others saw a trail on the ground shifting wildly. After following it for a while, it finally burst out of the ground. Meanwhile, Goten was locked in fierce battle with the two-star dragon pummeling him relentlessly. Didn't you say you'd make me die horribly? Look at you now. Goten kicked the two-star dragon away again, taunting him. The two-star dragon picked himself up and said, "Now I'll show you." The two-star dragon curled his finger in a mocking gesture. Goten, unable to tolerate the insult, charged forward and threw a punch, but something was wrong. Contrary to expectations, the two-star dragon easily caught Goten's fist, then struck him in the gut, reverting him to his base form. How is this possible? Goten couldn't believe that the two-star dragon whom he had been thrashing all along could knock him back to normal. Goten pondered the problem. If the dragon hadn't grown stronger, then he himself had grown weaker. The realization struck him. The environment was the culprit. Gaha. That's right. Once you've absorbed enough poison gas, your strength will fade, and it'll defeat you. The two-star dragon dragged Goten to a lakeside and added, "This lake is filled with lethal poison. No creature can survive in it. They all turn to bones. It'll let you feel the countdown to your death. Isn't this a horrible death? Gaha." With that, the two-star dragon tossed Goten into the lake. Back to Wukong's group. The evil dragon that emerged from the ground was a giant marmot. The seven-star dragon born from the negative energy of the wish to revive those killed by Majin Vegeta at the martial arts tournament. It was Gohan's turn to fight. The others, confident in his abilities, set off to find the next evil dragon. Gohan turned and assumed a fighting stance against the seven-star dragon, but the dragon ignored him, burrowing back into the ground to continue digging forward. Damn it, don't run. Gohan chased after him, firing energy blasts at the ground. They had no effect on the dragon, who only found the digging oddly more comfortable. Suddenly Gohan spotted a city ahead. Not good. Huh. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, placing his index and middle fingers on his brow, and unleashed Piccolo's signature technique, the special beam cannon. Come out. Huh. The special beam cannon pierced through the ground and struck the seven-star dragon, who was impaled, his eyes wide with shock. D-damn you. The seven-star dragon clutched his wound, glaring furiously at Gohan. You? Unforgivable. He launched an attack at the one who had disturbed him. The seven-star dragon placed one hand on the ground, and a blast erupted directly beneath Gohan. Gohan dodged as the dragon fired repeatedly, pillars of light rising around them. Gohan weaved through them until he was above the dragon's head. Another energy blast struck the seven-star dragon himself, the immense power leaving him barely alive. He collapsed, his body vanished, and the Dragon Ball flew out. Just as Gohan reached for it, he recalled Ub's words, "Fool, do you think I'd fall for my own move?" Gohan snapped alert and dodged the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Trunks struggled to evade the five-star dragon's attacks. Bolts of lightning struck from the dragon's hands, forcing Trunks to retreat further back in a clumsy scramble. You bastard. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed his father's signature move, the Final Flash. Huh. Final Flash. The terrifying power struck the five-star dragon directly, but he casually caught it with his belly. Return to sender. The five-star dragon flexed his stomach, sending the Final Flash hurtling back at Trunks. Trunks dodged to the side as the immense energy exploded behind him. Ha ha ha. How do you like that? The five-star dragon laughed heartily, pleased with his own attack. Trunks crawled out of the rubble, glaring at the five-star dragon with a dark expression, his mind racing for a way to defeat this foe. The scene shifted to Goten and the two-star dragon's battlefield. After being thrown into the lake, Goten saw the pile of bones before him. His anger surged. How could such a despicable creature be allowed to rampage? Imagining his loved ones reduced to skeletons, his fury erupted. Huh. I will never let that happen. Yaya. A terrifying energy burst from the lake. The two-star dragon, just turning to leave, stumbled and fell. Turning back, he saw Goten in Super Saiyan 3 form, rising slowly from the lake. Goten's piercing gaze, fierce expression, and the overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan 3 terrified the two-star dragon, who scrambled to escape. Goten gathered a Kamehameha in his hands and said, "You despicable, vile creature, disappear." Huh. And thus the most pathetic two-star dragon was defeated. So useless was he that even Super One-star dragon wouldn't bother using his techniques. Truly laughable. Meanwhile, Wukong and his group discovered another evil dragon. Arriving at a sea area, they saw a shower of seafood falling from the sky. Upon inquiry, they learned it was from a nearby dragon god princess who often gave away seafood to the locals. A child in the village noticed that seabirds seemed to be attacked from the sky, falling and never daring to return to the air. Following the clues to the shore, Wukong and the others saw the 6-star dragon delivering goods. Alright, my turn. OOB stepped forward to face him. The 6-star dragon was born from the negative energy of Oolong's wish for girls' panties. Then I leave it to you. OOB. Goku was quite confident in OOB's strength. That 6-star dragon didn't seem like a formidable opponent at all. Watching Goku and the others leave, the 6-star dragon sneered. Your companions don't care whether you live or die. Know that I am the mightiest among the evil dragons. As he spoke, he waved his hands, sending blades of wind hurtling toward OOB. OOB raised his hand and swept it forcefully, dispersing all the wind blades. Is that all? Oob wore a contemptuous expression, taunting the 6-star dragon. That was just a test. The real show is yet to come. Oob cracked his knuckles and said, Then let me see it. And you kid over there, stay back. The 6-star dragon began his assault, letting out a mighty roar. Sky-rending air bullet. A barrage of air bullets flew toward OOB. OOB vanished and reappeared, dodging the projectiles as he charged at the 6-star dragon, landing a punch on his forehead. But something blocked the blow and a shockwave sent OOB flying backward. What? OOB steadied himself, puzzled by the attack. A protective barrier. He fired an energy wave at the 6-star dragon to test the waters. The 6-star dragon didn't dodge. The energy wave was deflected straight back. OOB narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the dragon's movements. I see. I understand. OOB had seen through the 6-star dragon's trick. He shouted, You were spinning at an incredible speed just now, weren't you? Haha, you're quite perceptive. By spinning at high speed, I create a protective barrier. As he spoke, the 6-star dragon twirled, transforming from a beautiful girl into a monstrous creature. So you're this hideous underneath. OOB taunted. Anyone who sees my true form must die. So perish. The 6-star dragon's body began to spin at an incredible speed. Whirlwind slash. In an instant, OOB was slammed into the wall behind him, pinned there, unable to move. Meanwhile, Trunks gazed at the colossal form before him at a loss. He couldn't attack up close, and his energy blasts were ineffective. What could he do? What to do? Trunks' mind raced. Let me show you my ultimate power. The 5-star dragon plunged its body into the ground, using the underground power lines to absorb the world's electricity. The 5-star dragon's body swelled, growing beyond the sky, becoming larger than the entire city. Then from its massive body, a tentacle shot out, hurtling toward Trunks. Despite his desperate dodging, he was caught. Seeing Trunks captured, the 5-star dragon unleashed a surge of electricity, making Trunks scream in agony. Damn it. Is this where it ends? Trunks was filled with resentment. He recalled the time with Majin Buu when he was similarly enveloped and absorbed. The same feeling of helplessness washed over him. Was he truly this powerless? Always relying on his father and Uncle Goku? No. This time he would rely on his own strength. Trunks clenched his fists, unleashing all his power. Inside the red tentacle, Trunks was engulfed in a golden radiance. His eyebrows vanished, his hair grew longer, and an aura of terror enveloped him, shattering the tentacle. Super Saiyan 3 Trunks makes his entrance. Trunks raised his hand, conjuring a Destructo disc. He hurled it with force, and the disc split into 4. Since energy blasts couldn't harm the 5-star dragon, he would use this technique to slice it apart and strike its true body. The Destructo disc's power was no joke, a truly divine technique. As the saying goes, solar flare plus Destructo disc sends Frieza to his coffin. The 4 Destructo discs carved a square opening in the 5-star dragon's colossal body, severing its connection to the massive form. The 5-star dragon's enormous body began to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks unleashed his ultimate technique again. Final Flash. In the 5-star dragon's terrified gaze, Trunks' Final Flash obliterated it. Trunks reached out and caught the 5-star ball. The second Dragon Ball was secured. Tights hidden in the shadows said to Gogeta, "Not bad, Trunks. Just as impressive as Goten." Gogeta nodded, a gratified smile on his face. Meanwhile, Gohan, in a moment of urgency, failed to catch the Dragon Ball and let it fall to the ground. Gohan turned to look. Just as he suspected, the Dragon Ball on the ground was still blue, with visible cracks running across its surface. Seeing that Gohan hadn't fallen for the trick, the 7-star dragon reverted to its original form, a little pig. Now fear began to grip its heart. It had no power left to defeat Gohan, and there was nothing nearby to possess. It was doomed. Gohan glanced at the dead gopher in the rubble, then back at the 7-star dragon, understanding. This creature needed a host to gain power. The memory of Baby, that despicable being, surged within him, igniting his fury. Back then, controlled by Baby, he had hurt Pan and Piccolo, something he could never forgive himself for. Now facing a creature so similar to Baby, Gohan could vent his pent-up rage. You deserve to die, Baby. Gohan transformed into his mystic form, gathering the energy for a special beam cannon. The terrifying power condensed in his hands, and as the 7-star dragon looked on in horror, Gohan obliterated it. This time it was dead beyond any doubt. The third Dragon Ball was collected. Elsewhere, Goten, having defeated the two-star dragon, was heading toward Trunks with the Dragon Ball. When he arrived, Trunks had already finished his battle and secured his ball. The two reunited and set off to join Gohan. Back to OOB. He was still struggling against the six-star dragon storm, but the force was too strong, and he couldn't break free. Just then, the flock of seagulls that had dared not fly earlier took to the sky, diving at the six-star dragon's head, pecking fiercely at the Dragon Ball embedded there. Swarmed by the seagulls, the six-star dragon was under relentless attack. He swung his arm violently, sending the birds flying. "Stay out of my way." The six-star dragon assumed a stance, ready to strike the seagulls. At the critical moment, the boy Bishu stepped forward, shielding them. Seeing Bishu about to be killed, OOB erupted. "Stop! I said stop, don't you hear me?" The power of Majin Buu dormant within OOB began to awaken. A pink aura enveloped OOB's entire body, crackling with black lightning. His eyes turned black, making him appear utterly terrifying. OOB lifted his gaze to the six-star dragon, who was startled by the fearsome look, but still blustered. "Even if you turn into that dreadful form, I'm not afraid." OOB paid him no heed. He raised his hand and unleashed a Kamehameha. The six-star dragon let out a single scream before vanishing within the blast. The overwhelming aura around OOB dissipated instantly, and he gasped for breath. For OOB now, the power of Kid Buu was still too difficult to control. Kid Buu's strength and talent were among the greatest. After all, he possessed the terrifying gift of learning instant transmission with just a single glance. And he had power that even Goku acknowledged. The fourth Dragon Ball was secured. Wukong and his companions continued their search for the evil dragons. Guided by Jiru, they arrived at a desert city. They had reached the coordinates where the radar signal vanished, yet the evil dragon was nowhere to be seen. Wukong and the others found this rather peculiar. "Strange. Why can't we see the evil dragon?" Wukong sat on an abandoned car, wiping sweat from his brow, and said to the others, "Why does it feel like it's getting hotter and hotter?" Suddenly, the sun at its zenith swelled in size, and a sphere resembling a miniature sun hurtled downward, its target unmistakably Wukong. Wukong leaped aside with a burst of strength, evading the attack. The abandoned car, however, was instantly melted into a pool of molten iron. The newcomer was none other than Four-Star Dragon. He was born from the negative energy generated by Piccolo Daimau's wish to regain his youth of being as radiant as the sun itself, the Four-Star Dragon. Whether due to his solar nature or the influence of the four-star ball, his temperament was fiery and straightforward. His sole desire was to clash with Wukong. "Son Wukong, fight me. This battle will decide who is superior and who shall live or die," the Four-Star Dragon declared without prelude. Wukong gladly accepted the challenge. This Four-Star Dragon was far more formidable than any evil dragon he had encountered before. They were not even on the same level. Moreover, the Four-Star Ball held a special significance for Wukong, and he had no intention of surrendering it to anyone. He'll leave the rest to Vegeta and No. 17. Wukong entrusted the remaining two evil dragons to his comrades while he engaged the Four-Star Dragon in single combat. No. 17 and Vegeta, accompanied by Pan and Jiru, pressed on in their search. The battle between Wukong and the Four-Star Dragon commenced. Wukong struck first, landing a direct punch on his opponent. Yet the Four-Star Dragon seemed utterly unfazed. "Keep your hands off me." The Four-Star Dragon's body temperature soared instantly. Wukong's fist felt as though it were pressed against scorching iron, searing with heat. "Ow, ow." Wukong frantically blew on his fist, trying to cool it down. The Four-Star Dragon gave him no respite, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, forcing Wukong to dodge. Wukong ducked behind a building. The Four-Star Dragon explained his ability. "I can raise my temperature to match the surface of the sun in an instant. Approximately 6,000 degrees Celsius. Wukong peeked out to get a glimpse of his foe, only to find that the Four-Star Dragon had vanished. The Four-Star Dragon had taken to the sky, transforming into a blazing sun. He unleashed a prince's assault upon Wukong below. With no time to evade, Wukong could only shield his vitals and endure the onslaught. After the smoke cleared, Super Saiyan Wukong stood with his arms crossed, seemingly unharmed. "Incredible. You're something else." Excitement surged within Wukong as he continued the duel. He retaliated with his own prince's assault, and the two exchanged volleys of energy. The spectacle was magnificent. Countless energy spheres rained down, reducing the entire city to rubble. Following a massive explosion, Wukong and the Four-Star Dragon charged at each other, engaging in close-quarters combat. Wukong launched a flurry of attacks, but failed to land a single blow, all while being scorched by the intense heat. Close-range fighting was utterly impossible. Wukong created some distance, gathering a Kamehameha in his hands to probe the Four-Star Dragon's limits. He fired the blast, but just before impact, his opponent evaded with blinding speed. Such speed! Wukong was taken aback. The Four-Star Dragon conjured a mirror-like disc through which his energy became vastly more powerful. A beam of light streaked toward Wukong. He leaped into the air to avoid it, but the Four-Star Dragon shifted the mirror, tracking his movement. The beam struck Wukong's arm. Wukong cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. Damn it. I never expected that beam to hurt so much. As the 4-star dragon prepared to press his attack, Wukong seized the moment, springing into the air and unleashing a solar flare. Blinded, the 4-star dragon was vulnerable. Wukong fired an energy blast that passed through the mirror and struck his foe directly, sending him hurtling across the ground, carving a trench in his wake. Show me your true power, 4-star dragon, Wukong declared. Haha. The 4-star dragon laughed. You noticed, didn't you? As expected of you, son Wukong. The 4-star dragon rose to his feet with a mighty roar. Huh. Cracks spread across his body as his protective shell shattered, revealing a golden visage beneath. So this is your true form. Then he'll transform into Super Saiyan 4. Huh. Wukong instantly assumed his Super Saiyan 4 state. So this is Super Saiyan 4. That's right. Even temperatures of 6,000 degrees can't harm me now. A fierce grin spread across Wukong's face. Round 2 began. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his group found themselves back in the desert they had traversed earlier. Gyrus Dragon radar indicated that 2 Dragon Balls had converged. So Kakarot is dealing with 2 evil dragons. Vegeta hurried to the desert city without delay. When they had visited this city earlier, it was sweltering. Now, however, parts of it were frozen solid. Clearly the work of another evil dragon. Vegeta spotted the evil dragon at once. It bore an identical appearance to the 4-star dragon, differing only in color. Excellent, thought Vegeta. It's the same model as Kakarot's. If I defeat this evil dragon, doesn't that prove I'm stronger than Kakarot? With that thought, Vegeta could no longer contain his excitement and charged directly at the 3-star dragon. The 3-star dragon saw him coming and fired a beam from his eyes with a sharp sound. Vegeta twisted aside to avoid it. The beam struck a distant tower, freezing it solid. Phew, that was close. Vegeta shuddered at the sight of the frozen tower. He realized he must not underestimate the evil dragons. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and blocked the 3-star dragon's path. This sneaky 3-star dragon had intended to ambush Wukong, but was intercepted by Vegeta en route. Were you planning to ambush Kakarot? Vegeta demanded. Of course. In battle there's no distinction between methods. Only fighting and not fighting. What a... The 3-star dragon's words enraged Vegeta. His Saiyan pride forbade him from ganging up on an opponent, let alone ambushing someone mid-fight. The incident with Cell had occurred because Vegeta's actions cost Gohan an arm, otherwise Gohan's power would have been enough to defeat Cell. A loyal and honorable Vegeta had ultimately intervened to finish Cell. During the battle against Kid Buu, both Wukong and Vegeta had insisted on fighting alone. They only cooperated when their enemy resorted to underhanded tactics like fusion or absorption. This revealed Vegeta's stance on such matters. In that case, you'll die right here. Vegeta unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 4. Sanxing Long, realizing Vegeta was not to be trifled with, also released his full strength. Instantly, half the city was turned into ice sculptures while the other half remained unscathed thanks to Vegeta's power. The commotion over there caught the attention of Goku and Sanxing Long, who were in the midst of their own battle. Goku and Sanxing Long simultaneously paused their fight, turning to look in that direction. This power is... Vegeta. Sanxing Long. Goku and Sanxing Long were taken aback. Sanxing Long. Vegeta. Goku was the first to explain. Vegeta is someone who came with me. Sanxing Long also clarified. Sanxing Long is my brother. What? A brother? Even you shadow dragons have sibling relationships. I never would have guessed. Goku seemed to laugh with great delight. Suddenly a beam of light pierced through Sanxing Long's back. Sanxing Long instantly collapsed to the ground. Sanxing Long. Goku cried out. Sanxing Long turned his head with difficulty to see Yixing Long. Yixing Long stood on the ruins, having appeared there at some unknown moment. I've grown tired of waiting. Can't even handle a single wild monkey. What a waste. Finishing his words, Yixing Long raised his hand and fired another beam of light, this time targeting Goku. Sanxing Long shielded Goku with his own body, taking the hit. Blood spilled from Sanxing Long's mouth as both of them lay on the ground. With the last of his strength, Sanxing Long gasped out his final words, Su. Goku, I truly wanted to settle the score with you. Then Sanxing Long's body vanished, leaving only the 4-star ball in Goku's hand. Sanxing Long, you bastard. Goku clenched his fists tightly. Wasn't he your comrade? Why did you kill him? Why so easily? I will never forgive you. Never forgive me. Yixing Long slowly walked towards Goku, speaking as he approached. Who was it that brought me into being? It was you, son Goku. I was formed because you overused the Dragon Balls. The abnormal changes on Earth are all your fault. How many times have you used the Dragon Balls to revive people, and you still have the audacity to speak so arrogantly? Yixing Long walked right up to Goku, enunciating every word. That and this are two completely different things. I will personally destroy you. Goku retorted. Then let me see your power. Yixing Long erupted with an immense aura. Goku also unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 4. The two forces clashed violently in the sky, neither able to overpower the other. On Vegeta's side, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he immediately attacked Sanqing Long. Although Sanqing Long was supposedly Suxing Long's brother, his strength and speed were vastly inferior, and he was brutally trounced by Vegeta. After being punched flying once more, Sanqing Long crashed to the ground. Vegeta aimed his palm at his face, ready to end his life in the next second. Please spare me. I can give you the Dragon Ball, just spare my life. Seeing the situation turn against him, Sanqing Long immediately begged for mercy. He extended his hand, producing the Dragon Ball, intending to hand it over to Vegeta. His expression was as pathetic as it could be, a perfect image of a traitor. Vegeta saw Sanqing Long's pathetic demeanor and reached out to take the Dragon Ball. Sanqing Long's lips curled into a faint smile. His other hand was already prepared to strike, waiting only for the moment Vegeta took the ball. Vegeta's own lips curled into a wild grin. He fired a ki blast from his hand, directly ending Sanqing Long's life as the latter stared in shock. Foolish wretch, begging an enemy for mercy. And you thought you could ambush me? Vegeta had long noticed Sanqing Long's sneaky move. To pull a trick right in front of him, Vegeta. Wasn't that an insult to his intelligence? A despicable creature like Sanqing Long was what Vegeta hated most. He decisively ended his wretched life. Meanwhile, at Goku's location, two formidable energies were colliding fiercely. It's Kakarot. Vegeta grabbed the 3-star ball from the ground. He called out to Android 17 and Pan, then immediately rushed over. Android 17 and Pan followed closely behind. Goku was battling Ishin Long, but he was barely holding on. Ishin Long's power was even greater than his own, and Goku was beginning to struggle. Damn it! How is this guy so strong? I thought Suxing Long was the strongest of the Shadow Dragons, but there's someone even more powerful than him. A sense of foreboding grew within Goku. In that single moment of distraction, Ishin Long seized the opening. He kicked Goku viciously in the face. Goku was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood, crashing through several buildings before slamming into a wall. Ishin Long charged forward, giving Goku no chance to catch his breath. He gathered energy in his hands and fired a barrage of ki blasts at Goku. When the smoke cleared, Goku's figure was nowhere to be seen. Over here, idiot! A voice came from above. It was Android 17, who had rescued Goku at a critical moment. Thank you, Android 17, Goku expressed his gratitude. In that situation, if Goku had taken the hit directly, he might have suffered severe damage. Leave this guy to me. Android 17 pointed at Ishin Long. No problem. Goku had already fought Ishin Long. Unless he could transform into Super Saiyan 5, he definitely couldn't win. But Goku felt he couldn't make the transformation. It was as if he was missing something. Yet Goku just couldn't grasp it. Are you okay, Grandpa? Pan, worried, ran to Goku's side. I'm fine, Pan. Goku patted Pan's head, reassuring her he was unharmed. Vegeta also walked over. Goku nodded at him, and they both began to watch the fight between Android 17 and Ishin Long. A change of opponent. As expected, a wild monkey can't last. Barely any time has passed, and you're already spent. Ishin Long taunted. I'll shut that annoying mouth of yours. Android 17 pointed at Ishin Long, issuing a threat. Then let's see if you have what it takes. Provoked in such a manner, Ishin Long was also getting angry. He directly attacked Android 17. Android 17 charged at Ishin Long. The moment their power-laden fists collided, a tremendous storm erupted. The city below was utterly destroyed, reduced to a massive crater. Pan clung tightly to Goku's leg to avoid being blown away. Goku and Vegeta shielded their eyes from the flying debris, marveling. Android 17's power is truly formidable. Even though they had witnessed it before, they couldn't help but be impressed. That Ishin Long is no pushover either. He can actually match Android 17. Vegeta acknowledged Ishin Long's strength, but he doesn't know that Android 17 can. Before Goku could finish his sentence, Vegeta covered his mouth. Idiot. Don't say it out loud where that guy can hear. Goku nodded and Vegeta released him. Dad, we brought the Dragon Balls. Gohan and Goten had all arrived. Everyone was present. Not bad at all. All of you have taken down the Shadow Dragons. Goku praised as he saw the 4 return safely. You've all grown stronger. Vegeta nodded, as well satisfied with their performance. Seeing Goku and Vegeta's approval, the 4 were overjoyed. Who wouldn't want praise from their elders? They placed the Dragon Balls into Pan's backpack, leaving only the 1-star ball. That 1-star dragon can actually go toe-to-toe with Android 17. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. After absorbing the energy contributed by Goku and Vegeta, Android 17 had become even more powerful than Super Saiyan 4. The fact that the 1-star dragon seemed on par with 17 shocked the newly arrived group. It's fine. Android 17 is. Before Goku could finish, Vegeta struck him hard on the head. Idiot. I told you not to say it. Goku held his head. That hurt, Vegeta. You deserve it. Humph. Vegeta ignored Goku and focused on the battle. You're quite something, aren't you? Android 17 praised, but his attack speed increased. Before the one-star dragon could react, he was kicked under the chin. Android 17 grabbed the horn on the one-star dragon's head and hurled him away with force. The one-star dragon steadied himself and looked up only to see an energy blast heading straight for him. He ducked again, and the blast grazed past his face. The one-star dragon lifted his head once more. This time there was no energy blast, but he saw the sole of Android 17's shoe. The one-star dragon was sent flying by the kick, crashing through several tall buildings before embedding himself in a wall. The one-star dragon fumed. As the leader of all shadow dragons, how could he be toyed with like this? He erupted with energy, shattering the wall behind him, and charged at Android 17 to reclaim his pride. Android 17 and the one-star dragon clashed again. The one-star dragon dodged a fierce kick from 17 and threw a heavy punch, but 17 sidestepped and countered with a fist. The one-star dragon blocked with his elbow while gathering energy in his other hand, blasting 17 away. Then, using both hands, he instinctively mimicked Vegeta's signature princess technique, unleashing a relentless barrage on Android 17. The onlookers nearly burst out laughing, but held it in, knowing they couldn't let the one-star dragon notice. After the bombardment, the one-star dragon was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from his full-power assault. Haha, he should be badly injured by now, the one-star dragon said smugly. He had seen every one of his attacks land squarely on Android 17 without a single miss. Sorry to disappoint you. Android 17's voice came from the smoke, sounding far from gravely wounded. Android 17's bulging muscles quickly shrank as he absorbed all of the one-star dragon's attacks. After absorbing them, he stood up and vanished in an instant. From the one-star dragon's perspective, a figure suddenly flashed out of the smoke. Before he could react, he was forced to take the blows. Having absorbed the one-star dragon's energy, Android 17's power and speed surged, surpassing his opponent. The one-star dragon had no chance to fight back and was brutally pummeled. The one-star dragon took another hit midair and crashed heavily into the ground. Hell's lightning. Android 17 unleashed his ultimate technique, blasting it directly at the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon stared at the black energy sphere, his eyes wide and mouth agape. It's over. A scream echoed as he vanished in the attack. Amazing. Android 17. Incredible. Android 17 landed slowly, and the group surrounded him with praise, making even him a bit embarrassed. Android 17, that was brilliant. The one-star dragon never imagined you could absorb energy blasts to get stronger. Yeah. The group chatted and laughed, full of joy. Oh, where's the one-star ball? Pan searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. Suddenly, Pan's backpack split open, and the dragon balls inside flew toward a certain spot. Goku was quick and grabbed the 4-star ball. Over there, the one-star dragon's arm emerged from the dirt, clutching a dragon ball. He now stood on the rubble holding it. The one-star dragon. Didn't that attack kill you? Seeing him reappear, the group was puzzled. Almost. I was just a hair's breadth from dying in that attack, the one-star dragon roared. I underestimated you all. I never thought you could absorb energy. The one-star dragon pointed at Android 17. This time I'll smash you to pieces with my fists. With that, he swallowed the dragon ball in his hand, and the other dragon balls flew into his mouth as well. What? He ate the dragon balls. Pan exclaimed in terror. This is the true form of the one who stands at the pinnacle of all shadow dragons. A massive surge of energy erupted from the one-star dragon's body. He clenched his fists and puffed out his chest, and 6 dragon balls appeared embedded in his chest. The one-star dragon's power skyrocketed, multiplying several times over. How do you like this power? He asked, spreading his arms as if showing off. All the power of the other shadow dragons is now within me. Haha. In that case, I'll try swallowing a dragon ball too. Maybe my power will increase as well. Goku raised the 4-star ball and swallowed it in one gulp. Halfway down, it got stuck in his throat. Goku couldn't speak and frantically pounded his chest. Spit it out, Grandpa. Kakarot, you idiot. Dad. Uncle Goku. The others grew anxious. If Goku choked to death, things would get troublesome. Finally, Goku forced the Dragon Ball down with a big swallow. I'm safe. He rubbed his neck, still shaken. Kakarot, get a grip. Don't mess around. Vegeta roared at Goku. Hey. Vegeta, I'm fine, aren't I? Goku shielded himself from Vegeta's spittle and said weakly. Alright, Uncle Vegeta and Dad, stop arguing. The most important thing now is to defeat the one-star dragon. Gohan tried to mediate. The one-star dragon had enough. He raised a hand, and a terrifying aura erupted, blowing away Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Pan, and OOB. Only Goku, Vegeta, and Android 17 withstood the blast. But all 3 wore grim expressions. The one-star dragon, after absorbing the remaining Dragon Balls, had become immensely powerful. Since the one-star dragon had resorted to underhanded tactics by absorbing the other Shadow Dragon's power, Goku and Vegeta had no choice but to join forces with Android 17. Perhaps they could still win. The 4 vanished in an instant and reappeared in the sky. Goku, Vegeta, and Android 17 launched a furious assault on Super One-Star Dragon. The one-star dragon moved with effortless grace, easily evading their attacks, and sending Vegeta flying with a single punch. Goku and Android 17 continued their assault on Super One-Star Dragon, but to little effect. They both kicked out with force, but the One-Star Dragon blocked with his hands. As they pulled back, Vegeta, who had been waiting, unleashed a final flash at Super One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon didn't dodge. He took the hit heat-in, and the point of impact showed not a single scratch. The One-Star Dragon vanished and reappeared before Goku in an instant, kicking him away with brutal force. Then he flashed to Vegeta, landing a heavy punch to his abdomen. As Vegeta doubled over in pain, the One-Star Dragon fired an energy blast, and Vegeta fell. Seeing this, Android 17 charged in, but the One-Star Dragon caught his fist, lifted him, and slammed him hard into the ground. In the end, all three lay defeated. Wukong pushed aside the stones on his body and sat up. This guy, after absorbing the power of the 5 evil dragons, his strength and speed have increased dramatically. Damn it. Vegeta also struggled to his feet, cursing in anger. The fact that No. 17 could absorb energy was already known to Super Saiyan. Now Super Saiyan only engaged in close combat, yet even with just his fists he could beat the 3 of them to death. Kakarot, can you still not achieve that form? Vegeta asked Wukong. Now they could only rely on that transformation. I feel like something is still missing, but I just can't remember. Wukong scratched his head in frustration and pounded the ground. What is it? Does that bald kid have to die before your eyes for you to transform, Kakarot? Vegeta grabbed Wukong's shoulders and yelled at him. Krillin, die before me. Wukong recalled Krillin's dying expression. Veins bulged on his forehead. Krillin's face was reflected in Wukong's pupils. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that they bled. A dense network of white lightning crackled around him, and his terrifying aura blasted Vegeta away. Kakarot. Seeing Wukong begin to transform, Vegeta grew excited. No. 17, witnessing Wukong's state, silently prayed for Super Saiyan, hoping he wouldn't die too miserably. He had experienced the terror of that power. It was on an entirely different level from Super Saiyan's current strength. Against Super Saiyan, No. 17 still had the ability to resist. But against Super 5 Wukong, No. 17 had no power to fight back and could only await death. Off. Huh. Wukong let out a mighty roar. His terrifying aura erupted without warning. Vegeta, caught in the blast, rolled several times on the ground. No. 17 crossed his arms, barely managing to withstand the shockwave. Far away, Super Saiyan's expression was a rich tapestry of emotions. Initially smug, reveling in his control over the trio's lives, he paid little heed when Vegeta spoke to Wukong. But when Wukong transformed, his smugness slowly faded into fear. The overwhelming power bearing down on him was such that even if he swallowed the 4-star ball, he would be no match. Super Saiyan unconsciously stepped back, praying that Wukong hadn't seen him. But he was overthinking. Wukong's eyes never left Super Saiyan. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Super Saiyan. A single ordinary punch to the stomach left Super Saiyan doubled over in agony, as if struck by a critical blow. Super Saiyan turned his head, meeting Wukong's terrifying and piercing gaze. He stumbled backward. Wukong slowly extended his palm towards Super Saiyan, and an energy blast was instantly released, exploding in a flash of light amid Super Saiyan's horrified stare. Super Saiyan dodged into the air, looking down at the terrifying explosion below. The fear in his heart had not yet dissipated. He decided to destroy the entire Earth along with Wukong. Saiyan raised his hand, and a red energy sphere appeared. He hoisted it above his head. The sphere grew larger and larger, its energy intensifying, condensed from all the negative energy of the 6 evil dragons. Saiyan was preparing to fight with his life on the line. Wukong watched Saiyan's display, calmly lost in thought. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta grew anxious seeing Wukong's inaction. What was this guy doing? Not even worried about an attack like that. Vegeta truly wanted to crack open Wukong's head to see what was inside. Super Saiyan, seeing Wukong motionless, thought he was afraid. Ha ha ha. Are you scared? It's too late for regret. Disappear into the universe along with the Earth. Super Saiyan hurled the energy sphere fiercely at Wukong. Dad, Uncle Wukong. Kakarot. The red energy sphere engulfed Wukong in an instant. The blinding light forced the others to shut their eyes. Far away in the realm of the Kai, the old Kai, and on King Kai's planet North Kai, both cursed Wukong as a fool. Ha ha ha. Super Saiyan laughed maniacally. That fool who had even frightened him had actually taken his strongest attack, Heaton. How utterly reckless. Suddenly Super Saiyan's laughter ceased abruptly. He saw Son Wukong's figure within the energy sphere. No, the energy sphere was being absorbed by Son Wukong. This time Super Saiyan was truly afraid. What kind of monster was he? The energy sphere shrank bit by bit, eventually merging entirely into Wukong's body. You have no chance of winning Yi Xinglong. Go to hell and repent to Si Xinglong. Wukong gathered the Kamehameha in his hands, speaking to Yi Xinglong word by word. Who the hell are you? Yi Xinglong shouted in terror. Wukong fired the Kamehameha. My name is Sun Wukong. You can also call me Kakarot. Huh. The Kamehameha from Wukong's hand struck Super Yi Xinglong instantly. After a terrifying explosion, Yi Xinglong was completely obliterated. The 6 Dragon Balls also fell from the sky. Yay! Pan was overjoyed and ran over to collect them. Wukong landed slowly and the others gathered around. Amazing, Dad. This power is absolutely unmatched. That's right. Everyone spoke at once. Wukong reverted to his base form, panting heavily. Super 5's drain was immense after just a short while he was exhausted. He looked up to see the others staring in astonishment. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wukong touched his face. Nothing there. Grandpa, your forehead. It's the 4-star ball. Pan pointed at Wukong's forehead. Wukong raised his hand to touch it. Indeed. Sigh. How did the 4-star ball grow on my head? Wukong couldn't understand it either. How did the 4-star ball end up here? Just then Gogeta landed slowly carrying tights and said to the others, Not bad, not bad. I watched all your battles from the shadows. Your performances were all excellent. You didn't disgrace Wukong and Vegeta. It's pretty much as I expected. You've all grown stronger. My following you all this way wasn't in vain. Gohan and the others were touched to learn that Gogeta had been secretly protecting them the whole time. Though Gogeta said he wouldn't save them, he had watched over them fearing they might die. Thank you, Mr. Gogeta. Gohan expressed his gratitude solemnly. You're welcome. These are things you all have to face sooner or later. I'm just giving you some mental preparation in advance. If Wukong and Vegeta are ever absent, you won't be caught off guard. Wukong also thanked Gogeta. Vegeta just snorted, coldly muttering about meddling. But judging by his expression, he was quite satisfied. You can come out now, Si Xinglong. Suddenly Gogeta said something that baffled everyone. Suddenly the 4-star ball floated off Wukong's forehead and transformed into the form of Si Xinglong. So you found me out. Si Xinglong appeared in the air. Hey. Everyone looked wary except for Gogeta, who seemed unconcerned. He absorbed part of the energy from that sphere to revive and was then purified by Wukong's power. This guy has reformed completely. No need to worry. Even so, I still want to settle things with Sun Wukong. Si Xinglong's goal had never changed. Huh. Great, Si Xinglong, you're alive again. Wukong happily patted Si Xinglong on the shoulder. As for what Si Xinglong said next, having a strong opponent to spar with was something Wukong was thrilled about. But what about the Dragon Balls? Pan said, holding the 6 Dragon Balls in her bag. It's fine. Taking out the Dragon Balls won't kill Si Xinglong. Vegeta said, recalling how San Xinglong, when begging for mercy, offered to hand over the Dragon Balls to spare his life. This showed that evil dragons wouldn't die if they lost the Dragon Balls. Really? That's great. Wukong was even more delighted. This way the Earth could be restored, and Si Xinglong could stay. It was the best of both worlds. After the 4th star dragon surrendered the 4-star ball, Goku and his companions summoned the Eternal Dragon, resurrecting those who had been slain by Super 17 and the evil dragons, restoring Earth's environment. The planet was finally saved. The Elder Kaioshin repeatedly admonished Goku and the others, warning them not to use the Dragon Balls so casually again. What would happen if such a situation recurred? Yet Goku remained utterly nonchalant, declaring that his own power was truly formidable. Should the evil dragons reappear, he would simply eliminate them. Moreover, the 4th star dragon was originally an evil dragon. After using the Dragon Balls, he could absorb the negative energy within them, thereby making the 4th star dragon even stronger. These words infuriated the Elder Kaioshin, who hopped about in rage, but he could do nothing to restrain them. These fellows were all so immensely powerful. How could he possibly control them? Let them be. The 4th star dragon settled down with Goku at Mount Pozu. Daily he trained diligently and sought sparring matches with Goku. It seemed that until he defeated Goku, the 4th star dragon would not leave. A few days later, Gogeta and Vegeta arrived at Mount Pozu to find Goku. Both were intensely curious about Super Saiyan 5 and wished to ask Goku how to achieve that transformation. Upon reaching Mount Pozu, they saw Goku and the 4th star dragon locked in battle. However, Goku held the upper hand, suggesting his power had increased yet again. Damn you, Kakarot. You've grown stronger again. Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. Seeing Vegeta and Gogeta approach, Goku halted the fight and said to the 4th star dragon, 4th star dragon, let's continue another time. There's no time today. The 4th star dragon, noticing the arrival of Vegeta and Gogeta, realized there would be no opportunity now. He turned and departed without looking back. Haha, it seems this guy is even more eager to defeat Goku than Vegeta. Don't you think so, Vegeta? Seeing the 4th star dragon leave, Gogeta couldn't resist teasing Vegeta. Kakarot must be defeated by me. Vegeta showed no regard for the 4th star dragon. How could that creature possibly beat Kakarot? Vegeta was the one with the greatest chance of defeating Kakarot. Gogeta, what brings you here? Goku landed beside them and sat down to rest. Both Gogeta and I want to understand that transformation. It would be best if you could teach us. No problem. Goku rambled on at length about his insights into Super Saiyan 5 and the method of transformation, summarizing 2 key points. First, the release of emotions. Second, the release of bodily power. Listening to Goku's explanation, Gogeta felt that this form resembled emotional Ultra Instinct. Emotional Ultra Instinct also involved controlling emotions to enhance power. In contrast, the normal Ultra Instinct, Omen Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and Silver-Haired Ultra Instinct all emphasize speed, requiring a calm mind, otherwise precision would easily decline, exposing weaknesses. Gogeta stroked his chin deep in thought, while Vegeta looked utterly bewildered. What emotions? What power? Wasn't this a Super Saiyan transformation? How could it be linked to this? But Gogeta seemed contemplative, ready to test his theory on the spot. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and the burst of aura in an instant left Goku and Vegeta astonished. What terrifying aura was this? In that unconscious moment, Goku and Vegeta felt as if they had glimpsed the king of hell. Sweat poured from their brows, and their backs were drenched. Kakarot, that power just now. It's infinitely stronger than my Super Saiyan 5, not even in the same dimension. Too terrifying. Seeing their alarmed expressions, Gogeta intensified the shock. He declared, my base form might be stronger than Goku's Super Saiyan 5. After transformation, it becomes even more formidable. That's why strengthening the base form is most crucial. If the base form doubles in power, the transformation's increase is far more than double. Vegeta suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. If his base form possessed the strength of Super Saiyan, or even Super Saiyan 2, then transforming into Super Saiyan would allow him to pin Kakarot to the ground. Vegeta seemed to discover a new path, his eyes growing brighter. He resolved to train his base form, diligently striving to defeat Kakarot as soon as possible. Gogeta began his attempt at transformation. He concentrated his mind, controlled his emotions, and released energy from his body. Externally, only a surge of immense power emanated from him, but his body showed no visible change. Goku and Vegeta struggled to withstand Gogeta's power. Fortunately, Gogeta exerted only a slight effort, otherwise they would have been unable to endure. Wrong, Gogeta. That's not it. You must fill your mind with energy too. Goku carefully observed Gogeta's transformation and accurately pointed out the mistake. Fill the mind with energy too. Gogeta was puzzled. Wouldn't that risk blowing up his head? Goku explained again, it's like fusion, 2 people becoming one. Oh, Gogeta understood. It meant fusing spiritual power with physical strength, merging the 2 forces like a fusion, causing them to expand instantly. No wonder it placed such a heavy burden on both body and mind. Gogeta tried again. Closing his eyes, he carefully began to merge his spiritual power and physical strength bit by bit. As the 2 forces touched, they triggered a chemical reaction, surging exponentially. Gogeta opened his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, and white lightning crackled throughout his body. Yes, that's it. Goku shouted. The next moment his voice turned to alarm. Wait, Gogeta. Gogeta crossed his arms and thrust them outward. Terrifying energy erupted from his body, radiating in all directions. He transformed into a sphere that grew larger and larger, the ground groaning under the unbearable weight. In the next instant, the sphere rapidly contracted, finally merging back into Gogeta's body. The fearsome aura turned into a storm, annihilating everything around. Damn it, that Gogeta. From the rubble, Goku and Vegeta emerged looking thoroughly disheveled, cursing incessantly. Fortunately, this place was far from Mount Paozu, or that area would have been affected. Gogeta slowly descended before Goku and Vegeta, apologizing. Sorry, I didn't expect this transformation to be so powerful. It's a bit hard to control. Gogeta cast 2 healing spells, also restoring their clothes. Boost magic was indeed quite useful. As an apology, how about I teach you a transformation too? Goku had taught him this form, so it was only polite to reciprocate, a matter of social grace. Really? Are there other Saiyan transformations? Goku grew excited at the prospect, and even Vegeta's eyes showed interest. Before that, I need to teach Vegeta the Super Saiyan 5 transformation as well. Gogeta hadn't forgotten about Vegeta either, ensuring he could also transform into Super Saiyan 5. Under the dual guidance of Gogeta and Goku, Vegeta quickly grasped the essentials and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Feeling the immense power surging within his body, Vegeta was immensely proud and was about to show off when he reverted to his base form, collapsing to his knees. Pale-faced and utterly exhausted, he resembled someone drained of all vitality, a picture of complete depletion. Goku burst into laughter beside him. Huh, Vegeta, you're pathetic. How can you be so weak? You barely lasted a moment. Having only recently achieved Super Saiyan 4 and lacking the full power absorbed from Gohan and the others, Vegeta forced himself into Super Saiyan 5, instantly exhausting every ounce of his energy. If Vegetto weren't so utterly drained, he would have sewn Kakaroto's insolent mouth shut and landed a couple of solid punches on him. After resting for a while, Vegeta regained some strength. Then Gogeta began explaining the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Goku, Vegeta, do you know the differences between our two worlds? In my world, besides the Supreme Kai, there is also a God of Destruction. Above the God of Destruction are angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King. The God of Destruction's power is immense, capable of destroying an entire universe with ease. But in your world, there is no such system of gods. The highest level is the Supreme Kai. Although the Supreme Kai possesses divine power, it is very weak and utterly useless in battle. I don't know what caused your world to become this way. Both Goku and Vegeta were shocked to hear such secrets for the first time. Goku immediately asked, what about angels? Are they stronger than the God of Destruction? Of course, the God of Destruction was taught by an angel. But these matters are too distant for you. When you have the chance to witness them in the future, you will understand. Now let me show you the Saiyan transformations on the path of the gods. First, covering the base form with divine energy. Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan God, and his aura vanished. I can't sense Gogeta's energy. Amazing. Divine energy cannot be sensed by mortals. If you master it, you will be able to perceive this energy. Next, on the basis of mastering divine energy in base form, transform into a Super Saiyan. I call this Super Saiyan Blue. Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and continued. Then there is the Super Saiyan 4 form infused with divine energy, Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. His body instantly expanded as he became Super Saiyan 4, covered in a layer of red divine energy. The aura around him changed from golden to a sacred red. However, this power is extremely difficult to control as it touches the realm of the gods. It requires extensive practice. Gogeta reverted to Super Saiyan God and tossed 2 orbs of divine energy to Goku and Vegeta. First, try to sense this energy. The divine energy enveloped them completely. Goku and Vegeta closed their eyes, focusing on the sensation. After a long while, the divine energy dissipated and they opened their eyes. Incredible. This power is far greater than the energy we've been cultivating. Goku grew excited, and even Vegeta could not hide his inner thrill, clenching his fists tightly. Of course, this is the power of the gods. Though it is the most basic level, nothing else can compare. Gogeta gave them 2 more orbs of divine energy to continue their meditation. However, mastering the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue transformations would take time. Without Whis guidance, their progress could not be swift. After finishing the day's training, Gogeta left them to their own devices and returned to West City with Tights to explore this world's Earth and see its differences. Gogeta and Tights spent several days touring Earth. Then Tights suggested they visit outer space. These past days, Pan had told Tights fascinating stories about collecting Dragon Balls in space. Intrigued, Gogeta took Tights on a journey through the cosmos, broadening her horizons. Each day, Gogeta randomly searched for energy signatures and used instant transmission like opening a blind box. Thrilling. They encountered all kinds of races, though none were particularly powerful, with battle powers ranging only in the hundreds or thousands. A month later, Gogeta and Tights returned to Earth. With their affairs settled, they decided to go back home, missing their daughter after more than a month apart. After a month of training, Goku and Vegeta could barely sense divine energy, but transforming would still require more effort. Hearing that Gogeta was leaving, the two came to bid him farewell. At Bulma's house, everyone gathered to say goodbye to Gogeta. Goodbye, Mr. Gogeta. Goodbye. See you. Keep training hard and don't slack off. Gogeta waved to Gohan and the others. Goodbye, Gogeta. Next time we meet, I'll have mastered divine energy and we'll fight again. Goku extended his fist and Gogeta bumped it with his own. I look forward to it. Vegeta, leaning against the wall, gave a slight wave. Gogeta nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, goodbye everyone. Holding Tights' hand, Gogeta faced the crowd and flew into the temporal vortex. Back home, Tights dropped Gogeta and rushed into her study to begin writing. Gogeta went to play with his daughter. Itza hadn't seen her father for a long time. Her grandmother said that Dad and Mom had gone out to play and would be away for a while, which made Itza very angry. How could her parents go out without her? She decided to ignore them for 3 days. But the moment she saw Gogeta return, Itza threw herself into his arms, completely forgetting her resolution. What? Where did you go, Daddy? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Itza cried loudly. Gogeta quickly comforted her. How could Daddy ever not want you, eh? Itza is the cutest. Then promise me you'll take me next time you go out. Itza looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Alright, I promise, Itza. Next time I go out, I'll definitely take you. Gogeta wiped her tears and spoke gently. Pinky swear. Itza extended her little finger and Gogeta did the same. Pinky swear 100 years no takebacks. Yay? If Daddy lies, he's a puppy. Itza made a victory sign, looking overjoyed. Then Gogeta carried Itza to find Tights. That tights. She had dashed off to right the moment she got back, ignoring her own daughter. Sighing, Gogeta had no choice but to bring Itza to see her. Vegetto had returned to a leisurely life, eating, sleeping, and sparring with Goku and Vegeta. It was an incredibly pleasant existence. In his spare time, he would train in the principles of Ultra Instinct. Gohan would often come to seek his advice, and through these frequent interactions, Vegetto would casually guide Gohan in learning the technique. He believed that with Gohan's talent, he might master Ultra Instinct even faster than Goku had. Gohan's temperament made him more suited to learning Ultra Instinct than Goku. While both possessed an innocent airheadness, Gohan was also a scholar. His demeanor and refinement were qualities that Goku lacked. It was precisely because Goku couldn't calm his heart that he created the unorthodox emotional Ultra Instinct. Even Vegeta had mocked this, questioning whether such a fighting style could truly be called Ultra Instinct. Gohan possessed all of Goku's innate advantages along with a placid heart that Goku lacked. Thus, Vegetto believed Gohan was the more suitable candidate to master Ultra Instinct. Those two, Goku and Vegeta, ever since mastering the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, had been fighting daily. Even Broly had suffered quite a few beatings. If not for Broly's good nature and his willingness to overlook their antics. One day those two might truly provoke Broly. He would then transform into a Super Saiyan, or perhaps his Super Green form, and pin them to the ground. Only then would they know regret. However, being subjected to this constant harassment from Goku and Vegeta, Broly's control over his power grew increasingly refined. When his mind finally matched his strength, he would be able to unleash his full potential. Then it would be Goku and Vegeta's turn to be on the receiving end. In the cosmos, a strange spaceship appeared. It looked like a large vessel formed from 3 smaller ships, joined together. Inside, several bird-headed humanoids were discussing. The scan is complete. They are all in the same place. Earth? It's Earth again. There is a temple there. Prepare for space warp. Are those Namekians coming along? On Earth, at the lookout. The Birdman's ship landed on the temple grounds. Mr. Popo was shocked, as any ship not recognized by the Guardian would be repelled by the lookout. Namekians are always welcome at the lookout. But this ship did not look like a Namekian vessel. Before long, under the wary gazes of 3 individuals, 3 Namekians and a Birdman descended from the ship. We are Namekians from another universe. We were able to reach your universe thanks to the technology of the Warriors. The Birdman also looked immensely proud. He then explained the concept of the multiverse, telling them that his people, the Warriors, had serendipitously discovered technology that allowed travel between universes. The Warriors, being on good terms with the Namekians, wished to host a grand martial arts tournament. Warriors from all universes would be invited, and the champion would be granted 3 wishes from the Namekian dragon. One of the Namekians said Namekians from other universes will use the Dragon Balls to revive anyone who falls in battle. The Birdman added, beyond the reward, a warrior's true desire is to seek a new challenge. Another Namekian asked Piccolo, this is an unprecedented opportunity, and it carries no risk. Our question is, do you wish to participate in this tournament? I remain skeptical. However, I believe Goku will definitely want to join. Piccolo was still cautious, but knowing Goku's personality, he was certain Goku would participate. Piccolo immediately notified Goku. Upon hearing that he could fight opponents from other universes, Goku was thrilled. Goku used instant transmission to inform everyone. Except for Bulma and the 2 Boos, who showed no interest, everyone else decided to go. Soon everyone had gathered at the lookout. Goku and his family, including Videl of Vegetto and his family of Vegeta and Trunks, Piccolo, and Broly with Android 18. The participants were Vegetto, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Broly. Everyone else would be spectators. Please board the shuttle. You are Team 21, which will also be your universe's number. The 3 young ones eagerly boarded the shuttle, followed by the rest. Worried the journey might be long, Goku asked the Birdman, will this trip take a long time? The Birdman replied, it will be instantaneous. We will enter the tournament's universe by warping space. That universe is completely devoid of life, so you can fight with all your might without restraint. Hearing this, Goku was relieved. He could finally fight at full power without worrying about damaging Earth. He just wondered how strong his opponents this time would be. They reached their destination quickly. The Birdman first introduced his team to the Venu's staff, then said to them, you can look around, but please try not to start any arguments with others. You will undoubtedly encounter some familiar faces. They are from other universes. Do not be too surprised. Goku and the others entered the arena first. Vegetto lingered behind, deep in thought. If he was certain this was the plot of the multiverse brawl, there was one person in this scenario that caught his attention: Vegetto. In his memory, Vegetto was the perfect warrior created by the fusion of all of Goku and Vegeta's strengths. He was unparalleled in power, personality, and potential. This was something Vegetto himself could attest to, as a large part of his own supreme, universe-dominating power stemmed from the latent potential of Vegetto, granted to him by the system. But the Vegetto from the multiverse brawl was irritable, not particularly powerful, and had a poor temperament. He seemed like a counterfeit product. It was as if the power of the Patera earrings had been different, leading to a severely weakened version of Vegetto. After Goku and the others arrived at the arena, Gohan remarked to Piccolo, "This place is huge." Piccolo replied, "This is the viewing stand for Universe 21. The tournament won't start until all participants have arrived. So that stand over there must be for Universe 20. Gohan turned to look. Huh, a block of ice. He squinted at the face within the ice. It felt strangely familiar. Who is that? Piccolo recognized him instantly. That's Broly. Why is he sealed in ice? Goku also noticed this Broly. Curious, he touched the ice. It was very solid. A crowd gathered around to get a closer look at the frozen Broly. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, hey, hey, don't mess with that." They looked over to see it was Piccolo from Universe 18's viewing stand. That guy is an absolute monster who lives for destruction. It's Piccolo. I didn't know there was another you in a different universe. Goku greeted him as if they were old friends. Their Universe 21 was the last to arrive. The participants from other universes were almost all present. Universe 18's configuration was identical to theirs except for the addition of Vegetto's family. The Gohan from Universe 18 walked over and said, "It seems there's another universe similar to ours aside from Universe 16. Hearing this, Universe 21's group turned to look at Universe 16. Vegetto. Who is Gogeta? Gohan asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't that person Gogeta? Goku pointed at Vegetto over there. No, they're different. After careful observation, Piccolo concluded, that person's hair has a hint of dark red, and he wears earrings. Gogeta's hair is pure black, and he doesn't wear such things. Based on the premise that they were not the same person, Piccolo pointed out their differences. But it's not impossible that it's Gogeta. Gohan and Piccolo were completely lost. What are you talking about? Do you have a Vegetto here too? That shouldn't be. Gohan glanced at Goku, then at Vegeta. Yes, both were here. Seeing Gohan's actions, a bold thought crossed Piccolo's mind. Could it be? No, there is no Vegetto. Only I, Gogeta. Gogeta's voice came from behind the door as he slowly walked out. Gohan and Piccolo's jaws dropped, screaming inwardly, how is this possible? Don't be too surprised. I was born looking like this. I am a pure-blooded Saiyan individual, not a fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Gogeta waved his hands, signaling them to close their mouths. The warriors from Universe 16 and Universe 18 noticed the commotion and gathered around, eager to learn about Universe 21. Vegetto was the first to ask, how did you defeat Majin Buu? Did you defeat Kid Buu with a spirit bomb like they did? Vegetto pointed at Universe 18. Buu. Goku scratched his head. Buu came back with Ace. I don't know the details either. Gohan from Universe 21 interjected. Uncle Gogeta brought a Buu from another timeline to be a playmate for his daughter Ace. The Buu from our world was also taken back by Ace. What a, like Mr. Satan, more or less. Fat Buu's personality makes him a great companion for children. Gogeta explained calmly. That's right, Buu is adorable. I like him a lot. Tights chimed in. Do you know about Cell? Piccolo from Universe 18 pointed at the colorful figure on Universe 17's platform. The warriors from Universe 21 looked over. The figure was unfamiliar. They shook their heads, indicating they didn't know him. Okay, they could confirm that this universe's development differed from theirs. The three universes then began exchanging information, chattering among themselves. So it's because of Gogeta that caused the divergence in development. While they chatted, Gogeta carefully observed Vegetto. He could conclude that the Patera earrings they used for fusion had a flaw. Most of their power was spent maintaining the permanent fusion, leaving only a fraction for the power boost, which made Vegetto seem like a cheap imitation. But that made sense. If permanent fusion also resulted in perfect integration, it would be far too overpowering. Just then, competitors arrived on platforms 22 and 23. On platform 22 were two Trunks and a Broly from a world Gogeta had previously visited. Platform 23 held the group from the GT world. They first surveyed the arena, then scanned the crowd. When they spotted Gogeta, their eyes lit up, and they came over to greet him. I knew I'd see you here, Gogeta. GT Goku smiled as he walked over. I must fight you this time. That depends on luck. If you don't draw me, or if you lose to someone else, there won't be a chance. I won't lose to anyone. GT Goku was very confident. GT Pan ran straight to Tights, and the two chatted happily. The two Trunks also approached. Mr. Gogeta, long time no see. Gogeta nodded. These two had grown significantly stronger. They had clearly trained hard with Whis. Gogeta exchanged a nod with Broly in greeting. I didn't realize you had so many acquaintances, Gogeta. I really want to have a good fight with all of them. Goku from Universe 21 began stretching, preparing for the upcoming matches. Soon the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. All participants are present. The tournament is about to begin. We have randomly determined the matchups. Warriors, please prepare. The first match, Nappa from Universe 13 versus the Namekian Caligot from Universe 10. The announcer declared the first pairing. The arena was a small planet at the center of the venue. The two stood on it, and the referee signaled the start. Nappa struck first, boasting about exterminating the Namekians in his universe. Gohan from Universe 18 noted that Nappa had become stronger than before. Goku pointed out that the Namekian was very old despite his strength. As expected, the fight ended in a few exchanges. Nappa laughed heartily. A piece of cake. Next, Frieza from Universe 8 versus Geese from Universe 8. The announcer called out the next match. How can two from the same universe face each other? The announcer replied, the pairings are randomly drawn from all participants. Geese dared not fight Frieza and promptly forfeited. Next, Son Goku from Universe 18 versus the primitive Saiyan Mishiso from Universe 10. The announcer's voice rang out. My turn. Goku from Universe 18 rose and flew to the arena. The others cheered him on. This isn't even a warm-up. Vegeta turned away, not bothering to watch. On the stage, Goku noticed the tail behind Mishiso and asked, You're a Saiyan too? Mishiso retorted, I don't speak to traitors without tails. He was clearly repulsed by Goku's lack of a tail. Begin. Goku planned to test him with a light punch, but the mere force of his fist's wind pressure defeated his opponent instantly. The audience was baffled, buzzing with chatter. Seeing this, the Namekians from Universe 10 all forfeited. A Saiyan from Universe 13 mocked Humph. A bunch of cowards. Vegeta from Universe 13 tried to ingratiate himself with Goku from Universe 18, claiming that although they dressed oddly, they were the most similar group. Vegeta and Kakarot from Universe 13 could both transform into Super Saiyans. They believed the victor would come from their universe. This Kakarot had killed everyone on Earth, was taken away by comrades, 20 years later fought Frieza on Namek, and eventually mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Then Vegeta from Universe 18 sneered, I killed Nappa with my own hands on Earth. Nappa from Universe 13 trembled, feeling a pang of fear. Vegeta from Universe 18 wanted to kill Frieza again. Frieza had killed Vegeta as well as Krillin and Piccolo. But Gohan said that his current father Piccolo could easily kill Frieza now. Gohan and Goten from Universe 18 exchanged a knowing smile and asked Kakarot if he was ready to be surprised. They pointed at Kakarot. You're our dad. Universe 10 has the most participants, but all Namekians except one have forfeited. What a crowd. A bird-like figure in the control room remarked. A Namekian beside him said, we must carry on regardless. More will forfeit soon as long as a truly fierce battle occurs. Next round, Universe 14's No. 17 versus Universe 17's Exiled. The bird-like announcer's voice echoed. On the viewing stand of Universe 14, a pregnant woman said, It's already time. But Exiled hasn't been born yet. Please give me a few more hours. However, rules were rules. Universe 14's No. 17 won by default. Next match, Universe 1's South Kaishin versus Universe 8's Bart. The two fighters stepped onto the arena. Bart struck Vegeta's classic pose, the defeat gesture. So far, only Vegetto could master the defeat gesture. Anyone else using it was bound to be beaten. More certain than smoke means no injury or losing on the opposite side of a beam clash. I'm the fastest in this universe. Predictably, he was about to get hit. Oh really? The South Kaishin instantly flashed forward and punched Bart in the stomach. Bart's mouth gaped wide, emitting a series of coughs. The sensation was immensely satisfying. As soon as the South Kaishin released his grip, Bart collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Next, Universe 11's Majin Buu versus Universe 6's Bukin. Begin. Buu struck with lightning speed, landing a punch that twisted Bukin's head. Enraged, Bukin unleashed his illusion power, trapping them in a pocket dimension filled with clocks. Using magic before Buu was like brandishing a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. With a wave of magic, Buu turned all the clocks into desserts. As Bukin stood stunned, Buu struck again, punching him in the face. Bukin unleashed his ultimate technique, the maximum power energy binding spell. Hair-thin threads sliced Buu into pieces, but before Bukin could rejoice, Buu instantly regenerated. Buu delivered a final punch, ending the match, and returned to his viewing stand. Universe 12's Future Trunks passed by Universe 18, where Universe 18's Gohan called out, Are you the Future Trunks who visited our timeline? After confirming his identity, the two exchanged pleasantries. Then Future Trunks introduced a figure, No. 16, to Gohan. This No. 16 was discovered by Future Trunks in the ruins of Dr. Gero's lab, repaired by Bulma, and had been a great help in rebuilding the world. Seeing No. 16, Gohan grew excited. He asked, Are you here to compete too? Given No. 16's personality, he wouldn't partake in such trivial games. There are several Son Gokus here. I want to catch and kill one. No. 16's emotionless voice uttered words even more merciless. Gohan laughed, awkwardly stood up, and headed back to his stand to find his wife. But he mistakenly entered the wrong stand, embracing Universe 16's Videl and pouring out words. Universe 16's Gohan coughed a few times to alert Universe 18's Gohan. Whoa, I'm in the wrong place. Universe 18's Gohan sprang up, scratching his head in embarrassment. Videl's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, not daring to look at either Gohan. Universe 18's Gohan quickly ran back to his own stand. Next match, Universe 18's OOB versus Universe 19's title. The bird-like announcer's voice rang out again. A fighter from Universe 19, resembling a Saint Seiya worn title to be careful. His scanner showed anomalies regarding these opponents. Title flew to the arena carrying a rocket launcher. OOB was ready. Begin. Title fired several rockets from behind, but OOB dodged them with ease. OOB approached Title and struck him with a palm, sending him flying. His armor is so heavy. OOB was slightly surprised by the armor. The rockets he had dodged earlier curved back, seemingly locked onto him. With a wave of his hand, OOB unleashed several energy blasts, destroying all the missiles. As OOB dealt with the missiles, Title extended a blade from his arm and shouted, "Divine Blade." The arena was instantly sliced in half. OOB remained unfazed, but the next moment his left hand fell off. Oob grew serious. He blasted Title into smithereens with a single energy wave, then, enduring intense pain, picked up his severed arm and returned to Universe 18's stand. He asked if anyone could reattach it. Universe 11's Babidi smirked, offering to reattach the arm, but not for free. OOB refused without hesitation. Suddenly, Oob's arm miraculously reattached. It wasn't Super Bu. Just before Super Bu could act, Gogeta intervened, helping OOB reconnect his arm. Gogeta quipped, "As the reincarnation of Majin Bu, you can't even reattach an arm. How ridiculous." He stood beside OOB, resting a hand on Super Bu's shoulder. Super Bu broke into a cold sweat. When had this man appeared beside him? He hadn't sensed a thing. "I warn you, don't try any tricks. You can't escape my sight." Super Bu nodded. Gogeta released his grip on Super Bu's shoulder, satisfied. Super Bu fled from Gogeta's side, as if Gogeta were a terrifying monster. "That guy is Bu." Universe 18's Goku spoke. "I can sense it. That guy is no ordinary opponent. Of course, he's absorbed countless people, anyone with any ability. With so many absorbed, his appearance hasn't changed. Can his body hold that many?" Gogeta teased. "Was I absorbed by him too, in his universe?" "Of course. You and Vegeta fused and separated inside his body, then Vegeta was absorbed. You couldn't escape either." Gogeta answered Goku's question. Meanwhile, the bird-like figure was repairing the arena, now split in two, and filling the crater left by the energy blast. Next match, Universe 10's Nail versus Universe 8's Rikum. As soon as Rikum stepped onto the stage, he performed the classic Ginyu Force dance. Universe 16's Gohan and Universe 18's Gohan exclaimed, "So cool." After the dance, Rikum struck first with a straight punch. Nail half-turned, dodging the blow, then kicked out. Rikum ducked to evade. Rikum kicked Nail away, but Nail instantly recovered, powered up, and retaliated. He punched Rikum in the stomach, followed by an energy blast shrouding the arena in smoke. According to the smoke means no injury rule, Rikum emerged with only torn clothes, completely unharmed. He opened his mouth and fired a mouth blast, obliterating half of Nail's body. Rikum grabbed Nail's remaining arm and began to boast, claiming he had wiped out all Namekians and telling Nail to give up. Little did he know villains fall due to excessive chatter. Nail's eyes shot laser beams, piercing straight through Rikum's chest. His left hand instantly regenerated, and he unleashed the last of his power in an energy blast, reducing Rikum to ashes. Seeing that the opponent had the advantage, yet didn't deliver the finishing blow, instead prattling on, Vegetto knew he was doomed. In these few matches, he had witnessed the defeat gesture, no harm from smoke, and the villain's demise from too much talk. The only thing left was a beam struggle. Vegetto couldn't help but sigh. How could everyone have this flaw? Next up, Trunks from Universe 12 versus Cooler from Universe 8. Future Trunks immediately taunted Cooler. "You're the only one in your family I haven't killed yet." Fate sure has a twisted sense of humor. Then Future Trunks unleashed a barrage of attacks on Cooler, leaving him battered and bruised. Cooler raised a hand, asking Trunks to wait, and told him not to use that sword. Vegetto thought to himself, here we go again, the same old script. After Future Trunks put down his sword, Cooler transformed into his final form, kicked Trunks flying, and then unleashed the Prince's strategy, which Trunks easily blocked. Cooler picked up Future Trunks' sword to strike from behind, but Trunks activated his passive ability, a perfect catch of the blade with bare hands, and couldn't help but quip, "It runs in the family." With a heavy punch, Cooler collapsed, ending the fight. Next up, Vegeta from Universe 18 versus King Vegeta from Universe 10. The battle between the two Vegetas began. Universe 10's Vegeta was pinned under Universe 18's Vegeta's foot in an instant. If Vegeta had never come to Earth, he might have turned out like that. Vegetto teased his universe's Vegeta. Universe 10's Vegeta threw out an artificial moon and transformed into a great ape. Yet it was all in vain. Universe 18's Vegeta blasted him back to the Universe 10 viewing platform with a single energy wave, ending the match. Boring. Universe 18's Vegeta uttered 2 words indifferently and returned to his own platform. Next up, Bardock from Universe 10 versus Pan from Universe 18. On the arena, Pan said to Bardock, "You are my great-grandfather." But despite calling him great-grandfather, she showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of early Dragon Ball techniques on him. The power pole to the head, the rock-paper-scissors fist, forcing Bardock to surrender outright. Seeing this, King Vegeta of Universe 10 decided to withdraw. There was no other choice. He couldn't beat anyone. Was he supposed to endure this humiliation? The Namekian of Universe 10 also decided to return to his own universe. Though Nail had won one match, he knew he couldn't win the next, so he too chose to forfeit and go home. All the contestants from Universe 10 forfeited, and everyone left. Phew, that's a lot fewer people. Goku of Universe 21 remarked, gazing at the empty Universe 10 platform. But it was fine, and with fewer people it would be easier to encounter a powerful opponent. The Gokus from other universes thought the same. Next up, Kakarot from Universe 13 versus Katie from Universe 6. Katie tried to use her feminine wiles on Kakarot to secure victory, but Saiyans. What kind of brains did they have? They were not easily seduced by beauty. Kakarot slapped Katie so hard she doubted herself, and when she saw he intended to strike again, she promptly surrendered. Kakarot still wanted to continue attacking, but was scolded by Vegeta of Universe 13. Do you want all four of us to be disqualified? Kakarot, evidently terrified of Vegeta, followed him back to the platform. The Vegetas from other universes watched this scene and nodded approvingly. Not bad, he's trained Kakarot well. Unlike us who can't even lift our heads under Kakarot's shadow. Damn that Kakarot. Next up, Cell from Universe 17 versus Dabura from Universe 11. Finally, a match of some substance. Those in the know watched intently. Dabura struck first, delivering an elbow that sent Cell crashing to the ground. Then he flew into the air and fired energy blasts at Cell, blasting away half the arena amidst billowing smoke. According to the no harm from smoke rule, Cell emerged unscathed, standing firm in the haze. Interesting. Cell took an interest in Dabura's power. In an instant, he flew into the air and drove his knee into Dabura's stomach, causing Dabura to spew blood. Dabura grabbed the two strange protrusions on Cell's head, performed a backflip to land behind him, and bombarded Cell's back. But aside from a bit of smoke rising from Cell's back, nothing happened. You might actually be the strongest opponent I've ever faced. Likewise, Goku of Universe 18 remarked, Cell's power is just like during the Cell games. No improvement at all. But Vegetto said, Cell is quite the actor, even you can't see through him. With the cells of so many of you inside him, how could he possibly stay stagnant? He's a formidable rival for your championship. Exactly, it's impossible for him to have made no progress in 27 years. Gogeta agreed with Vegetto's point. Goku and Gohan of Universe 18 were startled by this. They observed closely and finally noticed something amiss. Indeed, that's Cell. It's normal for Dabura not to have improved. He doesn't seem like the type to train. Piccolo of Universe 18 commented on Dabura. Dabura spat at Cell, but it was blocked by Cell's barrier. Dabura brought his fists together and struck at Cell, who teleported behind Dabura, extended a finger, and fired several small energy spheres at him. Dabura dodged swiftly. Cell seized the chance to use the solar flare, but Dabura wasn't fooled. He had already moved above Cell, extended an arm, and formed a massive cleaver, delivering a fierce slash that nearly cut Cell in half. Dabura tried to finish Cell off, but Cell caught the cleaver with his other hand and taunted, "Are you only capable of backstabbing?" Cell pulled the blade from his body and crushed it with a slight squeeze of his hand. With just this, you can't kill me. Under Dabura's astonished gaze, Cell regenerated his severed arm and healed the wound on his waist. Cell pressed his forehead and unleashed Piccolo's ultimate technique, the special beam cannon, which pierced straight through Dabura. Dabura coughed up blood, but still managed to spit at Cell. Cell's entire body began to petrify. Unfazed, Cell used both hands to pull his head off. Seeing this, Vegetto exclaimed, "Damn, he's that ruthless," to himself too. Forcibly tearing off his own head. Though he wouldn't die, it must still hurt. Cell's move stunned Dabura. In the next moment, Cell grew a new body. Dabura couldn't hold on any longer. The hole in his chest bled profusely, and he collapsed to the ground. Cell won the match with ease. Little did he know that his concealed strength had already been exposed. Feeling smug, he thought his acting was very good, and when they faced him later, he would astonish them all. Next up, Pan from Universe 16 versus Bojack from Universe 6. Just as Pan was about to step onto the arena, Gohan called out to her and warned, "Bojack is a very despicable guy, and he's much stronger than you. I'm not telling you to forfeit, but be careful of everything." Vegetto watched Pan take the stage, feeling a bit sentimental. Saiyans' sons didn't like fighting, but by the grandchildren's generation, they were fiercely battle-hungry and stubborn, just like pure-blooded Saiyans. Pan and Bra both had that temperament. He decided to save her. Vegetto couldn't bear to watch this girl, as adorable as his own daughter, die, even though she would be revived later. The match begins. Bojack struck first, throwing a heavy punch. A bow leaped into the air to evade, but the ring was not so fortunate. It was torn apart instantly. A bow understood that he must give his all. He erupted with chi and transformed into a Super Saiyan. A bow from Universe 18 was astonished. She had yet to master the Super Saiyan transformation, never expecting that a Bao from Universe 16 had already achieved it. A Bao launched his assault, charging forward with a powerful punch. Bojack raised his arm to block. The two exchanged blows, each strike landing with flesh-crushing force, locked in an intense stalemate. Seizing an opportunity, a Bao delivered a heavy left hook to Bojack's face. Yet Bojack merely bled from the corner of his mouth, suffering no significant damage. Bojack attacked again. A Bao leaped lightly, landing behind him, and unleashed the Kamehameha. A Bao's full-powered Kamehameha struck Bojack's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Videl from Universe 16 was overjoyed, believing a Bao was about to win. But Gohan from Universe 16 sensed that things were far from over. The battle had only just begun. Bojack slowly rose to his feet, roaring as he erupted with chi. His upper garments were shattered, and the ring itself trembled under the strain. Before a Bao could react, Bojack flashed before him, seizing his neck in a grip that threatened to snap it instantly. No. Videl from Universe 16 covered her mouth, tears threatening to fall. A Bao break free. Gohan from Universe 16's expression burned with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he might intervene at any moment. Vegetto remained silent. Just as a Bao was about to be killed by Bojack, Gogeta intervened. Gogeta appeared on the ring without warning, seizing Bojack's hand, while his other arm cradled a Bao. Bojack's eyes widened as he stared at the sudden arrival. He tried to pull his hand free, but it remained utterly immovable. In the control room, the Kaishin were in chaos. How can this person interfere with the match? Send him back. It's useless. We've tried many times. The machines seem to have malfunctioned. Gogeta flicked his wrist, sending Bojack crashing into stand 6. Bojack is your problem now. I can't be bothered with such a lowly opponent. Gogeta spoke to Gohan from Universe 16. He descended slowly to stand 16, handing a Bao to Videl. Videl was overjoyed and bowed to Gogeta. Thank you so much for your help. Gohan from Universe 16 had calmed down, though his clenched fists betrayed his resolve not to let the matter rest. Are you sure this is all right, Mr. Gogeta? Gohan from Universe 16 was deeply worried about Gogeta's intervention. Such an act had broken the tournament's rules and could lead to his expulsion. Don't worry, it's fine. Gohan. You must understand, rules are meant to bind the weak. Only the strong make the rules. Gogeta's words reverberated like thunder, leaving Gohan without a rebuttal. Vegetto remained silent as well. Behind Gogeta, 5 Kaishin and several bird-like beings strode over menacingly, demanding an explanation. Gogeta found it almost amusing. You want an explanation from me? Gogeta slowly rose into the air. You want an explanation? Then I'll give you one. A terrifying aura erupted from Gogeta's body. The ring shattered instantly, and the protective barriers around the audience crumbled in moments, sending spectators fleeing in all directions. In the stands, everyone was crushed by this overwhelming power. Those with strength shielded those beside them, those without collapsed to the ground. Only a handful remained standing in the stands. Gashchako and Super Saiyan stood firm. Vegetto protected those in stand 16. Cell barely managed to stay upright. The warriors of Universe 18 joined forces to resist. In Gogeta's universe, Goku and Vegeta provided protection, while the two Trunks and Broly nearby stood as steady as mountains. The GT world needed no mention. Is this explanation sufficient? Gogeta asked calmly, gazing down at the disheveled Kaishin and bird-like beings. How dare you demand explanations from those far stronger than you? Such behavior is nothing short of suicide. I don't know the true purpose behind this tournament you've organized. But if you want to impose your will on me, then summon whoever has the authority to speak from behind you. If they are stronger than me, I'll obediently comply. But if they are not, then I'm sorry. I'll do as I please. Gogeta's words left the Kaishin speechless. They retreated in disgrace. Whether to summon reinforcements or concede defeat was unclear. Gogeta did not believe that this tournament was merely orchestrated by these few Kaishin, the Wallons and the Namekians. The ability to traverse time and space was not something that could appear casually, nor would it be wasted on such a trivial affair. Due to Gogeta's outburst, the match was suspended. Many spectators were injured or killed, and some weaker participants also sustained harm. Thus, the organizers paused the tournament for recovery. In the dining hall, contestants were eating. Goku and Vegeta from Universe 18 discussed Gogeta's strength. Gogeta's power earlier was incredible. Even stronger than my Super Saiyan 3. Goku from Universe 18 praised Gogeta while eating. Indeed. It's terrifying. We're not even in the same dimension. Gohan from Universe 18 agreed. Vegeta from Universe 18 watched Gogeta, who was laughing carelessly while being scolded by Tights, and wondered how that guy trained. I'm sorry, Tights. I shouldn't have recklessly unleashed my power, especially with you present. I promise it won't happen again. Gogeta pleaded humbly. He had made a grand display before everyone, but he hadn't considered that his wife was present. Tights, startled, was now reprimanding him. Hearing Gogeta's promise, Tights nodded in satisfaction and released his ear. Gogeta rubbed his reddened, ear muttering under his breath. "I'm this powerful, so why does it still hurt so much when Tights twists my ear?" In Universe 16's camp, Piccolo asked Vegetto, "Who do you think will win?" Vegetto set down his bowl, his expression grave. "If it were before, I would have answered without hesitation I would win. But now I'm not confident I can beat Gogeta." The power he displayed was immense, and that was without transforming. After transformation, he would be even more terrifying. "Excluding Gogeta, who do you think poses the greatest threat to you?" Piccolo pressed further. "Well, Super Buu and Gishako, and that frozen Broly. Super Buu is perhaps the most dangerous opponent I've ever faced, but I believe I can win. Broly's combat power has undoubtedly soared over the years, reaching an astonishing level. Gishako is also incredibly formidable." Vegetto added. "Those two trunks from Universe 22 give me a very peculiar feeling. I can't quite describe it. Also, Gogeto's universe and Universe 23, they all have tails. That's very strange. And they can all look at that artificial moon. Yet they didn't turn into giant apes. I don't understand why. And the two Brolys. They're also very strong. They are all quite mysterious." Vegetto had observed the contestants from other universes very carefully, even noticing such subtle details. Once everyone had finished eating, the arena and grounds were repaired, and the tournament resumed. The next match pitted Tapion of Universe 3 against a contestant from Universe 10, but Universe 10 forfeited, granting Tapion the victory. Next, Krillin of Universe 9 faced Salza of Universe 8. As expected, Salza was pierced clean through by Krillin's Kienzan, dying with eyes wide open in disbelief. Then, next up, Vegetto of Universe 16 versus an unknown fighter from Universe 20. Vegetto squared off against the classic Broly. Hearing of this matchup, everyone grew serious, their gazes fixed on Vegetto on the stage. If Broly keeps growing like we saw before, even Vegetto might have no way to handle him. Goku of Universe 18 was deeply wary of Broly, believing Broly could defeat Vegetto. Vegeta and Kakarot of Universe 13 mocked Vegetto's appearance, finding every part of him unsightly. They thought Vegetto was overconfident and lacked real skill. Just then a bird-like healer began to thaw Broly's ice, boasting, "I can feel a pulse. He's still alive." The next moment, a burly hand burst through the ice, seizing the bird creature's body. Broly had revived. Broly slammed the bird being hard into the ground, instantly killing him. The nearby Namekian fled without a second thought, abandoning his comrade. Haha. After crushing the bird, Broly laughed maniacally, his inner energy erupting and shaking the entire arena. This was the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Such terror. Broly's fists blazed with blinding light. Then with a sweep of his hand, countless energy spheres shot in all directions, targeting everyone within range. "This guy hasn't changed a bit." Gohan of Universe 18 gritted his teeth, speaking with fury. Everyone displayed their skills to counter Broly's assault. "Is he always this volatile?" Goku of Universe 21, familiar with the modern Broly, was puzzled by the classic Broly's temperament. Piccolo of Universe 18 explained, "Broly is a violent, bloodthirsty killer who finds joy in slaughter. He loses control the moment he encounters you, Goku. He keeps shouting Kakarot." "Is that so? Come to think of it, he's a bit like our Broly. When Broly unleashes power beyond his control, he also becomes enraged. But Broly is no bloodthirsty killer." Goku of Universe 18 pointed to the Broly beside him. In the control room, the bird being saw Broly wreaking havoc in the arena and immediately pressed the recall button to send him back. Why isn't it working again? Like Gogeta, Broly wasn't sent back. But this time, it wasn't Gogeta's doing. It was Super Buu who wanted to witness the battle between Vegetto and Broly. How could he let the bird send Broly away? Broly turned and spotted Goku of Universe 18 roaring Kakarot as he charged. Goku of Universe 18 immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3, showing just how seriously he regarded Broly. Going all out from the start. Vegetto blocked Broly. This was his opponent. How could he yield it to another? Vegetto smoothed his hair into a crab-like style and said to Broly, "Broly, I am Kakarot." Broly abandoned Goku of Universe 18, leaped into the air, and flew toward Vegetto. Vegetto transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly threw a heavy punch, Vegetto somersaulted to dodge, and the arena was shattered by half from the force of Broly's blow. Broly spun and threw another punch. Vegetto ducked, kicked backward, striking Broly square in the jaw, then rose to land a fist on Broly's face, followed by an elbow strike. Vegetto threw another punch, but Broly caught it easily. Vegetto's other fist met the same fate, both trapped in Broly's grip. Broly held Vegetto's hands and drove a knee hard into him, forcing saliva from Vegetto's mouth. Then Broly clasped his hands together and smashed them down onto Vegetto, driving him into the arena floor. The arena instantly fractured into pieces. Yet Vegetto's expression was comical, hand on his head, appearing utterly at ease. Broly pressed his advantage, launching a furious barrage at Vegetto. Vegetto sidestepped, spun, and struck back with a fist that pounded Broly's cheek. But such blows were trivial to Broly. He swung a punch, and Vegetto seized his arm, hurling him into the air. Then Vegetto used instant transmission, appearing behind Broly, and unleashed a massive explosion attack. Broly took the hit Heaton. Goten and Trunks of Universe 16 cheered, but Piccolo poured cold water on their enthusiasm. A few rounds were flashy, but attacks like that are utterly useless against Broly. Super Buu wondered what Vegetto's plan was. Fighting like this would never lead to victory. Goku of Universe 21 and Universe 23 both exclaimed, "Amazing. I really want to fight them." According to the law of smoke, without injury, Broly emerged unscathed. He amplified his energy, blowing away the smoke. "I am the legendary Super Warrior." Broly's power multiplied several-fold. He charged forward, landing a brutal uppercut on Vegetto, followed by a left hook that sent Vegetto crashing into the ground. Broly's might stunned Vegeta, Zarbin, and Nappa of Universe 13. That is the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegetto burst through the ground, returning to the air. A smile crossed his face. "Finally, for the first time in my life, I will give it my all." Vegetto roared and erupted with energy, lightning crackling around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Round 2. Broly charged straight at Vegetto with a heavy punch. Vegetto dodged with ease, kicked Broly away, then unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang fist strikes upon him. Broly endured Vegetto's assault, grabbed his head, and delivered a headbutt. Once wasn't enough, Broly aimed for another. Vegetto kicked upward, striking Broly's chin, breaking free and creating distance. Then the two engaged in a brutal exchange of blows, trading fist for fist, kick for kick, trading injury for injury. A large fist and a small one collided with immense force, releasing terrifying energy across the arena. But having witnessed Gogeta's might, the crowd was unfazed by this spectacle. Not even the barrier cracked. It was merely a minor affair. After the clash, the two distanced themselves and began a beam struggle. Broly gathered a green energy sphere in his hand, while Vegetto unleashed a Big Bang Kamehameha. Seeing this, those below sensed danger and deployed their ultimate defenses against the explosive shockwave. A colossal orb of light filled the entire arena, and the weaker fighters collapsed to the ground. This has gone too far. Super Buu grew a bit panicked. The energy from Broly and Vegetto's clash nearly pierced the barrier. Fortunately, after repairs, the bird being had reinforced it, preventing the energy from spilling into the spectator stands. Vegeta and Kakarot of Universe 13 transformed into Super Saiyans and withstood the impact, but Nappa and Raditz were blasted against the wall. On the 17th Universe's viewing platform, Cell Jr. also hit the wall. Geskako appeared unaffected, lost in thought. Universe 18 remained untouched. Universes 21, 22, and 23, needless to say, handled it with ease. Broly and Vegetto were sent flying far by the shockwave. Broly crashed into a meteor, smoke rising from his body, but he rose instantly and charged back at Vegetto. Vegetto stood firm in the center of the arena, his clothes half-torn, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his expression grim as he stared toward Broly. Since Super Saiyan 2 wasn't enough, he had no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan 3. "This must end. I can't let you grow any stronger." Vegetto was profoundly grateful to Broly for granting him such a thrilling battle. Vegetto spread his arms wide and let out a thunderous roar. His power surged once more. Vegetto transformed into Super Saiyan 3. A terrifying energy swept across the entire arena. Two colossal orbs of light materialized in Vegetto's hands. He then pressed his palms together and unleashed his ultimate technique, Ultimate Dragon Flash. A gigantic shockwave hurtled toward Broly. Within the blast, a colossal dragon materialized and collided head-on with the approaching Broly. The dragon devoured Broly whole, and he screamed in despair, "Kakarot." Broly was sent flying 100,000 miles away by the force of the Ultimate Dragon Flash. Vegetto reverted to his base form and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Phew, it's over." Vegetto landed back at his observation platform. The Namekian healer asked if he required healing. "No thank you. The Namekian healing techniques are insufficient now. It's fine, we brought some Senza beans." Vegetto noticed that Super Buu had vanished. Without even eating a Senza bean, he used instant transmission and disappeared as well. In a desolate wasteland, Buu appeared. "This is the direction. He should be around here." Super Buu, intent on absorbing Broly, crept forward stealthily. Vegetto arrived at the scene shortly after and blocked Super Buu's path. "Gogeta already warned you. No more sneaky tricks. So dishonest. Aren't you afraid Gogeta will annihilate you?" "Heh, Gogeta is asleep. How would he know what I'm doing? Once I absorb Broly, maybe he'll even be able to beat him." "Ha ha." Buu laughed heartily. After his meal, Gogeta had gone to take a nap. A post-meal siesta was incredibly satisfying. Vegetto's eyes widened. Super Buu had secretly extended a small piece of his body toward Broly. Vegetto detected it and destroyed it. Super Buu remained unflustered. He split his body into countless clones. "Can you destroy them all now?" Super Buu was extremely pleased with himself. Inside the control room, the bird-like being was working frantically to repair the machine. It would be fixed within 5 minutes, allowing them to send Broly back. The next match was Universe 10's forfeit, granting Universe 5's XXI an effortless victory. Vegetto transformed into a Super Saiyan and fired blasts at Boo's clones. However, having just fought a battle without recovering with sins of beans, he was exhausted. Some of the clones slipped past him. Fortunately, Bra arrived using instant transmission. Super Bu attacked Bra and Gohan. Vegetto held off the clones while Gohan and Bra engaged the main body. Meanwhile, 4 miniature Boos had endured great hardships to finally reach Broly. Just as they prepared to absorb him, a ki blast scattered them. At the critical moment, Gohan had stopped them. Bra was being overwhelmed by Super Bu and decided to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Her hair tie fell off, and her hair stood on end. Electricity crackled around her body, the unmistakable form of Super Saiyan 2. With a single gesture, Bra obliterated most of Super Bu's body. With a flick of her hand, countless Bu clones turned to ash. Bra in her Super Saiyan 2 state seemed to lose control. Both Gohan and Vegetto were caught within her attack range and were struck instantly. Bra realized she had caused trouble again. Her rationality returned, and she reverted to her base form. Vegetto could barely hold on, his eyes rolling back. Gohan was not in much better shape. Then Broly is mine. Huh, he's gone. However, Broly had already been sent back. Boo's plan had failed. Bra brought Gohan and Vegetto back to the arena. Gohan ate 1 sins of bean, Bra ate 2, and Vegetto devoured a handful. Vegetto also asked Piccolo to make him a new set of clothes. Inside the arena, Super Bu dared not cause any trouble and did not seek out Vegetto. On the stage, it was Yamcha from Universe 9 against Android 18 from Universe 14. Both were androids, but Yamcha appeared to be the stronger one. Some individuals had noticed the battle between Super Bu and Vegetto's group and realized that as long as they were far enough away, they could fight freely. As the fight concluded, Yamcha was on the verge of victory, but forfeited the next second. Android 18 was stunned. It seemed Yamcha had taken a liking to her. How naive. Kuririn from Universe 9 cursed that Yamcha had been completely bewitched pulling a stunt like that. Next up was Aral vs. Mary Sue. The matches were boring and the introductions tedious, so they need not be elaborated upon. Next up, Gotenks from Universe 16 versus Gotenks from Universe 18. The two Gotenks had identical techniques and thoughts. In the end, Goten from Universe 18 won a game of rock, paper, scissors against Goten from Universe 16, securing victory for Universe 18's Gotenks. Next up, Trunks from Universe 22 versus Vegeta from Universe 21. From Universe 2, only future Trunks and Broly were competing. The original Trunks did not participate, believing future Trunks' presence was sufficient. Future Trunks had trained under Whis for many years and had fully mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. It seemed likely that Vegeta would lose to future Trunks. They stepped onto the stage and Vegeta spoke. "Let me see your power, Trunks." "I won't disappoint you, father," Trunks replied. Both assumed fighting stances. The battle was about to erupt. Vegetto watched the stage intently, thinking, finally, I can gauge the strength of these two universes. The last 3 universes were simply too mysterious. Neither fighter transformed. Trunks struck, first moving with incredible speed. Even Vegeta was startled as he hurriedly blocked Trunks' fists. Hep. Trunks curled his lips into a smile directed at Vegeta. Vegeta immediately counterattacked. The two exchanged blows evenly matched. After another clash, they distanced themselves. With unspoken agreement, they both transformed into Super Saiyans simultaneously and engaged once more. This Trunks is incredibly strong. Goku from Universe 18 was somewhat surprised. Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed. It seems this Trunks has been training hard and has made remarkable progress. On the stage, future Trunks punched Vegeta away, then flashed into the air. He unleashed a Prince's barrage at Vegeta. However, Vegeta had already vanished from the stage, appearing behind future Trunks. He brought a sharp hand chop down hard on Trunks. Future Trunks leaned back to dodge, but the stage was not so fortunate. It was cleaved in two by Vegeta's strike. Future Trunks fired a ki blast from his hand. Vegeta knocked it away and charged at Future Trunks. Future Trunks charged as well. Their fists collided with tremendous force, the shockwave shattering the stage. Incredible. These two are nearly as powerful as Vegetto and Broly. Piccolo from Universe 16 broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by their strength. If they transform further, they should reach the level of Vegetto's Super Saiyan form. Piccolo from Universe 18 added. How do they train? Vegeta from Universe 18 was somewhat disheartened. Another universe's version of himself was this formidable. Vegetto was one thing, being the fusion of himself and Kakarot. But this, how is a single individual this absurdly strong? Has it not yet come to my turn? Gogeta, having awakened from his slumber, emerged from the rest chamber and approached the viewing stand, inquiring of the others. Not yet. It is Trunks versus Vegeta at the moment. Piccolo answered Gogeta's question. Oh. Gogeta turned his gaze to the arena where the two combatants, both in their Super Saiyan states, were engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The arena echoed with the ceaseless, thunderous collision of their blows. Gogeta sat beside his wife, encircling her with his arms and holding tights close. He rested his head upon her shoulder, peering curiously at what she was writing. Sensing Gogeta's movement, tights set down her pen. She cupped his face in her hands and planted a kiss upon him. This was their shared custom. Upon waking, each would seek out the other for a tender embrace and a kiss. On the arena, Future Trunks was sent flying by a kick from Vegeta. Seeking to press his advantage, Vegeta pursued, seized Future Trunks by the leg, and spun him, intending to hurl him onto the already shattered arena floor. Future Trunks erupted with energy, resisting Vegeta's strength. He drove his other foot viciously into Vegeta's face, sending him hurtling backward. Future Trunks flashed forward in an instant, clasped his hands together, and delivered a heavy blow that sent Vegeta crashing down onto the arena. But the arena was already reduced to rubble. Vegeta's body tore through the debris, slamming into the ground beneath. Vegeta burst forth from the earth, appearing instantly before Future Trunks. He dealt a brutal punch, while his other hand unleashed an energy wave. Future Trunks countered with his own energy wave. The two beams collided, forming a colossal sphere of light. Vegeta and Future Trunks continued to pour their energy into the clash. The sphere swelled ever larger until it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The terrifying energy melted every fragment of the arena, causing the entire platform to vanish. In the sky above, only the silhouettes of Vegeta and Future Trunks remained. Let's end the warm-up here. Show me your true power, Trunks. Vegeta declared to Future Trunks. What? That was just a warm-up. Android 16, Android 18, and Piccolo's faces turned pale with shock. Could that ferocious battle truly have been mere preparation? Were these two perhaps even more formidable than Vegetto? I can hardly wait. Goku Android 18 exclaimed with excitement. These two were still concealing even greater power. It was thrilling. Goku Android 18 was itching to step onto the arena and fight them himself. That Vegeta has a tail. He should have mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. But Trunks lacks a tail. Does he possess a new form? Goku Android 23 analyzed the situation, but the Vegeta beside him interjected. That Trunks knows Gogeta. He might have achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan God. I see. That makes sense. Then we can finally witness which is more formidable, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. Hearing this, Goku Android 23 began to feel a surge of excitement as well. He'll definitely astonish Father. Future Trunks responded to Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists and began to flare his aura. Lightning crackled around Vegeta's form. His hair grew longer, his eyebrows vanished, and his body became wreathed in a mesh of electricity. I'm not done yet. Vegeta let out a mighty roar, and an even more terrifying power erupted from his being. Within the control room, the bird-like beings were astounded. This level of strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Reinforce the barrier's energy. It can't hold much longer. The bird-like beings scrambled at their controls, finally managing to stabilize the protective barrier. Phew. We managed it just in time. The sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power left everyone present in awe. This strength had already eclipsed that of Super Saiyan 3 Vegetto. Unbelievable. Vegeta is this terrifying. Vegeta Android 18 clenched his fists so hard they bled, his gaze fixed upon the Vegeta above. His heart was seething with resentment and frustration. Even Vegetto was profoundly shocked. Could the Saiyan race possess such a transformation? Vegeta, covered in crimson fur, exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. His form, brimming with ambition and power, stood imposingly in midair. Super Saiyan 4. Future Trunks enunciated each word. I have witnessed Gogeta's transformation before. It is an incredibly powerful form. However, I am not lacking either. Future Trunks closed his eyes. A blue aura erupted from his body. His energy signature has vanished. Indeed, it is the power of the gods. Goku Android 23 and Vegeta recognized it. They had been correct. It was the Super Saiyan God transformation, a power they themselves had yet to master. Future Trunks snapped his eyes open. His pupils had turned blue and his hair had become a celestial azure. A blinding radiance illuminated the entire venue. So dazzling. What is that? As the light faded, Super Saiyan Blue Future Trunks made his entrance. What kind of transformation is this? I can't sense any energy at all. The Vegeta opposite him was equally perplexed. Gogeta had never told them about Super Saiyan God, so they were unaware. This is Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan 4 follows the path of bloodline evolution, while Super Saiyan God follows the path of divinity. Seeing the bewildered looks on everyone's faces, Gogeta offered an explanation. Mortals cannot perceive the aura of a god. Then let me witness the power of a god. Vegeta attacked, first charging at Trunks. Trunks raised his fist to meet Vegeta's. Crack! The force of their collision was so immense that even the shrunken spectators could not withstand it. With a wave of his hand, Gogeta enveloped the entire arena, and the viewing stands in a protective barrier. You may both unleash your full power. I will oversee this. Hearing this, Vegeta and Future Trunks held nothing back, attacking each other with all their might. The impact of their fists and feet, along with the stray energy that radiated from their clashes, sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Because he could not sense the energy of a Super Saiyan god, Vegeta was at a disadvantage, taking several hits. However, he gradually grew accustomed to this new style of combat. The fight was evenly matched, though Future Trunks held the upper hand. After another exchange of blows, they separated both simultaneously, assuming the stance for the final flash. Final flash. Final flash. The two energy waves collided. Vegeta and Future Trunks poured everything they had into the attack. Neither was willing to lose to the other. Ruh. Huh. For a moment they were locked in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. Trunks hesitated. Should he use Super Saiyan Blue full power? He knew Vegeta's nature, proud, confident, and unyielding. Vegeta noticed his hesitation and shouted to Trunks, "Trunks, don't hold back for my sake. Unleash all your power. I despise it when my opponent holds back in a duel." Vegeta Android 18 glared at Kakarot. That bastard had done the same thing, holding Super Saiyan 3 in reserve. Hearing Vegeta's words, Future Trunks cast aside his reservations. He activated Super Saiyan Blue full power, drawing his blue aura back into his body to unleash 100% of his strength. The final flash in Future Trunks' hands swelled instantly. It overwhelmed Vegeta's beam, striking him squarely in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta and the final flash crashed into the ground. The entire arena floor vanished in an instant, leaving a deep crater in its place. Vegeta lay in the very center, appearing grievously wounded. Future Trunks is victorious. The bird-like beings began to reconstruct the arena. Future Trunks helped Vegeta back to the viewing stand. Though severely injured, Vegeta curled the corners of his mouth into a joyful smile. His son had become so powerful, stronger than himself. Vegeta felt a profound sense of pride and relief. It seems Super Blue is more powerful. Piccolo gave his verdict, but was immediately refuted by Goku, who said Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 hasn't reached its limits yet, but Trunks appears to have fully mastered Super Blue. If Vegeta had pushed Super Saiyan 4 to its peak, the outcome would be uncertain. Future Trunks helped Vegeta to the stance. Gogeta cast a healing spell on Vegeta, then scrutinized Future Trunks. Not bad, Trunks. It seems you've trained a lot with Whis. You've become so strong. Haha. After everything I've been through, I finally understand the importance of power. Only with power can one solve problems. In the past, my lack of strength led to those tragedies. Future Trunks had finally grasped this truth. Gogeta nodded in satisfaction. Good. It's not too late for this realization. What are you two talking about? Goku, standing nearby, listened to their cryptic conversation. Nothing, it's all in the past. Gogeta waved his hand, avoiding Goku's question. Before long, the Birdman repaired the arena, and the matches resumed. Next up, Broly of Universe 21 versus Broly of Universe 22. The two Brolys were about to collide. Universe 21's Broly handed his daughter to Android 18 and flew toward the ring. Both were Broly, but Universe 22's Broly was stronger, being older and a candidate god of destruction, far surpassing Universe 21's Broly. Universe 22's Broly dominated the fight from start to finish. Their base power was ridiculously high, leaving everyone else utterly astounded, unable to comprehend the abnormality of these two. Universe 21's Broly was knocked to the ground. His daughter Lily cheered him on from the sidelines. "Dad, come on. Defeat the other dad." Hearing his daughter's encouragement, Broly stood up and began to transform. Hi-ya! The arena could not withstand the strain and shattered into debris. Inspired by his daughter, Broly finally mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Universe 22's Broly smiled upon seeing Universe 21's Broly transform, then he too turned Super Saiyan. However, Universe 21's Broly had golden hair, while Universe 22's was green. Seeing Universe 22's Broly's form, Gogeta was reminded of that demon. It's exactly the same, just like the Broly who was sent away. The same green hair, the same savagery, the same invincibility. In this state, Broly exuded an aura of death that everyone could feel. Except for Gogeta. It was terrifying. Universe 21's Broly wisely forfeited. The gap was too vast, and losing to himself wasn't shameful. When Broly reverted to his base form, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had all feared he might lose control and kill them all in an instant. After training with Whis for so many years, Broly had long mastered this power and even grasped the power of destruction. In another universe, he could barely qualify as a god of destruction. Goku ran to Gogeta's side and asked, "What's the deal with that Broly? That wild power? It makes my whole body tremble." Goku's voice quivered with excitement. This was perfect. This was the kind of martial arts tournament he had come for. For Goku, such a place was paradise. Broly is a mutant among Saiyans born with an incredibly robust physique and power that grows stronger with age. Broly's potential is the greatest. Perhaps only Gohan can compare to him, Gogeta said, leisurely lounging in his chair. Next up, Son Goku of Universe 21 versus OOB of Universe 23. Finally, it's my turn. Universe 21's Goku stood up, patted his backside, and stretched his limbs eagerly. Universe 23's OOB also stood and flew to the arena. Please guide me, Mr. Goku. All right, here I come. Oob attacked, but his fist was easily caught by Goku. Haha. Goku laughed joyfully and immediately countered. OOB dodged the punch by tilting his head, then kicked out. Goku blocked with both arms, surprised by Oob's strength, and was pushed back a few steps. You have great strength. Goku commented on Oob's power. All thanks to Master Goku's training. So you're my student. Goku was a bit surprised. Yes, I'm a disciple of Mr. Goku from my world. No wonder your movements seem familiar, and you can see through my techniques. But what about this? Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oob tapped into the power of Evil Bu and a pinkish aura enveloped him, radiating a sinister presence. Android 18's OOB was astonished. I never thought this version of me could master Evil Bu's power. That's quite impressive. Android 18's Goku remarked. The two continued their fierce back-and-forth battle. After forcing Goku back with a punch, OOB assumed a Kamehameha stance, and Goku mirrored the move. The two energy blasts collided, and the arena cracked yet again. Boom! After a massive explosion, OOB was panting heavily, while Goku remained composed. Oob conceded defeat, knowing he was outmatched. Next up, Gogeta of Universe 21 versus Son Gohan of Universe 21. The Birdman referee trembled as he announced Gogeta's name, remembering how this man had shattered the barrier with sheer aura. Please guide me, Uncle Gogeta. Come on, Gohan. Show me all your power. Gogeta beckoned to Gohan, signaling him to attack. Facing Gogeta, Gohan held nothing back and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his current strongest form. Gohan moved like lightning, appearing before Gogeta in an instant and throwing a powerful punch. But it missed as Gogeta merely tilted his head to dodge. Gohan launched a flurry of attacks, but Gogeta evaded them all with ease. A light, effortless punch from Gogeta sent Gohan stumbling back as he barely managed to block. After absorbing the force of Gogeta's punch, Gohan looked up, but couldn't find him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Gohan twisted his body, instinctively dodging Gogeta's strike. Gogeta was astonished. That movement was Ultra Instinct. How long had it been since he taught Gohan? It only started after they returned from the GT timeline. In just a few months, Gohan had already incorporated a hint of Ultra Instinct into his style. What terrifying talent! Of course, part of it was due to Gohan having studied the martial arts insights of Earth's greatest fighters. He could be considered a master who had synthesized the essence of Earth's martial arts. However, Gohan was too young. His path had been too smooth. Neither Goku nor Vegeta could match him anymore. It was time to put some pressure on Gohan. Gogeta schemed in his mind. That settled it. I forfeit. Gogeta conceded decisively. This kind of match meant little to him, but it was different for Gohan. Only genuine, exhilarating battles could bring about true transformation. A life-or-death struggle would be even better. That was exactly what Gohan lacked. Uncle Gogeta, why did you concede? Gohan asked, utterly bewildered. How could Gogeta possibly lose to him? This match means nothing to me. Letting you train properly might finally help you master Ultra Instinct. Listen carefully, Gohan. You must give your all in the next battle. Your opponent might be even stronger than you. But I still believe you can win. Gogeta's words thundered in his ears. Gohan nodded firmly. I will win, Uncle Gogeta. Gohan gazed at Gogeta with unwavering resolve. Gogeta nodded, and the two returned to the stands. Next up, Goku of Universe 23 versus Vegeta of Universe 23. The clash of Goku and Vegeta. Everyone rose to their feet, eager to witness this spectacular battle. Kakarot, this time I will defeat you. Vegeta hurled a threat at Goku. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, don't forget you're so drained, how can you possibly beat me? Goku mocked Vegeta for looking like a weakling when he transformed into Super Saiyan 5, daring to claim he could win. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta was furious. How dare that bastard Kakarot say such a thing? Did Vegeta have no pride left? Damn you, Kakarot, I'll smash that mouth of yours. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Goku. Caught off guard by Vegeta's ferocity, Goku hastily transformed to meet the assault. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of blows on Goku. Forced on the defensive, Goku could only block and wait for an opening to counterattack. Before long, Goku seized his chance, kicking Vegeta away and taking the offensive himself. Goku swiftly pursued Vegeta and threw a punch. But Vegeta was ready. He caught Goku's fist and landed a heavy blow to Goku's stomach. Goku spat out a mouthful of saliva, then gritted his teeth and drove a powerful punch into Vegeta's chest. The two began brawling, abandoning all defense. A punch for a kick for a punch. Their wounds multiplied. Huh. Huh. Their fists connected with each other's faces simultaneously. They separated and Vegeta seized Goku's tail, hurling him violently to the ground. Then he unleashed the prince's tactic, bombarding the earth. Goku used instant transmission to appear behind Vegeta. As Vegeta turned, a left hook came flying at his face. Vegeta absorbed the punch with his cheek, grabbed Goku's shoulders, and drove his knee viciously upward. Wah! Goku coughed up blood, but quickly recovered, driving an elbow into Vegeta's chest. Then, clasping his hands together, he struck Vegeta with all his might, sending him crashing to the ground. Goku assumed the Kamehameha stance. Tenfold Kamehameha. A red energy wave blasted toward Vegeta, who had already gathered his final flash to meet the tenfold Kamehameha. Both fighters gave their all. The small tournament arena could not withstand their power. Only Gogeta's protective barrier kept the entire venue from shattering under the immense force. Boom! The two energies collided in a violent explosion, sending a towering pillar of light skyward before it slowly dissipated. Goku and Vegeta were both panting heavily, their stamina clearly depleted. Vegeta, let's settle this with one final blow. Goku proposed. Both were exhausted, and a single decisive strike seemed the best course. Vegeta, sharing the same thought, readily agreed. They both surged their power once more. Yeah. Can they still transform? Impossible. This is insane. Murmurs spread through the stands. Super Saiyan 5. Gohan of Universe 23 explained to the others, it's a power Father recently mastered. That power is terrifying. Even now Gohan was awestruck. The overwhelming pressure could crush anyone who came too close. Truly a force of dread. Super Saiyan 5. Damn it. Vegeta Universe 18 was already furious upon learning of Super Saiyan 4. Now to discover there was a form beyond that, and that another Vegeta was stuck at Super Saiyan 3, filled him with bitter resentment, yet he was powerless to change it. In the cosmos, Goku and Vegeta continued to flare their aura. Terrifying white lightning enveloped their bodies. Their hair and body hair turned white. With a simultaneous roar, the transformation was complete. Super Saiyan 5 had made its dazzling debut. The radiant light from their bodies illuminated the surrounding space, making them look like two colossal beacons. They both gathered their energy, preparing their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha. Final flash. In space, two immense energy pillars surged toward each other. At the moment of impact, the terrifying force shattered nearby meteoroids and asteroids, and the entire arena trembled. At the epicenter of the clash, space had already been torn asunder. The surrounding area fractured like rain cracks spreading outward. Both fighters poured out their full power, striving to overwhelm the other. Neither succeeded. They were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. But Vegeta began to falter. He detonated the energy, deliberately unleashing a devastating explosion that shattered all space in its path until the energy faded and reality was restored. After the explosion, they charged at each other for one final punch. Goku used the last of his strength to dodge Vegeta's fist and landed a blow on Vegeta's face. Vegeta reverted to his base form and slowly collapsed, falling onto the arena below. Goku also reverted to his base form and descended slowly to the ground. The battle was won by Goku by a narrow margin. Phew. I almost lost to you there, Vegeta. Goku sat on the ground as Vegeta lay nearby, speaking with difficulty. Next time I won't lose to you, Kakarot. Gogeta leaped down from the stands, walked over to them, and cast a healing spell. He then whispered a few words. Goku, there's something I need to ask of you. What is it? Goku was puzzled. What could Gogeta possibly need from him? It's about our Gohan. Gogeta explained Gohan's problem at length. I see. So that's why you conceded. I was hoping for a serious match with you. But I never expected your Gohan to be so powerful. No problem, I'll go all out. Let Gohan experience a true battle. That kid Gohan. His personality isn't like a Saiyan at all. He's more like a pure earthling. Goku rambled on before finally agreeing to Gogeta's request. Then I entrust Gohan to you. Gogeta returned to his own stance. Though Gohan was no match for Goku Universe 23, yet he had a feeling that after this match Gohan would undergo a tremendous transformation. The next match was unremarkable. Universe 10 forfeited and Cat Majin won. The following match pitted Universe 19's Shenron against Universe 4's Super Bu. Did none of you forfeit? Oob's ill-timed remark offended everyone from Universe 19. Realizing his blunder, Oob quickly apologized, yet he still believed they should forfeit despite their cool armor. But it still wasn't enough. Universe 19, however, was confident, having donned a new set of armor. They believed they could even eliminate the old Broly in a single strike. Back on the stage, Shenron traced a shape in the air with his finger, slicing Super Bu in half. But Bu instantly regenerated. Such damage was meaningless. Shenron hurled an orb of light at Super Bu. The moment Bu's finger touched it, a violent explosion erupted. Yet it was still futile. Boo's body coalesced in the air, slowly reforming into his humanoid shape. Having witnessed power far surpassing his own, Bu lost all interest in the armor. With a mere gesture, he obliterated Shinran. Next was Universe 9's Tian Shinhan against Universe 2's Sun Wukong. To be honest, this Sun Wukong was rather pathetic. He couldn't even defeat Tian Shinhan. The following match was Universe 16's Bra against Universe SIX's Sonya. Since Pan had been rescued by Gogeta, Bra didn't fully unleash her rage, but she still took it out on Sonya, beating her half to death. The next match was Universe 19's Irem against Universe 12's Android 16. After a fierce battle, Irem acknowledged Android 16, and Android 16 recognized Irem's compassion and sense of responsibility. In the end, Android 16 conceded. Then came Universe 8's King Cold against Universe 9's Videl. The sight of Videl carrying the Z-Sword left both Gohans utterly dumbfounded. The Videl nearby was burning with jealousy. As expected, the Z-Sword broke, finally freeing the Elder Kai. But Videl still lost. The Elder Kai's potential unlock takes too long, and King Cold wouldn't give them the chance. Next was Universe 3's Bardock against Universe 13's Raditz. A father-son duel. Raditz held Bardock in contempt, believing he was unworthy of being a father. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan. He admitted to being a lousy father in the past, but since gaining the ability to see the future, he had changed a great deal. Raditz transformed into a great ape to counter. As they clashed, Bardock blocked Raditz's fist and launched a swift counterattack. Raditz was completely overwhelmed and on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, Bardock clutched his head, racked by a violent headache. His precognitive ability activated at the worst possible moment. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Space-shattered darkness enveloped everything, and everyone was fighting. The enemy was a horde of dark monsters. At the center of the chaos, a terrifying burst of energy erupted. Who was it? Bardock strained to see, but the vision remained agonizingly blurry. Raditz began pummeling the defenseless Bardock, showing no mercy. Bardock exerted all his strength, but still could not make out that figure. Then the vision vanished, his precognitive ability temporarily ceasing. Bardock fought back, unleashing the prince's battle method. Raditz's massive frame was an easy target, and he was instantly brought down. Bardock wins. Gogeta noticed the fleeting expression on Bardock's face. He pondered what terrifying vision had he seen. Gogeta made a mental note to investigate. The subsequent matches were all one-sided slaughters, unremarkable, except for the female version of Vegeta, which was mildly interesting. Thus, the first round of the tournament concluded. There would be a 12-hour rest period. In the dining hall, fighters from Universes 12, 16, and 18 gathered, wolfing down their food, as did those from Universes 21, 22, and 23. Frieza and his two sons from Universe 8 were plotting to steal the Dragon Balls. That night, several Piccolos were meditating outside their rooms. Frieza and his sons began their operation, infiltrating the Veluga's main control tower, only to be caught red-handed by Vegetto. Super Bu also wanted to cause trouble, but was subdued by Gogeta, who locked him in his room with energy restraints that would dissipate just as the second round began. All night long, Super Bu tried to break the seal, but to no avail. After dealing with Super Bu, Gogeta went to find Universe 3's Bardock. Yo! Gogeta opened the door to Universe 3's lounge, greeting those inside. Gogeta, what are you doing here? I'm looking for Bardock. I have something to ask him. Gogeta pointed at Bardock, then stepped out of the room. Bardock followed. Gogeta and Bardock arrived at an empty lot. Gogeta began to question him. I know you have the power to see the future. Can you tell me what you saw on the stage today? The look on your face was sheer terror. Bardock was surprised his secret had been discovered, but considering Gogeta's monstrous strength, he decided to tell him what he saw. I saw a vast darkness. Evil. Space itself was shattered. The entire arena and its surroundings had become a battlefield. Everyone was fighting against some kind of monster. But I couldn't see the face of the person at the center of the battlefield. The aura emanating from him was unimaginably terrifying, even more so than yours. I don't know if that person was you. Bardock revealed everything he saw. Gogeta rubbed his chin deep in thought, not even noticing when Bardock left. It seems a fierce battle is coming. Even space is shattered. Even I would have to use greater power. Darkness. Evil. Monsters. Gogeta had never heard of such things. There was no mention of them in his past lives' memories either. So these must be creatures that have yet to appear. It seems the Dragon Ball world has only shown its tip of the iceberg. My understanding of this world is too shallow. But Gogeta had no countermeasures. With so little intel on the enemy, he would have to adapt on the fly. Gogeta returned to his room. Tights came over and embraced him. What's wrong? It's the first time I've seen you with something on your mind. Gogeta couldn't hide anything from Tights' perceptive eyes. It's nothing major. He'll have it sorted in a few days. Gogeta pulled Tights into his arms and kissed her. It's getting late. Let's turn in. The nighttime arena was eerily silent, a chilling wind blowing through, making it seem terrifying. In a certain room shrouded in darkness, two eyes glowed, a truly horrifying sight. Time passed slowly. The next day, everyone gathered at their respective viewing stands. The stands in the arena had undergone a transformation, no longer resembling their original forms. The arena had changed from a spherical celestial body to a flat ground. The protective barrier now shielded the arena rather than the audience, also safeguarding the stands. Those who were weaker rejoiced, no longer being blown against the walls. A cause for celebration. Just before the competition began, the organizers decided to play a piece of music to set the mood. The personnel arranged by the organizers were dressed in black, as if attending a funeral. Super Bew found it utterly insulting. He personally stepped onto the field, changed their attire, and guided them in their performance. After these interludes, the competition officially commenced. The first match pitted Nappa from Universe 13 against Frisia from Universe 8. Before the match, Nappa approached Frisia and mercilessly taunted him, hurling insults like Shorty, Dumpling Head, and Baldy. Frisia roared, "Just wait and see how I instantly kill you. I must win. With those damn Dragon Balls, it'll grow at least 5 centimeters. Nappa continued his relentless mockery. "Isn't everyone here taller than you? In this tournament, you won't even land a single punch." Even as the bird-like referee announced the matchup, Nappa kept up his torrent of insults, infuriating the Emperor. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he was ready to kill Nappa. Nappa promptly conceded. What a move. It enraged the Emperor to the point where his eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged. You mongrel." In his seething fury, the Emperor was absolutely livid. In the end, no blow was struck. Nappa high-fived Raditz in celebration. One of the Emperor's subordinates, lacking any tact, approached, seeking death. The Emperor blasted his head off. A bird-like figure was about to speak, but was silenced by the Emperor, who retorted, "Mind your own universe's business." Next was a match between Goku from Universe 18 and Android 17 from Universe 14. Goku instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly overpowered Android 17. Following that was a match between the South Kaishin from Universe 1 and Fat Bew from Universe 11. The South Kaishin unleashed his full power from the very start, daring not to hold back against Bew. Last night, Gohan from Universe 16 had shared all his intelligence with the Kaishin of Universe 1. Whenever Bew faced an opponent he believed he couldn't defeat, a defensive mechanism would trigger, absorbing the adversary. The South Kaishin aimed to exploit this mechanism, entering Bew's body to find the Grand Kaishin and another version of himself that Bew had absorbed. The South Kaishin condensed terrifying energy in his hand, forming a palm-sized orb of light. Bew was greatly alarmed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Goku from Universe 18 felt this technique resembled Piccolo's special beam cannon, both being highly concentrated energy. Super Bew remarked that this move brought back very unpleasant memories. The South Kaishin bet that this technique would trigger Bew's fear, activating his absorption mechanism. True to his hopes, as the South Kaishin unleashed the attack, Bew fragmented into countless pieces, enveloping him. The South Kaishin activated a protective barrier and successfully entered Bew's body. Bew returned to his original form unchanged, and those in the stands discerned the South Kaishin's intention. The South Kaishin searched within Bew's body for several rounds. He did not find the fleshy mass Gohan had mentioned, but he could clearly sense the presence of the Kaishin, now merged with Bew. As the South Kaishin had vanished for some time, Bew was declared the victor. No sooner had Bew returned to his stand than the South Kaishin emerged from a hole on his head, retreating to his own stand. Next was a match between OOB from Universe 18 and Nail from Universe 10. However, everyone from Universe 10 forfeited, granting OOB an effortless victory. The following match was between Future Trunks from Universe 12 and Vegeta from Universe 18. Another father-son showdown. The two flew to the arena together. Vegeta speculated that Trunks hadn't been training hard, as Trunks had been busy rebuilding his home. Still, he had made progress. Upon landing on the arena, Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and asked Trunks if he could achieve the same form. Regrettably, Trunks could not, only reaching Super Saiyan. Vegeta was somewhat disappointed. Vegeta charged forward, aiming a punch at Trunks, but Trunks caught his fist. At that moment, Trunks' muscles bulged enormously, the Grade 3 form. This brat is still using that form, full of weaknesses. But in the next instant, Trunks reverted to his normal form and swung his sword at Vegeta, his muscles swelling only at the moment of attack. Vegeta dodged backward and Trunks followed up with a ki blast. Vegeta crossed his arms to block. Trunks circled behind Vegeta and slashed again. Vegeta ducked, then propped his hands on the ground and kicked upward, but Trunks evaded. Trunks' arm transformed into a muscular form, landing a heavy blow on Vegeta's kidney. True to his reputation as the Saiyan who never wastes time, Trunks targeted weak points even against his own father. Trunks kicked Vegeta away, then flashed behind him, raising his sword as if to cleave him in two. But Vegeta vanished, instantly reappearing at the side of the arena. Impressive. You've perfectly mastered the strengths and weaknesses of that form. Vegeta offered high praise. Both unleashed their final flash simultaneously. The two ki blasts collided, forming a massive sphere that exploded, sending both fighters flying. Just as Vegeta rose to his feet, Trunks was already upon him. However, a Super Saiyan was ultimately no match for Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta kicked Trunks in the chest. Trunks tried to withstand it with his muscular form, but it was insufficient. Trunks faltered and fell. Vegeta caught him with one arm and carried him back to the stands. The next match was between Kakarot from Universe 13 and Pan from Universe 18. This Pan, unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, was fearful and reluctant to step onto the arena. Vegeta used provocation to spur her on, and Pan finally decided to go. After a brief fight, Pan's Kamehameha struck Kakarot, sending him into a frenzy. Kakarot mercilessly taunted Pan, venting all his grievances. Pan quickly flashed through a series of memories, then successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, she immediately conceded. She was still no match for Kakarot, but given time she would surpass him. "He'll protect Earth," Pan declared boldly, then walked back to the stands. Happily, she embraced Gohan, and Gohan from Universe 16 looked on with pride. The next match was between Cell from Universe 17 and Bojack from Universe 6. Needless to say, Cell effortlessly slaughtered Bojack, avenging Pan from Universe 16. The following match was between Tapion from Universe 3 and Krillin from Universe 9. Tapion summoned Hirudegarn to attack Krillin. Krillin used his Destructo Disc to restrain Hirudegarn, then attacked Tapion. However, Hirudegarn could still manifest parts of its body to strike Krillin. Eventually, Krillin was hit and fell, unable to rise, granting Tapion the victory. Next was Vegetto versus Zik. As soon as they stepped onto the arena, Zik used magic and Vegetto was instantly ensnared, trapped in a dark alternate dimension. Vegetto transformed into a Super Saiyan, breaking through the dimensional space and returning to the arena. But in the next moment, a tremendous impact struck, sending Vegetto flying, crashing headfirst into the protective barrier. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Vegetto clutched his head, shouting in pain. He turned to look, and there was. Time rewound to that match of Vegetto. After Cuz used magic, Vegetto vanished. After 30 seconds of waiting, Vegetto had yet to return, thus Cuz claimed victory. Everyone was greatly astonished. Vegetto lost. Given the current circumstances, as long as Vegetto didn't face those abnormalities from Universes 21, 22, and 23, he could never lose. Even if he did encounter them, he would still stand a fighting chance. No one expected him to lose so simply. 16 Bra shouted at Cuz, "What did you do to my father? Bring him back now." Cuz offered no response. Gogeta answered instead, "Vegetto is merely trapped in a different space with a different flow of time. He'll be back in a few hours. Don't worry." 16 Bra looked at the man who bore a striking resemblance to her father and chose to believe his words, as did the others. It was halftime during the tournament. Everyone was eating at the cafeteria. The absence of Vegetto did nothing to dampen the atmosphere. They were still lively and boisterous. They all ate heartily without a care, showing no concern for Vegetto. "Vegetto, thanks a lot." After a hearty meal, they rested a while, and the tournament continued. The first match after the break was Aral versus Android 18 from Universe 14. Not much to say about this one. It was uneventful. Android 18 won by luck. Next was 18 Gotenks versus 22 Future Trunks. Gotenks went all out from the start, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Future Trunks assumed Super Saiyan 2, a form that could rival Super Saiyan 3 without the severe drain on stamina and energy. After just a few exchanges, Gotenks defused. Future Trunks won with ease. 18 Trunks watched Future Trunks' departing figure and complained, "How does he train? Super Saiyan 2 is that strong. If it were Super Saiyan Blue, it would be unimaginable. Why don't you ask him for advice?" Goten urged Trunks, but Trunks had little desire to grow stronger and declined Goten's suggestion. The next match was 21 Goku versus 22 Broly. Goku could no longer contain himself. He rushed excitedly to the arena, craving such a battle, especially one against an opponent stronger than himself. Goku transformed directly into Super Saiyan 4 and attacked Broly. However, Broly clearly didn't take Goku seriously. Without even transforming, he easily overpowered Goku using only his base form strength. But Goku didn't give up. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Kaioken. Yes, Kaioken. Normally, a Super Saiyan couldn't stack Kaioken, but Super Saiyan 4's body was incredibly resilient. Even under severe damage, it wouldn't revert to base form. That was extremely advantageous. Goku had conceived this technique during his training and now formally unveiled it. Kaioken. Goku roared wildly, erupting with energy. The arena floor beneath him shattered like a spiderweb. A red aura flared atop the golden energy of Super Saiyan 4. Goku vanished instantly. He appeared right before Broly. Broly was slightly taken aback, not expecting Goku to have increased his power so much. Goku threw a powerful punch that struck Broly's face, sending him flying. Goku followed up with a heavy stomp. Broly vanished and reappeared, dodging as Goku's foot crashed into the arena, shattering it into pieces. Broly clasped his hands together and struck at Goku from behind. Goku swiftly evaded and Broly's fists smashed into the ground before he charged at Goku again. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. Incredible. Why didn't I think of Kaioken? 23 Goku praised. Super Saiyan 4 combined with Kaioken was an excellent technique. I never imagined Super Saiyan 4 could use Kaioken. The others were also astounded. Kaioken placed a heavy burden on the body and was fundamentally incompatible with Super Saiyan. Their respect for Super Saiyan 4 increased further. The fight between Goku and Broly was fierce, and they appeared evenly matched. But Goku was unsatisfied. He wanted to witness Broly's Super Saiyan form. So he kicked Broly away and elevated his power once more. 10 times Kaioken. A towering red aura enveloped Goku. The next second, he drove his foot into Broly's abdomen, sending him flying, followed by a tenfold Kamehameha. The entire arena was obliterated by the blast. As the smoke cleared, Broly's figure emerged. Broly was forced by Goku into his Super Saiyan form. Now it was Goku's turn to take a beating. Broly's punches were heavy and brutal, each blow excruciatingly painful. Goku was battered mercilessly, barely able to stand. Cough. Can you let me see that green form? Goku pleaded with Broly to show him the full power form. Broly generously obliged Goku's request. Instantly, the entire venue was bathed in green light. Broly's Super Saiyan full power form had emerged. 20 times Kaioken. Goku used the last of his stamina to activate the 20-fold Kaioken. Broly fired a single-handed energy wave, an immense sphere of energy hurtling toward Goku. Goku caught it with both hands, straining desperately. But how could he succeed? Goku was completely engulfed. The energy sphere exploded with tremendous force, nearly shattering the protective barrier. Goku lay amidst the ruins, feeling as though his end had come. Although Broly hadn't used his full strength, it was still more than Goku could withstand. Fortunately, Gogeta awoke just in time, ready to watch Gohan's match, and cast a healing spell on Goku. Whoa, I'm alive again. Goku patted himself down and sat up. What a fool. How dare you try to take an attack like that? Vegeta mocked from the sidelines, but Goku ignored him and went over to their universe's Broly, who was with his wife and child. Broly, Goku asked, can you use that form too? Broly shook his head. Goku felt a pang of disappointment and walked away. Seeing that Goku paid him no heed at all, Vegeta fumed. Damn it, Kakarot. Vegeta, don't mind him. Goku's attitude only infuriated Vegeta further, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he stewed in his own anger. Next up, the match is Son Gohan of Universe 21 versus Son Goku of Universe 23. Another father-son battle. Truly something to look forward to. Goku and Gohan stepped onto the arena. Goku spoke first. Gohan, I won't hold back. I'll give it my all. Gohan replied, that's exactly what I want, father. I won't lose to you. Both of them instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and the battle was on. They moved simultaneously, charging at each other with incredible speed. Their fists collided with tremendous force. A terrifying burst of energy erupted, lightning crackling around their fists. The arena floor cratered around them. Vegetto had just broken through dimensions and returned to the arena. He was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing headfirst into the protective barrier. Seeing Vegetto's sudden appearance, the two stopped. The bird-like being opened the barrier and let Vegetto in. Vegetto was completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Vegetto was dragged back to the spectator stands by Gohan from their universe. He still couldn't believe he had lost. A terrifying expression flickered across his face, as if he was on the verge of exploding. Gohan scolded Vegetto, shouting, enough, father. If an enemy trapped you for hours, the earth could have been destroyed many times over. A loss is a loss. Don't throw a tantrum here. Vegetto knew he was in the wrong, but the rage in his heart was unbearable unless vented. He used instant transmission to teleport to a distant part of space, where he could let loose freely. Vegetto transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that reduced all surrounding asteroids to dust. Back at the arena after Vegetto's interruption, Goku from Universe 23 and Gohan from Universe 21 restarted their match. Goku threw a full-powered punch, which Gohan blocked with crossed arms. Gohan looked up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He grabbed Goku's arm and slammed him hard into the ground. The ground shattered instantly. Goku spat out a mouthful of bile, then kicked Gohan in the chest. Goku sprang up, instantly following up with an energy wave. Gohan sliced through it with a sweep of his hand. In the blink of an eye, Goku was right in Gohan's face. Gohan, unflustered, clenched his fist and threw a devastating punch. They struck each other's faces simultaneously, both sent flying backward. They somersaulted in midair and charged at each other again, engaging in a fierce battle. Their fists and feet were interwoven with energy waves, leaving the spectators utterly mesmerized. However, Gohan was still lacking in experience. Goku seized an opening and struck him hard in the stomach. Gohan spat blood, retaliating swiftly with a powerful roundhouse kick. Goku flipped with the momentum, planted his hands on the ground, and landed a heavy kick on Gohan's face. Goku pushed off with his hands, launching himself into the air. He unleashed the prince's technique, bombarding Gohan with a relentless volley of energy blasts. Gohan deflected every energy sphere with blinding speed, then surged forward with a burst of ki, flying towards Goku. The ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the force and cracked open. Gohan closed in on Goku. Goku raised his arm to strike, but missed. It was just an afterimage. Gohan came flying from another direction, executing a flying kick aimed directly at Goku. The next moment, Gohan passed straight through Goku and smashed his foot into the arena floor. He looked around frantically, searching for Goku. Goku appeared behind Gohan. As Gohan turned, he was met with a punch to the face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But Gohan paid it no mind. His fist was already flying toward Goku. Goku opened his palm and caught Gohan's fist. Goku threw his other fist at Gohan, who caught it as well. Both of them began to exert their full strength. Yeah. A golden aura enveloped them. The ground began to tremble, and the arena, already in ruins, started to disintegrate. Stones levitated into the air one by one. Goku yanked Gohan forward and drove his knee into him. Gohan flipped with the momentum and hurled Goku away. Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy erupted from Gohan's hands. Goku had no time to dodge, so he stretched out his arms and struggled to block Gohan's Kamehameha. Gohan intensified his output. Goku, using all his might, kicked the Kamehameha wave into the sky, then instantly used instant transmission. Gohan, still in the Kamehameha stance, was sent flying by a vicious kick from Goku, carving a long trench across the arena. "Father, use your full power," Gohan said as he slowly stood up. "I know Uncle Gogeta asked you to train me, but attacks without killing intent can't make me grow. Please, Father, unleash your strongest attack with the intent to kill me," Gohan declared resolutely. Goku looked into his son's determined eyes and finally agreed. "Fine. But don't you die, Gohan." Goku clenched his fists, crouched down, and let out a burst of ki, beginning his transformation into Super Saiyan 5. White lightning crackled around him as a golden aura automatically ignited. With a blinding flash of light, Super Saiyan 5 Goku emerged. After transforming, Goku wasted no time. He raised his hand and began gathering energy for a Kamehameha. Tenfold Kamehameha. A pillar of energy erupted within the small arena. The barrier shattered instantly. Gogeta, quick as a flash, created another barrier to contain the two fighters, or the entire arena would have suffered catastrophic casualties. Gohan's eyes were unwavering as he stretched out his hands to catch the attack. The arena floor couldn't withstand the pressure for even a second, shattering instantly. Goku continued to pour on the power. Gohan couldn't hold back the onslaught. His entire body was crushed against the ground, unable to move. A flicker of hesitation crossed Goku's eyes, but he still gave his all. The ground broke apart again, and it seemed Gohan was about to be finished. By now, Gohan's consciousness was fading, but he stubbornly held on. He couldn't let down the hopes of Uncle Gogeta and everyone else. Scenes flashed through Gohan's mind: the one-armed Gohan he saw as a child, the teachings of Master Roshi, Gogeta's guidance, and Shishi's expectations, all came rushing back. Gohan experienced a rapid montage of memories. How can I fall here? His eyes blazed with fury, his pupils shifting from gold to red. A terrifying power erupted from within him. The beast slumbering in his body had awakened. Goku's tenfold Kamehameha exploded, unleashing an incredibly devastating force that obliterated the entire arena. The spectators were deeply worried about Gohan's safety. Under such an attack, Gohan couldn't possibly endure. Is Gohan okay? That Goku is so ruthless even to his own son. Within the arena, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing a massive crater that covered the entire venue. In the very center, Gohan's figure appeared, still standing. Then a trace of red light faded from his eyes, and he collapsed, losing all support. Goku flashed over and caught Gohan. "Well done, Gohan." Goku gave him high praise. He carried Gohan back to the stands where Gogeta, pleased with Gohan's performance, began to heal him. Gohan's eyes snapped open, and he was met with the smiles of everyone around him. "Gohan, you fought beautifully." Yeah. That was a great fight. Amazing. At your age, we couldn't even beat Raditz." Goku mused, though he wasn't wrong. Gohan was only in his teens, yet he had already surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Would they ever have a chance to catch up to him? Next was a match between Tien Shinhan from Universe 9 and Super Buu from Universe 4. If Tien were given a bag of senzu beans, could he keep Buu under control for an entire day? Gogeta suddenly wondered. Buu was extremely confident, giving Tien 5 minutes to attack without retaliating. Tien pulled out a small balloon, tossed it lightly, waved his hands, and shouted Mafuba. Super Buu was sucked into the balloon, which swelled up and took the shape of a dragon. However, Tien had only sealed a part of Super Buu. Buu had already left countless pieces of flesh on the arena. Buu's hand landed on Tien's shoulder. "You've mastered that technique quite well?" Tien was startled. Super Buu continued, "I don't intend to ruin your glorious moment. My clones are scattered everywhere. You'll have to seal them all." Tien leaped into the air, sprouting another pair of arms from his back. He formed 2 triangles with his 4 hands and unleashed a double-powered energy wave. A perfectly square deep crater appeared on the arena floor. Tien Shinhan's tri-beam attacked the Kikaho at double power blasted Super Bu into smithereens. However, the fragments of Super Bu gradually fused back together, reforming into his humanoid shape. Knowing he was outmatched, Tien Shinhan conceded defeat. Super Bu emerged victorious. The next match was between Bra from Universe 16 and Irem from Universe 19. Irem was no match for Bra at all, utterly unable to withstand her assault. Irem decisively deployed the carbonite explosive. The carbonite explosive adhered to Bra's glove, and Bra promptly discarded it. This is our ultimate weapon, the carbonite explosive. The carbonite explosive from the discarded glove rapidly spread across the arena, soon covering a vast area. Irem continued to explain, anything the carbonite explosive touches will be covered, devoured, and ultimately turned into its nourishment. This process is unstoppable. The only option is to destroy it instantly before it devours everything. Irem launched an attack, blasting the contaminated part of the arena into a massive crater. Irem aimed his hand at Bra. If Bra dodged, the entire audience would be annihilated. The people from Universe 19 were panicking. They accused Irem of having no right to use the carbonite explosive in such a manner. It turned out that Irem's homeworld had been accidentally contaminated by the carbonite explosive. The entire planet was now covered in it, and any asteroid impact could spread it across the whole universe. Irem had to win. Only the champion could wish upon the dragon god to stop this catastrophe. Bra said, if that is your wish, we can grant it to you. Wishing upon dragons is an everyday affair in our world. However, Irem did not believe Bra. With no other choice, Bra used instant transmission to send Irem to a distant corner of the universe. She then returned to the arena, and after 30 seconds Bra was declared the winner. Bra disappeared again and brought Irem back. Irem was now in utter despair. He had lost, and now he could only watch his own universe be destroyed. If we win, our first wish is yours. Goku from Universe 23 had somehow infiltrated the Universe 18 stands, placing a hand on Ub's shoulder, making a promise to the people of Universe 19. Isn't that right? My other self. Universe 23 Goku patted Universe 18 Goku on the shoulder. Goten was also there, cheering and chattering endlessly about Goku's glorious feats. Hearing this, Irem saw a glimmer of hope. He shook hands with both Gokus in gratitude. Bra returned to the stands and asked Piccolo for a set of training clothes. Now she had to save an entire universe. She needed to train. The next match was between Bardock from Universe 3 and King Cold from Universe 8. This time Bardock's precognitive ability did not activate, and he was no match for King Cold, who effortlessly crushed him. The following match was Vegeta from Universe 13 against Raichi from Universe 3. Raichi immediately summoned Frieza and his brother Cooler. Facing the 3 of them, Vegeta showed no sign of panic. He transformed directly into a Super Saiyan 2 and dispatched King Cold with a single blow. Frieza and Cooler transformed into their next forms. A Frieza in the audience exclaimed in surprise, I can do that too. The undead warriors under Raikis' control were even more powerful than their original selves. They could control their power better and fight in perfect coordination. Frieza and Cooler launched a combined attack. Vegeta blocked the assault with one hand and fired a single-handed Gallic gun, blasting Frieza and Cooler into dust. Raichi summoned the Saiyan race, King Vegeta, Vegeta's cousin, the entire family, along with Nappa Raditz and Kakarot. The spectators below even spotted Broly. Can that guy actually control Broly's power? Everyone was highly skeptical. Vegeta was having a field day on the arena, and watching him fight got Universe 13's Raditz and Kakarot incredibly excited. Vegeta grabbed Kakarot's head and pounded it mercilessly, shouting, You lunatic! Blockhead! Jinx! At that moment, Vegeta was ecstatic. Blood splattered across his face, making him look utterly savage. It seemed he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Kakarot. This Vegeta really dislikes his comrade. Good thing you changed, Vegeta. Universe 18 Goku said something, but Universe 18 Vegeta didn't hear a word, his mind consumed by the desire to switch places with the Vegeta on the arena. Vegeta on the arena unleashed a Big Bang attack, obliterating all the undead warriors. Except for Broly. The undead Broly transformed into a regular Super Saiyan, but Vegeta didn't give him a chance to power up and eliminated him in one hit. Raichi summoned another wave of weaklings, but Vegeta grew careless. He was cut by the undead warrior Tydel's Godblade. The price was that all the undead warriors were annihilated by Vegeta. Clutching his slashed chest, Vegeta stared at the small Cell Jr. before him. This Cell Jr. had been killed by Gasco in the first round and possessed the power of Super Perfect Cell. As soon as it appeared, it relentlessly attacked Vegeta, specifically targeting his wound. Due to his chest injury, Vegeta was brutally beaten by the Cell Jr. How could the proud prince allow this little creature to humiliate him so? Rage ignited within him, and Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. He had finally broken through his limits. He struck his signature L pose. I've finally done it. Super Vegeta. As soon as the L pose was struck, the outcome was inevitable. Vegeta met a gruesome end obliterated in a single blow by the undead Vegeta summoned by Raichi. The final match of the second round was Gasco from Universe 7 against King Piccolo from Universe 3. It was a foregone conclusion. Gasco won in a crushing victory. Thus, the second round concluded successfully. Everyone ate, drank, and then retired for the night. The night arena remained shrouded in profound darkness. In a certain room engulfed in shadow, a colossal eye snapped open. Are you ready? We are ready, my lord. Excellent. The enormous eye slowly closed. The room fell into absolute silence devoid of any sound. Gogeta suddenly sensed a peculiar aura, but it was only fleeting. Before he could investigate, it vanished without a trace. This aura was malevolent and dark, identical to the presence of the monster Bardock had foreseen in the future. Could it be that someone in the arena had been replaced? Or perhaps someone was that very monster in disguise? Gogeta carefully analyzed the performance of every participant in the tournament, but found nothing unusual. The next day dawned bright and sunny. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the stands awaiting the start of the matches. Standing in the stands, Gogeta meticulously observed everyone, trying to locate the source of the previous night's aura. However, he found nothing. Everyone appeared normal with no suspicious behavior. Gogeta went to the tournament organizer, the Birdman, and requested that the Dragon Balls be prepared as they might be needed soon. Then the first match of the day. It's Frieza from Universe 8 versus Son Goku from Universe 18. The announcer's voice, reminiscent of a Birdman, remained resonant as the Great King and Goku both ascended the arena. Goku wasted no words. He found Frieza uninteresting, decisively transformed into a Super Saiyan, and knocked the Great King out with a single punch. Frieza lay on the ground, unable to rise for a long while, until some insignificant grunt from his universe carried him back. Next was the match between OOB from Universe 18 and Majin Buu from Universe 11. It was supposed to be a closely contested battle, but Oob, lacking martial honor, took advantage of Fat Buu's dim-wittedness. He sweet-talked the pudgy Buu into playing hide and seek, thus securing his victory through trickery. Having spent too much time with Goku, OOB had also grown cunning. Bibidai, that old schemer, began casting spells to control those with evil in their hearts. Gogeta immediately saw through Bibida's petty tricks, but paid him no mind. Just a clown after all. The priority now was to find the source of that aura. Gogeta had a faint sense of foreboding. Even he couldn't locate it. Was this entity simply too skilled at concealment? Or, Gogeta dared not imagine. The next match was between Vegeta from Universe 18 and Kakarot from Universe 13. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot, only at Super Saiyan level, was no match for Vegeta, who pierced his chest, leaving him collapsed and motionless. Vegeta claimed victory. Raditz from Universe 13 carried Kakarot back to the stands. A Namekian healer wished to treat him, but Vegeta refused, insisting Kakarot just lie there. It seemed this Vegeta harbored quite a dislike for Kakarot. Kakarot, thanks a lot, Vegeta. The next match was between Tapion from Universe 3 and Cell from Universe 18. Effortlessly restraining Hildegarn, Cell simultaneously dispatched its host Tapion with a single blow. Hildegarn perished alongside Tapion, and Cell secured an easy victory. Kakarot from Universe 13 gradually recovered. He struggled to his feet, cursing Vegeta for leaving him lying there, and demanded the Namekian healer treat him. Once healed, Kakarot stormed off to find Raditz. Unbeknownst to anyone, Kakarot, Raditz, and Nappa were all controlled by Bibidi. Cell returned to the stands. As he entered the rest area, Bibidi attempted to control him, but Cell resisted with all his might. The next match was between Kixie from Universe 5 and Android 18 from Universe 14. Kixie produced a remote control from somewhere. With a simple press, Android 18 became a lamb to the slaughter. Kixie won easily. As time passed, Bibida's controlled ranks swelled. Meanwhile, after a thorough search of the venue with no results, Gogeta turned his attention to the cosmos. Gogeta used instant transmission to appear in space. Closing his eyes, he meticulously scanned the entire region for any aura, letting none escape his perception. Back in the venue on the arena, Gotenks was locked in fierce combat with Super Buu. Originally, future Trunks from Universe 22 was to face Gotenks, but Trunks was lucky enough to draw by advancing directly to the next round. Super Buu replaced him to fight Gotenks. Super Buu appeared at ease while Gotenks was panting heavily. It seems the victor is decided. Super Buu fired a single-handed energy wave, disintegrating Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Extending his arms, he easily knocked out the separated pair, claiming victory. The next match was Son Goku from Universe 23 versus Broly from Universe 22. The two who had displayed the pinnacle of power in the entire venue had finally clashed. Battle was imminent. As both stood on the arena, the Birdman layered several barriers, still feeling uneasy. Usually Gogeta would cast a protective shield, but with Gogeta absent, the Birdman panicked and hastily added more layers. Goku immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, while Broly assumed his Super Saiyan state, and the battle commenced. Goku struck first, punching at Broly's face. Broly raised his hand to block, then lashed out with a powerful kick. Goku crossed his arms to defend, but Broly's kick sent him flying. What terrifying power! Goku looked at his trembling hands, his excitement growing. Broly flashed in and grabbed Goku by the head, slamming him hard against the barrier, which shattered instantly. Goku's eyes widened. The blow was clearly agonizing. Broly slammed Goku's head into the ground, eliciting another scream. He then raised his fist and pounded down on Goku beneath him. Goku crossed his arms to block a red aura enveloping him. Kaioken. The stone beneath Goku disintegrated instantly, and he kicked Broly away. 10 times Kaioken. Goku yelled, charging at Broly at incredible speed. In an instant, he was behind Broly, delivering a vicious kick to his kidney. Broly turned and threw another heavy punch. Goku dodged, playing right into Broly's hands. Broly grabbed an energy sphere and pressed it against Goku's chest. Then, extending both hands, green energy rapidly coalesced into a massive orb which he hurled at Goku. Broly's combo left Goku no chance to evade. He could only brace himself with open hands. Wah! Goku was pinned down by Broly's energy sphere, unable to move. 20 times Kaioken. The colossal energy sphere slowly rose as Goku lifted it, then kicked it with all his might back at Broly. Broly caught it with one hand, crushing the sphere into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. Huff! Huff! After using the 20 times Kaioken, Goku was visibly exhausted. Bibidi seized the opportunity to control more people, his sinister laughter echoing in the rest area. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Soon all universes will be mine. On the arena, Goku began transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Yeah. A white whirlwind enveloped Goku, crackling with white lightning. Stones from the arena floor floated one by one into the air. Then a storm surge struck the entire arena, shattering another layer of the barrier. Goku had become Super Saiyan 5. A green radiance illuminated the sky above the arena as Broly entered his full power state. His muscles swelled, and his gaze turned terrifying, sending chills down everyone's spine. Though it's not the first time I've seen it, this oppressive and terrifying atmosphere still instills fear. Several Piccolos turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Both Vegetas clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on the two on the arena. Vegetto's expression was grim. He was certain he could not defeat either of them, and even facing Super Saiyan 4 might be a struggle. The battle between Super Saiyan 5 Goku and full-power Super Saiyan Broly was about to erupt. In the cosmos, Gogeta discovered something, wondering if it was related to that aura. He noticed that every planet he had passed through was devoid of any signs of life, as if a plague of locusts had swept through, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. This phenomenon was beyond Gogeta's comprehension, and a growing sense of dread consumed him. Why would a martial arts tournament be held in such a place? What was the true motive of the one behind the Birdman? Were the tournament participants merely bait, or did they harbor some sinister secret? Back at the arena, Goku and Broly were locked in a fierce battle, each punch and kick radiating earth-shattering power. Adadada. Goku's voice echoed through the arena as the two moved with lightning speed, clashing multiple times in the blink of an eye. The arena floor was utterly ravaged, and several layers of the protective barrier had already shattered. Yeah. Goku drove a powerful kick into Broly's chest. As Broly staggered backward, he seized Goku's leg, hoisted him overhead, and slammed him viciously onto the arena floor. Whoa! Goku spat out a mouthful of bile, then drove his other foot hard into Broly's face. Broly endured the blow, raised a fist the size of a boulder, and smashed it down toward Goku. Goku rolled aside to dodge, and Broly's fist struck the ground, leaving a massive crater. Goku pushed off with both feet, sending Broly flying backward. He then burst with energy to close the distance, clasped his hands together, and delivered a heavy blow to Broly's side. Broly spun around, crossing his arms to block. Seeing his attack fail, Goku quickly retreated, firing a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. Despite his massive frame, Broly was incredibly fast, appearing before Goku in an instant. Oh no! Goku's eyes widened as Broly's fist came crashing down. The tremendous force sent Goku hurtling across the floor, bouncing and skittering like a skipped stone until he slammed into the protective barrier, which shattered on impact. Whoa! Goku coughed up blood. The power behind Broly's punch was immense. He rose to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and surged with energy once more. Huh! Goku spread his arms wide, his aura exploding outward. What? Vegeta was astonished. Was Kakarot using his technique? Several Piccolos were equally shocked. Wasn't that the stance for Final Flash? Final. Goku brought his hands together, then placed them at his hip. Kamehameha. A terrifying aura surged into the heavens. The protective barriers shattered layer by layer. The spectators on the stands each used their own abilities to survive. Those without any simply clung to the walls, a scene that had played out more than once before. What? Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to shield the audience from the ensuing storm. The others on the viewing platforms did the same. Broly gathered green energy in his hands, the sphere swelling rapidly. He hurled it with all his might at Goku, and the ultimate Kamehameha collided with the energy sphere. Whoa! Goku let out a guttural roar, his face contorted with strain. Broly's expression was equally savage, showing that he too was under immense pressure. The spectators below were in dire straits. Most were plastered against the walls, and only a few of the strongest could barely stand, though it was far from easy for them. Super Bu watched the two figures in the arena, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If either of them wanted him dead, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Vegetto's expression was grim, his eyes fixed intently on the two combatants. His legend of invincibility had long been shattered ever since he arrived at this place. Goku's veins bulged across his body as he gritted his teeth, holding on with sheer willpower. The ground beneath his feet had long since given way. Broly pushed the energy sphere forward inch by inch toward Goku. Goku knew he was no match for Broly, but at this point the situation was beyond his control. If this energy exploded here, everyone would die. At least most of them would perish. Damn it! Why did Gogeta have to be away at a time like this? Goku complained inwardly, and the next moment the energy exploded. It was over. But in the next second the terrifying energy was devoured by a violet aura, vanishing in an instant. Goku reverted to his base form, dropping to one knee and gasping for air. I surrender. Can you tell me what that was? Goku asked Broly, who was slowly descending to the ground. Destruction. Broly uttered the two words, then turned and walked away. Broly wins. Goku returned to the stands, and Piccolo immediately asked him about that technique he had used. That move is a combination technique Vegeta and I used when we fought Android 17. I spent a long time studying Vegeta's final flash, tried it many times, and finally managed to use it on my own. But it's still too much for one person to handle. Goku raised his trembling hands and said to Vegeta, "It's better when I do it with you, Vegeta." Hearing this, Vegeta retorted angrily, "Don't even think about it, Kakarot. I'd rather die than use that move with you again." "Don't be like that, Vegeta." Goku tried to persuade him, but Vegeta just snorted and turned his face away, refusing to look at that insufferable Kakarot. The next match was Universe 16's Son Bra versus Universe 8's King Cold. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, King Cold transformed into his final form, Giant Form Stage 2. His colossal body appeared, and a second pair of arms sprouted from his torso. This was the Giant Form Stage 2, a transformation surpassing Cooler's. Although King Cold's power in this form was formidable, reaching the level of Perfect Cell, it was still far from enough against Bra. Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan, raised her hand, and condensed her energy into a blade. She then brought it down fiercely on King Cold's massive form, severing the arms on one side of his body. King Cold collapsed heavily, gravely wounded. 30 seconds later, Bra was declared the victor. Just then King Cold shouted, "Change." It turned out that King Cold had long ago been possessed by Jinyu through a body swap, and had been lying in wait until now. However, Bra in her Super Saiyan state had keen perception and dodged Jinyu's swap attempt, taunting him. "You think such a cheap trick could ever catch me off guard?" Having failed to swap bodies, Jinyu was forced back into King Cold's body. Frieza refused the nameless Namekian healer's offer to treat King Cold, and took him back to his own healing pod. Meanwhile, Babidi seized the opportunity to take control of Frieza, Cooler, and Jinyu. The next match was Universe 3's Raichi versus Universe 7's Geskako. Raichi summoned a horde of weaklings to serve as cannon fodder, but Geskako dispatched them with ease. Geskako teleported in front of Raichi, shattering his protective barrier with a single blow. However, he was then kicked away by someone else. It was the Vegeta from Universe 13, who had been killed in the previous match. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and Geskako exchanged blows, their fight evenly matched. Suddenly Geskako felt someone behind him. He turned to look and saw Broly. Broly had already entered his legendary Super Saiyan state, a demonic grin spreading across his face as he launched a frenzied assault on Geskako. Facing attacks from both opponents, Geskako was clearly struggling to hold his ground. His attacks couldn't even faze Broly, who quickly subdued him. Vegeta used a Destructo Disc, slicing Geskako into several pieces. Meanwhile, Broly had lost control, savagely attacking the protective barrier. Vegeta fired a blast to obliterate Geskato's remains. But then Geskato's figure reappeared behind Raichi, shattering his barrier and destroying his Hachiyak device. Vegeta and Broly vanished instantly. Raichi also disappeared. It turned out that Raichi too was a vengeful spirit born from hatred. The resentment within the Hachiyaku device began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a humanoid monster. Hachiyaku. Upon its emergence, Hachiyaku roared loudly, the sound piercingly shrill, causing everyone to cover their heads in defense. Then Hachiyaku crossed its arms, unleashing a vengeful cannon. Geskako was heavily injured by this attack. After unleashing its ultimate attack, Hachiyaku resumed its roaring again and again. Gasakako discovered its weakness. Hachiyaku would roar for 15 seconds before firing the vengeful cannon. Seizing the opportunity, Gasakako gathered energy in his hands, and after Hachiyaku roared for 15 seconds, instantly appeared before its face, unleashing the condensed energy and obliterating Hachiyaku. Gasakako victorious. Bibita's plan also began to unfold. Bibita cast a spell teleporting all the participants away. These individuals appeared on a faraway dead star. Depura held a large sword against the Grand Kaishin's neck, taking him hostage. Frieza from Universe 8 destroyed the Birdman's machine, preventing the Birdman from sending them back. Cell and Little Cell controlled Gohan from Universes 16, 18, 0, and 23. These three Gohans did not participate in the competition, and Bibita deemed the two of them weak, only teleporting the Gohan from Universe 21. Norlub from Universe 19 controlled several other technological warriors. The West Kaishin kicked Depura away, saving the Grand Kaishin, but immediately turned to receive a punch from Depura in the face. Gohan from Universes 18 and 23 seized the opportunity to eliminate Little Cell. Goten from Universe 18 came out of the restroom and saw this scene, quickly hiding away. Gohan from Universe 18 helped Gohan from Universe 16 break free from Cell's control, and then went to find Bibita. Gohan from Universe 16 rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Cell. "Everyone come to my side." Gohan from Universe 23 shouted towards those who were not controlled in the venue. Everyone rushed over. Now only Gohan from Universe 23 had the ability to protect them. On the distant dead star, those who had been teleported away by Bibita appeared, all looking confused about what had happened. Everyone realized that the ones who had been teleported away were all powerful individuals, and all the scoundrels were missing. Hearing this, the South Kaishin hurriedly asked, "Where is Vegeta?" "I'm right here." Vegeta said irritably, "What are you insinuating?" "Huh, I can't feel the energy from the venue at all." Gohan from Universe 23 carefully searched around, but found no energy from the venue. Norlub from Universe 19 suspected that Super Bu was behind this and questioned Super Bu, but Super Bu feigned innocence like a victim. This guy had a clone in the venue and must know the location, but kept silent. Everyone discovered a metal plate left by Bibita, realizing it was his doing. Trunks pointed at 13 Vegeta. "Why is this guy here too? Logically, he is also a great villain." 13 Vegeta felt a bit embarrassed and turned his head away. Goten from Universe 18 had been in the restroom and remained in the venue, and so did Trunks from Universe 23. Everyone from Universe 9 was still in the room and had not been teleported, indicating that the room offered a certain level of protection. Goku from Universe 18 wanted to hurry back to deal with Bibita, but Vegeta said Bra is also in the room, and there are 3 Gohans. Bibita can't stir up much trouble. Everyone was at a loss. Inside the venue, 2 Piccolos were battling Frieza and his sons, easily overpowering them, and before long they defeated the 3. Hiding Goten discovered that the Grand Kaishin was controlled by Depura, so he crept over, transformed into Super Saiyan, and ambushed Depura, temporarily unable to determine a winner against the Kaishins. Gohan from Universe 23 and Piccolo remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to prevent ambushes. Kakarot from Universe 13, Naba, and Raditz attempted to ambush those protected by Gohan, but were easily subdued. The technological warriors from Universe 19, after reluctantly killing their controlled companions, split into 3 groups, 1 to support the Kaishins, 1 to assist Gohan from Universe 16, and 1 to aid Gohan from Universe 18. Gohan from Universe 16 was engaged in a fierce battle with Cell, who had greatly increased in power due to his transformation. Gohan found it difficult to secure victory. Taking advantage of the situation, Naquid from Universe 19 launched a surprise attack on Cell, delivering a powerful super shockwave that severely wounded Cell. Gohan and Naquid combined their efforts to destroy Cell's body. The technological female warrior from Universe 19, supporting the Kaishin, launched a surprise energy beam attack on Depura. Goten and the West Kaishin combined their powers to eliminate Depura. Meanwhile, Gohan from Universe 18 searched around, but couldn't find Bibita. Passing by the resting area of Universe 16, he suddenly thought of Bra. He hurriedly pushed the door open. Bra had already been controlled by Bibita, who had instructed her to take him to a safe place far away from the venue. Bra transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and Gohan found it difficult to defend against her attack, being sent flying outside. This commotion drew everyone's attention. At that moment, number 17 suddenly burst in from nowhere, firing a key blast aimed at those behind Gohan. Gohan and Piccolo, distracted by the previous noise, couldn't respond in time. Suddenly, a key blast intercepted number 17's attack, pushing it back and eliminating number 17. The newcomer was Trunks from Universe 23. Trunks had long been aware of the commotion in the venue, but did not reveal himself, instead hiding in the shadows to protect everyone. The 2 Piccolos had already dealt with the miscellaneous enemies brought by Frieza from Universe 8, leaving only Bra and Fat Bu. "What are you doing here, Bra?" Gohan from Universe 16, seeing that Gohan from Universe 18 had been knocked out, still couldn't believe that his sister had been controlled by Bibita. This was Cell, who should have been dealt with by Gohan from Universe 16, but had revived. However, Cell was not controlled by Bibidi, he only wanted to test Gohan's strength. Piccolo urged Gohan from Universe 23 to take everyone far away, fully aware of Bra's terrifying power. It was enough to rival Vegeta, and no one present could defeat her. At that moment, Tai Si suddenly thought of something and pulled out her notebook to flip through it. Found it. Tai Si said excitedly, Gokujita has left a protective energy within my body. As long as the power does not exceed the limit, it can last for a long time. How do we use it? Tai Si flipped through again, got it. She fumbled around her body and pulled out a sphere of light, then threw it to the ground. A circular protective shield appeared, enclosing everyone. Great. Several Gohans brightened at this, realizing they could now fight freely. Gokujita noticed that Tai Si had activated the protective energy he had given her, but the energy on his daughter's body had not yet been triggered, indicating it was used voluntarily. It seemed that Bibidi had started causing trouble, but Gokujita was not worried. No one could break his protective shield. The urgent matter was still to investigate that energy. As Gokujita explored, the entire universe's appearance gradually unfolded in his mind. A small portion of planets bore traces of resistance, but no useful information was left behind. Moreover, the underworld of this universe had also vanished. Things were getting increasingly bizarre. Suddenly, Gokujita spotted a blurred character amidst the debris, but he recognized it at a glance. It was magic. 3 Gohans, 3 Piccolos, Cell, 4 Supreme Kais, 3 technological warriors, Goten age 18, Trunks age 23, facing Bra and Majin Buu. Gohan age 16 attempted to persuade Bra to reclaim her true self, but Bibidi's control over her was absolute. She spoke of feeling free now and how the past was too painful. It seemed Vegetto's upbringing had not been ideal. Bra's inner darkness had taken dominance. The battle erupted instantly. Trunks, age 23, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, intercepting Fat Buu, while the others engaged Bra. The East Supreme Kai attempted to use his energy restraint technique on Bra, but her power was far too immense. He was utterly incapable. In a flash, Bra appeared behind him and struck him down with a single chop. East Supreme Kai. The remaining 2 Supreme Kais glared at Bra, their eyes burning with hatred. The 3 Gohans charged forward in unison. Bra dodged the first Gohan's punch, but the second Gohan, age 18, appeared to her right, delivering a kick. Bra blocked with her right arm and used her left elbow to send him flying. The third Gohan, age 23, had already charged a Kamehameha, striking Bra directly. As the smoke cleared, Bra stood with her arms crossed in defense, her gloves merely dirted. Impossible. Gohan, age 23, was astonished that his Kamehameha had no effect. Bra instantly appeared before Gohan, age 23, landing a vicious kick that sent him crashing into the ground. Gohan, age 16, fired a barrage of energy blasts at Bra, who nimbly dodged and appeared before him in an instant, throwing a powerful punch. Gohan, age 16, sidestepped, and Cell joined the fray, kicking Bra away. The battle became a furnon. Bra attacked Cell first, moving with lightning speed, appearing behind him in a flash. Cell spun around, swinging a hand chop, but Bra caught it with one hand and repaid him with a fierce kick. After Cell fell, Bra gathered energy in her hands, intending to finish him off in one blow. Go ahead and try regenerating. The 3 Gohans rushed at Bra to stop her attack, but as they reached her, she vanished. Using instant transmission, she appeared before Cell and unleashed her gathered energy. Cell had anticipated Bra's teleportation, but still lost half his body to the blast. Her speed is too much. After striking Cell, Bra used instant transmission again, appearing before Gohan, age 18. She threw a punch which he blocked. The moment they made contact, Bra teleported them both into outer space, then returned alone. Bra appeared behind Gohan, age 16, lashing out with a kick that sent him crashing into the arena floor. Gohan, age 23, seized the opportunity and landed a heavy blow on Bra, but she only turned her head slightly, retaliating with an elbow that sent him crashing down as well. By then, Cell had fully recovered. Through the Saiyan passive ability, he had grown even stronger. Cell charged at Bra, while the 2 Piccolos took the chance to feed Senzu beans to the Gohans. Meanwhile, in outer space, a miniature Cell appeared on Gohan, age 18's head. Cell had prepared 3 of these, one for each Gohan. Gohan, age 18, gathered all his power. The miniature Cell used instant transmission, bringing him directly before Bra. In her shocked gaze, Gohan, age 18, fired a full-power Kamehameha point-blank at her face. The terrifying energy blasted Bra into space. Piccolo took the opportunity to give Gohan, age 18, another Senzu bean. Cell then suggested, "You'd better focus the fight on the Gohans. If Bra uses instant transmission to attack you, you won't be able to block it." Hearing this, the 3 Piccolos found it sound advice and gave their remaining Senzu beans to their respective Gohans. Gohan, age 16, took out a Senzu bean and tossed it to Cell, who was a formidable ally. Bra returned to the arena via instant transmission. She also had Senzu beans hidden in her gloves and was fully recovered. The 3 Gohans and Cell realized that Bra must have more Senzu beans in her gloves. This complicated matters. The group teleported away by Babidi were still desperately searching for the arena's location. Each chose a direction and closed their eyes trying to sense the energy. Suddenly Gogeta appeared before them. Gogeta. Their expressions shifted from distress to joy upon seeing him. After discovering the M symbol, Gogeta had continued his search and found them here. Gogeta, can you take us back to the arena? Gogeta remained silent, his gaze fixed on Super Buu. Super Buu panicked and quickly stammered, I don't know where the arena is. Seeing Super Buu still lying, Gogeta raised his hand, aiming at him. Super Buu grew even more frantic and changed his tune. I know. I'll take you back right now. No need. Gogeta clenched his fist, and Super Buu instantly shattered into pieces. He followed up with an energy wave obliterating every fragment. SSO powerful. Let's go. Time to head back. Gogeta beckoned to the group. He decided to stop searching. He needed to return and send Tights and the others away. Things had spiraled beyond his expectations. Though Gogeta was confident he could handle it, he couldn't afford to take risks. Back at the arena, the three Gohans and Cell lay severely wounded on the ground. The three technological warriors of Universe 19 had been killed by Bra. The West Supreme Kai was barely alive. The three Piccolos supported the Gohans, watching Bra warily. Goten, age 18, and Trunks, age 23, stood before Cell with Buu beside them. It seemed Buu had been turned against her. The Grand Supreme Kai lay at Bra's feet, his chest pierced by her hand. Are you satisfied with yourself? He struggled to rise. Bra looked puzzled. What? Of course. I defeated 3 Gohans and Cell all by myself. The rest of you are nothing to fear. The Grand Supreme Kai sighed, blood trickling from his mouth. Alas. Cough. Cough. I had hoped you aspired to something greater. I thought you wanted to become a perfect warrior like Broly from Universe 22. But now you are nothing more than a slave to your own fear. The Grand Supreme Kai's words pierced Bra's heart. The fear of Vegetto's domination and her repressed life had made her increasingly volatile even as her power grew daily. Vegetto had once said, the day your power surpasses mine, I will kill you without hesitation. Vegetto's words were etched deep into Bra's soul, an inescapable shadow. Shut up, you useless god. Bra raised her hand, aiming a devastating punch at the Grand Supreme Kai's mouth. The next moment her fist was caught. It was Vegetto. Gogeta had led the group back to the arena just in time to see Bra about to deliver a killing blow to the Grand Supreme Kai. Vegetto's expression was terrifying. He looked like a bloodthirsty beast. Bra, what are you doing? Vegetto's icy voice echoed in Bra's mind. Fear took hold as she recalled his words from years ago, I will kill you without hesitation. Bra tried to flee, but there was no escape from Vegetto's grasp. Seeing the M symbol on her forehead, he understood everything. Vegetto was incandescent with rage. He unleashed his full power, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. With a single brutal kick, he sent Bra flying. Vegetto's kick was heavy, sending Bra spitting blood as she collapsed to the ground. Vegetto prepared to strike again, raising his fist, a blow that could prove fatal to Bra. At the critical moment, Gogeta intervened. He appeared before Bra, catching Vegetto's fist with a single hand. Move aside. This is my family affair. Vegetto's words burned with fury, but Gogeta was undeterred. Vegetto, Bra's condition is largely your fault. Gogeta retorted, but Vegetto remained dismissive. How could it possibly be my fault? Gogeta continued. What kind of father tells his daughter he would kill her without hesitation? Is that something a father should say to his daughter? Vegetto countered. I was teaching Bra a lesson, to make her understand the consequences of losing control. I don't believe that. Couldn't you have stopped her when she lost control? What were you doing? I was always the one who stopped her. Is beating her what you call stopping? I refuse to believe you couldn't restrain her without hurting her. And when she lost control, couldn't you have taught her how to harness her power properly? Even if you couldn't teach her, there's Master Roshi. His level of mastery far surpasses yours. He could have guided Bra onto the right path. You should know this well. Gogeto's words left Vegetto speechless. Gogeta landed a heavy punch, sending Vegetto flying, and continued. You are a failed father. If you cannot raise Bra properly, then I will take over her upbringing. I believe she would be happier with me than with you. After sending Vegetto flying, Gogeta turned around, bent down, and gently stroked Bra's head. These years must have been so hard for you. Bra, it's alright. If you don't want a father like that, then let me be your father. Gogeto's smile, on a face identical to Vegetto's, held a tenderness that Vegetto had never shown, leaving Bra stunned. No one had ever cared for her like this. Though she appeared fine on the surface, her heart was a tempest of contradictions. She craved Vegetto's love, yet feared him, a conflict that birthed both good and evil within her. Bra finally broke down. Clutching Gogeto's clothes, she threw herself into his arms and wept loudly, as if releasing all the grievances of a lifetime. Everyone present heard it clearly. The M mark on Bra's forehead slowly faded, returning to normal. Gogeta gently patted her back while casting a healing spell. Sleep now. You'll feel better after a good rest. The onlookers were at a loss for words. Bra cried for a long time until exhausted she fell asleep in Gogeto's arms. Gogeta carried Bra to the resting room and laid her on the bed. As he turned to leave, he found her hand gripping his clothes tightly, even in sleep. The child was desperately starved for security. Her goal of surpassing Vegetto was her only way to feel safe. Gogeta gently stroked Bra's head and whispered, "Bra, don't worry anymore. I'm here." As if she heard him, Bra's grip on his clothes slowly loosened. Gogeta tucked Bra and softly closed the door and left. But as he stepped out, Bra opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face again. She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Through her tears, Bra began to smile. A smile of pure, unbridled joy. Gogeta returned to the assembly. The others had learned of Bra's experiences from Universe 16-0 and all condemned Vegetto's actions. For once, Vegetto offered no rebuttal. Gogeto's words had shaken him to the core. Seeing Gogeta emerge, everyone asked about Bra. "She's fine now. She'll be better after some rest. Don't disturb her for now." Gogeta vanished instantly to deal with the true culprit of the universe, Babidi. With Babidi's death, all those under his control were freed. The organizers used pre-prepared Dragon Balls to revive the fallen, including Babidi himself. The angel immediately sent the three from Universe 4 back. Dabura, now free from Babidi's influence, returned to his own universe and killed Babidi. He then tricked Fat Bu into following him to the demon realm. And so this farce came to an end. Jinyu offered a sincere apology to the Grand Supreme, Kai earning his forgiveness. Frieza and Cooler also grudgingly acknowledged Jinyu, allowing him to retain his position, though political matters would need renegotiation and territories redistributed. Norbu of Universe 19 voluntarily requested a court-martial to accept his punishment. Vegeta of Universe 13 taunted Kakarot, asking how many times he had died. Kakarot held up one finger. Just once. After being knocked down by Trunks of Universe 23, he never got back up. It seemed Trunks had hit hard. Bardock and King Piccolo of Universe 3 began to feel that compassion wasn't such a bad thing after all. The three miniature Cell Juniors were all shooed back to Cell by the Gohans, who still harbored deep antipathy toward him even if he now stood on the side of justice. Super Bu cowered in a corner. Gogeta had only destroyed part of his body and he had split off a fragment on the venue, avoiding death. Now terrified of Gogeta's wrath, he did his best to remain inconspicuous. Cell, however, felt an itch for trouble. He taunted Gohan of Universe 18, claiming he was now stronger. No sooner had he spoken than he found himself sandwiched between Gohan of Universe 18 and Gohan of Universe 16. The two Gohans merely teased him without throwing a punch, then left, each carrying his own wife. Gogeta found Tights and told her to take the children home first. If his guess was correct, the enemy this time would be formidable. Tights, understanding that her presence would hinder Gogeta, took the children home. She knew he would explain everything once the matter was resolved. In the dining hall, everyone gathered for a meal. Gogeta went to Bra's room to call her. He knocked gently. "Bra, it's Gogeta. Are you awake?" Soon Bra opened the door and stepped out. "Come on, let's go eat." As Gogeta turned toward the dining hall, Bra's voice came from behind. "Thank you, Uncle Gogeta." Hearing this, Gogeta gently patted her head, his smile radiant. "Let's go. Don't keep them waiting." Uncle Gogeta, could you give me another hug?" Bra stammered, her voice barely a whisper, but Gogeta heard her clearly. "Of course." Gogeta opened his arms and Bra rushed into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. She clutched his collar tightly, cherishing the warmth she had never known before. In Gogeta's arms, Bra felt a fatherly love she had never experienced. Gogeta ruffled her hair, saying nothing. After a long moment, Bra reluctantly pulled away from his embrace and followed him to the dining hall. As Gogeta brought Bra to the restaurant, the atmosphere instantly froze. Vegetto stood up, walked before Bra, and spoke words that shocked everyone present. "I'm sorry, Bra. All these years it's because of me that you've become like this. My arrogance, coupled with my invincible strength, gradually changed me into believing that everything I did was right. I never considered your feelings. I grew increasingly irritable. I refused to listen to others. It wasn't until now that I realized my mistakes. Arrogance, irritability, stubbornness, prejudice. These flaws led me to do such a foolish thing to you. Can you still forgive your father, Bra?" After being reprimanded by Gogeta, Vegetto seriously reflected on his own shortcomings, discovering what he had long overlooked, that he was riddled with so many flaws. Bra was stunned by Vegetto's apology. Was this truly her proud father, apologizing before so many people and admitting his own faults? Bra clenched her fists and pounded them against Vegetto's chest, striking faster and faster as tears streamed down her face. "Do you know how I've lived all these years? Every day I lived in fear, terrified that one day you might kill me. Sometimes I had nightmares dreaming that you mercilessly ended my life. Your cold expression, it's etched deep into my mind. And then I see other fathers so kind to their daughters. Yet you said you wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to train relentlessly, striving to become stronger than you. That way you couldn't kill me. How could you be so heartless? What kind of father are you? I longed for your love and care. But I was also terrified. Afraid you would kill me. Bra unleashed all the fury in her heart. Hearing these words, Vegetto felt a piercing pain within. How had he become like this? What a damn scoundrel. Vegetto pulled Bra into a tight embrace. I'm sorry, Bra. I promise I won't be like this anymore. You can hit me, take out your anger on me. But please don't abandon your father. Vegetto was afraid. He feared that his daughter would follow Gogeta and leave him this wretched father behind. Bra broke free from Vegetto's grasp. Hearing that he was afraid she would abandon him, she realized that Vegetto truly loved her in his own way. In the end, she forgave him. However, compared to Vegetto, Bra favored Gogeta. She clung to him, saying that after the tournament ended there would be plenty of time for father and daughter to bond, but Gogeta's time was limited. It seemed that in Bra's heart Gogeta's place was temporarily more significant than Vegetto's. Seeing Bra constantly following Gogeta, Vegetto had no choice but to accept it. The atmosphere returned to its former liveliness, as everyone happily ate and chatted. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye night fell. Gogeta intended to share what he knew with the others. He gathered the warriors from universes 16, 18, 21, 22, and 23, found a safe place, and began his account. I called you here because I have something to say. Last night, I sensed an unusual aura in the arena, extremely evil and dark. It left me with a very ominous feeling. That aura flickered only briefly, and I couldn't trace it before it vanished. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. Even Gogeta had failed to capture it. It was not to be underestimated. I thoroughly searched the entire arena today, but found nothing amiss. Then I expanded my search, scouring nearly the entire universe. Guess what I discovered? Goku from Universe 18 recalled the words of the bird-like being, a universe completely devoid of life. That was what the being had said. Indeed, the entire universe shows no signs of life. However, many planets bear traces of having resisted something. Faint, but I could still discern them. So the life in this universe was annihilated, not a natural extinction. Vegetto stroked his chin deep in thought. Correct, it was erased by something. I found a single character among the ruins. Demon. Could it be the demon clan? Or the demon realm? At the mention of demons, several Piccolos reacted. No, it should be neither. Vegeta from Universe 18 immediately countered. What is the demon clan? What ability could they have to destroy a universe? The demon realm is also impossible. With someone like Dabura as its ruler, the demon realm likely couldn't destroy a universe either. Exactly. Vegeta makes a good point. Goku from Universe 18 echoed, acknowledging Vegeta's reasoning. Gogeta continued, besides the living world, the afterlife has also vanished. The very rules of the universe have been disrupted. This universe is no longer intact. All life essence has been drained. The ultimate fate of this universe is extinction. Hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. The situation was growing eerie. Could it be Zamasu? Trunks from Universe 22 immediately thought of Zamasu, but then refuted himself. Zamasu lacked the ability to leave the entire universe and come here. Time rings could only traverse within the whole universe, not reach beyond its spacetime. Having trained under Whis for so long, Trunks also knew some information about spacetime, understanding that there were many timelines beyond the entire universe. But when they came here, Whis and Beerus were aware of it, yet Beerus didn't stop them. It seemed the angels and gods of destruction might know something. Gogeta shared his speculation. I've heard of something called demonic beings. Demonic beings? Everyone was baffled. Yes, demonic beings. It is said that those killed by demonic beings cannot be revived, even by angels. What are angels? Except for Universe 22, no one knew what angels were. Gogeta briefly explained to them. So angels are that powerful. Several Gokus marveled upon learning that Broly from Universe 22 was trained by an angel. That's not the point. The point is that even angels can't revive them. That thing called demonic beings is terrifying. If those killed by demonic beings cannot be revived, then their souls might be destroyed or taken away. This situation closely resembles what happened in this universe. That's the most plausible theory so far. Now let's discuss another issue. Why did the Veluga people host this martial arts tournament, and why choose this location? Could it be? Several Piccolos sharp-minded immediately thought, they're using us as bait. That's possible, but my view is that the tournament was held to select warriors to fight against the demonic beings, and this location was chosen to lure the demonic beings, or even a more powerful entity, into appearing. The Veluga people are certainly not the masterminds. The technology enabling travel across various timelines was likely given by the true mastermind with the aim of gathering powerful warriors from different universes. I suspect that the aura I detected was that of a demonic being. They've already noticed us finding too many powerful individuals here, so they've hidden within the arena waiting for a stronger demonic being to descend and annihilate us all in one fell swoop. But what is their purpose? To go to such great lengths to annihilate all life in the universe? As for that question, I have no answer. Without sufficient information, I cannot make any deductions. However, one thing is certain: their goal is destruction, to eradicate all life. Alright, now that the enemy's objective was clear, everyone began to devise a plan. Meanwhile, in a certain room within the venue, darkness still reigned. Two lantern-sized eyes gleamed with sinister malevolence. Suddenly, a massive claw extended from the shadows, clutching a spherical stone. Soon. It will be complete soon. The next day after breakfast, everyone returned to their respective observation decks, ready for the day's matches. Many from the fully eliminated universes had already departed, though some chose to stay. Today there were only 5 matches: Goku, 18 versus OOB, 18 Vegeta, 18 U versus Cell, 17 Zik, 5 U versus Super Bu 4. Trunks, 22 versus Broly, 22, and Bra, 16 U versus Gaskako, 7. Goku and OOB made their way to the arena. This was a battle between master and disciple, a fulfillment of the promise Goku had made when he vanquished Kid Buu. The match began. As the bird announcer's voice fell, both fighters struck instantly. Fist met fist in a clash of raw power, and each wore a confident smile. In his base form, Goku was no match for OOB. A single punch sent him flying dozens of meters. Goku powered up, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Enough with the warm-up. But OOB had no intention of dragging things out. Please, I don't want to wait for you to power up level by level. Kaioken. Maximum power. OOB unleashed his full strength. Seeing this, Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to counter. This fight won't last long. OOB's body can't sustain this for long. Piccolo, 18, commented from the sidelines. Vegeta added, Super Saiyan 3 is the same. At least it won't damage his body. Piccolo reasoned that Super Saiyan 3 Goku could endure longer. Oh. OOB shot toward Goku, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Goku raised his arm to block. The collision of fist and arm sent a powerful shockwave across the arena, cracking the platform. They engaged in close-quarters combat. The impact of their fists generated crackling lightning. The audience had grown accustomed to such spectacles, and after witnessing even more intense battles, they had become desensitized. Seizing an opportunity, OOB drove his knee into Goku's abdomen. Goku spat blood. OOB followed with a vicious kick from his other foot, causing Goku to spit blood again. However, the immense strain of the Kaioken was too much. OOB's body began to give out. As he knelt on one knee, Goku seized the moment to attack. OOB raised a finger and shouted, "Turn into candy." Goku flinched and quickly dodged. Haha, I can't actually do that spell yet. OOB had merely bluffed, buying himself a precious moment to recover. The fierce battle continued. Goku landed a punch on OOB, but it was only an energy clone. OOB appeared behind Goku for a surprise attack. Goku feigned using instant transmission, leading OOB to believe he would teleport behind him. Just as OOB started to turn, Goku delivered a powerful backward kick, striking OOB solidly and forcing a mouthful of blood from him. The kick forced OOB to release his Kaioken. Goku placed his hands on his hips, believing victory was his. OOB rose, supporting himself with one hand. Kaioken. Limit break. Veins bulged across OOB's body. The upper half of his clothes shredded as his muscles swelled to several times their normal size. Goku's eyes widened in shock. OOB appeared beside him in an instant, grabbing his face and shoving him with brutal force. Goku skidded back dozens of meters. OOB reappeared behind him, kicking him high into the air. Blood now streamed from OOB's mouth and nose. Straining his body, he gathered energy in his hands and fired it at Goku. Goku sidestepped to dodge, but OOB was already in his face. Goku fired a ki blast with one hand. OOB vanished and reappeared behind him, snatching the energy sphere Goku had dodged and driving it into his back. Boom! The devastating explosion gravely wounded Goku. OOB, unable to endure any longer, collapsed as well. Both fighters crashed heavily to the ground, unmoving for a long time. The bird announcer didn't know how to call it. Another bird declared that whoever stood up first would win. Every part of me hurts like hell. I'm completely broken. You and Master. OOB, you should be the winner. I can't even lift a finger. Each believed the other had won. The next moment, both began to struggle to their feet with all their might. Admitting defeat is not my style. Gritting their teeth against the searing pain, they slowly rose. But OOB couldn't hold on, he collapsed again. The after effects of the Kaioken were too severe. Goku wins. The two spent some time recovering from their injuries without using Senzu beans. Such a strategic resource could not be squandered lightly now. OOB, you're incredible. Goku was full of praise for OOB's performance. OOB's injuries were from the Kaioken, not directly from Goku, while Goku had been severely wounded by OOB. Next up, Vegeta, 18, U versus Cell, 17. Before Vegeta took the stage, Gohan warned him, "This Cell is extremely powerful. He might even be stronger than me." Vegeta paid no heed, brimming with confidence. Cell taunted him, "You're not very cautious. I could have killed you the moment you transformed into a Super Saiyan. Try it." Vegeta remained self-assured. The match began. Cell appeared before Vegeta in an instant, striking with a horizontal slash. Vegeta instantly ascended to Super Saiyan 2, ducking to evade. Cell was slightly taken aback. Vegeta wore a confident smirk. Vegeta leaped back lightly and hurled 3 Destructo discs. Cell was sliced into pieces but quickly regenerated. Spreading his arms, Cell conjured a massive energy sphere that expanded to fill the barrier, nearly bursting it. Vegeta cowered in a small corner. Boom! The colossal energy orb exploded, cratering the entire arena. There was no sign of Vegeta on the platform. If struck by such an attack, Vegeta might have been killed. As everyone searched for him, Vegeta appeared behind Goku, 18, and Piccolo. Goku couldn't understand how Vegeta had gotten there. Vegeta tapped his forehead with a finger. Did you really think I couldn't learn your instant transmission after all these years? With that, he teleported directly in front of Cell. I hope that last move didn't drain too much of your stamina. Because I still have plenty left. Vegeta began to power up. Cell sneered, you're still too weak. Then he too began to surge with power. The two energies collided in the air, lightning crackling through the void. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Vegeta and Cell vanished simultaneously, engaging in a fierce battle, blow for blow, trading strikes in a dazzling display of speed and power. However, Cell's strength still surpassed Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta's. After a few exchanges, Cell seized an opportunity and sent Vegeta flying with a devastating punch. Vegeta crashed heavily into the ground. Cell landed and taunted him to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Transform into your next form. Goku has done it, and a few other Saiyans can too. Don't tell me you can't. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet. That transformation is worthless. It drains all your energy in no time. Oh, so you have a better transformation. Vegeta pulled 2 sins of beans from his glove and tossed one to Cell. Cell caught it. It seems Goku has really influenced. Before Cell could finish, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta pierced through his body, clutching Cell's core in his hand. You let your guard down, Cell. You are quite weak now, utterly powerless. Vegeta returned Cell's earlier taunts verbatim. This form is indeed only good for a few seconds, but I will make the most of it. With that, he crushed Cell's core. Vegeta emerged victorious. Back in the stands, Goku mildly scolded Vegeta for wasting the beans, knowing a fierce battle might lie ahead. Vegeta explained, they were just a few green beans I grabbed from the kitchen. Next up was Kasai versus Super Bu. Super Bu emerged from a corner. Having gone a whole night without Gogeta troubling him, he was still terrified, remembering how Gogeta had obliterated him in just 2 moves. But Gogeta paid him no mind. Super Bu breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Kasai on the arena. Kasai's magic was formidable. Even Vegetto had fallen prey to it. Super Bu decided to eliminate him the moment he stepped onto the ring, denying him any chance to cast spells. The moment Super Bu's foot touched the arena, he fired a ki blast at incredible speed, reducing Kasai to ashes. Just then a chant echoed through the sky, though its source was unknown to all. Hearing it, Super Bu's face twisted in terror. No. His body rapidly expanded, veins bulging, and before the astonished crowd, he was sealed into a sphere. Once again, both combatants were absent, leaving Ninjin perplexed. At that moment, from where Kasai had been obliterated, a black mist rose and gradually took humanoid form. Gogeta shot to his feet. This is it. Those in the know became alert, while the uninformed were utterly bewildered. Who are you? Gogeta stared at the humanoid monster in the black mist, asking the question that had long troubled him. I am the Great Divine Clan. 4 figures emerged from where Ninjin stood. 3 men and 1 woman. Gogeta, seeing these unfamiliar faces, instantly realized they were the puppet masters behind Ninjin. Bullshit, Divine Clan. You're the evil clan. Don't think we're unaware of your sneaking into uncontaminated regions. This time we'll wipe you all out. Wait, can someone explain what the evil clan is? Gogeta shouted at the 4. One of them explained, the evil clan are demons from beyond the universe. Their goal is to annihilate the entire multiverse. That terrifying. Gogeta hadn't expected such a grand origin. Then what are the monsters? Was this universe reduced to this state by them? Gogeta inquired further. Monsters. They are the evil clan, perhaps called differently in some places. This universe was invaded by the evil clan long ago. It's beyond salvation. Damn evil clan. Gogeta asked his final question. Can those killed by the evil clan never be revived, eh? Correct. The evil clan exist outside the rules. Those they kill have their souls devoured. Not just humans, but all life forms are consumed by the evil clan, turned into their nourishment. If they invade too many universes, their power will grow ever stronger, and eventually the entire multiverse will be destroyed. A great being intervened, creating a grand world to oppose the evil clan. Those who surpass the limits of their universe are summoned to that world to fight the evil clan. But such occurrences are rare. So the higher-ups decided to hold a grand martial arts tournament, periodically gathering warriors from all universes to select the strongest and most righteous fighters. The female warrior added, coincidentally, we discovered the evil clan's covert infiltration this time, so we decided to lure them into a trap. We're sorry for using you as bait. The female warrior bowed in apology. Though displeased at being used as bait, the others understood the horror of the evil clan and forgave them. So we just need to defeat him now. 18 Goku was eager. Correct. Our thorough investigation shows only he infiltrated this place. The other evil clan members were found and eliminated by our comrades. Though I'm alone, I am more than enough to deal with you all. The evil clan member seemed supremely confident. 18 Goku was about to act when the female warrior stopped him, saying, "You're no match for him. He has reached the divine realm. Leave him to Nit. He is the strongest among us and has also attained the divine realm." Nit, divine realm. Gogeta pondered the female warrior's words. One of them stepped forward, presumably Nit. Let me annihilate you. Nit erupted with terrifying energy. This is the presence of a god. Those from universes 16 and 18 couldn't sense Nit's ki, realizing it was like 22 gods, the presence of a god. Gogeta assessed the power roughly equivalent to Super Saiyan Blue. It seemed their divine realm meant mastering the essence of godly ki. The evil clan member's aura was equally formidable, on par with Nit's. Everyone watched intently, as this was a prime opportunity to learn about the evil clan. The black mist around the evil clan member slowly receded into his body, finally forming a humanoid black monster much larger than an ordinary human. Nit struck first, landing a fierce blow on the monster. The monster raised an arm to block and countered with a punch. Nit sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to the monster's chest, but the monster stood unmoved, swiping a claw at Nit. Seeing his attack ineffective, Nit retreated to engage at range. He gathered energy in his hand and hurled it at the monster, who shattered the energy sphere with a claw. Nit then gathered energy in both hands. Star Annihilation Cannon. A terrifying aura erupted as a colossal ki blast hurtled toward the monster, striking at Hedon. Boom! Flames erupted everywhere, completely destroying the center of the arena. Nit's strike landed with colossal force, inflicting grievous wounds upon the creature. Damn you, Guardian! A shrill roar tore from the monster's throat. The entire arena trembled as a torrent of terrifying malevolent energy surged forth, draping the hall in darkness. Nit attacked again, unleashing a barrage of energy waves at the beast. The monster merely lashed out with a claw, and a black crescent-shaped energy slash shattered Nit's assault before hurtling toward him with undiminished force. Impossible. Nit went pale and hastily crossed his arms to block. After a violent explosion, he smoked all over his body, streaked with wounds. No, he's grown stronger again. Nit is no match for him. Seeing that even the strongest among them could not prevail, the female warrior visibly panicked. She murmured, "What should we do? What should we do? I didn't expect this one to be so powerful." The other infiltrating fiends only barely reached the divine realm. We've run into the strongest. The monster swung its claw once more, preparing a killing blow. A thicker, deadlier energy slash streaked toward Nit and then vanished in an instant. What's happening? The female warrior, incredulous at the attack's disappearance, looked around and saw Wu Jite reaching out behind her. Indeed, Wu Jite had stepped in to intercept the blow. A creature of this caliber, how could it possibly threaten the safety of the multiverse? Wu Jite lowered his arm and asked the female warrior, "Of course not. There are monsters far stronger than this, but those are dealt with by mightier hands. We are mere mid to low tier operatives. We do not encounter the higher threats. Still, the seniors say the truly powerful foes rarely act rashly. Only the divine realm fiends will initiate assaults. The number of fiends at and below the divine realm is simply too vast, which is why warriors must be selected from across all universes." Hearing her reply, Wu Jite fell into thought. It seemed the high-end forces on both sides were roughly balanced. The real difference lay in the sheer numbers at the mid to low tiers. So taking this one out should secure us, right? Wu Jite raised his hand toward the monster and asked the female warrior, "Indeed. Once we neutralize him and run a careful scan, if no hidden dangers remain, we'll be safe." Receiving her affirmative answer, golden light flared from Wu Jite's palm. A fearsome energy manifested in his hand, and the monster sensed it instantly. Great explosion. Attack. The seemingly ordinary golden energy orb hurled itself at the creature with irresistible momentum. A thunderous detonation swallowed the monster. The aftershock flattened the entire arena. Amazing. The four warriors gazed at Wu Jite in stunned awe. Practitioners of this caliber were rare among them. This mission had yielded tremendous fortune. They could hardly believe they had found such a formidable being. "Hurrah, he's down." The female warrior shouted with joy, the other three smiling as well. "Then let us sit and talk." Wu Jite sought to learn more as the others closed in. Suddenly, he turned toward the point of attack, his expression grave. "What's wrong, Wu Jite? That fiend is not dead." It shouldn't be. Wu Jite was certain his attack ought to have killed it. At Wu Jite's words, they all looked. As the smoke cleared, the creature's pitiful body was revealed. It bled black blood from head to toe, an unmistakable aura of evil. Damn it. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The monster rasped with difficulty. I thought I could handle it myself, but I had to use it after all. From somewhere, the monster produced a black orb. What is that? The four warriors stared in terror. What is that? It's an energy sphere formed from the death of a powerful fiend. When used, it can dramatically amplify a fiend's strength. But the fiend who uses it will die afterward. Yet the time it grants is enough for him to kill us. Their voices trembled. The thing had left a chilling impression. The monster crushed the black orb. Terrorful dark energy billowed through the arena, smothering hope in a suffocating gloom. At the center, the creature was wrapped in black smoke as its aura swelled. It howled to the sky in agonized fury. Its eyes glowed blood red. Its enormous body shrank, gradually adopting a humanoid form. Its aura shot upward to staggering heights, already far surpassing Chaolan. It's over. It's all over. The four warriors turned ashen. Calling for reinforcements was futile. They could not hold out that long. Perhaps the monster would succumb to the orb's price before help arrived. Still, at least they might perish together, preventing it from escaping to other universes. What a terrifying power. Such a tremendous surge. This force. It must exceed what Buluoli displayed. Cold sweat rolled down everyone's foreheads. The creature's oppressive presence was overwhelming, more dreadful even than Buluoli at full might. Yet, though it had grown vastly stronger, it was still not a match for Wujite. He clenched his fist and unleashed his aura. Golden flames rose and swept away the surrounding darkness. Those around Wujite stared with wide eyes at his sudden transformation. What power was this? Wujite curled his lips into a confident smile and beckoned the creature. It's been a long time since I fought in earnest. My body is about to rust. The monster could not endure such provocation. Spurned, it lunged at Wujite and slashed with razor claws. Wujite stopped one claw with a single finger. The monster's other paw aimed for his face. Wujite tilted his head aside and then drove a punishing fist into its maw. The creature was launched like a cannonball, tearing through the arena and rocketing into space until it struck a colossal planet. In a flash, Wujite reappeared upon the giant world. The others followed with instant teleportation. There, Wujite rained blows upon the monster, fists and kicks. With no respite, it could only endure the onslaught. Wujite's power exceeded all imagination. Even the four warriors gaped in disbelief. The fiend that had just been amplified by the black orb had surged in might, yet was now being pulverized by Wujite. The contrast was staggering. One moment they had awaited death, the next a ruthless savior had appeared and pinned the fiend down. Wonderful. We are saved. The four warriors wept with joy. The others were equally moved. They had long known Wujite's baseline prowess and had suspected his transformed state, but to witness it in truth still stunned them. Mr. Wujite's power. It may have even surpassed Lord by Lu Si. The last time Big Trunks witnessed Gogeta was years ago. Back then, the power Gogeta displayed was already terrifying. He effortlessly defeated Broly. Now Trunks speculated that Gogeta's strength had surpassed Beerus. Gogeta effortlessly toyed with the monster, landing solid punches and kicks upon its body, causing it immense agony. Gogeta kicked the monster to the ground and began gathering energy in his hand. He had no desire to continue this battle, as such a level of combat failed to pique his interest. The monster, aware that Gogeta intended to finish it, resolved to make a final stand. It roared once more, its energy surging anew as it burned the last remnants of its life force for a desperate gambit. Die! Gogeta hurled the energy wave at the monster. The monster neither dodged nor resisted. Gogeta found it odd. The creature had been poised to unleash its ultimate technique moments ago. Why had it now abandoned the struggle? It seemed impossible. Amid a violent explosion, Gogeta clearly witnessed the monster's body gradually dissolve, vanishing without a trace. This time the group did not celebrate prematurely. Only after the smoke cleared and they confirmed the monster's absence did they begin to cheer. Finally eliminated. Yeah, Gogeta is incredible. Gogeta, however, remained vigilant. He refused to believe the monster had offered no resistance in the end. There must be a trick. A shattering sound came from the mirror. The group halted their celebration, their faces etched with disbelief. Were the evil clan so tenacious? As the noise grew louder, a sense of dread washed over them. Terrifying auras began to emerge. Boom. The very fabric of space shattered, forming a massive portal. From within emerged a horde of the evil clan. The weakest among them possessed the combat power of a Super Saiyan, while the strongest reached the divine realm. The most formidable aura surpassed all imagination, rivaling that of a god of destruction. That bastard. Gogeta knew it. How could that monster have given up? It had used all its power to open a passage and summon reinforcements. A fierce battle was about to unfold. The moment the evil clan appeared, they locked onto Gogeta and the others, launching their assault. The group responded calmly, each selecting their own opponent. Gogeta confronted the strongest foe. The creature instantly appeared before him, swiping its claw. Though Gogeta dodged, his clothes were torn. Gogeta tore off the tattered garment and let out a roar. Huh. He transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, the others engaged in battle. With the strongest opponent intercepted by Gogeta, they handled the remaining evil clan. Be careful. Death means no revival. Several Piccolos warned. The others nodded, fighting with all their might. This battle allowed no room for negligence. The great melee began. 18 Goku kicked a monster into the air. He appeared to be in his base form, but a closer look revealed his eyes were emerald green. 18 Vegeta was the same, displaying power, no weaker than Super Saiyan 3. It seemed they had mastered a new transformation. 22 Trunks cleaved a monster in two with his sword, then finished off another with an energy wave. Suddenly sensing a powerful aura behind him, he turned to defend, but was still sent flying by a punch. 22 Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan God. The monster before him possessed power at the divine level. They engaged in a fierce struggle. Big Trunks was targeted by another divine-level monster from the start. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue to counter, and the two fought fiercely. 21 Goku and 23 Goku teamed up against 3 divine-level monsters. The 2 Super Saiyan 4 Goku seemed at ease. The proud Prince Vegeta disdained cooperation, fighting alone. 23 Vegeta, facing 2 divine-level monsters alone, appeared strained. Broly faced a monster nearing the power of a god of destruction. This creature possessed immense strength, making it a suitable opponent for Broly. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta engaged in a fierce battle with the god-off destruction level monster. Gogeta struck first, landing a heavy punch on the monster's face. The monster retaliated instantly, its fist aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta raised an arm to block, but was sent staggering back several meters. The monster's sinister laughter echoed behind Gogeta. He turned to find the monster's fist already at his face. With a deft deflection, Gogeta used minimal force to redirect the blow. Gogeta powered his right hand and drove it into the monster's abdomen. The monster stumbled back a step before kicking out. Gogeta blocked with both hands, then seized the monster's leg and slammed it into the ground. The monster crashed heavily but emerged unscathed. Its eerie laughter rang out. Useless human. Your attacks are too weak. The monster flashed before Gogeta and landed a punch on his abdomen, causing him to spit out bile. It then kicked him viciously, sending him flying. Gogeta's body collided with a mountain, collapsing the entire peak. Countless rocks buried him. The monster laughed maniacally as if it had already slain its foe. But the next second, its laughter ceased abruptly. Gogeta's fist had driven into its chest. Now Gogeta was enveloped in a sacred red aura. Super Saiyan 4, Limit Breaker. What's wrong? Not laughing anymore. Gogeta struck again, and the monster was sent flying, crashing through one mountain after another. Damn it. The monster erupted with energy, steadying itself before charging at Gogeta. Gogeta crossed his arms to block the heavy blows, and the two engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The shockwaves from their clashes generated immense energy, shredding everything around them. 22 Trunks sheathed his sword and attacked the monster. After several exchanges, Trunks found himself at a disadvantage. Trunks retreated, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He kicked the charging monster hard, then flashed before it, clasping his hands together to smash it into the ground. The earth shattered. Trunks raised his hand, and after a series of intricate gestures, a golden energy sphere descended, causing a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, the monster was seen crossing its arms, having withstood the attack. Trunks flashed before it and landed a punch on its abdomen. Up! Trunks roared, twisting his fist, unleashing immense force that blasted the monster away. He pursued relentlessly, pelting the creature with countless energy waves before flashing into the air and hurling a massive sphere, pinning the monster to the ground. Final Flash! Trunks spread his arms and unleashed his ultimate technique, Final Flash. A golden energy beam struck the earth. A thunderous explosion ensued. With a single Final Flash, Trunks of Universe 22 obliterated the enemy and immediately turned to assist others. Gotenks of Universes 16 and 18 were struggling against several monsters. In their Super Saiyan 3 forms, they could not hold out for long. After Gotenks of Universe 16 punched one monster back, another struck him from behind with a solid blow. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? Gotenks of Universe 16 unleashed the Ghost Kamikaze attack, spitting out several ghosts. Go! The ghosts charged forward swiftly. The monster, unaware of what they were, reached out to grab them. Boom! The monster was blown to pieces. Now you know my power. Gotenks of Universe 16 laughed triumphantly, only to be ambushed by another monster. Gotenks of Universe 18 shouted at him, watch out. Gotenks of Universe 16 picked himself up from the ground, fuming. Damn it! Is there no end to this? Gotenks of Universe 16 went all out, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at the monsters. Gotenks of Universe 18 warned him, if you keep wasting energy like that, you won't last long. Gotenks of Universe 16 realized this, but he no longer cared. He would kill as many as he could while he still had power. Before long, he had eliminated dozens of monsters, but exhausted his energy, causing the fusion to dissolve. Suddenly, a monster dashed at incredible speed toward Goten of Universe 16 and Trunks, catching even Gotenks of Universe 18 off guard. The monster was already upon them, and it seemed they would be killed. No. Gotenks of Universe 18 rushed forward, but was too slow. The monster had already extended its claws, thrusting toward the two. Pew! The sound of an energy blast came from afar. It was Trunks of Universe 22. After finishing his opponent, he had been roaming the battlefield. Seeing Gotenks of Universe 16 defuse, and a monster charging to attack, he fired without hesitation. Boom! The monster was destroyed right before their eyes. The three looked over to see Trunks of Universe 22. He warned, "Be careful." Then he went to assist Vegeta of Universe 23. Vegeta of Universe 23 was struggling against two monsters. "I'm here to help, Dad." Trunks of Universe 22 shouted to Vegeta of Universe 23. Vegeta glanced at this Trunks, the one with a sword on his back. He had assumed this Trunks, like Trunks of Universe 12, had neglected training and skipped the tournament, making him weak. He never expected him to achieve Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta felt a surge of pride. Both his sons were exceptional. Even Kakarot's son Goten had nothing to show for himself, with only Gohan of Universe 21 being somewhat impressive. With Trunks of Universe 22 joining the fray, Vegeta of Universe 23 found the battle much easier. Goku of Universes 21 and 23 fought in perfect sync, driving back the three monsters step by step. Goku of Universe 21 kicked one monster away, then retreated to dodge another's attack. Goku of Universe 23 leaped in and kicked that monster aside. Then Goku of Universe 21 grabbed Goku of Universe 23's hand, spun him half a turn, and Goku of Universe 23 landed a kick on the two monsters charging at them. The three monsters crashed into a rock lying in a heap. Both Gokus simultaneously assumed the Kamehameha stance. 10 times. X2 Kamehameha. X22 crimson energy waves struck the three monsters, instantly obliterating them completely. The two Gokus stood still. After their brief exchange, they both sensed that these monsters possessed raw power, but lacked the corresponding level of mastery, as if their strength had been granted out of nowhere. But there was no time to ponder that now. The priority was to eliminate the enemy. The four warriors coordinated seamlessly, clearly well-versed in fighting the evil clan. They cleared out the weaker monsters with remarkable speed, accounting for most of the kills. However, this drew the attention of a powerful monster. With a single attack, it gravely wounded the strongest among them, Nito. Nito's chest was torn open by a claw, the wound stretching from shoulder to abdomen, revealing bone and organs beneath. Fortunately, Goku of Universe 23 arrived in time, landing a powerful kick that sent the monster reeling. Goku of Universe 23 approached Nito, took out one of his precious Senzu beans, and fed it to him. "Leave this one to me. You all be careful." Nito consumed the bean and was restored to full health. He thanked Goku. "Thank you so much. Please be careful as well." With that, the four quickly departed. Vegetto was locked in a fierce battle with a monster at the level of a god of destruction. Vegetto noticed that this creature could not fully unleash its power, as if it had been forcibly elevated by an injection of strength. Vegetto grew increasingly confident, his attacks becoming sharper. The monster roared in frustration, unable to land a hit, until Vegetto struck it squarely in the face with his fist. "Shut up." The monster's cries ceased as Vegetto delivered a vicious kick, sending it flying. He then teleported behind it and kicked it hard in the back, launching it into the air. Vegetto appeared in the sky in an instant, extending one hand and shouting, "Big Bang Attack." The monster plummeted into the ground at lightning speed, creating an enormous crater. The shockwave from this strike obliterated even some of the weaker monsters. Goku of Universe 21 found Gohan of Universe 21, who was locked in combat with a formidable monster. Gohan was clearly struggling. "Gohan, I'm here to help." Goku joined the fray, and together they sent the monster flying. Gohan, wanting to test his limits, said to Goku, "Dad, I want to break through my own boundaries. Please don't interfere." Goku saw the determination in Gohan's eyes and finally relented. "Be careful, Gohan. If you die, you won't be revived." Gohan nodded, signaling he was fine. Goku turned and left, trusting that Gohan could win. Gohan bent over, clenched his fists, and erupted with all his power. A golden aura blazed fiercely around him. He would give it his all. The monster attacked again. Gohan blocked with both arms, but was still knocked back. The monster pressed its advantage, continuing its assault. Gohan dodged while seeking an opening to strike. Seizing a gap in the monster's attacks, Gohan kicked it hard in the chest. But the monster seemed unfazed. It grabbed Gohan and slammed him viciously into the ground. "Yoa!" Gohan spat blood, his eyes wide with shock. The monster's strength was terrifying. It lifted Gohan again and slammed him down once more. Once, twice, thrice. Gohan's consciousness began to fade. In the next moment, he would die. In Gohan's mind, memories of the past surged forth: the one-armed Gohan, the desolate future world, the beautiful world, and the teachings of Grandpa Rashi. His mother's hopes, Uncle Gogeta's expectations. As memories flooded his heart, Gohan's eyes snapped open. How can I fall here? This dead universe must never come to pass again. Yah! A terrifying energy erupted from Gohan, a pillar of crimson and white light shooting into the sky. The entire planet trembled. Everyone halted their battles and turned to look. Gogeta also noticed and nodded in approval. Not bad. Gohan's eyes widened. The golden pupils of Super Saiyan 4 slowly turned crimson. The red fur on his body vanished, his white hair stood on end, and a single lock of fringe swayed in the wind. Crimson lightning crackled around Gohan's entire being, and a red-white aura enveloped him. Beast Gohan had arrived. The monster still clutched Gohan's foot. Gohan looked down at it calmly. The monster tried to attack, but found it could not budge Gohan. Gohan kicked the monster in the face. The monster crashed into a rock like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, Gohan appeared before it. A single ordinary punch caused the monster immense pain, and black blood oozed from its mouth. Gohan withdrew his fist and struck again with force, his fist piercing through the monster's chest. Suddenly, several other monsters tried to ambush Gohan. With a single wave of his hand, the mere wind pressure from his gesture shredded them to pieces. Gohan placed his hands on his hips. Me. Me. The monster whose chest Gohan had pierced vanished instantly within the Kamehameha wave. The wave, undiminished in force, swept through and obliterated every monster in its path, finally disappearing into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Broly was locked in a fierce, no-holds-barred battle with the immensely powerful monster. The collision of fist against flesh filled Broly with exhilaration. Broly raised his thick arm and smashed it down upon the monster. The monster met Broly's fist, its claw raking fiercely across Broly's body. The monster was sent flying by Broly's blow, while several white scratches appeared on Broly's form. What a thrill! Broly was exhilarated, but the monster was disheartened. This terrifying human, before it was more of a monster than itself. The monster decisively called for reinforcements. Dozens of monsters surrounded Broly. A demonic grin spread across Broly's face as he raised his hand and fired several green energy spheres. Boom! After the violent explosion, only the immensely powerful monster remained standing. Broly flashed forward, seized the monster's head, and slammed it viciously into the ground. The entire earth sank a layer from the impact. Broly hurled the monster away and gathered a colossal energy sphere in his hand. Die! The gigantic green energy sphere completely engulfed the monster. Amidst a tremendous roar, the monster vanished without a trace. After leaving Gohan, Goku looked around and spotted Vegeta being besieged by several monsters. He decisively went to help. Goku fired a ki blast, interrupting a monster's attack, then followed up with a swift kick that sent the monster flying. Vegeta looked over and Goku offered a slight smile. Mind your own business. Vegeta's words were still harsh, but Goku had long grown immune to them. The two attacked together. Vegeta and Goku vanished in an instant, reappearing beside two monsters. With a punch and a kick, the two monsters fell instantly. Each warrior followed up with a ki blast, obliterating their foes. A flurry of attacks then wiped out all the surrounding monsters. Phew. Easy. Just as Goku and Vegeta were about to move on, a monster suddenly appeared from nowhere and kicked Vegeta flying. Vegeta. Goku turned, but the monster's fist was already upon his face. Goku plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily onto Vegeta. They dug themselves out of the rubble and stood up. Vegeta clenched his fists ready to charge, but Goku grabbed him. Vegeta, this one is tough. Let me handle it. Vegeta shook off Goku's hand and charged forward. He threw a punch, striking the monster's chest with force, but the monster didn't budge. Vegeta rained a barrage of punches and kicks on the monster, but it had no effect. The monster raised a claw and swatted Vegeta away. Vegeta crashed heavily into the ground. Goku rushed in to attack, but the monster vanished instantly. Goku turned to see the monster stomp hard on Vegeta, who was still on the ground. Goku let out a fierce shout, transformed into Super Saiyan 5, and charged forward, sending the monster flying with a punch. Hey, Vegeta, you okay? Vegeta stood up, his body covered in wounds. He pulled out a senzu bean from his purse and ate it, and his injuries healed instantly. Leave this to me, Goku said, not waiting for Vegeta's reply as he sped toward the monster. Vegeta watched Goku's departing figure filled with frustration, but he understood that this monster was beyond their ability to handle together. Vegeta turned and left. Since he couldn't defeat this monster, he would take out his anger on the others. Goku rushed at the monster. As it was just getting up from the rocks, Goku's fist connected, driving it back into the stone. Goku's punches were unstoppable, shattering the rocks as he pushed the monster through them. Goku clasped his hands together and raised them over his head, then slammed them down, driving the monster deep into the ground. Me. Goku's Kamehameha wave instantly obliterated the monster. Goku reverted to his base form, sweat pouring down his forehead. Still, it was much better than being completely exhausted before. Future Trunks also easily dealt with his opponent and joined Vegeta in cleaning up the remaining small fry. Hep, looks like your plan failed, Gogeta said to the monster that had just emerged from the large crater. Those worthless ones are dead and gone. Perfect. Suddenly black mist emerged from all directions, converging on the monster. It formed a black whirlwind crackling with black lightning. A terrifying storm swept across the entire battlefield. Again, how persistent, Gogeta grumbled as he watched the shadowy figure within the whirlwind. Future Trunks asked the four warriors, "What's happening now?" The four warriors explained, the evil clan can absorb the power of their recently fallen comrades to become stronger. However, this is rarely seen because they usually gather the energy of the dead into energy spheres. That method doesn't grant a significant boost, but it also doesn't lead to death. We have machines that can absorb the energy of the fallen evil clan. But we didn't anticipate this happening during this mission, so we didn't bring them. They were also frustrated. They had thought they were just fishing for a small fry and easy catch. They never expected to hook a ferocious shark, one that could devour them all. Gogeta stood aloft in the air, gazing at the black whirlwind before him as his hair billowed in the wind. The creature's power steadily escalated. If it had initially been at the stage of a nascent destroyer, where even Broly could have subdued it, it had now reached a mid-tier level. Yet to Gogeta, it made no difference whatsoever. Black lightning bolts relentlessly struck the ground, shattering the already fragmented earth over and over again. As a colossal bolt of lightning descended, terrifying energy erupted in all directions, the immense shockwave sending everyone flying. Except for Gogeta and Broly. Not bad. Quite an improvement. Gogeta praised as the whirlwind gradually dissipated, revealing the creature within, which appeared unchanged. The creature raised its claw and slashed through the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy blade hurtling toward Gogeta. Gogeta raised his hand, conjuring a golden blade of light, and with a fierce chop, cleaved the energy blade apart. "Is that all you've got?" Gogeta taunted. As the creature tried to speak, Gogeta instantly appeared before it and drove his foot into its mouth. "Shut up. Has anyone ever told you your voice is unbearable?" Gogeta withdrew his foot, crossed his arms, and kicked out again. The creature blocked with its arm, but was sent staggering back several meters. Enraged and humiliated, the creature charged forward, swiping its claws relentlessly at Gogeta, who dodged with ease while continuing to mock. "What's the matter? After absorbing all that power from your comrades, this is all you've managed, eh? How pathetic." The creature opened its mouth and fired a beam, but Gogeta kicked it away, causing a massive explosion in the distance. The creature stared in terror at the fearsome man before it, fear beginning to take hold. Gogeta curled his lips into a smirk tinged with mockery. "What? Scared?" Provoked by Gogeta's jeer, the creature attacked again, throwing punches and kicks, yet still failing to land a single blow. Gogeta kicked the creature flying, but it recovered upon landing and charged once more. Just as it reached Gogeta's face, it vanished, reappearing behind him with its claws swinging. Gogeta's tail lashed out violently, stunning the creature. He then spun and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending the creature crashing backward through several mountains. Who exactly is Master Gogeta? The four warriors were utterly astounded. They had rarely encountered someone of such caliber. The others were equally stunned by such power, something they had never witnessed before. Gogeta has always been incredibly strong. When Vegeta and I challenged him, he defeated us both with a single move. I've never seen him go all out, said Goku. No. 21 followed by Trunks. No. 22. 10 years ago I saw Master Gogeta unleash his full power, but he wasn't as strong back then. Still, he was far more powerful than Goku is now. Trunks' words shocked everyone again. He was already that terrifying 10 years ago. That's right. Back then Master Gogeta used his full power to challenge Lord Beerus, but was easily defeated. At that moment he seemed to use the transformation he has now, but could only maintain it for an instant before collapsing. Trunks. No. 22, recalled the fight, remembering Whis mentioning that Gogeta had used Super Saiyan 4 combined with divine energy at the very end. Amazing. The old habit of several Gokus kicked in, and their bodies began to tremble. The others pondered if he could already use this form 10 years ago then. How absurdly powerful must he be now? It was almost unimaginable. Gogeta hurled an energy sphere, instantly obliterating a distant mountain peak. The creature fled from the blast, but Gogeta blinked out of sight and reappeared on its escape path. Seeing Gogeta before it, the creature lashed out with a kick. Gogeta sidestepped with a slight shift of his body, and as the creature flew past, it caught a glimpse of Gogeta's golden pupils, filling it with growing dread. The creature's kick slammed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. In an instant, Gogeta was upon it again, his fist driving deep into its stomach, causing it to spew a torrent of black blood. Gogeta quickly recoiled, then kicked the creature in the head, following up with a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes. The creature's blood gushed forth as if it cost nothing, disgustingly splattering everywhere. Gogeta revolted, swiftly distanced himself. The creature felt a surge of joy at Gogeta's retreat, but kept its expression impassive. Suddenly, it fired a beam from its mouth, not at Gogeta, but at the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted from the impact. Gogeta was puzzled. What was it up to? Suddenly, a barrage of energy spheres shot out from the smoke. Gogeta leaped high into the air, evading them all. The creature let out a triumphant, grating laugh. As the smoke cleared and shaped black portal appeared behind it, the creature was trying to escape back through it. Coward! There was no way Gogeta would let that happen. Moving at incredible speed, he appeared before the portal, grabbed the creature's foot, yanked it out, and slammed it viciously into the ground. Gogeta leaped into the air, placing his hands at his waist. Final Kamehameha. The devastating energy obliterated both the creature and the portal in an instant. No. The creature's wretched scream was cut short as it was blasted into nothingness. Is it finally over? Gogeta thoroughly scanned the area to ensure nothing remained, then flew back to the group. It's finally over. Thank goodness. Everyone's safe. The tension that had gripped them all finally eased. They had been on constant alert against the creature's attacks, knowing that one misstep could mean death, with no chance of revival. Well done, Gohan. Excellent work. Gogeta praised without reservation, observing Gohan's beast form. This form of Gohan's. It's incredibly powerful. Goku no. 23 punched the air, making a few mock swings. I wonder how it compares to my Super Saiyan 5. It looks somewhat similar to Super Saiyan 5. The others noted Gohan's white hair and red pupils, suspecting the forms might share a common essence. Gogeta proposed, how about you two have a match? You can go all out here without worrying about anything. Goku no. 23's eyes lit up. That actually seemed like a great idea. Gohan was also eager, having lost to Goku no. 23. In the tournament, he now possessed new power and wanted to test its full extent. Goku no. 23 was the perfect opponent. Grumble. An untimely sound broke the moment. It was Goku no. 23's stomach rumbling. Goku no. 23 scratched his head sheepishly. I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat first. We'll spar after the meal. Ha. Just as Vegeta and the others were about to leave, a surge of black energy suddenly converged from all directions to a single point. What? The group turned back in disbelief. It couldn't be. Hadn't that fiend been vanquished by Vegeta? In the distance, a passageway materialized. A hand emerged from the passage, and the surrounding black energy coalesced into a dark sphere in its palm. Everyone was stunned. An enemy remained. The figure within the passage retracted the energy sphere and stepped out slowly, revealing his true form, a human, yet radiating an aura of pure malevolence and oppressive force that suffocated the air. A chill ran down their spines. Who are you? Piccolo demanded, his voice a soul-searching query. The man merely smiled. My name is Danbaru. Danbaru's gaze swept slowly across the surroundings, scrutinizing every detail. When his eyes fell upon the group, an icy dread seized them. What a terrifying gaze. A mere glance was enough to set their bodies trembling. Yet his eyes merely skimmed over them without lingering until they landed on the four warriors. Guardians. Then his gaze shifted to Vegeta. Under that look, an immense pressure bore down upon Vegeta. This feeling. Vegeta's heart sank. The pressure was even more terrifying than what Beerus had inflicted. Beerus was already the pinnacle of gods of destruction. It seemed. This was a being on the level of an angel. Why would someone like you appear here? Vegeta couldn't help but ask. Weren't those above the divine realm forbidden from acting recklessly? And yet he had encountered one. Vegeta was confident he could handle foes at the level of a god of destruction, but an angel was another matter entirely. I merely discovered a passage and followed it out of curiosity. But it seems I've stumbled upon something intriguing. Danbaru regarded Vegeta with a mocking smirk. Inwardly, Vegeta cursed him 1,000 times over. Intriguing indeed. It's not like I can defeat you. Yet Vegeta maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. To have mastered the angel's ultra instinct to such a degree, it appears I've found an unexpected prize. Vegeta had cultivated ultra instinct to a profound level, seamlessly integrating it into his base form. One more step, and he might touch upon the threshold of an angel. Seeing through his facade, Vegeta's heart grew heavy. It was clear this being had no intention of letting him go. If he himself encountered a foe with immense potential, he too would crush it in its cradle. It seems this will be a brutal battle. I wonder if he'll make it out alive. Oh. Danbaru, hearing Vegeta's words, was curious. To encounter him and still think of escape. You think you can leave alive after meeting me, eh? Vegeta replied. If I'm not mistaken, our side will have people watching yours. I'm sure someone will find this place soon. Danbaru nodded. Correct. A reasonable analysis. However, that gives me ample time to eliminate you all. Then I'll have to trust in fate. Knowing he could hold back no longer, Wujite unleashed his full power. Crimson and white lightning crackled across the battlefield. With Wujite's roar, Super Saiyan 5 merged with the divine aura. Super Saiyan 5 limit break. Super Saiyan 5 already placed a tremendous burden on body and spirit. Layering it with divine energy only amplified the strain. This state could not be sustained for long. Not bad to have reached such a level. Danbaru clapped his hands in mock applause. Wujite said nothing, launching himself at Danbaru. In the blink of an eye, his fist hurtled toward Danbaru's skull. Danbaru caught the blow with a single hand, and the shockwave from the collision sent everyone flying. Danbaru released Wujite's fist, opening his palm to unleash a blast of black energy. Relying on Ultra Instinct, Wujite narrowly evaded the attack. The energy sphere soared into the cosmos, erupting in a blinding flash. The entire region was annihilated, reduced to a vacuum. And this was merely a casual strike from Danbaru. Had he been serious, the universe itself would have vanished with a gesture. Witnessing the terrifying power, Wujite gritted his teeth and pressed his assault. A flurry of furious blows, none of which touched Danbaru. This is truly the end. The four warriors murmured. Their opponent had surpassed all imagination of victory, was utterly hopeless. Even Wujite can't handle him. Despair gripped them all. See, even your comrades have lost hope. Why do you still struggle? Why not join us? Join the great divine clan. Danbaru sought to recruit Wujite, recognizing his immense potential. In no time, he would become a being of equal stature. In your dreams. Wujite's retort stoked Danbaru's ire. You insolent fool. I graciously offer you a path to survival, and you insult me. Danbaru held back no longer. He drove a vicious fist into Wujite's chest, halting his assault mid-strike and forcing a gush of blood from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, Wujite kicked out at Danbaru, who merely reached out and caught his leg. Another punch landed, and Wujite spat blood once more. Wujite threw a punch easily caught. He swung his other fist, also caught. Danbaru squeezed slightly, and Wujite cried out in agony. Wah! Clenching his jaw, Wujite used his legs to kick Danbaru with all his might. Danbaru leaned back to evade, and Wujite slammed his head forward, knocking Danbaru back. That hurts. Wujite rubbed his head. It felt as if he had struck not Danbaru's skull, but a slab of unyielding stone. Danbaru's attack came again. Wujite dodged frantically but still took hits. His ultra instinct seemed to have failed him. Wujite desperately sought a strategy. At this rate, he would surely be beaten to death. Danbaru kicked Wujite flying, then extended a single hand, aiming at him. Black energy rapidly gathered into a malevolent sphere. Since he refused to join the divine clan, then die. Wujite scrambled to his feet, energy gathering in his own hands. Final Kamehameha. The gold-blue final Kamehameha collided with the black energy sphere, which swelled instantly, becoming enormous. In an instant, it overwhelmed Wujite. Veins bulging across his body, Wujite resisted with all his might, but the sphere slowly crushed his final Kamehameha. Kaioken. Wujite roared. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, gradually pushing the sphere back. My. Danbaru was mildly surprised. So he still had strength to resist. But it was futile, utterly pointless. Danbaru raised his hand and clenched his fist. The sphere expanded again instantly, overwhelming Wujite's final Kamehameha, followed by a tremendous explosion. Bum! Alas! What a pity. Danbaru stared at the abyssal chasm before him, shaking his head with profound regret for Gogeta. No way. Mr. Gogeta. Is Gogeta dead, just like that? None could believe that Gogeta had been defeated so easily. Haha. You're next. Danbaru turned his gaze toward the others. They all summoned their full strength, and as he watched the Saiyans transform, he remarked, not bad. So many of you have reached the divine realm. His eyes gleamed upon witnessing Broly's power of destruction, and a candidate for the god of destruction of the entire universe. An unexpected bounty. Danbaru had not anticipated finding another god of destruction candidate besides the anomaly that was Gogeta. Killing this candidate would surely cause those deities some heartache, wouldn't it? With that thought, Danbaru let out a sinister cackling laugh. The oppressive pressure intensified with his laughter, making it nearly impossible for the others to move. Damn, it was Gogeta fighting a monster like this. Even his aura alone rendered them immobile. Goku couldn't lift his arm in his Super Saiyan 4 state, and the weaker ones were all pinned to the ground. Broly struck first, gathering destructive energy in his hands and unleashing a barrage at Danbaru. A barrier materialized before Danbaru, absorbing every blast without a ripple. Broly's eyes blazed with fury, unable to accept his attack's futility. He lunged at Danbaru, his massive fist crashing down only to be caught effortlessly. Even gods of destruction dare not challenge me. How do you, a mere candidate, have the audacity? Danbaru spun and kicked Broly, shattering his destructive energy and sending him flying. Broly coughed up blood midair, reverting to his base form. He crashed heavily onto the ground unconscious. Danbaru raised a hand and conjured a massive energy sphere, hurling it at Broly. Goku and Vegeta, having transformed into Super Saiyan 5, unleashed a combined final Kamehameha, while Gohan gathered a Kamehameha of his own, joining forces to counter Danbaru's attack. Oh, hold on. The three gritted their teeth, straining against the onslaught. Danbaru smirked contemptuously and poured more energy into his sphere, making it unstoppable. In an instant, it overwhelmed their combined effort. Chill. At the critical moment, Broly broke through the limits of Super Saiyan full power, entering a new stage. A tempest of savage emerald energy erupted, engulfing the battlefield. It deflected Danbaru's energy sphere. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance. Broly's current form was terrifying beyond measure. Crackling lightning wrapped around him, his green hair stood erect save for a single flowing lock. It was Broly's unique Super Saiyan 2 form. His gaze was icy, the lightning around him snapping and sparking. Though his frame seemed slightly leaner, his presence was far more menacing. Broly raised his hand, and violet destructive energy coalesced. In a flash, he appeared before Danbaru, pressing the energy down with force. Danbaru caught the energy, crushing it with one hand, while his other fist slammed into Broly. Broly crossed his arms to block, but was sent hurtling through several mountains. Even stronger, you're still no match for me. Danbaru shook his head. Broly charged again, unleashing a frenzy of punches and kicks. Danbaru parried every strike with a single hand. You really can't see the situation. He seized Broly's fist, driving a vicious kick into his chest. Broly cried out in pain as Danbaru grabbed him by the jaw, lifting him and pummeling his abdomen relentlessly. Broly kicked at Danbaru, but it did no harm. Each of Danbaru's blows carried true damage, and Broly, unable to endure, reverted to his base form. The others tried to intervene, but Danbaru merely waved his hand, unleashing a blast of wind that felled them all. He then tossed Broly toward them. Now perish all of you. Danbaru raised his hand above his head, and a colossal energy sphere materialized instantly. This is the price of opposing the divine race. Ha ha ha. With his malevolent laughter, the gargantuan sphere hurtled toward everyone, wreathed in black lightning, unstoppable in its might. Staring at the immense energy, despair seized them. It's hopeless. It's all over. The four warriors muttered in resignation. None had the strength left to resist. Just as the sphere was about to descend, a pillar of white energy erupted skyward. Boom! Danbaru spun around in shock. Impossible. He's still alive. Gogeta slowly emerged from the abyssal chasm, his upper garment torn, his body covered in wounds. Yet his aura had grown even more formidable. Did you think I'd die so easily? Gogeta lifted his head, white energy surging around him. His mastery of Ultra Instinct had advanced further. Even with your improved Ultra Instinct, you're still not at the level of an angel. Defeating me is nothing but a delusion. Gogeta smiled faintly. I don't need to defeat you. Just buying time is enough. He transformed into Super Saiyan 5 Limit Breaker, now able to use Ultra Instinct in this form, elevating his power even more. He had reached the pinnacle of divine power, one step away from rivaling an angel. Oomph. Danbaru, aware of his dwindling time, decided to hold nothing back and struck with full force. In an instant, he appeared before Gogeta, driving a fierce punch. Gogeta crossed his arms to block, but was sent staggering. He shook off the impact and charged, launching a rapid assault. Gogeta rained blows upon Danbaru, who dodged swiftly, then spun and kicked him away. Gogeta flared his aura to stabilize himself. Danbaru attacked again, overwhelming Gogeta. A relentless flurry of fists pummeled Gogeta, leaving him to endure the beating. With a mighty punch, Danbaru sent Gogeta flying. Gogeta coughed up blood, cratering the ground upon impact. Gogeta slowly rose, but Danbaru's fist was already buried in his abdomen. Gogeta vomited blood again, clutching his stomach as he fell to his knees. What is this, all you've got to buy time? Danbaru extended a finger, aiming at Gogeta's head as black energy gathered. This strike will send you to the afterlife. Danbaru's voice was demonic. The moment Danbaru launched his attack, Vegeta vanished. Danbaru had not anticipated that Vegeta still possessed the strength to escape. A futile struggle. Danbaru meticulously searched for traces of Vegeta. Found him. Danbaru disappeared in an instant. Far from the battlefield on a distant planet, everyone had gathered. It seems Vegeta's foresight was impeccable. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger this time. The group exclaimed. Only the four warriors stood utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Moments ago, despair had gripped everyone, yet now an inexplicable ease filled the air. What on earth is going on? Why are you all so relaxed? One of the Namekians, Piccolo, began to explain. Last night, Vegeta summoned us. He had already detected the demon's trail and sensed an ominous aura at the venue linking the two together. So Vegeta gathered us to devise a strategy. Based on the available information, we determined that the demon possesses power of a very high order. Those slain by it cannot be resurrected, even by angels. This indicates that among the demons there must be entities at the angel level, or even higher. Thus we prepared for the worst-case scenario. What if an angel-level demon appeared? The probability was slim, but we had to be prepared. So we considered the worst: how to counter an enemy of angel caliber. Vegeta proposed what he believed to be the most effective method: fusion. We needed someone capable of fusing with Vegeta. This would surely enable us to oppose an angel-level demon. However, a new problem arose. We only knew of two fusion methods. One is the Metamoran fusion dance, and the other is the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kais. The fusion dance requires individuals of equal power, so it was dismissed from the start. But the Patera earrings could not withstand Vegeta's power. His strength was too immense. Moreover, we couldn't find a suitable partner for him to fuse with. After much deliberation, we ultimately decided to seek Shenron's aid. We requested that Shenron forge a pair of earrings compatible with Vegeta. This wish might be beyond a single Shenron's capability. It would require the combined power of many dragons. Nor could we squander wishes on such a low-probability threat. Thus we had to assign someone to carry out this task. If no angel-level demon appeared, Vegeta could handle it alone. But if one did emerge, we would need to stall for time and make the wish promptly. Upon hearing this, the four warriors couldn't help but feel admiration. To devise such countermeasures from mere fragments of information was truly remarkable. So who was to fuse with Vegeta? Piccolo continued. Initially we planned for Broly to fuse with Vegeta, as they were the two strongest. But then we thought, could we first have two others fuse, and then have that result fuse with Vegeta? If it failed, there would be no loss. If it succeeded, the outcome would be extraordinary. It might even surpass fusing with Broly. Among those present, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta from Universe 23 was the strongest, so we decided to have them fuse first, then combine with Vegeta. At this point, everyone was incredibly excited. Then Vegetto appeared. Indeed, the one responsible for making the wish was Vegetto. Sorry, I didn't expect this wish to be so troublesome. The 7 sets of Dragon Balls we prepared were insufficient. So Whis and I used a wish to communicate with the Grand Elder of the Namekians from another universe and borrowed their Dragon Balls, expending 100 wishes to barely make it happen. Fortunately, we made it in time. And these are only single-use items. Vegetto opened his hands, revealing 2 earrings resting quietly in his palm. There's no time to lose, you must fuse immediately. Vegetto urged Goku and Vegeta from Universe 23. The 4 warriors were stunned. Could this actually work? Ignoring their astonishment, Goku and Vegeta from Universe 23 each consumed a Senzu bean to regain their strength, and then began the fusion process. Vegeta cast aside his pride. Dying here would mean never seeing his beloved Bulma again. Fu! Shao! A blinding radiance erupted and Gogeta made a spectacular debut. Excellent. The group sighed in relief at the successful fusion. Had it failed, they would have had to wait 30 minutes. Time they simply did not have. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield, Vegeta sensed the successful fusion just as Dambaris' attack was about to land. Using instant transmission, he vanished from the battlefield and reappeared beside the group. Hurry! Piccolo handed all the remaining Senzu beans to Vegeta. Vegeta grabbed them, stuffed them into his mouth, and placed an earring on his left ear. Gogeta had already donned his. Just then Danbaru located them. Too late. Vegeta swallowed the Senzu bean, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Vegeta and Gogeta flew toward each other and collided in an instant. A dazzling light illuminated the entire universe. Everyone closed their eyes. Danbaru raised his hand to shield his vision. After an indeterminate time, the light faded, and they opened their eyes to behold the fused being. A figure clad in a vest with pure white fur and hair stood in midair with eyes closed and arms crossed. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward. Danbaru sensed the dire turn of events. Who are you? The figure opened its eyes, fixed its gaze on Danbaru, and a slight smirk appeared. Who am I? I am neither Gogeta nor Vegetto. I am the one who will defeat you. Vegeta. Vegeta shot Danbaru a glare, and Danbaru was sent flying backward. Incredible. This is the ultimate warrior. Vegeta. Vegetto's blood boiled with excitement. This was an invincible warrior. What was he compared to this? It worked. Haha. This is truly amazing, overwhelmingly powerful. The group danced with joy, unable to contain their elation. Danbaru steadied himself in the air, then felt a warmth at his nose. Touching it, he found it was his own blood. How unsightly. Vegeta taunted. Wipe it off quickly. Danbaru wiped away the blood, a vein throbbing on his forehead as rage consumed him. Damn it. Using such underhanded tactics, Danbaru began to panic. He had squandered a sure victory. The being before him now possessed power beyond his own. If he delayed until the Guardians arrived, he would be finished here. Danbaru already struggled against Vegeta alone. If more angel-level opponents appeared, he would truly be done for. Yet in this situation, he had no choice but to fight. Vegeta assumed a fighting stance, and Danbaru braced himself with all his might. The battle was about to erupt. The collision between Gogeta and Danbaru was as swift as lightning clashing countless times in an instant. The entire planet became riddled with craters from their impact, and it was clear the world could not endure much longer. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Where is that momentum you had when you struck me earlier? With another clash, Danbaru staggered slightly and Gogeta taunted him. Danbaru's face darkened. He said nothing, clenching his teeth, his heart heavy with turmoil. This bastard. Why? Why had it come to this? Danbaru roared inwardly with fury. You damned fool. Unable to contain his rage, he charged madly at Gogeta. Gogeta landed a punch on Danbaru's face, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You're getting anxious. Gogeta saw through Danbaru's heart directly, and the anger on Danbaru's face only intensified. Impossible. How could I possibly be anxious? Danbaru's rhythm fell into complete disarray, his attacks wild and erratic. Gogeta effortlessly evaded every strike, then delivered an uppercut to Danbaru's jaw, leaving his face wide open. Gogeta clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and drove a vicious punch into Danbaru's abdomen. Ugh! Danbaru clutched his stomach, his expression twisted in agony, blood streaming from his mouth, his eyes blazing red. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to you? Danbaru attacked again, his fist sharp and swift as they aimed for Gogeta. Unfazed, Gogeta caught Danbaru's fist, squeezed it tightly, and Danbaru let out a scream of pain. Danbaru howled as he clutched his deformed hand, crushed by Gogeta's grip. You have no chance of victory. Danbaru. Gogeta launched a flying kick, sending Danbaru crashing into the ground. Raising his hand, he gathered energy above his head. Starburst. Countless energy blasts formed a birdcage-like shape, raining down upon Danbaru on the ground. Every single blast struck him with precision, triggering a violent explosion. Danbaru's screams were drowned out by the thunderous roar of the detonation. Is this the power of fusion? The onlookers watching from afar were rendered speechless. Though they had known the fused form would be immensely powerful, witnessing it firsthand still left them in awe. This enhancement is terrifying. Danbaru doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Gogeta raised his hand, and a multicolored orb of energy materialized. He hurled it with all his might. Soul Judgment. The smoke on the ground dissipated in an instant, followed by an even more cataclysmic explosion. Danbaru let out a piercing scream, a testament to the devastating damage of Gogeta's attack. When the explosion subsided, Danbaru's battered form was revealed. Gogeta spoke slowly. This moved. We'll send you to hell. Kamehameha. Gogeta gathered energy in his hands. Danbaru refused to die, without a fight, raising his arms to form a sinister energy sphere that swelled larger and larger. A futile last struggle. Die. Gogeta unleashed the Kamehameha, and Danbaru hurled the energy sphere above his head. Damn. Get out of here now. The spectators scrambled to flee. A clash of this magnitude was beyond their ability to withstand. They hurried to escape the area. Boom. The moment the attacks collided, the entire planet was obliterated, and the surrounding space shattered into fragments. The entire universe trembled. Danbaru poured all his energy into the struggle, but Gogeta appeared completely at ease. I told you, Danbaru. You stand no chance. Gogeta's aura flared, his power surging once more, and the Kamehameha swelled in size. In Danbaru's horrified eyes, the Kamehameha shattered his energy sphere and struck him with devastating force. Ugh! Danbaru's body twisted under the force of the Kamehameha, his agonized wails echoing as he gradually faded into nothingness in the cosmos. After obliterating Danbaru, the Kamehameha continued upward, finally exploding at the edge of the universe in a terrifying blast. The light illuminated the entire cosmos. From an unknown distance away, the group was still discussing when the battle would end. Suddenly, the sky blazed with brilliance, and then a terrifying storm swept across the entire universe. Wow! What's happening? It looks like the battle is over. Such a commotion could only mean a victor had been decided. Before long, Gogeta appeared before them. Hey, Gogeta! The group exclaimed in delight. Although Gogeta had overwhelmed Danbaru, the possibility of Danbaru summoning reinforcements was a lingering fear. They had no strength left to resist. But seeing Gogeta safe, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Danbaru has been eliminated. Gogeta smiled at the group, and they all beamed with joy. The entire area was filled with laughter and cheer. The crowd gathered around Gogeta, examining him closely. 16 Bra reached out and touched him, grabbing one of his hands to see if the fur on his body was real. How amazing! It's actually real. 16 Bra held a tuft of white fur plucked from Gogeta's body. Gogeta raised a hand and patted Bra's head. Of course it's real. This is a trait of the Great Ape. Great Ape. The others, unfamiliar with the mysteries of Super Saiyan 4, were utterly bewildered. Gogeta explained simply, Super Saiyan 4 is an immensely powerful form born from combining the Great Ape with the power of a Super Saiyan. And Super Saiyan 5 is the ultimate form born from the fusion of physical strength and spiritual energy. Gogeta's words made 18 Goku and Vegeta's eyes sparkle, and Vegetto was eager to try as well. You can attempt the transformation yourselves. Gogeta hoped they would grow stronger, gaining more power to face the evil clan. Just then a flash of white light appeared beside them, and a figure emerged. The group tensed with caution, but 22 future Trunks and Broly felt a familiar presence. Wasn't this the same phenomenon as when Whis appeared? It was an angel they had never seen before. Gogeta searched his memories, carefully certain that this person was not one of the angels from the 12 universes. The four warriors recognized him instantly and shouted with excitement, "Lord Navis." Navis nodded at them and asked what happened here. How did an evil king-level member of the evil clan appear? The four warriors recounted the events with pride. After hearing the full story, Navis looked puzzled. Dambaro. I've never heard of him. Could he be a hidden force of the evil clan? The group led Navis back to the venue where they chatted in the dining hall. The fused Gogeta had already separated, reverting to Gogeta and 23 Goku and Vegeta. Gogeta feasted heartily, a mountain of plates piling up around him. Phew. I'm so full. Gogeta patted his belly with a look of bliss. All right, time to talk business. Gogeta had too many questions that needed answers. Vegeta and the others learned many things from Navis, yet some matters he left unanswered, saying they were still too distant for them to understand, and that they should return once they had grown much stronger. In essence, the group had grasped the fundamental situation. It differed little from what the four warriors had told them. The evil clan were beings from beyond the universe, invaders, while they themselves were the guardians. Portions of the multiverse had already been ravaged by the evil clan. They were forced to bolster their ranks to combat the threat, and the martial arts tournament served as the stage for selecting new warriors. The Guardians' primary duty was to eradicate the evil clan, engaging them in battle every single day. The more territories the evil clan invaded, the greater their numbers became. Conversely, the Guardians' own strength would dwindle until they were eventually consumed entirely by the evil clan. Fortunately, the advantage currently lay with the Guardians. The evil clan was suppressed so thoroughly they could barely raise their heads, resorting only to stealthy infiltrations. Yet each time the Guardians discovered them, and this occasion was no exception. A minor mishap had occurred, nothing more. As for who created the Guardians' great world, Navis remained silent. However, Vegeta had already guessed it was none other than the dragon god Sarama, that enigmatic figure from Dragon Ball who had never shown his face. So what have you all decided? Navis laid out the pros and cons. Joining meant access to training from powerful masters and numerous benefits, but the corresponding risks were immense. Once fallen in battle, there would be no resurrection. Navis addressed the crowd, extending an invitation for them to join the Guardians. Everyone chose to join. Upon hearing they could cross fists with formidable opponents, several of the Gokus and Vegetas didn't hesitate for a moment. The others, after a brief pause, also agreed. After all, they could still return to their own timelines, and with the Guardians' technology, a round trip took negligible time. However, Vegeta and the 22nd Broly chose not to join. Vegeta reasoned that since the Guardians already held the advantage, his presence would make little difference. He would rather focus on intense training, striving to reach the angel level as soon as possible. As for Broly, he was a candidate for God of Destruction and could not be away for extended periods. Nevertheless, both pledged to lend a hand whenever needed, as allies from their respective universes had joined, making it easy to contact them. Navis expressed some regret, but did not insist. He did not stay long as his presence was required elsewhere, and soon departed. The others followed the four warriors to the Guardians' world, while Vegeta and Broly returned to their own realms. Tights couldn't sleep the entire night. Despite Vegeta's reassurances, she was still consumed by worry. What if something happened to him? What would she do then? The more she thought, the more terrified she became. The more terrified she was, the less she could sleep, and the less she slept, the more her thoughts spiraled. Caught in this vicious cycle, Tights was stricken with insomnia. She was utterly drained, her eyes bloodshot, her complexion pale. It wasn't until Vegeta returned that he saw her in this state. His heart ached with worry as he swiftly pulled her into an embrace. Honey, what's wrong? Feeling the warmth of Vegeta's embrace, Tights wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, burying her face in his chest. I'm scared. I'm scared something will happen to you out there. If anything happens to you, what will Ace and I do? Tights sobbed uncontrollably, her tears soaking Vegeta's chest. His heart ached even more as he gently comforted her. It's all my fault for not explaining things clearly. Don't be afraid. See, I'm perfectly fine. Tights said nothing, only held him tighter. Before long, she fell asleep, her even breathing sounding softly in Vegeta's ear. Vegeta carried Tights, tiptoeing into the bedroom. He tried to lay her down, but found her arms still clasped tightly around him. Vegeta smiled a tender smile. He lifted Tights again, laid down himself, and cradled her in his arms, pulling the blanket over them both. Gazing at Tights' haggard face in his arms, Vegeta gently stroked her cheek with a pang of sympathy. It seemed his wife had been terribly worried about him. A sweet warmth filled Woodjite's heart. He tightened his arms around Tights, who seemed to sense it, and snuggled closer, as if seeking greater security. Feeling her movement, Woodjite softly patted her back. His own eyelids grew heavy, and soon he drifted into a deep sleep. In a daze, Woodjite felt a tickling sensation on his nose. Opening his eyes, he saw Tights, a mischievous grin on her face, still holding a strand of her hair. How dare you tease your husband? Just wait until I punish you. Woodjite reached out his large hand toward Tights. She shrieked with laughter and quickly fled. You can't escape. Just surrender to me obediently. Woodjite sprang up and chased after her, while Tights dodged playfully. No. Go ahead and scream. Scream all you want. No one's coming to save you. Woodjite's laugh was decidedly wicked. Mommy, Daddy, what are you doing? Ace stood at the doorway, clutching a little teddy bear, her face full of curiosity. Seeing their daughter, both of them felt a bit awkward. Ahem. Mommy and I were just playing, Woodjite said with feigned seriousness. Can I join you? Ace asked without a hint of suspicion, immediately wanting to be part of the fun. Woodjite was flustered. Tights shot him a look, then walked over, scooped up Ace, and gave her a kiss. Of course you can, sweetie. Yage. It's been so long since I played with Mommy and Daddy. Ace cheered with joy. Grumble. An untimely sound came from Tights' stomach. She had barely eaten all day, too worried to have an appetite, and had fallen asleep after Woodjite's return. Now that her spirits were restored, her stomach began to protest. Let's eat first before we play. Woodjite ruffled Ice Hair took Tights by the hand and led them to the dining room, where they enjoyed a hearty meal. After dinner, Woodjite and Tights took their daughter to their private amusement park, specially built for the children. After all, there were many kids in the family. Ha ha ha. Ace laughed with pure delight as they rode the roller coaster. She was ecstatic, while Woodjite felt nothing at all. But poor Tights suffered. As soon as they got off, she crouched on the ground, feeling like she was about to throw up. Woodjite quickly massaged his wife's temples to help her relax. Before long, Tights finally felt better, but now Woodjite was in discomfort. She had vomited all over him. Sorry. Tights couldn't help but burst out laughing. As an ordinary person, she simply couldn't handle it, and the moment she opened her mouth, she threw up on Woodjite. Woodjite quickly rinsed off in a nearby pool, then used his power to dry his clothes. The little family of three continued their fun, riding the carousel, the Ferris wheel, and bumper cars, enjoying these simple games to the fullest. Their joyous laughter echoed through the skies. Woodjite spent the entire afternoon playing with his wife and daughter, enjoying the blissful moments. As evening fell, Goku and the others returned. Yo, you're back. Inside the dining room, Woodjite raised a piece of grilled meat, greeting the group who had just entered. Woodjite stuffed the meat into his mouth as Goku pulled out a chair and sat down, saying to Woodjite, there are really a lot of powerful fighters over there. Goku's tone was brimming with excitement. Having witnessed so many formidable opponents, he could barely contain himself. That's the entire force gathered to fight the evil clan. Of course, there are plenty of experts. Woodjite grabbed another piece of meat, not even turning his head. You know what? I also met another version of myself over there. Hearing Goku's words, Woodjite's interest was instantly piqued. Oh, tell me more. Goku chuckled, picked up some food, and began to talk while eating. He said he was brought there by the dragon. He hadn't been there long. The situation in their universe is somewhat similar to Universe 23. He mentioned something about baby Super 17 and the evil dragons. In the end, he used the spirit bomb to destroy the evil dragons, and then the dragon brought him there. Goku rambled on. And he's really strong, even a bit stronger than me, but not as strong as the me from Universe 23. He doesn't know how to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Well, that makes sense. If he could, he wouldn't have needed the spirit bomb to defeat the evil dragons. It seemed Goku had sparred with that other Goku. True to form, no matter which Goku it was, his battle-hungry nature never changed. Woodjite thought to himself, interesting. The dragon brought him there. So my guess was right. That world was created by the dragon god Zalama. Woodjite noticed a watch on Goku's wrist and asked curiously, what's that for? Goku swallowed the meat in his mouth and explained, this is what we use to travel to that world. The people there said it has something inside that. What was it? Goku's mind suddenly went blank. He couldn't remember. It can warp space and take us directly there. Vegeta entered and finished Goku's sentence. Right? That's it. Goku clapped his hands as the memory returned. Vegeta sat down to eat as well, and the three continued chatting. This thing can also contact others. Vegeta extended his hand and pressed a button. A holographic screen appeared displaying the names of everyone who had gone together. Vegeta found Bra's name and tapped it. Beep. 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 Soon the video connected. On the screen, Bra stared curiously at the light screen, wondering if it was truly that miraculous. Seeing the connection established, Bra was overjoyed. Daddy Woodjite. Before Woodjite could respond, Vegeta, who was nearby, couldn't hold back and complained to Bra. Hey, I'm your real dad, you know. This isn't right. Bra playfully made a face at Vegeta. Oomph. I haven't fully forgiven you yet. If you're not good to me, I can always go live in Daddy Woodjite's world. Hearing this, Vegeta's face fell instantly. He felt helpless with Bra, but he dared not anger her further. So he vented his frustration on the food, tearing into the meat, as if it were Widget himself. Widget found the father-daughter bickering amusing. Bra turned back to Widget and said, "Daddy Widget, we really met so many incredible people over there. Even though none of them can compare to you, there are plenty who are stronger than Dad." Bra's words darkened Vegeta's face again, while Widget burst into laughter. Of course. Someone as powerful as I am must have their own affairs to attend to and wouldn't appear easily. The main task in that world was still dealing with the weaker evil clan members, primarily those at the divine realm level and below. Warriors at the level of a god of destruction were extremely rare, so it wasn't unusual not to see them. Bra chattered on about everything she had seen and experienced while Widget listened patiently, occasionally interjecting a word. It seemed as though Widget and Bra were the real father and daughter, with Vegeta feeling like an outsider. Widget and Bra talked for a long time until Bra reluctantly ended the call. Clearly Bra was very attached to Widget. The meal stretched on, and before they knew it the moon hung high in the sky. After dinner Goku went home, while Vegeta the training fanatic immediately retreated into the gravity room. Having witnessed the immense power of his Universe 23 counterpart, Vegeta was clearly spurred on and started training as soon as he returned. Widget enjoyed a nice bath, then lay on the bed, carefully sorting through everything in his mind. There were still some things he hadn't figured out. First, there was the matter of the angels. According to Whis, angels cannot fight with their full power, but Navis seemed to be able to go all out, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent as reinforcement. This was somewhat contradictory. Whis said they couldn't use full power, yet Navis had come. Was his power far beyond Danbaris? That wasn't impossible. As long as he didn't exert his full strength, it would be fine. Another question: why were gods of destruction and angels only present in the entire universe? Outside the entire universe, there were only Supreme Kais, no gods of destruction or angels. Was there something special about the entire universe? And what about the 6 erased universes? Was Navis one of their angels? What was the reason those 6 universes were erased? These mysteries swirled in Widget's mind, and he didn't even notice Tights approaching. Tights saw Widget lying there in a daze. She walked over and found he still didn't react. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, finally snapping him out of it. "Honey." Widget wrapped his arms around Tights' waist and pulled her into his embrace. "What were you thinking about so deeply, eh?" "I was thinking about my beautiful and charming wife, of course." Widget blurted out without thinking. Hearing this, Tights lightly punched his chest. "Stop being such a smooth talker. It's true. You have to believe me, honey." Widget pretended to be hurt, clutching his chest with an exaggerated expression of pain. Tights couldn't help but laugh, taking Widget's large hand in hers. All right, I believe you. So how are you going to make it up to me?" Widget tilted his head and puckered his lips. Tights gently turned his head back and gave him a kiss. "Is that enough?" Widget pulled Tights close, holding her tightly. "Then let's get some rest." He reached over and turned off the bedside lamp. The beautiful night was just beginning. Early the next morning, Tights was still sleeping, leaning against Vegetto's broad shoulder when Goku's voice rang out. "Vegetto, are you still asleep?" "Vegetto! Vegetto!" Accompanied by Goku's knocking, Vegetto and Tights were successfully roused from their slumber. Vegetto glanced at the time. It was already noon. They then got up, spent a while freshening up, and made their way to the dining room. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Broly were already feasting heartily. Vegetto pulled out a chair. Tights sat down, and Vegetto took the seat beside her, devouring the food voraciously. Tights, in stark contrast to the other 5, ate slowly and delicately. Before long, a towering pile of plates had amassed beside Vegetto. The other 4 had already eaten their fill and were waiting for him. Vegetto looked up and saw them all staring intently at him. Somewhat puzzled, he said to Tights, "Honey, is there something on my face?" Tights took a careful look and shook her head. Vegetto, hearing her answer, turned to the 4 and said, "Then why are you all staring at me?" "Well, Uncle Vegetto, after this last battle, we've all realized our shortcomings. So I'd like to ask you to help us train." Vegetto swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Even if you hadn't come, I would have sought you out. You're still too weak. In a battle of that magnitude, you could only watch from the sidelines. You couldn't even be spectators." Indeed, when Vegetto and Danbaru fought, the others couldn't bear to watch and had to keep their distance. "Besides, I need to train properly myself. With your help, I might make faster progress." Vegetto stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, bringing the meal to a perfect end. He gave Tights a kiss, then left with Goku and the others. The team of chefs was utterly exhausted. Finally, it was over. But the moment they thought about having to work again in the evening, they felt life was hard. Although the pay was exorbitant, no one could keep up with this pace. It seemed they needed to hire more chefs. This had to be done immediately. The head chef resolved inwardly to discuss it with the boss that very afternoon. After eating his fill, Vegetto began training with the group. He instructed the 4 to unleash their full power and attack him. This would allow him to train and also assess their current levels. The 4 unleashed their strongest forms. Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Broly into Super Saiyan, and Gohan into his beast form. Encircling Vegetto, they launched their assault. The beast form granted Gohan a terrifying boost on par with Super Saiyan 5. Broly in his base form could match Super Saiyan Blue. Although it wasn't yet that era, after so much training, he should be close. His Super Saiyan transformation was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta seemed somewhat weaker. Their Super Saiyan 4 forms could at best rival Super Saiyan Blue. The four attacked Vegetto with relentless fury, but his mastery of Ultra Instinct was supreme. He effortlessly evaded every strike. Is this the Ultra Instinct Uncle Vegetto spoke of? Gohan, who hadn't even brushed Vegetto, clearly recognized the technique. Vegetto had demonstrated it to Gohan before, but at that time Gohan hadn't thought much of it, merely considering it a handy trick. Now, watching Vegetto effortlessly dodge their combined assault, he realized just how formidable Ultra Instinct truly was. That's right, this is Ultra Instinct. With a casual gesture, Vegetto sent Goku and Vegeta flying. It's not just for dodging, it also enhances attacks. It's a perfect technique that combines offense and defense. Vegetto extended his hand toward Gohan and said, "This is an attack without using Ultra Instinct." He threw a punch at Gohan, who blocked it easily. Now this is an attack amplified by Ultra Instinct. With the same fist this time, Gohan couldn't stop it. Vegetto's fist slammed heavily into Gohan's abdomen. Gohan's eyes widened as he thought, this punch is so heavy. So fast. Amazing. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in awe. Can we learn this too? This technique is very difficult. I'm not sure if you can master it. But Gohan already shows some promise. In the martial arts tournament, he dodged my attack, and at that moment, he had a hint of Ultra Instinct. I think Gohan will grasp the basics soon. What about us? Goku asked eagerly. Vegetto replied, Goku, you should be able to learn it too. But for Vegeta, it will be more challenging. Vegeta, you overthink before attacking, giving your opponent too much time. That goes against the essence of Ultra Instinct. Goku, your situation is better. He looks like I'm the better one. Goku said smugly to Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, ignoring him. But Goku, you also have a fatal flaw. You're too relaxed. Vegetto flashed beside Goku and jabbed him sharply in the side. Ow ow. What are you doing, Vegetto? Goku complained, clutching his side. In your normal state, you're far too relaxed, making you easy to ambush. Vegeta, on the other hand, is overly vigilant. Just then Gohan suddenly asked, Uncle Vegetto, how long did it take you to learn Ultra Instinct? Vegetto pondered the question. It took me several months just to barely grasp the basics. Gohan set a goal for himself to master the fundamentals of Ultra Instinct within a year. What about Broly? Is he not suited for Ultra Instinct? Goku pointed at Broly beside him. Rather than Ultra Instinct, I think Broly is more suited for Ego Instinct. Ego Instinct. The others were baffled. What was that? I haven't mastered this one either. It's a power belonging to the gods of destruction. It requires immense physical strength to support it, and it can unleash boundless power. Of course, that's only if you can withstand it. You all know Broly's condition best. Thinking of Broly's monstrous physique, the three found the idea quite plausible. Alright, these are still a bit beyond you. Focus on mastering Divine Ki first. If you can train your base forms to be as strong as Broly's, then your transformations will become incredibly powerful. Base strength is the most important. Don't overthink it. Vegetto's words ignited their fighting spirit. That's right. If their base forms were powerful enough, they'd be formidable even without those fancy instinct techniques. They resumed training this time, all working on their base forms. Vegetto also found an opponent, himself. He split his power in half to create a clone, and the two Vegettos began their own training. Night fell swiftly. The group ceased their cultivation and collapsed onto the ground exhausted. Vegetto's doppelganger dissolved into specks of starlight, merging back into Vegetto's body. Just as I thought. Vegetto was right, Vegeta. You overthink every move you make, and I always seize the opportunity. Goku flashed a grin at Vegeta, who was somewhat annoyed and chose to ignore him. He was the epitome of its Sundara Prince. Alright, let's head back. We'll continue training tomorrow. Vegetto healed everyone briefly before standing up first. Let's go eat. I'm starving. At the mention of food, everyone perked up instantly, as if the fatigue from a whole day of training had vanished. They bounded back to West City full of energy. When Bulma's chef saw them return, a blazing fire ignited in his eyes. This time he would defeat them. He absolutely could not be worn out again. The new chef who had arrived that afternoon was utterly bewildered. Why had everyone around him suddenly become so fired up? But there was no time to ponder. He was dragged off to work by a veteran colleague. No time for daydreaming, rookie. The kitchen sprang into action. Dish after dish was served to the table and rapidly devoured. The newcomers finally realized the truth. It was a trap. This was a scam. What high-paying easy job. With this pace of eating, they'd all be exhausted. The pay was good, but the work was anything but easy. This was practically hellish difficulty. But they had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. As expected, the outcome was a complete defeat for the chefs, who once again collapsed from exhaustion. Vegetto and the others ate with great delight. For some reason the dishes came out faster than before, so they didn't even have to fight over the food. How wonderful. That evening Bulma received numerous resignation requests from the chefs, all citing exhaustion. With no other option, she raised their salaries and hired even more cooks. Such were the perks of having plenty of money. Days passed one after another. Vegetto and the others decided to take a rare day off, believing that training should be balanced with relaxation. Vegetto reclined on a beach chair watching the children play in the sand. He reached for a grape, savoring the blissful moment. Vegeta sat on a reef, gazing at the boundless ocean, his heart stirred with turmoil. When had his goal become surpassing Kakarot? Was this truly what he sought? Was it from the moment he first arrived on Earth? Back then he was defeated by Kakarot and the others. From that moment on he had fixated on Kakarot, yearning to wash away the shame that clung to him. And when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan and single-handedly defeated Frieza, that was when he began to regard Kakarot as the target to surpass. The pride of a royal Saiyan forbade him from allowing Kakarot to be stronger than the prince. But ever since then he had always been one step behind Kakarot, until Super Saiyan 4. At that moment he had finally surpassed Kakarot, and even gave him a thorough beating. Yet Kakarot quickly caught up again, and now he was once more step ahead. During these days of training, he always lost to Kakarot. Was he truly inferior? This shattered Vegeta's pride as a Saiyan prince. And the peaceful life on Earth with a wife and child made him feel that this existence wasn't so bad. It had brought about a subtle change in Vegeta. The clash between the former evil prince and the current earthling Vegeta. The collision of these two personas and his conflicting heart left him profoundly lost. Feeling lost, Vegetto had appeared beside him without notice and sat down next to Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent. Vegetto continued, "As the prince of the Saiyans, your pride in our race is far stronger than mine or Goku's. You live by it. But your obsession with being a Saiyan runs too deep. However, the tranquil life on Earth, your wife and son, they have tempered that Saiyan pride. They've gradually changed you. It's just that this unfamiliar sensation makes you deeply uneasy, even though you find it rather pleasant." Vegetto's words struck straight at Vegeta's core, agitating him immensely, yet he could find no rebuttal. According to the original course of events, Vegeta began as a mere fighting machine. Through gradual contact with Goku and the others, from the battle on Namek to the android cell, and finally the emergence of Majin Buu, Vegeta had transformed from a cold-blooded warrior into an earthling with flesh and blood. This metamorphosis was greatly influenced by Gohan, Piccolo, future Trunks, Bulma, and Trunks, who guided him toward a successful transformation. As a child, Gohan had saved Vegeta from Recom. Having never experienced kindness before, Vegeta felt extremely awkward and accused Gohan of meddling. Piccolo, like Vegeta, was a cunning and courageous warrior. After fighting side by side repeatedly, they gradually came to respect each other. By the time of Majin Buu, Vegeta could entrust Trunks to Piccolo without hesitation. After witnessing Goku and future Trunks as Super Saiyans, Vegeta's heart burned with intense unwillingness. Through 3 years of grueling training, he finally achieved the transformation himself. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. He was utterly humiliated by Android 18. Upon learning that Trunks was his son, Vegeta must have felt immense joy. His own son had defeated Frieza with his own hands. At that moment, the racial vendetta was completely settled. Vegeta's sole remaining goal was to surpass Kakarot. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber with Trunks, he gradually acknowledged his son. That was why when Cell killed Trunks, Vegeta erupted in fury and attacked Cell, inadvertently injuring Gohan's arm in the process. By then, having been influenced by so many factors, Vegeta had grown increasingly sentimental. He even apologized to Gohan, leaving the young Saiyan astonished that the proud Prince Vegeta would offer him an apology. In the Majin Buu saga, after Goku's death, Vegeta temporarily lost his purpose. But when he learned that Goku would return for a single day, the long-buried goal stirred once more. However, the emergence of Majin Buu threw everything into chaos. The evil prince within him and the Earthling side clashed fiercely. In the end, the Earthling side prevailed, and Vegeta joined the others to resolve the crisis. But Gohan, who had neglected training for 7 years, struggled even against Dabura. As time slipped away, the evil prince within Vegeta gained the upper hand, and he sold his soul to Babidi. Yet during his battle with Goku, the Earthling side regained dominance. Since he had released Majin Buu, he resolved to deal with the menace himself. After the fight, Vegeta realized the true terror of Majin Buu and decided to sacrifice himself to eliminate the threat once and for all. At that moment, the Earthling side held absolute sway, and the evil prince within him vanished forever. Farewell, proud warrior. Henceforth, there would be no more evil prince named Vegeta. This was the first time Vegeta had died for another's sake. Yet to his dismay, Majin Buu was not destroyed. In the critical moment, King Yama made preparations in advance, allowing Vegeta to return to the mortal world to confront Majin Buu. However, when Goku proposed fusion, Vegeta flatly refused. How could his pride tolerate Goku holding back from him? What was this talk of Super Saiyan 3? Was Kakarot looking down on him? Later, Goku brought up Bulma and Trunks, successfully persuading Vegeta, and thus the Invincible Man emerged. After a fierce battle, the two managed to rescue those who had been absorbed by Buu. But a small energy sphere from Kid Buu left them powerless to respond. Originally, Goku and Vegeta intended to save Gohan and the others, but the distance was too great. Goku could only save Mr. Satan and Dent. Goku's rationality suppressed his emotion, while Vegeta's emotion overrode his reason. In the brink of life and death, Vegeta hesitated, glancing at the unconscious group, then at Kakarot, his heart filled with confusion and indecision. Such an expression could never have appeared on the former ruthless prince. That is why Vegeta angrily demanded why Kakarot hadn't saved Trunks and the others, why he showed more excitement than anyone else when Din proposed the Namekian Dragon Ball's plan, and why he roared in fury when Kakarot used Bulma as a bargaining chip. Watching Kakarot's fierce battle with Kid Buu, Vegeta had an epiphany. For the first time, he acknowledged the gap between himself and Kakarot, understanding where he fell short. Kakarot possessed an unyielding sense of responsibility, driving him to protect his friends and family. This allowed Kakarot to repeatedly survive near-death experiences and unleash boundless power. Vegeta, on the other hand, always acted on his own whims, fighting opponents purely for his own satisfaction. That was their fundamental difference. It was also the reason he could never surpass Kakarot. Yet he seemed to forget that not long ago he too had shouldered that same sense of responsibility, sacrificing his life to protect his family. Perhaps he hadn't forgotten, but was rather judging the past evil Prince Vegeta. Vegeta had already acquired something no less than Kakarot's. That sense of responsibility. From then on, Vegeta was reborn. Before him lay a vast landscape and boundless horizons. Freed from constraints, he could openly admit that Kakarot was number one. Of course, this didn't mean Vegeta had lost his pride or was content to remain second. The arrogance that once represented pride transformed into a dignified pride characterized by magnanimity. Acknowledging his own shortcomings and recognizing others' excellence, a testament to his broad-mindedness. His soaring ambition, daring to climb mountains and scale peaks others had never reached, was his unyielding spirit. At this moment, Vegeta was revived by the Eternal Dragon as a kind-hearted person, the best evidence of his transformation. This is also why Dragon Ball Super is criticized. Dragon Ball Z excelled in character development, making everyone vivid and relatable, while Dragon Ball Super's portrayal of Goku's personality and emotions fell short, drawing constant criticism. These were events that happened to Vegeta in the original story, but the Vegeta before Gogeta had not experienced them, leaving him lost in confusion. The biggest difference between you and Goku is this. Goku is a martial artist while you, for now, are merely a fighter. You haven't found a lifelong goal to strive for. You've only been chasing after Goku's footsteps. How can you surpass Goku by trailing behind him? Gogeta's words left Vegeta frozen. Indeed, how could he surpass Kakarot? By always following behind him. Gogeta stood up, patted Vegeta on the shoulder, and walked away. Vegeta remained seated, stunned, his heart restless for a long time. Gogeta returned to his beach chair. Just as he was about to lie down, Ace raised a water gun and fired at him frantically. "He'll shoot you dead." After a few shots, Ace scurried away on her little legs. Gogeta feigned anger and chased after her. Ace kept firing as she ran, repeatedly shouting, "He'll shoot you dead." Just as Gogeta was about to catch Ace, she threw herself into Tights' arms. "Mommy, save me." Gogeta looked at Ace in Tights' arms and grinned slyly. "Sweetie, don't you know Mommy is on my side?" Tights pretended to lift Ace toward Gogeta's face. Ace sprayed Gogeta wildly with the water gun. Gogeta scooped her into his arms and tickled her. Ace giggled uncontrollably, begging for mercy. "Haha, I'm sorry, Daddy." Hearing Ace apologize, Gogeta stopped. But Ace immediately raised the water gun again and sprayed both Gogeta and Tights. "Bad Mommy. Taking Daddy's side. Just you wait." Ace clearly forgot she was a lamb to the slaughter. Caught in a joint attack from Gogeta and Tights, she laughed until her stomach ached. Ace laughed until she was exhausted before they finally let her go. Gogeta held Tights and lay on the beach chair, enjoying the beautiful moment. On Vegeta's side, after being awakened by Gogeta's words, he understood the gap between himself and Kakarot. Yet he still hadn't found his own goal. Vegeta gazed at the distant horizon over the sea, lost in thought. A piercing scream jolted him awake. Looking up, he saw a massive shark wreaking havoc in the shallow waters where many tourists were present. But Vegeta paid no heed. What did the lives of these ordinary people matter to him? The shark targeted a little girl wearing a swim ring, slowly retreating from the area. Her mother shielded her from behind, her fragile body standing firm before the enormous shark, her face resolute. This sight struck deep into Vegeta's heart. The power of a mother's love was profound. In a critical moment, it could unleash infinite strength. Vegeta had an awakening. This was exactly what he lacked. His figure vanished, instantly reappearing on the shark's face, and with a single powerful kick, he dispatched it. The shark's massive body crashed onto the sea, sending up a huge wave. The mother tightly clutched her daughter, terrified that the waves would sweep her away. After the turmoil, the sea calmed. The mother and daughter swam to Vegeta. "Thank you, sir." The little girl also spoke in a sweet, childish voice. "Thank you, uncle." Vegeta showed a confident smile he hadn't worn in a long time and said to them, "You're welcome. Actually, I should thank you too for helping me realize my true goal." Vegeta turned and walked away. "Mommy, uncle can fly. Is uncle a superhero?" The little girl asked excitedly, the dangerous situation already forgotten. "Yes, sweetheart, he is a superhero." The mother gently stroked her daughter's head and quickly led her away, vowing never to return to this place. Another period of peaceful life passed with everyone diligently training. "Vegeta, have you been secretly training on your own? I feel something different about you." Goku confirmed repeatedly and finally determined that some change had occurred in Vegeta. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Vegeta's lips. "Kakarot, you finally noticed." Since returning from the seaside, Vegeta had begun to transform. Although it would take a long time to complete the metamorphosis, Goku still keenly sensed it. However, Goku couldn't quite articulate what that feeling was. Only that Vegeta was no longer the same as before. Goku speculated that Vegeta had been secretly training behind his back. "How sneaky, Vegeta. How could you train in secret?" Goku wore an expression that said he had seen through everything. "Why would I ever do that? I've finally discovered the real difference between you and me. Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you." At that moment, Vegeta revealed a confident smile, leaving Goku utterly bewildered. Yet Goku's unyielding nature was also stirred. "I won't lose to you either, Vegeta." Goku responded with equal confidence. The two stood off against each other, sparks flashing in their eyes. "Then let's have a match right now." Gogeta fanned the flames from the sidelines. "We've been training for so long. Time to test the results." "Just what I was thinking." The two locked eyes, blazing flames of determination burning within their gazes. Gogeta picked up a stone and tossed it into the air. As it descended bit by bit between their stares, the moment it hit the ground, both vanished simultaneously. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from midair as their fists collided with tremendous force. Both wore confident smiles. Goku launched a kick, which Vegeta blocked with his arm, immediately countering with a rapid straight punch. Goku deflected it with his elbow while his other hand gathered power and swung fiercely. Vegeta crossed his arms to block, but was sent flying backward. However, he remained composed, dissipating the momentum, just as Goku surged forward again. Goku leaped up, delivering a sharp kick that came rushing in. Vegeta swiftly dodged, spun around, and sent Goku flying with a punch, then burst forward with energy, launching a fierce assault on Goku. Goku steadied himself and threw a heavy punch. Vegeta sidestepped and struck back with his own fist. Goku raised his arm to block and followed up with a kick. Vegeta grabbed Goku's leg, spun him around several times, and hurled him away. Goku stabilized in midair, landing a heavy stomp on a stone pillar that shattered instantly. Pushing off with both feet, he shot toward Vegeta at full speed. Goku unleashed a rapid flurry of punches. Vegeta was caught off guard, taking a blow to the chest that sent him flying backward. He quickly adjusted, but Goku charged again. Vegeta sped away with Goku in hot pursuit. Suddenly, Vegeta spun back and delivered a brutal kick. Goku couldn't dodge in time, crossing his arms to block, but was still sent flying. Vegeta pursued once more, grabbing Goku by the ankle and slamming him into the ground. Goku planted his hands on the earth and kicked backward fiercely, sending Vegeta flying. Goku pushed off the ground with both hands, springing into the air. Vegeta followed, and the two resumed their close quarters brawl, exchanging fists and kicks in an intense battle. After another clash, they distanced themselves, then threw a devastating punch at each other. The moment their fists met, a mysterious aura suddenly emerged, only to vanish just as quickly. Both Goku and Vegeta widened their eyes. Not bad, not bad. Improving so quickly." Gogeta clapped and praised. "To have grasped godly ki so soon. Truly worthy of Goku and Vegeta." "So that is godly ki." Goku stared blankly at his own fist. "Amazing." Vegeta was also stunned for a long moment before snapping back to reality. Both broke into smiles. "How wonderful. With a bit more effort, we should be able to master this power. But it'll take some time to use it flexibly." Gogeta's words filled them with excitement. The tangible sensation of growing stronger was simply incredible. Goku was overjoyed at the prospect of becoming stronger again. "Stop grinning like an idiot, Kakarot. This time I'll get ahead of you." Vegeta issued his challenge, and Goku shot back. "There's no way he'll let you take the lead this time, Vegeta." "Kakarot." Vegeta. Their foreheads pressed together, eyes clashing in midair, sparking with bolts of lightning. "You two are so affectionate with each other." Gogeta teased. "What nonsense are you spouting, Gogeta?" Vegeta roared in fury at Gogeta's comment. "Just kidding." Gogeta raised a hand to shield himself from Vegeta's spittle. "BP." The watches on their wrists suddenly sounded. It seemed there was a mission. "Sorry, Gogeta, looks like something's come up over there." Goku was raring to go, eager to test the newfound power he had just awakened. Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner turmoil evident. Well then we're off. Goku waved to Gogite, who nodded in response. During this period of training, they had occasionally been contacted to confront the evil clan. Gogite continued his training alone. The chefs at Bulma's house changed batch after batch. Today only Gogite returned, and the chefs were overjoyed. No need to toil until exhaustion tonight. The chefs were in high spirits, and their cooking speed increased accordingly. But their joy was short-lived. Goku and the others came back. The smiles on the chefs' faces froze instantly. They had celebrated too soon. With no choice, they had to continue working. After a hearty meal, Goku and Vegeta left together, apparently for extra training. Vegeta, when do you think we'll reach Gogite's level? Ever since witnessing Gogite's full power, Goku had been thrilled and excited. So this was how powerful a Saiyan could become. Goku's pursuit of strength was pure. Knowing how strong one could be, he wanted to become that strong. Kakarot, the gap between us and Gogite is enormous. It'll probably take a very long time to reach that level. Vegeta was well aware of the disparity, but that didn't hinder their quest for power. Goku's fighting spirit blazed anew. Then let's train a bit more, Vegeta. The two began their extra training. Somewhere Trunks woke up in an instant, staring at his surroundings with confusion. Where is this? Before Trunks could figure it out, a little girl in pink rushed over on her tiny legs, raising her fist as if to punch him. You big idiot. Trunks sensed her instantly and dodged with a swift sidestep. The little girl's fist slammed into the ground. How dare you meddle with time so recklessly? This unprecedented rare incident. Even I, the Supreme Kai of Time, am at a loss. Vegetto and Goku were cultivating when suddenly Vegetto sensed a summons. My. Vegetto found it strange. Who could be calling him? Nevertheless, Vegetto decided to investigate. He first returned home, explained the situation to Tights, and promised to return by days, in which finally set her mind at ease. Vegetto's form flickered and he appeared in the nest of time alongside Goku and Vegeta. Yo, Mr. Vegetto. Trunks was overjoyed. It had been over a decade since Vegetto had visited their world. Is this the Trunks from the world I visited? That's right. Long time no see, Vegetto. Goku greeted him and Vegeta gave a nod of acknowledgement. This was the timeline where Vegetto had taken Gohan and Chi-Chi. What's happened? Why the sudden summons? The situation is dire, so the Supreme Kai summoned the strongest warriors from my memory to assist. But since Mr. Vegetto didn't appear immediately, the Supreme Kai feared something had gone wrong and summoned Mr. Goku and Father instead. Trunks explained briefly. And how did you get here? Vegetto's question made Trunks freeze. Because he tampered with time and I caught him. Kranoa declared, hands on her hips, her tone indignant. Trunks scratched his head awkwardly, trying to play it off. Enough. The priority is solving the problem, Supreme Kai. Goku stepped in to mediate. Kranoa produced a scroll. History here has been altered. Is it Tawa and Mira again? Trunks asked. It's unclear, but this is different from before. We'll know when we see it. Vegetto entered the scroll first, followed by the others. As they exited the passage, the environment was raging with lightning and tornadoes. I think I've been here before, Goku declared, recognizing the surroundings. This is planet Namek. Look over there. Vegetto sensed an evil aura the moment he arrived. It was Frieza. The others saw him too. Frieza. Goku was startled. Hadn't he already dealt with this guy? Idiot. This is the past. Kranoa gave Goku a sharp rap on the head. Your task is to correct history. Is there something embedded in Frieza's chest? Vegeta's sharp eyes caught sight of a Dragon Ball lodged in Frieza's torso. Frieza had Goku from this timeline by the throat. The others were blocked from view, but Vegeta alone spotted the Dragon Ball. Vegetto kicked Frieza away with a single blow and turned to the others. You didn't need to summon me for a small fry like this. Vegetto was unfamiliar with this plot and had no intention of wasting time here. Such a minor villain could be handled by Trunks with ease. Frieza struggled to his feet and charged again. Vegetto raised his hand and sliced Frieza in two with a single chop. The Dragon Ball from his chest fell into Vegetto's grasp. Job done. Vegetto returned to the group, ready to leave. Just then Tawa and Mira appeared, aiming to steal the Dark Dragon Ball. Vegetto studied them. They seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall immediately. So much time had passed that he only remembered significant events. Tawa, so this is your doing. Trunks roared at her. Mira seized the Dark Dragon Ball. Tawa commanded and Mira struck, without hesitation, lunging at Vegetto. You're asking for death. Vegetto extended his arm, aiming at Mira. Vegetto showed no mercy to those who courted death. Big bang attack. Mira was reduced to ashes by the blast. Tawa's pupils contracted in terror. The man before her exuded a horrifying aura, utterly unfathomable. Could he even be more fearsome than Lord Mechikabura? No. Lord Mechikabura is invincible. Tawa suppressed her fear, opened a portal, and fled swiftly. Vegetto handed the Dark Dragon Ball to Kranoa. Keep this safe. Kranoa took the one-star ball and nodded. Let's head back. The group departed through the portal. Save me. Frieza, lying on the ground, begged Goku for help. Goku raised his hand and sent a stream of energy toward him. I'll share some of my ki with you. Do as you will from here. History was restored to its proper course. Tawa fled back to Mechikabura, who eyed her disheveled state. What happened? Where's the Dark Dragon Ball? Tawa recounted everything, hesitating when she mentioned Vegetto. That man is incredibly powerful. I was no match. She dared not claim Vegetto was stronger than Mechikabura, nor could she bring herself to believe it. Is that so? Go find the next Dark Dragon Ball. Mechikabura waved her off. What if I encounter that man again, Lord Mechikabura? Take it if you can, if not, retreat. Wait until all the Dark Dragon Balls are located. Yes. Tawa responded with utmost deference. Mechikabura gestured for her to leave. Back in the nest of time, Vegetto addressed Kranoa. Supreme Kai summoned me only for unbeatable foes. Leave the small fries to Goku and the others. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Kranoa agreed. Very well, but be sure to come promptly when I need you. No problem. Kranoa opened a passage and Vegetto returned home. It's up to you all now, she said to Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Leave it to us. Goku vowed, thumping his chest. I don't know what these Dark Dragon Balls are for, but we can't let the Dark Demon Realm have them. Kranoa hid the Dragon Ball securely and continued her search for altered histories. Vegetto arrived home and called out into the house. Honey, I'm home. Tights opened the door and scolded him. You're back. No need to shout. Yet her body betrayed her as she wrapped him in a warm embrace. Haha, I knew you still care about me. Vegetto chuckled foolishly until Tights gently pinched the flesh at his waist, rendering him completely still, as if she had gripped his very lifeline. Enough with the sweet talk. Tights released her pinch and gave him a tender kiss. But I like it, hee. Vegetto decided to take the day off to spend with Tights. Found it! Kranoa exclaimed joyfully, holding 2 scrolls in her hands. 2 anomalies detected. Goku, come with me. Trunks and Vegeta, you two work together. Vegeta, already impatient, said to Kranoa. Hurry up and send me to that place. Kranoa extended a finger toward him and said, before that, there's something very important. This is really important. Watch closely and remember, we are the Time Patrol. Kranoa, Goku, and Trunks posed, forming a Z with their hands. Just send me already. Vegeta turned around, forcing himself not to watch their performance. Your dad sure has a sharp tongue. Kranoa remarked to Trunks. Sorry. As soon as Vegeta and Trunks crossed the portal, they sensed a massive explosion. Many lay on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance. A figure stood in the distance. It was Cell. Trunks held the local Vegeta, while the Time Patrol Vegeta confronted Cell. Interesting. So this is what it means for the past to be altered. Trunks, don't interfere. Vegeta erupted with energy, charging forward. He clasped his hands together and struck Cell hard on the head. After landing, he kicked Cell under the chin, sending him flying. Then Vegeta moved swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that drove Cell into the ground. Final flash. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, finishing Cell. So even that didn't finish him off. He really has grown stronger. But this is the end. Vegeta raised his hand, aiming at Cell in the crater as energy began to gather. You're the one who's finished. A figure wielding a massive hammer appeared and swung it at Vegeta. Vegeta blocked with both arms, but was still sent flying. Do you see this, Putin? The power I've gained from the Demon Realm's energy. Indeed, it's formidable. But now is not the time for games, Grolly. Hurry up and retrieve the Dark Dragon Balls. Vegeta rose from the rubble, spat out blood, and said to the duo, bastards. How dare you ambush me? Furious Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Grolly, sending him flying with a single punch. He'll crush you. Grolly swung his hammer at Vegeta, who caught it with one hand, and with a slight push sent Grolly tumbling, his hammer falling aside. Grolly wanted to continue the fight, but Putin stopped him. Our mission is to retrieve the Dark Dragon Balls. But Grolly was about to say something when Cell in the pit behind him began to change. Putin did something to Cell, causing his body to swell and grow enormous. Cell reached out to grab Vegeta, who dodged by flying into the air. Grolly seized the chance to retrieve his hammer, leaped to Vegeta's side, and raised it to strike. Distracted by Cell, Vegeta was caught off guard and hit. Huh. Did you see that, Putin? He got knocked flying. I saw it. Amazing. But Grolly, you'd better run. Cell's hand had already reached behind Grolly, slapping him to the ground. After fusing the Demon Realm's energy with the soul power collected in battle, and then with the key, even I can't control it. Vegeta had already rushed in front of Grolly and kicked him hard, sending him flying. Cell reached out to grab Vegeta, who burst his energy to repel the hand. Just as he was about to attack, Grolly charged again with his hammer, but Trunks intercepted him. Dad, you take care of Cell first. He'll hold this guy off. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan and clashed head-on with Grolly. Vegeta nodded, extended his arm toward the gigantic Cell, and said, Big Bang attack. The golden energy blast obliterated Cell completely. The Dark Dragon Balls flew over from the sky, but as Vegeta reached for them, Trunks was sent flying by Grolly's hammer. Vegeta caught Trunks and the Dark Dragon Balls were taken by Putin's magic. We're pulling out. Putin and Growly fled swiftly, leaving Vegeta no chance to strike. Sorry, Dad. Trunks felt apologetic for slowing them down. We'll just take them back next time. Vegeta wasn't angry, and the two quickly departed. Meanwhile, Goku was locked in a fierce battle with Kid Buu. Goku wasn't using his full power, keeping a wary eye on the Dark Demon Realm forces nearby. Many members of the Demon Realm army had arrived, led by Dabura. Dabura charged at Kid Buu and slashed him in half with his sword. Then he engaged Goku in combat. As they fought fiercely, Kid Buu attacked from behind and absorbed Dabura. He absorbed him. Goku sensed trouble. Kid Buu's power had increased. Seeing Dabura absorb the entire Demon Realm army, charged at Kid Buu, who raised a hand and unleashed countless energy blasts, annihilating them all. Huff, huff, huff. After wiping them out, Kid Buu started dancing on the spot. He's strong. This is bad. As Goku pondered a countermeasure, Kid Buu suddenly stopped dancing and charged at him with fists raised. Yahoo! Kid Buu let out a strange cry. Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and punched Kid Buu square in the face, caving it in. Then another punch sent Kid Buu flying. Kid Buu stretched his arm and delivered an uppercut to Goku, who flipped away to dodge. Kid Buu kicked, but Goku caught his leg and punched him hard in the stomach. Ugh! Kid Buu spat out a mouthful of bile. As he tried to attack again, Goku slapped him away. Then Goku assumed the Kamehameha stance. Ka, me, huh, me, huh, huh. Sensing danger, Kid Buu instantly teleported behind Goku. At the spot where Goku's attack landed, a strange figure appeared. He blocked Goku's attack, wielding a staff. He'll take the Dragon Balls. Kid Buu circled behind this figure to ambush him. The figure unleashed a technique that caused a massive explosion. When it subsided, both he and Kid Buu had vanished. They're gone. Kranoa roared in fury. They escaped. Just then Trunks and Vegeta arrived. Seeing Kranoa screaming, Trunks quickly went to comfort her. Please calm down, Lord Kaioshin. How can I be calm in a situation like this? It's going to be disastrous. History will be thrown into chaos. As Wukong and the others were discussing their strategy, that fellow appeared once more. Shall I tell you where that one is? That red-haired fellow wielding a scepter had returned. Why would you tell us? What are you plotting? Kranoa questioned him. I have no ulterior motives. I simply find it more advantageous to have you all around. I don't expect you to trust me. But wouldn't it be better to hurry? Hell, it's about to stir up a storm. At the red-haired one's words, the group fell into contemplation. Matters were growing complicated. Are you confident, Wukong? Vegeta? If things go awry, summon Gogeta. Kranoa inquired of the two beside her. No problem, Lord Kaioshin. Wukong flashed a confident smile, certain he could not lose to anyone. Vegeta remained silent, but the grin on his face spoke volumes. Then let's go. In hell, a figure wielding a scythe cleaved the Dark Dragon Ball from Janemba's chest. Just as Tawa moved to retrieve it, a lightning bolt erupted from the Dark Dragon Ball. Wukong and the others arrived. The Dark Dragon Balls won't be handed over to you, Tawa. It was the red-haired youth who intervened. Oomph. Tawa's expression twisted with fury as she shouted at him. Chamel, why are you here? Wukong, standing beside Chamel, addressed him. So your name is Chamel. Names are irrelevant. Why are you working with them? Tawa was perplexed. How had Chamel allied himself with the Supreme Kai of Time? To finish you all off. You are indeed traitors. Tawa gritted her teeth. I can just cut them all down, can't I? The scythe wielder asked Tawa. Exactly. You two handle the one with the scythe. Chamel instructed Wukong and Vegeta. Who needs your orders? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, but Wukong had already charged forward. That idiot Kakarot. Chamel and Tawa brandished their scepters, engaging in battle. Amidst the four-way clash, the Dark Dragon Ball fell to the ground, enveloped by a mass of flesh. It was Kid Buu. I forgot about that one. Meanwhile, Janemba was also absorbed by Kid Buu. Things were getting more intriguing. The fused Kid Buu erupted with a terrifying aura, tearing open the fabric of space-time once more and escaping. Wukong knelt on one knee. My body has no strength left. No need to wonder. Your souls have been absorbed by me, the god of death. TCH, is that Shroom's soul-reaping power? Chamel's expression darkened. Then go after that one. Tawa also opened a portal, preparing to pursue. Suit yourself, Shroom said nonchalantly, hefting his scythe. Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, breaking free from Shroom's ability. You all go on ahead. He'll take care of this one. Kranoa nodded, and along with Vegeta, Trunks, and Chamel gave chase. Let's fight, God of Death. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong was eager for battle. Elsewhere, Kid Buu had fled to another location where the giant Namekian Slug had a Dark Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Kid Buu launched a frenzied assault on Slug. Tawa arrived shortly after. I didn't expect to get 3 Dark Dragon Balls at once. Chamel, Kranoa, and the others quickly arrived as well. You're a persistent pest. Tawa swung her scepter. In that case, I'll use this power. A dark mist enveloped Slug, causing him to grow even larger and more frenzied. He raised his hand and fired a ki blast at Cronoa and the others. Tawa seized the opportunity to deal with Kid Buu. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to confront Slug, while the rest tried to prevent Tawa from collecting the Dark Dragon Balls. The battle was at a stalemate. Just then another hooded figure appeared and kicked Kid Buu away. Salsa, why are you here? Salsa was visibly furious. He had been following Mechikabura to collect the Dark Dragon Balls, but had just embarrassed himself in front of his master. Now he was burning with rage with no outlet in sight. Salsa raised his sword and unleashed a technique. Take this. This is the true power of a demon god. Secret Art Tornado. A terrifying vortex shredded Kid Buu, and the others were also caught in the maelstrom. 2 Dark Dragon Balls fell to the ground. Tawa cast a spell conjuring 3 black arms that snatched both Dragon Balls along with the absorbed Dabura. Chamel tried to grab one of the Dragon Balls, the one from Slug's body. But he was too late. Tawa used another spell to whisk it away. Too bad. Tawa taunted Chamel before departing, returning to the Dark Demon Realm. We failed. Cronoa was disheartened, but at least she still had 1 Dark Dragon Ball in her possession. There was still hope. Chamel led the group back to Wukong, who was still locked in fierce combat with Shroom. Both were panting heavily. Seeing the others appear, Shroom swiftly opened a portal and fled back to the Dark Demon Realm. In the Dark Demon Realm, Mechikabura sat upon his throne, observing a masked figure wreaking havoc. Tawa was battered and bruised, and a Scion stood nearby. It's not just the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. This latent ability. Just who is this guy? As expected, merely manipulating that power isn't enough, is it? Mechikabura rested his chin on his hand, chuckling. It seemed that figure was also under Putin's control, but had simply gone berserk. Just then Shroom emerged from the portal. The masked being threw a punch at him, which Shroom barely dodged. Noticing the Dark Dragon Ball on the figure's chest, Shroom struck decisively. Shroom, Tawa, and the other Scion launched an attack on the masked man. The Scion was knocked back, but used the momentum to open a portal and escape to another timeline. Tawa was sent flying by a single punch from Broly, crashing hard into a wall. The dark power within her began to leak out. The masked man moved to strike again, but a figure appeared before Tawa. It was Mira, who had been killed by Gogeta. Dark mist emanated from Mira's body, enveloping Tawa and forming a black egg. The other onlookers watched with curiosity. The masked man didn't stop his assault, throwing another punch. The dark mist instantly dispersed. Mira and Tawa had fused. With one hand, he blocked the masked man's fist. Tawa, I will protect you. He then engaged the masked man in a fierce battle. Shroom joined the fray, turning the fight into a tunon. The masked man was soon overwhelmed. The Dark Dragon Ball was knocked from his chest, and his body slowly crumpled. Mira and Tawa separated, with Mira holding Tawa in his arms. The victor was decided. Just one more Dark Dragon Ball. Mechikabura slowly rose from his throne. Let's go. Time to meet the Supreme Kai of Time. Yes. The demon gods behind Mechikabura replied in unison. In hell, as the group was still conversing, a spatial rift suddenly tore open, and Mechikabura stepped through, followed by his legion of demon gods. Mechikabura. Cronoa gasped in shock. Everyone immediately assumed combat stances. Shroom intercepted Goku, Gravy blocked Vegeta, Salsa halted Shalat, while Tawa and Putin struck at Cronoa. Trunks tried to intervene, but was flung aside by Mechikabura. Lord Kot. Mechikabura then launched his own attack at Cronoa. Cronoa was subdued before she could unleash her full power. However, in a critical moment, she whispered to Trunks, I entrust the time bird to you. Having succeeded, Mechikabura summoned his demon gods. Let's go. He swiftly departed with his entourage and Cronoa. A blinding flash enveloped Goku and the others, teleporting them back to the time nest. Upon landing, Trunks pounded the ground in fury, cursing his failure to protect the Supreme Kai. What's wrong, Trunks? Vegetto's voice rang out beside him. Mr. Vegetto. Trunks looked up, his eyes blazing with renewed resolve. And Big Brother Gohan. In another unknown location, Shalat knelt before a figure recounting the events. So the Supreme Kai of Time has been abducted by Mechikabura. Yes. This complicates things. But we must begin our move as well. Come, Shalat. Yes. Lord Demigra. Meanwhile, a Namekian with a sinister aura stood beside Mechikabura, who roared at the 7 Dragon Balls. Arise, Dark Shinran. A black dragon with 2 horns spoke to Mechikabura, collector of the 7 Dark Dragon Balls. State your wish. Any wish can be granted. Restore me to my prime power. Mechikabura flashed a malevolent grin. Very well, but your power is immense, but will take some time. Dark Shinran intoned slowly. No problem. Mechikabura nodded, for time was abundant. Later, back at the time nest, so the Supreme Kai was taken by that Mechikabura fellow. Exactly. They've likely taken control of her. Trunks' face was pale, but he voiced the worst-case scenario. A scroll on the table suddenly shifted. History had changed again. Trunks picked it up, but the image was a blurry mess, revealing nothing. It seems history has altered. The Dark Demon Realm might be behind this. Then let's go see. The group entered a portal. Report. The target has taken the bait. Shalat informed Demigra. Well done, Shalat. According to my investigation, the plan is feasible. You've done well to Robble. Then let's begin our move toward that location. Yes. Everyone stepped through the portal into a city reduced to rubble. There's an intense key clash over there. Goku spotted the ruined building in the distance. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was locked in battle with Super Xinglong. Gogeta's elbow smashed into the dragon's face, followed by a kick that sent him flying. That's Gogeta. Everyone recognized him. Nearby, a group of brainwashed figures glared. Goku and Vegeta's families along with Satan and Bu. They all raised their hands, firing energy blasts at the group. Meanwhile, behind Gogeta, Tawa appeared with a new experiment. Finn. Target acquired. Engage. Finn attacked Gogeta, relentlessly pinning him against a wall after a few moves. In the other direction, Vegetto swiftly knocked out all the brainwashed individuals. Everyone turned to Tawa and Dabura in the sky. Tawa recognized Vegetto, the terrifying man who had left a deep impression on her. He was back. Trunks shouted at Tawa, "What have you done to the Supreme Kai? And no need to worry, she's quite spirited." Tawa, emboldened by the memory of Mechikabura's overwhelming power, even felt like joking. Moreover, Mechikabura had granted them new strength perfect for testing. Just the chance to try out our new power. Dabura swung his massive cleaver, unleashing a colossal crescent blade of energy at Vegetto and the others. Vegetto raised his hand, then lowered it. Someone else had intervened. Demigra appeared, flanked by Shalat and Robble. Shalat blocked Dabura's attack with her staff as Demigra issued commands. Robble, counter it. Understood. Robble swung his sword, path of retracing time, trajectory of time. Dabura's attack was reflected back. Dodge, Tawa. They dove aside, but both were wounded. So those accursed ones are here too. The lost faction of the Dark Demon Realm. Demigra army. Vegetto quietly approached Trunks. Who are they? Allies. Shalat helped us greatly in the fight for the Dark Dragon Balls. Turns out she works for Demigra. I don't know the other one, but he's likely Demigra's subordinate too. Trunks was puzzled. Why was Demigra on their side? Trunks recalled Demigra words in the time nest. To rule this world, Demigra goal must be the Supreme Kai's throne. If they're allies, that's good enough. Vegetto patted Trunks' shoulder. Robble, however, frowned. The Time Patrol had someone who shouldn't exist. This deviated from the original plan, but it wouldn't hinder execution. Don't look so puzzled about why we're helping. We're just using you to our advantage. Hearing this, Vegetto's interest peaked, so they weren't allies after all. A third party. Things were getting interesting. Vegetto watched silently. From now on, follow my plan and act swiftly. First, Son Goku and Vegeta. Fused. Robble's sword pointed at them. What a... Vegeta objected immediately. No way. I'd rather die than fuse with Kakarot. Robble was troubled. The plan hit a snag before it even began. If Demigra sides with them, we're in a bad spot. Dabura muttered to Tawa. Maybe we should retreat for now. Just as Dabura finished, a sound came from the wall. As you say, brother. We seem to have gained the target's power. Such extraordinary energy. My beloved. Finn. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, possessed by Finn, crawled out from the rubble. Tawa and Dabura were about to take this experiment back when Tawa suddenly paused. Wait, brother, it seems he wants to test his power after completing the absorption right here. The power of Dark Gogeta. Dark Gogeta vanished in an instant, reappeared beside Super Xinglong, slammed a palm onto him, and with a forceful swing of his arm, Super Xinglong was defeated. Unexpected, but perfect. Robble was fretting over how to persuade the two to fuse and eliminate Super Xinglong to collect the Dragon Balls, never expecting him to be taken out in the next moment. Let me handle this. Gogeta rushed forward and threw a punch at Dark Gogeta's face. Dark Gogeta turned his head to dodge the blow, extended his left leg, and kicked fiercely at Gogeta. Gogeta raised his right leg to meet it. Their legs collided with tremendous force, unleashing an astonishing aura. Robble's eyes narrowed. This guy is incredibly strong, but still it's a good chance to test him. Robble said to Goku and the others, aren't you going to help? Goku was about to speak when Vegeta stopped him. Goku was carefree and said whatever came to mind, but Vegeta was not the same. With his sharp mind, he quickly guessed the woman's intentions and halted Goku. Realizing she could extract no information, Robble said no more. In the sky, Gogeta and Dark Gogeta were still locked in fierce combat. Gogeta forced Dark Gogeta back with a punch and said with a grin, "You've been awake all along, haven't you?" Dark Gogeta reached up and tore off a piece of his mask, revealing one eye. I just wanted to test this guy's power. My apologies. Then, Gogeta exerted force with both hands and instantly expelled Finn from his body. Even with my body taken over, I'm not that weak. Gogeta turned and said to Finn. Finn's face was filled with rage. Watching from afar, Tawa regretted that Finn had been expelled. She had originally planned to take Gogeta back as well. Tawa and Dabura prepared to leave, but were blocked by Demigra and Chamel. We finally met again. Why not spar with us for a bit? Injured, the Taoist siblings were no match for Demigra and Chamel. After a few exchanges, they were wounded. Lord Demigra has been conserving a great deal of magic power these days for the final battle against Mechikabra. Stop your pointless struggles. Chamel advised the resisting duo. That's right, I don't want to waste my precious magic power. Just disappear quietly. Just as Demigra was about to succeed, everyone's bodies froze. What's happening? Can't move. Can't speak. Chrono. Kaioshin. The one who appeared was the controlled Cronoa, who cast freeze on everyone. Cronoa was followed by Gravy and Pudine. Goget carefully sensed this power. How to put it, it felt average. With a little effort, he could break free. Putine unleashed a powerful move on the immobilized group. Thunderclap. Break God. Robble immediately responded, emitting several chains from her sword tip that linked everyone. Chain of magic seal. Our bodies can't move, but our magic still works. Time to retreat, Chamel. Chamel and Demigra began their withdrawal. Goget curiously touched the chains attached to him. What kind of amazing skill is this? Robble's pupils contracted sharply. This guy? The next second, everyone was teleported to the headquarters of the Dark Demon Realm. Demigra and Chamel were also there. Robble placed the Dragon Balls she held on the ground. Suddenly another person appeared, Pan. She had been caught up in this too. After learning the full story, Pan decisively decided to join the fight. Absolutely not. Gohan immediately refused. But if we don't defeat that dark whatever army, my history won't be restored, right? Besides, I'm not staying in this gloomy place waiting. Pan turned to Robble and pleaded coquettishly, pretty sister. Can you make me a suit like Dad's too? Oh my, you sure know how to flatter. Delighted by Pan's words, Robble immediately conjured a time patrol uniform for Pan. Demigra was infusing the Dragon Balls with magic. Pan asked Chamel, what wish do you plan to make with the Dragon Balls? But Chamel didn't answer, instead looking towards 6 large gates in the distance. The gates to our destination are about to open. Let's set off now. We've reached their headquarters, just like that. Of course, our goal is to take down Mechikabura. Then let's go. Goku was eager to fight Mechikabura. Not yet. First, among the 6 Hell Gates, the Demon God Gates have set up a barrier. We need to deal with them before we can enter. Robble explained. A barrier? There wasn't one before. But the enemy must be wary of our actions. That should be it. Trunks analyzed internally and reached a conclusion. We can just destroy the gates directly. Vegeta suggested. Robble looked at Goget with a hint of doubt. Could this man actually destroy them directly? Was it just a coincidence that Goget could move freely under Cronoa's freeze earlier? But Goget said nothing. Robble felt a bit disappointed, yet more relieved. If Goget were that terrifyingly powerful, it would be dangerous. Goget knew what Robble was scheming, so he remained silent. These guys were still on their side for now. Head save Cronoa first, then decide whether to take them on. We need this. Robble lightly tapped her sword against the sword on Trunks' back. Trunks' sword transformed into a uniquely shaped blade, the Key Sword. This sword can dispel the barrier's power. Everyone except Trunks and the little girl will take on the demon gods. Trunks hold the sword up toward the gate. It should suppress the demon god's power inside the gate a bit. To make the fight easier for everyone. Little girl, you cheer for everyone. There was no way Pan would stay put. She sneakily followed Gohan inside. Vegeta's opponent was Gravy, whom he had fought before. Gohan's opponent was Shlum, the scythe-wielding Death. As soon as Goget entered the gate, he saw Dark Gogeta, Tao's experiment Finn. Robble's opponent was Putine. Goku's opponent was Salsa. Chamel faced Dabura. Their respective battles were about to begin. Finally, you're here. Out of sheer boredom, I eliminated all the Death soldiers under my command. Shalom held a soldier in his hand, and upon seeing Gohan's arrival, he finally revealed a smile. Pan was chatting with Gohan. Dad, what happened to the wound on your face? Gohan touched the wound on his cheek, a trace of emotion in his eyes. This was left many years ago along with an arm as the price of growth. But thankfully I had Mr. Gogeta's help. Pan interrupted Gohan's reminiscence. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Gohan reached out and patted Pan's head. Then I hope you never have to understand for your whole life. Alright, let's deal with this demon god first. He'll tell you the story another time. Gohan shielded Pan behind him as Shalom, seeing them ignoring him, swung his scythe and charged. Gohan instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and reached out to grab the scythe. This dad, he has a tail. Pan saw Gohan's freely swaying tail and was overjoyed. In her memory, her father was always scholarly and not particularly powerful. She never expected this other father could transform into Super Saiyan 4. You're amazing, Dad. Pan cheered Gohan on. Hearing Pan's encouragement, Gohan revealed a confident smile. He kicked Shalom flying, then tossed aside the scythe and assumed the Kamehameha stance. A massive energy wave reduced Shalom to ashes. Great. We won. Dad is incredible. Pan happily hugged Gohan's leg, and Gohan smiled warmly. Let's go, Pan. Gohan and Pan returned to Trunks' side. Vegeta had easily dealt with Gyuribi, and Shamel had effortlessly defeated Dabura. Robeal was engaged in battle with Putine. Putine was using soldiers as bullets, firing them at Robeal. Using your own subordinates as bullets. You're as twisted as ever. It seemed Robeal and Putine were well acquainted. Damn you traitors, the Demigra army. How dare you speak to Lord Putine like that? Unforgivable. The controlled soldiers remained loyal, hurling insults at Robeal. Traitors. You are the real traitors. It'll make you regret betraying that lord. Both were originally subordinates of Demigra. Two-faced Putine. But one had simply betrayed Demigra. Robeal seized control of the soldiers and hurled them back. A violent explosion ensued, finishing off Putine. Seeing Robeal return, Pan happily ran up to her. Sister Robeal, you won. Of course. After spending tens of thousands of years as a spy in the Demon Realm army, I know everything about my enemies. Pan caught the key piece of information. Tens of thousands of years. Seeing that Gogeta hadn't emerged yet, Robeal wondered, had she guessed wrong? Just then Goku emerged looking relaxed. That guy was tough, but no match for me. I knew it. Grandpa is the best. Goku chuckled without a word, simply patting Pan's head. As for Gogeta, he had just taken down Fun, who wielded the power of Dark Gogeta, when a massive figure appeared behind him. Gogeta turned around. Why was this guy everywhere? Broly, and in Super Saiyan 4 form at that. After Fun fell, Tawa fled the moment Broly appeared. Broly launched indiscriminate attacks across the entire space, utterly destroying it. Gogeta returned to the group. Yo, everyone's here. Looks like I'm the one holding things up. Seeing everyone present except himself, Gogeta couldn't help but tease. Before anyone could respond, the controlled Kranoa suddenly appeared, spreading her arms toward the group. Lord Kaioshin, it's me, Trunks. I'm here to save you. Trunks shouted excitedly at the sight of Kranoa. But the controlled Kranoa showed no expression and once again cast freeze on everyone. Freeze isn't working. Is it because of that sword radiating strange power? It seems he'll have to further unleash the dark power. Kranoa unleashed the dark power, instantly transforming from a young girl into a mature woman. She extended her hand, and a black arrow appeared. Dark pointer. The arrow struck the hand holding the key sword at lightning speed. In an instant, Trunks witnessed what had happened after Kranoa was taken away. Mechikabura, Tawa, and Putine brainwashed Kranoa, who resisted desperately, letting out agonized screams. Tears streamed down Trunks' face. He ground his teeth and declared, Dark Empire Army. Unforgivable. Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and swung the key sword. Pull out the darkness. Key sword. The dark power used to brainwash Kranoa was purged, and she regained her senses. Trunks held Kranoa in one arm as they slowly descended. Kranoa opened her eyes and said to Trunks, I'm so sorry, Trunks. Trunks smiled gently. You don't need to apologize. I managed to notify Gogeta and Gohan at the last moment. It looks like it worked. Kranoa's voice was still weak as the others recovered from the freeze. My body. I can move. It seems Lord Kaioshin is back to normal. Robeal's plan had succeeded again. Now, once Lord Demigra arrives, we'll have the final showdown with Mechikabura. Speak of the devil. Mechikabura appeared before them. He raised a hand, and a wave of black energy swept across the area, aiming to eliminate everyone in one blow. Gogeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and waved his hand forcefully, dispelling the darkness. Is this the guy, eh? Gogeta asked Kranoa behind him. We just need to take him down, right? Gogeta cracked his neck, producing a popping sound, and stood before the group. Mechikabura was astonished. Someone had actually blocked his attack. But it didn't matter, he hadn't used his full power, so being blocked was normal. Mechikabura waved his hand through the void. Demon God summoning formation. Several demon gods were summoned by Mechikabura from afar, but they had been defeated by the Time Patrol and looked utterly disheveled. Lord Mechikabura, the seal on the gate has been broken. 1,000 apologies. My loyal subordinates. You have worked hard until now. Your mission is complete. Transform into my time power and live forever in the darkness. In an instant, darkness enveloped even the demon gods. Grr, you old fool. No, this is disgusting. The 5 demon gods were absorbed into the spatial void within Mechikabura's chest. Mechikabura patted his chest. The power of time. Right here. Once I obtain that thing, everything will be mine. Mechikabura revealed a sinister grin. Gogeta could no longer stand it. What kind of being was this? Discarding his allies after using them. It was utterly infuriating. Gogeta instantly appeared before Mechikabura, landing a punch on his face followed by a relentless combo that left Mechikabura dazed. So this is the extent of your power. Gogeta taunted Mechikabura. Veins bulging on his forehead, Mechikabura seemed on the verge of eruption, yet he refrained and vanished without a trace. He fled. Gogeta was somewhat speechless. For a boss, retreating after just a few exchanges was pathetic. That power of time. Could it be a? Kranoa's face drained of color. His target is the Toki bird. We must return at once. We cannot let him succeed. Cronoa raised her arm, and after a flash of light the group found themselves back at the time nest. Just as I feared. Cronoa immediately spotted Mechikabura hovering in midair. Gogeta charged forward and threw a punch, which Mechikabura dodged, allowing the Toki Toki bird to seize the chance and escape. The bird swiftly landed on Cronoa's shoulder, as everyone stood before it watching Mechikabura with vigilance. Damn it! Mechikabura had nearly succeeded only to be thwarted again. He could no longer contain his seething rage. Die! Mechikabura launched a frenzied assault at Gogeta, who merely extended one leg to block the attack effortlessly. What's this? Absorbing your ally's power hasn't changed much. Gogeta drove a fierce punch into Mechikabura's stomach, doubling him over as he clutched his abdomen, groaning in agony. Gogeta extended a hand toward Mechikabura's head and unleashed a ki blast, sending the demon crashing into the ground. If this is all you've got, then you've sorely disappointed me. What kind of Dark King are you? Trash. Gogeta's disdainful tone further enraged Mechikabura, whose body erupted with a terrifying aura of darkness. A tremendous gravitational force sought to devour everything. Gogeta's eyes sharpened as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, conjuring a circular energy barrier to shield the group. Then leaping high, he delivered a crushing blow to Mechikabura's face. Gogeta smiled. Not bad, your power has increased somewhat, but still not enough. Gogeta's kick nearly forced out everything Mechikabura had eaten the day before. The Demon King retched, bitterly staring at the man before him with a mix of terror and disbelief. Why? Why was he so powerful? Mechikabura lunged at Gogeta, clearly blinded by rage. With a mere wave of Gogeta's hand, Mechikabura was sent flying. Damn it! Why? Why has it come to this? Mechikabura roared hysterically, unleashing an even more terrifying wave of dark energy. It shrouded the entire time nest. Mechikabura was prepared to fight to the death. Demigra also arrived at the battlefield. What's happening here? The moment Demigra appeared, he saw Mechikabura erupting with power, yet looking utterly battered. This was not according to plan. A miscalculation. I never expected that guy to be so terrifying. Even Mechikabura stands no chance against him. Rabble broke out in a cold sweat. Gogeta's earlier performance had already hinted at his immense strength, but no one anticipated that even Mechikabura would be outmatched. Become nourishment for the darkness. Haha. Mechikabura threw his head back with a maniacal laugh, his expression twisted and savage. The stones on the ground were gradually absorbed into him. At this rate, the entire time nest will be completely destroyed. Gogeta extended his hand, and a multicolored energy sphere materialized in his palm. Since his fusion with Gogeta, he had mastered all of Gogeta's techniques. The rainbow candy proved highly effective against dark, malevolent foes. Have a taste of my rainbow candy, Mechikabura. Soul punishment. The colorful energy sphere struck Mechikabura in an instant. Erg! Mechikabura let out a harrowing scream. The dark force enveloping the time nest was dispelled by Gogeta's attack. Hey, Kakarot, that technique. Vegeta said to Goku. Yes, it's Gogeta's move. Having fused before, Goku and Vegeta both knew what Gogeta's techniques were. But why does Gogeta know it too? After being hit by the rainbow candy, Mechikabura collapsed weakly to the ground, smoke rising from his body. Ha ha ha. Lying on the ground, Mechikabura began to rave. It's useless. My body has absorbed the power of time. It can regenerate indefinitely. Mechikabura rose again, dark mist billowing from his form. Then we'll seal you once more. Cronoa stepped forward, her voice fierce as she addressed him. I've merely returned to my original state. I will surely make time my possession. Ha ha ha. Mechikabura's laugh was triumphant. Oh, an immortal body. Gogeta raised both hands above his head, and a terrifying energy instantly appeared. Starburst. Blue ki blasts rained down on Mechikabura from all directions, resembling a blazing blue Gatling gun from afar. As Mechikabura watched in horror, countless ki blasts struck him, explosions echoing one after another. Boom. An unstoppable shockwave obliterated everything in its vicinity. Hey, Gogeta, are you trying to destroy the time nest along with him? Cronoa shouted angrily, shaking her fist at Gogeta in the sky. Huh, guess I got a little carried away. Gogeta landed, scratching his head with an awkward grin. Demigra, watching from afar as Gogeta chuckled and scratched his head, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. With a monster like that around, how could he ever seize the throne of the Supreme Kai of Time? Demigra quickly signaled his two underlings to make a run for it. Just as Demigra was about to flee, Gogeta raised a hand and asked, should I deal with these guys? Supreme Kai of Time. Cronoa hesitated for a moment, and in that brief window the three escaped. Forget it. In light of their actions this time, I'll let them off. Seeing that the trio had already fled, Cronoa waved her hand dismissively. Our main priority now is to seal Mechikabura. Trunks raised the ki sword in his hand. Looks like we'll need this after all. As Cronoa was about to channel her power into the ki sword, Gogeta reached out to stop her. Wait. There's no need for such trouble. Let me destroy him instead. Gogeta's smile remained as confident as ever. Vegetto slowly ascended into the air, his body enveloped in divine aura. What is this? Those below could no longer sense his presence. Mechikabura struggled to rise from the rubble, muttering, "Is this divine aura? Yet it seems different. It is divine power." Mechikabura's pupils constricted sharply. This power could kill him. He struggled to his feet, dark energy coalescing in his hands. Now he could only fight desperately. Vegetto had already mastered Ultra Instinct, and all the divine aura within his body had evolved into divine power. Descend to hell, Mechikabura. Vegetto fired a blast with one hand. Big bang. Attack. That is my technique. Vegeta was somewhat surprised, never expecting Vegetto to use that move. Why? Because it's cool. Whether it could kill or not was unimportant. Being cool was a lifelong affair. Golden energy compressed into Vegetto's hand, and a tiny energy sphere flew swiftly toward Mechikabura. It's over. Mechikabura's eyes widened. This attack would be the end of him. It was imbued with divine power. But the energy in his hand had not yet fully gathered. I refuse to accept this. Mechikabura was obliterated, not even a speck of dust remaining. However, the Nest of Time also unlocked a hidden achievement, Entombment. Boom! The entire Nest of Time was destroyed by Vegetto's attack. In the void, Cronoa roared furiously at Vegetto. Curse you, Vegetto. You've destroyed the entire Nest of Time. Sorry. Vegetto was a bit embarrassed. He had just said not to damage the Nest of Time, and now he had blown it all up. It was indeed a slap in the face. To eliminate Mechikabura, an attack of this magnitude was necessary. I didn't expect it would also destroy the Nest of Time. Vegetto explained. Forget it, consider it a burial offering for Mechikabura. Cronoa reluctantly accepted the fact. At that moment, the Toki bird beside Pan spread its wings and soared, transforming from a dull owl into a majestic eagle, chirping. Toki. In an instant, everyone returned to the Nest of Time. Or rather, the Nest of Time had been restored by the Toki bird's power. This bird isn't bad. Vegetto landed, looking at the owl on Cronoa's shoulder, reaching out to tease it a few times. Of course, the Toki bird is my carefully nurtured companion. Having such abilities is only natural. Cronoa's lips curled into a slight smile. Then Cronoa struck a peculiar pose. Time patrol. Mission complete. Behind her stood Goku and Trunks, their stances identical. Vegeta covered his forehead, slowly turning away, forcing himself not to look at that group of fools. So cool. Gohan's eyes sparkled. Is this a victory pose? So awesome. Gohan and Pan joined in, the five of them gazing eagerly at Vegetto, their longing almost spilling out of the screen. I can't stand you all. Vegetto retorted with the strongest sarcasm, but his body was honest. He stood at the forefront and struck the pose as well. Time patrol. Perfect victory. Yeah. In the dark demon realm, Tawa and Mira appeared. Tawa held a baby in her arms. One day your era will come. Live on. The baby was placed in the air by Tawa and vanished into the void. Claim everything, Fu. Tawa prayed in her heart. Oh, one more thing. Cronoa suddenly remembered. Although Mechikabura was dead, the dark demon realm still existed. They couldn't leave this thread unchecked. A single spark can start a prairie fire. No opportunity must be left. I need to trouble Vegetto to completely eradicate the dark demon realm. No problem. Vegetto nodded. Cronoa then sent Vegetto to the dark demon realm. Vegetto flew above the palace, raised his hand over his head, and slowly gathered energy, the sphere growing larger. Vegetto dropped the energy sphere beneath him. Whatever it touched melted into it. The sphere was unstoppable, and upon hitting the ground it burst into a dazzling light. Boom! The energy spread rapidly, and the entire dark demon realm shattered like a broken mirror. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. With Vegetto's strike, the dark demon realm vanished without a trace, completely disappearing into the void. Done. Vegetto clapped his hands, turned, and entered a portal, returning to the Nest of Time. Inside, everyone was sitting on the ground chatting. When they saw Vegetto return, they heard them discussing him. How strong do you think Vegetto is, eh? It feels like Vegetto hasn't even gone all out. Yeah, it seems Mr. Vegetto fought Mechikabura quite easily. He clearly didn't exert full power. Everyone chattered animatedly. Seeing Vegetto return, Goku's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over. Hey, Vegetto. As soon as Vegetto saw Goku's expression, he knew what he wanted. Goku, you're still the same. I didn't get to fight Mechikabura, so you have to have a good spar with me. Goku's words left Vegetto with no rebuttal. He had indeed taken Goku's opponent. Unable to refuse, Vegetto had no choice but to fight Goku. Hey, don't fight here. Cronoa quickly stopped them when she saw they were about to start. You'll destroy the Nest of Time again. I won't let you off. Cronoa shook her tiny fist, threatening them. Growling. Just then Goku's stomach growled. I'm a bit hungry. Is there any food, Supreme Kai? Goku turned to Cronoa, who was beaming with excitement. Of course. Let me cook you a feast. Just wait. With that, Cronoa rushed into the kitchen and began clattering about. At the dining table, everyone looked expectantly toward the kitchen. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the kitchen, and a puff of black smoke drifted out. Everyone sensed trouble. Cronoa emerged with a soot-blackened face holding a plate with a lump of black substance. Slap. Everyone at the table jumped, staring at the black mass. They all swallowed nervously. Could this be edible? They exchanged glances, but no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. What's wrong? Too shy to eat first. Trunks, you go first. Cronoa smiled sweetly, but to Trunks she looked like a terrifying demon. Trunks tremblingly picked up his chopsticks, slowly pinched a piece of something, meat or whatever, and brought it cautiously to his mouth. Everyone's hearts raced along with him. Seeing Trunks take a bite, Cronoa exclaimed excitedly, "How is it? Isn't it delicious?" Trunks' eyes widened, and he collapsed to the floor. Trunks. In some time and space. After sensing a strange energy, I came to check it out only to end up in a place like this. Bardock looked around in confusion. Where was this? Are those guys up to something here again? Bardock recalled Tawa and Mira, the ones who had controlled him. If not for Trunks, he would still be under their sway. Bardock tossed the broken mask onto the ground. He had no need for such a thing. Elsewhere, a masked figure unleashed a blast at a scion. That scion was Paragus Broly's father. Having just escaped from the dark demon realm, Paragus was now being hunted by the masked figure. Die! A massive energy wave tore through the ground, and Paragus barely dodged. Huff! Huff! Paragus crouched low, looking exhausted. Was I brainwashed? How ridiculous. Even if it means reclaiming Broly, I can't let that bastard catch me here. Paragus and Broly had been brainwashed by Mechikabura. It seemed Paragus had broken free and was now being relentlessly pursued by the masked figure. He'll defeat you right here, Dark Masked King. Paragus clenched his fists and charged forward, but his strength was nothing more than that of an ant before the Dark Masked King. The masked figure caught Paragus' fist with one hand, hoisting him into the air, while the other hand gathered energy aimed at Paragus' head. Paragus' face darkened. Just as he thought his end had come, Bardock's energy blast struck the masked figure. Bardock then flashed beside him and kicked him away, allowing Paragus to take cover behind a rock. Just as I thought, you're wearing that mask. You must be one of their underlings. Bardock had also possessed a mask, but he had discarded it moments ago. How pathetic. Let me free you from your brainwashing. Hiding behind the rock, Paragus recognized Bardock. Bardock. Why is he here? Ugh. The masked figure slowly rose, dark energy enveloping his body. He covered one eye with his hand. You call me pathetic? Don't speak so arrogantly with that condescending look. You low-class Scion soldier. Don't misunderstand. I sought this power willingly. To become the mightiest king of the Scions. The masked figure tore off his disguise, revealing himself as King Vegeta. King Vegeta. Both Bardock and Paragus were utterly shocked. They never expected it to be him. King Vegeta continued, and I have obtained power. The power to wield even this darkness with ease. King Vegeta gathered energy in his hand and launched a devastating blast at Bardock. Boom. The terrifying force sent Bardock flying, crashing to the ground. How about it? Impressive, isn't it? King Vegeta extended his palm, dark energy pulsating in his grasp. I will return to that era. This time I will personally make Frieza, who drove the Scions to extinction, bow before me. Ha ha ha. King Vegeta laughed triumphantly, already envisioning Frieza kneeling at his feet. So, if you two choose to follow me, I might just overlook your earlier insolence. Bardock lay on the ground, his upper garments tattered, his body covered in wounds. The attack had been devastating, and he struggled to rise. Ugh, the gap in power is too vast. If only I had more power. Bardock's hand happened to grasp the mask he had discarded. Lifting his head, he gazed at the mask in his hand, and slowly stood up. Change history. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Accept what has happened. We are proud Scions. King Vegeta taunted, I see. So you choose death. Pathetic low-class soldier. Bardock raised the mask and spoke firmly, no. I will stop you, even if I have to use this power. Bardock placed the mask over his face, his expression resolute. King Vegeta was stunned. The mask. At that moment, Bardock's consciousness began to be consumed by darkness. Will you become a slave to the darkness again? No, I will make it my own power. Bardock held fast to his Scion pride and unleashed his full strength. Hop. Bardock's body crackled with lightning as he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3. Bardock lunged forward, landing a left hook that sent King Vegeta flying. King Vegeta exclaimed in terror, have you truly mastered the mask's power? Bardock pressed his attack, his fists hammering down. This is the pride of a Scion. A power unique to Scions. King Vegeta raised his hand, blocking Bardock's fist. Don't underestimate me, you low-class soldier. Huh. An even more terrifying wave of dark energy erupted from King Vegeta. Just as he was about to strike back, Paragus ambushed him, plunging a short blade into his side. Let me settle my grudge with you here and now. All the hatred Paragus and Broly bore for King Vegeta was channeled into that single strike. King Vegeta slowly turned his head. Huh, alright, Gus. Paragus sneered. King Vegeta then fired a massive energy blast at Paragus. Bardock leaped lightly to evade. Perish Paragus. In his final moments Paragus cried out, "Forgive me Broly for not saving you even in death." But revenge. Before he could finish, Paragus vanished into the boundless energy. Bardock soared into the air, gathering energy in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow to King Vegeta. King Vegeta roared, "You bastard." Yeah. King Vegeta also concentrated his energy. The two fired their energy waves simultaneously. Die. I will defeat you. The terrifying energy swelled, instantly erupting into a blinding light. Bardock held the high ground and the advantage of position. Under his assault, King Vegeta was utterly obliterated. I won't accept this. To die at the hands of a low-class soldier like you. Even in his final words, King Vegeta could only lament. The pride of the Saiyans. I will bear it alone from now on. Bardock spoke softly to the spot where King Vegeta had vanished. Bardock turned and walked away. The pride of a Saiyan, huh? How amusing. After eating Kuranoa's dark cuisine, Trunks lay in bed for several days before he could barely get up. During that time, Kuranoa wanted to cook another feast for the others, but everyone refused. Having seen Trunks' miserable state, they had no desire to spend days in bed. Damn it. Is my cooking really that terrible? On the plate in Kuranoa's hand lay a lump of black matter peacefully resting, while the others had long since vanished. Maybe. Should I try it myself? Kuranoa stared at the dark cuisine on the plate. You forget it. Kuranoa dismissed the thought and dumped the dark cuisine. Hey Lord Kaioshin, can you call Gogeta over? Last time because of Trunks' incident Gogeta ran off before we could spar. Goku's tone carried a hint of complaint. After all, Kuranoa's dark cuisine had scared the man away. Aha. Kuranoa recalled Trunks' pitiful state, her smile stiffening. She hadn't expected her food to be so terrifying. I'll ask him. If he doesn't want to come, then there's no helping it. Kuranoa couldn't guarantee Gogeta would come, so she could only ask him. At that moment, Gogeta was sparring with Goku and Vegeta. Suddenly receiving Kuranoa's message, he pondered for a moment and decided to go, bringing Goku and Vegeta along, believing that Goku could handle the Goku on that side. Gogeta flashed to create distance, and then spoke. Wait, Goku Vegeta. What's up? They'll take you to a place I think you'll be interested. Oh. Hearing this, both of them perked up with interest. Goku grabbed Gogeta's arm and pressed. You know another interesting place. How dare you? You never told us. Gogeta freed his arm from Goku's grip and replied. You'll find out when we get there. Hurry up, don't waste time. Gogeta opened a portal and stepped through with Goku and Vegeta following behind. Yo! Gogeta greeted the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta nearby as the Goku and Vegeta behind him emerged. Where is this? Before Goku could finish his sentence, he spotted the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta. Goku exclaimed in surprise, there's another me here. And Vegeta. Vegeta, however, remained calm. Having seen many Gokus and Vegetas from other timelines before, there was nothing strange about it. Yo, hello. The Time Patrol Goku greeted Goku, who nodded in return. The two Vegetas, both proud and aloof, ignored each other. Gogeta, can we have a good fight now? The Time Patrol Goku got straight to the point. The other Goku was shocked. You want to fight Gogeta? Gogeta is incredibly strong. Goku had seen Gogeta fight at full power and couldn't believe another version of himself wanted to challenge him. Courageous. So you've seen Gogeta go all out? The Time Patrol Goku asked in response. Of course. We once encountered a guy even Gogeta couldn't beat. When the Time Patrol Goku heard about someone stronger than Gogeta, his eyes lit up. He abandoned the idea of sparring and rushed over to chat with Goku. Someone stronger than Gogeta? I'd love to see that. That guy had Gogeta completely on the ropes. How did you finally deal with him? In the end, we only defeated him by fusing. Fusion? You mean the Metamoran fusion dance? The Time Patrol Goku asked excitedly. He knew the technique, but had never had a chance to use it. That's right, more or less. But it was a fusion of me and Vegeta from another timeline, then combined with Gogeta, that allowed us to beat that monster. That's possible. The Time Patrol Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. How did they fuse? The fusion dance can't be used twice, can it? According to Gogeta's plan, we used Patera earrings obtained by wishing on the Dragon Balls. What were they called? Goku thought hard. Patera. Yes, that's it. Goku looked up at Kuranoa. Huh. Who are you? The Time Patrol Goku introduced her. So you're Lord Kaioshin. Hello. Goku greeted casually, then continued the topic. Lord Kaioshin, how do you know about Patera? Idiot. This is something only Kaioshin possess. Kuranoa shook her head, gesturing for them to look at her ears. Lord Kaioshin, what are you doing? Is your neck uncomfortable? The two Goku's comments made Kuranoa stomp in frustration. The earrings. I'm showing you these. Kuranoa took the Patera earrings from her ears. Oh, so that's it. I thought something was wrong with Lord Kaioshin's neck. Goku suddenly understood. The Time Patrol Goku picked up the patera to examine it. This fusion method was new to him. Can this thing really make people fuse, eh? The Time Patrol Goku was still skeptical that such a small earring could cause fusion. It should work for you, but not for Gogeta. His power has exceeded the limit. The earrings would shatter before he even made a move. Exactly. Gogeta said the same thing, so he wished on the Dragon Balls for a pair of earrings that could withstand his power. Goku nodded and continued. I heard from Vegetto that it took 14 Dragon Balls and over 100 wishes to make it happen. 100. The Time Patrol Goku was stunned. 100 wishes. That makes sense. At Gogeta's level, ordinary patera wouldn't work. They had to be enhanced by the Dragon Balls. Kuranoa remained calm and handed the earrings to them. Do you want to try the patera? Maybe you can challenge Gogeta. At Kuranoa's words, both Goku's eyes widened. Maybe. It was worth a try. The two Gokus exchanged glances and neither was opposed to fusion. It was just that Vegeta always refused. Now they didn't need Vegeta, just the two of them. Without hesitation, they picked up the earrings and ran off to find Gogeta. Gogeta was chatting with Trunks when he heard Goku call out. Turning around, he saw the two Gokus holding the Potara, flashing him confident smiles. A flash of light passed, and the fused Goku made his entrance. Amazing. This power is incredible, exclaimed the fused Goku excitedly. Fight me, Gogeta. Pointing at Gogeta, the fused Goku soared into the sky first. Kuranoa shouted at them both, hey, don't wreck the nest of time. They'll find you a place. With that, Kuranoa cast a spell teleporting everyone to an unknown location. Here you can go all out. Come on, Gogeta. The fused Goku was already raring to go. Gogeta smiled helplessly. No helping it. Then Gogeta and the fused Goku slowly ascended into the air. The fused Goku struck first, raising his hand to fire an energy blast which Gogeta cleaved apart with a wave of his hand. There's no need for simple probing. Let's go straight to full power. Your patera won't last much longer. Gogeta said to the fused Goku. You're right. The fused Goku erupted with energy. A golden aura enveloped his entire body as the fused Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta, wasting no words, also assumed his Super Saiyan 4 form in response. The fused Goku vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Gogeta. He lashed out with a fierce kick, but Gogeta met it with a kick of his own, blocking the blow. Not bad. Gogeta commented. The fused Goku smirked slightly, then pressed down with force, trying to overpower Gogeta. Gogeta seized the moment to create distance, an energy sphere materializing in his hand. As the fused Goku charged, he slammed it against him. The fused Goku caught the energy sphere with one hand, while throwing a punch with the other, which Gogeta dodged. Gogeta countered with a punch that landed on the fused Goku, then drove the energy sphere down hard, smashing the fused Goku into the ground. Boom! A huge crater appeared in the ground. Gogeta gave the fused Goku no time to catch his breath, diving straight down and driving a heavy fist towards him. The fused Goku twisted his head to evade the punch, which instead created another massive crater behind him. He then pushed off with his feet, kicking Gogeta away. Quickly regaining his footing, he charged at Gogeta. Gogeta propped himself up with one hand and swept a leg towards the fused Goku, who ducked to avoid it, and followed up with a leg sweep aimed at Gogeta's supporting hand. Gogeta pushed off the ground with his hand, righting himself, and lashed out with another kick. The fused Goku leaned back to dodge again, simultaneously hurling two energy spheres. Gogeta kicked one energy sphere into the other, causing a massive explosion in midair that generated a thick cloud of smoke. Both Gogeta and the fused Goku charged into the smoke and met each other's fists with a tremendous impact. Bam! The smoke dissipated instantly. Their fists collided with brutal force, and a vast circular crater instantly formed on the ground beneath them. They were locked in a stalemate for a moment before withdrawing their fists, gathering power, and striking again. This time, both punches landed squarely on the other's cheek, sending them both flying backwards to crash headfirst into rocks. Then both fighters shot out again at incredible speeds, engaging in a fierce aerial clash. Two figures darted about, colliding periodically with each other, accompanied by the sounds of swishing energy. Another collision sent the fused Goku flying. Gogeta extended both hands and fired a barrage of energy spheres at him. The fused Goku moved swiftly to dodge explosions erupting behind him, but Gogeta pressed his attack relentlessly. The fused Goku vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Gogeta. Gogeta spun around and tossed an energy sphere. The fused Goku sidestepped it, playing right into Gogeta's hands. Gogeta instantly materialized above the fused Goku, clasped his hands together, and hammered him viciously towards the ground. Take this. Gogeta hurled a rainbow-colored sphere that sped towards the fused Goku. Unable to dodge in time, the fused Goku could only brace himself, crossing his arms to block. Boom! After the colossal explosion, the fused Goku's form was revealed. Gogeta appeared instantly driving a brutal kick towards him, but the fused Goku's figure gradually blurred and vanished. It was an afterimage. Gogeta's kick shattered the ground instead. The fused Goku's voice echoed from afar. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. Huh. A gigantic energy wave hurtled towards Gogeta, who reached out and caught the Kamehameha. What a... The fused Goku was astonished that Gogeta could actually catch the Kamehameha. He then amplified his output. Kaioken. The Kamehameha swelled instantly, driving Gogeta into the earth. Gogeta's arm muscles bulged, veins popping as he forcibly redirected the Kamehameha away. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed in the distance. If that's the case, then, before the fused Goku could finish his sentence, his energy ran dry and the fusion deactivated. The two Gokus were ejected, crashing headlong into rocks. Ow, that hurts. Both Gokus clutched their heads and stood up. As expected, we never got to see Gogeta go all out. Time Patrol, Goku said with some regret. Gogeta consoled him. Maybe next time you encounter a powerful foe, you'll see my full power in battle. Ha. Kranoa immediately retorted upon hearing this. No way. If we ever run into a guy like that, we might not even last until you show up. It'd be best if nothing else happens. Let's just keep this peace. Exactly. Trunks chimed in agreement, hoping no more trouble would arise. All right, let's head back to the nest of time. Kranoa led everyone back. Since everyone's here, how about I make you all a delicious dinner? Kranoa's devilish words echoed in their ears. She still hadn't given up her dream of being a chef. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately made a run for it, leaving only Goku and Vegeta standing there. Huh, why did they all run off? Goku looked puzzled at the fleeing figures. Never mind them. Come taste my cooking. You too. Kranoa smiled at Goku and Vegeta. Goku nodded and agreed, unaware of what awaited him. Kranoa rushed into the kitchen and busied herself, during which an explosion even occurred. Thick black smoke billowed out. Goku marveled. The Supreme Kai's cooking even produces black smoke. Is it some special technique? Vegeta, however, was already sensing trouble. Before long, Kranoa emerged carrying a lump of indescribable dark cuisine. She placed it before the two. Please enjoy, you two. Kranoa even kindly handed them chopsticks. Goku and Vegeta didn't take them. Goku asked a question he already knew the answer to. Is this edible, Supreme Kai? Of course. Of course not. Time Patrol, Goku appeared out of nowhere. Trunks was laid up in bed for days just from eating one bite of the Supreme Kai's cooking. Time Patrol, Goku unhesitatingly exposed Kranoa. Huh. Goku was startled. So this stuff was that terrifying. Alright, we'll be taking our leave now. Gogeta pulled Goku and Vegeta and hurried back. Farewell, everyone. Haha, Vegeta. Goku laughed heartily at Vegeta. Didn't see that coming, did you? Having successfully transformed into his Super Saiyan 5 form, Goku winked and gestured at Vegeta, who was absolutely fuming with rage. Damn it. Kakarot. How did you learn that? Vegeta demanded, furiously grabbing Goku by the collar. After I fused with that other Goku the other day, it turned out he knew this transformation. With his experience, I managed to pull it off after a few days of trying. You've gotten ahead of me again. Vegeta couldn't sit still any longer and immediately began attempting the transformation. Huh. Vegeta instantly entered Super Saiyan 4, his aura surging further, but it was merely an increase in power. His body showed no change. That's not how it's done, Vegeta. You need to. Goku rambled on and on, spouting things that were utterly incomprehensible to Vegeta. There was no helping it. Who could understand the bizarre workings of Goku's mind? Left with no choice, Vegeta went to consult Gogeta. True enough, Gogeta's explanation was clear and straightforward, a far cry from the gibberish that came out of Goku's mouth. A few days later, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5 as well. Kakarot, let's fight. Having mastered the form, Vegeta eagerly sought out Goku for a sparring match. You're on, Vegeta. Goku was equally enthusiastic. Both were eager to test the newfound power they had just acquired. Meanwhile, Gogeta received a peculiar mission. Ding! Mission triggered: rescue Bulma from being killed by Black. In a certain timeline, Zamasu, influenced by Son Goku, conceived a twisted ambition to eradicate all humanity. Zamasu used the Super Shinran to steal Son Goku's body and proceeded to wreak havoc and slaughter across the earth. Eventually, Bulma is killed by Black and Trunks travels to the past for help. Mission objective: eliminate Zamasu and save Bulma. Mission reward: God base form. The mission itself was straightforward. The problem was that Gogeta had already encountered Trunks from the Zamasu arc. What would happen to that Trunks if this mission was completed? The system had previously stated that his interference would not create new parallel timelines. Ding. Answering the host's unspoken question. The timelines the host has visited before are those that are actively developing, unlike the situation where Trunks travels back in time using the time machine. As for this mission, it will not cause Trunks to disappear either. This is because Trunks already belongs to another timeline. Changes in the original timeline will not affect him. Understood. Simply put, the timelines Gogeta had previously visited were not those reached by traveling through time, but rather concrete, existing timelines. To use an analogy, each timeline is a river and Gogeta is the water within that river. When Gogeta goes to another river, it does not affect the entirety of that other river, unless Gogeta himself is a river. However, if Gogeta travels back in time, it is like causing trouble upstream, which will affect the midstream and downstream of the river. In the context of Dragon Ball, this manifests as the creation of a parallel timeline. Trunks' situation is akin to a portion of water from the lower reaches flowing into another river. Gogeta, on the other hand, dug a channel in the midstream, diverting the river's course, but this does not affect the water that has already flowed away. This also explains why Zamasu's plan could proceed. If a person from one timeline going to another and causing trouble created a parallel timeline, then Zamasu's plan would never succeed. Every time Zamasu arrived in a timeline, a new one would be created, making his Zero Mortals plan eternally unachievable. Only by moving against the flow of time and interfering with events in that specific period does a new parallel timeline emerge, calculating the time that timeline had just developed to that point. The timeline Gogeta visited on his second mission, which is Timeline A. For an explanation of parallel timelines, see Chapter 26. Had just reached the point where Cell killed Trunks and used the time machine to go to the past. That year was age 788. The Trunks who appeared in the main timeline was from Timeline B, which was concurrent with Timeline A. The main timeline was 20 years behind Timelines A and B. Thus, the current time in the main timeline was age 768. Now 11 years had passed, placing the main timeline at age 779. That year saw many events: Frisia's revival, Pan's birth, the multiverse tournament of universes 6 and 7, and also Zamasu. So Timeline B had also developed to the point where Zamasu appeared. Gogeta went straight home to inform Tights about this matter. So honey, wanna come along? Gogeta gave a rough summary of the whole situation, but Tights thought it was similar to the Android timeline and decided not to go. Besides, she had collected far too much material from the Super Dragon Ball Heroes tournament and hadn't even used it all yet. Sighed. Bulma's life really is full of trials and tribulations. Why does Bulma have to suffer in every timeline? Tights lamented. No matter which timeline's Bulma, she had to endure a series of hardships. Perhaps the heavens, in granting her an unparalleled intellect, had deprived her of the right to enjoy happiness. I'm off then, honey. Gogeta pulled Tights close and planted a kiss on her lips. See you later, darling. Goodbye, my love. In a city reduced to rubble, Trunks was sprinting for his life, quickly ducking behind a large rock. Behind him, a lightning-fast figure darted through the air, casually firing off several energy blasts that ravaged the already shattered earth once more. Boom! Bang! Crash! Boom! Damaged skyscrapers vanished in an instant. Fires raged everywhere, casting a crimson glow upon the darkened sky as smoke slowly drifted through the air. At this moment, the human world was a living hell. Watching the distant figure depart, Trunks swiftly slipped into the ruins and fled the area. After a long and arduous journey, Trunks arrived before an abandoned warehouse. He was panting heavily, but a smile finally broke across his face. Inside the warehouse, a machine was operating with Bulma standing before a screen working. Mom! Trunks' voice rang out. Bulma turned around in surprise. Seeing her son return safely, the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally eased. Trunks. Trunks descended from the doorway into Bulma's secret underground laboratory, a chamber specifically designed to collect energy for the time machine. This can only support a one-way trip. The blue energy within the container barely reached half capacity, sufficient only to fuel the journey forward, leaving none for the return. A whole year. And this is all. Trunks was stunned. An entire year's labor had yielded merely this paltry amount. Bulma, however, remained optimistic. Don't be like that. As long as there's enough for a one-way trip, we'll find a way. In Bulma's eyes, the ability to return to the past was enough. She yearned to see Vegeta, the husband she barely knew before he fell on the battlefield. Thus, amidst the peaceful days, Bulma would often inquire about Vegeta from Trunks. But a one-way trip means we can never come back. Trunks remained anxious, yet Bulma was optimistic. There's always a way, even if it's a bit risky. She manipulated the keyboard, and the fuel for the time machine was retrieved. Now we need to take this to Capsule Corporation. Bulma held the fuel in her hands, but Trunks worried about her health. She had been working too hard alone. Let me go, Mom. You rest here. Trunks suggested, but Bulma disagreed. He'll go with you. It's better to face any trouble together. If you go alone, and that monster attacks, destroying this container, a year's effort will be wasted. All right then. Trunks finally relented to Bulma's request. And Trunks, how many lives were sacrificed to create this energy? Don't you forget. There are things you must accomplish even if you have to sacrifice everything. Because you are everyone's hope. Perhaps at this moment Bulma had already prepared for the worst, her own sacrifice. Yes. Trunks replied with a solemn expression. Then let's go? Maya's waiting too. Bulma pressed a button on the container, and a barrier enveloped it, protecting it. A thunderous boom echoed as the warehouse was attacked just as they were about to move. Trunks lunged to shield Bulma. Mom. Neither was seriously hurt, but the energy-collecting device was destroyed. Bulma thrust the container into Trunks' arms knowing she couldn't escape. Trunks. Run. Another thunderous crash resounded. Another attack struck, tearing open the warehouse ceiling. Black had broken in. Trunks was sent flying by the blast, and Bulma was seized by Black. Mom. Trunks scrambled up ready to attack, but Bulma shouted him down. Run. Now. Hurry. Trunks hesitated, but Bulma urged him relentlessly. Trunks. You are everyone's hope. Don't die here. Black gathered energy in his hand and struck the Bulma in his grasp with brutal force. A terrifying explosion obliterated the entire warehouse. Trunks was hurled far away, crashing to the ground, but he clutched the fuel container tightly to his chest. Mom. Trunks squeezed his eyes shut, tears streaming uncontrollably. Just in time. I made it. A voice sounded from behind Trunks. He spun around to see a stranger cradling Bulma in his arms. Mom. Trunks rushed forward hastily, checking on Bulma's condition. Bulma gazed at the man who bore a striking resemblance to both Goku and Vegeta. Her mind reeling, she murmured, Is this heaven? I see Goku and Vegeta. Gogeta knelt down gently, setting Bulma on the ground. This isn't heaven. For you it's still hell. Seeing Trunks, Bulma snapped back to reality. She was still alive. Mom. Thank goodness. Trunks embraced Bulma, tears streaming down his face. Bulma gently stroked his hair and said, Don't cry. Trunks, you are the hope of all humanity. Now go. Bulma still feared Black's imminent return. Don't worry, you'll take care of him. Gogeta, sensing Bulma's anxiety, spoke reassuringly. Really? Trunks looked up at Gogeta with surprise, fully aware of Black's terrifying power. Of course, how else could I have saved Bulma from him? Gogeta retorted. Trunks pondered for a moment. It made perfect sense. With this, Earth might be saved. Black, who had been kicked away by Gogeta moments ago, now attacked again, appearing before the trio in an instant. Before Trunks' horrified eyes, Black was once more sent flying by Gogeta, crashing through several walls. Incredible. Watching Black being hurled away by a single punch from Gogeta, Trunks saw a glimmer of hope, the hope of all humanity. Black reappeared, but this time he did not attack. He demanded harshly of Gogeta, Who are you? Hep. Gogeta laughed, pointing at Black mockingly. Who am I? That's not important. The question is, who are you? You stole Son Goku's body using the Super Dragon Balls, then used the Time Ring to come to this timeline aiming to exterminate all humanity. Am I right, Zamasu? Gogeta's words sent a shock through Zamasu's heart. How did this man know his origins? Zamasu. Trunks frantically searched his memory, but found no recognition of the name. Yet why? Why was this person here? Why was he hellbent on annihilating humanity? Zamasu. We have no grievances. Why destroy Earth and wipe out humanity? Trunks shouted at Zamasu. Ha ha ha. Why? Humans are pests that should not exist. The Earth, freed from the plague of humanity, shines with a beautiful radiance. Zamasu spread his arms wide, gazing upon the desolate land before him, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. Arrogant fool, let me show you the truth of this world. Gogeta appeared instantly before Zamasu, seizing him by the throat. Pests. I think you're the real pest. Zamasu struggled, desperately lashing out wildly at Gogeta, but his attacks were nothing more than tickles to the powerful warrior. Just a mere apprentice, Supreme Kai, yet you're insufferably arrogant, believing yourself to be the god of the universe capable of ruling all of creation. If you dared to challenge a god of destruction, I might have respected you as a worthy opponent. But you're nothing more than a pathetic wretch who only dares to carry out your boring plan in a world where the Supreme Kai is dead and the god of destruction and angels have vanished. Gogeta hoisted Zamasu into the air and slammed him viciously into the ground. Zamasu screamed in agony, blood gushing from his mouth. Die, you pitiful god. Silence. You are merely a human. How could you possibly comprehend the noble essence of my words? My grand ambition, my beauty. Yes, every aspect of my existence is the pinnacle of solitude. Haha. Even as Gogeta pummeled Zamasu half to death, the latter still spewed his grandiose rhetoric. Zamasu spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. The world is so beautiful, but ugly humans have defiled its beauty. That is why I must eradicate all humans and restore the world to its former glory. Zamasu grew increasingly frenzied, his face contorting beyond recognition. Humans must all be annihilated. Gogeta was nearly nauseated. He had never seen anyone elevate their own twisted ideology to such a maddening extent. How arrogant was this fellow? Gogeta couldn't be bothered to argue with him. For someone so impervious to reason, simply beating them to death would suffice. Gogeta slowly gathered energy in his hand, aiming at Zamasu on the ground. I have no desire to listen to your grand speeches. Just die quietly. Boom. The energy sphere hurtled toward Zamasu, carrying enough power to erase him. Roar. The explosion was cataclysmic, obliterating the surrounding buildings and leaving a massive crater. Trunks shielded Bulma in his arms, protecting her from the blast wave. Incredible. Trunks was awestruck by Gogeta's might. Without even transforming, he effortlessly defeated Zamasu, a power far beyond Trunks' comprehension. Excellent. That monster is gone. Bulma was overjoyed. More than anyone, she yearned for peace to descend, even if it meant sacrificing herself to achieve that goal. As the smoke cleared, a green-skinned figure had blocked the attack for Zamasu. Who are you? Trunks glared angrily at the green-skinned being aiding Zamasu. He actually had an accomplice. I am Zamasu. Zamasu reached out to the fallen Black Goku, pulling him to his feet. It seems something unexpected has occurred, leaving even you in such a sorry state. Zamasu. So this is your true form. Trunks quickly pieced it all together. Correct. We are both Zamasu. Zamasu and Black Goku declared in unison. Even another one won't make a difference. Just a futile death. Gogeta sneered at the duo. Someone who hasn't even become a Supreme Kai dares to call himself a god. How laughable. Gogeta's words struck a nerve in both Zamasu's. Shut up. Both attacked Gogeta simultaneously. To Trunks their speed seemed incredible, but to Gogeta they were slower than ants. Too slow. In an instant, Gogeta appeared between them, landing a punch to Black Goku's stomach and kicking Zamasu away. Then grabbing Black Goku's head, he flew swiftly toward Zamasu and slammed the former into the latter. Stardust Breaker. The blue flame Gatling reappeared as a barrage of energy blasts flew from Gogeta's hands, instantly striking the two. Zamasu shielded Black Goku beneath him, taking the full brunt of Gogeta's energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless explosions upheaved everything around. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, shielding Bulma from the shockwaves. With arms crossed, he peered through the gaps toward Gogeta. Amazing. Absolutely invincible. Gogeta stood poised in midair, his hair swaying in the wind. At that moment, he appeared as a god to Trunks. From within the smoke, a peach-colored energy burst forth, dispersing the haze instantly. Black Goku, having been brutally pummeled by Gogeta, had entered his rose form. Black Goku's grin was wider than a crescent moon. This overwhelming power intoxicated him. He changed color. Trunks was utterly stunned. Could Saiyans undergo such a transformation? Ha ha ha. This power. It's magnificent. How do you like this color? Pretty, isn't it? Super Saiyan rose. I've finally made Son Goku's power my own. Gogeta, unimpressed, immediately fired back with a taunt. Just because you've donned the aura of a god, you think you're a true deity. Nothing but self-deception. Gogeta's words enraged Black Goku, who instantly appeared before him and drove a fierce punch into Gogeta's cheek. The terrifying force pierced through Gogeta's body, shattering the structures behind him. Trunks wanted to call out, but he didn't know Gogeta's name, so he could only watch with concern. Gogeta smirked, slightly mocking Black Goku. What's wrong? Is that all the power you have? Black Goku froze, then snapped back. How is this possible? My attacks have no effect on you. Refusing to believe it, Black Goku launched a flurry of strikes at Gogeta. After a barrage of wild punches, Gogeta remained unscathed. Black Goku then charged energy in his hand and hurled it at Gogeta. But before Black Goku's fist could land, Gogeta's punch connected with his face, sending him hurtling into the ground and crashing into Zamasu, who had just risen. The two tumbled together, slamming into a distant skyscraper. The building collapsed, half of its structure burying them beneath the rubble. Boom! Black Goku erupted with energy, shattering the surrounding debris, and resumed his grandiloquent sermon. A world ruled by humans is a mistake. Humans are forever embroiled in conflict, destroying planets. This world has no need for humans. Human existence is evil. I am justice. Both Zamasus launched a ferocious assault on Gogeta. Black Goku condensed energy into a blade, slashing wildly, while Zamasu circled behind to strike from the shadows. With his eyes closed, Gogeta effortlessly evaded their attacks. Don't dress up your twisted sense of justice so sanctimoniously. They're nothing but excuses. With that, Gogeta seized Zamasu's fist, yanked him forward, and used him as a shield against Black Goku's energy blade, which pierced straight through Zamasu's chest. Zamasu grabbed Gogeta's hand, while Black Goku thrust forward, intending to skewer them both. Gogeta kicked Zamasu away, sending both him and Black Goku crashing into the ground once more. Black Goku erupted again, obliterating everything around him, and roared in fury. Everything I, a god, do is justice. No choice. We must resort to the final measure. Black Goku removed the earring from his left ear and placed it on his right, while Gogeta did nothing to stop him, watching their performance unfold. Zamasu and Black Goku collided at tremendous speed, and with a flash of light the two merged into one. Impossible. Trunks and Bulma, observing from afar, were utterly astounded. They actually fused. Is that earring something special? Zamasu, sensing the immense power surging within him, felt confident once more. Ha ha ha. This power. It's two. Before Zamasu could finish his words, Gogeta punched him straight into the ground. What? Did you think that using the Potera fusion would let you defeat me? How naive. 2 ants even when fused are still nothing but ants. Gogeta taunted from above the ground. Did you honestly believe you two were Goku and Vegeta? It wasn't the Potera that was powerful, it was Goku and Vegeta who were strong. When those two who were both rivals and allies fused, it created a phenomenal synergy, making the resulting Vegetto so perfect, so flawless. Vegetto's power amplification had transcended all limits. Fused Zamasu at most had only become several dozen times stronger. Similarly, the same principle applied to Kefla. Gogeta unleashed the prince's strategy upon the ground, bombarding it with a relentless barrage of energy waves, leaving Zamasu below in agony, as his regeneration couldn't keep pace with the destruction. Phew. Gogeta ceased his assault, wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, and shouted down to Zamasu. How does it feel? Even with an immortal body, it's not pleasant, is it? Zamasu pushed aside the rubble, covering him, purple foam bubbling from his wounds as his entire body turned violet. Fear crept into Zamasu's eyes, and he himself was aware of it. How can this be? As the mightiest god in the entire universe. How could I feel fear? I have slain all the gods of the universe. I am the supreme god. Zamasu descended into madness, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of energy spheres at Gogeta. Die. Gogeta merely tilted his body, slightly evading every single attack. Killing a Kaioshin, and you boast about killing all the gods. How ridiculous. A god who dares not even face a god of destruction. And you still claim to be the mightiest god. Gogeta raised his hand, and with a single punch from a distance, the sheer force of the blow sent Zamasu flying. Soul punishment. Gogeta raised his hand, and a multicolored energy sphere materialized. Then he hurled it fiercely at Zamasu. The rainbow-like projectile struck Zamasu, instantly eliciting a piercing scream from him. AF. Zamasu's face contorted in agony as he let out a series of blood-curdling screams. The terrifying explosion reduced the entire city to ashes. Zamasu lay at the very center of the crater, purple foam constantly bubbling from his wounds. How pathetic. Gogeta raised his hand, and a long blade of energy materialized. With a casual sweep, he cleaved Zamasu in two. The Potera earring on Zamasu's ear shattered, and Zamasu and Black Goku defused. Gogeta walked over to Zamasu and retrieved a box from him, which contained the time ring. He also removed the rings from both of their hands. Trunks, seeing Zamasu was incapacitated, flew over with Bulma and landed beside Gogeta. Trunks bowed deeply to Gogeta. Thank you so much for your help. Bulma, however, hesitated, wanting to ask Gogeta why he looked so much like Goku and Vegeta. Could it be? No need for thanks. Gogeta helped Trunks up, smiling. My name is Gogeta, and I happen to be Bulma's brother-in-law. There's no need for thanks among family. Gogeta's words made Bulma's eyes widen. You're my sister's husband. I thought. Thought what? Trunks asked, puzzled. Bulma quickly waved her hand. Nothing. I come from another timeline. I learned about Zamasu through certain circumstances and came here to deal with him. Gogeta made up a casual excuse to brush off the matter. He'll handle those two. Since they stole Goku's body, they need to give it back. That's true. Gogeta extended his hand, and 2 spherical bubbles enveloped Zamasu and Black Goku, slowly shrinking and flying into his palm. The twisted faces of Zamasu and Black Goku were sealed inside, still emitting annoying ah sounds. Finding it irritating, Gogeta added another layer of energy to block out the noise. Next, I need to go to another timeline. The one where all this started. That's the timeline Trunks visited last time in the time machine. Gogeta asked Trunks and Bulma. If I'm not mistaken, you were planning to go there too, weren't you? That's right. Mom and I were going to take the time machine to that timeline, but then Black found us and Mom was captured. Thank goodness for Mr. Gogeta. Trunks felt a sense of relief. His mother was alive, and the Black he had fought for a year was defeated by Mr. Gogeta. This was wonderful. So shall we go together? Gogeta asked. Trunks didn't hesitate to agree. He'll go. But Bulma hesitated. She was afraid. Afraid that if she saw the prosperity of that timeline, the friends and family there, and her husband Vegeta, she wouldn't want to return. Those who have witnessed the dawn would never wish to return to the darkness. In the end, Bulma decided not to go. It was better to keep a memory, to let all the beauty remain forever in her heart. Why, Mom? Don't you want to see Dad? Trunks didn't understand. This was a perfect opportunity. Trunks. I'm afraid that if I see Vegeta, I won't want to come back. We've suffered so much over the years. This is fine. Let me keep this hope alive. Trunks fell silent, but Bulma laughed cheerfully and patted him on the shoulder. Trunks, when you get there, learn more about your father. Then you can tell me all about it when you come back. Trunks nodded firmly. All right, Mom. He'll learn more about Dad. The 3 of them arrived at Capsule Corporation, where Ma had been waiting for a long time. Trunks. Bulma. Ma spotted Trunks and Bulma from afar, along with an unfamiliar person. My eye. Bulma and Trunks went to greet her. No time to waste. Let's hurry. Although she didn't know who the stranger was, my urged them to depart. Don't rush my. Black has been defeated. Bulma dropped the bombshell, leaving my stunned and dizzy. What? Black has been defeated? That's right. Black has been defeated by Mr. Vegetto. Trunks exclaimed excitedly to Mai, who wept tears of joy. That demon. Finally defeated. Great. This is truly wonderful. I'll inform everyone immediately. Mai was eager to share the news of Black's defeat with all the survivors. Only a handful of humans remained on Earth, most gathered together to resist Black. Mai dashed off swiftly while Trunks entered Capsule Corporation to retrieve the time machine. No time to waste. Let's depart at once, Mr. Vegetto. Trunks opened the hatch of the time machine and leaped inside. Hold on, let me see if this thing works. Vegetto pulled out a time ring and slipped it onto his finger. He attempted to infuse it with divine power, and indeed it functioned. No need for the time machine, Trunks. Well, use this instead. Vegetto gestured to the ring on his finger. What is that? Can it allow us to travel through time? Trunks climbed down from the time machine and examined the ring on Vegetto's hand closely. This is a time ring kept by the Supreme Kai, capable of traversing dimensions. However, it requires divine power to activate. Vegetto explained briefly. All right, let's set off. Vegetto placed his hand on Trunks, and with a whoosh they vanished. At Capsule Corporation in another timeline, Goku and Vegeta were locked in aerial combat, while Beerus and Whis lounged in chairs observing their battle. You two still have a long way to go. At this rate, you'll never become gods of destruction. Beerus commented on the fighters. Goku turned back mid-fight to reply to Beerus. I've told you I have no interest in becoming a god of destruction. Beerus persisted, continuing his pitch. Being a god of destruction is quite nice. There's almost no work. You can sleep all you want. Occasionally you just destroy a few unnecessary planets. But Goku remained unmoved and refused again. No, I can't do such bad things. Bad things, eh? Beerus grew irritated at the remark. Seizing the moment while Goku was distracted by Beerus, Vegeta landed a powerful punch, sending Goku flying straight toward Beerus. Beerus, still seated, flicked his tail and sent Goku crashing into a lake. Goku surfaced and complained, Lord Beerus, what are you doing? Because you insulted the work of a god of destruction. Beerus held a soda and took a few gulps with a glug-glug sound. Burp. Goku climbed out of the lake as Vegeta landed on the ground. Just then Vegetto arrived with Trunks. Yo, Lord Beerus and Whis of this timeline. Vegetto immediately spotted Whis and Beerus lounging in their chairs. Moi, who the hell are you? Beerus didn't recognize Vegetto and questioned him. Whis, catching the phrase this timeline, quickly deduced Vegetto's origin. Lord Beerus, he must be from another timeline where he knows us, hence the phrase this timeline. Whis explained to Beerus. That's right. Vegetto and Trunks landed beside Goku and Vegeta. Mr. Goku and Father, Trunks said excitedly. Are you the Trunks who visited our timeline before? Goku sensed familiarity in Trunks' tone and asked. Yes. Trunks nodded. It really is you, Trunks. Goku was thrilled to confirm Trunks' identity. So this time you've come because of a new enemy. Vegeta cut straight to the truth. Yes, a despicable man named Zamasu. According to Mr. Vegetto, he's an apprentice Supreme Kai. Trunks wasn't entirely sure, but Vegetto interjected. To be precise, an apprentice Supreme Kai from Universe 10. Vegetto produced 2 orbs sealing Zamasu and Black Goku, and said to the group, these are the culprits. Goku and Vegeta leaned in and were stunned. Why does one look so much like Kakarot? Vegeta was astonished. Beerus and Whis also took a closer look, then Whis raised his staff to examine the information on the apprentice Supreme Kai from Universe 10. It truly is the apprentice Supreme Kai from Universe 10. But who is this other one? Beerus compared Zamasu in the projection to the one in the orb, identical, but who was the other figure? This one used the Super Dragon Balls to wish for Goku's body, then traveled through time with a time ring to wreak havoc in Trunks' world. He said he'd kill all gods and execute something called the Zero Mortals Plan. Vegetto pointed at Black Goku. What? Kill all gods? Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. It's just about killing all the Supreme Kais across the universes, nothing too grand. Lord Beerus, you should know well that if the Supreme Kai dies, the god of destruction dies along with him. I see. Beerus nodded, then suddenly realized, hey, don't go spilling such secrets so casually. So that's how you can take out Lord Beerus. Goku appeared thoughtful and Beerus immediately punched him on the head. Don't you dare think of anything disrespectful. Goku crouched on the ground, clutching his head and yelling, ow, ow, ow. Should we let them out to have a look? These two are troublesome. Black Goku stole Goku's body, which needs to be returned, and this Zamasu gained immortality through the Super Dragon Balls. I can't handle him either. So I came here seeking help. Vegetto's current power was insufficient to deal with the immortal Zamasu. Plus, these two destroyed the Super Dragon Balls. That's why I'm here for assistance. I see. Are these two strong? Goku suddenly asked. Not really. Black Goku is only at the level of Super Saiyan Blue since he stole Goku's body, but Zamasu is quite weak. He hasn't even reached godly realm. Vegetto said disdainfully, with such little power how dare they be so bold? Who gave them the guts to cause such trouble? Forget it, let's keep them sealed. If they escape again, it'll be a real mess. Vegetto decided against releasing the two. But Mr. Gogeta, it seems we have no way to deal with these two either. The power of Super Shinran is not something we can possibly contend with. Whis said to Gogeta, if worse comes to worst we could go to another timeline and use Super Shinran's power to eliminate those two. The main reason I came is because the problem with Zamasu originated in your timeline. In this timeline Zamasu witnessed Goku and Hit's battle, and seeing a lowly human like Goku wielding power greater than the gods planted a wicked seed in his heart. He conceived an improper ambition. In the final analysis it all started when Jebbit sparred with Zamasu, and the Supreme Kai inadvertently revealed Goku's existence. Upon hearing this, Beerus erupted in fury. That useless weakling. It's bad enough he died in another timeline, but he also leaked information about Goku to someone from Universe 10. He's utterly incompetent and always makes things worse. I'm going to teach him a lesson right now. Whis, let's go, Beerus said, seething with rage. Oh my. It seems the Supreme Kai isn't in our universe. Let me check. Whis located the Supreme Kai's position and said with a chuckle, what a coincidence. The Supreme Kai is on the planet of the Kais in Universe 10. They're all gathered together. Perfect, I'll deal with them all at once. Beerus cracked his knuckles ready to strike. Gogeta, you come too. Bring those two along. That's irrefutable evidence. On the planet of the Kais of Universe 10, Jebbit was sparring with Zamasu. Both moved swiftly, attacking each other. At the moment their blows were about to clash, Zamasu withdrew his palm. Jebbit's body was positioned horizontally over Zamasu, who raised his left hand high, preparing to bring down a karate chop. The match is decided. That's enough. Gawasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, called a halt to the bout. Shin, the Supreme Kai, was full of praise for Zamasu's skills, believing he ranked among the best of all Supreme Kais in the universe. They began exchanging pleasantries. As they talked, the conversation turned to Majin Buu and then to Goku. This was how Zamasu learned of Son Goku's existence, a human in Universe 7 whose power surpassed that of the gods. From that moment, an unworthy thought took root in Zamasu's mind. Just as Supreme Kai Shin was about to leave with Jebbit, Beerus made his entrance. Upon arriving, Beerus immediately berated Supreme Kai Shin. You've caused trouble for me again. This time it involves other timelines too. If it's not handled properly, and the higher-ups find out, well, both be in for it. Shin was bewildered by Beerus' scolding. What's happened? Lord Beerus, did you reveal Goku's existence to this fellow? Beerus pointed at Zamasu. Yes. Shin, though confused, answered Beerus truthfully. Zamasu's heart skipped a beat. Then a surge of joy washed over him. It seemed his future self had succeeded. For now the thought was only just budding, an immature notion, nothing more. How his future self had achieved it, this Zamasu did not know. Gogeta, show him those two. Gogeta produced 2 orbs of light, and within them was unmistakably Zamasu. This is Zamasu. Shin stared at the twisted, distorted face of Zamasu in Gogeta's hand, incredulous. Was this still the same humble, powerful Zamasu? How could he have become like this? Shin turned to look at Zamasu and noticed a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Beerus saw it too and began walking toward him. Zamasu showed no fear as Beerus approached. He condensed energy into a blade in his hand and swung it at Beerus. This guy really has a death wish. Gogeta couldn't help but remark at Zamasu's audacity. It was then that Shin noticed Gogeta's appearance. Vegetto. It was inevitable. The image of Vegetto's overwhelming power and defiant face was etched deep in Shin's memory. Here we go again. Every time Gogeta met someone who had seen Vegetto, they mistook him for the fusion. Vegetto's impression was just too strong. There was no helping it. My name is Gogeta. I just look like Vegetto. Don't get it wrong. Gogeta explained once more to prevent this Supreme Kai from spreading any more rumors. Meanwhile, Beerus caught Zamasu's attack with one hand and, twisting his arm, seized him. Cold sweat broke out on Zamasu's brow as he remembered that the being before him was a god of destruction. Sweating bullets now, aren't you, little man? Beerus raised his hand, pointed it at Zamasu, and uttered a single calm word: destroy. Zamasu didn't even have time to scream before he vanished into the void, not a single speck remaining. It all happened so suddenly that Gawasu didn't even have a chance to learn the full story before Zamasu was destroyed. What crime did Zamasu commit to warrant Lord Beerus' personal intervention? Gawasu asked Gogeta, his tone filled with humility. This individual harbored an intense hatred for humanity. It had warped his mind. Beerus pointed at the 2 Zamasus in Gogeta's hand and said, the 2 sealed in his hand are both Zamasu. They have already begun their actions. They killed all 12 Supreme Kais in one timeline. They have already wiped out countless humans. Hearing Beerus' words, Gawasu was astounded. He knew his disciple Zamasu's heart was still immature, but he never imagined he could become so twisted, to harbor such animosity towards humanity. He had originally intended to take Zamasu to temper his spirit. Gogeta explained the entire situation in detail. After hearing the whole story, Gawasu's heart was in turmoil for a long time. Should he be angry, or sad, or guilty? What a mess Zamasu had made. What kind of being had he Gawasu nurtured? I am truly sorry. I never imagined Zamasu would turn out like this. This is all my fault. I failed to guide Zamasu properly. Gawasu bowed in apology to Beerus. Choose your next disciple very carefully, and don't create another Zamasu. Gawasu. Beerus' tone was severe. Gawasu nodded. Next time he would use the strictest criteria to select his disciple. We won't stay any longer. Beerus turned and walked behind Whis. We'll take care of these two. Beerus gestured to the two Zamasus in Gogeta's hand. I entrust them to you, Lord Beerus. Gawasu bowed once more. Let's go, Whis. Gogeta put the orbs away, placed his hand on Whis' shoulder, and the three of them returned directly to Earth. Trunks was chatting with Goku, eager to learn more about Vegeta. It was Bulma's wish from the future, and he had to fulfill it. You don't know? Vegeta knocked me out and fought Majin Buu all by himself. He knocked out Mr. Goku. Back then I was still dead and could only stay on Earth for a day. That day I had a duel with Vegeta. He caught me off guard, knocked me out, took the last Senzu Bean, and ran off to fight Majin Buu. Goku vividly recounted the events of the Majin Buu era. In the end, to completely destroy Majin Buu, Vegeta took him down with him and self-destructed. Trunks was shocked. Dad, he died once. Goku nodded. Yes, to protect Bulma and Trunks. When I woke up, Vegeta was already dead. I heard about it from Piccolo. Trunks and Goten were there too. Vegeta knocked them both out, handed them to Piccolo, and then sacrificed himself with Majin Buu. But I never expected Majin Buu's power to be so terrifying. He could revive even after being shattered into pieces. Recalling Buu's monstrous regenerative ability, Goku still felt a trace of dread. Such a power was simply too abnormal. Later, Vegeta was resurrected by the Namekian dragon, and we finally dealt with Majin Buu. And when Lord Beerus first came to Earth, he slapped Bulma, and Vegeta just exploded. Goku mimicked Vegeta's roar, "My Bulma," and then he transformed into an incredibly powerful Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Goku felt a piercing glare. It was Vegeta standing not far away, staring at him. Kakarot. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted at Goku. Haha, it's Vegeta. Goku patted future Trunks on the shoulder. Well, you two chat. He'll be off then, Goku said and sped away. Trunks walked up to Vegeta. Dad, you really love Mom. Trunks felt that the Bulma of this timeline was truly fortunate. She had a loving husband, a reliable Mr. Goku, and a blissful complete family. Now Trunks could somewhat understand why future Bulma had hesitated to come. Everything here was just too perfect. You know, Mom, in times of peace, she would often ask me about Dad. Having lost Dad so early and raising me all alone, Mom was actually very lonely. That's why Mom would ask me about Dad. This time she originally wanted to come along, but she changed her mind in the end. She was afraid that if she saw Dad, she wouldn't want to go back. Future Trunks' words left Vegeta silent for a long time. Perhaps he resented that version of himself who died so early, leaving future Bulma and future Trunks to struggle alone. That Vegeta. He truly deserved to die. After a long silence, Vegeta said to future Trunks, Trunks, take good care of your mother. Then he turned and walked away. Of course I will, Dad. Hearing future Trunks' firm reply, a faint smile appeared on Vegeta's face, unseen by anyone. Trunks, Vegeta, come eat. Bulma called out to them from a distance. Coming. Mom. Future Trunks replied with a smile and trotted over while Vegeta walked slowly, perhaps moved by future Trunks' words. Young Trunks and Goten had already started eating along with Pilaf and his gang. A crowd gathered around, lively and warm. Wasn't this harmonious atmosphere exactly what future Trunks had always been seeking? A brilliant light flashed in the distance as Whis returned with Beerus and Gogeta. Seeing the feast laid out, Beerus found a spot and began to devour the food. Whis and Gogeta followed suit, seamlessly blending into the group. By the way, Gogeta, you must be incredibly strong to have beaten that guy who stole my body. Goku, true to form, was still focused on power. Before Gogeta could speak, future Trunks answered excitedly, Mr. Gogeta is incredibly strong. He easily defeated Zamasu and Black. Even their fusion was effortlessly beaten by Mr. Gogeta. That overwhelming power. It was simply unmatched. Hearing this from Trunks, Goku grew animated. Is that so? He certainly looks formidable. Goku held Gogeta in high regard. Alright, who is Vegetto that the Supreme Kai mentioned? Back in the realm of the Supreme Kai and universe, Beerus had clearly heard the Supreme Kai mention Vegetto. Remembering Gogeta's appearance, Goku suddenly recalled the name Vegetto the Supreme Kai had brought up. I know about that, Lord Beerus. Whis raised his staff, and an image appeared before them. In the scene, Goku and Vegeta sat on the ground, battered and bruised. Goku was desperately pleading with Vegeta, Vegeta. Everyone has been eaten by Buu, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and even Bulma. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, Trunks. They've all been absorbed. The scene shifted. Vegeta put on the Patera earrings, and the two flew into the air, colliding with each other. A dazzling white light flashed, and that man appeared. This is Vegetto. Whis pointed at Vegetto. He looks exactly like Mr. Gogeta. The scene continued playing, showing Vegetto mercilessly dominating Super Saiyan. Gohan absorbed. None of them had ever seen Vegetto before. Even Goku had never heard of this fusion with Vegeta. I never knew Mr. Goku and Dad had once fused using the Patera earrings. The others nodded, as well. A very few people knew about their fusion. The scene continued. Vegetto transformed into a Super Saiyan and ruthlessly pummeled Super Saiyan. I just happen to look like this. I'm not a fusion of Goku and Vegeta. I'm a pure-blooded Saiyan. Gogeta even flicked out his tail and wagged it for everyone to see. Resemblances happen all the time. For example, Goku looks exactly like his father Bardock. There's also a guy named Tulls who looks just like Goku. Nothing to be surprised about. Future Trunks carefully studied the image of Vegetto. He was certain that the power increase from Zamasu and Black's fusion was far less than that of Goku and Vegeta's. He voiced his question on the spot. I saw Zamasu and Black use the Patera to fuse, but the power boost was nowhere near as great as when Mr. Goku and Dad fuse. How is that possible? Even after fusing, Zamasu was still easily dealt with by Mr. Gogeta. Or maybe it's just that Mr. Gogeta's power is too overwhelming to tell the difference. Is that so? I haven't felt that way. Anyway, after the fusion, our power increased tremendously, allowing us to easily crush Majin Buu, who had absorbed many. Goku replied that he didn't know, but Gogeta answered the question. The amplification from Zamasu and Black's fusion is the true Patera power boost. As for Goku and Vegeta, I think it's due to their unique love-hate relationship, or perhaps the fusion of life and death, yin and yang. That's what created Vegetto's flawless personality and unparalleled strength. It's a bond exclusive to Goku and Vegeta. If you ever encounter enemies using Patera in the future, you'll see the difference. Goku laughed heartily and said to Vegeta, huh? Vegeta, who knew we had such a bond. Vegeta looked disgusted. Damn it. Who has any bond with you? Bastard. Seeing Goku and Vegeta bickering, everyone burst into laughter. After the commotion, Goku returned to the initial topic about Gogeta's strength. Gogeta, if you could beat the fused Zamasu, you must be really strong. How about a spar with me? Goku revealed his intention. Gogeta hesitated. He wanted to fight Beerus, believing he could win, but after some thought he agreed, thinking a match with Goku would cost little energy. Sure, shall we spar now? Gogeta asked. That would be perfect. Goku jumped up from his chair joyfully and flew into the air, followed by Gogeta. They stood opposite each other. Goku, without transforming, was about to strike when Gogeta stopped him. Wait, Goku, just use your strongest form. Super Saiyan Blue. Goku was astonished. How do you know about Super Saiyan Blue? Gogeta smirked. Of course, because I can use it too. With that, Gogeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Come on, let's finish this quickly. Do I still want to challenge Lord Beerus? Gogeta beckoned Goku to hurry. Goku let out a shout and also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Incoming, Gogeta. Goku even warned Gogeta before the fight, showing great confidence. Lord Beerus, Mr. Gogeta wants to challenge you. Whis teased Beerus. Beerus was unimpressed, believing no one could defeat him. Whis, however, sensed something amiss. Gogeta likely had mastered a very profound form of Ultra Instinct, and Lord Beerus would be in for a tough time. But Whis didn't tell Beerus. It might do him good to suffer a little. Beerus had grown too lazy over the years. Using Gogeta to spur him on was just right. Goku charged at Gogeta, swiftly throwing a fierce punch. Gogeta remained calm, dodging at the last moment by twisting his head, then countered with a punch that sent Goku flying even though he blocked it. His power is immense. Goku thought to himself, but Gogeta gave him no time to catch his breath, following up with a flurry of Wolfang fist attacks, leaving Goku on the defensive. The gap is too wide. Goku has no chance. Whis, watching, assessed the battle. What? He's that strong? Vegeta was incredulous. Although Gogeta had defeated Zamasu and Black Goku, he believed that even if Black had stolen Goku's body, he couldn't fully utilize its power. Adding a mere lackey, Vegeta was confident he could beat them. Mr. Gogeta didn't transform when he defeated Zamasu and Black. Trunks dropped a bombshell. Didn't transform? You must be joking. Goku, still in the fight, heard this and froze for a moment, only to receive a heavy punch to the face from Gogeta. Trunks is right. Otherwise, why would I dare challenge Lord Beerus? Goku wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. Gogeta, you're truly strong. Then I'll have to use this technique. It's still just a concept, but I'll give it a try. A blue aura enveloped Goku. Then he slowly closed his eyes, drawing all the blue energy back into his body. Opening his eyes, Goku let out a slow breath. Success. Gogeta praised. Not bad. You've mastered the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing 100 of its combat potential. I've been thinking about this technique for a long time. The power of Super Saiyan Blue was too immense, Both Goku and Vegeta's blue forms leaked energy, only allowing brief bursts of full strength. Now Goku's state could permanently unleash 100 of his power as long as his body could withstand the full force of Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue full power. Goku attacked Gogeta again. This time his speed and power were noticeably enhanced. His punches carried a fierce whistling sound, but Gogeta dodged effortlessly. No matter how Goku struck, he couldn't land a hit. Damn it. This feeling is strangely familiar. Goku grew frustrated as he kept missing. He increased his speed and continued his assault, but to no avail. He still couldn't even touch Gogeta's clothes. Then the side effects of Super Saiyan Blue full power emerged. A wisp of blue aura burst from Goku's hand, making him wince in pain, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely. Want to continue? Gogeta asked Goku. No, I'm no match for you. Besides, this form puts too much strain on the body. It's not fully mastered yet. Goku reverted to his base form and collapsed to the ground. Phew. It was too much using it directly in combat. Vegeta walked over to Goku Kakarot. Is this the answer you found? You've gotten ahead of me again. Vegeta was meticulous with details, but lacked Goku's long-term vision. Vegeta had only considered the Radan Blue toggle Goku had shown earlier, while Goku had instead seen something more profound in Super Saiyan Blue full power. The same was true during the Cell era. That's why Vegeta always lagged behind Goku in reaching new heights. Gogeta is incredible. I didn't land a single hit on him. The gap between us is enormous. Goku openly admitted the disparity. Vegeta, however, was defiant, clenching his fists tightly. Then we'll train twice as hard to get stronger. Well said, Vegeta. Goku agreed with Vegeta's words. If you can't win, train harder and strive to become stronger. So Lord Beerus, would you like to fight me? Gogeta asked Beerus below. Then let me show you the power of a god of destruction. Beerus slowly rose and flew to face Gogeta. The battle was about to begin. Vegetto and Beerus both charged swiftly toward each other, colliding their fists in midair with a thunderous impact. They quickly separated and engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Vegetto with all his might swung a roundhouse kick at Beerus, who raised his knee to block it, and countered with a punch aimed at Vegetto. Vegetto raised his arm to deflect the punch and retaliated with a strike aimed at Beerus' face. Beerus turned his head to evade while Vegetto's other hand delivered an uppercut, which Beerus dodged by leaning backward. As Beerus leaned back, he kicked out, and Vegetto crossed his arms to block. Beerus elegantly flipped through the air, landing steadily with a smile spreading across his face. Not bad, kid. Vegetto also grinned, replying, of course. I came prepared. You'd better be careful, Lord Beerus. Vegetto erupted in a blue aura while Beerus flared with a violet one. They clashed rapidly in the sky like two shooting stars, one blue, one purple, colliding endlessly. Boom, boom. They soared higher and higher, both tacitly ascending into outer space, where they could finally fight with more freedom. We can't see them anymore. The crowd on the ground grew anxious. How could they miss such a battle? Don't worry, Whis said. Whis raised his staff and gently tapped it, conjuring a luminous screen in midair that displayed the clash between Vegetto and Beerus. Now you can watch, Whis said cheerfully to the group. Great. Goku exclaimed, thrilled at the chance to witness even greater power. Trunks and Goten cheered as well. Who wouldn't want to see a battle between such formidable fighters? Everyone fixed their eyes on the screen, afraid to miss a single moment. In the void of space, Vegetto and Beerus engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Every punch and kick carried a chilling force. Da-da-da-da. Vegetto launched a rapid flurry of attacks at Beerus, each strike fierce and swift, momentarily overwhelming the god of destruction. Amazing. Lord Beerus is on the defensive. Goku marveled from below. Oh ho, Lord Beerus hasn't shown his true power yet. Lord Beerus has never revealed his full strength before you. Perhaps Mr. Vegetto will make him do so. Whis' words didn't surprise Goku and Vegeta too much. As they grew stronger, they could better sense Beerus' unfathomable might. That was why they hadn't challenged Beerus since the God of Destruction arc. They knew the gap was too vast, making such a fight meaningless. On the battlefield, Beerus unleashed an even more intense violet aura, sending Vegetto flying. Vegetto somersaulted several times to stabilize himself, only to look up and see Beerus already in his face, fist swinging. Vegetto's eyes widened as Beerus' fist reflected in his pupils. The blow landed instantly, sending a shockwave rippling through space as Vegetto shot away like a cannonball. Vegetto traveled an immense distance before halting, a trace of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and sighed. Lord Beerus is truly formidable. It seems he'll have to get serious too. Huh. Vegetto's body erupted with astonishing lightning, a golden aura enveloping him that merged with the blue, gradually turning red. Red first sprouted across his form. Vegetto had transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. From a distance, Beerus looked on in surprise. Was there such a transformation among Saiyans? He had thought Super Saiyan Blue was their peak. But this only made things more interesting. The spectators below were stunned once again. What kind of transformation is this? Never seen it before. It looks incredibly powerful. His body is glowing red. And a red tail. The crowd buzzed with chatter while Whis studied Vegetto's new form intently. An extraordinary power, Whis remarked. The battle resumed. Vegetto sped back to the scene at an incredible pace, targeting Beerus, who hovered in space. They exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Vegetto, propelled by his momentum, threw a devastating punch. Beerus crossed his arms to block the overwhelming strike. But Vegetto's power was so immense that Beerus was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Vegetto pursued, raising his hands to gather energy. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward Beerus, each tinged with red, exuding an even greater pressure. Beerus quickly regained his footing and countered, hurling orbs of destruction energy to intercept Vegetto's blue flame Gatling. The terrifying energies collided in a massive explosion. Boom, 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 boom. What a beautiful fireworks display. The people below looked up at the spectacle, a meteor shower of blue and red colliding with violet meteors. It was a breathtaking sight. Beerus raised his hand, conjuring a colossal sphere of destruction energy and hurling it at Vegetto. Vegetto wrapped his fist in aura and punched through the sphere, charging toward Beerus without losing speed. Take this, Lord Beerus. Vegetto's fist hurtled toward Beerus, who swung his own fist to meet it. Boom. The cosmos trembled. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. Neither Vegetto nor Beerus cared. Their intense battle had ignited a fiery passion within them. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Beerus hadn't faced an equal in so long. He laughed with pure joy. Vegetto too felt his Saiyan blood surging with excitement. Again, Beerus roared, charging forward. Vegetto, undaunted, raised his hand to meet him. Another colossal collision ensued. Both recoiled, then simultaneously brought their knees together in a brutal clash. Crackle. Lightning danced at the point of impact. Like a masterful dancer, neither yielded, each refusing to back down. Then in unison they withdrew and prepared for another strike. Boom. An invisible storm radiated outward from their center. Crackle, crackle. Lightning pulsed around them like a sphere. Vegetto struck hard at Beerus' waist. Beerus retreated, pulling back his leg, then lashed out with a roundhouse kick. Vegetto backflipped to dodge while launching 2 energy spheres. Beerus swatted the spheres away and charged at Vegetto. Vegetto swung his hand, conjuring a massive light blade that arced toward Beerus. Beerus sidestepped swiftly and summoned his own light blade to block. Boom. Both blades shattered simultaneously. Vegetto fired a rainbow sphere at Beerus, who dodged and rushed forward. Vegetto extended his fist to meet Beerus. Let's stop here. Whis appeared between the two, blocking their fists. If you keep fighting, you won't be able to control it, Lord Beerus, Mr. Gogito. The energy leaked from their battle was all contained by Whis, who otherwise the entire universe would have been in peril. Having both enjoyed the fight, Beerus and Gogito heeded Whis' persuasion and agreed to stop. Let's call it a draw, they said in unison. Gogito and Beerus spoke at the same time. Haha. I didn't expect Lord Beerus to think the same as me. It's been so long since I've had such an exhilarating fight. That was truly thrilling. I feel the same way, Lord Beerus. The two chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages, making their way back to Earth. As Gogito landed, Trunks and Goten rushed over to him, chattering excitedly. Uncle Gogito, what was that transformation of yours? It looked so cool. Yeah, dazzling and brilliant. They waved their hands as they spoke, clearly enamored by it. The red color is so awesome. The others were also curious, looking at Gogito with eager anticipation. That's the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Gogito clenched his fists and with a slight exertion of force entered the Super Saiyan 4 form. It's the power of Saiyan bloodline. Trunks and Goten's eyes turned into stars. Wow, that's so cool. It's so awesome. Pilaf's gang member Mai also wore a love-struck expression, cupping her flushed cheeks, lost in thought. The red eye sockets were truly mesmerizing. One had to admit Super Saiyan 4 was incredibly cool. And then on top of Super Saiyan 4 you overlay Divine Ki. Gogito's body surface glowed red, appearing even more sacred. I call it Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Goku gazed at Gogito's form, his eyes sparkling with increasing brightness. Coach, I want to learn this. That was Goku's most genuine thought. Super Saiyan 4. Amazing. Power of the bloodline. Vegeta caught the key phrase and Gogito replied, that's right. It's the ultimate form of a Saiyan, combining Super Saiyan and the Great Ape. However, to transform, first and foremost, you need a tail. Gogito's subsequent words poured cold water on Goku's enthusiasm. A tail. That was something they had lost long ago, and Vegeta as well. But then Goku perked up again. They might not have a way, but Shinron existed. Such a wish was easily fulfilled after all. After finishing his explanation, Gogito reverted to his base form. Everyone went inside the house and started playing video games, the atmosphere becoming even more joyous. Haha, Vegeta, you lost. Goku laughed, raising his controller, while Vegeta angrily crushed his controller in his hand. Wow, Trunks is amazing. Haha, You're not bad either, my. We won. The happy times quickly passed. By evening, Piccolo and Krillin, having heard about Future Trunks' arrival, also came to Bulma's house. How is Gohan doing? Future Trunks was still concerned about Gohan's life. Gohan, he became a scholar and hasn't trained at all. Future Trunks, however, smiled happily. Is that so? He achieved his dream. Congratulations to him. Future Trunks was genuinely delighted for Gohan. Gohan is my master. Gohan, Krillin confirmed again. Yes, Gohan taught me everything he knew. But he fell on the path to peace against the androids. Trunks' expression turned sorrowful. Even though many years had passed, he still couldn't let it go. If only he had been stronger back then. Perhaps Gohan wouldn't have died. Don't think that way, Trunks. Krillin, sensing Future Trunks' mood, advised him. You must strive to protect this hard-won peace. That way, when you see Gohan again, you can proudly say, Gohan, the peace you fought so desperately to protect has been realized under my watch. That would be the best response to Gohan. Future Trunks set aside his dejection and nodded firmly. Yes, when he eventually died and met Gohan again, he could proudly tell him that Earth was now at peace. Would you like to go see the current Gohan? Gohan would be happy to see you too. Piccolo interjected. Gohan should be at a seminar now. He then gave the address to Future Trunks. Future Trunks followed the map to the location and waited for Gohan at the entrance. Before long, Gohan walked out, passing by Future Trunks with a brief glance. Suddenly, Gohan turned back in disbelief. Trunks, what are you doing here? Gohan quickened his pace and approached Future Trunks, asking. Future Trunks looked at Gohan, who wore glasses and exuded the aura of a scholar, and was momentarily stunned. Gohan. Yes, I'm Gohan. Long time no see. The last time was when we defeated Cell. Future Trunks watched Gohan, whose eyes crinkled with joy. Was this the Gohan he knew? He couldn't sense any of that explosive power at all. Still, Future Trunks was delighted that Gohan had finally realized his dream of becoming a scholar. The two chatted as they walked to a park. Gohan bought 2 ice creams and handed one to Future Trunks. Eat up. Future Trunks took the ice cream and ate it slowly while Gohan devoured his. The ice cream here is especially good. I buy one every time I pass by. Trunks looked at Gohan's face and couldn't connect it to the Gohan from his memories who had defeated Cell. Back then, Gohan's expression had been cold and his attacks had been fierce, causing Cell immense pain. Seeing Trunks staring at him, Gohan urged, hurry up and eat, or it'll melt. Trunks snapped back to reality and quickly finished his ice cream. Want to come over to my place later? You can meet my family. Family. Trunks, unaware that Gohan was married, froze and placed the ice cream in his hand, melting. Trunks quickly finished the ice cream and followed Gohan to his house. Trunks. Videl and Mr. Satan were both surprised. He's Trunks from the future. He came during the Cell period using the time machine Aunt Bulma built. Gohan explained to Videl and Mr. Satan. Time machine. Videl was a bit astonished while Satan tilted his head, vaguely remembering Trunks. Gohan walked over to Videl and introduced her to Trunks. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Videl. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Trunks gave a slight bow. And this is Videl's father, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan. Trunks blurted out clearly. Mr. Satan had left a deep impression on him as well. Hearing that Trunks recognized him, Mr. Satan excitedly grabbed Trunks' shoulders. Is that so? I'm famous in Trunks' future too. Trunks wanted to say something, but Mr. Satan interrupted him. I've saved Earth many times. I'm a famous hero, right? As he spoke, Mr. Satan nodded, clearly pleased with his counterpart in that timeline. Gohan and Videl smiled softly, long accustomed to Mr. Satan's antics. This is my adorable daughter, Pan. Hearing Gohan call her name, Pan laughed joyfully, the milk bottle in her hand spraying milk right onto Trunks' face. Seeing she had hit Trunks, Pan burst into laughter. Videl handed Trunks a tissue. Sorry, are you okay? I'm fine. Trunks took it and wiped his face. Gohan and Mr. Satan began scolding Pan, only to end up sprayed in the face themselves. Pan's laughter was loud and clear. The moment Videl's attention wavered, Pan flew into the air. Pan, come down now. Gohan reached out to her, but Pan ignored him, amusing herself. Trunks thought to himself, she truly is Gohan's daughter. Seeing Pan refuse to descend, Gohan pressed a button on his watch and transformed into the Saiyaman. Even Pan cannot do wrong. Gohan began his awkward dance, clearly deeply influenced by the Ginyu Force. Even Trunks felt embarrassed watching. After his dramatic entrance, Gohan flew up to catch Pan. Videl turned to Trunks and said, this happens all the time. By the way, would you like to stay for dinner? Gohan chimed in, Videl is an amazing cook. Trunks, you must try her food. Trunks wanted to decline, but couldn't resist Gohan's insistence and agreed. Gohan hurried to finish his report while Videl prepared dinner, leaving Pan in Mr. Satan's care. Trunks and Mr. Satan sat in the living room watching Mr. Satan's videos, all of which were his treasured recordings. Videl came to ask Mr. Satan for help, leaving Trunks to look after Pan. Pan was restless, pulling Trunks' hair and trying to grab his sword. Afraid of hurting her, Trunks was locked in a stalemate with the child. When Gohan finished his report, and came to find Trunks. He discovered the room had been completely wrecked. The chairs were broken, the potted plants toppled, the TV remote was embedded in the screen, and Pan was gripping the sword's hilt, trying to wrest it from Trunks. Seeing Gohan approach, Pan let go, sending Trunks tumbling to the floor. Gohan walked over, and Pan clung to him. Trunks, are you alright? With the room in such disarray, the two had to go outside. Sitting on a swing, Trunks watched Gohan interact with Pan, deeply moved. So this is another side of Gohan. Just then Videl called them from the window for dinner. Let's go, Trunks. The meal passed quickly. During it, Trunks asked Gohan about Vegeta. Hearing that even the proud Vegeta had apologized to Gohan, Trunks was astonished. Was this still his proud father? Trunks and Gohan talked a lot about Vegeta. Take care on your way. Trunks. Gohan's family waved to him. This might be the last time they saw each other. Goodbye. Everyone. Trunks, reluctant to part, waved back. His resolve to protect the future grew even stronger. Home. Trunks returned to find everyone on the rooftop. Seeing him back, they were overjoyed. So Gohan's changed a lot, hasn't he? Piccolo asked. Indeed. But I think this is wonderful, perfectly suited for Gohan. Trunks was genuinely happy for him, having found a blissful family. The group chatted leisurely on the rooftop, laughter occasionally ringing out. Haha, Vegeta, you lost again. Inside, Goku and Vegeta were playing video games, with Goku winning once more. Damn it, Kakarot. I let my guard down this time. Rematch. Vegeta's irritated voice echoed. Haha, Goku and Vegeta still the same. Everyone was used to their dynamic. Trunks, Gohan's kid is adorable, isn't she? Krillin asked future Trunks, who was leaning against the railing gazing at the stars. Yes, a truly happy family. The mention of Gohan's family kept a smile on future Trunks' face. I have a kid too, and it's quite exhausting. Huh, Uncle Krillin, you're married too? Future Trunks asked in surprise. Krillin's expression turned odd as he replied awkwardly. Haha, yes. What is your wife like? She's 18. Goten, lounging nearby, plucked a grape, tossed it into his mouth, and said, What a... Goten, how do you know? Krillin was stunned, and so was future Trunks. 18. How? I saw her. Goten pointed to 18 approaching in the distance. Marin jumped from 18's arms, ran forward with her arms outstretched. Daddy. Krillin quickly scooped up his daughter. This is my daughter Marin. And 18 my wife. Long time no see, Trunks. 18 greeted future Trunks. He could hardly believe his eyes. That ruthless, murderous 18 had become Uncle Krillin's wife in this world. 18 walked over to future Trunks and said, I heard all about it. They say you killed me in your world. Future Trunks was flustered, stammering, well, that's because. 18 cut him off and continued, I want compensation. Unsure of what to do, future Trunks saw 18's expression shift to one of triumph. Haha, just kidding. She returned to Krillin's side, and together they watched over their daughter. Future Trunks stood frozen, staring at the starkly different 18. Was this her? Don't doubt it. The 18 in our timeline is also married, but not to Krillin, to someone you don't know. It's probably just minor differences between timelines. The 17 and 18 in your world lean more toward machines, while ours lean more toward humans. I've even seen an android, Yamcha. None of this is strange. Don't dwell on it, just think of them as entirely new people. Early the next morning, Goku and Vegeta, unable to contain their restlessness, began brawling on the artificial lake at Bulma's residence. Alas, they're always like this. Bulma and Trunks stood not far off, watching the duos clash, supporting their foreheads with exasperation. I, on the other hand, think this is quite good. Only then can Mr. Goku and Father become stronger and better protect everyone. Future Trunks had begun to develop an obsession with power. By the way, Mom, do you know where the new Namek is? After I return, I want to go there and borrow the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive those killed by Black, as well as the Supreme Kai and the others. Future Trunks had already planned in his heart find the Dragon Balls to revive those slain by Black, then revive the Supreme Kai, so that Lord Beerus over there would also be resurrected. Subsequently, he would train under Whis to better protect the Earth. Bulma hadn't expected future Trunks to ask such a question, but upon reflection, it was understandable. Let me think. Bulma closed her eyes in deep thought. Sorry, Trunks, I don't know where it is. Future Trunks was a bit disappointed, but quickly composed himself. He hadn't harbored much hope in the first place. Suddenly, Bulma clapped her hands and exclaimed excitedly, We can have Goku go ask. Din was the one Goku brought from Namek to become the Guardian. Bulma shouted towards the two figures in the sky, Hey, you two, stop fighting. There's something important. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta ceased their movements and flew over to Bulma. What is it, Bulma? Future Trunks needs to know the location of the new Namek. Could you trouble Goku to ask Dend or the Grand Elder of Namek? Hearing this, Goku also guessed future Trunks' intention. A very good idea. No problem, I'll go right now. Goku extended 2 fingers to his forehead and teleported instantly to the lookout. Yo, Dend. And Piccolo. Piccolo was still meditating. Mr. Popo was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Goku. Goku, what brings you here? Piccolo emerged from his meditation and asked. It's like this. Goku explained at length and the two listened attentively. So that's it. Future Trunks wants to know where Namek is. Do you know Dend? Piccolo asked Dend, who replied cheerfully, of course I do. It's at. Having obtained the desired information, Goku was also very pleased. Thank you, Dend. Well then, see you later. Goku used instant transmission to return. Just as Goku went to the lookout, Beerus and Whis arrived on Earth. Where's Goku? Beerus asked anxiously while Whis remained leisurely and unruffled. Goku had some business to attend to, he might be back in a while. Is there something, Lord Beerus? Bulma replied. This guy? Gone at a critical time. Damn it. What if the Grand Minister holds us accountable? Beerus muttered frantically, evidently terrified. What exactly is the matter, Lord Beerus? Vegeta, seeing Beerus' agitation, also inquired. The Grand Minister has informed us that the Omni King wishes to see Goku, and we must go there immediately. The Omni King wants to see Goku. Everyone was stunned. What could such an august figure want with Goku? Furthermore, the Grand Minister knows about the Zamasu incident and has requested Gogeta to come along as well. Beerus added. This time it was Gogeta's turn to be astonished. The Grand Minister wants to see me. That's not impossible. It might be fine to hand those two over to the Grand Minister for disposition. Just then Goku returned. I know the location of Namek. Future Trunks. Goku waved cheerfully at Future Trunks. Spotting Beerus and Whis, he greeted them warmly. Lord Beerus is here too. Beerus stepped forward and grabbed Goku. No time. Let's go quickly. The Omni King wants to see you. The Omni King? Is it about the tournament? That I do not know. Then let's go. Goku had no pressing matters, or a trip there wouldn't hurt. Beerus pinched Goku's mouth and said menacingly, you brat, watch your tongue. MMPH. I mean, the fate of the entire universe hinges on your attitude. If you anger the Omni King, we're finished. Got it. Unable to speak, Goku could only nod. Satisfied, Beerus released his grip. Is it far from here? Goku asked meekly. The journey there takes 2 days, and the return also takes 2 days. Whis answered. Oh, that long. If we go with the Supreme Kai, we can get there in an instant. Alright, let's go find the Supreme Kai. Goku teleported away instantly. This guy? A prominent vein bulged on Beerus' forehead. Before long, Goku returned with the Supreme Kai Shin. Let's go, Lord Beerus. I'm not going. Beerus' expression was somewhat unnatural. Whis, you go with them. Keep a close eye on this brat. Beerus still didn't trust Goku, fearing he would provoke the Omni King. Gogeta also walked over to Goku. After all, it's just an instant. If we do anger the Omni King, everything will be gone in an instant, Lord Beerus. Gogeta, unafraid of causing trouble, teased. Shut up. That must not happen. The more Beerus thought about it, the more terrified he became, and he roared loudly. Let's hurry up and go. The four of them vanished in a flash of light. Upon a giant mushroom, 12 stone pillars floated in the air, each bearing a universe. The Omni King's palace stood at the very center, marked by a massive character for all. The four arrived instantaneously. The Grand Minister had been waiting for some time. He smiled at them, his gaze lingering on Gogeta for a good while before he spoke. You have come from afar, forgive me for not receiving you properly. The Supreme Kai and Whis bowed in response. It's good to see you. The Grand Minister looked at Son Goku. Your esteemed name is Son Goku, I presume. Goku extended his hand. Hi. The Supreme Kai swiftly tapped Goku's leg, and Goku immediately snapped to attention. Yes, that is my name. And this must be Gogeta? Yes. Gogeta scrutinized the Grand Minister intently, trying to discern something, only to receive a slap on the back of his head from Whis, who whispered, how rude. Gogeta quickly averted his gaze. Then please follow me. The Grand Minister turned and led the group into the Omni King's palace. Woodjite glanced at the Grand Priest, then at Whis, noticing the different positions of the halos above their heads. The Grand Priest was at the back of his head, while Whis hung in the middle of his neck. Moreover, the Grand Priest's halo was quite small, whereas Whis' aura was relatively large. What does this symbolize? Power? Status? Or something else? Woodjite pondered carefully. Meanwhile, Wukong wondered about the Grand Priest's strength. The Grand Priest seems quite ordinary, he might be very powerful. Whis appreciated Wukong's insight. As far as I know, the Grand Priest is the most powerful person in this world. Wow, he's that amazing. Wukong exclaimed. Chill. You mustn't be rude and say anything about challenging him. Whis quickly deduced Wukong's thoughts and reminded him. But I'm really concerned about that. Wukong's focus was solely on combat power, which was his lifelong pursuit. I can only tell you that even I cannot match him. Whis simply used himself as a comparison for the Grand Priest's combat power. He's that strong. This trip was definitely worth it. Wukong excitedly clenched his fists. However, he dismissed the thought of a challenge. He couldn't even defeat Beerus, let alone the Angel Grand Priest. After a moment of flashing, the four of them arrived before the Omni King with the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest knelt on one knee. Son Wukong is here to pay respects to the Omni King. The Omni King sat on his throne, flanked by 2 guards. Son Wukong, it's great to see you. The Omni King's tone was very cheerful as he flew over to Wukong. I'm very happy that you came. Wukong extended his hand high. The Kaioshin cleared his throat, reminding Wukong, who quickly lowered his arm. What did you want to see me for? The Omni King slowly floated up and grabbed Wukong's finger. I want to tell you that I really want to make a friend. Then he began to fly around Wukong. I really like you and want you to be my friend. The Omni King's words astonished everyone. Huh. Wukong found it strange thinking he would refuse. Is there a problem? What do friends do? We play together. The Omni King's thoughts were so simple. You called me over just for this. Is that not okay? The Omni King countered. Not at all. Wukong can become friends with the Omni King. Before the Kaioshin could finish, the Omni King interrupted, don't speak. The Kaioshin broke into a cold sweat, immediately silencing himself and kneeling on the ground. What do you want to say, son Wukong? The Omni King continued to ask. Just call me Wukong. Wukong. Then what should I call you? The Omni King pointed at himself and asked. Let me think. After pondering for a moment, Wukong suddenly smiled and said, how about Hien? The Omni King's guards were somewhat furious, their veins bulging, while the Grand Priest chuckled. Weiss appeared surprised, and the Kaioshin, overwhelmed by the information, fainted. The transparent Wujite caught him and lifted him up. Hien, that sounds good. What shall we play? When will the martial arts tournament we mentioned last time be held, Hien? It's starting. Wujite knew Wukong was about to stir things up. Sure enough, no one could stop this Wukong. I haven't thought it through. The Omni King pondered for a moment. Then let's hold it now. Well then, Hien'll go back and prepare. See you later. Wukong waved at the Omni King and then turned to leave. I will notify all the Kaioshins of the tournament's specifics later. Wait a moment. The Omni King flew up to Wukong's face and handed him a button. Take this, if you press it I will appear. Wukong took the button and tucked it into his clothes. Well then, goodbye Hien. Wukong walked over to Wujite and the four of them headed outside. At the entrance, the Grand Priest appeared looking for Wujite. Mr. Wujite, I have already understood the situation with Zamasu. Can you leave those two to me to handle? Of course. Wujite took out 2 crystal balls and handed them to the Grand Priest. Thank you very much. The Grand Priest received the crystal balls, still wearing a smile. Mr. Wujite is quite a special person. The Grand Priest suddenly made this remark, leaving Wujite somewhat puzzled. Special? Not really. I'm just an ordinary Saiyan with a bit of higher talent. Wujite gestured with his thumb and index finger. Haha, Mr. Wujite is really humorous. The Grand Priest laughed at Wujite's gesture, and Weiss also wore a smile. I want to ask, how will you deal with those 2, Grand Priest? Wujite couldn't help but ask, as the system task was to kill Zamasu. If the Grand Priest spared those 2, wouldn't that mean he couldn't complete the task? Committing such a grave mistake will certainly lead to execution. Moreover, one of them even stole Mr. Wukong's body. Since Mr. Wukong is a friend of the Omni King, that is equivalent to offending the Omni King. After returning the body to Mr. Wukong, both will face the ultimate judgment. Upon hearing the Grand Priest say this, Wujite felt relieved the task could be completed. Then he'll leave it to the Grand Priest. No need to be polite. The Grand Priest continued to speak in a warm manner. Then I won't disturb you anymore, we will take our leave. Weiss bid farewell to the Grand Priest. The 4 of them returned to Earth. In the palace, the Omni King asked the Grand Priest, what is the current level of humanity in the 12 universes? It seemed the Omni King was already considering eliminating universes with low standards, which prompted this question. The Grand Priest answered the Omni King's inquiry. The first universe is still far ahead, while the 12th universe is rapidly growing, having become the second. The other universes have not seen any significant changes. Overall, their levels may have slightly declined. There has been no growth at all. There's no need to keep all 12. After pondering for a while, the Omni King spoke. 4 is enough. Let's eliminate the low-level universes. Understood. Then let's use this martial arts tournament to eliminate the losing side. The reward for the victor will be immunity from destruction. The Grand Priest finalized the details, and next was to notify the gods of the various universes. After Wujite and the others returned to Earth, Beerus immediately approached and asked, Weiss, did Wukong cause any trouble? Oh ho ho. Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled, not answering Beerus. Beerus felt a chill inside. This was bad. He must have caused trouble. The Kaioshin explained, Mr. Wukong has become friends with the Omni King. Huh. Beerus' eyes nearly popped out. Moreover, he also mentioned the martial arts tournament to the Omni King, who has decided to hold an inter-universal martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this, Beerus fainted. That bastard. Beerus leaped up and gave Goku a sharp knock on the head, shouting at him, You idiot. You absolute fool. How could you propose such a thing to Lord Zeno? Goku rubbed his head unconcerned and said, It's just a martial arts tournament. What's there to worry about, Lord Beerus? Goku thought nothing would go wrong. But Beerus had a premonition that something momentous was about to occur. Thanks to Gogeta's influence, Zamasu was dealt with. Early future Trunks timeline was preserved. There were no 2 Zeniths, and the Tournament of Power was held ahead of schedule. With an uneasy heart, Beerus found even his favorite delicacies tasteless, pacing about in restless agitation. Goku, gnawing on a piece of meat, tried to console Beerus as he paced. Don't worry, Lord Beerus. Nothing bad will happen. Annoyed Beerus slapped him again. This whole mess is your fault. Beerus plopped down on a chair, sighing. I'll let fate decide. He then grabbed a pastry and bit into it fiercely, as if the pastry were Goku himself, occasionally shooting him a glare. Among everyone present, only Beerus was on edge. The rest remained carefree, eating and drinking without a hint of crisis. Mr. Gogeta. Future Trunks approached him. Please send me back. Future Trunks missed his mother. Having learned much about Vegeta here, he was eager to share it all with future Bulma. Gogeta froze for a moment. He seemed to have forgotten to hand the time ring to the Grand Priest. Logically, the Grand Priest should know about it, but why he hadn't mentioned it, Gogeta didn't understand. Never mind. He decided to send Trunks back first. Using the time ring, Gogeta sent future Trunks home. Returning, Gogeta took off the time ring, placed it back in its box, and handed it to Whis. Whis, please give this to the Grand Priest for me. I forgot earlier. Whis accepted the box with a smile. No problem. Beerus squinted. Kid, how can you use that? Whis explained for Gogeta. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Gogeta has attained true Ultra Instinct and now possesses divine power naturally, allowing him to use the time ring. Beerus was slightly surprised, but only slightly. He could use Ultra Instinct too. Ultra Instinct. Goku, overhearing an unfamiliar term, directly asked Whis. Whis, what is Ultra Instinct? It sounds amazing. It's the technique I mentioned before, the one where the body moves on its own without thinking. Oh, so Gogeta is really incredible. Goku exclaimed in awe. Of course, the Grand Priest himself called him special. He must be extraordinary. Gogeta had already forgotten the Grand Priest's words, but Whis' mention brought it back. Special person. Whis, do you know what that means? Gogeta himself was puzzled. Could it be that his identity as a time traveler had been exposed? That seemed unlikely. He believed the system's power far surpassed the Grand Priest's. After all, it was a system. Its prestige was not so low. The Grand Priest must have been referring to something else. Whis scrutinized Gogeta, but could discern nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Gogeta. I don't know what the Grand Priest meant either. But to receive such praise from the Grand Priest, Mr. Gogeta must possess remarkable qualities. Though Whis didn't understand Gogeta's uniqueness, he knew the Grand Priest's depth and trusted his judgment. Ding! A system notification sounded in Gogeta's mind. Mission complete. Rewards are being distributed. Does the host wish to claim them now? Gogeta thought for a moment. He decided to wait. Claiming them in front of Whis might alert him. Store them for now. He'll claim them later. Understood, host. The system's voice faded. Since the mission was complete, the Grand Priest must have dealt with those too. Soon he would announce the tournament of power to the gods. Sure enough, before long, Whis received a call from the Grand Priest, instructing the Supreme Kais gods of destruction and angels to prepare. Beerus and Shin quickly assumed their positions, and the Grand Priest's voice emanated from Whis' staff. Everyone, are you ready? Whis immediately replied yes. Then, following Beerus and the Supreme Kai, he struck a pose, and with a whoosh the three vanished from Earth, arriving at the Palace of Zeno. In the Palace of Zeno, the angels and gods from all 12 universes were present, all bowing their heads, awaiting the Grand Priest's instructions. Everyone, please raise your heads. The Grand Priest's gaze swept across the assembly. Noticing a stranger in Universe 11, he asked, Who is that behind you? The clown quickly answered, His name is Topo. I am considering retirement soon, and he is being trained as the next candidate for God of Destruction. I brought him along this time to gain experience. The Grand Priest smiled slightly and continued, Now I shall announce Lord Zena's decree. From this moment, 5 Zena hours from now, specifically at 157 o'clock on Royal Year 31355600603, the Tournament of Power will commence. Selected warriors from each universe will compete in a test of strength and skill. The gods of every universe were bewildered. Why such a sudden tournament of power? Beerus held his head, inwardly cursing Goku countless times. That idiot. Kampa was also sweating profusely. The martial arts tournament between universes 6 and 7 had caught Lord Zena's attention, and now it was happening. 10 participants will be chosen from each universe. Gods are not allowed to compete. Rules: no weapons, no healing items, no flying, no killing opponents. The only way to win is to knock your opponent off the stage. The time limit is 100 attacks. All participants will fight simultaneously. Everyone battles together within the time limit. The universe with the most remaining contestants at the end wins. If only one contestant remains before time runs out, that universe wins. As with the previous tournament between universes 6 and 7, the Super Dragon Balls will be the prize for the ultimate victor, granting any wish. Since the Super Dragon Balls of this timeline are still on cooldown, I have borrowed a set from another timeline to serve as this tournament's prize. A bespectacled Kaioshin who appeared quite refined asked cautiously, Now that we know the reward for the most outstanding fighter, what is the prize for the victorious universe? Lord Grand Minister. The Grand Minister clasped his hands behind his back and stated flatly to the assembly, There is none. No, doing nothing at all is the reward for victory. and the defeated universes will be erased by Lord Zeno. Such terrifying words slipped so casually from the Grand Minister's lips, leaving the gods utterly stunned. What did he just say? Erased? Beerus was already in shock. Whis added with some surprise, this is an unexpectedly monumental affair. A far more severe situation than we ever imagined. The Grand Minister continued, it's not just about reducing to a single universe. Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 will also be spared. These 4 universes have an average mortal level above 7, so they are exempt from participating in this tournament. The Kaioshin and gods of destruction of those 4 universes all breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. We're saved. Phew. Our diligent work has truly paid off. The elephantine god of destruction inquired of the Grand Minister. If a universe is erased, what will become of us? The Grand Minister replied, please do not worry. Aside from the attendant angels, all gods will vanish along with their universe. The gods' spirits rose and fell with the Grand Minister's words, ultimately plunging into an abyss. The reward for the victorious universe in this tournament is exemption from erasure. That is the greatest prize of all. Beerus asked Whis, hey, Whis, is our universe's level really that poor? Whis informed Beerus, indeed the average mortal level across the various planets in Universe 7 is 318. It's not high at all, in fact it's second from the bottom. Hearing this, Beerus began to blame the Kaioshin. It's all your fault. Always with that naive notion that mortals should improve themselves on their own. The Kaioshin retorted, and you spend almost all your time sleeping. The Grand Minister continued, the tournament will be held in the Void Realm, where a special arena will be constructed. I will transport everyone there. Please gather and wait at any single location within your universe. With a wave of his hands, the Grand Minister sent everyone back to their respective universes. On Earth, Beerus looked at Goku, who was relaxing, and delivered a harsh slap to the back of his head. Goku crouched on the ground, holding his head. That hurt. What are you doing, Lord Beerus? This is your punishment for ignoring my advice. Beerus had long warned Goku not to cause trouble, but Goku had still managed to get his way. What happened, Lord Beerus? Goku had been hit without knowing why. This tournament of power hosted by Lord Zeno. The defeated universe will be erased by Lord Zeno. Beerus snarled at Goku, looking as if he wanted to devour him. The Kaioshin quickly tried to calm Beerus, saying, wait, Lord Beerus. According to Lord Grand Minister, these universes were originally slated for erasure. Isn't it because of Mr. Goku that we now have a chance to survive? That may be true, but Beerus had little confidence in them. Now that it's come to this, both my universe and I will be erased. We're doomed. They knew nothing of the other universe's capabilities and had no way to strategize. But if Gogeta helps us in the tournament, wouldn't it be easy to win? Goku pointed at Gogeta, who was lounging nearby and leisurely eating fruit. Beerus' eyes lit up. That's right. I know how strong that guy Gogeta is. He'd be more than enough to handle fighters from other universes. However, the next moment Gogeta dealt Beerus a crushing blow. It won't work. Lord Grand Minister knows of my existence. He won't let me participate. Besides, I'm not particularly keen on joining this kind of tournament. Beerus instantly deflated. Yeah, Lord Grand Minister has already seen Gogeta. He won't allow him to compete. We're finished. Goku didn't think so. Don't be like that, Lord Beerus. I believe we can win. The Kaioshin also spoke. We don't have much time. This is no moment for such talk. We need to quickly gather 10 fighters. Beerus had already prepared for the worst. They'll leave the fighters to you. While there's still time, I'm going to feast on as much delicious food as I can. I might never get to eat it again. On the rooftop, Goku was telling Vegeta about the tournament of power while Beerus sat nearby, gorging himself with a fury, as if trying to eat his share for the rest of eternity. So this is a battle for the very survival of the universe. Vegeta appeared somewhat calm. Whis had drafted a preliminary list of participants consisting of those from the last Universe 6 vs. 7 tournament: Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Buu. 6 more were needed. Mentioning the last tournament reminded Goku of Monaka. And Monaka? Beerus hastily made up an excuse to fob Goku off. No, Monaka can't compete. He's in poor health. The first person Vegeta thought of was Gohan. Vegeta is the biggest Gohan fan in the Dragon Ball world. What about Gohan? Can he come? Will it work? He's quite busy. I don't know if he can fight right away, but he really hates fighting. Goku doubted Gohan would join, then asked, what about Goten and Trunks? Vegeta immediately refused. Don't drag the children into this. Don't tell them about this. Absolutely not. Goten and Trunks were ruled out. Several figures materialized in Whis' hand: Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Master Roshi. Seeing Krillin reminded Goku of Android 18. Alright, Krillin's wife 18 is also very strong. Vegeta said, but she's an android. Is that allowed? Bulma explained it should be fine. She was originally human, just modified at the cellular level to be something like a superhuman. She's human, right? Don't forget about 17 either. However, androids have no ki, making it impossible to sense. So Goku decided to ask 18. Without further ado, Goku prepared to use instant transmission. Before he left, Vegeta reminded him, remember to bring more senzu beans. We never have enough, and this time there are 10 of us. Whis immediately told Vegeta, Mr. Vegeta, I suspect that would violate the rules. What? Vegeta's heart sank. Lacking senzu beans would be problematic. But the Kaioshin reassured him, don't worry. Mr. Bu is here. He can use his healing magic. Excellent. Vegeta finally relaxed. He had nearly forgotten about Bu's incredible ability. Goku hurriedly rushed off to find Krillin and Android 18. Only after Goku had left did Gogeta speak. Lord Beerus, I happen to know a remarkably formidable individual. If he could truly master his power, he would likely be capable of sweeping through every single contestant in the Tournament of Power. Gogeta was of course referring to Broly. If Broly could perfectly attain the form of full-power Super Saiyan, even Jiren would be no match for him. However, time was far too short, there might not be enough left to train him. What? Beerus exclaimed in shock upon hearing Gogeta's words. Our universe has someone this powerful. Supreme Kai, do you know of him? The Supreme Kai was also taken aback. He had never heard of any particularly formidable being in the universe. He shook his head, I do not. That fellow is also a Saiyan. I discovered him in another timeline, and even recommended him to that timeline's Lord Beerus to be a candidate for God of Destruction. When I saw him last, he had already become incredibly powerful. He had reached the level of a God of Destruction. Gogeta continued, speaking of which, he actually has some connection to Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta also grew somewhat intrigued. There's no time to waste, let's set off to find him immediately. Beerus waved his hand grandly, making a decisive choice. Gogeta and Vegeta each placed a hand on one of Beerus' shoulders. Gogeta said to Whis, he is on a planet called Vampa. Very well. Whis raised his staff, checked, and confirmed the planet's existence. Thus the four of them departed for planet Vampa. Meanwhile, Goku went to see Krillin. Using 1 million Zeni as bait, he tempted Android 18 to participate. In the end, Android 18 fell for Goku's scheme and agreed to join the tournament. However, Android 18 did not know Android 17's exact location either, so she headed to the lookout to ask Dend. As soon as Goku arrived at the lookout, Dend was already waiting for him, having long known everything. You want to know where Mr. 17 is? Right. He is on a large island in the south. He'll take you there. Before Goku could react, the lookout began moving at tremendous speed. Mr. Popo explained, in order to watch over every corner of the earth, the lookout can go anywhere it wishes. This is also an important duty of the Guardian. Along the way, Goku sat at the very front, enjoying the wind as his hair fluttered. After 17 was revived, why did he become a good person? Mr. Popo also knew the answer to this question. He replied, the androids were originally ordinary humans, but they were implanted with evil thoughts by Dr. Gero. Krillin's wish to remove the bombs inside them seems to have been the catalyst for him to regain his kind heart. Dend also told Goku that Android 17 had started a family. Now Android 17 works as a wildlife ranger protecting a large island. Android 17's strength has always been formidable. If he were to become an enemy again, he would be a terrifying opponent. That was Dend's assessment. Dend also mentioned that a boy with extraordinary martial arts talent had appeared nearby. Dend hoped Goku would teach him how to use his power properly when he grew older. That boy was the reincarnation of Majin Buu. His name is please remember him. Dend said to Goku with great solemnity. Before long, the lookout reached the island where 17 was. After Dend pointed him out, Goku gathered his strength, leaped off the lookout, and flew over. On planet Vampa, Beerus and the others made a grand entrance. Beerus looked at the harsh environment before him and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Are you telling me that fellow is really in a place like this? Gogeta nodded. Broly has lived in this harsh environment since he was a child, which is why he became so powerful. Vegeta also nodded. Anyone who could survive for so long in such conditions must be an incredibly formidable individual. Suddenly, a tremendous noise echoed from afar, likely the sound of Broly fighting. The group flew towards it. Broly was pummeling a giant crab monster, while Paragus watched from atop a distant mountain. Suddenly, they all saw the group flying towards them. Paragus' expression showed both excitement and wariness. He had no idea who these people were. Is this the guy? Beerus completely ignored Paragus, an old decrepit man who in no way looked like a formidable fighter. Yes, his name is Broly. That one over there is Paragus, Broly's father. Because King Vegeta feared Broly's power, they exiled the young Broly here. Paragus chased after his son all the way, and in the end, both of their ships were damaged, so they've been stuck in this remote place. Paragus had once secretly seen Beerus in the palace and recognized him. Lord Beerus. Paragus quickly ran over to Beerus and greeted him with the utmost respect. Beerus looked at him, finding him somewhat familiar. You're the one who was spying back on planet Vegeta. And that other time it was Vegeta doing the spying. Beerus still remembered them. He had seen all their little schemes clearly. Yeist. My deepest apologies, Lord Beerus. Paragus hadn't expected Beerus to know about his spying. He broke out in a cold sweat and immediately apologized. Given the current critical situation, Beerus decided not to dwell on those matters. He said to Paragus, "Broly is your son." "Yes. I want him to participate in a martial arts tournament. Do you have any objections?" Although Paragus desperately wanted to refuse, he dared not speak up, appearing utterly terrified of Beerus. "It would be his honor, Lord Beerus. If there's no problem, then let's go." Beerus turned to leave, but was stopped by Gogeta. "Lord Beerus, wait a moment. Moi. Let Vegeta and Broly have a fight. It will also be a good way for them to vent the anger they've held in their hearts all these years. And it will allow us to see Broly's power." Beerus thought it over and it seemed to make some sense. "Fine." Beerus gestured to Paragus and Vegeta, signaling for them to get it over with quickly. Paragus said something to Broly. Broly then glared at Vegeta with a hint of malice and charged at him rapidly. Vegeta, not to be outdone, launched his own attack against Broly. After a few exchanges, Vegeta realized that Broly was absorbing experience and growing stronger at an astonishing rate. What a terrifying talent. No wonder Gogeta said he could sweep the tournament of power. But this level of power isn't enough. Vegeta immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and continued his battle with Broly. This Mr. Broly is indeed very impressive. He would be quite suitable to be a god of destruction, Whis said to Beerus. However, Beerus was not in the mood to discuss this. With the fate of the universe at stake, he was extremely anxious. Although Broly's performance was outstanding, it fell far short of Beerus' expectations. The battle between Vegeta and Broly raged on, growing ever more intense. Broly gradually overwhelmed Vegeta, forcing him to transform once more. This time Vegeta directly assumed the Super Saiyan God form and sent Broly flying with a single punch. Now it was Broly's turn to endure the assault. Vegeta showed no mercy, each strike delivered with full force. Before long, Broly grew accustomed to Vegeta's onslaught and caught his fist in midair. Impossible. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Broly had grown this strong in such a short span. Broly hurled Vegeta away and let out a thunderous roar. Broly entered a state of rage, his pupils turning emerald green. In this state, he could harness the power of a great ape. Broly lunged forward, his fists like massive hammers aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms to block, but was sent flying by the sheer force. He crashed heavily into the mountainside. As Vegeta scrambled to his feet, Broly's attack was already upon him. Vegeta dodged just in time, and the mountain behind him was obliterated by Broly's blow. Now that's more like it. Beerus nodded, impressed by Broly's power. Whis reminded him, "Lord Beerus, don't forget Broly hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet." Whis' words struck Beerus like a thunderbolt. Right? How had he overlooked that? If Broly could become a Super Saiyan, with his current combat strength, a transformation would only make him more terrifying. But Whis poured cold water on the thought. Broly hasn't undergone systematic training. His control over his power is very poor. He's already showing signs of a berserk state. If he transforms into a Super Saiyan, it's highly likely he'll go completely out of control. Whis' judgment was sharp and accurate. He saw Broly's problem at a glance. Whis is right. Broly is prone to rage, even to the point of going berserk. Paragus echoed cautiously. Yes, Broly sometimes loses control. Paragus dared not mention the electric shock device he used on Broly. Seeing how much Beerus valued Broly, he feared the god of destruction might kill him if he found out. Vegeta was now being ground into the dirt by Broly. Broly grabbed Vegeta by the head and slammed him repeatedly into the ground, causing Vegeta immense pain. A blue aura flared around Vegeta. He suddenly broke free from Broly's grip and delivered a vicious kick to Broly's chest. Broly staggered back a few steps before steadying himself and launching another attack at Vegeta. Vegeta completed his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, showing no fear of Broly. They charged at each other simultaneously and clashed fists. Vegeta was sent flying by Broly's terrifying power, while Broly merely retreated a few steps. What fearsome strength! Vegeta shook his numb hand, a hint of shock in his heart. They'll have to outsmart him. Can't go head-to-head. Meanwhile, Goku realized a serious problem. He had no idea what Android 17 looked like. So Goku wandered around the island until he finally found Android 17. However, Android 17 mistook Goku for a poacher and attacked him without hesitation. Goku was caught off guard. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't get the better of Android 17. Goku now knew his opponent's identity, but wanting to test Android 17's strength, he didn't reveal his own. Goku went straight to Super Saiyan 3 and fought Android 17. Android 17 held his own against Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and the battle was evenly matched. Android 17 seized an opening and kicked Goku, flying toward the ground. But he immediately sensed trouble. At that speed, Goku would crash into the forest and cause damage. Android 17 gave chase, but Goku twisted his body and landed safely. Just as Goku was about to speak, Android 17 fired an energy blast. Goku had no time to dodge, so he crossed his arms to block it, and the blast carried him into the air. By the time Goku stabilized himself, Android 17 had already gathered a massive amount of energy. A colossal energy sphere materialized above Android 17's head. Goku quickly shouted, "Wait. Android 17. It's me, son Goku." Android 17 recognized the voice and halted his attack. "I've heard that voice before." Goku reverted to his base form and landed in front of Android 17. "I've never seen you before. Good thing you're the only one on this island." But Android 17 replied, "This isn't the first time I've seen you. I saw you inside Cell, and I heard your voice then." Super Saiyan 3 Goku's appearance had changed so much that Android 17 hadn't recognized him at first. The two sat down and talked. Goku told Android 17 about the Tournament of Power, but concealed the consequence of losing the tournament for the universe. "So you came all this way to ask me to join that tournament?" "I refuse." Android 17 declined without hesitation. "I'm the only one watching over this island. I can't leave." Goku persisted, "It'll only take 2 hours." But Android 17 remained unmoved and refused again. "Then let Goten and Trunks take your place for that time." Android 17 was sharp. He guessed the tournament wasn't simple. Otherwise, they could just send the two children. He said to Goku, "Tell me the truth. Why did you come specifically for me?" Goku knew he couldn't hide it any longer and revealed the whole story to Android 17. "That's how it is." Goku told Android 17 everything. "Android 18 and Krillin are going too. You must want to see them, right?" When Android 17 heard that Krillin would be there, he touched his chest, the spot where the bomb had been. He owed Krillin a debt and decided to participate. After chatting for a while, Goku left, promising to come back for Android 17 on the day of the tournament. On planet Vampa, the battle between Vegeta and Broly continued. But it was clear that both had reached their limits. Their attacks were no longer as fierce and swift as at the beginning. "That's enough." Beerus interrupted their fight. Broly had reached his limit, and continuing would lead to casualties, something Beerus wanted to avoid. Though Paragus desperately wanted to kill Vegeta, he dared not defy Beerus' authority and had to let the opportunity slip. "Stop now, Broly." Hearing his father's command, Broly finally relaxed. Whis approached the two and healed them. The Brolys had nothing to pack and left with the group without delay. In space, a bright meteor streaked by. It was Whis taking everyone back to Earth. Broly gazed at the cosmic scenery in wonder. Everything was so unfamiliar, yet so beautiful to him. This meteor flashed across the cosmos and vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the planet named Vampa far behind them burst into a magnificent firework, as if celebrating Broly's rebirth. At Bulma's residence, Whis was tallying the participants for the Tournament of Power. On the blackboard were pictures of each member: Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien, Shinin, Android 17, Android 18, Broly, and Bu. Exactly 10 individuals. Just then Mr. Satan called, informing them that Bu had fallen asleep and would not awaken for 2 months. Vegeta abruptly stood up and asked, "Doesn't that guy usually only sleep for a second at a time?" Bulma replied, "Apparently he hibernates once a year." Beerus cursed loudly, "That fool. Let me go wake him up." Whis teased from the side, My does Lord Beerus, who sleeps for years on end, have the right to say that so boldly?" With no other choice, they began discussing again. "I still think we should have Gohan participate." Vegeta insisted on Gohan joining the tournament. He was, after all, Gohan's biggest fan in all of Dragon Ball. Goku, who was on his way back, received a call from Whis. "Huh, you can't participate." "Yes, it seems we must go and persuade Mr. Gohan." Whis spoke to Goku on the screen. With no other option, they had to restore Gohan's fighting state. Goku immediately headed to Piccolo's place. Goku quickly arrived at Piccolo's location and explained the situation. "Please, Piccolo." "Understood. Then go get some Senzu beans first." Piccolo instructed Goku to fetch Senzu beans. Using Senzu beans is against the rules. "No, I need them to retrain him until the tournament begins." Piccolo's aim was to train Gohan. In such a short time, only Senzu beans could make it possible. Indeed, Piccolo was the true father figure. Meanwhile, other universes were also scouting for competitors. In Universe 6, Kaba found Kale and Caulifla tempting the latter with the power of a Super Saiyan. Caulifla was persuaded and decided to join. In Universe 11, the destroyer who resembled a clown personally approached Jiren, using the Super Dragon Balls as bait. The promise of granting any wish convinced Jiren to participate, though he remained steadfast in his justice, vowing to return to his universe immediately if any trouble arose. Early the next morning, Krillin arrived at Bulma's house. Beerus looked half asleep, complaining that sleeping at night didn't suit his schedule. Indeed, a cat was a cat, active at night and sleeping during the day. Even becoming a destroyer couldn't change that habit. Krillin asked Bulma, "Who else is participating?" Bulma answered Krillin's question. "I hear Master Roshi is coming too." Just then Broly and Paragus appeared. Krillin asked in surprise, "Who are these two? They look like Saiyans." Beerus plopped down onto the sofa and replied, "Broly and his father Paragus. They are powerful warriors we found from space." Clearly Beerus was quite satisfied with Broly. "I see. Broly and Paragus respectfully greeted Beerus, who waved his hand in acknowledgement. Just then Gogeta also woke up. Yo, everyone's up early. Gogeta's hair was a mess resembling a bird's nest after a night's sleep. He shook his head vigorously, and his hair returned to normal. Morning, Gogeta. Morning. Gogeta walked over to the sofa and sat beside Krillin. Goku hasn't returned yet. He looked around not seeing Goku and asked. Not yet. I heard the prize money is 10 million. Master Roshi plans to renovate Kame House. 10 million. What 10 million? Vegeta asked puzzled. Goku said the winner's prize is 1 million each. That guy. There's no 10 million. Kakarot lied to you. Vegeta directly exposed Goku's lie. Huh. Seeing Krillin's expression, Vegeta knew Goku hadn't told him the truth. The losing universe will be erased entirely. Upon learning the gravity of the situation, Krillin's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Just then Goku returned, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Krillin spoke to Goku with some anger. Using money to lure us. That's too much, Goku. Knowing he was in the wrong, Goku bowed his head in apology. So, sorry. Please, Krillin. You're small, quick, and a good evader. You might be useful in this tournament. Krillin said in a resigned tone. Alright, he'll join. But I'm afraid Android 18 won't participate if there's no money involved. Then Bulma, the wealthy heiress, stepped forward. No problem. They'll cover the pay for Android 18 and that lecherous old man. Hearing Bulma's guarantee, Goku immediately flattered her. That's our Bulma. Gogeta observed everything. That Goku, he looked honest and simple on the surface, but he had plenty of cunning tricks up his sleeve. By the way, have you considered Frieza? That guy is pretty strong. At least stronger than most others, and he has brains. Vegeta immediately objected. Are you kidding me? There's no way a scumbag like Frieza would participate obediently. The others shared the same sentiment, strongly opposing the idea. Do you really think Frieza would follow orders? Gogeta, however, had a different perspective. Frieza is all about benefits. Without sufficient leverage, he won't help you. So you need to offer something that motivates him to assist. For example, resurrection. Gogeta's words left everyone present utterly stunned. No, absolutely not. Bringing Frieza back to life can never happen. Gogeta continued to elaborate on his view. This is a matter of universal survival. The stronger the ally, the greater the assurance. If you lose, you all died. Think it over carefully. I, for one, won't be erased by the Omni King. Gogeta dropped another bombshell. Lord Beerus, you've probably seen him. The candidate destroyer from Universe 11. Beerus certainly remembered the Grand Minister had mentioned him. His name is Topo. Correct, but he is also a member of the Pride Troopers. You know what that means. Goku the simpleton didn't understand, but the others did. Is there someone even stronger than him? Exactly. The leader of the Pride Troopers, Jiren. He's a big guy, not a threat to me personally, but he's an opponent none of you can defeat right now. It's said his battle power surpasses even that of the destroyer Belmont. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. Hearing another piece of bad news from Gogeta, there is a terrifyingly powerful fighter in Universe 11. Everyone was somewhat incredulous. Goku asked Whis, are there really people in other universes stronger than us? Well, I don't know much about the affairs of other universes either. Whis, the attendant angel of Universe 7, was not well versed in matters of other universes. Lord Beerus and Lord Kaioshin don't even know the full roster of fighters in their own universe. Perhaps among the contestants there are indeed warriors mightier than you. For instance, Broly. Without Gogeta's guidance, we wouldn't even know of his existence. Broly. Goku hadn't returned yesterday. He had stayed overnight at Tenshinhan's place, so he was unaware of Broly's existence. That's him. Whis pointed to Broly in the distance, who was wolfing down his food. He is a powerful warrior who can match Vegeta. Goku's attention was instantly captured by Broly. Gazing at Broly's bulging muscles, he could sense the astonishing energy within him. Excellent. This gives us even more certainty. Actually, there is an even better way. Gogeta said to everyone, the Metamoran fusion dance. If Goku and Vegeta fuse, no one can defeat their combined being. Gogeta's suggestion brought a spark of light to everyone's eyes. That's right. There's still this move. Back then, the fusion of two Super Saiyan youngsters could rival Majin Buu's power. Just imagine if Goku and Vegeta were to fuse. I disagree. Vegeta immediately objected. He had no desire to fuse with Kakarot. I would rather die than fuse with Kakarot again. Vegeta showed extreme resistance. Goku promptly brought up Bulma to persuade him. If we lose, would it be okay if your beloved Bulma died? Vegeta was rendered speechless. After a long silence, he finally relented. Just this once, Kakarot. Great. Hearing Vegeta's agreement, everyone celebrated jubilantly, as if victory was already theirs. Should you two practice first? Kuririn said to them. Back then, Goten and Trunks took some time to master this move. Vegeta was still unaware of the embarrassing pose required. Goku immediately demonstrated it for him. What? You expect me to make such a shameful pose? Vegeta was fuming with rage. His eyes seemed to blaze, ready to incinerate Goku. Don't be like that, Vegeta. Do it for Bulma. Goku invoked Bulma's name again. It worked if Vegeta had no choice but to agree. Bulma also hugged Vegeta's face and gave him a kiss. Mwah, thank you for your hard work, Vegeta. Vegeta's face instantly turned crimson, but his words remained stubborn. Who did this for you? Don't flatter yourself. So the final team is Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, Piccolo, Kuririn, Master Roshi, Tenshinhan, Android 17, and Android 18. 10 people in total. Gohan took the place of the hibernating Buu. Frieza had been completely forgotten by everyone. The Emperor was left crying in the bathroom. Whis wrote all the contestants' names on the blackboard. The main task now is Goku and Vegeta's fusion dance. Please begin your practice. Reluctantly, Vegeta followed Goku outside to start practicing the fusion. The others also came out to watch. Seeing everyone come out, Vegeta's face fell. These guys, were they here to watch him make a fool of himself? He'd get rid of them all sooner or later. Come on, Vegeta, let's not waste time. Goku had already stepped aside, extending his arm. Vegeta, with a grimace, reluctantly took his position and extended his arm as well. Fusion. Their fingers didn't touch. This attempt was doomed to fail. With a flash of light, a chubby Gogeta appeared. One look was enough, they knew it had failed. Let's wait 30 minutes. We still have plenty of time. After speaking, Kuririn found a spot and sat down to rest. The others also dispersed to find places to relax. The chubby Gogeta plopped down on the ground, patiently waiting for time to pass. Half an hour flew by, and as soon as it was up, the two separated punctually. Damn it, Kakarot. This is all your fault. As soon as he reappeared, Vegeta started cursing Goku. Vegeta, you're part of the problem too. This isn't something I can accomplish alone. The two were at loggerheads. Neither would back down. Try again. Your fingers didn't touch just now. Gogeta pointed out their mistake. Vegeta snorted coldly, turned, and walked to his position. Goku did the same. They began their second attempt. Fusion. This time their bodies were misaligned, not on the same horizontal plane. After a flash of light, a skinny Gogeta appeared. Failed again. Sighed. Everyone returned to their resting spots, silently waiting another 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes passed, and they separated again. This time, without any quarreling, they immediately started the next round. Fusion. This time it was absolutely perfect. The real Gogeta had finally made his grand entrance. Success. Excellent. As the light faded, a tall, straight figure appeared before them. He wore a peculiar vest, white pants, and a red sash tied around his waist. The mightiest Gogeta of this dimension. He had arrived. Last time it was Vegetto, so this time let's call him Gogeta. The overlapping voices of Goku and Vegeta emanated from Gogeta. Truly remarkable, Lord Beerus. The warrior born from their fusion is incredibly powerful. This should resolve our problems. Gogeta's base form alone possessed the combat power of Super Saiyan Blue. Upon transformation, his strength rivaled that of a god of destruction. I can feel the immense power within me. Gogeta clenched his fists, suddenly erupted his aura, and transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue. The terrifying pressure left everyone utterly astounded. Incredible. We will surely win. Witnessing Gogeta's terrifying strength, everyone felt relieved. It was a sure thing. A sure victory. Even Beerus had a smile on his face. He was eager to see how the fighters from other universes would cope. Would you like to test his abilities, Lord Beerus? Gogeta asked Beerus. Beerus thought it over. It had been a long time since he had fought Goku and Vegeta. Then let me see what you're made of after fusing. Beerus rose from his chair and said to Gogeta. Gogeta was also eager to test his power. The two headed directly to outer space where they could fight without holding back. Gogeta erupted with a stunning blue aura which then surged entirely into his body. He unleashed his full power, Super Saiyan Blue full power. Gogeta then charged at Beerus with incredible speed, launching a fierce assault. His powerful punch was blocked by Beerus' palm. Beerus chuckled and said, "Not bad, that force." Haha. Gogeta grinned back, then swiftly kicked. Beerus raised his arm to block the kick and countered with a punch. Gogeta deflected Beerus' fist and returned a blow while Beerus swung his own fist to meet Gogeta's. Beerus suddenly exerted force, sending Gogeta flying. He then lunged forward and delivered a flying kick, striking Gogeta squarely in the abdomen. Wah! Gogeta's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of bitterness. He raised his hand and chopped fiercely at Beerus' leg. Beerus quickly withdrew his leg, but as he attempted another kick, Gogeta's fist landed on his face. Beerus was sent flying backward, crashing onto the moon and creating a deep crater. He instantly soared out of the crater and charged straight at Gogeta, hurling several energy spheres. Gogeta swatted away all the energy spheres, but Beerus was already upon him, landing a heavy punch on Gogeta's face. Gogeta endured the blow and retaliated with a punch, which Beerus blocked with his hand. The two engaged in an intense battle. On Earth, the crowd could faintly hear the sounds of combat echoing from the sky. A rhythmic bang, bang, bang. Whis as before used his staff to project the battle. Everyone watched intently. We've got this. We've got this. The tournament of power is in the bag. The crowd witnessing Gogeta's performance erupted with excitement. With such a formidable fighter, who could possibly defeat him? A blue and a purple figure shone brilliantly in the dim cosmos, darting like meteors. They clashed again and again, each collision sparking a beautiful display of fireworks. After another clash, Gogeta seized the opportunity to create distance and switched to ranged attacks. Gogeta raised his hand and launched an energy sphere at Beerus. Beerus cleaved it apart with one hand and sped toward Gogeta. Gogeta's hands became a blur as countless energy spheres flew at Beerus. Beerus halted mid-flight, conjured a massive orb of destruction, and hurled it at the swarm. Gogeta's energy spheres vanished like stones cast into the ocean, swallowed without a ripple. Unfazed, Gogeta kicked the destruction orb away. But Beerus was already in his face, and with Gogeta's look of surprise, rearranged his expression with a punch. Gogeta flew some distance before steadying himself. He looked up to find Beerus gone, then felt a sharp pain in his side, and was sent flying again. Beerus had circled behind Gogeta, kicking him in the side. He then vanished and reappeared along Gogeta's flight path, a purple energy glow blazing in his hand, as he struck the incoming Gogeta with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Gogeta took the hit squarely, his body covered in wounds. He coughed, dryly wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked up at Beerus. That stings a bit, Lord Beerus. A smirk curled on Beerus' lips. If I hadn't held back, it wouldn't have just stung. May I ask, Lord Beerus, how much of your power are you using? Gogeta was curious about the extent of Beerus' strength. But Beerus didn't answer. He simply smiled and uttered two words, "You guess?" The crowd on the ground was also curious and asked Mr. Whis, how much of Lord Beerus' power is being used? Well, I can only say that Lord Beerus hasn't gotten serious yet. Whis dodged the question without giving a direct answer. But it's still impressive. You know, Lord Beerus is one of the top destruction gods. To fight this well against Lord Beerus is already remarkable. Huh. Lord Beerus is highly ranked among all the universes. That amazing. Everyone had assumed that since their universe's human level was low, the destruction god's strength wouldn't be formidable either. They never expected he was among the best. Of course, it's just that Lord Beerus is lazy and doesn't do his job properly. With Beerus sleeping for decades at a time, how could the human level possibly improve? He even nearly let the Supreme Kai die. Fortunately, Goku and the others were there, otherwise they'd need a new destruction god. I beg you, Lord Beerus, let me witness your true power. With that, Gogeta suddenly erupted with energy, overdrawing his power to enter Super Saiyan Blue Overdrive. The battle resumed. Gogeta pressed his hands together and unleashed his signature move, the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. A thick blue energy wave surged toward Beerus. Beerus' body glowed with a purple aura, and with one hand he caught the Kamehameha and crushed it. What? Gogeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Had his all-out, overdriven attack been crushed by Beerus with just one hand? Before Gogeta could react, Beerus' fist was already on his face. That heavy punch instantly broke the fusion, leaving Goku and Vegeta unconscious. Beerus held one in each hand and moved with incredible speed, reaching the ground in a flash. The crowd only saw a blur of purple before Beerus landed and laid Goku and Vegeta on the ground. Whis immediately healed them, and soon they were back on their feet, full of energy. Amazing, Lord Beerus. You took us out in an instant. Beerus was in a great mood now. With Goku and Vegeta around, the tournament of power was as good as won. His good mood sparked an appetite. Beerus immediately asked Bulma to prepare food for him. He wanted a hearty feast. Bulma waved her hand and arranged a lavish meal for everyone. The chefs at Bulma's place got busy, and one dish after another was brought to the table. Broly had never seen such a feast. Drool nearly dripped from his mouth. Goku placed a plate of roast pork in front of him and said, "Broly, try this. It's really delicious." Broly was a bit overwhelmed by Goku's warmth, but still thanked him. "Thank you. Don't mention it, oh, we're friends." Goku laughed carefreely. Broly, touched by Goku's smile, wore a joyful expression and began eating the roast pork Goku had given him. After a sumptuous feast, everyone gathered in the living room to rest. Whis pointed to the 10 names on the blackboard and said, "Then let's finalize the list of participants for the tournament. There are 10 people in total: Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, Android 18, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Master Roshi. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had none. Then next we'll discuss the tactics. Whis continued, the tournament of power lasts 48 minutes, but the fusion technique is only effective for 30 minutes. During the 18-minute gap, Goku and Vegeta must conserve their stamina as much as possible to prepare for fusion. The rest of you should focus on defeating as many fighters from other universes as you can while protecting Goku and Vegeta. The primary objective is to ensure Goku and Vegeta have ample energy. Once they fuse, the other universes will have no chance of winning. During this time, keep an eye out for any formidable opponents from other universes, especially Jiren and Toppo, as Vegetto mentioned. If you encounter someone you can't beat, retreat immediately. It's best to move in groups for safety. Everyone nodded. That covers the main points. Let's leave it at that. Rest well, and be in top form for tomorrow's match. Whis addressed the group. Vegetto also nodded, feeling this arrangement was sound. Vegetto asked Whis, can I watch the match tomorrow? The Tournament of Power didn't seem to have rules about spectators. Was it possible? Well, I'm not sure. He'll contact the Grand Minister. If anyone else had asked, Whis would have refused without hesitation, but Vegetto was someone the Grand Minister considered special. After a moment's thought, Whis decided to ask anyway. It wouldn't hurt. He picked up his staff and called the Grand Minister. Whis, what do you need? The Grand Minister's figure appeared on the screen. It's like this, mister. Vegetto wishes to watch the match tomorrow. I'm wondering if he can be present. The Grand Minister thought for a moment and said, yes, but only Mr. Vegetto alone. Not everyone is qualified to meet with the Omni King. Since Mr. Vegetto has already formally met the Omni King, he is granted special permission to observe the match. The Grand Minister granted Vegetto's request. Is there anything else, Whis? No. The Grand Minister ended the call. Whis lowered his staff and said to Vegetto, the Grand Minister has approved your request, Mr. Vegetto. It seems he holds you in high regard. Whis smiled at Vegetto. We've discussed this topic before, Whis. Vegetto rolled his eyes and said helplessly, I don't know why the Grand Minister values me so much either. Vegetto turned over on the sofa, casually picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. Goku then said to Broly, Broly, do you want to come with me to the hyperbolic time chamber? It's a great place. One day outside is a year inside. It's perfect for you to gain better control over your power. Since there's still time, let's train a bit. Broly also wanted to master his strength. He knew that many times he had lost control and hurt his father, so he was eager to learn self-restraint. Broly stood up, ready to leave with Goku. But Vegetto and Whis called out simultaneously, wait, Goku. Goku turned back to look at them. What's the matter, Whis and Vegetto? It's useless. Broly's condition stems from years of living in a harsh environment combined with his natural talent. That's what made him this way. What Broly lacks is mental discipline. His mind can't keep up with his physical strength, which leads to his rampages. The environment of the hyperbolic time chamber will only make things worse for him. What Broly needs to do is simply experience life and let his mind relax. That's enough. I see. Broly, it seems I can't help with your situation. Goku sat back down. Broly looked a bit disappointed, but only for a moment. Soon he returned to his harmless state, enjoying the delicious food and fruits he had never tasted before. Goku approached Vegeta again. Hey Vegeta, do you think that guy Jiren is really as strong as Vegetto said? That we need fusion just to beat him? Goku was clearly unconvinced, clenching his fists as he imagined having a fierce fight with Jiren. Kakarot, you idiot. The fact that his teammates are candidates for God of Destruction doesn't say enough. Even if they're just candidates, they're still gods of destruction. We might not even be able to defeat that candidate God of Destruction, let alone this Jiren. Though Vegeta knew Goku was a blockhead, seeing his defiant attitude still infuriated him. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Goku with hostility. Goku noticed Vegeta was getting angry and quickly tried to smooth things over. I was just saying, don't be mad, Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, you'd better mean it. If you go running off to find that Jiren on your own, I won't forgive you. Vegeta knew Goku too well. He was sure Goku would try to test Jiren first, which was why he issued the warning. Goku, seeing his little scheme exposed, laughed heartily. You saw through me, Vegeta. Vegeta stood up abruptly and said angrily, Kakarot, you bastard. You really were planning that. He'll go check over there. Goku made an excuse and quickly slipped away, not giving Vegeta a chance to scold him. When there was no danger, Goku always found a way to stir up trouble. He was the biggest variable. That Kakarot. He's fast. Vegeta turned and left as well, intending to train in the gravity room. Krillin also got up to go home. He needed to explain the situation to Android 18 and Master Roshi. This matter was too serious, a life-and-death battle concerning the survival of the universe. Piccolo was still training Gohan and probably wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Android 17 was still on the island and would also come tomorrow, with Goten and Trunks taking over for now. Goku lay on the sofa lost in thought. But it was easy to guess. He was probably thinking about Jiren and Toppo. What else could occupy Goku's mind? There was less than a day left until the Tournament of Power began. Early the next morning, Vegeta put on his familiar battle suit and went outside where everyone had gathered. Gohan, having undergone training from Piccolo, had already regained his Super Saiyan level, and Android 17 had also arrived, leaving the island in the care of Goten and Trunks. It's almost time for the teleportation, Whis said, standing in the center of the group. Please hold hands and form a circle. Soon everyone gathered around Whis, holding hands. Is Gogeta going too? Goku asked in surprise. Yes. With the approval of the Grand Minister, Mr. Gogeta can go and watch the battle, Whis explained. There were a total of 10 participants plus Beerus the Kaioshin and the old Kaioshin, and finally there was Gogeta. Before departing, Beerus reminded everyone once more. Listen carefully, this is a free-for-all, cooperation is key, he warned. Don't get too reckless, especially you, Goku. Try to conserve your energy. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, team up to take them down or flee quickly. As long as more of us remain, in the end we can win. Whis notified the Grand Minister through his staff. Grand Minister, we are ready, please proceed. Goku said to Bulma. We will win, wait for our good news, Bulma. Beerus added, prepare some good food. Bulma ignored them and turned to Vegeta. I will wait for you to come back, Vegeta. Vegeta looked back at Bulma, but did not reply. He hadn't even set a flag, so it should be safe this time. The bodies of everyone began to shimmer with blue light before soaring into the sky, disappearing from Bulma's sight. In the void, the arena for the survival battle of the Tournament of Power. The people of Universe 7 arrived here, being teleported onto the stage. Above them was a semicircular spectator area, presumably reserved for the gods. Goku looked around and examined the entire stage carefully. So this is the arena. Krillin leaned over the edge of the arena, looking down into the pitch blackness below. If you fall down from here, does that mean you've been knocked out of the ring? As long as we remain conscious, we can keep flying and won't fall, Krillin said. Yep, that works to our advantage. Whis interjected, but you probably won't be able to fly. Krillin paused and Master Roshi asked, why not? Why don't you all try flying? Goku clenched his fists and jumped into the air, but quickly fell back down. It's true, we can't fly. This place has been restricted from anti-gravity for the match, and the rules require knocking opponents off the stage, so it's only natural that we can't fly, right? At that moment, a bird-like creature flew in front of Krillin, who pointed at it and asked, isn't that guy flying? Whis explained, because he has wings just like the birds on Earth. Beerus, Gogeta, and the Kaioshin all flew into the air. Look, Whis, we can fly. Whis continued to explain, only the contestants cannot fly, and to ensure fairness, the gravity has been set to that of each contestant's birth planet. Gohan, upon hearing this, exclaimed, I can't believe they could do this. That's impressive. Androids 17 and 18 felt a bit troubled. They couldn't fly after all. However, Master Roshi appeared quite calm. You seem very composed, Grandpa. Master Roshi, being a martial arts master, replied, of course, if you can't stay calm, you won't be able to unleash your full potential. Tianjinhan said with excitement, as expected of Master Roshi, I feel inferior. Krillin quietly told Tianjinhan, actually, it's because Master Roshi can't fly. Tianjinhan looked shocked, realizing something was mistaken. Master Roshi seemed to have heard something and asked Krillin, did you say something? Krillin answered in a panic, nothing at all. Master Roshi thought that Krillin should start over from delivering milk and train again. Goku remained calm. As long as we don't fall, it's fine. Wasn't that obvious? Goku, the guy with a one-track mind. Gogeta felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing that Goku would not follow the plan obediently. Never mind, why think so much? This was a matter of their universe. Goku shouldn't cause trouble. At this time, the people of Universe 6 also arrived. Kale was still saying nasty things to the robots, causing them to lose all motivation. Kaba and Kale began to argue, drawing Goku's attention. Goku turned his head and saw Hit raising his hand to greet him. Yo. Hello, Hit. The two talked like old friends. Kaba also respectfully greeted Vegeta, but Kale felt they didn't seem very impressive. Kaba insisted that they were very strong. The people of Universe 11 also arrived, with Ribrian wearing a confident smile, looking down on everyone else. Gogeta signaled for everyone to look over and said, that chubby guy is Topo, the candidate god of destruction, and that big guy is Jiren. Candidate god of destruction? The others, who were unaware, were astonished. How could there be such a character? That guy is Jiren. He does look extraordinary. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Goku, however, looked serious. Although I can't see his energy, he is clearly different from the others. We must pay attention to his movements. Vegeta simply said a few words before turning away. It seems this match won't be easy to win. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 observed all the contestants from every universe, stating, it seems there are no opponents that pose a threat. Ribrian was very proud, looking down on the others. Of course, compared to Jiren, they are all trash. However, the angel Margarita noticed Gogeta and immediately recognized his extraordinary presence. Just as she was about to speak, the Grand Minister appeared. Everyone is here. Then Lord Zeno is coming. The Grand Minister gestured towards the distant inverted cone, and Lord Zeno and his attendants appeared. Lord Zeno waved enthusiastically at everyone. Hello. Please take care of me. Everyone felt a bit anxious, not expecting Lord Zeno to be like this. The Grand Minister continued. Now let the match begin, please. Others go to the stands. After finishing his words, the angels, Kaioshins, and gods of destruction flew to the stands, and Gogeta was no exception. Margarita watched Gogeta fly to the stands and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ribrian noticed and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Margarita replied, that person is very powerful. She pointed at Gogeta, saying, fortunately, he is not a contestant, otherwise we would have no chance of winning. Ribrian scrutinized Gogeta, unable to see anything particularly special about him. Gogeta felt as if someone was watching him. He turned his head and saw the god of destruction and the angel from Universe 11. Gogeta smiled at them before turning back. The deities of other universes also noticed Gogeta this human, but seeing that the Grand Minister said nothing, they dared not speak either. Even the Grand Minister has tacitly allowed his existence. Is he truly that formidable? Vermoud asked Margarita. I fear even Lord Vermoud is no match for him. Margarita replied. You must be joking, Margarita. Vermoud clearly did not believe Margarita's words. How could anyone be stronger than him? In Universe 7, Obeerus and Kampa bickered as usual. The brothers exchanged sarcastic taunts the moment they met. Perhaps this was their way of bonding, or so Gogeta thought. The Supreme Kai noticed that one universe had only 8 contestants and remarked, it's not easy for other universes to gather their fighters either. The crowd on the arena also noticed the situation in that universe. Only 8 people. No. I can sense their ki. Indeed. Could they be invisible? Master Roshi analyzed. Are there such contestants? What if someone gets pushed off suddenly? At that moment, the Grand Minister spoke. Then let me explain the rules once more. The match will last 100 tacks. The pillar in the center of the arena will gradually sink. When it reaches the same height as the ground, the match ends. Weapons other than abilities are forbidden, as is killing. The way to win is to knock your opponent off the stage. Fallen contestants will be automatically transported to the stands, so do not worry. Now everyone, are you ready? All contestants from every universe were raring to go, eager to fight. Then the tournament of power. Begin. With the Grand Minister's loud proclamation, Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, and Android 18 shot away from their team in an instant. Gohan stood frozen. This was not what they had agreed upon. As expected, Gogeta knew they would not follow the plan. Beerus covered his eyes and leaned back in his seat, forcing himself not to watch. Everything he had said before the match was wasted. Android 17 charged straight at a contestant from Universe 10 and launched an attack. One of them, a bare-chested fellow wearing boxing gloves, threw a punch at Android 17. Android 17 ducked beneath it and countered with a left hook, sending him off the stage. He became the first contestant eliminated. That person returned to Universe 10's stands. The elephant-like god of destruction looked at the eliminated contestant beside him. So falling out of bounds sends you here. On the arena, a muscular man with dreadlocks, enraged by his teammates' elimination, charged at Android 17, winding up a fierce punch. Android 17 reached out and caught his fist with ease, smirking. Looks like this universe has no real fighters. The muscular man flew into a rage. What did you say? Before he could attack again, Android 17 grabbed his fist, leaned back, and kicked him off the stage. Another teammate, a bird-like figure, saw the trouble and swiftly took to the sky. Good thing I can fly. But Android 17 was already behind him. You don't need to fly to reach this height. With that, he kicked the Birdman, sending him crashing onto the arena. The god of destruction of Universe 10 was fuming. That brat from Universe 7. How dare he defeat my fighters? Meanwhile, Android 18 faced a group of enemies, but she showed no sign of panic. She unleashed a flurry of strikes on a large opponent, knocking him away with a few swift punches and kicks. He collided with a smaller fighter along the way, and both tumbled off the stage. Vegeta was locked in combat with 2 muscular men from Universe 3. They boasted arrogantly, but Vegeta seized their fists, spun them around, and followed up with 2 energy blasts, sending them crashing off the arena. Aren't they drawing too much attention? Won't other universes target them? Gogeta muttered helplessly from the stands. Beerus was already crestfallen, his face dark. These fools. They had agreed to everything, but the moment the fight began, they acted like mindless brutes obsessed with battle. Beerus wished he could descend and give those 4 disobedient idiots a thorough beating. That reckless Goku had gone straight for the pride troopers of Universe 11. Beerus erupted. Goku, you idiot. I told you not to provoke that Jiren. Why does he always lose his mind the moment he steps in? Arg. I'm so furious. Our universe will be erased because of Goku. Goku was intercepted by 5 members of the pride troopers. Jiren didn't even spare him a glance, which infuriated Goku. One wooden-faced fighter locked Goku in a hold. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, grabbed the man's arm, and slammed him hard onto the ground. 3 of them attacked Goku. The one with glasses resembling granola and another ordinary-looking fighter struck together, while a demonic-looking little one attempted a sneak attack. Goku dodged their combined assault, landing a punch on the glasswearer's stomach. The demonic fighter attacked Hiden, while the ordinary one circled behind, clasping his hands to deliver a heavy blow to Goku. Goku sensed both attacks, sidestepped, and the ordinary man's strike hit the demonic one instead. Seizing the moment, Goku flashed behind the ordinary man and punched him flying. After Jiren defeated one opponent with a single punch, he walked away, without looking back, completely ignoring Goku. Damn it. He doesn't even consider me a threat. All across the arena, fighters clashed in chaotic battle. Explosions echoed everywhere, and smoke rose intermittently. The Omni King watched with great excitement. Wow! There are people everywhere. How fun! It seems Goku has been ignored by Jiren. Is that good news, Lord Beerus? Whis had been observing Goku's actions and remarked to Beerus when he saw Jiren pay no attention to Goku. Beerus didn't know how to respond. Jiren looked down on Goku. That meant Jiren's strength far surpassed Goku's. That Jiren didn't attack Goku was at least some comfort. Goku wasn't eliminated, so there was still hope. Frost of Universe 6 set his sights on Master Roshi and his group planning a sneak attack. He teamed up with a robot from his universe to launch an assault. The robot threw a punch at the group, and everyone scattered. Frost seized the moment appearing behind Krillin and kicked him off the stage. Broly grew angry seeing Krillin get attacked. Over the past couple of days, Broly and Krillin had gotten along quite well. Krillin's easygoing nature made him likable to anyone. Broly instantly appeared before Frost and threw a punch, but Frost dodged. Realizing Broly was no easy opponent, Frost fired a barrage of poison needles, but they didn't even pierce Broly's skin. What? Seizing the moment when Frost was distracted, Broly delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Broly then teleported and struck Frost hard in the stomach, knocking him off the arena. In the stands, some had already been eliminated one after another. Krillin was the first to be eliminated from Universe 7. Beerus said to Krillin with some anger, "What were you spacing out for just now? Kuririn, you haven't done anything yet." Krillin weakly replied, "Sorry. Actually, my name is not Kuririn, it's Krillin." Kompa, seeing that his universe had eliminated someone from Universe 7, happily gloated to Beerus. But the next moment, Frost and a boar-headed magician appeared in the stands. Beerus taunted, "Your universe isn't so great either. Eliminating 2 people at once, and you still dare to mock me." Kompa was furious, but had no retort, so he turned away in a huff. Gohan was entangled by the trio of wolves. They launched a fierce assault on Gohan, who struggled to defend himself. Their coordination was uncannily seamless, forcing Gohan to retreat step by step. Piccolo, meanwhile, encountered a massive brute and a bat-like fighter. The brute threw a punch at Piccolo, who dodged it. Tien Shinhan from a distance supported Piccolo with a kick-a-ho, blasting the bat-like fighter away. He nearly fell off the arena, but was pulled back by a cat-eared female from their universe. All 10 members of Universe 9 gathered together, preparing to eliminate Gohan and the others. Broly's figure raced over from afar. With a raise of his hand, he launched a green energy sphere at the 10 members of Universe 9. One of them was directly blasted off the arena. Broly, along with Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi, fought against the contestants of Universe 9. Universe 9's fighters were mostly weaklings, with only the trio of wolves posing some challenge. With Broly and Gohan present, they easily dealt with 7 members of Universe 9. The trio of wolves, sensing danger, immediately fled. But Broly quickly intercepted them. Seeing this, the 3 wolves split up and ran in different directions. However, it was futile, as Gohan and Piccolo each blocked one. Broly effortlessly eliminated 1 wolf and then headed towards Piccolo. Gohan also eliminated 1, leaving only the one Piccolo was facing. By now, Universe 9 had lost 9 members. If Piccolo eliminated the remaining wolf, Universe 9 would cease to exist. The god of destruction of Universe 9 sensed the imminent danger. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He shouted at the scarf-wearing wolf, "Hey, you can't be eliminated. You're the last one." Piccolo heard this and hesitated, uncertain whether to eliminate him. Just then, Broly flew over and without a word knocked the scarf-wearing wolf off the arena. Broly did not understand the sorrow of parting. He only knew that his father had told him to obey Lord Beerus, and Lord Beerus had told him to throw all opponents off the arena. The scarf-wearing wolf was eliminated before he could even utter a plea for mercy. Piccolo stared at Broly, silent for a long moment. Gohan came over to console his mentor. "Uncle Piccolo, don't be like this. If it weren't them, it would be us. We can't afford to be soft." Piccolo looked at Gohan and gave a relieved smile. "To think you'd have to come and enlighten me. How pathetic." Piccolo regained his composure. Together with Gohan, they sought out other opponents. Everyone in the stands turned their gaze to Universe 9. Hey, that universe has lost all 10 members. Beerus stole a glance at the Grand Priest and the Omni King. The Omni King, seated on his throne, said, "Everyone from Universe 9 has fallen off." The Grand Priest announced, "All contestants from Universe 9 are eliminated. Therefore, they shall be erased." All battles on the arena came to a halt. Everyone looked at the Omni King, who slowly extended his arm and gently clenched his fist. The people of Universe 9, including their gods, vanished into nothingness, leaving only the attending angel sitting alone. This horrifying sight sent chills down everyone's spine. The angel of Universe 9 let out a sigh, his emotions inscrutable. All members of Universe 9 have vanished. Even Beerus broke into a cold sweat. Vanished. Universe 9. The Grand Priest flew over to Beerus. Yes, the entire Universe 9 has been erased. That includes all planets, life forms, and gods. Everything is gone. Gogeta stared intently at the Grand Priest, trying to discern something from his expression, but unfortunately found nothing. Gogeta still couldn't understand why low-level universes had to be erased. Now everyone please note time continues to flow. Please resume the match quickly. Seeing that Universe 9 had indeed been erased, all the contestants felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They truly had to fight for their lives. In just 5 minutes, all the contestants from Universe 9 had been eliminated, serving as a stark warning to everyone present. The gods of the 4 universes that did not have to compete breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had done their jobs well. Every universe had suffered some eliminations except for the one with the clown-like god of destruction. Unbelievable. Universe 11 hasn't lost a single contestant yet. That's the universe where Jiren is. The gods of destruction from the 4 non-competing universes all noticed Jiren's presence. It was impossible not to, as Jiren was in a league of his own. As predicted, will the champion be from Universe 11? It seemed they had some knowledge of the other universes, including information about Universe 11. At that moment, Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to fight Toppo and the rabbit-like fighter. Gogeta asked Beerus, "Lord Beerus, is that guy really not your relative? He looks so much like you." Gogeta's words infuriated Beerus, while Whis watched the scene with amusement. "Shut up. I told you he's not. He has nothing to do with me." Gogeta continued, "How strange." A prominent vein bulged on Beerus' forehead. Gogeta wisely fell silent and watched the match. "I thought you were just a blustering fool, but it turns out you have some skill after all." The rabbit-like fighter arrogantly taunted Goku, then said to Toppo, "Leave this one to me." The rabbit-like fighter created afterimages at incredible speed surrounding Goku, while constantly trash-talking and provoking him. Goku couldn't land a single hit, and his anxiety grew. Not far away, Jiren and Hit were engaged in what could barely be called a fight. Jiren felled Hit with a single punch. Seeing this, Goku's fighting spirit ignited. Without further hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, blasting the rabbit-like fighter away. Goku charged towards Jiren, his blue aura fully absorbed into his body. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fight me, Jiren." An unforeseen event unfolded as Jiren, with a single hand aimed at the rushing Goku, employed no flashy techniques, only an aura of absolute perfection. Jiren, relying solely on his imposing presence, sent Goku, in his Super Saiyan Blue, full power form, flying. In the stands, Beerus and Krillin, who knew Goku's true strength, widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed Goku being casually swatted away by Jiren. Goku grunted, crashing down beside Hit. Hit watched Goku, who was clutching his shoulder, in silence. The oppressive pressure Jiren exuded was terrifying. Goku knelt on one knee, his expression grim. "Damn it, can't even get close. Do I really have to fuse with Vegeta?" Deep down, both Goku and Vegeta disliked the idea of fusion. They preferred to defeat their opponents with their own strength, resorting to fusion only in special circumstances, such as when facing a fused foe, an enemy who could absorb others to grow stronger, or an opponent whose power clearly surpassed their combined abilities. Since their opponent wasn't relying on their own power, either they felt no qualms about fusing. But Jiren was different. He wasn't a fusion, nor was he a villain. They simply stood on opposing sides. That's why Goku was reluctant to use fusion against him. Yet if truly pushed to the brink, Goku would still fuse with Vegeta. He would do it for his family, his friends, and everything he held dear. Goku stood up and asked Hit, who was beside him, "Hit, can't your time skip work against him either?" Hit gave a wry smile. "Until recently, my time skip was an invincible technique. To think it's come to this." Toppo and the rabbit-like fighter rushed to Jiren's side, asking if he needed help. Jiren refused, stating he could handle it alone. "So I have no choice but to face him, Hiden," Goku muttered to himself. Then, using instant transmission, he appeared behind Jiren. Clenching his fist, he struck hard at Jiren's bald head. Without even a glance, Jiren raised his arm and blocked Goku's punch. Goku pulled back slightly, then delivered a fierce kick, which Jiren also deflected with a single hand. Goku used his hands to propel himself, moving rapidly from all angles to attack Jiren. Yet it was futile. None of his blows landed, all effortlessly intercepted by Jiren. "I told you need to fuse to beat him. He just won't listen." Gogeta couldn't help but complain, despite understanding Goku's nature. "Good thing we prepared in advance," Krillin said with relief. Without their prior planning, they might have truly been defeated by Jiren. "Don't be complacent. If Goku gets knocked off the stage by Jiren, all our preparations will have been for nothing," was cautioned. "Oh, right." Krillin's previously relaxed expression began to show anxiety. If Goku were eliminated by Jiren, it would be disastrous. Goku clasped his hands together and slammed them down on Jiren. Jiren blocked with his arm, and Goku used the force to flip behind him, unleashing a Kamehameha. Jiren was struck, engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. How was that? Goku was starting to tire, panting lightly with sweat on his brow. The previous attacks had taken a toll on him. On the stands of Universe 11, Overmount and the Supreme Kai remained utterly calm, almost amused. Did they really think such an attack could affect Jiren? As expected, as the smoke cleared, Jiren stood before Goku completely unharmed. He swung his hand, and Goku was sent flying, sliding to the edge of the arena. Danger! Krillin gasped from the stands, breaking out in a cold sweat for Goku. Goku quickly got up and charged at Jiren again, but before he could even reach him, Jiren struck him down with a single chop. Goku slid across the ground again, his head hanging perilously over the edge. This is dangerous. He's right at the edge. Both Beerus and Krillin in the stands were deeply worried, fearing Jiren would knock him off. After such a long fight, Jiren finally launched an attack of his own, a simple unadorned punch that Goku found overwhelming. Goku crossed his arms, straining to hold back Jiren's fist. Suddenly the ground beneath Goku shattered. His foot slipped into the void, and his entire body fell outside the arena. Jiren watched Goku struggling at the edge and said flatly, "You should find opponents on your own level. Once you fall, have a good long regret." "You nameless warrior from Universe 7. Half of Goku's body was back on the stage. Furious at Jiren's dismissiveness, he shouted, "I am not a nameless warrior. My name is Son Goku." As he finished speaking, Jiren's fist was already heading straight for his face. If it connected, Goku would surely lose. At this critical moment, Hit rushed in to save the day, kicking Jiren away and rescuing Goku. "Hit, I've repaid the debt I owed you from the last tournament, Son Goku." What Goku noticed, however, was that Hit's kick had actually sent Jiren flying. "You hit Jiren with a regular kick. Do you have another fighting style besides time skip?" Hit explained, "After you broke my time skip, I went back and reflected on it. I can't rely solely on my special abilities." As he spoke, Hit unfastened his cape and cast it aside. "True power must be forged by tempering the body right." "That's right, that's your conclusion." A smile spread across Goku's face. Hit had finally grasped the true essence of power. Time skip is useless against both you and him, so the only way is to win through raw strength. With that, Hit charged forward, launching an assault on Jiren. Jiren blocked Hit's punches with a single hand. No matter how passionate the speech, everything was futile against absolute power. Hit's attacks were so fierce that even Comper exclaimed, "That's the first time I've seen Hit fight like that." Goku's face was filled with astonishment. Amazing. When did he train to gain such power? Exploiting a gap in Hit's assault, Jiren grabbed his wrist and spun around, kicking him several meters away. Hit slid to a stop behind Goku. Seeing this, Goku charged in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on Jiren. Hit, clutching his injured abdomen, staggered to his feet and gritting his teeth, charged forward again. Hit and Goku teamed up against Jiren, attacking him from both left and right with relentless fury. Jiren, blocking one with each hand, still seemed to handle them with ease. Beerus grew impatient in the stands. "Since you two are working together, just throw that Jiren off already." Goku and Hit, frustrated by Jiren's impassive face, thought, "Damn it. He doesn't even change his expression. This isn't working." Goku and Hit leaped back to put distance between themselves and Jiren. Goku was troubled. Did he really have to fuse with Vegeta? "I didn't want to use this now, but it seems I have no choice." Hit's words caught Goku off guard. What? If I push my energy to the maximum, that technique should work on him too." "What? Not time skip?" Goku looked at Hit in bewilderment. Hit smiled. "Yes, it's a new technique. One he had developed to defeat Goku. You've really put a lot of effort into training. All to defeat you." Hit's rigorous training was all for the sake of defeating Goku. He hadn't expected to use it here. "If he falls for that move, well, attack him with all our might." "Understood. There's only one chance to take him down." Hearing the proposal to join forces, Goku hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't bring himself to do it. He reverted to his base form, still hoping to defeat Jiren with his own power. Hit was puzzled and confused to see Goku revert to his base form. "What are you doing?" Hit couldn't understand why Goku would stop fighting when this was their best opportunity. "Forget it. I want to defeat Jiren with my own power." Hit thought Goku might still have a new power in reserve, so he asked, "With your own power? Weren't you using your full power just now? Do you have an even stronger transformation?" Faced with Hit's persistent questioning, Goku gave a faint smile. "That was my full power just now. I've reached the limit of this stage, so I want to use this battle to break through my own limits." Goku was truly bold and daring. He actually intended to use Jiren to break his own limits. He really wasn't afraid of failing. "You're quite confident." "I'm not confident, but I have no other choice." "Is that so?" "Understood. Then I'll go on my own. If I defeat Jiren, you're next." Hit looked at Goku seriously. It seemed he was very confident in his ultimate technique. Goku smiled at Hit without saying a word. The spectators were baffled. Why had Goku reverted to his base form? "I think Goku doesn't want to team up. You all know his personality. Once he's set on something, no one can stop him. He probably wants to defeat Jiren with his own power." Vegetto stated his opinion. "That idiot." Beerus cursed, furious with Goku. Yeah. Hit erupted with power, a blue-violet aura enveloping his body, his stoic face twisting into a fierce snarl. "Jiren, here I come." Jiren paused for a moment, then regained his composure. He attacked Hit, who extended both hands, forming a triangle with his thumbs and index fingers aiming at Jiren. Suddenly, a surge of blue-violet energy enveloped Jiren. Hit easily dodged Jiren's punch. Jiren was visibly surprised. His attack had missed. Jiren threw another punch, but Hit dodged it again. What? Jiren's movements have suddenly become slow. Goku exclaimed, watching Jiren's sluggish motions. Jiren continued attacking Hit, who managed to answer Goku's question while evading. This technique is time cage. I isolated Jiren's time, slowing him down. Beerus didn't understand Hit's explanation, so was clarified. It seems to be a method of manipulating time. He used his technique to slow down Jiren's personal time. To Jiren, whose time has slowed, Hit is moving at super speed. It's a very impressive technique, but against an opponent with overwhelming power, it's still not enough. That was Vegetto's assessment of Hit's technique. There was no helping it. The gap was too vast. If it were smaller, it might have turned the tide. Hit dodged another flurry of punches from Jiren, deflected his fist with one hand, and charged a powerful strike into Jiren's abdomen. Jiren was momentarily stunned by the blow. Hit seized the opportunity, launching a continuous assault that drove Jiren to the edge of the arena. Kappa was equally bewildered. How had Hit suddenly pushed Jiren to the brink? But there was no time to dwell on it. Kappa shouted, "Great chance. Hit, throw him off in one go." Hit was nearing his limit. The time cage could only last a few more seconds, but that should be enough. Seeing Jiren at the edge, he kicked out, but Jiren raised his arm to block. Goku noticed a clue. Could he be? Goku immediately shouted to Hit, "Hit, watch out. He hasn't shown his true power yet." But it was too late. Jiren grabbed Hit's fist, charged a punch with his other hand, and delivered a fierce uppercut that sent Hit flying into the abyss behind him. Hit! Everyone from Universes 6 and 7 looked over. Kappa was horrified. Hi, Hit! He's falling. Hit's figure appeared in the stands. With one punch. Beerus was astounded. He knew Hit's strength, especially after his evolution. And yet this man had been taken down with a single blow from Jiren. Not far away, Vermoud smirked arrogantly. Did you really think such a cheap trick could defeat Jiren? Your ignorance has no bounds. Goku saw through Jiren's facade. You deliberately feigned weakness to lure Hit to the edge just to conserve energy. Indeed. You have keen observation skills, Son Goku. This time Jiren remembered Goku's name. Elsewhere, Vegeta, facing Toppo, couldn't believe his eyes. Hit was knocked down by Jiren. Jiren won't fall for such childish tricks. That Son Goku will be taken down soon enough. Toppo had blind faith in Jiren's power. The rabbit chimed in inappropriately. So you're the number 2 of Universe 7. Vegeta, who had been planning to fuse with Goku, abandoned the idea upon hearing the rabbit's words. He was going to teach that annoying rabbit a lesson. Vegeta erupted. His blue aura blazed fiercely. Listen up. I, the great Vegeta, am the number 1 in Universe 7. No, I am the strongest in the entire universe. Vegeta struck a confident, familiar pose, pointing his thumb at himself. Vegetto in the stands saw Vegeta's gesture and felt a sense of dread. That guy Vegeta had fallen for that more than once. Still not learning his lesson. Beerus had given up hope, slumping back in his seat. The Scion's bad habit of flaring up at the worst possible moment. There was nothing to do but let fate take its course. Vegeta retracted his blue aura, then swiftly stepped forward and sent the rabbit flying with an elbow strike. He followed up with a flying kick aimed at Toppo, who crossed his arms to defend. Vegeta struck again and again until Toppo, unable to withstand the assault, was viciously kicked away. The rabbit was visibly astonished, never expecting Vegeta to send Toppo flying. How do you like this power of mine? Toppo rose, acknowledging Vegeta's strength. Impressive indeed. But that doesn't mean you can defeat us. Then we'll have to settle this with our fists. Vegeta dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches at Toppo, who blocked with his massive hands. The two clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, No. 17 was battling Battamo of Universe 6. None of No. 17's attacks had any effect, all deflected by Batama's peculiar body. Piccolo observed this, blasted his own opponent off the ring with a key blast, and rushed to assist No. 17. His body is like rubber. Let's throw him off the ring together. No. 17 didn't hear him. He charged his right hand and threw a heavy punch that stretched Batama's body incredibly long. Then the elastic force sent Battamo flying off the ring. No. 17 finally turned around. What did you say? Piccolo said awkwardly, and nothing. The fighter from Universe 10, who had been attacked by No. 17 earlier, crept up, planning to ambush them. Gohan spotted their movements. Uncle Piccolo. Above, a birdman along with a pink, pig-headed sumo wrestler flew over the chatting No. 17 and Piccolo. The sumo wrestler slammed a palm strike at Piccolo, who dodged it. Enraged that his sneak attack had failed, the sumo wrestler grew furious. A sneak attack. It seems the sumo code of honor in your universe is lacking. Taunted by Piccolo, the sumo wrestler couldn't contain his anger and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes. No. 17 looked at the birdman in the air, thinking he had already knocked him off the ring at the start. But it didn't matter, finishing him now would be the same. No. 17 raised his hand, and a key blast shot from his fingertip. The Birdman didn't even have time to dodge, and fell instantly. Piccolo landed a heavy punch on the sumo wrestler's pig head, while Gohan felled his opponent with a flying kick. The three from Universe 10 lay on the ground as No. 17 aimed at them. Get down. A massive energy explosion erupted, creating a smoke cloud half the size of the ring. The three from Universe 10 were eliminated. The Elephant God of Destruction was furious. All his fighters had been eliminated by Universe 7. Now only 3 remained from Universe 10. These 3 were surrounded by Piccolo, Gohan, and No. 17, creating a 3-3 situation. Meanwhile, No. 18 was struggling against a pink, plump woman named Ribrian. Get up, ugly. No. 18 paused at the words and looked behind her. No one was there. I'm talking to you. Where are you looking? Ribrian's 2 companions immediately began flattering her. Ribrian puffed out her chest proudly, her demeanor growing increasingly confident. No. 18 was speechless. Where did this woman get her confidence? From her bloated figure. Ribrian raised her hand and unleashed a series of attacks at No. 18 natural beauty spiral attack, perfect UV/anti-aging Big Bang. No. 18 was left somewhat battered. Just then Ribrian's 2 companions seized the opportunity and grabbed No. 18, immobilizing her. Lady Ribrian delivered the final blow. Ribrian raised her hands in a perfect ballet pose, ready to strike the finishing blow. Miraculous hair particle regeneration. Krillin shouted from the stands at Ribrian. You cowards. Let No. 18 go. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Krillin, Ribrian blushed, stopped her attack, and pointed at him. Who is that? That handsome man. Krillin is my husband. Any objections? Ribrian was thunderstruck by this revelation. How is that possible? A woman like you with a man like him? Impossible. Impossible. Ribrian went berserk, unleashing a frantic barrage of attacks on No. 18. You're a real heartthrob, Krillin. Gogeta found it amusing that Krillin was suddenly being called a handsome man. Whis chimed in with a teasing remark. Krillin narrowed his eyes, ignoring Gogeta's joke, though the vein bulging on his forehead betrayed his irritation. Ribrian's attacks on No. 18 had lost all their power. Her confidence in her beauty was shaken, and since her strength was tied to her appearance, she was essentially finished. No. 18 was tired of their theatrics. She forcefully broke free from Ribrian's companions, hurled them into Ribrian, and then blasted all 3 with a key blast, leaving them in disarray. Just as No. 18 was about to eliminate them, she was struck by an invisible force and fell off the ring. What? Before Ribrian and her companions could react, the 2 companions were also attacked and knocked off the ring. Piccolo and the others nearby noticed what had happened. Could it be an invisible man? Krillin called out to his wife from the stands. What happened now? 18. I don't know. Someone kicked me. At that moment, Ribrian was also forced to the edge of the ring by the invisible assailant, then struck hard and sent falling. The mouse from Universe 4 chuckled triumphantly. Excellent work. Perfect timing. That's despicable, Quitella. Using an invisible man. Quitella waved his hand smugly. It's perfectly within the tournament rules. What will you do when you can't see your opponent? Beerus remained silent. Quitella's actions were all within the rules, leaving no room for argument. The remaining 2 fighters from Universe 10 were also attacked by the invisible man and fell off the ring. Gohan, Piccolo, and No. 17 could sense the invisible man's ki, but couldn't see him swinging their fists at empty air. Where is he? Piccolo shouted to Gohan, don't move yet. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the invisible man's aura. Just as the invisible man moved behind Piccolo, Piccolo detected him clearly. There. Piccolo fired a ki blast behind him, instantly hitting the invisible man and blasting him off the ring. The invisible man apologized to Quitella, who only then reacted. You're down. Yes. Beerus taunted Quitella joyfully. Haha. It seems invisible men aren't so tough after all. Not a match for our universe. Go ahead and laugh. I still have one more trump card. Hey. Piccolo, having just eliminated the invisible fighter, had no time to catch his breath before sensing a presence behind him. Right here. Piccolo turned and swung a hand chop, but struck nothing but air. What a... Before Piccolo could react, something slammed heavily into his chest, knocking him directly off the ring. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan and Android 17 were shocked. Was there another invisible fighter? Strange, it should have been behind me. Piccolo was utterly baffled. His sensing couldn't have been wrong. It didn't make sense. Quitella, seeing the Universe 7 team struggling, grew smug again. This is the strength of Universe 4. On the ring, Gohan closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the opponent's energy. Gohan's eyes snapped open as he shouted to Android 17. Android 17, behind you. Android 17 immediately raised his arms to block, but was still sent flying, sliding a long distance across the ring, nearly crashing into Goku, who was engaged in battle with Jiren. Goku and Jiren saw Android 17 sliding toward them and quickly distanced themselves. Hey, Android 17, what's wrong? It's the invisible fighters. I was attacked by one. Android 17 lowered his crossed arms and replied. The rabbit-like fighter, hearing about the invisible beings, warned Jiren, don't linger here. Before we figure out their true nature, let's move. Jiren nodded and left with the rabbit. Goku also asked Android 17 for details, as he had been fully focused on his fight with Jiren and hadn't had the energy to observe his surroundings. Invisible fighters. There are people like that. Yes, Piccolo just took one out. Goku noticed Jiren had already left his thoughts drifting until Android 17's words pulled him back. And this one is different from the last. Though we can't see it, we can sense its energy. Android 17 felt a twinge of envy. He lacked the ability to sense energy. That's convenient. Goku was puzzled. You can't sense energy. Then how did you find those poachers on the island? Android 17 replied, by sound. In a natural environment, I can instantly detect human voices. Hearing this, Goku smiled. Then with your skills, you should be able to hear the invisible fighters' sounds too. You're right. Android 17 brushed his hair behind his ears, focusing on the sounds around him. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Android 17 heard a rapid series of footsteps. Looking down, he saw a creature the size of an insect carrying two small hammers. Android 17 smiled. Found you. Goku leaned in amazed. It's a bug. Realizing it had been spotted, the insect-like creature fled at incredible speed, leaping with such velocity that even Goku couldn't track its movements. Gone. But Android 17 had already locked onto the creature. Raising his finger, he fired a small energy blast, hitting it squarely and knocking it off the ring. My, so many strange fighters. It's quite exhausting. Android 17 was a bit troubled, but Goku was delighted. He had made the right call inviting Android 17 to the tournament. Wow, their fight is so interesting. Grand Zeno, seated on his throne, was clearly thrilled by such an exciting battle. Hey, how many are still on the ring now? Grand Zeno asked the Grand Minister, who raised his staff to confirm. A massive light screen appeared before the Grand Minister, displaying the fighters from each universe. The current number of participants on the ring from each universe is Universe 2, 3 Universe 3, 7 Universe 4, 4 Universe 6, 6 Universe 7, 6 Universe 10, 1 Universe 11, 10. The gap is widening. Grand Zeno was ecstatic. With such a childlike personality, perhaps only someone with Goku's pure heart could win Grand Zeno's favor. The battle raged on. Caulifla was sent flying by a single punch from Broly, crashing into the time display pillar. It was clear she was no match for Broly. Caulifla couldn't understand. How could this monster, also a Saiyan, be so absurdly strong? She transformed into Super Saiyan and charged at Broly, landing a powerful punch to his chest. Boom. The impact was loud, but it had no effect. Caulifla's attack couldn't even budge Broly's body. How is that possible? Caulifla couldn't believe her attack couldn't even break through Broly's defense. Broly's massive fist struck Caulifla's stomach with brutal force, causing her immense pain as blood spilled from her mouth. On the other side, Kale noticed Caulifla's plight and began to grow anxious. Cabba warned Kale not to be distracted and to trust in Caulifla's strength. But Caulifla was clearly outmatched by Broly. She could only dodge his attacks frantically, yet she was still caught in the shockwaves of his immense power, leaving her battered and disheveled. Seizing the moment, Broly grabbed Caulifla by the ankle, leaped high into the air, and slammed her heavily into the ground. Arg! Caulifla spat out more blood. Hearing her agonized cries from a distance, Kale's heart grew increasingly agitated. Kale turned to see Caulifla spitting blood. In an instant, she erupted, grabbing an opponent who tried to ambush her, delivering an elbow strike that sent him to the ground, then kicking him off the ring like sweeping away trash. After dealing with the opponent, Kale dashed toward Caulifla, who was struggling against Broly's attacks, and swung a hand chop at Broly. The strike hit Broly's neck, but it was still useless. Broly grabbed Kale's arm, using her as a weapon to slam into Caulifla. The two rolled together, crashing near Cabba. Cabba knocked out an opponent with one punch, then helped Caulifla and Kale up. The three launched a coordinated assault on Broly, with Caulifla taking the front while the others supported her. Caulifla charged at Broly, leading the way, while Cabba and Kale flanked him from left and right. Broly was unfazed. Withstanding Caulifla's attacks, he delivered a punch to both Cabba and Kale, sending them flying. Seeing her teammates knocked away, Caulifla gritted her teeth and continued her assault. Broly completely ignored Caulifla's strikes, grabbed her head, and smashed it into the ground. The terrifying force made the entire ring tremble. Caulifla endured the pain, kicking frantically at Broly's body, but he remained unmoved. Lifting Caulifla, he prepared to strike again. Seeing her beloved big sister treated so brutally, Kale could no longer hold back and unleashed all her power. A pale green light blazed across the entire arena. Wukong once again confronted Jiren, continuing their previous battle as the aura of Super Saiyan Blue re-emerged on the arena. This time, Wukong adopted a long-range combat approach, furiously launching energy waves at Jiren, the explosions stirring up thick, billowing smoke. Wukong dashed forward swiftly, throwing a punch that dispersed the smoke along with it. Jiren remained expressionless, raising his hand to block Wukong's fist. You keep repeating the same actions. If this is your limit, then don't waste my time. I'll grant you an end. Jiren's words provoked Wukong, who spoke wearily, this is not my limit. This cannot be my limit. Wukong fell into confusion, but there was no time for contemplation. I must break through my limits. Ah! Wukong began to roar, unleashing his energy wildly, as a blue flame once again enveloped his body. Even if my body breaks down afterwards, it doesn't matter. Right now I need power. Wukong's energy surged dramatically, felt even by those in the stands. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wukong's energy has skyrocketed. What is he doing? Before Whis could explain, Vegetto spoke up. He's overdrawing the power of Super Saiyan Blue to boost his combat strength. Wukong is in a dead end. If he can't snap out of it soon, he might be eliminated. Krillin grew worried for Wukong's safety. Wasn't that technique just the Kaioken? But would the Kaioken still be effective at this point? Initially, Wukong, with his overexerted strength, managed to land a few hits on Jiren, but soon faltered. Clearly, overdrawing Super Saiyan Blue was not a wise choice. Just as Jiren was about to eliminate Wukong, a pale green energy shot out from afar, drawing the attention of both Wukong and Jiren. That power belonged to Kale. After erupting, Kale launched a frenzied assault on Broly, momentarily pushing him back step by step. Suddenly, Broly's eyes turned golden as he entered his wrath state, seizing Kale's fist and following up with a kick that sent her flying. Seeing Kale about to fall off the arena, Caulifla swiftly flew over and embraced her. At the same time, the Patera earring on her chest accidentally dropped. Caulifla thought the Supreme Kai's earrings looked quite valuable, so she had secretly swiped them before the match began. Broly's attacks came relentlessly. From the stands, Kampa thought of something and shouted to Caulifla, quickly put the earrings on you and Kale, one on each of you. Vados reminded Kampa, using items has already broken the rules. Also, Frost has been using weapons illegally. Strangely, the Grand Minister hasn't penalized them. Kampa no longer cared about the rules. If they didn't use them, they would lose anyway. Whether they broke the rules or not, they were doomed, so they might as well take the gamble. Hearing Kampa's words, Kaba stepped forward to block Broly, while Caulifla hastily placed the earring on Kale's ear and then on her own. Kaba was knocked down by a single punch from Broly and fell off the arena. However, he had bought Caulifla enough time, and the two successfully fused. Fusion is amazing. So interesting. The Omni King found fusion fascinating, and thus the Grand Minister tacitly allowed the use of the Patera. If only we had given Wukong and the others a pair of earrings too. Beerus fumed, seeing the Grand Minister's silence. If they had used Patera fusion, Wukong and Vegeta would have been unstoppable, sweeping the entire arena. Alas, who could have foreseen this, Lord Beerus? Vegetto knew that the fighters from Universe 6 were using the Patera to fuse, but he couldn't exactly reveal he knew the plot. He could only let Wukong and Vegeta perform the fusion dance instead. The effect was the same. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Toppo were locked in a fierce battle, both bearing injuries and breathing heavily. Not bad. Huh, you're not bad either, big guy. Haha, I am. Amazing. Truly amazing. Power keeps surging within me. So this is fusion. The fusion of Kale and Caulifla. Let's call her Kefla. Kefla was now immensely proud, having already forgotten how badly Broly had beaten her earlier. Kefla pointed at Broly and said deliberately, so you're the one who beat me up so badly, huh? Now let me knock you off. Kefla vanished in an instant and struck Broly in the face with a punch. But Broly merely tilted his head slightly, then turned it back, revealing a smile at Kefla. That smile appeared utterly terrifying in Kefla's eyes. Suddenly a green light emerged. Kefla looked down to find Broly's hand pressed against her abdomen, a green energy slowly materializing. Oh no! Before Kefla could pull away, Broly's energy blast sent her flying straight toward the distant Pride Troopers' minor members. Boom! The 6 members of the Pride Troopers were knocked off the arena in an instant. Kefla was no better off, her body covered in wounds. Bastard. Kefla unleashed all her power, a green energy illuminating the entire arena. Doesn't Broly's energy feel somewhat similar to Kefla's? From the stands, Krillin rubbed his bald head and remarked, that's right. To be precise, Broly and Kale are the same type of Saiyan, but Broly is far more formidable and terrifying. Vegetto's words startled Krillin. They're the same type. Does that mean Broly can also transform into that green form? Snap. Vegetto snapped his fingers. Exactly. If Broly transforms like that, his power would be enough to sweep the entire battlefield. At that moment, Whis interjected, but if Mr. Broly transforms like that, he won't be able to control his power and will undoubtedly go berserk. If he accidentally kills someone, our universe would be in danger. Vegetto waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. He only goes berserk under extreme circumstances, like when someone he cares about deeply is hurt, triggering his emotions. The only person Broly cares about is his father Paragus. So nothing will happen. Hearing Vegetto's explanation, the others felt relieved. Are you okay with this, Jiren? Your teammates are in danger. Watching the terrifying devastation Broly's single attack caused, instantly eliminating 6 fighters from Universe 11, Wukong couldn't help but ask. There's no need to help them. Jiren's demeanor was eerily calm, as if they weren't his teammates. No need. Wukong couldn't understand Jiren's actions, but said nothing more. They weren't his teammates. If Jiren wouldn't bother, why should he? Only 4 members remained from Universe 11, Jiren, Toppo the Rabbit, and the bespectacled man. After merging, Kyphera was still no match for Broly, who continued to overwhelm her. Krillin in the stands was astonished by Broly's strength. It was the first time Broly had displayed his power in front of them. An extreme display of violent aesthetics. Broly unleashed full power, bombarding the arena with green energy blasts indiscriminately, sending some weaker competitors flying off the stage. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands excitedly, exclaiming, "So impressive, Broly." The Grand Minister, seeing the Omni King's delight, smiled in satisfaction. Kyphera forcefully deflected an incoming energy blast, gritting her teeth as she charged forward. She would not sit idly by even against such a powerful opponent. 2 Namekians from Universe 6 also attacked Broly, assisting Kyphera from the side. Kyphera used her agile movements to dodge Broly's punches and delivered a kick to his chest, causing him to stagger back. Just as he attempted to retaliate, 2 energy blasts struck him from both sides. Broly waved his hand, dispersing the smoke instantly, and then charged towards one of the Namekians at incredible speed. Kyphera had anticipated this and blocked his path. Broly kicked out, but missed as Kyphera dodged. He then sent 2 energy blasts toward her, but she countered with 2 of her own, neutralizing his attack. Utilizing the smoke, Broly leaped into the air and began a frenzied bombardment of the ground. Even Goku and Vegeta were within the range of Broly's attack. Goku hopped around, evading Broly's strikes, while Jiren calmly observed the incoming energy blasts, dismissing them with ease. After their intense battle, Vegeta and Toppo were a bit fatigued, and as Broly's attacks came, they jumped out of his range. The 2 agreed to a temporary truce to rest and observe Broly's fight. After Broly's onslaught, the last remaining fighter from Universe 10 was also blasted off the stage. The Grand Minister announced Universe 10 has been eliminated. The Omni King raised his tiny hand, and a beam of light appeared, signaling the destruction of Universe 10. Even though it wasn't the first time they had witnessed a universe's destruction, everyone felt a weight in their hearts. No one wished for their universe to be annihilated. Broly's indiscriminate bombardment angered the fighters from other universes. They glared at him, united in their resentment. "Everyone, it seems we must work together to eliminate that guy, or we will all be eliminated." One of the fighters from Universe 4 spoke to the remaining contestants on the stage. The others contemplated the feasibility of his suggestion. They were not fools and wouldn't allow themselves to be used as pawns. "That guy's power is terrifying. How do we eliminate him?" Another fighter voiced the critical question, bluntly stating that it was impossible for them to defeat Broly. A scientist from Universe 3 then said, "I've observed carefully. That guy, like the girl from Universe 6, can go berserk. If we can provoke him into a rage and attack him with all our might at that moment, we can definitely take him down." As he spoke, an energy blast from Broly flew toward them. The robot from Universe 6 blocked the attack, with its body protecting the others. And that girl unleashed her fury because another teammate was severely beaten, so it should be the same for that guy. Such berserk characters are usually mentally weaker. We can provoke him mentally to make him go berserk, then use all our strength to take him down. As expected of a scientist, such careful observation and near-accurate analysis. A true talent. In the stands, Gogeta noticed their group, but was too far away to hear what they were discussing. If Gogeta knew they were plotting to provoke Broly, he would have to say it was like lighting a candle in a toilet, looking for trouble. A small fighter with a sharp head from Universe 4 said, "My ability is to create illusions. It might be useful. I can also use mental attacks. I can do a bit too. So can I." One by one, others raised their hands, and the scientist nodded in satisfaction. "Then let's act quickly. Delay could be disastrous." A group of them surged toward Broly, and the sharp-headed fighter released a semicircular barrier, enclosing Broly along with Kyphera and the 2 Namekians. "What is this?" Kyphera wondered at the sight of the red barrier. The other fighters also unleashed mental magic attacks on Broly, and the 2 Namekians, understanding the strategy from their robotic companion, joined in. If we want to provoke him, nothing is more effective than something he fears deep inside. The 2 cast their spells, stirring up Broly's inner fears. The scientist said to his opponent, "While we still have time, let's merge right away." Moments later, the fused warrior Oniraza appeared on the stage, their ultimate form, with terrifying power. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were puzzled by the actions of this group. "What are they doing?" "I don't know." Gohan and Android 17 also looked at the group with confusion, and although they didn't know what they were doing, it was clear they were targeting Broly. Gohan and Android 17 rushed to help, but were blocked by the robot. At this moment, Broly had fallen into an illusion, finding himself back on planet Vegeta. Seeing the familiar environment, he felt a sense of unease and hurriedly quickened his pace, running toward the distance. As he rounded a massive rock, Broly witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. He saw that Paragus' body was half gone, and lying beside him was Broly's childhood friend Chi-Lai with half of Paragus' body in her mouth. Broly could not accept any of this. His beloved father and his only friend, killing each other until their mutual destruction. His heart raced violently. An indescribable emotion instantly seized his mind. In that moment, Broly completely lost control. On the arena, Broly stood quietly in place. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He let out a painful roar. Terrifying energy surged from Broly's body. In the stands, Gogeta could no longer guess what was happening. Holy crap, these guys really know how to stir up trouble. They actually pushed Broly to this point. The most unlikely scenario has occurred. Broly has completely gone berserk. In that instant, everyone's gaze on the arena was drawn to Broly. There was no way around it. His energy was too terrifying. Broly lost his rationality. Uncontrollable energy flowed from his body. The grass-green energy shook the entire arena. What is happening? Vegeta, who was fighting Toppo, turned his head to look at Broly. What was going on here? Toppo also sensed Broly's terrifying energy and couldn't help but frown. This power had already far surpassed his own and Jiren's. Goku and Jiren also stared at Broly with grave expressions. Broly had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his evolution was still ongoing. Can he still transform? Attack him now. Oniraza was the first to strike, condensing a massive energy sphere in his hands. The others followed suit, unleashing all their power upon Broly. Broly entered his exclusive form, Super Saiyan Full Power. Facing the group that surrounded him, Broly raised his hand. An emerald green energy sphere instantly materialized, then rapidly expanded. In an instant, it covered almost half the arena. If that attack landed, those people would surely die. Everyone in the stands realized this. Gogeta quickly warned Goku, "Hey Goku, if Broly kills anyone, the 7th universe is finished. The rules of the tournament forbid killing." Beerus also shouted anxiously. If Broly ran amok, his own life would be forfeit. Stop him. All of you attack together. Beerus felt a sense of impending doom. The power Broly was displaying was simply too terrifying. It was on a completely different level from anyone else on the arena. Beerus now believed Gogeta's words. Broly's strength could sweep the entire tournament of power. That wasn't an exaggeration at all. In fact, he might even be stronger. Is that still Broly? Krillin had spent a fair amount of time with Broly in recent days and knew him a little. He was just a simple, big-hearted boy, polite and good-natured. How could he have turned into this? Gogeta noticed Krillin's confusion and explained, Broly grew up alone with his father on planet Vampa. The environment there was harsh, filled with ferocious beasts. Broly forged a powerful body there, but his mind wasn't tempered in the same way. Having never been exposed to human society, Broly doesn't understand love, hate, or complex emotions. He is too innocent, easily influenced by the outside world, and unaware of the malice in people's hearts. That's why he fell into the opponent's trap. They probably triggered some bad memories or created something that caused a violent emotional outburst. I suspect it's related to his father Paragus. Paragus is Broly's only family. Only he can provoke such a strong emotional reaction in Broly, leading to this rampage. Gogeta's analysis was very logical, and even Whis nodded in agreement. On the arena, Goku and Vegeta joined forces to confront Broly, with Gohan and Android 17 rushing to help. Goku and Vegeta entered Super Saiyan Blue Full Power, unleashing their full strength. Gohan and Android 17 also erupted with all their power. Ka, me, huh, me, huh, final, flash, Kamehameha, huh. The four of them launched their full-powered attacks at Broly. The other troublemaking contestants also unleashed their signature moves to resist Broly's assault. Boom! All their attacks collided with Broly's energy sphere, resulting in a fierce clash midair. It stirred up a terrifying storm. The arena couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked in two, with Broly on one side and Goku's group on the other. But Goku's group was quickly overwhelmed. Broly's power was too immense, directly suppressing everyone. Cough. He's really strong. Goku was still fixated on Broly's strength. Vegeta spoke with difficulty. No wonder Gogeta said he could sweep the entire tournament. The clown god of destruction was also panicking now. That guy's power had already exceeded Jiren's. The tide was turning in the 7th universe's favor. However, Broly had lost his mind, and the clown hoped he would kill someone, causing the 7th universe to be disqualified. But something unexpected happened. Jiren was actually helping the 7th universe. At that moment, Jiren stood beside Goku, rapidly gathering energy in his hands to strike forward. Jiren, you. Goku turned his head and was astonished to see Jiren. He never expected that aloof Jiren would help them. In the stands, Beerus was also stunned. He hadn't thought Jiren would assist Goku. Jiren's conviction was the justice his master taught him. He would not allow anyone to be killed before his eyes. At the same time, he believed in absolute power. If his strength surpassed the Omni King and the Grand Priest, he would not hesitate to stop this tournament of power. When the clown god of destruction Vermout found him to participate in the tournament, he refused without hesitation. His reason was that he didn't want to see other universes erased just to save his own. In his eyes all were equal. But the temptation Vermout offered made Jiren's heart waver. In Jiren's mind his master ranked above justice, which was why he ultimately joined this tournament of power. Jiren merely cast a glance at Goku, without speaking, focusing all his energy on countering Broly's attack. Topo the rabbit and the glasses guy hesitated for a moment after seeing Jiren's actions, then decided to help. They also stood by Jiren's side and struck with all their might. Jiren saw the people around him, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Everyone pushed with all their strength, managing to hold back Broly's energy sphere. They struggled desperately, and the two sides reached a stalemate. Broly extended his other hand, also gathering energy. An identical energy sphere pressed down on the group. Seeing Broly's action, their hearts sank. It's over. The two energy spheres instantly merged into one, becoming even larger. In that moment it shattered everyone's resistance. Beerus covered his eyes, forcing himself not to look at the arena. If Broly really killed someone, it was game over. Boom. A supermassive explosion blasted away half the arena. The air was thick with smoke, obscuring the view within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of figures appeared on the stands, the troublemaking contestants. All of them had been knocked off the arena. At that moment, the Grand Priest announced, all contestants from the 2nd universe, 3rd universe, 4th universe, and 6th universe are eliminated. Now they will be erased. The Omni King raised his small hand again and clenched it tightly. These universes vanished instantly. Kampa had already prepared himself. He thanked Vados. Thank you for your care all these years, Vados. Kampa shouted at Beerus. Beerus, this doesn't mean I lost to you. Don't get it wrong, you bastard brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Kampa's figure vanished instantly. Beerus' expression was complicated. That guy, even at the very end. In Dragon Ball, the bosses always get stronger as the story progresses. If no power-ups are added for Jiren later, Broly is stronger than Jiren. In his base form, Broly could fight evenly with Super Saiyan Blue. After transforming, his power skyrocketed, allowing him to match Super Saiyan Gogeta. Later, in his Super Saiyan full power form, the Super Green, he could even withstand many attacks from Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, forcing Gogeta to use his ultimate technique. Overall, Broly should be stronger than Jiren. On the shattered arena, Broly stood atop the pillar, displaying the time, gazing down at the broken half of the stage, looking upon Goku and the others. On the other side, Goku and his companions stood battered on the rubble-strewn debris, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Goku stared at Broly above with a grave expression. Jiren and Topo had lost their usual composure. Their faces changed after witnessing Broly's overwhelming power. What kind of monster is this? Topo couldn't help but curse. If he was this terrifying in a berserk state, what would happen once he controlled his power? Jiren narrowed his large eyes, staring at Broly in silence. Broly gave them no time to discuss. Raising his hand, he fired an energy sphere at the group. They lightly leaped to the other intact half of the arena. Broly appeared above Gohan out of nowhere, punching him off the stage with a single blow, then turned his attention to Android 17. Seeing this, Android 17 quickly conjured dozens of barriers in front of him. Broly shattered them all, charging straight into Android 17's face. The barriers bought Android 17 a moment of time. He ran to Goku's side, and the two fought Broly together. Broly rampaged like a wild beast, sending Goku and Android 17 flying. Vegeta soared up from behind Broly and delivered a fierce kick to his back. Expressionless Broly turned, grabbed Vegeta's foot, and slammed him violently into the ground. Vegeta took a heavy blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Android 17 quickly provided long-range support, unleashing a barrage of attacks at Broly. Broly endured Android 17's assault, charging up to him and swinging a massive fist. Android 17 dodged nimbly, swiftly creating distance. Seizing the opportunity, Goku ran to Vegeta, helping him up, and said, "It seems there's no other way, Vegeta. Let's fuse." Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Just then Broly charged again. Goku and Vegeta were forced to flee. As they ran, Goku shouted to Android 17, "Android 17, can you buy us some time? Are you going to use that move?" Goku nodded. Android 17 immediately fired a ki blast, blocking Broly. "Over here." Seeing Android 17 provoke him, Broly abandoned Goku and Vegeta and charged straight at Android 17. They still have a trump card. Topo was incredulous. Those two, who seemed unable to even defeat him, had the confidence to beat that terrifying monster. Jiren remained silent, his gaze fixed on Broly. The clown god of destruction also doubted that Goku and Vegeta had any move that could defeat Broly. Impossible. Even Jiren can't beat him, how could they? It seems they're finally going to fuse. Whis said to Beerus with delight, and Beerus was overjoyed. Those two stubborn mules had finally agreed to fuse. "Open your eyes wide and watch Vermout," Beerus shouted at the clown. Goku and Vegeta ran to a relatively flat area. Let's begin, Vegeta. Goku took his position first, and Vegeta quickly followed. Meanwhile, Android 17 drew Broly's attention from the front, buying time for Goku and Vegeta. Fu. Shaun. Huh. A dazzling white light blazed across the arena, even drawing the attention of the gods of destruction. What is that? So blinding. The light vanished instantly, revealing Gogeta's confident face and the terrifying power he radiated. It's my turn now. Gogeta's dual voice rang out, and everyone saw clearly. Another fusion. They fused. The members of the Pride Troopers exclaimed in shock. Vermout, however, was dismissive. Those two from Universe 6 fused with Patera and were nothing special. Can that strange fusion technique really compare to Patera? Both are trash. Clearly Vermout believed that even fused Goku and Vegeta couldn't defeat Jiren. As for Broly, that mindless, destructive madman, there were plenty of ways to eliminate him. Hearing Vermout's words, Beerus smiled contemptuously. He had personally tested Gogeta's strength before the tournament. It was more than enough to trounce that Jiren. But Beerus didn't bother arguing, waiting instead to mock Vermout when Gogeta proved him wrong. Android 17 had been cornered to the edge and was about to be knocked off. Gogeta appeared out of nowhere, kicking Broly away and saving Android 17. When Gogeta appeared, Jiren's pupils contracted sharply. Gogeta felt even more terrifying than Broly. Gogeta glanced at Jiren with a smile, then charged at Broly. He intended to deal with Broly first, then end the match. Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan midair, landing a powerful kick on Broly's arm. Broly stood unmoved, countering with a punch. Gogeta leaned back to dodge, then using his hands for support, kicked Broly's chest, sending him flying several meters. Gogeta somersaulted in the air and hurled 2 energy spheres. Broly caught one in each hand and crushed them. Then he charged at Gogeta with large strides, throwing a heavy punch. Gogeta remained calm, leaping to avoid the attack. He then delivered a fierce flying kick to Broly, who blocked with his arms, but was still knocked back several meters. Amazing. He can fight that monster Hedon. Though slightly lacking in raw power, he excels in technique and experience. The Pride Troopers' remarks enraged Vermout. He had just belittled Gogeta, only to be proven wrong so quickly and thoroughly. Beerus taunted Vermout triumphantly. See, much stronger than that Jiren. Vermout's expression soured as if he had swallowed something foul, and he chose to ignore Beerus. The gods of destruction from the 4 non-participating universes also praised Gogeta's strength. In the end, the ultimate move was used against an ally. Who would have thought? Gogeta felt somewhat helpless. Who could have predicted this situation? Originally, the plan was for Goku and Vegeta to fuse while Broly cleared the obstacles, conserving strength for Jiren. Instead, the fusion was used to counter Broly, who still couldn't escape Gogeta's iron fist. Don't get too excited, Lord Beerus. Before fusing, Goku and Vegeta had already expended too much stamina. Goku even overused Super Saiyan Blue, straining his body. Under these conditions, the fusion might result in a shortened duration or other complications. We must prepare for the worst. Just as Beerus was feeling smug, Whis poured cold water on him, stating the gravity of the issue. What do we do? If Gogeta defuses, how will we deal with Jiren? Hearing Whis' words, Krillin also panicked. Then we'll have to say goodbye to you, Krillin. Goten teased, seeing Krillin so flustered. Beerus furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering a countermeasure. Goten continued, Don't worry, Lord Beerus. You have to believe in miracles. Maybe Goku will suddenly awaken or something become stronger and then defeat Jiren. You have to believe in Saiyans. Saiyans always create miracles. That's right, Lord Beerus. Beerus said testily, you too. Even now you're making light of this. The universe's destruction doesn't affect you, so of course you can speak so easily. This is about my life. How can I trust in some miracle happening? Whis remained cheerful. Lord Beerus, you have no other option now. You can only trust Goku and Vegeta. Perhaps they can eliminate everyone before the fusion ends. Goten nodded in agreement. Yeah, Lord Beerus. You can only trust them. There's no other way. Indeed it was so. Beerus could only resign himself to fate. His ears drooped, and he seemed utterly deflated, as if he had already accepted his doom. On the arena, Gogeta was forced back by Broly's monstrous strength. Gogeta also landed a kick on Broly, and both combatants recoiled. Broly's face twisted in fury as he erupted with an even more intense aura. Dark green energy enveloped his entire body, forming a sphere. Yeah. Countless tiny energy blasts shot out from the sphere, scattering in all directions, indiscriminately bombarding the already shattered arena once more. Gogeta remained expressionless, standing still and weathering the barrage of energy. No. 17 meanwhile erected a barrier to block Broly's energy spheres. Jiren was also unmoved. Toppo helped the rabbit-eared fighter, and the bespectacled man blocked the energy spheres. The arena, already half destroyed, was shattered again into several fragments. Then try this one. Gogeta leaped into the air, gathering energy with his hands spread wide, then hurled it fiercely at Broly. Stardust Breaker. Gogeta also launched an indiscriminate attack. Countless ki blasts plowed through the arena once more. Broly charged through Gogeta's assault, reaching him. Gogeta clenched his fist and swung it viciously. Broly leaned back to dodge, but Gogeta's foot was already there, striking Broly square in the cheek. However, Broly remained unmoved and countered with a punch that landed squarely on Gogeta. Gogeta crashed through several arena fragments, slamming hard onto the platform. Broly followed up by firing several energy blasts at Gogeta. Gogeta quickly rose from the arena floor, dodging at high speed, while returning fire with a few energy blasts of his own. Broly opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying stream of energy that directly engulfed Gogeta's blasts and hurtled toward him with undiminished force. Seeing this, Gogeta erupted with power, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. With a wave of his hand, he scattered Broly's attack, then leaped and delivered a vicious kick to Broly's chest. Broly was forced back repeatedly by the kick. Gritting his teeth, he continued his assault on Gogeta, hurling energy blasts continuously. Gogeta dodged the blasts as he sped toward Broly. Boom! The instant Gogeta's and Broly's fists collided, a terrifying energy erupted, annihilating everything around them. Gogeta shoved Broly's fist aside, driving his elbow hard into Broly's chest, followed by a kick that sent Broly reeling. Gogeta's gaining the upper hand. Krillin was ecstatic. It seemed Broly would be defeated soon, and maybe even Jiren could be handled. That bastard. Vermaud ground his teeth in fury. The power Gogeta displayed far exceeded his expectations. There was no way Jiren could beat him. Seeing Vermaud's enraged expression, Beerus finally felt relieved, not missing the chance to mock. What's wrong? That face. Scared. Well, Gogeta's power is far greater than Jiren's. Beerus seized the opportunity to taunt Vermaud relentlessly. Gogeta and Broly's figures zipped across the arena, clashing repeatedly. Each collision unleashed a powerful shockwave. Broly was driven back step by Gogeta. Gogeta gave him no breathing room, kicking him into the air and assuming the Kamehameha stance. Gogeta intended to end the fight. Kamehameha. A colossal beam of energy instantly struck Broly, blasting him off the arena. Boom. With a violent explosion, Broly reappeared on the viewing stand of Universe 7. Gogeta hadn't used his full power, merely knocking Broly off the stage. Broly still maintained his full power Super Saiyan state. The enraged Broly attacked those around him. Goten was quick. He grabbed Broly's arm and delivered a chop to knock him unconscious, laying him flat on the stand. Whis waved his staff, healing Broly. In a moment, Broly awoke. Broly found himself on the stand, a bit confused. He remembered appearing on planet Vampa. Father and Chilai. Thinking of this, Broly's expression began to change again. This startled Krillin. Krillin quickly tried to calm Broly. Calm down, Broly. Did you see some kind of illusion? It's all fake, just an opponent's technique. Hearing Krillin's words, the aura around Broly dissipated instantly. He looked at Krillin in confusion. Krillin continued, Broly, what did you see in the illusion? Why did you suddenly become like that? Broly lowered his head and said softly, I saw Father and Chilai. They killed each other. Krillin understood immediately. It was similar to what Goten had said. This shock had caused Broly to lose his reason and instantly go berserk. That was all fake. Don't dwell on it. Krillin patted Broly on the shoulder. Your father is on Earth right now. How could he have killed himself with Chilai? It was all an illusion created by the enemy. Fake. Hearing this, Broly immediately lifted his head, his mood instantly recovering. Whis took his staff and showed Broly the images within. Look, mister. Broly, your father is enjoying a delicious meal. In the image, Paragus was leisurely savoring fine food. Seeing Paragus safe and sound, Broly finally set aside his lingering anxiety. On the shattered arena, Jiren and Toppo warily watched Gogeta. Only 2 universes remained. Who would be the last one standing? You're next. Gogeta's dual voice resonated as he gathered another Kamehameha in his hands, intent on ending the battle in one final blow. Was this the end? Jiren stared at the invincible Gogeta, his heart seething with unwillingness. Was his wish to revive his master about to be shattered? Toppo, Dispo, and the bespectacled fighter stood beside Jiren. No matter how dire the predicament, they would face it together. They were comrades of the Pride Troopers. Here we go, Jiren. The 4 of them unleashed their full power to withstand Gogeta's Kamehameha, but at this point, even their combined strength was futile. They were no match for Gogeta, and in an instant they were utterly routed. In that fleeting moment, Toppo, Dispo, and the bespectacled fighter shielded Jiren, using their own bodies to absorb the lethal strike. We're counting on you, Jiren. You're our last hope. We believe in you. The 3 fell from the arena, landing on the observation deck of Universe 11. At the critical juncture, they blocked Gogeta's attack with their bodies, forcing Gogeta to withdraw most of his energy. If he had killed any of them, it would have spelled disaster. Gogeta saw Jiren standing dazed and charged without mercy, but the moment his fist swung, his expression shifted. A golden aura burst from Gogeta's body, and suddenly Goku and Vegeta separated. The fusion had ended prematurely. Fortunately, in the final instant before dissolution, Gogeta's swinging fist struck Jiren. Though not at full strength, it wounded Jiren, weakening him. They've separated. The Pride troopers in the stands erupted in cheers. Vermaud's grim face instantly brightened. This time fate was on his side. Huh. Looks like I've won, Beerus. Vermaud taunted Beerus. You have no chance left. Wah. Beerus' face darkened. Though he had anticipated this outcome, seeing it unfold made him clench his fists in frustration. There's still hope, Lord Beerus. Gogeta's final punch dealt considerable damage to Jiren. Maybe Goku and Vegeta can team up to defeat him. Whis nodded. The earlier attack had indeed harmed Jiren to some extent, but Goku and Vegeta were far from their best condition. From now on, it was a test of endurance. Whoever held out longer would emerge victorious. On the arena, only 5 remained: Jiren against the other 4, Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, and Master Roshi. Yes, Master Roshi had hidden behind Android 17's barrier when Broly bombarded the arena, so he wasn't eliminated, though he could offer little help. Whis couldn't help but marvel. Master Roshi truly had his tricks to survive until the end. Was it luck or skill? With Master Roshi present, it seemed Goku would still need to unlock Ultra Instinct to defeat Jiren. What's going on, Kakarot? There should be more time. We've only been at it for less than 20 minutes. Why did it end so soon? After the separation, Vegeta immediately questioned Goku. The fusion should have lasted 30 minutes. Well, I'm not sure either. This is my first fusion. Maybe the power was too immense. Or were we both injured when we fused? This isn't the time to discuss that. Watch out. Goku lunged, tackling Vegeta to the ground as Jiren's energy blast streaked between them, exploding behind them. We have no choice but to go all out, Vegeta. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and Vegeta rose to do the same. They charged at Jiren, who met them with a surge of crimson aura. Now the Tugegen Stone training they had undergone with was paid off. Their seamless coordination actually overwhelmed Jiren. They're suppressing Jiren. How is that possible? Toppo couldn't believe his eyes. Could 2 fighters on his own level really overpower Jiren? Gohan was stunned too. The proud Vegeta for once was fighting side by side with Goku. Go, knock him off. At that moment, Beerus was ecstatic. He saw hope for victory again. Goku and Vegeta fought with increasing ferocity, driving Jiren back without giving him a chance to counter. What's this? Such coordinated attacks. Vermaud's face twisted again as he watched Jiren being suppressed. How infuriating. This just proves what Jiren said. The Pride troopers looked at Vermaud in confusion. He sighed and said, Jiren never graduated from his master Jiren. It was Jiren who made the lone wolf join the Pride troopers, intending to teach him the value of teamwork. But Jiren died unexpectedly, and Jiren never moved on from that. It fueled his obsession with power. He thought his failure to graduate was due to insufficient strength. Yet Vermaud smiled again. Your actions just now have affected Jiren. Perhaps this battle will be his true graduation. When Jiren fought Broly, the Pride troopers supported his choice, standing firmly by his side. Then they took a fatal blow for him, entrusting everything to Jiren. Jiren began to change. He was only one catalyst away from a complete transformation. On the arena, Jiren unleashed an even more intense crimson aura. He forced Goku and Vegeta back. I have my own unwavering convictions. How could I lose to you? Jiren moved with blinding speed, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. He struck Vegeta with a punch followed by a kick that sent him flying several meters. Vegeta! Goku shouted as Jiren landed a blow to his abdomen. Goku clutched his stomach and gritted his teeth to counterattack. Jiren simply twisted his body, dodging Goku's fist, then wound up his right arm and sent Goku flying. As Vegeta tried to rise, Goku flew toward him. Vegeta caught him, and they tumbled several meters further. Jiren prepared to press the attack, but a distant energy blast forced him to evade. Android 17 stood on a floating fragment of debris, aiming his arm at Jiren and firing a barrage of energy spheres. Hey, I won't let you take out our universe's ace so easily. Oh ho ho. It seems this battle has turned into a clash between the individual and the team. Let's see whose conviction is stronger, Jiren's or Goku and the other's teamwork. Whis chuckled as he spoke, but Krillin and Piccolo sitting beside him lacked confidence. They knew the Saiyans too well. Teamwork was never their forte. Going solo was what they excelled at. On the arena, Jiren turned and fired a blast at Android 17. The android swiftly leaped aside, the stone beneath his feet shattered by the attack. Android 17 kept dodging, while Jiren relentlessly pressed his assault. Goku and Vegeta quickly rose and charged at Jiren, once more forcing him to halt his pursuit and turn his attention to the 2 Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta flanked Jiren, each striking with a kick. Jiren raised both arms to block, and in that moment Android 17 seized the chance to fire an energy blast. The attack struck Jiren Hedon, while Goku and Vegeta followed up with punches aimed at his face. But before their fists could land, Jiren struck first. His blows connected with their abdomens, the force so immense that both Goku and Vegeta spat blood. Jiren then delivered a flying kick, sending Vegeta hurtling away. He grabbed Goku by the head and slammed him viciously against the nearby wall. Arg! Goku's pained cry echoed as Jiren hurled him aside. With a flick of his hand, Jiren launched several energy spheres. Android 17 tried to intercept them, but one slipped through and struck Goku, drawing another agonized scream. Jiren's speed was blinding. He appeared behind Android 17 in an instant, and with a single punch sent him crashing into a boulder beside Goku. Vegeta got to his feet and saw Jiren standing on floating debris. He fired a quick blast, shattering the stone beneath Jiren's feet. Yet Jiren moved with such velocity that he was behind Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Goku emerged from the rubble, launching a kick at Jiren. Jiren stumbled a few steps and Vegeta spun around, unleashing a flurry of punches. For a moment, Jiren found himself on the defensive. But Jiren seized an opening and landed another punch on Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku leaped high, extending his left leg in an axe kick aimed straight at Jiren. Jiren crossed his arms to block the floor beneath him, cracking from the impact. Android 17, now on his feet, provided long-range support. Goku pulled back and Android 17's energy spheres flew in, forcing Jiren to endure the barrage. Vegeta, having just taken a hit from Jiren, seized the moment to retaliate. As Jiren lowered his guard, Vegeta surged forward and drove a heavy punch into Jiren's abdomen. Jiren's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of bile. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to counter, but Goku's flying kick sent him hurtling away. Jiren crashed through several boulders before slamming into a massive pillar. Yes. Beerus couldn't help but shout as he saw Goku and the others gaining the upper hand. Keep him pinned down. Knock him off the stage. Krillin and Piccolo marveled at their seamless coordination. I never thought they could work together so flawlessly. Goku and Vegeta stood side by side, and Goku couldn't help but remark, that Onianto training with Whis really paid off. Vegeta. Beerus looked at Whis with confusion. Was that training meant to hone their teamwork? Whis chuckled. They don't seem to realize it themselves. Goku and Vegeta charged at Jiren, once more their spirits ablaze, determined to knock him off the arena in one final push. Jiren caught one attack from each with his hands, then let out a fierce roar, blasting Goku and Vegeta away. Dodging Android 17's energy spheres, he lunged forward, intent on taking out the android sniper first. Android 17 saw Jiren's intent and fled the scene, but how could he outrun Jiren? With no other option, Android 17 summoned dozens of barriers in Jiren's path. Jiren threw a single punch, shattering every barrier, the force of his fist undiminished as it hurtled toward the android. Anticipating this, Android 17 wrapped himself in a barrier while rapidly gathering energy in his hand, unleashing a powerful blast at Jiren. Jiren's fist met the energy sphere, and after a moment's stalemate, he broke through, shattering Android 17's barrier. But in that instant, Goku and Vegeta arrived at Android 17's side, forcing Jiren to defend against their assault. Jiren grabbed one leg of each Saiyan, then kicked Android 17 away with a flying strike. In a blur of motion, he appeared above Goku, clasping his hands together and smashing them down. Goku barely managed to block, but the blow drove him into the ground. Vegeta raised a hand to fire an energy blast, but Jiren closed in, instantly gripping the gathered energy and crushing it with a slight squeeze. Then, as Vegeta stared in horror, Jiren punched him in the abdomen once more. While Vegeta's body crumpled weakly, Jiren's punches were not to be taken lightly. It seems victory won't come so easily. Gogeta stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. Even with Goku, Vegeta, and Android 17 working together to bridge the power gap, taking a hit from Jiren is still devastating. Simply put, Jiren was a six-sided warrior with immense attack and defense. Through teamwork, Goku, Vegeta, and Android 17 could barely hold their own, but a single blow from Jiren drained their health significantly, while their attacks only chipped away at his. It was a battle of endurance. Whoever faltered first would lose. Goku rose quickly, coordinating with Android 17's attacks to charge at Jiren again, buying Vegeta a moment to catch his breath. Vegeta lay on the ground for a while, recovering some strength before rejoining the assault on Jiren. With Vegeta back in the fray, the pressure on Goku eased. Gradually, they adapted to the high-intensity rhythm, beginning to withstand Jiren's onslaught. Jiren noticed this shift and grew anxious. His stamina was waning, and he needed to eliminate his opponents before it ran out. Jiren erupted with a fierce aura, unleashing his full power. Goku and Vegeta stumbled back, barely managing to withstand the burst. A crimson flame enveloped Jiren, shredding the upper half of his clothes. He had powered up. Seeing this, Goku and Vegeta knew this was the final showdown and summoned their strongest strength. Two torrents of blue energy surged forth, claiming half the arena, while Jiren's crimson aura dominated the other half. The two forces clashed violently, shattering the floating rocks around them. The towering auras clashed fiercely, vanishing in the next instant as the three moved simultaneously, disappearing from their original positions. Boom. With a violent collision, the final battle commenced. Goku's fist was caught in Jiren's hand. Vegeta's aerial kick was dodged as Jiren ducked low. At that moment Vegeta was riddled with openings, and Jiren threw a punch, which Goku thankfully blocked for him. After landing, Vegeta swung his elbow fiercely toward Jiren's waist. Jiren reached out and stopped Vegeta's elbow, allowing Goku to seize the chance and kick at Jiren's chin. Jiren leaned back to evade, but failed to dodge No. 17's energy sphere. Yet Jiren seemed unscathed, his movements still sharp as he punched Goku in the abdomen, only to be struck by a kick from Vegeta. Gritting his teeth, Jiren turned to attack Vegeta. After recovering from the pain, Goku also threw a punch at Jiren, and the three tangled together once more with No. 17 standing at a distance, seeking the right opportunity. How thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Jiren is incredible. Goku and the others are formidable too. On his throne, the Omni King clapped his tiny hands in delight, thoroughly pleased with the tournament of power. Seeing the Omni King's joy, the Grand Priest beamed with a smile. Jiren seized an opening and sent Goku flying with a single punch. Vegeta's pressure instantly intensified, but No. 17 quickly provided long-range support to ease the burden. Goku immediately steadied himself and charged back to grapple with Jiren. I still believe Jiren alone can secure victory. That's exactly why I detest that indecisive mindset of Herace. It's why I became a god of destruction. Clearly Belmod's perspective differed from his friend Herace's. He believed power was the foundation of all things. Jiren might have been influenced by Belmod, which is why he came to value strength so highly. Goku and Vegeta were sent staggering back by Jiren's fierce roar. Both assumed the stances for their ultimate techniques, seemingly ready to decide the outcome with energy waves. Great minds think alike, Vegeta. There's no choice but to blast him off with energy spheres. Hold nothing back, Kakarot. They'll give it my all. Kamehameha. Final flash. Two Goku and Vegeta unleashed their signature moves together. Jiren extended both hands, blocking their attacks. Hiden. No. 17 dashed forward, unleashing his full power as well. A dazzling light illuminated the entire arena. Three energy waves soared into the sky. Goku and Vegeta reverted to their base forms, gasping for breath. Huff huff. Did it work? Everyone wondered if Jiren had been knocked off. As the smoke cleared, Jiren's figure appeared on the stage. He had withstood Goku and Vegeta's assault. Yet he was covered in wounds, blood streaking his body, blocking the trio's full-force strike had taken its toll. No way. Goku and Vegeta were stunned. Even that couldn't send Jiren off the platform. In that moment, Jiren teleported directly before Goku and Vegeta. Gritting their teeth, they swung their fists feebly. Exhausted, their strength had drained away, leaving their punches limp. No. 17 quickly encased Goku and Vegeta in a barrier, then grabbed them both and retreated. Jiren's energy sphere struck the barrier, shattering it instantly. Jiren pursued relentlessly, catching up swiftly. Goku and Vegeta dodged aside, then wrapped their arms around Jiren's shoulders, restricting his movements. Now's the chance, No. 17. Goku shouted. No. 17 had already gathered immense energy in his hands and blasted it fiercely toward Jiren. Jiren gritted his teeth, raising a hand to endure No. 17's energy sphere. Goku and Vegeta strained to pull Jiren back, but he remained immovable. No. 17 pushed harder, pouring out energy recklessly. Jiren bit down until his teeth bled, stubbornly withstanding the blast. Goku and Vegeta, long spent, could barely restrain him. As the stalemate held, a golden lightning bolt struck Jiren. His entire body was enveloped in golden electricity. Jiren's eyes widened in shock. He stared in disbelief into the distance. It was Master Roshi. After idling for so long, Roshi had broken the deadlock with a single thundershock surprise. Now, Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta unleashed every ounce of their remaining power. Unable to transform into Super Saiyans, only a white aura flared around them. No. 17 pushed beyond his limits, draining his energy to the last. The stone beneath Jiren's feet crumbled layer by layer. Jiren, along with Goku and Vegeta, was blasted off the stage by No. 17. Everyone was stunned. Could it be? Jiren had actually lost. Fantastic. We won. Krillin leaped into the air, and even Beerus couldn't help but stand. They were safe, their lives spared. What incredible teamwork. Truly worthy of Master Roshi, striking at the most crucial moment. Thundershock surprise. That move was surprisingly effective. Krillin mimicked the gesture as he spoke. On his throne, the Omni King exclaimed joyfully, amazing. The golden lightning. The Grand Priest explained, that final Thundershock surprise precisely immobilized Jiren, freezing his movements for an instant. And Mr. Goku seized that opportunity, using all his strength to defeat Jiren. Gazing at Master Roshi on the time pillar, Goku couldn't help but muse, truly a master is always a master. I still have so much to learn. In the stands, Jiren apologized to Toppo and the others. I'm sorry we couldn't secure victory. It's fine, you did your best. It was a magnificent fight. Just one misstep. We never expected that old man had a hidden move. Jiren's teammates consoled him. It seems we can't revive Herace. Belmod expressed some regret, but Jiren replied, no need. I've already realized what I was lacking. There's no need to revive my master. It seemed Jiren had undergone a transformation and in future encounters he might astonish Goku. Then the Grand Priest announced, Universe 11 eliminated. All beings from Universe 11 vanished. Watching Jiren's fading form, Goku said, I wanted a unknown duel with you. The Grand Priest declared the victors are Universe 7. Only no. 17 and Master Roshi remained on the stage, discussing who should make the wish. The wish should go to you young ones. I'm old and have no desires left. But, no. 17 tried to argue, but Master Roshi waved his hand and turned away. Guess I'll have to take the opportunity. No. 17 said to the Grand Priest, my wish is to restore all the erased universes. As number 17 spoke his wish, all the attendees were taken aback. What? What? They never expected number 17 to make such a wish. Restore the entire universe. Are you sure this is your wish, mister? Number 17. The Grand Priest confirmed once more and number 17 nodded affirmatively. Yes. So can it be done? Of course the Super Dragon has no wish that cannot be fulfilled. The Grand Priest assured, summoning the 7 Super Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, shaped like planets, emitted a golden light that illuminated the entire area. No matter the angle, the stars within the Dragon Balls were visible. The Grand Priest extended his hands and began to summon the Super Dragon, chanting the sacred words. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, the Super Dragon Balls emitted lightning, and a dazzling light instantly blinded everyone. When the light faded, they could finally open their eyes. A massive Super Dragon glowing entirely in gold appeared before everyone. Even the King of All stood up, jumping down from his throne to show his respect for the Super Dragon. This was the first time Gogeta had seen the Super Dragon, and it brought him immense shock. On a spiritual level, Gogeta was at a loss for words, unable to find any descriptors for the Super Dragon. The Super Dragon remained silent, its immense eyes gazing at everyone present. Mr. Number 17, please state your wish. Let all the vanished universes be restored to their original state. Number 17 expressed his wish to the Super Dragon. The Grand Priest conveyed number 17's wish to the Super Dragon in the language of the gods. Upon hearing it, the Super Dragon's eyes lit up. A flash of red light passed, and then it soared into the sky. All the destroyed universes were restored. All the participants reappeared in the stands. My, what happened? Everyone. It was Mr. Number 17 who used the Super Dragon Balls to restore the eliminated universes. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, everyone's gaze turned to number 17, as they were shocked that he would make such a wish. Thank you very much. Mr. Number 17. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. 5. All the people from the restored universes expressed their gratitude to number 17. Number 17 was a bit at a loss. He wasn't good at handling such situations. The Grand Priest spoke up to help him out. All right, everyone, let me send you all back now. The Grand Priest extended his hands, preparing to send everyone back when the King of All interrupted him. Hey, Grand Priest, I want to see the match again. The King's words caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. They thought the tournament of power was over and could finally relax, but the next moment the King's voice echoed in their ears like a whisper from a demon. That fight was too exciting, I want to see another one. The King of All was like a child who had just tasted delicious food, wanting another serving. The Grand Priest was also in a bit of a quandary. They had just finished one battle, and now they were expected to have another. However, the Grand Priest soon had an idea. He looked at all the gods of destruction present and said, since the King of All wishes to see another match, let's have the gods of destruction compete against each other. It's just the right time to test the current level of the gods of destruction. The Grand Priest's words caused the faces of all the gods of destruction to change drastically. Many of them had been slacking off and hadn't trained properly in ages. To be thrown directly into the arena like this would be putting their lives at risk. Especially for Kampa, who hadn't trained in decades, this would truly be his doom. His original level was already at the bottom among the gods of destruction. It was possible that the Grand Priest would directly strip him of his position. Bardock covered his mouth and chuckled aside, fully aware of the shortcomings of his own god of destruction. You bastard. Kampa's anger flared as he saw Bardock sneering. But upon meeting Bardock's gaze, Kampa immediately wilted. Bardock had many leverage points against him. He was still firmly under Bardock's thumb. There aren't any penalties for this match, right? Beerus asked the Grand Priest, as he didn't want to hear anything about being eliminated due to defeat. No. As for rewards, let me think for a moment. After pondering for a moment, the Grand Priest announced, the winning god of destruction will receive the honor of being the strongest god of destruction. Upon hearing this, all the gods of destruction's eyes lit up. The strongest god of destruction. None of them were willing to back down. Goku also became excited. A battle between the gods of destruction. Just thinking about it makes me thrilled. Goku's face was filled with joy, all his emotions expressed openly. Gogeta, hearing about the upcoming battle between the gods of destruction, contemplated whether he should join in as well. He was just a step away from the threshold of becoming an angel. With the power of the 12 gods of destruction, he might really break through that barrier. Thinking of this, Gogeta decisively spoke up, "Grand Priest, I also want to participate in this match." His words shocked the deities from other universes. As a mere mortal, what right did he have? Just a mere mortal. How dare he face the gods of destruction? Impertinent fool. Arrogant and disrespectful. Many deities had a low first impression of Gogeta. What identity did he have to attend the tournament of power? What made him think he could participate in the competition among the gods of destruction? The Grand Priest looked at Gogeta and gave a faint smile, saying, "Mr. Gogeta, are you sure? Participating in the battle among the gods of destruction? Of course, this is a good opportunity for training." Gogeta showed no hesitation in expressing his thoughts. Training? What does that guy think of the gods of destruction? So arrogant. So oblivious to his own insignificance. Gogeta's words further lowered the impression the gods had of him. However, Gogeta didn't care. He had no ties to them, and whether they thought well or poorly of him didn't matter. Beerus observed Gogeta, and his suspicions were confirmed. "You really held back during that fight." Gogeta chuckled. "Lord Beerus, if we were to fight with all our might, the universe would be in big trouble. If we don't control our strength properly during a full-force battle, even a small leakage of energy could spell disaster for the universe." Beerus clearly understood this principle and did not pursue whether they had fought with their full strength. The Grand Minister slowly ascended into the air, and with a wave of his hands, the battered arena of the tournament of power vanished instantly. Then, raising his hand once more, he pressed downward, and a square arena materialized in midair. "All right, the arena is ready. Now please step onto the stage, gods of destruction and Gogeta." The Grand Minister gestured to everyone, and the 12 gods of destruction along with Gogeta immediately left their seats and flew onto the arena. Now allow me to announce the rules of this match. No external aids, you may only rely on your own abilities. Flight is permitted, and there is no elimination mechanism. It remains a free-for-all battle. Whoever stands last shall be crowned the strongest god of destruction. If Mr. Gogeta emerges victorious. Let me think. Mr. Gogeta, what reward do you desire? The Grand Minister, unaware of Gogeta's preferences, inquired of him. Gogeta had not anticipated the Grand Minister's question, nor had he given much thought to a reward. However, since the Grand Minister had asked, he decided to make a modest request. Anything at all. Not quite, only within the scope of my capabilities. Gogeta pondered for a moment. I have it. If I emerge victorious, I request that the Grand Minister grant me your guidance for a time. After all, the Grand Minister was the universe's foremost expert, as Whis had declared. How could Gogeta not seek his tutelage? The Grand Minister was taken aback, never expecting such a request from Gogeta. He nodded, agreeing to Gogeta's proposal. Very well. If Mr. Gogeta wins, I shall personally instruct him for a period. Likewise, the victorious god of destruction may also receive my guidance for a time. Hearing that the Grand Minister had consented to Gogeta's request, Goku burned with envy. He too yearned for the Grand Minister's tutelage. Goku understood that the Grand Minister was the universe's strongest, and such guidance would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's promise, the gods of destruction were all stunned, then filled with excitement. The victor would actually earn the Grand Minister's personal instruction. They had been gods of destruction for eons and had long since reached a plateau with little room for improvement. If they could receive the Grand Minister's guidance, they would surely ascend to new heights. Many of the gods of destruction rubbed their hands together, eager to compete. The Grand Minister's words compelled them to exert their full strength. Even Vermaud, who had intended to slack off, perked up. All right, since the reward is settled, the match shall commence forthwith. One final word, everyone please unleash your full power. Should Lord Omni King be displeased, it would be most unfortunate. The 13 individuals each took their positions, awaiting the Grand Minister's signal. The 12 gods of destruction, numbered 1 through 12, were Ewan the Blackfurred, Helis the Soul Female, Mosco the Robot, Quitella the Mouse, Arak, the bizarrely shaped Kampa Beerus, Laquire the Fox, Sidra the Dwarf, Rumshi, the Elephant, Vermaud the Clown, and Jin the Fishman. Then let the battle for supremacy begin. Gogeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. Vermaud charged straight at Gogeta while the other gods of destruction targeted Beerus. How cool. Omni King's eyes locked onto Gogeta's transformation. Such a magnificent form was unlike anything he had ever seen. Hey Grand Minister, what kind of transformation is that? Hearing Omni King's question, the Grand Minister turned to look at Whis. I'm not entirely sure either. Mr. Gogeta mentioned it briefly. He called it Super Saiyan 4 combined with divine energy, which he refers to as Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. Is there an even more powerful form? Omni King's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Whis replied there should be. Mr. Gogeta has yet to reveal his full strength. Hearing this, Omni King grew even more expectant. Goku's eyes turned into shining stars. Incredible. There's an even stronger form. Indeed, Goku. Omni King flew over to Goku, and the two gazed at Gogeta with curiosity. On the arena, Gogeta saw Vermouth charging at him. Had he somehow offended him? There was no time for Gogeta to ponder further. Vermouth's fist was already upon him. Gogeta raised his own fist to meet the blow. Elsewhere, Beerus was being besieged by 10 gods of destruction. It seemed they all recognized him as the strongest among them, and aimed to eliminate him first. You lot can't achieve anything without ganging up. Let me show you some proper care. Beerus twisted his body, slightly evading the attacks of several gods of destruction, then delivered a midair kick that sent Laquire the Fox flying. He dodged them all. Does Lord Beerus have eyes in the back of his head? Could it be a? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Whis nodded. Indeed, that is Ultra Instinct. But the next moment Beerus was caught by Mosco the robot. Even Lord Beerus hasn't mastered it perfectly. Seeing Beerus captured, the other gods of destruction seized the golden opportunity, all lunging forward to strike him. Gogeta forced Vermouth back with a punch, then fired 3 energy blasts to interrupt the elephant, the mouse, and Kampa, who were about to attack. What's this? Grown so weak in such a short time, Lord Beerus. Mocked by Gogeta, Beerus' fury surged, and he violently broke free from the robot's iron grip. Open! The female god of destruction had already drawn her bow, firing arrows at both Gogeta and Beerus. However, both dodged by tilting their heads. Vermouth had merely been testing Gogeta's strength. Was he truly as formidable as Margarita had claimed? Now, with his conclusion, he no longer clung to Gogeta and instead began launching sneak attacks on the other gods of destruction. Vermouth landed a kick on Jin the Fishman's cheek. Don't daydream. Gogeta also kicked the elephant away, and the scene erupted into a full-blown melee. That mortal can actually withstand a god of destruction's attack, and even land a hit on one. The Supreme Kais were all astounded. None of them had imagined Gogeta's power would be so terrifying. Sidra the dwarf appeared behind Gogeta, attempting a sneak attack, but Gogeta merely stepped forward slightly to evade Sidra's fist. Off. Gogeta can do it too. Of course, and Mr. Gogeta's Ultra Instinct has reached perfection, surpassing even Lord Beerus. Really? Truly. Jin the Fishman also launched an assault on Gogeta. With Sidra and Jin attacking together, Gogeta had to focus his concentration. Facing 2 gods of destruction, he needed to take them seriously. The scene descended into chaos. Even the slightest clash between gods of destruction generated immense shockwaves. Fortunately, the arena specially prepared by the Grand Minister could withstand their power. On the viewing stands, every spectator was fixated on the battle unfolding within the arena. Confrontations between gods of destruction were not spectacles one could witness at will. This was a rare opportunity, one that might even impart some profound enlightenment. Boom, boom, boom. Beerus shook off his opponent's entanglement, and in a swift motion hurled a key sphere that precisely struck several gods of destruction. As the smoke cleared, it revealed the disheveled appearances of a few. That accursed Beerus. The mouse god Quitella, who harbored a grudge against Beerus, was now further enraged by being humiliated by Beerus' key sphere. The fox god deployed all 9 of his tails, unleashing a barrage of key spheres at Beerus. Beerus dodged with agile grace, casually kicking Kampa aside in the process. Lord Beerus shows no mercy, does he? Goku remarked, observing Beerus' kick. The clown god Vermouth seized the opportunity to ambush the fox god, planting a foot on his head and sending him tumbling several meters. Too many openings. Vermouth added, but an arrow shot towards him, forcing him to evade. Gogeta also seized the moment, forcing back the dwarf god Sidra and the fish god Jin. He then launched 2 key spheres aimed at the clown god, a retaliation for the clown's earlier provocation. The 2 key spheres instantly struck Vermouth, erupting in a thunderous roar. The robot god of destruction leaped high, landing a heavy punch on the goddess of destruction, who nimbly dodged the attack. Suddenly, an energy barrier enveloped everyone on the arena, freezing them all in place. Damn it. It was Vermouth's technique. The other gods of destruction recognized the move. Vermouth's figure materialized in midair, his body charred from Gogeta's key sphere. Vermouth then crossed his hands, producing several red energy cards between his fingers, and unleashed a bombardment upon everyone below. Gogeta burst through the restraint with a surge of power, then used instant transmission to appear behind Vermouth. As the clown turned, Gogeta landed a solid punch to his cheek. Bam! Vermouth crashed headfirst into the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. His technique dissipated. Freed from the restraint, the elephant god unleashed his signature move, a mighty roar. The roar stunned everyone, even those on the viewing stands. What's happening? My body. I can't move. Goku stared in shock as the Supreme Kai beside him collapsed. Lord Supreme Kai, Whis began to explain, that is the roar of Rumshi, who possesses the mightiest voice in the entire universe. It temporarily paralyzes the motor nerves of anyone who hears it. For someone of Lord Supreme Kai's level, fainting is to be expected. Even the gods of destruction can barely remain standing. As for the weaker participants of the tournament of power, they all collapsed. Only a handful remained on their feet. Taking advantage of the situation, the elephant god launched a frenzied assault on the other gods, targeting the weakest first. Kampa was the first to be sent flying, followed by the black god Eun and the dwarf god Sidra. Next, he set his sights on Gogeta. The elephant god's swinging fist grazed Gogeta's hair, but Gogeta dodged. What? The elephant god was astounded. Had his technique been countered? No, that wasn't it. The elephant god realized Gogeta hadn't broken free yet. It's ultra instinct. The elephant god was rendered speechless by the shock and was met with Gogeta's fist. Gogeta's punch sent the elephant god crashing into the robot god of destruction, and the two rolled several meters together. By then, the other gods of destruction had gradually broken free from their restraints, and the chaotic melee resumed. Quitella ambushed the goddess of destruction, Heli's kicking the bow from her hands. He then spun and kicked the grotesque god of destruction Arak, sending him stumbling backward. Seeing this, Beerus leaped high, driving his knee hard into Quitelaw's abdomen. A perfect opening. Beerus then clasped his hands together and slammed Quitella into the arena floor. Boom! A massive crater was left in the arena. Vermaud crept up behind Gogeta and aimed a powerful kick, but Gogeta dodged. Gogeta countered with a punch that forced Vermaud back, then quickly closed in for close-quarters combat. Bang! Kampa fired a massive energy sphere at both Gogeta and Vermaud. The two ceased their fight and simultaneously struck, shattering Kampa's energy sphere. Amazing! I never knew Gogeta was this powerful. Goku's body was still stiff, but that didn't dampen his excitement for the battle in the arena. Of course, Gogeta has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct at such a young age and has reached a very profound level. Perhaps even Lord Beerus is no match for Gogeta. Lord Beerus is no match either. Goku was stunned, and even Vegeta standing beside him couldn't help but show his shock. Gogeta is the person with the greatest talent and potential I have ever seen. It may not be long before I too am surpassed by Gogeta. Whis revealed a truth that Goku and Vegeta found hard to accept. Seeing Kampa attack Gogeta, and Vermaud, Jin aimed his attack at Kampa. After all, Kampa was among the weakest of the group. Red energy coalesced at Jin's fingertip. Pew! A red beam instantly pierced through Kampa. Fortunately, Kampa twisted his body at the last moment, and only his palm was punctured. Beerus was bound to be angered seeing his brother injured. He thought, I can hit my brother whenever I want, but no one else is allowed to touch him. Beerus appeared instantly in front of Jin. He feigned a punch, but instead landed a powerful kick charged with energy into Jin's abdomen. Gwa! Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. Beerus' fist then connected with Jin's face, sending him flying. Lord Beerus is always bickering, but when he sees Lord Kampa injured, he still steps in to help. Just like you, Vegeta. Shut up, Kakarot. The two who couldn't move bickered while Whis watched the match with a cheerful smile. That guy. Kampa turned his head away with a tsundere attitude after seeing Beerus beat up Jin. Beerus glanced at Kampa, then turned to attack the other gods of destruction. The battle between Gogeta and Vermaud raged on, locked in a stalemate until they were interrupted. The fox god stood in the center of the arena, his 9 tails firing indiscriminately in all directions. Everyone was within his range of attack. Boom, boom, boom. The entire arena was shrouded in smoke. I can't see anything. The Omni King was displeased at being unable to see the fight. Boom! A colossal wave of energy blasted away all the smoke. In midair, Gogeta's figure appeared. Lightning crackled all around him, his waist-length white hair flowing, a stern face, sharp eyes, and a tail swaying in every direction. A terrifying aura erupted from Gogeta, dispersing all the smoke that shrouded the arena. What is that? Could it be that he still has another transformation hidden? The Omni King on his throne was exhilarated. So cool. Goku was equally thrilled. Amazing. This overwhelming, terrifying pressure bearing down on us. This is simply beyond what any human could achieve. Both Goku and Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat. There was no helping it. The pressure from Gogeta's form was far too terrifying. I can move. Goku suddenly realized he could move again, then plopped down to recover from the earlier impact. Vegeta also sat beside Goku. Hey Kakarot, do you know what that transformation is? No, Gogeta never mentioned it either. Whis then spoke. According to Gogeta, this should be Super Saiyan 5. Truly remarkable. The union of body and spirit. Whis recognized the extraordinary nature of Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. Goku and Vegeta were both excited. If Gogeta could transform, there was no reason they couldn't. They would yet again grasp the power to win. Gogeta extended a finger and beckoned the gods of destruction below, saying, all of you come at once. They'll take on all 12. Gogeta's words shocked everyone. With just 2 sentences, he offended every god of destruction. You bastard. You're getting too cocky. How arrogant. Such a conceited fool. In an instant, all the gods of destruction stopped what they were doing and turned their hostility toward Gogeta. Then let's make you feel the terror of a god of destruction. Huh, is Gogeta out of his mind? He dares to provoke 12 gods of destruction. Goku was dumbfounded. The moment Gogeta opened his mouth, he declared head fight 12, and Goku's mind couldn't keep up. Vegeta was equally stunned, never expecting Gogeta to be so audacious. Gogeta has reached his current limit. To break through, he needs a battle that transcends limits. This is likely the true purpose of Gogeta joining this tournament. He intends to use the gods of destruction to break his own limits. Whis' analysis was spot on. Gogeta had planned this from the very start. The fox raised its tail and rapidly fired energy spheres at Gogeta. Jean raised both hands, using all 10 fingers to unleash a death beam. Gogeta lifted his hands and delivered a star burst to the gods of destruction below. A thick cloud of smoke blanketed the arena. Iwan's figure pierced through the smoke, striking straight at Gogeta's face. Gogeta dodged, but the robot grabbed his body. Seeing this, the other gods of destruction clenched their fists and charged at Gogeta. Gogeta kicked the robot, breaking free from its grip, then leaped into the air to evade their fists, while snatching a swiftly incoming arrow. Vermoud seized the opening and landed a punch on Gogeta. Gogeta dropped the arrow and retaliated with a kick, sending both of them staggering back several meters. You want to challenge us? You're still too green. Beerus and the mouse attacked from left and right, their fists striking hard at Gogeta. Gogeta raised both hands to block, but Vermoud flew in with a kick, sending Gogeta tumbling across the arena like a skipping stone. He grabbed the ground, his fingers carving a long trench into its surface. As expected, taking on 12 gods of destruction at once is still too much. Gogeta wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, yet a look of excitement spread across his face. But this is exactly the battle I wanted. A fight that transcends limits. Huh. An even more intense aura erupted from Gogeta. Gogeta then rushed swiftly at Beerus and the mouse, kicking them both back. He swung his hand to deflect incoming energy spheres, grabbed 2 energy blasts, and charged at Vermoud, hurling the blasts at the approaching Beerus and mouse. Gogeta flew forward and kicked Vermoud, who endured the blow then sidestepped. Charging straight at Gogeta was the elephant, barreling forward with full force to ram him. What? Gogeta was startled. He quickly crossed his arms to block, but was still sent flying, skidding several meters across the arena. As soon as Gogeta steadied himself, several arrows shot toward him. He dodged them all by leaping and ducking, only for Iwan and Jean to close in and engage him in close combat. Arak also joined the fray, grappling with Gogeta. Move out of the way. Beerus' voice came from above as he and the mouse had conjured 2 massive energy spheres and hurled them fiercely at Gogeta. Seeing this, the 3 quickly fled. Huh. Gogeta unleashed his power, kicking 1 energy sphere away and punching through the other. Then Beerus and the mouse's fists appeared before him. Gogeta leaned back to dodge, but the mouse clasped his hands together and slammed Gogeta hard into the arena floor. Gogeta retaliated with a kick to the mouse's head, but was sent flying, his body crashing heavily onto the arena. Seeing this, the other gods of destruction fired a barrage of energy waves at him. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was intensely fierce, with explosions thundering and a terrifying power radiating outward. The Grand Minister, noticing the contestants knocked unconscious by the elephant's roar, waved his hand, and the shockwaves from the explosions vanished the moment they touched the stands. How thrilling! The Omni King laughed joyfully, thoroughly pleased with the battle. Goku and Vegeta, however, wore grim expressions. With such a terrifying assault, could Gogeta survive? Don't worry. That attack isn't enough to be fatal. Whis, seeing their worried looks, reassured them. The smoke quickly cleared, revealing Gogeta's robust body. Yoa! Gogeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, finally relieving the tightness in his chest. And you're still standing after all that? Gogeta wiped the blood from his lips and grinned. How could I fall so easily? I'm going to defeat every single one of you. Gogeta clenched his fists and erupted with power again. Huh. In an instant he vanished and reappeared behind Beerus. Take this, Lord Beerus. Gogeta's leg shot out like a whip, sending Beerus flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into several gods of destruction on the arena. Gogeta vanished again, grabbed the stunned mouse, and hurled him toward Vermoud. Then, raising a hand, he tossed a rainbow-colored energy sphere at the 2. Boom boom. Vegetto unleashed his full power, catching the 12 gods of destruction off guard. Beerus pushed aside the rubble and glared at Vegetto in the sky, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn brat. Don't get cocky." A purple aura erupted abruptly. Beerus' slender frame burst forth with terrifying energy. Beerus vanished in an instant, and at the same time Vegetto was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the arena. Bam! In midair, Beerus was still holding his punching stance. Boom! Vegetto burst his energy to push away the rubble, quickly rising to his feet, as several energy blasts landed where he had fallen, causing a violent explosion. Vegetto charged straight at Beerus. The two exchanged a punch in midair, both staggering back a step. They then exerted force with their feet and drove their knees fiercely toward each other. Bam! At the moment of collision, lightning crackled through the void. Oh! Vegetto let out a mighty roar as energy surged from his body, sending Beerus flying backward. The figures of Mouse and Vermouth appeared behind Vegetto. Their combined strike landed heavily on Vegetto's back, sending him flying instantly. Beerus leaped forward and drove his knee deep into Vegetto's abdomen. Vegetto's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of bitterness, his expression twisted in agony. Beerus gave him no chance to catch his breath. He spun around and delivered a vicious whip kick that struck Vegetto hard. Vegetto shot out like a cannonball. The other gods of destruction unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at him, and he was instantly engulfed by countless spheres of light. Amidst the smoke, Vegetto's figure moved swiftly, darting out of their attack range in an instant. He performed a sliding tackle to evade several energy blasts and hurled 2 energy spheres back to intercept the incoming ones. Vermouth launched a flying kick, which Vegetto dodged at lightning speed. Vermouth's kick shattered the arena floor. Mouse and Beerus closed in on Vegetto from both sides, engaging him in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. Adadadadadada. Vegetto let out a Goku-like battle cry while his fists moved relentlessly, each strike aimed at vital points. Beerus and Mouse were no pushovers either. Fighting together, they managed to withstand Vegetto's onslaught. The other gods of destruction also joined the fray, attacking Vegetto from all sides. With the others piling on, Vegetto was instantly overwhelmed. The combined force sent him flying, and he crashed headfirst into the arena, his body still sliding backward until he cleaved the arena in two. Then the 12 gods of destruction raised their hands in unison. Let's finish him off quickly, and then we'll settle things among ourselves. 12 beams of destruction energy appeared in the hands of the gods. The energy swelled rapidly, forming massive orbs of light, and then they hurled the destruction energy at Vegetto. The moment the destruction energy touched the arena, a violent explosion erupted. Boom! Vegetto was instantly swallowed by the raging torrent of energy. What? Vegetto lost. Goku was initially shocked, but then he thought it was only natural. Vegetto was up against 12 gods of destruction after all. They were no insignificant small fry. Vegetto's defeat seemed inevitable. At least that was what Vegeta thought. After disposing of Vegetto, the 12 gods of destruction resumed their chaotic brawl. Fox's tail coiled around Gila's body, and then he landed a heavy punch on her, showing no trace of mercy. Vermouth targeted Kampa again. One should always pick on the weak, and Kampa clumsily fended off Vermouth's attacks, looking utterly ridiculous. Beerus and Mouse moved in perfect sync, planning to take out the other gods of destruction before facing each other in a final showdown. Beerus and Mouse launched a furious assault on the remaining gods. Elephant unleashed his signature lion's roar technique, but this time everyone was prepared and denied him the chance. Beerus kicked Elephant hard in the abdomen. A robot's fist swung from behind, but Beerus dodged with a leap, and the punch struck Elephant instead, sending him flying. Mouse, with his incredible speed, zipped past several gods of destruction in an instant. His afterimages still held the stance of his attacks, and the struck gods were sent reeling. But the other gods of destruction were no pushovers either. They seized the gaps to counterattack, landing their own blows on Mouse as he attacked them. Beerus, momentarily careless, was caught off guard by Vermouth's sneak attack. A brutal kick struck him square in the face, sending him flying backward. Seeing his brother get hit, Kampa gathered energy spheres in his hands and unleashed a wild barrage at Vermouth, forcing the other gods of destruction to halt their battle and dodge Kampa's assault. Fox pulled Helles in front of him, using her body as a shield. "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this?" Helles was left disheveled by Kampa's energy blasts and cursed Fox vehemently. She stopped holding back, bursting with energy to break free from Fox's grip as purple energy condensed at the tip of an arrow. Then Helles attacked Fox directly. The arrow grazed Fox's forehead, nearly piercing his skull. The arrow shot past Fox at incredible speed, striking the robot behind him, piercing clean through its body. The robot's movements froze instantly. Then the robot's abdomen opened and a small, slender figure darted out, shouting at Helles, "You bastard! You broke my toy." So the god of destruction from Universe 3A, Mosco, was not actually a robot. His true form was hidden inside the machine. Mosco had 2 long horns and a somewhat short, stocky build resembling a red ogre. Mosco charged forward at full speed, kicking the bow out of Gila's hand. Then he extended his hands and fired an energy blast, leaving Helles in a sorry state. "Damn it, you ugly bastard." Helles was now furious. She waved her hand, and the distant bow flew back to her. She drew the bowstring, and purple energy instantly enveloped the entire weapon, forming an arrow that radiated an eerie, chilling aura. Zing! The moment the arrow left the bow, it rapidly expanded. Mosco raised his hands to block, but the arrow pushed him backward. Then came a massive explosion. Boom! Mosco was shoved to the edge of the arena, and the arrow detonated, obliterating that section of the ground. Beauty is justice. Just as Helles was about to turn, Mosco shot out from the smoke, charging straight at her. Mosco rammed his horns toward Helles. She dodged hastily, but her arm was still grazed and blood instantly stained half of her limb. Ugh! Helles clutched her wounded arm and launched a flying kick, sending Mosco flying right toward Beerus. Seeing someone flying toward him, Beerus kicked without a second thought, sending Mosco hurtling in another direction. Unexpectedly, Mosco flew out from that direction again, leaving everyone stunned. There shouldn't be anyone there, should there? No. That was where Gogeta had fallen. Everyone looked closely, and sure enough, it was true. Gogeta, who had already been lying down, stood up once more. However, no one paid much attention as he was no longer in his Super Saiyan 5 form, having been forced back to his base state by their combined efforts. Gogeta's face and arms were covered in wounds, his clothes were torn to shreds, and a small piece of his pant leg was missing. At this moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, completely indifferent to his ragged appearance. Mosco charged forward and landed a punch on Gogeta. Gogeta made no move to resist, and was sent flying by the blow, rolling several times on the ground. Gogeta stood up again, grabbed his torn collar, and with a sudden burst of strength ripped his upper garment apart. Ha ha ha! Let me show you. The state of a Saiyan after transcending limits. Gogeta's voice boomed, and Goku and Vegeta in the stands heard him loud and clear. Transcending limits. Goku could hardly believe it. Gogeta was already terrifying enough, reaching the pinnacle among the gods of destruction. The power after breaking through his limits. It was simply unimaginable. Vegeta was also in disbelief. Was Gogeta about to reach the level of an angel? They were both Saiyans, so why could Gogeta become this strong? How did he train? Vegeta asked, his question striking at the heart of the matter. Well, I don't know either. Goku scratched his head and said with a chuckle. On the arena, the gods of destruction heard Gogeta's words, and all refused to believe it. At their level, how could one simply break through on a whim? Hadn't it taken each of them an immense amount of time to reach their current state? Don't be ridiculous, Gogeta said with a smile. Is that so? Then let me show you properly. Gogeta clenched his fists and began to unleash his energy. Hiya! In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the entire arena. The veins on Gogeta's forehead and arms bulged, his teeth clenched tightly, and his fists gripped even harder. Gogeta's form began to change, cycling through Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, and 5. The transformation continued. Hiya! His white hair began to shift, turning gold. A golden aura exploded outward violently. Countless bolts of lightning crackled across the arena. Gogeta's eyes turned red with golden irises, and the body hair on his upper torso gradually became golden. Boom! An overwhelming pressure swept in all directions, a hint of red tinging the golden aura. The arena, unable to withstand the force, shattered into pieces. All 12 gods of destruction were blasted back several meters by this power. What is that? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Gogeta, the source of the erupting energy. Is this truly a power that a mortal can control? He's a monster. He has far surpassed us. With a thunderous roar from Gogeta, a blinding light radiated from his body, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. When they looked up again, Gogeta had already completed his transformation. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the Transcendent Super Saiyan 6. At this moment, Gogeta's golden hair almost touched the ground, with 2 tufts of white hair on top of his head. His sclera were red, and his pupils contained 3 colors, a golden outer ring, black in the middle, and white at the very center. A ring of golden patterns covered the outer edge of his eye sockets, and the body hair on his upper torso was dyed gold. His tail had also turned gold. Super Saiyan 4 was a power formed from Super Saiyan, merged with the Great Ape form. Super Saiyan 5, building on Super Saiyan 4, integrated spiritual power. It was a union of body and spirit. Super Saiyan Great Ape Spirit. In Super Saiyan 4, the physical strength and spiritual power were equal. Super Saiyan Great Ape represented a single entity, symbolizing Super Saiyan 4's power. Super Saiyan Great Ape accounted for half, and Spirit accounted for the other half. But Super Saiyan 6 was different. Super Saiyan Great Ape Spirit. The 3 were combined at an equal level, each representing 1/3 of the total power. Gold represented Super Saiyan, white represented spirit, and the bodily features and tail represented the Great Ape. Super Saiyan 5 was a fusion of 2 powers, while Super Saiyan 6 was a fusion of 3 powers. It was a form that could only be achieved when these 3 forces reached perfect balance. So cool. Gogeta's transformation looks amazing. The Omni King was delighted by Gogeta's transformation, clapping his small hands and speaking with excitement. Gogeta's figure vanished instantly, and then 12 Gogetas appeared, charging at the group of gods of destruction and launching an attack on them. In an instant, all 12 gods of destruction were sent flying backward. The Gogetas gathered energy spheres in their hands and fired them at every god of destruction. Boom! Boom! An explosion overturned the entire arena. The 12 Gogetas all disappeared, reverting to the single original Gogeta. Gogeta raised both hands above his head and golden energy rapidly converged. Starburst. The golden fire Gatling gun opened fire, instantly blasting the gods of destruction as the arena once again endured the baptism of war, becoming even more ruined. After a sweeping barrage, Gogeta stopped. Then he brought his hands together to form a Kamehameha. Big bang. Kamehameha. Huh. A thick energy beam shot rapidly toward the ground, triggering another terrifying explosion. Boom! After being subjected to Gogeta's relentless assault, every god of destruction lay on the ground, unable to rise. I declare Mr. Gogeta the winner, the Grand Minister announced as he saw that none of the gods of destruction could get up. The angels quickly approached their respective gods of destruction to heal their wounds. Goku swiftly landed beside Gogeta, staring intently at him. Wow, Gogeta. I can't believe you had 2 transformations hidden. Gogeta let out a breath, deactivating Super Saiyan 6, and turned to speak to Goku. Aren't I showing them to you now? What do you think? Compared to your Super Saiyan Blue, your transformation is definitely stronger. Goku grew excited at the mention of it, gesturing with his hands. This power is truly incredible. Gogeta smiled. Of course, but part of it is also because my base power is very strong. Just then Whis approached, leading Beerus. Mr. Gogeta, would you like me to heal you? Then I'll trouble you, Whis. You rascal, hiding such an amazing transformation. Beerus stared at Gogeta as he spoke. It's alright. I have to thank you all for your help. It allowed me to comprehend this transformation. So that was your real goal all along. Upon hearing Gogeta's words, the other gods of destruction finally understood. This kid was using them as materials for his breakthrough. So that's why you wanted to participate. You were playing this game all along. Haha. Gogeta chuckled slyly, even reaching out to pat Beerus on the back. Lord Beerus, this is a rare opportunity. If I missed it, where would I find such formidable opponents? Caught off guard by Gogeta's pat, Beerus stumbled and nearly fell. You brat, don't pat me so suddenly. Beerus turned around and roared at Gogeta. Sorry. Though Gogeta apologized, Beerus sensed not a shred of sincerity in his voice. Beerus clenched his fists at Gogeta's flippant demeanor. If only he could defeat Gogeta, he would have given him a good thrashing. Everyone returned to their respective viewing stands, awaiting the Grand Priest's arrangements. Congratulations, Mr. Gogeta, on winning the tournament. The Grand Priest looked at Gogeta with a smile. Mr. Gogeta, would you like to stay here and receive my guidance directly, or come back another time? Gogeta pondered for a moment. Having just attained a new form, he still had room for improvement. He decided to familiarize himself with his newfound power before seeking the Grand Priest's tutelage. They'll come back to bother you another time, Lord Grand Priest. Hearing Gogeta's reply, the Grand Priest extended his hand, and an object resembling the button Goku used to summon Zeno appeared. With a wave of his hand, the object floated gently into Gogeta's grasp. Pressing this button will bring you directly to Zena's palace. Gogeta nodded and tucked the object away. Just then Zeno flew over, took Goku's hand, and said, Goku, you must come play with me again next time. Goku grinned. Of course, Senshin. He'll definitely come play with you again. This tournament has truly opened my eyes. Next time. As Goku started to speak, it seemed he was about to cause trouble again. Beerus, quick as lightning, clamped a hand over Goku's mouth. Lord Zeno, we have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. With that, Beerus dragged Goku away. Goku, with Beerus' arm around his neck, turned back with difficulty to say to Zeno goodbye. Zenshin. Goodbye, Goku. Zeno waved at Goku, his face beaming with joy. The Grand Priest soared into the air, extending both hands. Everyone prepare yourselves. I will send you all back. With a downward press of his hands, everyone vanished in an instant, returning to their respective universes. Before leaving, Goku and Jiren exchanged glances. Goku, brimming with fighting spirit, said to Jiren, Next time we meet, I will defeat you fair and square. Jiren. A faint smile tugged at Jiren's lips as he replied, I won't lose to you again either. You're back. Bulma had been waiting for a long time, having instructed the chefs to prepare a lavish feast. Haha, Bulma, we won. Goku boasted to Bulma triumphantly. Without even glancing at Goku, Bulma rushed straight to Vegeta's side, scrutinizing him carefully. She couldn't let anything happen to her husband. Vegeta's face flushed red under Bulma's intense gaze. He turned away awkwardly. Rarely seeing Vegeta so shy, Bulma continued to tease him. Honey, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Unaccustomed to such attention, Vegeta retorted stubbornly, I'm just too hot. Oh, I see. Bulma found Vegeta's innocent reaction amusing, but chose not to push further, knowing he would explode if she kept it up. Come to the dining room. I've prepared a feast. At the mention of food, Goku and Beerus' eyes lit up. During the tournament, the pressure had been too great for them to think of anything else. Now, with the tension released, hunger surged through them. Goku and Beerus charged toward the dining room, first with the others following behind. Android 17 didn't join them. He said to the group, I need to head back to the island. I'm a bit worried about things there. Hearing that Android 17 was leaving immediately, Krillin and Android 18 tried to persuade him to stay. At least eat before you go. It won't take that long. Marin hasn't even met her uncle yet. Besides, Goten and Trunks are there. There's no need to worry. They're both very strong. Android 17 considered for a moment before agreeing to stay until tonight. Everyone happily made their way to the dining room where Goku and Beerus had already started eating with a stack of empty plates piled beside them. How sneaky Lord Beerus. Beerus had played a little trick, snatching a piece of meat from Goku's hand, causing Goku to cry out in protest. Everyone found their seats and began to enjoy the delicious food. Grandpa, that move you used today was so cool. As Goku spoke, he mimicked the thousand-armed Bodhisattva's pose, accidentally brushing against Vegeta's hair and leaving a greasy stain on it. Damn it, Kakarot. Can't you eat properly? Vegeta stood up and roared at Goku, who was right beside him. Sorry, Vegeta. I didn't mean to. Goku's apology lacked any sincerity, infuriating Vegeta even more. Seeing the food Goku had deliberately saved for later, Vegeta gobbled it up. Wow, Vegeta. You ate the delicacy I was saving for last. It was just an accidental touch on your hair. Goku was furious. My grudge against food thieves runs deep. He retaliated by grabbing Vegeta's treasured food and devouring it in one go. Uff, Kakarot. You ate the roast pork I was saving for last. Unforgivable. Vegeta's aura flared up and Goku, undaunted, pushed his head forward to counter Vegeta's pressure. You started it by eating mine. You started it by touching my hair. Vegeta pushed back and the two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Simultaneously, they transformed into Super Saiyans, looking ready to settle the matter with a fight. Seeing them squabbling over such a trivial matter, Bulma walked over to them expressionlessly. With a single punch each, Bulma quickly brought them back to their senses. Goku rubbed his head, muttering, "Geez, when did Bulma become just like Shishi?" Thanks to Bulma's gentle persuasion, the two reconciled and sat down to continue their meal. Grandpa, do you have any other powerful techniques you haven't used, eh? Goku asked Master Roshi, who chuckled and replied, "No, I don't." Is that so? Goku was a little disappointed. He had hoped to learn a few more impressive moves from Master Roshi. Goku, you must understand, it's not the technique that is powerful. It is the person who wields it that is truly powerful. Some abilities are not meant for you. There is no need to pursue them excessively. What suits you best is what is truly best. Goku could not comprehend the words of the turtle hermit, but Vegeta was lost in thought. Goku, your heart was thrown into disarray by that Jiren. His overwhelming power has driven you to seek even greater strength. On the arena, you momentarily lost yourself due to Jiren's might. If you lose yourself because of an opponent's power, you will never attain maturity. You must understand the purpose of learning martial arts is not to defeat others, but to conquer yourself. What you need to do is in the present moment eat well, sleep well, play well, and study well. Have you accomplished all of this? This is everything the Turtle School can teach you. If you can do this and find the right answers, then you will surely become a true master. The Turtle Hermit's words plunged Goku into deep contemplation. Not bad, old man. That last move was brilliant. At this moment, Beerus also recalled that the Turtle Hermit was indeed a great hero of victory. He praised the old master. It was merely good fortune. I am well aware of what little I can accomplish with my modest strength. The Turtle Hermit said humbly. Fortune is also a part of strength. Indeed. Master Roshi, you are too modest. Hearing Krillin speak, the Turtle Hermit began to admonish his disciple. Krillin, you have grown somewhat negligent, forgetting what I once taught you. You need to start training in the Turtle School anew. Train again. Krillin was taken aback. That would never do. How could he find the time to start over? Ever since becoming a police officer, Krillin had been exhausted chasing criminals endlessly. He'll pass on that, Master Roshi. I don't have that much time for training. Krillin quickly shook his head, declining the Turtle Hermit's proposal. Suit yourself then. The Turtle Hermit sighed and said no more. He respected his disciple's wishes and would not force him. Sorry, Master Roshi, I truly don't have the time. Just then, Krillin's daughter Marin entered the dining room, having not seen her parents for a while. Mommy. Marin. Marin dashed straight towards Android 18, not even glancing at Krillin as she passed. His outstretched hand hung in the air, somewhat awkward. Marin threw herself into Android 18's arms, acting spoiled. Krillin could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Marin slipped out of Android 18's embrace, ran over to Android 17, and greeted him. She was particularly intrigued by this uncle, who claimed to be 17. Hello, uncle. Android 17 crouched down, reached out, and patted Maron's head, asking with a smile. Hello, Marin. Finally, Marin ran to Krillin. He picked up his daughter, sat her on a chair, and fed her some food. The others had also almost finished eating and began to chat. Speaking of which, why did I suddenly faint earlier when Lord Beerus and the others were fighting? Krillin recalled his sudden collapse during the God of Destruction's match and asked the group. That was the technique of the God of Destruction from Universe 10. It's incredibly powerful. Whenever the topic of fighting came up, Goku became as excited as if he had taken a stimulant. Even I was frozen in place and couldn't move for a long time. The other gods of destruction are also extremely formidable. I really want to spar with them. Beerus immediately poured cold water on Goku's enthusiasm. You're still far from it. Even if they aren't as strong as I am, they're not opponents you can handle. Unless you possess divine power, and that breakthrough transformation of Gogeta's only, then could you barely clash with a god of destruction. You don't even have divine power yet, so don't think too much about it. Mentioning divine power reminded Goku. Previously, Gogeta and Beerus had said that mastering Ultra Instinct would generate divine power. Goku inquired further. Whis said before that mastering Ultra Instinct would generate divine power. What's the deal with that? Whis explained. Once you master a divine technique, divine power is born, and you truly reach the realm of the gods. Ultra Instinct is one such divine technique. So there are other divine techniques. Vegeta keenly grasped the key point. Correct. Of course there are other divine techniques. Ultra Instinct is merely what angels excel at, which is why Whis taught it to you. Gods of destruction also have their own exclusive divine techniques. Beerus' words filled Vegeta with confidence. Let Kakarot be the one to master that Ultra Instinct. That sort of thing simply wasn't suited for him. He would seek out a divine technique that fit him. Vegeta silently resolved to ask Beerus for guidance in a few days. Hey Gogeta. What's your new form? It looks incredible. Even Lord Beerus and the others couldn't beat you. Well, I can't really explain it. I've only just grasped it, so I need some time to understand this transformation. Gogeta replied. Goku was a bit disappointed, but quickly recovered. What about Super Saiyan 5? Since he didn't understand the new form, he might as well learn about Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5 is a power born from the fusion of mind and body. It is also immensely powerful. As you all know, Super Saiyan 4 is a combination of Super Saiyan and Great Ape of physical power. Super Saiyan 5 builds upon Super Saiyan 4 by integrating spiritual strength, achieving a qualitative leap. If you have the time, gather the Dragon Balls and restore your tails. Then you can attempt the transformation. With your current level, mastering Super Saiyan 4 will be more than possible. The Great Ape. Mentioning the Great Ape reminded Goku of his grandfather, whom he had inadvertently killed. Goku felt deep guilt towards Grandpa Gohan. If only he had listened, perhaps his grandfather would still be alive. When I first met Vegeta, he transformed into a great ape and gave me a terrible beating. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta snorted coldly. If it weren't for that despicable fellow, I would have killed you long ago, Kakarot. Vegeta harbored a deep grudge against Yajirobe, who had cut off his tail and stabbed him in the back. From that point on, Vegeta had always been overshadowed by Goku. Except for that one time in the hyperbolic time chamber when Vegeta was a version ahead, but that advantage lasted less than a day. Speaking of which, Vegeta, you should thank me for letting Krillin spare your life. A group of you ganging up on me, and you still barely managed to win. And you have the nerve to say that. Vegeta crossed his arms and said disdainfully. Seeing the two start arguing again, Bulma simply raised her fist, and they instantly cowered and shut their mouths. Krillin couldn't help but laugh unkindly at Goku's cowardly demeanor and teased, are all Saiyans afraid of their wives? Goku thought seriously for a moment. Gohan is pretty scared of Videl too, and so is Vegeta. Seems about right. Krillin, aren't you afraid of Android 18? Goku's sudden question caught Krillin off guard. He wanted to retort, but felt a twinge of fear. He stole a glance at Android 18, only to find her staring back at him, so he quickly said, Am I afraid? That's love for Android 18. Krillin's voice rose several octaves as if trying to convince himself. Android 18 nodded in satisfaction. Krillin's performance was acceptable, so Shed let him off the hook this time. Krillin sneakily glanced at Android 18, and seeing no reaction, he thought he had gotten away with it. He sighed in relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Goku saw Krillin's furtive movements and understood everything. Krillin stopped pretending. You're actually terrified of Android 18, aren't you? Gogeta chimed in. Men who fear their wives are all strong. Piccolo, leaning against the wall, overheard this. I see. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. So that was the difference. No wonder the gap between him and Goku had been widening ever since Goku got married. So that was the problem. Then that means I'm strong too. Krillin, upon hearing Gogeta's words, readily admitted to fearing his wife. Of course, aside from us Saiyans, you're the strongest, Krillin. Goku chuckled. The strongest Earthling. Krillin felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Not really. Tien Shinhan is also very strong. And Master Roshi is formidable too. The group began a round of mutual flattery. Gogeta grew so drowsy listening that he fell asleep on the sofa. When he woke up, the sky had darkened and the living room was empty. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Beerus was about to return to the realm of the gods while Piccolo and Krillin had already gone home. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai appeared in midair with Vegeta. Did something happen? Gogeta found it odd to see the Supreme Kai and Vegeta together. Whis noticed the confusion in Gogeta's eyes and explained. Mister, Vegeta asked the Supreme Kai to take him to see Bulma of the future world. Because of Trunks, Vegeta was a bit worried about that side, so he went specifically. Gogeta listened and smiled, nudging Vegeta. Not bad, you know how to care for your wife. Vegeta maintained his proud expression, ignoring Gogeta's tease, and walked away. Whis said cheerfully, Mr. Vegeta may seem cold on the surface, but deep down he cares about his family more than anyone. This time he brought a lot of things. Resources are scarce in that world. Mr. Vegeta was very thoughtful. Gogeta nodded. In this regard, Vegeta was at least better than that battle maniac Goku. After a few more words with Whis left with Beerus. Gogeta turned and went inside to say goodbye to Bulma and the others. I should be heading back too. It's been days since I've seen Tights. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Gogeta returned to his own world. As soon as he entered, Gogeta shouted, Honey, I'm home. Thump thump thump. The sound of hurried footsteps came from upstairs as Tights ran down, still holding her pen. Tights leaped from the stairway and threw herself into Gogeta's arms. I missed you so much, honey. I missed you too. Gogeta held Tights, patting her back with a smile. Ace also heard Gogeta's voice and ran out on her little legs, wanting to jump into his arms. But finding Tights already there, she had to settle for hugging his leg. Daddy, I missed you too. She rubbed her face against Gogeta's pants. Gogeta reached down and lifted Ace up with one hand. I missed you too, sweetie. Gogeta carried both mother and daughter and sat down on the sofa. Tights remained nestled in Gogeta's arms, and Ace did the same, one on each side. However, due to her small size, Ace was squeezed out by Tights. Nothing happened these past few days, right? Gogeta had been there for less than 3 days. Nothing should have happened here. Everything's fine, nothing special. That's good. After being pushed down, Ace climbed back up and reclaimed one of Gogeta's arms. The family of 3 chatted warmly about daily life. What are Goku and Vegeta up to? Still training. Yes, they're fighting with Broly and making quite a racket. Bulma's been complaining to me, saying they're so boring, always fighting every day. Haha. Isn't that just how Saiyans are? Goku and Vegeta had just mastered the power of Super Saiyan 5. With newfound strength, how could they stay still? They couldn't resist sparring with Broly, and in their excitement, they lost control and caused a bit of a commotion. Daddy, where did you go these past few days? Did you sneak out to play, eh? Ace tugged at Gogeta's clothes, a little dissatisfied. Daddy had some business to take care of. If it was to play, how could I not bring our little princess? All right, come on, let's go eat. Gogeta carried one in each arm and headed straight to the dining room, instructing the chef to prepare food. Pushing open the door, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were sitting at the table. Seeing Gogeta return, they all raised a hand in greeting. Gogeta, what have you been up to these days? Just some small matters. Oh, need any help? Goku asked warmly. Gogeta shook his head. No need, it's already taken care of. I heard you guys made another big noise a few days ago. Mentioning this, Goku looked a bit embarrassed. Ugh. Well, it's just that we just mastered Super Saiyan 5 and accidentally went overboard, hee. Goku laughed carefree. Vegeta clicked his tongue and said, It's all your fault for provoking Broly. You nearly made him go berserk. Vegeta's words instantly stunned Goku. He couldn't deny it, as Vegeta was speaking the truth. I just wanted to see how strong Broly really is. Just then the chef wheeled in a cart of fruits. Goku reached out, grabbed an apple, and devoured it in one bite before continuing. But Broly's power is truly astonishing. A Super Saiyan can rival my Super Saiyan 5. Recalling Broly's immense strength, Goku's expression grew excited. Broly sat quietly to the side, listening to their conversation. Broly, can you transform into that green form? During the chaotic battle, Goku had witnessed another Broly's full-power Super Saiyan state. The overwhelming pressure, the crushing energy. It left a deep impression on Goku. Suddenly mentioned, Broly was taken aback before replying, Not yet. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan now makes it hard to suppress the rage within me. Going further is even more impossible. Hearing Broly's answer, Goku felt a pang of regret. He yearned to have a proper fight with Broly in that form. Broly's inner cultivation still has a way to go. Once his spiritual realm catches up, you'll get to witness that power. But it might take some time. Vegetto said to Goku. The topic of Broly ended there, and Vegetto turned to ask about their training in Divine Ki. So how's your Divine Ki training coming along? Vegetto tossed a grape into his mouth, catching it neatly, and asked Goku and Vegeta. We can barely use it, but transforming into a Super Saiyan still needs a bit more time. Both Goku and Vegeta had mostly mastered Divine Ki and could already achieve Super Saiyan God. Not bad, you two. How's Gohan doing? Vegetto inquired about Gohan's progress. He's been spending these days with Fidel. I'm not sure what's going on. Gohan had been accompanying his girlfriend. With no clue about the Ultra Instinct Vegetto mentioned, he decided to relax by spending time with her. Training needs a balance of work and rest. Soon the chef brought out a series of exquisite dishes, placing them before the group. Wow. Time to eat. Goku and the others began feasting ravenously after a long day of training. After a delightful dinner, Goku headed home, leaving Bulma's place and returning to Mount Pozu. Goku had been freeloading at Bulma's for quite a while, eating there every day. Luckily Bulma was wealthy, or else Goku would have drained her dry. Broly's father Paragus had also landed a job as head of security at Bulma's estate. He spent his days happily with his little granddaughter. Counting Paragus, there were now 4 pure-blooded Saiyans here, and the amount of food they consumed daily was staggering. After a hearty meal, Vegetto and Tights enjoyed a luxurious bath together, deepening their bond. The moonlight that night was so bright that even the stars seemed dim in comparison. The next day, Daddy, wake up. The sun's already shining on your bottom. EIS opened the door to Vegetto's room and climbed onto the bed. Ice voice rang in Vegetto's ears. He turned over with difficulty and pulled her into a hug. Just a few more minutes. He began to snore again. In a daze, Vegetto felt a tickle in his nose. Opening his eyes, he saw EIS using her long hair to tease him. "Oh, you little rascal. Daring to prank your dad. Just wait till I get you." Vegetto grabbed Ice's feet and started tickling her. Giggle giggle. EIS burst into laughter, squirming with all her might, but she was too weak from laughing to escape Vegetto's firm grip. After a playful tussle, Vegetto's drowsiness vanished. He got up to wash up, then took EIS to lunch and spent the afternoon playing games with her. It was the weekend, so school was out. Vegetto enjoyed 2 full days with EIS. After a few days of relaxation, he resumed his training. Vegetto found an uninhabited planet and sat on a rock. He was now ready to claim the reward for the Zamasu mission, the divine base form. In the hyperspace, Vegetto had worried about causing too much commotion, so he had waited until now. System claimed the mission reward. Vegetto mentally addressed the system. Ding. Reward claimed. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and he immediately felt his body begin to transform. A surge of immense energy started reshaping his body. Terrifying power erupted from within Vegetto, instantly engulfing the entire planet in a storm of lightning and thunder. But in the next moment, all the chaos ceased. The fearsome energy returned to Vegetto's body as if nothing had happened. Then his hair began to change, turning red before shifting back to black, oscillating between the 2 colors. Vegetto closed his eyes tightly, sensing the power within. Suddenly, he opened them wide, and an invisible shockwave erupted from his center, reducing everything it touched to ash. The rock beneath him disintegrated instantly as Vegetto landed softly. With a swift punch, he summoned a powerful gale that shattered the distant mountains. Vegetto's power had ascended several levels. Divine energy was now integrated into his base form, so future Super Saiyan transformations would be built upon this divine foundation, reducing the strain on his body. Especially Super Saiyan 5 and the new Super Saiyan 6. Both forms had already placed a heavy burden on his body. Adding divine ki made it even more taxing, disrupting the precision of Ultra Instinct and preventing its perfect execution. Now that divine power was fused into his base state, his strength had further increased, and transformations placed less strain on his body, allowing him to wield Ultra Instinct more effectively. Vegetto's appearance remained unchanged, still black-haired, but his aura had shifted, gaining a touch of sacredness. I didn't expect such a massive boost. Vegetto was astonished. The increase exceeded his expectations. During the Tournament of Power, Vegetto had mastered Super Saiyan 6, already stepping into the realm of angels. Now he had ascended at least another level beyond that stage. Vegetto exerted a little force and transformed into a Super Saiyan, sensing carefully. There seemed to be little change except that Super Saiyan Blue was no longer achievable. This Super Saiyan form now equaled the previous Super Saiyan Blue. This feeling, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta perceived the entire world differently, as if he could see the very laws governing it. This sensation was vastly different from before. Vegeta instantly understood that this was a power only attainable upon reaching the level of an angel. This power must rely on overwhelming strength. With this in mind, Vegeta elevated his power and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, the feeling intensified. This directly confirmed Vegeta's conjecture. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and in an instant he felt he could grasp the laws and utilize them roughly. Vegeta raised his hand, and a purple energy materialized in his palm. That's right, it was the energy of destruction. Destruction itself is a law. Time-space creation destruction. In that case, why can the gods of destruction use the power of destruction? Logically, none of them should have reached the level of mastering the laws. Something's odd. Vegeta hurled the destructive energy from his hand. It struck a rock which instantly annihilated, leaving not a single trace behind. Vegeta raised his hand again, and at the spot where the rock had vanished, the very same rock reappeared out of thin air, looking exactly as it had before. Rewind. Vegeta was using the power of time. The time at that rock's location was reversed to the moment before it was destroyed by him. Vegeta extended his hand once more. An energy brimming with life appeared in his palm, and a sprout of green instantly grew beneath his feet. On this desolate planet, such a phenomenon was nothing short of a miracle. Vegeta tossed the energy into the sky. It erupted instantly, and in that region a blanket of green vegetation covered the land. In the long-dried riverbed the source of all life once again appeared. This phenomenon was slowly spreading outward. However, the further it went, the sparser the vegetation became. Finally, Woodjite's energy was exhausted, but the entire planet was no longer a barren wasteland. Though plants and water had appeared, there were still no other living beings. Perhaps after tens of millions of years, or even longer of evolution, intelligent civilization would emerge on this planet. Woodjite looked at what he had personally created and nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Now then, let's test my limits. Woodjite clenched his fists and began to unleash his power. Ha-ya! He directly transformed into the Super Saiyan 6 form he had recently mastered. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from within Woodjite. A massive semicircular crater appeared with Woodjite standing at its very center. Looks like I still haven't mastered this power. Causing such destruction, Woodjite stood on a tall pillar of earth gazing at the immense pit he had created and let out a sigh. Alright, let's see how far back I can rewind time. Woodjite's figure vanished from its spot and reappeared in midair. He extended his hands, and a strange ripple appeared in his palms. It rapidly expanded, enveloping the massive crater he had caused. The great pit transformed at an astonishing speed. The blasted rocks flew backward piece by piece, repairing the crater. Sweat began to bead on Woodjite's forehead. The energy consumption for time reversal was quite taxing. Finally, the entire crater vanished, restoring the area to its barren state, a stark contrast to the surrounding greenery. 5 minutes. Exerting his full power, Woodjite managed to rewind time by barely 5 minutes. Compared to Whis' effortless ease, the gap was still immense. Moreover, the scope of their reversal differed. Woodjite's was a small area, while Whis could reverse the entire earth. Woodjite withdrew his arms, his face now covered in sweat. Huff, huff, huff. Woodjite panted lightly, clearly having expended significant energy. This was partly due to the time reversal, and partly because he was still not accustomed to Super Saiyan 6. Woodjite deactivated his Super Saiyan 6 state and wiped the sweat from his face. It seems there's still a considerable gap between me and Whis. However, once I master Super Saiyan 6, my power should increase further. When I go to receive guidance from the Grand Minister, I might even surpass Whis. Woodjite had already made a plan which would maximize the enhancement of his strength. Having now fused his divine base form and mastered the power of laws, Woodjite directly utilized spatial power and returned to Earth. Yo! As soon as Woodjite landed, he saw Goku and Vegeta. The two were sparring, both in their Super Saiyan God forms, their fists carrying the sound of whistling wind. Seeing it was Woodjite, they stopped their fight. Yo, Woodjite! Goku raised his hand in greeting, while Vegeta gave a cool nod. The three landed on the ground. Broly, who was meditating nearby, opened his eyes upon hearing them land. Is something up? Goku and Vegeta also looked at Woodjite. Woodjite shook his head. Nothing much. Just came to see how your training is going. Woodjite didn't want to mention that he had mastered a new power, or else Goku would pester him again. Besides, Woodjite didn't want them to touch upon this level for now, it was too far beyond them. How is Gohan's training going? Seeing Gohan wasn't there, Woodjite asked. Gohan is amazing. He's already mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Mentioning Gohan, a trace of pride crept into Goku's voice. And that mysterious form of his is incredible too. Thinking of Gohan's beast form, Goku became quite excited. That boy Gohan has immense potential. Woodjite nodded in satisfaction. He hasn't let everyone down. Also, how are Gohan and Vidal's wedding plans coming along? Gohan should have finished all his university courses by now. Back then, Gohan and Vidal had set their wedding date for after their graduation. Gohan has graduated, but Vidal hasn't yet. Gohan says it'll be another year before Vidal graduates. Woodjite nodded. Not bad, not bad. In the blink of an eye, that boy Gohan is starting a family. Woodjite felt a wave of nostalgia. The first time he met Gohan, he was just a 4-year-old brat who couldn't even use his ki and was especially prone to crying. Now in a flash, he was about to get married. I won't disturb your training any longer. I have things to attend to, so I'll head back. Woodjite bid farewell to the three, took off, and turned to enter his home. Now that Woodjite had become a god, his lifespan was nearly infinite. He also needed to find a way to extend Bulma's life. The best method was to make Bulma a god, but that was still quite difficult for Woodjite. The next best option was to use the Dragon Balls and grant Bulma eternal life through the power of Shenron. Woodjite planned to discuss this with Bulma. If Tights were granted eternal life, the issue of family would surface. What would become of her parents? And Bulma too. These were all concerns. Vegetto intended to seek their opinions. He strode into Tights' studio, pushed the door open, and called out, "Honey, I'm back." Hearing Vegetto's voice, Tights set down her pen and turned to see him approaching. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. "Darling, you're home." Vegetto returned her kiss, pulling her close by the waist, his hand gently caressing her. "Honey, there's something I need to discuss with you." Go ahead. It's about my power. It's broken through again, and my lifespan has increased substantially. Barring any accidents, I should live for a very long time. I want to wish upon the eternal dragon to grant you and our daughter extended lifespans as well. I'm alone in this world with no family to speak of, but you're different. You have your parents and Bulma, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Tights was taken aback. Such a thought had never crossed her mind. Well, I'm not sure what to do either. The mere thought of her parents passing away decades later filled Tights with sorrow. She didn't want them to die, but given their nature they might not choose to extend their lives. Dr. Brief and his wife, even when Majin Buu threatened the safety of West City, refused to leave with Bulma. Perhaps they didn't place such great importance on life itself. Let's ask for their opinion first. Vegetto understood that this matter was hard to accept at once. They needed to consult Dr. and Mrs. Brief as well as Bulma to see what they thought. Tights nodded. Such a significant decision required a family discussion. Vegetto released her, took her hand, and said, "Let's go then." Vegetto and Tights arrived at Dr. Brief's usual leisure spot. "Dad." Tights ran up and linked her arm with his. "Tights, what's the matter? Something on your mind?" Instead of answering, she asked, "Where's Mom?" Just then Mrs. Brief entered with tea and cake. "Tights." "Mom." Seeing her mother, Tights hurried over to help carry the tray. The four of them sat down at the table. "Is there something important?" Tights and Vegetto came together. Dr. Brief took a sip of tea and addressed them. "It must be quite significant since even Vegetto is here." Vegetto nodded and briefly explained the situation. "It's like this because I've attained the realm of a god. My lifespan has been greatly extended. So I'd like to ask the Eternal Dragon to grant Tights the same. Isn't that a good thing?" The couple looked puzzled and asked in return. "That's true, but I'm just one person with no family left. Tights, however, has you and Bulma. It would be cruel for her to watch you all pass away. So Tights, and I wanted to ask you both, would you like to make a wish for extended lifespans as well?" Dr. Brief and his wife exchanged glances, and both shook their heads. "No need for us. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of life. Tights, don't dwell on it. We've lived long enough and enjoyed our share of life. Don't grieve for us, Tights. Birth and death are simply the way of the world. We know Vegetto is extraordinary, a man destined for great things. You'll be happy with him, Tights, and we're at peace with that. And Bulma too. Though Vegetto was aloof when he first arrived, he's changed after spending time with her. I believe Bulma will live well too." The couple held hands, gazing at each other with happiness. What could be more blissful than a harmonious family? Both daughters had found their perfect matches, leaving nothing to worry about. They themselves were living joyfully. This was a complete and fulfilling life. But tears streamed down Tights' face as she had never imagined her parents leaving her side. Seeing his wife cry, Vegetto's heart ached, and he immediately embraced her to comfort her. "Honey, don't be sad. Mom and Dad still have many years ahead of them." Vegetto whispered in Tights' ear. "We'll figure something out later. If all else fails, we can discreetly extend their lifespans without them knowing." Dr. and Mrs. Brief watched the two, whispering with knowing smiles. Tights wiped away her tears and nodded. "All right, let's leave it at that for now. No need to rush with Bulma either. We won't be gone anytime soon. There's plenty of time." Tights abruptly let go of Vegetto's hand, ran to Mrs. Brief, and linked arms with her mother as they walked out, clearly wanting to share some private words. "I haven't had a good chat with Mom in ages. Vegetto, go do your own thing." At the door, Tights waved him off. And with that, she left Vegetto behind with Mrs. Brief. Vegetto was at a loss for words, musing that women were emotional creatures. Their feelings came and went swiftly. "Dad, do you know where the dragon radar is, eh? I'd like to gather the Dragon Balls first." Vegetto inquired of Dr. Brief. Well, I'm not entirely sure. You could ask Bulma." Dr. Brief pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I see. He'll go ask Bulma then." Vegetto downed the tea in one gulp, grabbed a small cake, and headed out to find Bulma. Humming a little tune, Vegetto set off in search of Bulma. After checking a few spots without success, he turned toward the lab, where Bulma was absorbed in her research. Vegetto." Bulma looked up in surprise at the sound of the door opening. Vegetto wasn't due back yet at this hour. Seeing Vegetto enter, she looked mildly puzzled. "Bulma, do you know where the dragon radar is? I want to collect the Dragon Balls." Bulma was astonished. It was rare for Vegetto to need the Dragon Balls. "You're going to use them? What for? They shouldn't be of much use to you, right?" Vegetto nodded. "They're useless to me indeed. I'm planning to use them for Tights." He briefly explained the matter. "Oh, I see. You've gained a long lifespan, so you want to give my sister the same." "Exactly. Bulma, you should also start making plans. Given how fast Goku and Vegeta are improving, it won't be long before they reach my level 2. When that happens, they'll also gain a very long lifespan," Vegetto said to Bulma. Upon hearing Vegetto's words, Bulma was greatly startled. Does that mean after I grow old, Vegeta will still look young?" That's not the point, okay?" Vegetto truly admired Bulma's train of thought. Was this the thought process of a top-tier scientist? I know. They'll make a wish to Shenlong." Bulma replied to Vegetto while rummaging for the dragon radar. "Found it. After turning the entire house upside down, Bulma finally found the dragon radar in a cabinet. She handed it to Vegetto. Here, leave the task of finding the Dragon Balls to you. Bulma walked out on her own, muttering incessantly. What wish should I make this time? To be 5 years younger? Or eternal youth? Such a hard choice. Vegetto was speechless. Good grief, it seemed Bulma had made wishes to Shenlong more than once or twice. After stepping outside, Vegetto took out the dragon radar to see where the nearest Dragon Ball was. Beep. The radar showed the closest Dragon Ball was north of him, not far away. Vegetto looked in that direction. It was a barren area seemingly untouched by others. He put away the dragon radar and headed that way. Along the way, the further north he went, the more desolate it became. There were no cities in sight, only a few small villages with few inhabitants. My. This should be about the place. Vegetto felt he was close and began to descend, taking out the dragon radar to check. Beep. The dragon radar showed the Dragon Ball was directly below him. There's a village. It seems someone found the Dragon Ball. Vegetto landed directly in the village. The villagers noticed him and looked at him warily. Who are you? What are you doing here? A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, appearing to be the village chief or leader. Hello, my name is Vegetto. I came here looking for the Dragon Balls. The middle-aged man looked puzzled. Dragon Balls? What's that? It's a yellow glass ball with star patterns inside. Vegetto described the Dragon Ball, but the middle-aged man shook his head. We don't have such a thing in our village. Impossible. Vegetto retorted, pulling out the dragon radar to show him. It shows it's right here in your area. My device never makes mistakes. But before the middle-aged man could finish, an earthquake struck. Run. It's here again. The middle-aged man grabbed Vegetto and ran. Vegetto followed them into a cave, somewhat bewildered. Inside the cave were many children, and one of them was holding a Dragon Ball. Found it. Vegetto was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to find a Dragon Ball so easily. He approached the child and said, Little one, could you give me that glass ball you're holding? I can trade you something for it. The child looked up at the stranger Vegetto and firmly refused. No. This is something my father left me. When he went to fight the monster, he said this thing can grant any wish. Monster? Vegetto was curious. He noticed all the young men in the village were absent, combined with the child's mention of a monster and the earlier tremor. Case solved. Some monster was attacking their village, and all the able-bodied men went to fight it. So how about I help you defeat the monster, and you give me this ball? The child's eyes lit up with temptation. He looked at Vegetto with big watery eyes and asked, Really? Can you really defeat the monster? Of course. I'm the strongest person in the world. Vegetto said, flexing his muscles. Let's go take care of that monster right now. Vegetto took the child by the hand and led him out of the cave. As soon as they stepped outside, Vegetto saw a massive figure in the distance. It turned out to be a giant dinosaur. A group of people were fighting it, but with their meager strength, they couldn't possibly budge the colossal beast. Watch this. This move is going to be cool. Vegetto swung his hand, and a blade of energy formed in his palm. He stepped forward and slashed, cleaving the dinosaur in two. Boom. The dinosaur's corpse crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous roar. In the child's eyes, Vegetto at that moment was incredibly cool. The group fighting the dinosaur was stunned. What happened? How did the dinosaur suddenly split in half? Amazing. The child ran quickly to Vegetto, his eyes shining brightly. In that instant, Vegetto was his superhero. That was incredible, uncle. Vegetto looked at the child and raised an eyebrow. Of course I told you I'm the strongest in the world. The child immediately offered the Dragon Ball to Vegetto. Here, this is for you. As we agreed. Vegetto patted the child's head and took the Dragon Ball. By then the villagers had noticed Vegetto and the child beside him. One of them exclaimed, Xiaopeng, what are you doing here? Xiaopeng saw the man and shouted happily, Dad. Meanwhile, the village chief arrived with a group, and upon seeing the dinosaur's corpse was overjoyed. Great. We finally got rid of this thing. Xiaopeng pointed at Vegetto and said, Chief, this uncle defeated the monster. He's so amazing. He took down the monster in one go. He gestured wildly, punching and kicking the air. The hunting party members nodded in agreement. He sliced it in half in an instant. Hearing everyone's account, the village chief bowed to Vegetto. Thank you so much. You have rid our village of this menace. It has plagued us for a long time, and we had no way to deal with it. We could only use the entire village's strength to drive it away, to keep it from destroying our homes. It has severely impacted our lives. Every time it attacked, we had to hide in the cave and send our young men to fight it. One wrong move, and they'd be injured or even killed. In any case, we are deeply grateful for Mr. Vegetto's help. Woojite hauled the dinosaur back to their village with Xiaopeng chattering around him like a cheerful little sparrow all the way. Uncle Woojite, I want to become as strong as you too. Uncle Woojite, can I get stronger? So I can protect my parents and everyone in the village. Uncle Woojite, how do you train? How do you make a lightsaber appear from your hand? Uncle Woojite. Children always have endless questions. Along the way, Xiaopeng asked Woojite every question he could think of, like, why do birds fly? Why don't trees walk? He asked all sorts of things, giving Wujite a headache. Wujite dragged the dinosaur back to the village, following the village chief, causing tremors along the way. The villagers, thinking another monster had arrived, hid themselves. The village chief sent some people to notify the villagers, then smiled at Wujite with slight embarrassment. Our village has little contact with the outside world, so it may be a bit crude. Please bear with us, Mr. Wujite. Wujite waved dismissively. No worries, I understand. Being troubled by it for so long, it's already a blessing to have kept the village intact. For ordinary people to face such a colossal creature and achieve this much was already impressive. Enough of that, let's deal with this thing quickly. Leaving it out will attract other big ones. Wujite pointed at the dinosaur behind him. The village chief, realizing the consequences, immediately arranged for people to disassemble it. Wujite cut off a small piece of meat for his own lunch. The villagers, now aware that the monster was defeated by Wujite, enthusiastically surrounded him. They took the meat from his hand to roast, and some elders brought out their treasured belongings, insisting that Wujite take them. Wujite quickly waved his hands, pulling out the Dragon Ball. I've already taken my reward. This is it. It was agreed with Xiaoping. Xiaoping nodded and said, I gave the glass ball to Uncle Wujite and he helped us defeat the monster. After much persuasion, Wujite managed to convince them to take their things back. Xiaoping's father seemed to know about the Dragon Ball's function. He whispered to Wujite, I heard this thing can grant any wish. I heard it from a passing traveler. I don't know if it's true, but I don't believe it. Mr. Wujite, do you think it's real? Xiaoping's father clearly didn't believe in such mysticism. If it could truly grant any wish, would something like this still be in his hands? Nothing good comes for free. Wujite smiled and replied, one alone can't grant wishes. You need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to make a wish. But gathering all 7 Dragon Balls is as hard as reaching the sky for an ordinary person. Xiaoping's father was astonished. It's actually true. It seems Mr. Wujite is no ordinary man. Well, how could someone who kills a monster like that with one blow be ordinary? Huh. Wujite laughed, but said nothing. Xiaoping, however, asked, Uncle Wujite, I want to become as strong as you too. How do I train to get stronger? Wujite patted Xiaoping's head and said, Xiaoping, this is too far beyond you. Getting involved in this won't do you any good. People like Krillintian, Shinhan, and Yamchu. Each one is a genius among millions. For an ordinary person to learn martial arts requires far more effort and sweat with no guarantee of reward. Suffice it to say, martial arts aren't for ordinary people. But Xiaoping was stubborn, pestering Wujite, endlessly insisting on learning martial arts. With no other choice, Wujite gave him a vague promise. South of the central continent, there's a small island where a man named Master Roshi lives. Few people in the world know of him now. He's the strongest in the world, a true master. If you can get his guidance, Xiaoping, you can become as strong as me. Wujite invoked Master Roshi's name. Xiaoping's father, who had heard of him, chimed in, that's right. I've heard of him too. He was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the strongest under the heavens. A light never seen before shone in Xiaoping's eyes. At that moment he made up his mind. He would find this master, become his disciple, train hard to grow strong, and return to protect everyone. Xiaoping ran off joyfully to share his plan with his friends. Meanwhile, Wujite's meat was roasted. He sat with the village chief and others, drinking wine, feasting on the grilled meat, and chatting. Village chief, you have no idea. Mr. Wujite descended from the sky and sliced that huge dinosaur in half with one blow. A brother from the hunting team, clearly drunk, was swaying as he spoke. But upon hearing this, he leaped up, using the bone in his hand as a sword to strike at the meat still roasting. However, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. Haha, look at you. Can't handle a few drinks. The onlookers burst into laughter. This guy just a few cups in was already this drunk. Come on, cheers. The village chief raised his glass and said, let's toast to Mr. Wujite, thanking him for his help. Wujite clinked his glass with theirs, and everyone downed their drinks in one gulp. Awesome. What a blast. It had been so long since they had eaten and drunk like this. With their biggest problem solved, everyone was overjoyed and drank with great relish. The joyful time passed quickly, and Wujite prepared to leave. Everyone, until we meet again. Wujite waved to the crowd behind him. Uncle Wujite, I will definitely become a strong warrior. Xiaoping shouted. Wujite nodded yes. I believe you will become a powerful person, Xiaoping. I leave everyone in your care. Wujite slowly rose into the sky. Farewell, everyone. He turned and flew away swiftly. Wujite took out the dragon radar and pressed it. Beep, beep. It showed the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. Wujite immediately flew in that direction. Soon Wujite arrived at a vast lake. This is a bit tricky. It's in the lake. Wujite looked at the enormous lake before him, feeling somewhat troubled. No choice, he'll have to go down and take a look. Wujite took off his clothes, leaving only his shorts, neatly folded them, placed them on the ground, and then leaped into the lake. Wujite plunged into the lake, his figure moving as swiftly as a fish through the water. Beep, beep. He glanced at the dragon radar in his hand and swam toward the direction of the Dragon Ball. Along the way, Widget encountered all kinds of fish, vivid in every color imaginable along with many bizarrely shaped ones. Some loomed as large as several stories high, while others were as tiny as a thumb. One couldn't help but marvel at the species in the Dragon Ball world. Even humans could have pig or dog heads, so other creatures were hardly surprising. Suddenly, an immense shadow enveloped the area, and all the nearby fish fled in a frenzy. Widget looked up to see a colossal piranha. Beep! Beep! The dragon radar indicated the Dragon Ball was directly ahead. Inside your belly. The piranha, oblivious to Widget's words, lunged at him with its gaping maw. Widget swiftly evaded the attack, but the piranha persisted relentlessly. With a single punch from his fist, he knocked it unconscious, then grabbed its tail and swam back to the surface. Boom! The water's surface erupted in a surge of waves. Widget burst forth from the lake, dragging the piranha, then hurled it onto the ground and picked up his clothes to dress. Afterward, Widget lit a fire and cooked the piranha, treating it as a light snack. Once he finished preparing the fish, he retrieved the Dragon Ball from inside it, apparently swallowed by the creature by accident. Alas, an unforeseen calamity. Widget selected the choicest parts to roast, tossing the rest back into the lake as an offering to nature. Before long, Widget had devoured all the fish. He then tossed a capsule onto the ground, and a refrigerator materialized out of thin air. He grabbed a bottle of soda and drank it with relish. Widget downed the entire bottle in one gulp. Burp. How refreshing. He casually tossed the empty can into the air, then destroyed it with a blast of energy. No litter, no pollution. Perfect. Replenished, Widget resumed his quest for the Dragon Balls. In an instant, he arrived at the next location. Inside a nest of giant ostriches, a Dragon Ball was wedged among their eggs. Widget effortlessly claimed the Dragon Ball. Got it. Next one. He sped away from the ostrich nest, flying toward his next destination. Soon, Widget reached the spot. The entire area was a barren expanse of rocks devoid of any vegetation. A desolate landscape as far as the eye could see. The dragon radar indicated the ball was directly beneath him. Widget slowly descended, scanning the ground for any trace of it. But after searching thoroughly, he found nothing. The ball's color blended too perfectly with the rocks, making it nearly impossible to pick out from the stony terrain. No choice. This will have to do. Widget extended his hand, and a sphere of energy materialized. He used only a fraction of his power, careful not to damage the Dragon Ball. This should be enough. Controlling the energy precisely, he hurled the sphere at the rock face below. Boom. The entire mountain collapsed in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared, the Dragon Ball reflecting the sunlight, now easily visible. Widget reacted with lightning speed, darting forward to snatch the Dragon Ball. The fourth one. He tucked it into his pocket and set off again. Beep. Beep. Widget opened the dragon radar to locate the next ball. After confirming the direction, he continued his journey. This time he arrived at a dense forest. The Dragon Ball was lodged in the trunk of a large tree, and Widget effortlessly claimed it. The fifth one. After securing it, Widget resumed his travels. The sixth and seventh Dragon Balls were found in succession. It took him about an afternoon to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. As dusk began to fall, Widget returned home. I'm back. He pushed open the door to find Taish and Bulma there. Widget, you're back. You collected all the Dragon Balls so quickly. As expected of Widget, Goku and Vegeta were also present, a rare sight. Hey, Goku and Vegeta are here too. Widget greeted them with a wave, noticing the two eating nearby. Hey, Goku tossed an apple his way. Widget caught it effortlessly and took a bite. Not bad. He placed the Dragon Balls on the table and sat down with Goku, immediately sidling up. So Widget, Bulma mentioned your lifespan has increased. Something about a divine state. So that's why these two were here. It turned out Bulma had told them about it. It's when divine power merges with the body, reaching the realm of the gods. Widget explained while munching on the apple, grabbing another from the table. After merging with divine power, one's lifespan becomes immensely extended. All aspects of the body are enhanced. Strength becomes formidable, and fatal diseases like heart conditions no longer pose a threat. Amazing. Goku exclaimed in awe at Widget's explanation. Doesn't that sound a bit like Boost Body? Vegeta's sudden remark made Widget realize the similarity. Boost Body did share some traits. Buu never fell ill, had lived for eons, and his unique physical structure could certainly be considered immensely resilient. Could Buu have an extraordinary origin? It seemed plausible. Although Bibidi claimed Buu was his creation, Majin Buu had existed since ancient times. Bibidi merely knew how to awaken him, claiming him as his own evil creation to intimidate foes. Of course, Widget was unaware of all this. Having been transported here so long ago, how could he remember such details? He only recalled the broad strokes of the story, let alone such intricacies. Come to think of it, we don't really know Buu's origin, do we? Widget, you brought him back. Do you know? Widget shook his head. I don't know either. He had never noticed anything unusual about Buu before. It's fine. At least Buu is on our side. And he gets along well with the kids, so there's nothing to worry about. True. He doesn't seem like a threat. Aside from that one time Buu hit Trunks, Vegeta generally had a favorable impression of him. Goku had no concerns. Buu was his friend, and how could friends ever harm each other? Speaking of which, Vegeta seems to have improved again. Goku's mind never strayed, always focused on the immense power. That godly state feels incredibly powerful. Goku lay on the table somewhat dejected, wondering when they would ever catch up to Vegeta. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta found it amusing. I possess the potential and talent of a fusion warrior. How could you ever catch up to me? Though he thought this internally, he said something different out loud. Don't be discouraged, Goku. Didn't you just master your new power? Believe it won't be long before you master the Super Saiyan blue form as well, and then you can learn the techniques of the gods. You'll catch up to me in no time. After a round of encouragement from Vegeta, Goku reignited his fighting spirit. Alright, I'm going to train some more. Just as he stood up, his stomach grumbled. Grr. Goku rubbed his belly, slightly embarrassed as he looked at Bulma. Bulma, could you please prepare something to eat? I'm a bit hungry. Huh. Bulma was happily chatting with Ties when she heard Goku's request. She cast a disapproving glance at him, as if to say, you interrupt me and still expect my help. Goku had a sudden inspiration and picked up the Dragon Ball that Vegeta had left on the table, handing it to Bulma. Here, this is for you. Thank you, Bulma. With his hands clasped, Goku made a request to Bulma. Vegeta stared in astonishment. What a move to give away the Dragon Balls he had worked so hard to collect. No wonder it's you, Goku. You're not shy about taking others' things at all. Back in the Kaioshin realm, you tempted Bulma and Videl to distract the old Kaioshin, while your own wife remained unmentioned. Now giving away Vegeta's Dragon Ball, truly impressive. Vegeta silently labeled Goku as cunning in his mind. Bulma took the Dragon Ball and immediately picked up the phone to notify the kitchen to prepare food, then turned back to chat excitedly with Ties. Vegeta vaguely heard something about 5 years or 10 years. He couldn't quite make it out. However, he didn't pay it any mind as he was feeling a bit hungry. He decided to have a meal with Goku and invited Vegeta along, the three of them walking shoulder to shoulder towards the dining hall. Goku and Vegeta would never do this themselves. It was Vegeta who casually threw his arm around their shoulders. Vegeta wore a face of disdain, while Goku laughed heartily and chatted with Vegeta. Halfway through the meal, the trio spotted a flash of golden light outside. Bulma had summoned the Eternal Dragon. Vegeta walked out holding his bowl, curious about what wish Bulma would make. Goku and Vegeta followed behind, Goku holding a large roast while Vegeta carried a plate of noodles. The people of West City were already used to such scenes. After all, it was the home of the world's richest family, who were also top scientists. This was probably just their latest invention. Hey, Dragon. Long time no see. Goku hadn't used the Dragon Balls in a long time, and seeing the Eternal Dragon again, he greeted it warmly. The Eternal Dragon ignored Goku and continued in a robotic tone, state your wish. Whatever it is, I can grant one wish. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a mischievous thrill and said to the Eternal Dragon, I want to make an infinite number of wishes. The Eternal Dragon's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. However, upon seeing Vegeta, it was taken aback. You've reached this level. Unheard of. The Eternal Dragon seemed to have sensed Vegeta's realm. Vegeta was also a bit surprised. Had the dragon seen through his godly state, or was it something else? But then again, the Eternal Dragon was an all-knowing, all-powerful being. Although it was a bit weaker in ability, that couldn't be blamed on it. After all, even the Grand Kaioshin's powers were limited. Vegeta's Piccolo and the Grand Kaioshin hadn't fused, and the Dragon Balls were still bound to the Grand Kaioshin. Please don't tease me, the Eternal Dragon said somewhat awkwardly. Seeing the Eternal Dragon nearly scared to death, Vegeta decided not to tease it anymore. He turned to Ties and asked, Honey, what wish do you want to make? Just tell the dragon. Ties nodded, then said to the Eternal Dragon, I want to have the same lifespan as Vegeta. The Eternal Dragon's expression became a bit awkward. It couldn't grant this wish. Sorry, I can't fulfill that wish. Because Mr. Vegeta has become a god, his lifespan is nearly infinite, and my abilities cannot help you achieve that wish. Huh. Within your ability, enhance Tai's lifespan to the limit, Vegeta said to the Eternal Dragon. That's no problem. Duan. The Eternal Dragon's eyes flashed, and a red light shone brightly, granting Vegeta's wish. A golden light instantly shot into Tai's body. Ties felt a warm, comfortable sensation. I have extended Tai's lifespan by 1,000 years. That's the limit of what I can do. 1,000 years. Vegeta felt it was a bit too little. Surely, it should be several thousand years. The Eternal Dragon noticed Vegeta's confusion and quickly explained. Because Miss Tai's inherent power is very weak, she can only endure limited power. If Miss Tai's strength could be stronger, she would be able to gain a longer lifespan. Hearing the Eternal Dragon say this, Vegeta thought that it would be better to let Tai's train a bit. Having some power would be better. Then I'll take my leave for now. Vegeta waved at the Eternal Dragon, which sighed in relief, rolled up the Dragon Balls and left. With a wave, Vegeta intercepted the scattering Dragon Balls. Next time you won't need to go through so much trouble to find them. Vegeta finished his last bite of food and said to Tais, according to the Eternal Dragon, you should increase your strength, otherwise you won't be able to enhance your lifespan in the future. Tais thought for a moment and felt that training was too boring. She shook her head at Vegeta. I don't want to. Training is too much trouble. Honey, didn't you say there are Super Dragon Balls? We can use those. I don't want to train all day. Oh, I still have to write my novel. Vegeta didn't force Tais. After all, there was still plenty of time. No problem, my love. Vegeta leaned in to give her a kiss, but Tais, disliking the oily mouth from his meal, pushed his face away, refusing to let him kiss her. Goku and Vegeta had already made their wishes and found it incredibly dull, so they returned to the dining hall to eat. In this vast world, eating is the most important. After making his wish, Gogeta returned to the dining room to continue eating. The food on the table had already been devoured by Goku and Vegeta. You too. Don't be so outrageous. I was only late for a moment, and you've already finished everything. Gogeta stared at the empty table and the pile of plates, then turned and walked toward the kitchen, instructing them to prepare more food. Soon a group of attendants came to clear the tableware. Before long, a succession of delicacies was brought forth and placed before Gogeta. Goku and Vegeta resumed their feast, and Gogeta, unwilling to be outdone, buried himself in eating. The speed at which dishes were served could barely keep up with their rate of consumption. I'm so full, Goku exclaimed, contentedly patting his slightly bloated stomach and letting out a loud burp. Among the three, Goku had eaten the most. Half of all the food had gone into his stomach. Where's Broly? Why haven't I seen him? Gogeta finally remembered that Broly was absent. Lily had a parent-teacher meeting today, so Android 18 dragged Broly along. He should be back a bit later. Gogeta nodded, picked up a bunch of grapes, and began eating. Goku stood up, preparing to leave. I'm heading back first, or Shishi will start complaining again. Before leaving, Goku couldn't resist swiping an apple. So Vegeta, how have things been lately? Super Saiyan 5 isn't bad, is it? Before Gogeta had traveled across timelines, Vegeta had only just learned to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Of course it's incredible. How was that transformation developed? Having experienced the power of Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta was profoundly shaken. When he first witnessed this transformation during the chaotic battle, the savage and ferocious might appealed greatly to Vegeta's tastes. Well, to be honest, I wasn't the first to transform, but I was the one who made it happen. Just like when Goku first became a Super Saiyan, I used Krillin to provoke him again. Sure enough, Goku burst forth again and transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Hehe, that's the Goku from that other world. You've met him. Vegeta knew which Goku Gogeta was referring to. He cast a more wary glance at Gogeta, fearing that one day Gogeta might use Bulma to provoke him. You bastard. You sure know how to stir things up. Gogeta burst into laughter. Don't worry, that kind of trick only works on someone as simple-minded as Goku. Back then, Gogeta had only tried it on a whim, never expecting it would actually yield Super Saiyan 5. Suffice it to say, the bond between Goku and Krillin was remarkably strong. True, only someone like Kakarot would fall for that. Knowing Goku as he did, Vegeta was certain he would take the bait. Goku was just too trusting of his comrades. Gogeta quickly finished the grapes in his hand, then stood up and said to Vegeta, I'm going back to take a shower. You'll probably hit the gravity room for a while, won't you? Better step it up. Don't let Goku get too far ahead. With that, Gogeta departed. As predicted, Vegeta headed straight to the gravity room to train. A month later, at Bulma's house in West City. Yo, you made it, Krillin. Gogeta greeted him. Today, Bulma was hosting a party and had invited all her friends. Long time no see, Gogeta. Krillin had come alone. Had he not gotten married? Gogeta found it odd and decided to ask. Krillin, aren't you married yet? Krillin gave an awkward smile. Well, you see, I haven't met anyone who makes my heart race so. This world's Krillin was different. He hadn't gone through the android saga, didn't know Android 18, and wasn't married. I've been on many blind dates before, but I just can't muster the desire to get married. Krillin felt helpless. Unable to find someone he liked, he remained single. Looks like he'll end up like Master Roshi, growing old alone. Uncle Krillin. Several children greeted him. Krillin turned around. It was the children of the 4 Saiyans, including Gogeta. Hello there. The children, though over 10 years old, were all quite short, looking no older than 7 or 8. After greeting him, the children ran off to play. Just then, Tien Shinhan arrived with Launch by his side. It seemed the two had made their relationship official. Krillin, apparently aware of this, walked over and started chatting with Tien. Long time no see. Tien, Launch, Kaiatsu. When Krillin and Goku were training at Kame House as children, Launch had taken care of them for a long time, so they shared a good relationship. What have you two been up to lately? Tien replied. I've opened a martial arts dojo. I plan to pass on what Master Roshi taught me to the next generation. Krillin was somewhat surprised to hear this. He never expected Tien to be doing something like that. And you, Krillin, what are you doing now? I'm working as a police officer now. Krillin stated his occupation. Tien glanced around, confirming Krillin hadn't brought anyone, and asked curiously, Krillin, are you still not married? Tien asked the same question as Gogeta. Krillin felt a bit embarrassed, but answered anyway. Not yet. I haven't found the right person. Tien didn't press further. If he hadn't ended up with Launch, he would likely be in the same boat as Krillin. Gohan arrived with Videl. Shishi had brought Goten earlier, and Gohan had gone to pick Videl up. Uncle Gogeta. Videl followed Gohan's gaze. This was her first time meeting Gogeta. She had heard Gohan speak of his extraordinarily powerful Uncle Gogeta, but now she saw him in person. Videl's first impression was that he had a unique aura and innate commanding presence that immediately marked him as exceptionally formidable. Gogeta nodded. You're here, Gohan. Videl, this is our first meeting, isn't it? Hello, Uncle Gogeta. Videl quickly responded. Since it's our first meeting, consider this a gift. As Gogeta spoke, he gently raised his hand. A small orb of light appeared and instantly merged into Videl's body. What is that? Gohan wasn't worried at all. He trusted that Gogeta wouldn't harm Videl. Gogeta extended a finger toward Videl, and a thin beam of light shot toward her instantly. A barrier materialized around Videl, shielding her completely. A means of protection. Until its power is exhausted, Videl won't suffer any harm. Thank you, Uncle Gogeta. Gohan knew just how formidable Gogeta was. The protective barrier he created was undoubtedly safe. Thank you, Uncle Gogeta. Videl was somewhat flattered as such a precious means of self-preservation was given so generously. Although Videl had often heard from Gohan about how formidable Gogeta was, she had no real concept of it. Now, having met him in person, she understood. He was incredibly powerful. Even stronger than Gohan. You're welcome. I've watched Gohan grow up. Back then he was just a little brat. He used to cry so easily, and now he's about to get married. At the mention of marriage, Krillin's face darkened, and he quickly fled the scene. Gohan was puzzled as to why Uncle Krillin had suddenly left. Haha. Blonde Launch laughed heartily and said, That Krillin. He's not even married yet. Hearing that you're about to tie the knot must sting. What? Uncle Krillin isn't married. Gohan was utterly shocked. Uncle Krillin was over 40 and still unmarried. Don't be surprised. Krillin thinks just like Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan remarked casually, seeing Gohan's stunned expression. Soon the others arrived one by one. Piccolo came alone, Master Roshi and Oolong together, and Yamcha with Puar. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly returned with their clothes tattered and torn. Without needing to look, it was clear the three had been sparring again, reducing their outfits to rags. Honestly, we have a party today, and you show up like this. Go clean yourselves up right now. Bulma ordered the trio to wash up, then announced to everyone, We're all here now. I declare the banquet officially begins. It's rare for us all to gather. I've prepared delicious food and drinks. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Inside the venue, there was an abundance of food and drink along with intelligent robots to serve them. The recreational facilities were also fully equipped. It's not every day I get to visit Bulma's place. I'm going to savor every moment. Everyone chatted and laughed, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly had just finished bathing and came overdressed. Hey everyone. Long time no see. Seeing his old friends, Goku was overjoyed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As soon as Goku appeared, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. After all, Goku was a friend to everyone. The crowd gathered around him chatting. Hey, Krillin isn't married. As expected, the topic of Krillin came up. Krillin had already adopted a resigned attitude, letting them say whatever they wanted. Tien Shinhan opened a martial arts school and came with Launch. Sounds great. And you, Krillin, became a police officer. That was something Goku hadn't expected. Yamcha's still the same as ever. Goku sighed, realizing how long it had been since they'd all gathered like this. Krillin had changed quite a bit from being bald to having grown hair. The others had changed too, but not as noticeably. Tien Shinhan wandered around and suddenly noticed a ping-pong table nearby. Curiosity piqued. What's this? Tien Shinhan asked, holding a paddle. That's table tennis invented by Gogeta. It's a lot of fun. Want to give it a try? Table tennis was something Gogeta had created in his spare time for entertainment. There were also other games like badminton and some new card games. Krillin picked up another paddle and asked Gogeta, How do you play this? After Gogeta briefly explained the rules, Tien Shinhan and Krillin began to play. Take this, Tien Shinhan. Krillin tossed the ball and swung his paddle. Thwack. Unexpectedly, the sound of the ball hitting the table was so crisp. Refusing to give up, Krillin swung again, but still missed. Thwack. 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 Krillin swung several times in a row, failing to hit the ball. Haha. Krillin, you're hilarious. Goku mercilessly mocked Krillin, showing no mercy. Damn it. Krillin picked up the ball again, focused his concentration, and finally managed to serve it. Tien Shinhan caught the ball immediately and swung it back. Krillin returned the shot, and the two exchanged blows back and forth. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan increased his power and speed, aiming to catch Krillin off guard. But Krillin reacted in time, swiftly returning the rapid ball. Haha. I haven't slacked off on training, Tien Shinhan. Krillin also increased his strength and sent the ball back. Just as Tien Shinhan was about to catch the ball, it accelerated unexpectedly. Before he could react, the ball flew right past him. So fast. Tien Shinhan retrieved the ball determined to get his revenge. Watch this move. He served the ball with a fierce flick of his wrist, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Clearly a hidden technique. Krillin stood on guard, his eyes fixed on Tien Shinhan's movements, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. Krillin swung his paddle to catch the ball, but instead of following his intended path, the ball ricocheted away. Tien Shinhan had used a spin shot, completely throwing off Krillin's judgment. Not bad. Gogeta praised him, impressed that Tien Shinhan could understand and execute a spin shot after just picking up the game. Krillin figured out the ball's trajectory and understood the principle behind it. The two immediately stepped up their game, increasing the difficulty. Tien Shinhan. Take this. Thunderous slam. Krillin leaped into the air and smashed the ball down toward Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan refused to back down. He caught the ball with his paddle, his body jolting back from the force, then twisted his wrist and sent the ball back. Krillin pressed the attack relentlessly, pushing Tien Shinhan back. With another powerful swing, he sent the ball flying forward. Tien Shinhan gripped his paddle tightly and fought to receive the shot. The ball spun at high speed, scraping violently against the paddle. Unable to hold it, Tien Shinhan was thrown back, and his paddle flew from his hand, clattering to the ground. I win, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Goku was the first to rush over, grabbing Krillin's hand to celebrate with him. Their bond was as strong as ever. Then everyone took turns playing table tennis, having a blast. Krillin, who had discovered the game first, soon moved to the badminton court. His opponent was still Tien Shinhan. After Gogeta explained the rules, their gazes clashed in the air, both burning with fierce determination. I won't lose to you again, Krillin. Huh. Since I've won once, I can do it again. Krillin shot back, refusing to back down. And so they started battling it out once more. Before Krillin and Tenshinhan could even start their match, the ping-pong table beside them erupted into action. Kakarot, take this. Vegeta gripped the paddle tightly, a white aura enveloping it as he gathered his strength, then abruptly tossed the ball into the air. Goku fixed his gaze on Vegeta's hand, not daring to slack off. Seeing the aura flare around Vegeta, Goku's own energy erupted. Vegeta struck the ball with all his might, the friction nearly smoking the paddle. Yeah. Goku strained to receive Vegeta's full force below his body, skidding back several meters. He forcefully returned the shot, and the moment the ball touched the table, the surface burst into flames. Vegeta moved with incredible speed, swinging his paddle. The sheer force of his swing extinguished the fire on the table as he instantly received Goku's return. Then leaping high, he viciously smashed the ball down. The ball ricocheted off the table in an instant, but it couldn't escape Goku's eyes. He appeared in the ball's trajectory, 1 foot stomping the ground, gripping the paddle with both hands poised to send it back. A cold smirk curled on Vegeta's lips. The ball, hurtling at high speed, instantly changed its course, whizzing past Goku. The sheer force of its power sent Goku's hair flying back. I win. Kakarot. Vegeta couldn't suppress his smile. But unexpectedly, Goku also grinned, his body appearing out of thin air before the fleeing ball. Don't get too cocky, Vegeta. Goku struck the ball with all his might. The ball was instantly wrapped in a white aura, flying towards Vegeta with the force of a thunderbolt. What a... Vegeta's eyes widened in fury. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Goku would see through his meticulously prepared move. But Vegeta had no time to dwell on it. Hastily, he raised his paddle to meet the incoming ball. The immense force drove him backward, his body sliding across the floor. Yeah. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The terrifying power in his hands suddenly became manageable. That's cheating. Vegeta. How can you turn Super Saiyan? Goku pointed accusingly, but Vegeta paid no heed, unleashing immense power from his hand and sending the ball back. The ball was instantly coated in a golden aura. Seeing this, Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan, grabbed his paddle, and met the attack. The two went back and forth, locked in an intense struggle. The onlookers were dumbfounded. How had a leisurely sport turned into a terrifying battle between these two? Watching the ball now cloaked in a golden aura, the crowd silently backed away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Gogeta held his head. Whenever these two got together, this is what happened. Let them be. It wasn't the first time. The match between Krillin and Tenshinhan was much more subdued. Though still somewhat intense, there was none of that aura-wrapped business. Master Roshi sat nearby, watching the young ones play happily, and couldn't help but remark, ought to be young. Oolong, seeing the magazine in Rose's hand, jeered, not bad yourself. Still reading that kind of magazine at your age. But in the next moment, they were both enjoying it together, occasionally letting out a snicker. This one's so fair. This one's not bad either. This one's huge. The old man and the pig were utterly engrossed, offering critiques now and then. Over with Goku and Vegeta, the battle was escalating. Both had entered Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by terrifying lightning. What a sight. It was incredible. The ball turned into countless afterimages, moving at high speed. Goku and Vegeta became blurs of light. Their movements were impossible to track. Seeing the two on the verge of powering up further, Gogeta decisively erected a barrier around them, preventing any collateral damage. Sure enough, moments later, Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Take this, Vegeta. Goku roared, striking the ball with all his strength. Vegeta, not one to be outdone, shouted back. Take this. Gallic Gun. A terrifying energy surged from his hand, instantly coating the paddle before he struck the ball with immense force. The ball was instantly dyed with purple energy, turning into a meteor as it hurtled towards Goku. Goku held his paddle horizontally, his aura flaring as he struggled to block Vegeta's attack. Goku was being pushed back by Vegeta's strike, his body sliding until he was pressed against the barrier Gogeta had created. Goku's eyes blazed as he unleashed a surge of power, finally suppressing Vegeta's force. Then he began spinning with the paddle faster and faster before violently whipping the ball away. Take this, Vegeta. The ball transformed into a blinding miniature sun as it flew, charged with the energy Goku had poured into it. Seeing Goku's terrifying strike, Vegeta responded instantly. He crouched, letting out a low roar as white lightning crackled around him. Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan 5. Damn it, Vegeta. How could you? Seeing Vegeta disregard all rules, transforming from Super Saiyan straight to Super Saiyan 5, a flicker of anger rose in Goku. Goku clenched his fists and began his own transformation. Hiya! He too became a Super Saiyan 5. Then, casting aside his paddle, he began gathering a Kamehameha. Ka! Me! Huh! Me! Huh! Huh! Goku fired the Kamehameha, which instantly merged with the ball, carrying a terrifying might straight towards Vegeta. Vegeta's entire body tensed as he channeled all his power into the paddle, then met Goku's attack head-on. Gritting his teeth, he held firm against the ball, and the situation became a stalemate. Seeing this, Goku fired another Kamehameha. Vegeta's eyes went wide as he gathered a final flash in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the smoke from the terrifying explosion engulfed the entire barrier. Thick smoke filled the small space, obscuring Goku and Vegeta from view. What happened? The explosion jolted Krillin and Tenshinhan from their own fight, and they both turned to look. As the smoke cleared, Goku and Vegeta were revealed. Both had reverted to their base forms, covered in soot and looking utterly disheveled. A small crater lay at their feet. The ping-pong table had vanished. The paddle in Vegeta's hand had turned to dust. Everything within the barrier had been annihilated by their combined attack. It seems I might have gone a bit overboard. Vegeta. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a dry laugh as he gazed at the massive crater beneath his feet. Vegeta, however, harbored no such sentiment. What was a mere hole in the ground? A trivial matter. Gogeta, witnessing the conclusion of their battle, raised his hand and withdrew the protective barrier. Goku and Vegeta descended slowly, only to be met with a punch from Bulma and Shishi respectively. You two idiots. Everyone is still here. How dare you pull something like this? If it weren't for Gogeta's barrier, we'd all be finished. Both of them crouched on the ground, heads covered, utterly devoid of defiance. I'm sorry, Shishi. Goku promptly apologized while Vegeta remained stubbornly silent, refusing to utter a single word. Sigh, there's no helping it. This habit of yours didn't just start today. Shishi said helplessly. Goku chuckled softly, having anticipated this outcome all along. Honestly, always causing trouble for others. Goku and Vegeta went off to wash up again. Bulma stared at the pit before her, a troubled expression crossing her face. What are we going to do about this hole? Calling someone to fix it now would take some time, so let's just leave it for now. A minor issue. Gogeta waved his hand, and the pit was instantly mended. The banquet continued. Krillin and Tenshinhan were still locked in a heated match, each just 1 point away from victory. It was now Krillin's turn to serve. Tenshinhan immediately employed the Four Witches technique, sprouting 2 extra arms from his back. All 4 arms gripped rackets as he watched Krillin with unwavering vigilance. Krillin closed his eyes, calming his mind and regulating his breath, striving to achieve his optimal state. Suddenly, Krillin's eyes snapped open. He swiftly tossed the shuttlecock into the air, and as it soared high, he appeared out of nowhere midair, swinging his racket to strike the shuttlecock with tremendous force. Tenshinhan reacted quickly, extending one hand to intercept Krillin's shot and redirecting it toward Krillin's weaker side. Unable to move in time, Krillin could only hurl his racket, which precisely caught the shuttlecock. He snatched it back up just as Tenshinhan returned the shot. Krillin immediately countered, swinging his racket fiercely to meet the airborne shuttlecock, which emitted a sharp swoosh as it shot back with speed. Tenshinhan, his 4 hands gripping a single racket, brought them together and unleashed his full power, sending the shuttlecock hurtling back with immense force. Krillin raised his racket to meet this all-out strike from Tenshinhan. Unexpectedly, the strike carried such overwhelming power that Krillin struggled to withstand it. The shuttlecock rebounded and landed within the court. Victory for Tenshinhan. Yay! Tenshinhan wins. Kaiatsu joyfully flew over to celebrate with Tenshinhan. By then, Goku and Vegeta had finished washing up again. Seeing Krillin and Tien Shinhan's badminton match reignited their interest. Goku said to Vegeta, "How about another round, Vegeta?" Though Vegeta had little interest in such pastimes, the chance to defeat Kakarot was irresistible, and he promptly agreed. Seeing Goku and Vegeta eager to play badminton, Bulma quickly stopped them. "You two, no more of this. If you lose control and start fighting again causing destruction, I won't let you off." Scolded by Bulma, the two immediately abandoned the idea of badminton and turned to playing video games instead. But whenever he was with Goku, Vegeta had to settle who was superior. A spark of rivalry flared between them once more. Though confined to the video game, they could rely only on skill rather than brute force to outdo each other. "Huh, I won, Vegeta." Goku set down his controller and grinned at Vegeta. "Don't get cocky, Kakarot. It's only 1-1 now." Hearing this, Goku picked up his controller again and said to Vegeta, "Let's go again." Vegeta was more than eager. The two continued their gaming session. After everyone had had their fill of fun, they gathered together to enjoy some snacks, leisurely playing cards and chatting. At that moment, a few children approached with a soccer ball, inviting everyone to play. The group perked up with interest, but then the thought crossed their minds: Goku or Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Imagine a sliding tackle aimed at you, a brutal collision, or a violent kick. A soccer ball engulfed in flames and radiating terrifying momentum hurtling toward you. The mere thought of such a scene was horrifying. Under the children's expectant gazes, the group quickly shook their heads, declining their dreadful proposal. "Huh, why not?" The children couldn't fathom the refusal. "Didn't you see the terrifying power of Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta earlier? If things go wrong, we might all end up carried away by those two." Everyone had witnessed the destruction Goku and Vegeta had caused, and imagining an attack of that magnitude landing on them. The four children immediately scurried away, apparently abandoning the idea and going off to play on their own. "Haha." The others burst into laughter at their hasty retreat. Goku and Vegeta were still locked in an intense video game battle, neither willing to concede. The score stood at 7-7, still a draw. Both stared into each other's eyes, flames of fierce rivalry blazing within. Their gazes clashed in midair, sparking with electricity. Grumble. An untimely sound broke the tension. It was Goku's stomach growling. Goku's intensity instantly dissipated. Rubbing his empty stomach, he said to Vegeta, "Let's settle this another time, Vegeta. I'm starving." The two set down their controllers and went in search of food. Wandering around, they gathered a pile of snacks and made their way to where the others were playing cards and chatting. Bulma and the others sat before a mahjong table, deeply engrossed in the game, while several others played cards nearby. "What's this?" Goku pointed at the mahjong tiles, having never seen them before. "Mahjong. Mahjong. Is it fun?" Goku asked curiously. Bulma replied, "It's a lot of fun. Want to give it a try, Goku?" Bulma briefly explained the rules, but that was enough to deter Goku entirely. What was all this about? It made no sense to him. Vegeta sneered at Goku from the side. What a fool. Let me handle this." He took Bulma's place and started playing mahjong with the others. Vegeta's sharp intellect shone through as he executed a series of moves, winning handsomely. "Amazing." Goku couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Vegeta was immensely proud, flashing a smug grin at Goku. But Goku quickly turned his attention to eating, having little interest in such distractions. He'd rather spend his time training. Vegeta felt as though his punch had landed on cotton, leaving him thoroughly vexed. Amidst the boisterous antics of the group, time swiftly slipped away. Before they knew it, the sun was nearly setting, and everyone began to prepare for their departure. "See you next time, everyone." The crowd was paired off, leaving Krillin alone. He was the first to bid farewell and take his leave. Krillin slowly ascended into the air, waving to the group. "Goodbye, Krillin," they all called out, raising their hands in response. Turning around, he flew off swiftly, leaving a long trail of white energy in his wake. The others gradually said their goodbyes and departed. In no time, the once lively courtyard grew quiet and deserted, with only a few servants left to clean up the mess. Life returned to its peaceful rhythm. Goku continued to visit Gogeta for training every day. Occasionally, when the evil clan invaded, Goku and the others would gather to confront them. Since the super-dimensional battle, Gogeta had not encountered the evil clan again. He planned to seek guidance from the Grand Minister, and in the process inquire about the situation. Someone of the Grand Minister's caliber would surely have a more comprehensive understanding. 3 months later. Goku and Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Broly had also mastered the power of Super Saiyan and was sparring with Goku. Gohan had made some headway with the Ultra Instinct that Gogeta taught him. Occasionally he could use it subconsciously, but it only allowed him to dodge a single attack before he slipped out of that mysterious state. Dad and Uncle Broly have gotten even stronger, Gohan remarked, watching the two clash fiercely in the sky. Vegeta sat on a rock in meditation, determined to be one step ahead of Goku by fusing Godly Ki with Super Saiyan 4 or even Super Saiyan 5 to reach an even greater level of power. Just then Gogeta received another plea for help from Krinoa and immediately headed over. Turning to Gohan beside him, he said, "Gohan, I have to leave for a bit." With that, Gogeta's figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Kranoa was anxiously waiting, for she had discovered a truly formidable being. A mysterious entity named Fu had emerged from nowhere and begun causing chaos. The situation was growing increasingly troublesome, slipping beyond control, so Kranoa summoned Gogeta without hesitation. Unlike last time, Kranoa was determined to resolve the problem swiftly rather than seeking Gogeta only after a crisis. Soon Gogeta appeared in the time nest. "What's happened now, Lord Kaioshin?" Gogeta looked around, but saw no one else, meaning something else had occurred. Kranoa briefed him on the matter, and Gogeta nodded. "So all I need to do is take out that guy named Fu." "Exactly. Although I think Goku and Vegeta should be able to handle it, I still feel a bit uneasy. I figured I'd bring you along just in case." "No problem. Let's head out right away." Kranoa raised her hand, and the two vanished from the time nest together. In an unknown space, Super Saiyan 5 Vegetto was locked in battle with a winged child. That child was Fu. Super Saiyan 5 Vegetto found it difficult to gain the upper hand against Fu, who drew power from an entire universe, making a quick victory elusive. For Vegetto, time was the most critical flaw. The power of Super Saiyan 5 was immense, but the Patera fusion could only last for a short while. Before long, Vegetto was forced to defuse. Seizing the opportunity, Fu gathered an enormous energy sphere, intending to finish Goku and Vegeta in one blow. Just then, Kranoa arrived with Gogeta on the battlefield. Gogeta knocked away Fu's energy sphere with a single strike, and everyone exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing him. "Gogeta. Huh, you know Gogeta too?" Super Goku asked Time Patrol Goku. "Of course. We've known each other for ages." "Really? That's longer than I have. I only met Gogeta recently." Annoyed at the group's cheerful conversation below, Fu gathered another energy sphere and hurled it at them. Gogeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and deflected the sphere with sheer aura. Even seeing his attack deflected, Fu felt no fear. As a fusion of the Tokitoki bird and dark factors backed by the cosmic tree, how could he possibly lose? "Is this the guy, eh?" Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta nodded. Gogeta struck, instantly flashing in front of Fu and landing a powerful punch that sent him flying. Seeing the malevolent cosmic tree, Kranoa shouted to Gogeta, "Gogeta, destroy that thing too." "No problem." Gogeta's figure had already vanished, his voice echoing from afar. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Fu, then grabbed him by the wings and hurled him toward the cosmic tree. Next, Gogeta took a stance and unleashed the ultimate Kamehameha. The blue and gold energy wave blasted straight toward the cosmic tree. To his surprise, the tree withstood the attack. Gogeta poured on more power, but the tree remained intact. Gogeta erupted with even greater strength, transforming into Super Saiyan 5 and unleashing the power of destruction. The cosmic tree instantly crumbled, obliterated by Gogeta without a trace. For a half-formed universe, it had held up admirably against that blow. With the threat neutralized, Gogeta turned around to greet the others. "Hey, you're here too." Gogeta was a bit surprised to see Goku and Vegeta from another timeline. Future Bulma came to Vegeta for help, saying Trunks had been kidnapped. "So we followed the trail, met our counterparts here, and ran into Fu. We've been fighting ever since. Those versions of me and Vegeta are amazing. They've taken down all the tough opponents. They can even transform into Super Saiyan 5. And they know Godly Ki too." Hearing Super Goku sing their praises, Time Patrol Goku felt a bit bashful and said, "Gogeta is the truly incredible one." Super Goku immediately replied, "Yeah, Gogeta can even beat a god of destruction." The two Gokus found common ground and chatted away, discussing just how powerful Gogeta really was. Before they could discuss much longer, the space began to collapse. Kranoa brought everyone back to the time nest. Time Patrol Goku asked Super Goku, "What was that form of yours?" "I'm not really sure. I just turned into it without thinking." Hearing their conversation, the others turned to look curious for an answer. Gogeta, hearing Time Patrol Goku's words, had a rough idea. "It must be Ultra Instinct." "Ultra Instinct?" Gogeta nodded and said, "Goku already had the foundation for Ultra Instinct. Now that his power has reached the minimum requirement, awakening Ultra Instinct at the brink of life and death is not impossible." Upon hearing this, Super Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it, Kakarot has taken the lead again. Congratulations, Goku. You've taken another great step toward the realm of the gods." Goku rubbed his nose excitedly, having grown stronger once more. Gogeta said to Vegeta, "You can go seek Lord Beerus, but whether he will teach you depends on your performance." Vegeta was silent for a long while before deciding to swallow his pride and seek Beerus' guidance. After chatting for a while, Super Goku and Vegeta prepared to leave, presumably to train. Gogeta also departed. He still needed to train. Somehow he felt a great event was about to occur, so he had to strive to increase his power to be capable of facing the impending calamity. After bidding farewell to Kranoa, Goku and the others, Gogeta returned to Earth. The battle between Goku and Broly had long since ended, and now it was a duel between Vegeta and Gohan. Goku and Broly, seeing Gogeta return, asked, "Gogeta, you're here. Did you come by earlier and then leave?" Goku mid-battle keenly sensed Gogeta's departure. Had to step out for something. It's taken care of. Gogeta did not tell Goku the details lest he pester him with questions. Over these 3 months, Gogeta had mastered the power of Super Saiyan 6 and had grown somewhat stronger. But it was still not enough. If his premonition was indeed correct, he would need even greater power to protect his family. After another half-year of training, Gogeta had fully mastered Super Saiyan 6, only one step away from achieving perfection. Goku and Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. Feeling this terrifying power for the first time, both were ecstatic and nearly destroyed the Earth. Gohan had made some progress with Ultra Instinct, able to dodge attacks precisely. However, he still couldn't attack. The moment he intended to strike, the Ultra Instinct state would instantly retreat. It was an imperfect Ultra Instinct. Broly's control over his power had become increasingly refined, and he no longer experienced rampages. He was now striving toward the goal of full-power Super Saiyan. In a certain timeline on Earth, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in an intense battle. Vegeta flew out from behind Goku and kicked him dozens of meters away, sending him crashing violently into a rock. Vegeta gathered energy spheres in both hands and fired at Goku. Goku immediately rose and swiftly dodged the blasts. Vegeta launched himself forward, his fist striking hard at Goku, who blocked with both arms before kicking Vegeta. Vegeta turned his head to evade Goku's kick and then delivered an uppercut toward Goku. Goku also threw a left hook. They struck each other simultaneously, their bodies flying backward and crashing violently into the rocks. Boom! Both erupted with auras simultaneously rising and charging at each other. Their knees collided fiercely. In an instant, terrifying lightning crackled incessantly, and a dreadful shockwave radiated outward from the two, stripping away an entire layer of the ground. After a brief stalemate, they simultaneously withdrew their legs, charged their fists, and struck each other with full force. Their fists landed on each other's faces, but Goku reacted faster, landing a heavy blow with his other fist to Vegeta's abdomen. A flurry of attacks then rained down on Vegeta. After taking several hits, Vegeta decisively created distance, rapidly firing energy spheres. Goku dodged swiftly and circled around toward Vegeta. Just as Goku closed in to attack, Vegeta suddenly vanished. Then Goku felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Vegeta had struck him with a knife hand chop. Goku lost consciousness for a moment, but quickly regained it. Vegeta keenly noticed this and was puzzled. Why would such an attack cause Goku to be momentarily stunned? Seeing that Goku was fine, Vegeta said, "Let's continue, Kakarot." He was about to launch another attack. At that moment, several wisps of black aura suddenly emerged from Goku's body, and his eyes turned ferocious. Vegeta immediately halted. "What's wrong with you, Kakarot?" Goku's eyes cleared again, and he said to Vegeta, "I'm fine, Vegeta. That last hit really stung." Vegeta remained vigilant, staring at Goku. That distinct presence, he couldn't have misseen it. Sure enough, more black aura emanated from Goku, and his expression turned sinister. "What's the matter with you, Kakarot?" Vegeta demanded loudly. "What's the matter? What could be the matter, Vegeta?" "I am Kakarot." Vegeta instantly sensed something was wrong. How could Goku refer to himself as Kakarot? "You are Kakarot." "That's right. I see." Vegeta didn't understand why Goku had become Kakarot, but that didn't stop him from defeating him. The change in Goku's aura immediately drew the attention of the others. In the distance, Piccolo jerked his head up. "Goku, his ki has changed. It's become extremely evil." Gohan also sensed this change in Goku. Piccolo immediately found Gohan, and the other warriors, sensing it, as well converged on their location. "What happened?" After landing, they asked directly. Gohan shook his head. "I don't know. Dad and Vegeta were training as usual. I have no idea what happened. Let's go check it out, but be careful. Goku might become an enemy." Piccolo cautioned everyone before flying toward the direction of the battle, the others following. "Give me a good fight, Vegeta." Goku pointed at Vegeta, a sinister smile on his face that greatly irritated Vegeta. "As you wish." Vegeta and Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyans, engaging in a real no-holds-barred battle unlike their earlier sparring. Piccolo and the others soon arrived at the battlefield. They immediately spotted Goku and Vegeta. Goku's state was clearly abnormal. Piccolo could see it at a glance. "Something's wrong with Goku. Let's get out of here quickly." Sensing trouble, Piccolo immediately urged everyone to leave. Goku noticed the group, but paid them no heed. All he wanted was to have a good, thorough fight with Vegeta. Piccolo and the others fled to what they believed was a safe location and began analyzing the situation. Why did Goku become like that? He's radiating an evil aura. Krillin shuddered at the memory of Goku's sinister smile, a sight he had never witnessed before. No one could fathom why Goku had transformed so drastically except for Gohan, who seemed lost in thought. I remember Dad telling me that when he was very young, he once injured his head. He said his personality wasn't always like this. It changed because of that accident. The group pondered Gohan's revelation. So that means Goku has reverted to his original nature? The Saiyan nature. That's why he's become so evil. Just like Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth. Everyone had witnessed Vegeta's demeanor upon his arrival, and the resemblance was uncanny. We can't determine if Goku is friend or foe right now, but it seems highly likely he's turned dark, Piccolo analyzed calmly. SSO. Does that mean Goku is now our enemy? Krillin stammered, unable to fathom the man who had always been his pillar of strength becoming an adversary. The man who had always given him a sense of security had become an enemy. Piccolo's face darkened, whether from fear or something else it was unclear. That's right, Goku is now our enemy. He and Vegeta are no longer sparring, they're using their full power in a battle to the death. They've already transformed into Super Saiyans. We need to come up with a plan quickly. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was the Dragon Balls. They immediately sought out Bulma, hoping she had gathered them. Unfortunately, Bulma hadn't collected the Dragon Balls. They had to seize the moment while Vegeta held Goku at bay to gather them. Let's split up. We don't have much time to waste. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks each took a dragon radar and set off in search of the Dragon Balls. Goku and Vegeta were locked in a fierce brawl, the landscape around them reshaped by their immense power, the ground littered with countless craters. Not bad, Vegeta. You can actually match me. Goku wiped the blood from his lips, his face alight with excitement. Even with his restored nature, his battle lust remained unchanged. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, a smirk curling his lips. Kakarot, you've always been more innovative in training, always a step ahead. But when it comes to achieving Super Saiyan 4, I have the advantage. I reached Super Saiyan 4 before you, giving me more time to master that form. I used that time to close the gap between us. Now we're on equal footing. Vegeta suddenly burst with power, sending Goku flying back several meters with a single punch. Goku tumbled through the air, righted himself, and reacted to Vegeta's assault. Vegeta's punch missed, and Goku seized the opportunity to kick him. Vegeta dodged, fired 2 energy blasts in return, which Goku deflected with a wave of his hands before launching a Kamehameha. Vegeta clasped his hands together and batted away Goku's energy wave, then vanished and reappeared to land a punch on Goku's cheek. Goku took the hit and returned one of his own. They engaged in another round of brutal hand-to-hand combat, the thunderous clashes scarring the entire landscape. After another violent collision, they instinctively distanced themselves, preparing for a beam struggle. Kamehameha. Final flash. 2 colossal energies erupted from their hands, colliding in an instant. Boom. The impact of the 2 forces annihilated everything around them. A massive energy sphere hovered in midair as Goku and Vegeta poured their power into it, neither willing to lose. As the energy intensified, the sphere grew larger and cracks began to form on the ground. Boom. The colossal energy exploded, sending a terrifying shockwave in all directions. Fortunately, no life remained in the vicinity, or it would have been obliterated. Piccolo and those searching for the Dragon Balls all sensed the immense power. Even just Super Saiyan power, is this terrifying? Is this the strength of Dad and Uncle Vegeta? It's a nightmare. Krillin once again recalled Goku's face twisted with evil. He still couldn't believe that warm, cheerful young man had become this. Whoosh, a gust of wind dispersed the thick smoke. Vegeta stared at Goku's face and suddenly laughed. Haha. Kakarot, you still care about Earth's safety. Even though you've regained your Saiyan instincts, your subconscious still worries about Earth. That's why you detonated the energy before it could harm the planet. Goku feigned ignorance and scoffed. How is that possible? I could destroy this weak little planet with one hand. He'll destroy you along with Earth. Goku roared, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 4. Seeing Goku unleash his ultimate technique, Vegeta had no choice but to respond with his full power. With a mighty yell, he too transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Everyone sensed the transformation instantly. That's Super Saiyan 4. Our Dad and Uncle Vegeta going all out. I need to hurry. The 3 searching for the Dragon Balls accelerated. Not a moment could be wasted. Piccolo waited anxiously for the trio's return, sweat beading on his forehead. He could only pray that Vegeta would defeat Goku. That was the best outcome. But he knew full well the odds of Vegeta winning. Having fought alongside Goku, he understood the terrifying extent of his power. Piccolo placed his hopes on the Dragon Balls. The 2 now in Super Saiyan 4 began their final decisive battle. Just like their first fight years ago, they stood atop a mountain peak, each assuming their signature stance. I'm going to kill you, Kakarot. Vegeta struck first, launching a vicious roundhouse kick at Goku. Goku leaped to evade, and the sheer pressure from Vegeta's kick shattered a distant mountain range. Vegeta pursued Goku, firing 2 energy blasts. Goku casually swatted them away, then reversed direction and drove his heel into Vegeta. You have to win, Vegeta. On King Kai's planet North Kai, clenched his fists watching the battle that would decide the fate of the universe. Not yet. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Piccolo telepathically inquired of the three. Not yet, we're still one short, Piccolo. Piccolo urged, hurry up. Goku and Vegeta are about to determine the winner. Piccolo sensed that Goku and Vegeta's energy was beginning to wane. Both were nearing their limits, their power declining. It wouldn't be long before a victor emerged. Hearing Piccolo's words, the three accelerated once more, speeding toward the location of the final Dragon Ball. At the battlefield of Goku and Vegeta, both stood panting in midair. Huff! Huh! The next moment their figures vanished, instantly followed by a thunderous crash in the sky, the sound of their clash. Two black silhouettes darted through the air, each collision echoing like thunder. Bang! 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 After exchanging a fierce punch, their forms reappeared in the sky. Ada-da-da-da. Goku muttered incessantly, his movements swift and relentless. Facing Goku's ferocious assault, Vegeta remained unflustered, calmly and composedly countering each attack. They traded blows, moving as they fought. The nearby hills posed no obstacle. They crumbled instantly from the shockwaves of their battle. Vegeta raised his knee, thrusting it fiercely toward Goku. Goku pressed down on Vegeta's knee, using the momentum to create distance. Goku, as if possessed by a thousand-armed deity, unleashed his ultimate technique. A barrage of energy spheres aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta shielded his body with both arms, enduring Goku's assault. More and more energy spheres rained down, forcing him back step by step. Suddenly, Vegeta spread his arms wide, erecting a massive barrier that blocked all of Goku's energy spheres. Seeing this, Goku halted his attack, but Vegeta's figure abruptly appeared at his side, delivering a kick to Goku's face. Goku tumbled several times, spreading his arms to absorb the force and steady himself. Vegeta's assault followed without pause. Two energy spheres hurtling toward Goku. Goku punched them away, but Vegeta was already closing and throwing a punch. Goku crossed his arms to block, but the immense force sent him flying. Boom! Goku crashed through several boulders, burying his head in the ground. Vegeta didn't relent, firing a barrage of energy spheres at the spot where Goku had fallen. As Vegeta's bombardment continued, a massive crater formed in the earth. Vegeta raised both hands above his head, gathering an enormous energy sphere, then hurled it into the pit. Rumble! The pit expanded instantly. Vegeta panted heavily, but his gaze remained fixed warily on the gaping hole below. Suddenly, Vegeta spun around. Goku was standing not far away, looking battered. It seemed the earlier attack had struck him. Goku met Vegeta's gaze, his fighting spirit blazing. Instant transmission. Vegeta uttered the words flatly. Indeed, it was instant transmission. While Vegeta was gathering that massive energy sphere, Goku had used the technique to escape the blast zone. But Vegeta's Prince's battle method had still wounded Goku. You're truly formidable, Vegeta. But there's no way you can beat me. A confident smile spread across Goku's face, accentuated by his sinister aura. It was utterly cool. Is that so? I think otherwise. The one whole win is me. Both possessed absolute faith in their own strength, convinced they wouldn't lose to the other. Let's settle this. Kakarot couldn't agree more. They struck in perfect unison, each landing a punch on the other's face. Goku cupped his hands, firing an energy sphere at Vegeta. Vegeta dodged with a tilt of his head and threw a punch at Goku, but Goku's fist was faster, striking Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta grunted, then grabbed Goku's arm with one hand, while the other hand, already charged with an energy sphere, slammed it firmly against Goku's body. The energy sphere propelled Goku toward the ground. Goku pushed the sphere away with both hands, leaving his guard open. Vegeta flew in and kicked him square in the chest. Goku crashed into the rocks at tremendous speed. The next second, he returned even faster, landing a punch on Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's mouth flew open, and he spat blood. Recovering, Vegeta gritted his teeth and returned the punch. Goku also gritted his teeth, and they began exchanging blows. They traded punches and kicks, neither bothering to defend. It was a test of endurance. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others had finally gathered all the Dragon Balls and were rushing to Piccolo's location. Sensing their energy moving toward him, Piccolo rose and flew to meet them, quickly reuniting with Gohan and the others. Summon Shenron now, Piccolo told them. Gohan nodded, placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, and called out loudly for the dragon. Appear, Shenron. The sky instantly darkened. Then Shenron emerged. State your wish. I can grant you 3. Gohan shouted to Shenron. Please restore Father to his gentle self. Regrettably, that wish is beyond my power. I cannot fulfill it. Piccolo had anticipated this, as Shenron's power alone couldn't restore Goku to his original state. Piccolo addressed Shenron. Can you summon Gogeta, Shenron? At Piccolo's words, Gohan and the others' eyes lit up. Yes. If Gogeta came, he should be able to resolve this crisis. Over a decade ago, Gogeta had already achieved the form of Super Saiyan 4. It was Gogeta who had informed Goku and Vegeta about the transformation. This world was the one where Gogeta on his first mission encountered Majin Buu. The Buu who had absorbed Goku and the others only to foolishly venture into another world and meet Gogeta who eliminated him. Shenron gazed at Piccolo silent for a long moment, then finally spoke. I can only try to contact Gogeta. Whether he comes or not is his own decision. From Shenron's words, Piccolo deduced that Gogeta's power far exceeded Shenron's capabilities, at least on par with Goku's. Piccolo believed Gogeta was definitely stronger than Goku. He said to Shenron, please inform Gogeta of our situation here. If Gogeta is willing to come use the second wish to bring him here. Piccolo's original plan was to locate Gogeta through Shenron and then invite him to resolve the problem. On the front line, the battle between Wukong and Vegeta raged on, both nearing their limits. You're about to collapse, aren't you, Vegeta? Wukong panted heavily as he spoke to Vegeta, who was gasping for air. I will be the one to win this fight, Kakarot. Wukong smirked sinisterly. Vegeta, you've let your guard down. In a flash, he appeared before Vegeta, driving his fist deep into the Saiyan Prince's abdomen. Vegeta clutched his stomach, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Wukong released his grip, Vegeta collapsed to the ground. I have won. Wukong staggered a few steps, nearly falling himself. It's not over yet, Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly surged up, landing a punch on Wukong's face, sending him tumbling. Vegeta landed unsteadily, but wobbled toward Wukong, who also pushed himself up. Both raised their fists, aiming for each other's faces. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. They fought as if devoid of pain, swinging relentlessly as blood trickled down their cheeks drop by drop. Suddenly, Wukong slammed his forehead hard into Vegeta's. Stunned, Vegeta's gaze grew unfocused. Seizing the moment, Wukong pressed his attack, determined to bring Vegeta down. Vegeta finally regained his senses and struck back with a punch to Wukong, whose fist simultaneously landed on Vegeta's chest. Both collapsed together. They struggled to rise, but lacked the strength to get up. Damn it. My body. I can't move. Though Wukong and Vegeta had fought to a draw, Vegeta had allies while Wukong stood alone. If anyone came to Vegeta's aid, Wukong would be finished. After a while, both recovered some stamina. Wukong rose first, and at that moment the sky suddenly darkened. This is... Wukong immediately realized someone was summoning Shenron. He used instant transmission to investigate, leaving Vegeta powerless to stop him, watching helplessly as Wukong vanished. Wukong instantly arrived at the site where Piccolo and the others were summoning Shenron, then hid himself to observe their intentions. Soon Wukong heard Gohan wish for Shenron to restore his gentleness. Wukong sneered dismissively. Shenron's power was far from enough to affect him. But the next moment his composure shattered as Piccolo said, please summon Gogeta here. Wukong instantly recalled the memory of that man. It was Gogeta who had taught him the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. For the current Wukong, defeating Gogeta seemed highly unlikely. Wukong considered destroying Shenron, but he had no energy left, and Piccolo and Gohan were nearby. A failed attempt would spell disaster. So Wukong fled. He used instant transmission to reach King Kai's planet, startling the North Kai. Whoa! Wukong! Sweat beaded on King Kai's forehead. Wukong's appearance was utterly terrifying. With his sinister smile and Super Saiyan 4 visage, he looked like a supreme boss. My apologies, Lord Kai. Let me rest here. I've expended too much energy. Wukong placed a hand on King Kai's back, using him to observe Piccolo and the others. Gogeta? If that guy really shows up, I'm not confident I can beat him. Wukong's words shocked King Kai. Even you lack confidence. Hearing this from Wukong, King Kai grew eager to witness this man named Gogeta. I have already notified Gogeta. Shenron's eyes flashed with red light, and Piccolo's wish was granted. He hasn't responded yet. Piccolo handed senzu beans to Trunks. Hurry. Wukong's energy has vanished. Vegeta's energy is faint. Give him the senzu bean quickly. Trunks hesitated. Mister. Wukong's energy is gone, so Dad must have won. Piccolo shook his head. That Wukong. How could he be defeated so easily? You don't know Son Goku. If he were that easy to beat, we wouldn't have to work so hard. As the saying goes, your enemy knows you best, not your kin. Piccolo understood Wukong too well. He didn't believe Vegeta could defeat him. At best, it would be mutual destruction. Trunks grabbed the senzu beans and flew swiftly toward Vegeta's location. At that moment, Gogeta was sparring with Gohan. Gohan's mastery of Ultra Instinct was growing, allowing him to attack, but his precision faltered during offense, leaving openings for his opponent. Gogeta grabbed Gohan's fist, ready to counter, when suddenly Shenron's message reached his mind. What's wrong, Uncle Gogeta? Gohan noticed Gogeta's distraction and asked. Gogeta snapped back, waving a hand. Nothing. I just received a message. Gohan was puzzled. What did Gogeta mean? Gohan, do you remember that world we visited when you were young? Gohan nodded. That was where his journey began. After returning from there, he had embarked on the true path of a powerhouse. Back then we encountered Majin Buu from another world and rescued Wukong and the others. Now for some reason Wukong has reverted to a Saiyant's primal nature. They couldn't handle it, so they used Shinran to send me a message hoping I'd go help resolve the issue. Saiyant's primal nature. Gohan was curious. What's that? It's the state Vegeta was in when he first arrived on Earth, somewhat savage and bloodthirsty. A monster devoid of emotion. Gohan imagined Wukong like that. A chilling thought. Train on your own for a while. He'll be back soon. With that, Gogeta vanished into thin air. Wukong's energy. It's back. King Kai was astonished. He recovered in such a short time. Wukong gazed at his fists, feeling the energy within. Power. My fierce battle with Vegeta has pushed me further. Lord Kai. King Kai flinched looking at Wukong. What? In that instant of power surge. I saw it. This world has many directions. He continued, do you know about the gods of destruction? Deities that even the supreme Kai's fear. King Kai was baffled. What are you talking about? What is a god of destruction? Supreme Kais are the pinnacle of gods. In that instant, Wukong saw countless visions. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan Blue. God and God. Resurrection of F. Black Goku. Future Trunks. Androids of different natures. Evil dragons. Even 12 universes. I saw the developments of other worlds. Perhaps my becoming like this is also this world's choice. The world's choice. What are you talking about, Goku? North Kai was utterly bewildered. What was Goku going on about so cryptically? Had his head really been damaged? Lord Kai, what are you saying? Goku seemed to have suddenly lost his memory, unaware he had spoken just moments ago. Kai fell silent. Goku's transformation left him momentarily uncertain how to proceed. Not only has my stamina recovered, but my energy has also increased. This is enough. Goku suddenly erupted with power. The immense shock nearly scared North Kai out of his wits. Stop it. The Kai's planet is going to be destroyed. Goku flashed a sinister smile, yet he refrained from annihilating the planet. This place still has its uses. He'll spare it for now. As he spoke, Goku raised his hand in the gesture for instant transmission, preparing to depart. North Kai called out to him. Wait, Goku. North Kai pointed his two antennae at Goku, instantly restoring his torn pants and erasing the bloodstains from his body. Oh, what's this all about? North Kai's expression grew grave. I don't know either. Let me ask again. About the god of destruction you saw. God of destruction? What are you talking about? How could I possibly know about someone like that? Goku acted as if he had amnesia, completely forgetting what he had just said. What did you say? The world's choice. What does that mean? I don't know. North Kai's face darkened further. How is this possible? Then who was I just speaking to? Goku in turn thought North Kai was the one with issues and questioned him. Are you really alright? North Kai's entire body trembled. Was that an illusion? No. Impossible. Goku decided to ignore North Kai and assumed the stance for instant transmission. It's too early for senility, Lord Kai. With that, Goku vanished before North Kai's eyes. North Kai stared at the spot where Goku had disappeared, unable to calm himself for a long time. If what I saw wasn't an illusion, then Goku's change must mean something. Or perhaps. Trunks found Vegeta, who was slowly moving toward them. Dad. Trunks immediately handed the senzu beans to Vegeta. Vegeta took them and ate one. Vegeta's wounds healed instantly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Even Trunks couldn't withstand it and was blown away. Amazing. Dad's energy has grown stronger. Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Now you can beat Mr. Goku. Yet Vegeta felt little joy, for he knew that Kakarot had also grown stronger. Where is Kakarot now? Vegeta asked Trunks. I don't know either. Mr. Goku's energy disappeared a while ago. With no other choice, Vegeta had to regroup with the others. No results yet, Shinran. Piccolo grew anxious. Goku had been gone for too long. What was he doing? No one knew. No response. Shinran shook his head. Piccolo's expression darkened. If even this method failed, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Just then Vegeta and Trunks returned. Vegeta looked at Shinran and asked Piccolo, what's the use of summoning Shinran? I wanted to summon Gogeta, but Gogeta didn't respond. Gogeta. Vegeta also recalled that man. Indeed, if Gogeta appeared, neither Kakarot nor I would stand a chance against him. Vegeta admitted for the first time that he was no match for someone. At that moment, Goku suddenly appeared in the sky. Goku. Daddy. Mr. Goku. Kakarot. The instant Goku appeared, Vegeta launched an attack. Vegeta threw a punch at Goku, but Goku dodged and created distance. His target was not Vegeta, but Shinran. Goku fired an energy blast at Shinran. Gohan reacted quickly, grabbing the Dragon Balls and shielding Shinran as he evaded the blast. Boom. The energy blast struck the ground, causing devastating damage. Damn it. Seeing Goku ignore him, Vegeta angrily fired an energy blast at Goku. Goku saw his attack miss, and before he could continue, Vegeta's energy blast came flying. Goku had to focus on countering Vegeta's assault. You've grown stronger too, Vegeta. Goku exclaimed excitedly upon sensing Vegeta's increased power. Vegeta's face darkened. As expected, Kakarot was still such a troublesome opponent. Vegeta charged at Goku. Goku stepped back slightly, then suddenly drove his knee into Vegeta's chest, while Vegeta's fist landed on Goku's face. Both took a step back, then threw punches simultaneously. Bang! The terrifying shockwave sent everyone else flying. A massive crack split the ground, stretching to the horizon. Neither Goku nor Vegeta paid attention to that. Both fought with full power, having no time to concern themselves with others. The battle was fierce, the visceral thrill of each blow electrifying their nerves. The Saiyan blood within them boiled, making their attacks even more ferocious. This is the battle between Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Gohan stared blankly at the two clashing in the sky. How long had it been since he had seen them fight? Quickly take Shinron and leave Gohan. Piccolo shouted at Gohan, who was still dazed. Okay, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan carried the 7 Dragon Balls and sped away. Piccolo watched the battle intently. This is bad. Goku's power has surpassed Vegeta's. Goku seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand over Vegeta. After the previous fierce battle, Goku had improved slightly more than Vegeta, and Vegeta was slowly losing ground. Let's get out of here too, Krillin said to Goten and Trunks, then flew in the direction Gohan had gone. Goten and Trunks followed Piccolo. Goku sensed their departure during the fight and grew anxious. He couldn't let them bring Gogeta here. Vegeta seized the moment of Goku's distraction and landed a combo of punches on him. Goku snapped back to focus, kicked Vegeta back with a counter, and reached out to use instant transmission. But Vegeta lunged at him, preventing Goku from using it. The two grappled again. Goku put forth his full strength, soon found a gap in Vegeta's defense, and punched him flying. Then he instantly pursued Gohan. Still no luck, Shinron. No. Piccolo sensed imminent danger. Just then Goku appeared and fired an energy blast at Shinron. It's over. Just as the blast was about to hit Shinron, a voice rang out. Is this the grand welcome you prepared for me upon my arrival? As the smoke dissipated, Gogeta's agile figure emerged. With a single hand, he deflected Goku's energy sphere. Goku's face turned grim, his eyes fixed intently on Gogeta, sensing a lethal threat emanating from him. Piccolo and the others, however, were overjoyed at Gogeta's sudden appearance. A new twist had emerged in the situation. How did you get here? Hadn't Shinron said that Gogeta didn't respond? How did he appear? Piccolo looked at Shinron with confusion, seeking an answer, but the dragon ignored his gaze. Gogeta observed the corrupted Goku before him, sensing a strange dissonance. Though he couldn't place the feeling, he was certain that Goku's transformation was linked to this anomaly. How I got here isn't important. What matters is solving Goku's problem. As Gogeta's gaze fell upon him, Goku felt a terrifying shiver run through his body. Goku's power surged beyond its limits, escalating further. Empowered, he launched an attack at Gogeta. Gogeta raised a hand to block Goku's fist, staring at this unfamiliar version of him, uncertain for a moment. He decided to subdue Goku first. Having made his decision, Gogeta forced Goku back with a punch. Then, drawing a circle with one hand, he conjured 3 energy rings that bound Goku's limbs. Goku crashed to the ground, unable to break free from Gogeta's restraint no matter how he struggled. Goku continued to thrash violently, unleashing terrifying energy that cratered the earth beneath him, yet he remained firmly trapped in Gogeta's hold. Incredible! Gohan and the others marveled as Gogeta subdued Goku so effortlessly. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, realizing that Gogeta could capture him just as easily. The group gathered around, eager to understand what had caused Goku's transformation. As he struggled, Goku hurled curses at them. Damn you all. Just wait until I break free. I'll kill every one of you. Gohan and Goten stared at their father's twisted face, filled with fear and confusion. Why had their father become like this? Shinron, can't you turn him back? Gohan looked at the dragon with a glimmer of hope, but it was in vain. Shinron shook his head. I lack that power. Gohan and Goten were crestfallen. Piccolo then asked, do you know what caused Goku to change? Hearing Piccolo's question, Shinron's expression grew solemn. He nodded firmly. Are you certain you want to know? The implications are vast. Knowing too much will do you no good. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Please tell us the cause. Just as Shinron was about to speak, Goku erupted with even more terrifying power, sending Gohan, Piccolo, and the others flying from the shockwave. What a Kakarot, you bastard! Vegeta shielded himself from the blast, staring at Goku in disbelief. Goku's energy surged exponentially, far surpassing Vegeta's. Aya! He let out a frenzied roar. Endless energy erupted from his body, shattering the ground beneath him. Aya! With a full power outburst, Goku finally broke free. The 3 energy rings scattered into countless energy spheres, raining indiscriminate destruction upon the ground. The earth was riddled with craters. Gohan and the others pushed aside the rubble, clutching their heads. What happened? Before they could grasp the situation, they looked up to see Goku launching a furious assault on Gogeta. Dad's power has increased again. This is terrifying. Every move Goku made displayed strength beyond their comprehension. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes locked on the battling duo. Even Gogeta hadn't anticipated Goku's sudden burst of power, breaking his energy rings. Nevertheless, Gogeta grew intrigued. He wanted to see just how far Goku could push himself. Dodging a roundhouse kick from Goku, Gogeta struck back with a powerful punch. Surprisingly, Goku withstood the blow and retaliated with a kick, though it missed its mark. Aya! Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Goku roared again, further amplifying his strength. He then moved at incredible speed, leaving an afterimage as he attempted to ambush Gogeta from behind. But in the next instant, Gogeta kicked him, sending him flying. Gogeta fired a rainbow sphere, hoping it might work. This technique had proven effective against malevolent beings before. Perhaps it could purify the evil within Goku. The rainbow sphere struck Goku precisely, causing a massive explosion. Goku screamed in agony, but not from the sphere's effect. It was merely the pain of the impact. Clearly, Gogeta's rainbow sphere had no effect on the dark energy within Goku. Strange. Gogeta pondered. If it wasn't evil, what exactly was that aura? After taking the hit, Goku immediately rose to his feet and began to transform. Hiya! He seemed on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan 5. No, he was definitely transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Gogeta watched calmly, but the others were thrown into panic. It looks like Dad is about to evolve further. Damn it, Kakarot. Goku's screams were accompanied by lightning that crackled across the sky. Goku's body began to change, gradually shifting to a pristine white. He spread his arms wide, releasing a massive shockwave that shattered everything around him. Gogeta wasn't surprised by Goku's transformation to Super Saiyan 5. It made perfect sense. Goku had already reached Super Saiyan 3 over a decade ago, mastered Super Saiyan 4 over the years, and now breaking through to Super Saiyan 5 was a natural progression. Goku reveled in the endless power surging through him. He extended a hand and fired an energy blast at Gogeta. Gogeta merely waved his hand, deflecting the blast with ease. But Goku wasn't fazed. He flashed a sinister smile at Gogeta. Hep! In an instant, Goku vanished, reappearing in the sky. He stretched out his hand and launched an indiscriminate attack on everyone below. Die! Ha ha ha! Wukong rapidly unleashed a barrage of energy spheres toward the group. Run! Piccolo shouted, darting away as the others fled beyond Wukong's attack range. Don't think you can escape. As Wukong prepared to lock onto Piccolo and the others, Gogeta moved, appearing before Wukong out of thin air, an uppercut interrupting his technique. Wukong responded swiftly, throwing a punch at Gogeta, who twisted his body, slightly kicked Wukong away, and followed up with a volley of energy blasts. Wukong quickly stabilized himself, raising his hand to unleash several energy blasts that neutralized Gogeta's attack. Gogeta flew toward Wukong at lightning speed, a flying kick, sending him crashing into a boulder, shattering it into pieces. Gogeta extended a single finger, swiping it forcefully toward where Wukong had fallen. A thin beam of light sliced through the ground, leaving a long gash in its wake. Wukong barely dodged Gogeta's strike, but his arm was still grazed, blood gushing forth. Clutching his wounded arm, he knelt on one knee. Damn it! Gogeta is far more formidable than I imagined. And he hasn't even transformed yet. That was what suffocated Wukong the most. Without transforming, Gogeta had already overwhelmed him. Wukong rose to his feet, his aura erupting once more, but this time it was different. A mysterious energy cloaked him, the power of the gods. Even Gogeta was taken aback. Using divine energy. How impressive. Wukong completed his transformation swiftly, his wounds healing as the divine energy surged. Seeing this, Gogeta unleashed a bit more of his own power, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in an instant. Come, this is the final round. Wukong charged straight at Gogeta, throwing a powerful punch. Gogeta caught it with an open palm, but Wukong could barely control his surging strength. The leaking energy caused the earth to tremble violently. Tall buildings snapped in half. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, cataclysms unfolded across the entire planet. In the cities, countless people fled in panic. In the forests, animals scrambled to escape. Even fish in the water surfaced, a rare sight. All of this was due to Wukong's uncontrollable power. Gogeta furrowed his brow, a glimmer of understanding dawning, yet more questions arose. He finally grasped the strange sensation about Wukong. His power was eerily unnatural, as if forcibly elevated. This left Wukong unable to control his transcendent strength, causing it to leak and devastate the earth. But a new question emerged: who was helping Wukong boost his power? And what was their purpose? Gogeta had no time to ponder these matters now. He had to deal with Wukong first. Extending both hands toward Wukong. Time freeze. Wukong froze as if paused. Gogeta flew to his side, struck him sharply on the neck, and knocked him unconscious. Gogeta descended slowly, carrying the unconscious Wukong. Gohan and the others flew over upon seeing Gogeta subdue him. Gohan still held the Eternal Dragon. Please tell us the reason. Shenron. Piccolo asked again, seeking the cause of Wukong's transformation. Shenron was silent for a long moment before speaking. Do you know of the evil clan? Everyone except Gogeta looked utterly bewildered. The evil clan. What is that? At the mention of the evil clan, Gogeta's face darkened instantly. Involvement with them meant the situation had spiraled beyond his imagination. Seeing Gogeta's grim expression, the others felt their hearts sink. The evil clan are beings from beyond the universe. No one knows where they came from. Their goal is to devour the entire multiverse. Shenron slowly recounted the origins of the evil clan. Long, long ago, the evil clan invaded our multiverse. Our two supreme beings waged a great war against the evil king. In the end, both sides suffered grievously, and the evil king fell into slumber. This war shattered the entire multiverse. Now the evil king is about to awaken. Hearing this, Gogeta couldn't help but gasp sharply. Hiss! Things had truly gone awry. Son Wukong's transformation is the choice of the world's will. This world has chosen to awaken Son Wukong. There is no time left for gradual growth. The world has begun to intervene, forcibly elevating his power. This is the world's choice. North Kai slumped to the ground, murmuring to himself. No wonder Wukong underwent such a change. This is the world preparing for the coming crisis. Even the world must intervene forcibly. This is truly an unprecedented catastrophe. Cold sweat dripped from everyone. A super crisis sweeping the multiverse. The terrifying ultimate evil king. Gogeta's expression had reached its darkest. The evil clan. The evil king. What kind of existence was that? The two supreme beings. Undoubtedly they were Xeno and the dragon god Zalama. Even those two fought to a mutual defeat. The evil king was undoubtedly the most terrifying entity, one that even the world's consciousness feared. Xeno's current state was likely a result of that battle with the evil king. As for the dragon god Zalama, Gogeta had never seen him. But he probably wasn't dead. If the dragon god Zalama had perished, the super Dragon Balls he created would have disappeared too. Piccolo and the others regretted seeking the answer to this question. The truth was too horrifying. Gogeta sat on a rock, closing his eyes to process the information he had just received. The others remained unsettled for a long time. Such a bombshell was overwhelming for anyone. Phew. Gogeta let out a long breath, stood up, and addressed the group. Since we now know of this, we must train relentlessly to gain the power needed before the crisis arrives. Prepare yourselves. At least we can get ready in advance. Gogeta turned to Shenron and asked, how much time do we have? Shenron answered gravely, at most 100 years. The evil king will surely awaken. 100 years. Gogeta already possessed the strength of an angel. How far could he advance in a century? He himself didn't know. He had to reach at least the level of the Grand Priest. That was the goal Gogeta set for himself. The problem is solved. I'll take my leave now. Thank you, Shenron. Gohan expressed his gratitude. Shenron coiled the 7 Dragon Balls and ascended swiftly, scattering them across the sky as it brightened once more. At that moment, Wukong awoke. Ugh, what happened to me? Upon waking, Wukong noticed everyone's faces were grim. Gogeta? You are Gogeta, he exclaimed in surprise, suddenly aware of Gogeta's presence. Yo, long time no see, Wukong. Gogeta waved, though his expression remained troubled. What happened? Why is everyone looking so down? Wukong rubbed his sore neck and stood up, addressing the group. Wukong, do you not recall what transpired earlier? Earlier? Wukong looked puzzled. What are you all talking about? Didn't I get knocked out by Vegeta during our sparring match? Wukong was equally bewildered. Why was everyone so grave upon his awakening, and why was Gogeta here? His response left them all stunned. Wukong, you truly don't remember. What? What are you all on about? Wukong, confused by their reactions, questioned back. Piccolo recounted everything that had happened to Wukong. Huh, are you saying I did all those things? Wukong was astonished. It felt as though someone had possessed him. I have no memory of doing any of this. Yet, that is the truth. Because of the Demon King, the world will chose to awaken you, apparently, without your knowledge. After hearing the entire account, Wukong's expression darkened. There was no choice. Such a matter was too terrifying, far beyond their comprehension. It seems we must train harder. Wukong gazed at everyone with determination. A surrender was never his style. He believed 100 years would suffice to become strong enough to face this crisis. Wukong was confident. Divine Chi. Is it truly that powerful? He had heard that the power he wielded against Gogeta was immense, but how did he come to possess it? Was it another trick of the world will? Gogeta nodded. Of course it rivals the power of Super Saiyan 4. Even stronger. If these two powers combine, a qualitative leap occurs. Gogeta taught Wukong and the others the method to cultivate Divine Chi. As for divine techniques, unfortunately Gogeta had no special advice. The rest of the path was theirs to forge alone. Gogeta also spoke with Gohan, offering him some counsel, confident that Gohan would become formidable. After conversing with everyone, Gogeta prepared to leave. Before departing, he advised, if you have any questions, seek guidance from Shenron. Shenron's origins are vast, though unable to grant wishes his knowledge far surpasses yours. As long as the request is reasonable, Shenron should not refuse. Behind Shenron stood the dragon god Salama. Even if his abilities were limited by his creator, his insight was profound. It was like an employee whose boss was the nation's wealthiest person. Though he couldn't match his boss abilities, if he encountered an unsolvable problem, he could turn to his boss for help. At least he had a channel to bring the matter before the boss, provided the request was reasonable and significant. The logic was much the same. The earrings Gogeta used for the ultimate fusion were a case in point. After his final words, Gogeta departed. Farewell, everyone. In another world, a similar scenario unfolded. Wukong was struck hard on the back of the head by Oobi, triggering a transformation. Evil Wukong emerged once more. After a fierce battle with Oobi and Vegeta, Piccolo and the others summoned Shenron with the Dragon Balls, hoping to restore Wukong. Wukong arrived at King Kai's planet to recover his strength and monitor Piccolo's group. What would become of this situation? No one knew. In another world, Android 17 and 18 suddenly felt their power increase. As androids, they could now cultivate. In another world, Frisia's son, after a long period of freezing, finally broke his seal. He immediately headed to Earth to seek revenge against Son Goku. In another world, Vegeta's brother Raditz finally mastered the power within. He came to Earth to seek vengeance against Vegeta. In another world, a group of scientists suddenly had their minds sharpened with countless ideas flooding in. They created terrifying weapons of mass destruction, capable of destroying heaven and Earth. In another world, Earth's warriors suddenly found their training speed increased. Goku, Vegeta, and the other Saiyans broke through their limits, entering new stages. The other warriors also experienced qualitative improvements. Many worlds began to undergo subtle changes. Gogeta quickly returned to his own world to inform everyone. They were part of the Guardians, yet even they were unaware of this, perhaps only those of a certain level knew the news. Gogeta rushed to where Goku and the others were training. Gohan saw Gogeta return so soon and approached him. Back already, Uncle Gogeta. It seems the matter is resolved. Gogeta nodded. The issue is settled, but an even more terrifying crisis has emerged. Gogeta's words made Goku and Vegeta pause mid-spar. They had never heard Gogeta speak of anything so grave. This was truly a major event. What happened? Goku, Vegeta, and Broly gathered around. It concerns the evil clan. At the mention of the evil clan, their expressions darkened instantly. They had often dealt with them and knew their terror well. The king of the evil clan, the Demon King, is about to awaken. The Demon King is so fearsome that even the world will trembles. Gogeta briefly recounted what had happened in that world. That's the situation. Everyone's face was grim. Such a horror left them at a loss. The key issue is whether we have any powerhouses capable of opposing him. What is the status of those two supreme beings? We know nothing. Gogeta continued. We must hasten to strengthen ourselves. We may not even have 100 years. We cannot be certain when the Demon King will awaken or what he will do afterward. In short, the stronger we become, the safer our families will be and the greater our chances of victory. Gogeta urged everyone to train hard, then turned to head home. He needed to train under the Grand Priest and explain the situation to his wife. Before long, Gogeta arrived home and immediately sought out Thais. Husband, I need to go train for a while. I might not be back during this time. Thais wrapped her arms around Gogeta's neck and asked with a hint of reproach, You're already this strong, and you still need to train. Gogeta pondered for a moment and decided to tell Thais the truth. To protect his family, he had to become stronger. Gogeta recounted the entire sequence of events to Thais, including everything that had happened during the Dimensional Chaos War. After hearing his account, Thais' heart churned with turmoil. She understood that Gogeta was doing this for the safety of their family, and she had no reason to stop him. Husband, you've worked so hard. Thais stood on her tiptoes and planted a passionate kiss on Gogeta, who responded enthusiastically, pulling her close by the waist. Only when Thais was breathless did Gogeta release her. Wait for me to return my love. He took out the button given to him by the Grand Minister and said, I'm off now, darling. Think of me while I'm gone. With that, Gogeta pressed the button and vanished from their home. In the Omni King's palace across space-time, Gogeta's figure materialized. Mr. Gogeta, you have arrived, the Grand Minister said, having been waiting for some time. You have come for training, I presume. Yes, I trouble you, Grand Minister. Please follow me. The Grand Minister turned and led Gogeta to the training grounds. Gogeta stared at the Grand Minister's back, wanting to ask a question, but unsure how to begin. The Grand Minister walked with his hands behind his back, silent the entire way, and Gogeta did not speak either. After a series of twists and turns following the Grand Minister, they arrived at a training area. The Grand Minister turned and said, Mr. Gogeta, from your demeanor earlier, it seems there is something you wish to ask. The Grand Minister was fully aware of Gogeta's every move. Gogeta organized his thoughts before speaking. Grand Minister, at your level, you must have considerable knowledge of the evil clan, correct? The Grand Minister showed no surprise at Gogeta, mentioning the evil clan, wondering if he had learned of it from the angel who appeared during the Dimensional Chaos War or from elsewhere. Of course. Then you also know that the Demon King is about to awaken. Gogeta's words finally caused a change in the Grand Minister's expression. So Mr. Gogeta is already aware of this. However, given your abilities, it was only a matter of time. Indeed, the Demon King is on the verge of awakening. Gogeta pressed on. Do we have any countermeasures? The Grand Minister replied. Even after the Demon King awakens, he will not make any major moves for a short while. The damage inflicted by the full force of the Omni King and Lord Dragon God is not so easily healed. For now, there is no need for Mr. Gogeta to worry. Hearing the Grand Minister's words, Gogeta finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. Even if the Demon King awakened, he would not be at his peak, likely as gravely wounded as the Omni King or Lord Dragon God Zalama. If that was the case, there should still be ample time for training, increasing the odds of victory. Then let us begin our training, Gogeta said. The Grand Minister perceived Gogeta's power at a glance and could not help but admire Mr. Gogeta. In this short span of time, you have grown much stronger. You have improved considerably since our last meeting. Mr. Gogeta, have you touched upon the laws? Gogeta nodded. Yes, after breaking through to a new stage, I grasped this power. The Grand Minister continued. Once one's power reaches a certain level, one must begin cultivating the power of laws. After that, battles are decided by whose laws are superior. A thought struck Gogeta. Did the evil clan possess this power? He asked. So does the evil clan wield this power? The Grand Minister shook his head. Mr. Gogeta should know that the evil clan are beings not from our universe. They naturally cannot control this power. Gogeta nodded. That made perfect sense. When he had fought Danbaru before, he had not seen him use such power. Suddenly another question occurred to Gogeta. The gods of destruction could use this power. Then why can the gods of destruction use the power of destruction? The Grand Minister replied. The gods of destruction are deities authorized by the Omni King. To a certain extent, they can borrow the laws of the universe. And the angel's restriction from acting freely is also a decree from the Omni King. Exactly. The mysteries clouding Gogeta's mind finally cleared. So that was the reason. If there are no more questions, let us begin our training, Mr. Gogeta. No more questions. And so Gogeta remained at the Omni King's palace to train. After learning of the Demon King, Goku and the others trained even harder. How could they miss out on such an epic battle? Wasn't Goku that martial arts fanatic seeking exactly this kind of formidable challenge? Other worlds were also anxiously responding to the sudden upheaval. Not like that, Mr. Gogeta. The Grand Minister watched Gogeta's movements and corrected him. You must understand the laws and use them in harmony with yourself, not try to control them with brute force. The Grand Minister pointed out Gogeta's error. Having never been exposed to such concepts before, Gogeta could only forcibly use the laws with raw power. Only by comprehending and understanding the laws can you unleash greater power. Simply using force to drive them yields very limited results. The Grand Minister patiently guided Gogeta, who was quite talented. He quickly grasped the essentials and began to contemplate. The Grand Minister stood aside, nodding in satisfaction as he watched Gogeta enter the state so swiftly. There seemed to be great hope now. Time swiftly passed a month. During this month, Gogeta made tremendous progress, reaching a new height in his understanding of the laws. As he delved deeper, he increasingly felt their profound mysteries, and his power steadily grew along with his comprehension. Although Gogeta was still the weakest among the angels, it would not be long before he caught up to, and even surpassed them. With his rising strength, Gogeta could faintly sense the elusive aura emanating from the Grand Minister. Just a hint of it sent chills down his spine. His claim of the Grand Minister being the strongest in the entire universe was certainly not an exaggeration. He wondered what level the Grand Minister had reached. Had he surpassed the Omni King? Gogeta was intensely curious, but did not voice the question. In a certain place, Bardock summoned the Dark Shinran, preparing to eliminate the troublesome duplicate universe. Summoner, state your wish, and I shall grant you 3. Bardock was somewhat astonished. Couldn't the dragon only grant 1 wish? However, setting that aside for now, he resolved to deal with the duplicate universe first. Bardock made his wishes to the Dark Shinran. First wish, restore everything in the real universe that was destroyed. Second wish, make the duplicate universe vanish without affecting the real one. Third wish, elevate my companions and my power to the limit. The Dark Shinran granted all 3 of Bardock's wishes. Just then a voice sounded behind Bardock. The Dark Shinran granting 3 wishes is unexpected, likely related to Fuss experiments. I apologize for making selfish wishes. No need to mind, we no longer require such things. The mysterious figure slowly turned, revealing a striking head of blue hair. Once you've familiarized yourselves with the power, the plan begins. Yes, Lord Aeos. In the nest of time, Cronoa met Aeos, the former Supreme Kai of Time. This matter can no longer be entrusted to you. I will take the scroll of time. Even if it comes to blows, I will stop you, former Supreme Kai of Time, Aeos. Cronoa refused to yield the artifact and prepared to settle the matter with force. AEOs smiled contemptuously as 4 figures in black appeared behind Cronoa. Cronoa hadn't anticipated AEOs having allies. Alone she was powerless against them, and the scroll of time was seized by AEOs. Cronoa immediately called for Goku and the others, also contacting Gogeta. However, Gogeta was in the Omni King's palace receiving guidance from the Grand Priest, and Cronoa's power couldn't reach that supreme realm. The Grand Priest, who was instructing Gogeta, sensed the Supreme Kai of Time's plea for help. His gaze pierced through layers of space, surveying the entire situation before withdrawing. Gogeta sat cross-legged before the Grand Priest, eyes shut tight. The Grand Priest chose not to inform him, believing Cronoa and the others capable of resolving the issue. Cronoa grew anxious, unable to reach Gogeta. Just then Goku and the others arrived. What happened? Lord Supreme Kai. Behind Goku were Vegeta, Trunks, and others including Gohan. The scroll of time has been stolen. Cronoa's face was filled with worry. That scroll governed all of time and space. If something went wrong, the entire timeline could be in peril. Goku and the others didn't grasp the scroll of time's importance, but seeing Cronoa's grim expression, they understood the gravity of the situation. Who stole the scroll of time? Let's get it back quickly. Cronoa looked at the group and said, it was the former Supreme Kai of Time EOS. I don't know where she is. We'll have to wait for her to act. I know stealing the scroll of time means she's planning something major. She must have prepared thoroughly before making a move. It won't be long before we see what she intends to do. Damn it. We can't reach Gogeta. This time we have to rely on you all. Cronoa said to the group. No problem. Even without Gogeta's help, I believe we can win. Goku clenched his fists, speaking firmly. The others looked equally confident, trusting absolutely in their own strength. Then I leave it to you all. Soon Aeos made her move. She organized an event called the Time-Space Tournament, inviting powerful warriors from various timelines. Goku and his group infiltrated to gather information and find a chance to reclaim the Scroll of Time. Super Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan also received invitations and joined the tournament. They were accompanied by Yamcha, Jiren, and Hit. Other timelines featured familiar faces: Time Patrol Goku, and others the old Broly, Golden Frieza, and Cooler Hearts, encumber the Red Ribbon androids, the Frieza Force, Bojack, Tulstapian, Kid Buu, Janemba, and various minor fighters. Teams of 7 competed. The rules were simple. In the arena, there were 3-centimeter fairies. Capturing them secured victory, or eliminating all members of other teams also won. The time limit was 50 tacks. The match began, and everyone was teleported separately to an unfamiliar location. Super Goku looked around when a sharp punch came from behind. He instantly countered, blocking the fist with one hand. It's you. The one who ambushed Super Goku was Time Patrol Goku. I've long wanted to fight you. Super Goku was eager, and Time Patrol Goku equally craved a good brawl. But mindful of the Supreme Kai of Time's orders, Time Patrol Goku decided to focus on the mission first. The Supreme Kai of Time sent us to find a person named Aeos, the host of this tournament. That guy. Before Time Patrol Goku could finish, several energy blasts flew toward them from afar, forcing both to dodge. Looks like we need to deal with the immediate trouble first. Time Patrol Goku said, eyeing the distant thugs. Super Goku replied, after we finish with them, it's my turn, right? With that, the two charged at the group of thugs. Elsewhere, Trunks faced Tapion. The moment Tapion saw Trunks, he recognized him. You are Trunks. Trunks frowned. This man seemed to know him. You know me? Tapion didn't answer, but instead said, let me see your power, Trunks. They both slowly rose into the air where a centimeter fairy was circling. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, quickly forming hand seals for his signature move, Frieza. Tapion countered with an energy blast, neutralizing Trunks' attack and filling the air with smoke. Hidden in the shadows, Aeos observed the tournament's progress, her 4 black-clad followers behind her. Haha, it's decreasing, it's decreasing. A smile spread across Eos' face. On the battlefield, Broly was furiously attacking Jiren, who countered effortlessly, his expression unchanging. Hirudegarn, the Phantom Demon, attacked Hit, but how could its massive frame land a blow on him? Meanwhile, Kid Buu clashed with Janemba, the two pure evils locked in a ferocious battle. Everyone was fighting except for the God of Tea, who was desperately fleeing from Mecha Frieza's attacks. The timelines have increased too much. It can no longer be left to Cronoa. Some must be reduced. On every battlefield, the participants were locked in fierce combat. Broly's powerful fists were easily caught by Jiren. Hit rapidly struck Janemba's forehead, causing the creature immense pain. Kid Buu and Janemba were locked in a struggle. Kid Buu pulled hard and drove his knee viciously into Janemba's chin. Struck, Janemba retaliated furiously by head-butting Kid Buu with great force. Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan 3, rapidly gathering an energy sphere and firing it at Tulls. Unfazed Tulls took a bite of a fruit of the Tree of Might and casually launched an energy sphere of his own, nullifying Raditz's attack. The swarm of minor fighters attacking the two Gokus fell at their feet. The warm-up is over. Super Goku stretched, then turned to Time Patrol Goku, his eyes burning with intensity. Honestly, didn't I say I had other things to do? Time Patrol Goku's tone was resigned. But still, I want to have a good fight with you too. Hee. Both Gokus grinned. Huh. Time Patrol Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, while Super Goku entered Super Saiyan Blue in a flash. Their overwhelming power shattered the ground beneath them. A blinding flash of light erupted as they clashed, their limbs moving in a blur, every strike and parry carrying a fierce and sharp aura. They knew each other too well, and for a time their fight was evenly matched. Elsewhere, the god of tea, pursued by Mecha Frieza, hid within a dense thicket. The god of tea cowered, breathing in shallow gasps, silently praying not to be discovered by Mecha Frieza. After a while, hearing no movement outside, he decisively stood up, ready to make his move. The moment he rose, he bumped his head against a floating centimeter fairy. The collision knocked the fairy unconscious, and the god of tea effortlessly captured it. In the next instant, the god of tea vanished from his spot, reappearing at the starting point. Super Goku, who had been locked in combat with Time Patrol Goku, also disappeared along with him, returning to the announcer's side, leaving Time Patrol Goku bewildered. Goku and his team had all returned to the starting area, a place filled with gears. They were the first team to capture a centimeter fairy. The god of tea was laughing heartily, holding the centimeter fairy aloft. Shortly after, Time Patrol Goku's team also returned with Trunks clutching a centimeter fairy of his own. Elsewhere, Hearts and Cumber had also returned. You're back too. Not bad. Super Goku smiled upon seeing them. But where did the rest of them go? Super Goku looked around, puzzled by the absence of the others. Just then, 4 figures clad in black cloaks appeared on the high platform of gears. One of them spoke. I made them all disappear. Piccolo's face turned green. What do you mean by that? The figure answered Piccolo's question. It means I made their entire timeline vanish. The cloaked figure's tone was calm, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. This is all for the great mission of EOS. Enough. Let's start the second battle. Hearing EOS name, Trunks could no longer contain himself. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, gathered an energy sphere in his hand, and fired it directly at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure raised a hand and casually caught Trunks' energy sphere. You're still so impatient. He then slowly floated into the air, a dark red aura erupting from his body. If you want to fight, try me. The terrifying aura emanating from him stunned the group. What an incredible presence. The cloaked figure instantly appeared before Trunks, his fist connecting with Trunks' face. Startled by the speed, Trunks quickly recovered, crossing his arms to block the punch. Trunks then pushed the cloaked figure away with all his might and threw a punch. The cloaked figure blocked it, also surprised by Trunks' strength, a glimmer of acknowledgement appearing in his eyes. That guy is so fast, and did you notice it too? His movements are like... Piccolo, ever perceptive, had already realized the cloaked figure was Gohan. Trunks and the cloaked Gohan kept moving and exchanging blows in the air, the sounds of their clashes echoing from all directions. After another traded punch, they both created some distance. That move, you are. Trunks also realized the truth, baffled as to why brother Gohan had become like this. The more Trunks thought, the angrier he became. He decided to defeat this Gohan first, and then find out why he was with EOS. Trunks gathered energy in his hand, forming a golden energy sphere. As he poured more energy into it, the sphere grew larger and larger. Seeing Trunks' action, the cloaked Gohan also extended his hand, a dark red energy sphere coalescing in his palm, soon becoming immense. Trunks hurled his energy sphere at the cloaked Gohan, who retaliated by throwing his own. Just as the two colossal energies were about to collide, a cold, detached voice suddenly rang out. Freeze. The two massive energy spheres halted in midair. EOS figure appeared in the sky. You both possess immense power. However, EOS extended her hands, and 2 spatial rifts opened, swallowing the energy spheres before slowly closing. Let's put an end to this unsanctioned brawl. EOS wore a faint smile. Who are you? Super Goku asked directly. Trunks revealed her identity. That's the former Supreme Kai of Time, EOS. Time Patrol Goku's team watched EOS warily. Kranoa was among them, completely bundled up. This introduction is a bit late. I am EOS, the host of this tournament, and the selector of timelines. The 4 cloaked figures returned to EOS' side, appearing as her loyal bodyguards. Timelines must not increase. That is the law of this world. You must continue fighting. The losing team will be erased along with their time scroll. As she spoke, EOS raised her hand, and a scroll was instantly destroyed. Trunks' face burned with fury. This being had just destroyed an entire timeline. Now then, hurry up. Which timeline will be the last one standing? As EOS' words faded, everyone vanished one by one, teleported to unknown locations. You all go as well. EOS commanded the 4 figures behind her. Yes, Lady EOS. With that, the 4 also disappeared into the air. Super Piccolo and Gohan father and son were teleported to a place resembling a Namekian illusion, though the sky was still filled with gears. Their former adversaries surrounded them. Then a black figure appeared in the air, directly removing his black cloak to reveal his true appearance. Piccolo's face turned green with shock. Gohan looked equally incredulous. That man was none other than Gohan's biological father Piccolo. Your opponent is yours truly. This Piccolo was exceptionally arrogant, referring to himself as yours truly. T-God Super Vegeta and Hit were grouped together. Their opponent was also a figure in black. She began explaining the rules to the group. Take this adorable centimeter fairy from us and offer it to Lord Eos to pass the second round. With that, she tucked the small centimeter fairy into her bosom. So we just beat you and take it. Vegeta's cold voice rang out. Exactly. The figure in black also shed the black cloak, revealing a cute young girl. She clasped her hands together and shouted, "Go forth." Glass warriors. Countless crystal warriors slowly emerged from the ground. Vegeta felt she was underestimating him, sending these mere grunts to face him. Vegeta charged straight ahead, shattering a crystal warrior with his head, then transformed into Super Saiyan Blue to attack the crystal girl, with Hit following close behind. Trunks meanwhile faced black-clad Gohan. They immediately engaged in battle, energy spheres flying everywhere. Trunks dodged energy spheres in the air, seized an opportunity to fire one back, then swiftly moved right in front of black-clad Gohan and punched him. Black-clad Gohan blocked Trunks' fist and countered swiftly. Trunks turned his head to evade the punch, swung his fist again, and they engaged in close-quarters combat. After exchanging a few blows, Trunks distanced himself. That one-handed move. Your black-clad Gohan made no attempt to hide his identity, reaching up to remove his cloak. Brother Gohan. Why? Though Trunks had already guessed it was Gohan, he couldn't help but ask. Black-clad Gohan's eyes were sharp as he recounted his story. In his timeline, Bulma and Trunks had been killed by the androids. He was the sole survivor living in misery. I lost everything. It's all because I was too weak. Black-clad Gohan's fists clenched unconsciously. I cannot forgive my weak, complacent self. Lord Eos granted me power with the Dark Dragon Balls. I will prove my strength. That is the meaning of my survival. Black-clad Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura not just gold, but also a dark crimson, likely the power of the Dark Dragon Balls. Black-clad Gohan punched Trunks away, then followed with a kick, sending Trunks hurtling into the air. Trunks quickly stabilized himself, but black-clad Gohan's attack was already upon him. Trunks raised his leg to block black-clad Gohan's flying kick. They engaged in fierce close-quarters combat in the air. Each punch and collision sparked with lightning. I understand your feelings. If not for Mr. Gogeta, my world might have become like yours. But such a lost and confused fist cannot defeat me. I will never lose to anyone again. Trunks. Black-clad Gohan roared, unleashing even greater power. He grabbed Trunks' incoming fist, yanked him close, and delivered a vicious kick to Trunks' abdomen. I told you, how can such a lost attack possibly defeat me? Trunks struck black-clad Gohan hard with his elbow, followed by a fierce roundhouse kick that sent him flying. Black-clad Gohan crashed through several buildings. Trunks pressed the attack, gathering energy in his hand. Mekankasapo. Black-clad Gohan responded, forming a Kamehameha with one hand. Kamehameha. Huh. The two energy waves collided instantly, unleashing a terrifying force. Brother Gohan. True strength cannot be obtained through external means. Trunks instantly overpowered black-clad Gohan's Kamehameha, pushing it back with his Mekankasapo. A tremendous explosion engulfed the entire space. As the light faded and the smoke cleared, Trunks landed slowly. Black-clad Gohan lay in the center of a large crater, gasping for breath. Brother Gohan, the strength you once had was not like this. Super Goku, on the other hand, faced his father Bardock. Let me test this power I gained from the Dark Dragon Balls. Bardock roared wildly, unleashing his power and transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Heh, what incredible ki. Goku transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue and asked Jiren beside him. Jiren, can I handle this one? That guy seems to be a Saiyan too. Jiren looked at their identical faces, somewhat bewildered. Aren't you two supposed to be father and son? Why are you acting like you don't know each other? But Jiren didn't meddle and simply replied, as you wish. What astonishing energy. Kakarot, I never imagined your power had reached such heights. Do you know me? Who are you? Goku still had no recognition and questioned Bardock in return. Bardock did not answer directly, merely summarizing his past in a simple sentence. I am a low-class Saiyan warrior who abandoned the past in pursuit of power. With that, Bardock charged at Goku. Goku rushed towards Bardock as well, and their fists collided fiercely in the air. Meanwhile, T-God was locked in a fierce, albeit one-sided beating against the Glass People. Vegeta, unwilling to drag things out, began charging a powerful attack. Final flash. The terrifying energy wave engulfed the green Glass Tribe girl. T-God, however, bungled things by accident. His carelessly fired energy sphere nearly hit, who had just captured the Glass Tribe girl's true body. This disruption allowed her to escape. What is your meaning? Hit's cold gaze exuded murderous intent. T-God was panicking, but still bluffed. Well, she's an enemy, but did we really have to kill her? Then I'll kill you first. Hit had no patience for small fry like T-God and fired an energy sphere directly at him, but the Glass Tribe girl blocked it. By a twist of fate, T-God won the Glass Tribe girl's heart. After their intense battle, Goku and Bardock were both panting heavily, sweat pouring down their faces. Haha. Bardock leaped into the air, gathering energy in his hand, intending to decide the outcome with this one move. Hop. Bardock's muscles bulged as he condensed immense power in his right hand. Goku also erupted with energy, forming a Kamehameha in his hands. Kamehameha. Here I come, Kakarot. Huh. They both fired their energy attacks with all their might, the two colossal forces colliding violently in the sky. Both were giving it their all. Truly incredible. But I won't lose either. Goku bellowed, unleashing an even greater power from within. The Kamehameha pushed Bardock's energy wave back. I don't know why, but this feels great. Kakarot, what have you been through to become this strong? I will continue to get stronger too. With Goku's full-powered assault, Bardock was defeated at his hands. Kranoa confronted Ios alone. Senior Ios, it is you. Please return the scroll of time to me. If you desire it so much, come and take it by force. Ios extended her hand, and a box materialized out of thin air. It opened automatically, drawing all the scrolls of time placed behind her into it. With a snap of her fingers, the two instantly appeared outside. Since you have interfered, I shall show no mercy. Release. Ios spread her arms, unleashing her full power. In an instant, she transformed from a lowly into a mature woman. Kranoa also released her full power, becoming a mature woman. We have debated for tens of thousands of years, yet my conclusion remains unchanged. Only one timeline shall exist. Ios reached out, her hand palm open as the clock behind her spun rapidly and enlarged. Time's condemnation. A colossal surge of energy shot toward Kranoa, who raised her palm to erect a barrier. Like you, I can faintly sense the harm caused by the ever-increasing timelines. But I wish to believe in the possibilities I have witnessed within them. Therefore, before Kranoa could finish, Ios interrupted her. As the senior, her power was clearly superior, and Kranoa was blasted down to the ground. Ios descended upon Kranoa. Until everything is concluded, please remain still. Freeze. She reached out, preparing to seal Kranoa away. Just then Super Goku arrived. Hey. Goku looked at the fallen Kranoa and recognized her instantly. How peculiar. He couldn't discern Bardock's face, yet he could instantly recognize Kranoa in her released form. Are you alright? You are the Supreme Kai of Time, aren't you? Perhaps I am a little indisposed. Kranoa lay weakly on the ground, her voice faint. So you are that possibility. Goku flew before Ios. What are you talking about? Never mind. There is something I wish to ask of you, Lady Ios. What is it? Although fighting powerful opponents in this tournament brings me great joy, I ask that you reconsider erasing the timelines. Ios thought Goku lacked confidence in victory, but his reply left her bewildered. Isn't it possible that formidable fighters exist in each timeline? Erasing them would be such a waste. You are indeed an interesting person, but also dangerous. I have no time to discuss this now. I am busy. Ios raised her hand and attacked Goku. Freeze. Goku instantly moved behind Ios and blocked her elbow strike. Is this a Ultra Instinct? Which is faster, your technique or mine, Lady Ios? Goku and Ios began to clash. After a dazzling exchange, Goku was surrounded by Ios energy spheres. Unfazed, he gathered a Kamehameha. If you do not move, you stand no chance. The clock behind Ios expanded again as she launched a full-powered strike. Unexpectedly, Goku executed a flash step maneuver. Goku instantly teleported before Ios. Instant transmission. Stop. Huh. He unleashed his Kamehameha, forcing Ios to hastily defend. The terrifying power shattered the frozen space itself. I have changed my mind. You are a dangerous variable that must be eliminated. Elsewhere, Demigra discovered the dark factor left behind by Mechikabura and successfully absorbed it, becoming the new Dark King. Huh. Seizing the moment when both Supreme Kais of Time were at their weakest, Demigra launched a surprise attack on the Nest of Time, hurling a massive energy sphere toward it. Goku rushed to Kranoa, shielding her with his body. The terrifying energy erupted, catching the attention of all those still fighting. Are you alright? Yes. What happened? Ios rose from the ground, gazing into the shadows. Who is there? So that's it. The ominous premonition of chaos in the time stream I sensed from somewhere. It was you. Demon God Demigra. Demigra now held the box containing the scrolls of time, causing Ios' pupils to contract in shock. Ha ha ha. At last I have obtained the power to dominate all timelines. Ios, Kranoa, I have awaited this moment of your weakened power. Now I shall transcend. The era of Dark King Demigra has finally arrived. Demigra raised the box and roared triumphantly. Arise all evils of the timelines. Join me in reshaping every timeline into its rightful form. A terrifying aura of malevolence surged from the box. One of the entities landed beside Demigra. It was Super Yixing Long. My. Elsewhere, a fearsome being took notice of the nest of time. Interesting. He casually tossed a stream of energy which swiftly merged into Demigra body. Consider this a gift to celebrate the return of our king. Hee hee. What do you intend to do? Goku stood before Demigra demanding sternly. To annihilate all humans and gods across the timelines. To create an eternal age of terror, a world of endless darkness. Seeing Demigra's arrogant expression, Kranoa was filled with regret. Damn it. I should have had Gogeta eliminate him back then. I won't let you do that. Goku declared firmly to Demigra. Super Yixing Long volunteered to take care of Goku. At that moment, the Time Patrol and the Super World Warriors arrived. This guy is Yixing Long. Time Patrol Gohan and Trunks stepped forward. Well, handle this one. They performed the fusion dance and Gohanks made a dazzling appearance. Gohanks charged at Super Yixing Long, beating him severely in a few exchanges. Kamehameha. He followed up with a Kamehameha, sending Super Yixing Long back to oblivion. Not bad, you two. Both Goku and Vegeta expressed their approval to Trunks and Gohan. Lady Io's we. The situation has changed. Let us call a truce for now. Ios and Super Goku formed a temporary alliance. Everyone stared solemnly at Demigra. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Robble. Beside her stood a towering figure, once again Broly. Demigra extended his arms toward the sky and evil energy instantly surged from his body. Then with a forceful clench of his fist, the entire space twisted and the nest of time transformed into a realm brimming with malevolent aura. Even the arena prepared by Ios was altered. The colossal gears in the sky were tainted with a sinister presence. Clusters of black mist descended from the heavens, gradually taking shape as enemies, all of whom were foes encountered before. Among them were even the demons under Mechikabura's command. O wicked ones gathered from all timelines. I, the Dark King Demigra, shall grant you power beyond all limits. Use it to mercilessly annihilate the feeble weaklings and those who ally with the Supreme Kai of Time. All the summoned evil beings were imbued with Demigra's fearsome dark power. Red-black energy erupted from everyone, their crimson eyes blazing with malevolence. Demigra laughed triumphantly. Hee-hee-ha. Do you feel it? This power that can dominate everything. With merely a burst of his energy, the entire space began to tremble. Goku and Ios were both forced back several steps. Ios summoned the last of her strength, and a clock materialized behind her once more, but she could no longer assume her liberated form, remaining in her childlike state. Goku could only enter his Super Saiyan blue form to confront this crisis. Super Saiyan 4 Broly, brought by Robble, also began to unleash his energy. Gohanks immediately intercepted him, charging forward and knocking Broly down with a single punch. However, such a simple attack did little harm to Broly. He rushed again, and Gohanks instantly closed in, engaging him in a fierce grapple. The two engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand clash, each blow landing with bone-crushing force, igniting a fervent thrill. Gohanks landed a heavy kick on Broly's cheek, while Broly's massive fist struck Gohanks' face in return. Both staggered backward. Broly unleashed a barrage of green energy spheres from his hands. Gohanks brought his palms together, forming a Kamehameha that swept away all of Broly's projectiles. Gohanks gazed at the ferocious Broly and flashed a confident smile. Demigra began his move as well. In an instant, he teleported behind Ios, seized her head, and delivered a devastating punch that sent her flying, blood spilling from her mouth. Time Patrol Goku teleported forward and caught Ios. Leave this guy to us. Ios had little strength left, utterly unable to sustain a battle against Demigra. Super Goku had already gathered a Kamehameha in his hands and was striking toward Demigra. Demigra raised his hand, and a mass of black energy appeared. Dark reflection. The Kamehameha was instantly devoured. Let me return this gift to you along with the dark power. The Kamehameha was reflected back, and Super Goku grabbed Kranoa in his arms, diving to the side. Boom! The energy blast grazed past Goku's back, shooting into the distance at tremendous speed. A terrifying shockwave rolled in from afar. Super Goku was flung through the air, shielding Kranoa tightly as they crashed heavily to the ground. Ugh! Goku grunted in pain. Kranoa quickly got up to check on Super Goku's condition. Are you alright, Goku? Having endured multiple battles, Goku was already exhausted. He shook his head. I'm fine, just drained of energy. It seems I can't continue fighting. As long as you're okay, leave the fight to them. Kranoa and Goku both collapsed on the ground, leaving the battle to Time Patrol Goku and the others. Ios gathered energy in her hands, intending to strike again, but Time Patrol Goku stopped her. It's useless. His power far exceeds your capability. Even using all your time power won't work. Hee-hee-ho, you've got some eyes. Let me show you this power. Hop. Demigra roared loudly, unleashing an utterly terrifying force from his body. In an instant, the entire space shattered into pieces. As Demigra erupted, his body was gradually enveloped in a purple glow. Everyone present couldn't help but shield their eyes. The light faded, revealing Demigra's final form. Though there were no drastic changes, the overwhelming pressure and unfathomable dread emanating from him sent chills down everyone's spines. Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta were equally astonished. This bottomless power was something they had only witnessed in Gogeta. Vegeta, it seems we have to use that move. Time Patrol Goku said to Vegeta. Time Patrol Vegeta turned his head coldly, his heart in turmoil. Did he really have to fuse with Kakarot? Vegeta, don't hesitate. Think of Bulma. Time Patrol Goku invoked the fusion code word, Bulma. Time Patrol Vegeta instantly relented. Just this once, Kakarot. Time Patrol Goku smiled. I know. Senior Ios, please buy us some time. I'm counting on you. Ios nodded, then erupted with power. Huh. Demigra's attention was instantly drawn to Ios. So you still have this much strength left. Ios unleashed all her power, and a clock appeared above Demigra, trapping him within. It's useless. The gap between us is too vast. Demigra broke free from Ios' restraint with minimal effort. I never intended to control you. Ios looked at Demigra with a contemptuous smirk which infuriated him. He charged forward and threw a punch at Ios. However, before his fist could reach Ios, Vegetto sent him flying with a single punch. Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta had successfully fused. In his Super Saiyan 5 form, Vegetto was unstoppable. With one blow, he sent Demigra reeling. Krenoa shouted at Vegetto, time is limited. Take him down as quickly as possible. Even though I've enhanced the Patera with time power, I don't know how long it will last. Ordinary Patera earrings couldn't withstand such immense energy. The best option would have been to wish upon Shinrin, but there was no time. Krenoa had no choice but to pour all her power into the Patera to extend the fusion's duration. Got it. Vegetto charged at Demigra, without looking back, launching an attack, without caring that his foe was still on the ground. Demigra couldn't withstand Vegetto's assault. In just a few moves, he was battered into questioning his existence. Vegetto kicked Demigra away with tremendous force, then spread his arms wide. Final. Kamehameha. Die Demigra. Vegetto's ultimate Kamehameha surged forward with an unstoppable, terrifying force aimed directly at Demigra. No. Impossible. I have obtained the power to dominate everything. How could I be defeated by you? Demigra made his final desperate struggle as endless dark energy erupted from his hands in an attempt to block Vegetto's all-out attack. But the outcome did not go as Demigra wished. That immensely radiant energy with devastating force smashed Demigra into the ground. The ultimate Kamehameha, without any hindrance, pierced straight through the entire time nest and finally exploded. Boom! As the explosion roared, a fierce storm rapidly swept in. Super Saiyan Godson Goku shielded Eos while Trunks pulled Krenoa into his protective embrace. Everyone struggled against the storm except Vegetto, who remained unaffected. The Patera earrings on Vegetto's ears fluttered in the wind as he gazed at the spot where Demigra had vanished, lost in thought. After a while, the storm caused by the ultimate Kamehameha gradually subsided and the others regained their movement. What's wrong, Vegetto? Super Saiyan Godson Goku, noticing Vegetto staring ahead, couldn't help but ask. Demigra might not be dead yet. At the moment my ultimate Kamehameha exploded, I could clearly sense a terrifying energy emerging from within Demigra, enveloping him. I have never felt such a dreadful aura. At least before this, I have never encountered power more fearsome than it. Vegetto's expression darkened. Matters were spiraling in an uncontrollable direction far beyond his expectations. What? Even Gogeta can't compare. Vegetto said nothing, merely shaking his head. This is trouble. Seeing Vegetto's shake of the head, everyone felt a deep sense of dread, a power more terrifying than Gogeta's. No one present could withstand it. Crack! A sound like shattering glass rang out. The space before them fragmented bit by bit from a distance, resembling a colossal spiderweb. Ha ha! Demigra's triumphant laughter echoed from within. Accompanied by his laughter, the entire space shattered completely, and Demigra's figure appeared before them. Demigra was now exuding an aura of pure evil. Thick black mist poured endlessly from his body, soon shrouding the entire time nest. What a magnificent power! Demigra's face was filled with ecstasy as he closed his eyes, savoring the ceaseless surge of strength within him. So this is true darkness. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of energy swept forth. Everyone raised their arms to resist, but were still blown back repeatedly. Such fearsome power. He was hiding this kind of strengths. All were stunned by the terrifying force of Demigra's casual strike, staring at him with grave expressions. Vegetto instantly teleported before Demigra, his fist enveloped in golden aura, and struck a fierce blow. Bang! Demigra raised his elbow, blocking Vegetto's powerful punch. The collision between them sent shockwaves rippling outward like the end of the world. The time nest instantly shattered into several pieces. At this point, Vegetto could no longer hold back. He furiously unleashed his inner energy, instantly suppressing Demigra, forcing him into a continuous retreat until he crashed into the broken time nest. Vegetto attacked with both fists, landing blow after blow on Demigra, each strike carrying the force of thunder, momentarily overwhelming him. Seizing the moment Demigra was stunned, Vegetto kicked him hard in the face, sending him flying. Demigra crashed through the time nest and slammed violently into the boundary of the time realm. Vegetto gathered the ultimate Kamehameha once more. This time he poured all of his power into it. The pure white visage of Super Saiyan 5 was tinged with red. This was the divine key that Time Patrol son Goku and Vegeta had yet to fully master, but Vegetto had already attained. Super Saiyan 5 combined with divine key, power that transcended all limits. Even Demigra's face revealed fear. You still have such terrifying power in reserve. Demigra roared in madness. Endless darkness surged from within him once more. I will not lose to you again. Demigra raised a single hand and boundless dark energy coalesced into a massive energy sphere, its sinister aura sending chills down everyone's spine. Unbeknownst to Demigra himself, the dark power within him had been gradually changing, but the others could see it clearly. What exactly is that energy of his? Even someone as knowledgeable as Cronoa did not know, let alone the others. Aeos stared intently at that evil aura, finally speaking after a long pause. This might be the legendary evil force that invaded the world. The power of the evil clan. But I cannot be certain, as I have never seen it myself, only heard of it from my predecessor, the Kai of Time. Legend has it that the supreme Kai of Time fell in battle against the evil clan, which led to the decline of the time realm, leaving only this small time nest to govern a sliver of space-time. Hearing Eos' words, Cronoa looked at her in surprise. Senior Aeos, why didn't you tell me this before? Aeos smiled bitterly. How could I tell you something I wasn't even sure of? However, given the current situation, the legend is very likely true. Aeos looked up at the two figures in the sky, both still gathering their strength. The question is, how did Demigra obtain this power? By chance? Or, judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to know about this power himself. It must have been acquired unintentionally. Cronoa looked at Demigra's manic expression and said with certainty, given his state, he was 100% unaware of his own condition. In midair, Vegetto and Demigra had already unleashed their full power. Black and golden energies each occupied half the space. From the looks of it, this should be Vegetto's final strike. Super Saiyan Godson Goku and Vegeta fixed their eyes on the battlefield, not daring to miss a single detail. Along with them, all participants of the time tournament had their gazes locked on the center of the battlefield. This was the decisive battle for life and death. Face judgment, Demigra. Vegetto roared at Demigra, then unleashed his ultimate technique, the final Kamehameha. Demigra was not to be outdone, shouting back, darkness shall rule all. He hurled the energy sphere containing all his dark power toward Vegetto. The ultimate Kamehameha collided violently with the dark energy sphere. Boom. The moment the two forces collided, a terrifying might erupted, shattering the nest of time into rubble in an instant. Those with weaker power were sent flying backwards in that same instant, crashing heavily against the boundary of the time realm. Those slightly stronger could barely withstand the dreadful storm, managing only to keep themselves from being hurled away by the shockwave. The two Chronokais used the small amount of time power they had just recovered to barely steady themselves. Howa! Vegetto roared wildly, veins bulging on his arms and forehead, recklessly unleashing the power within him, sending it all surging toward Demigra. Demigra's face contorted with ferocity as he also poured out his power relentlessly. An endless darkness shrouded him, and an inexhaustible stream of dark force surged forward into the energy sphere. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. But Vegetto's energy was finite, while Demigra seemed bottomless. With his ceaseless output, Vegetto would surely falter in the long run. Yet Demigra could not wield this power without repercussions. Indeed, after his frenzied exertion, his body began to change. His muscles swelled grotesquely, making him appear as if inflated. Then fine cracks started to appear across Demigra's form as the side effects gradually emerged. His body could no longer sustain that overwhelming might. Borrowed power, though formidable, came with immense risks. But Demigra, already intoxicated by the force, paid no heed to his own condition. You're nearing your limit. Ha 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 ha. In the end, victory is mine. Darkness is the strongest. Demigra laughed triumphantly, watching Vegetto struggle. He intensified his energy output, causing his body to swell further. His once cool and handsome visage was long gone. His bloated 8-pack abs made him resemble an oversized, paunchy, middle-aged man, hideous beyond compare. Vegetto was pushed back step by step until he reached the edge of the time realm. He could barely hold on. If this continued, he would collapse before Demigra's body gave out. Once Vegetto fell, the others would be like lambs to the slaughter at Demigra's mercy. I have no choice but to gamble. Vegetto made his decision. Life and death were in the hands of fate. He would go all out. Vegetto let out a mighty roar. Kaioken. Huh. Vegetto revealed his final trump card, the Kaioken. Vegetto's body also swelled to size, veins bursting across his entire frame. An incredibly fearsome energy erupted, suppressing Demigra completely. Cough. Vegetto coughed up blood. The side effects of exceeding the limits of the Kaioken were terrifying. He was using it while in his Super Saiyan 5 state. Each of these three powers placed an immense burden on the body. Using 2 was already the limit, let alone 3. Fortunately, it was Vegetto. Anyone else would have perished the instant the Kaioken was activated. Not enough. Though Vegetto had suppressed Demigra, this level of power was insufficient to completely destroy him. Kaioken. 20 times. Vegetto threw caution to the wind and unleashed the maximum multiplier of the Kaioken. In that instant, Vegetto's body tore apart. He was drenched in blood, his white fur stained crimson. Even so, Vegetto did not relent. He poured everything into his attack. The ultimate Kamehameha expanded across several dimensions, instantly piercing through Demigra dark energy sphere and striking Demigra himself. This can't be. No. Demigra could only watch helplessly as the unstoppable ultimate Kamehameha hurtled toward him, vaporizing him in an instant. Demigra was finally slain by Vegetto's hand. After delivering that blow, Vegetto instantly defused, and Chrono Goku and Chrono Vegeta plummeted straight down. The two Chrono Kais acted in unison, casting an energy barrier around the pair, who landed gently. Father, Chrono Trunks and Gohan were the first to rush over, with the others following closely, encircling them. SSS. The injuries are severe. After examining their wounds, everyone drew a sharp breath. Both had extensive muscle damage, shattered bones, and ruptured blood vessels that bled profusely. This was the gravest injury they had ever sustained, even worse than Goku's injuries from his first battle with Vegeta. Kranoa and Eos hurriedly tried to heal them, but with their power not yet restored, they could only barely stop the bleeding, leaving the other injuries untreated. Not bad. You actually won. Suddenly a voice echoed in everyone's ears. They all widened their eyes in shock. Turning their heads, they saw a figure slowly materialize before them. Who are you? Everyone grew wary, shielding Chrono Goku and Chrono Vegeta behind them as they demanded. The figure simply reached out a hand. From the spot where Demigra had perished, a ball of dark energy flew swiftly into his palm. Seeing this, they could confirm the power Demigra had wielded came from this very person. A wave of despair washed over them. How could they fight this? They had exhausted themselves defeating Demigra. Facing someone who possessed that very power, they could muster no will to battle. There was no choice. The gap was too vast. Utter trash. Can't even win a fight. The man spat contemptuously, his disdainful gaze shifting from where Demigra had fallen to sweep over the group. Under his stare, everyone felt as if a primordial beast was watching them. Their blood ran cold, their limbs stiffened. They could not move, only watch dumbly as he walked slowly toward them. Just as the crisis peaked, a dazzling multicolored light appeared in the sky. The Grand Minister materialized. Lord Grand Minister. Kranoa and Eos exclaimed in surprise. The Grand Minister himself had appeared. A being from the celestial realm. The man stared at the Grand Minister, immediately recognizing his origin. The Grand Minister spoke with a smile. You were fortunate to escape the Chrono King's grasp. How dare you show yourself here again? Demon Lord Roll. You know me. Roll's expression turned suspicious. Since the Great War, after being gravely wounded by the Chrono King, he had been recuperating in seclusion, never revealing himself. If this so-called Grand Minister recognized him, he must have been a participant in that war. With that thought, Roll looked up and scrutinized the Grand Minister carefully. He was certain he had never seen this person before. He remembered all the top-tier combatants from the opposing side in that war, and this one was definitely not among them. It seemed he was a rising star. Reassured, Roll thought, as one of the 10 great demon lords under the Demon King, how could he fear a mere Grand Minister? Roar stood up directly, considering him merely a junior unworthy of his attention. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Roar charged forward. The High Priest merely waved his hand lightly, effortlessly blocking the energy projectile launched by Roar. He then extended his palm, rapidly gathering energy, and a pure white energy sphere quickly expanded, striking towards Roar. Boom. The energy sphere exploded, creating a massive cloud of smoke. As the wind blew through, Roar emerged from within. He crossed his arms to block the High Priest's attack, but evident scars marred his arms. Roar displayed an expression of disbelief. From that single strike, he sensed an unusual aura. Have you already stepped across that threshold? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Roar seemed almost mad, realizing that a junior had surpassed him in the goal he had pursued for so long. Stepped across that threshold? No, just a little more. Roar's expression changed drastically. He had encountered such powerful beings before, and the High Priest still lagged behind them. The High Priest maintained a gentle demeanor, a faint smile adorning his face. Indeed, however, I can still handle you. The high priest moved again, appearing in front of Roar in an instant. His speed was so great that Roar had no time to react. The high priest's fist struck Roar's abdomen fiercely, causing Roar's eyes to nearly pop out. He was then kicked, crashing headfirst into the ground. The high priest stood with his hands behind his back, retracting his foot and gently landing on the ground. Impressive. I couldn't detect any aura at all. Seeing the high priest easily knock Roar down, the others gasped in shock. Is this truly the universe's strongest, as Vis mentioned? Super Wukong murmured, having effortlessly defeated the terrifying opponent. Incredible. Super Wukong began to tremble with excitement, his gaze fixed eagerly on the high priest's figure. Roar, somewhat disheveled, got up from the ground, fixing a determined gaze on the high priest. He was certain he couldn't defeat this man, but believed he could escape. However, Roar was unwilling to leave without a fight. He turned his attention to those behind the high priest, determined to eliminate a few promising individuals, especially those two lying on the ground. The high priest did not give Roar the chance to act. The moment Roar stood, the high priest advanced again, delivering a powerful kick that sent Roar staggering backward. Suspended in midair, the high priest seized the moment Roar was immobilized, gathering energy in his hand. The pure white energy dispelled the surrounding darkness, and he raised the glowing sphere, which expanded rapidly, illuminating the area. Roar, contemplating how to eliminate those few people, glanced up just in time to see the high priest charging at him with a massive glowing sphere. The sphere contained terrifying power, and if struck directly, he would either die or be severely injured. Panicking, Roar quickly summoned all his strength to defend, unleashing an endless stream of dark power from within, quickly forming a pitch-black protective shield. The moment Roar raised the shield, the high priest's attack struck him fiercely. Everyone shut their eyes tightly, preparing to brace for the explosion. After waiting for a moment, there was no explosion. The crowd opened their eyes again, witnessing a shocking scene. The white energy completely enveloped Roar, slowly dissolving the dark power surrounding him. No, it wasn't dissolving, rather the two powers were canceling each other out. However, since the high priest's power was stronger than Roar's, it appeared as if the white was eliminating the black. Roar realized that if this continued, something disastrous would occur. He fought desperately, unleashing all his power to break free from the high priest's restraints. Yet how could the high priest allow that? With a mere flick of his hand, he released several energy blasts towards Roar. Roar dodged left and right, evading the high priest's attacks, and countered by throwing out a dark energy sphere, not aimed at the high priest, but at Kuronoya and the others. The high priest appeared in front of the group, intercepting Roar's attack. This strike didn't cause significant damage, it was merely Roar's attempt to buy himself some time to escape. The high priest understood Roar's intentions and did not try to stop him. If it came to a real fight, the high priest could undoubtedly win. However, Roar's desperate counterattack at the last moment could be lethal, and he wasn't confident in protecting everyone. A desperate beast is the most terrifying. Moreover, Roar had survived that previous battle, indicating that his means of survival were quite formidable. If he wanted to flee, it would be difficult for the high priest to stop him. Has he escaped? Kuronoya shook her head and looked around, not seeing Roar's figure. Did he really run away? That's right. The high priest turned around, answering Kuronoya's question, then approached Shijun, Wukong, and Vegeta. With a wave of his hand, white light enveloped both of them, instantly healing their injuries. With their injuries healed, the two awoke. They opened their eyes, still a bit dazed, but quickly regained their senses, standing up to find no trace of Demigra, both sighing in relief. Who is he? Shijun Wukong pointed at the high priest and asked Kuronoya. Hearing Shijun Wukong's feeble question, Kuronoya rushed over and punched him hard on the head. Idiot! This is Lord High Priest. It was Lord High Priest who saved us. Kuronoya then grabbed Wukong's collar and bowed to the high priest. Thank you very much for your assistance, Lord High Priest. Seeing Kuronoya's actions, the others also bowed in gratitude to the high priest. No need for thanks. The high priest lightly raised his hand, and everyone felt a gentle force lift them up. Mr. Wujite has been training with me, and Kuronoya's information has been blocked from the Omni King's palace. However, I believe you will achieve victory, though I haven't informed Mr. Wujite. You all are indeed impressive, capable of defeating even Demigra, who was enhanced by the demon Lord Roar. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. The high priest nodded, clearly satisfied with everyone's performance. Could you enlighten us, Lord High Priest? Who exactly is the demon Lord Roar? Is the death of Lord Time King truly related to the evil race? Io stepped forward, her gaze filled with pleading, hoping the high priest could clarify. The high priest pondered for a moment, then sighed. Well, since you've already encountered this, I shall tell you. He turned to Jiren and said, Jiren, do you remember how your master died? Mentioning my master still haunts me. He clenched his fists tightly. My master was killed by a demon. Does that mean? Jiren suddenly realized. Exactly. That demon was the low tier of the evil race. Years ago, the evil race used their power to open a passage and invaded 11 universes. Not just 11 universes, long ago the evil race invaded the 13th to 18th universes. Their invasion came without warning, catching even the guardian angels off guard. The universe was nearly consumed, and even the destroyers perished in battle. In the end, it was still Lord Omni who acted, erasing those 6 universes to eliminate the invading evil race. The evil clan invaded our entire multiverse long ago. Back then, I was not yet the Grand Priest, nor was Lord Quan in his current form. Lord Quan, Lord Dragon God, Lord Cronoa, and Lord Null jointly governed the entire multiverse. But with the invasion of the evil clan, a great war erupted. The demon king of the evil clan was terrifyingly powerful, with 1 foot already stepping into a higher realm. Beneath him were the 10 demon venerables, several of whom were even stronger than I am now. Our 4 kings waged a terrible war against them. Lord Quan and Lord Dragon God, being slightly superior in cultivation to the other 2, joined forces to confront the demon king, while Lord Cronoa and Lord Null combined their strength to resist the 10 demon venerables. In the end, order collapsed, rules shattered, and countless worlds were destroyed. Ultimately, Lord Quan and Lord Dragon God gravely wounded the demon king at a tremendous cost. Lord Quan's mind regressed, and his body shrank to its current form. Lord Dragon God, possessing the power of miracles, did not regress, but his injuries were so severe that he still slumbers to this day. As for Lord Cronoa and Lord Null, they fought to the very end, slaying 7 demon venerables before falling. As he spoke, the Grand Priest unconsciously clenched his fists. 2 of the 4 kings had perished. What a grievous price. The Time Realm with Cronoa's fall gradually declined. The Null Realm was destroyed in the battle. Lord Dragon God used his miracle power to merge the undamaged worlds, forming the current universe. The remaining fragments were combined into a great world to resist the evil clan, after which Lord Dragon God fell into slumber. The damaged parts became the present multiverse. But because of the damaged heavens and incomplete laws, cultivation in that universe is arduous, making it difficult to birth powerful divine beings. Hence, there was no need to dispatch angels to guard it. As the Grand Priest slowly narrated, everyone's expressions grew grave. Learning of such a terrifying truth, they realized that with their power, they could offer no help at all. Jiren, upon learning the true culprit behind his master's death, silently resolved to become stronger to annihilate the evil clan and avenge his master. So that's how it was. AEOs finally understood everything. So this is why the Time Realm declined. AEOs had only heard fragments from the previous Time Supreme Kai, and even then unconfirmed information. Now that she knew the truth, she felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, uncertain of what to do. The enemy was far too terrifying, leaving her mind unable to process it all at once. The Grand Priest knew this revelation was earth-shattering, still too distant for them. Everyone needed time to digest it. The 2 Gokus quickly accepted the matter and reverted to their carefree selves. It had to be said, a single-minded Goku had remarkable resilience. Didn't the Grand Priest say the Demon King was gravely wounded by Quan and the Dragon God? No need to worry. Super Goku laughed without a care, not a trace of worry on his face. But the Grand Priest's next words wiped the smile away. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku, but the Demon King is about to awaken. The Grand Priest smiled as he observed everyone's reactions. They all froze, staring at him in disbelief. However, hearing the implication in the Grand Priest's words, they managed to breathe again. The Demon King's injuries won't heal so quickly. Awakening doesn't mean an immediate attack. We all need some time to prepare. What is certain is that battle will come, and when it does, we may need everyone's help. So strive to become stronger. Time is short. As he spoke, the Grand Priest's face remained expressionless, making it impossible to discern which side held the advantage. Having said this, the Grand Priest spread his hands and swept them upward. The entire Time Realm instantly restored to its original state, showing no signs of the 2 terrifying battles that had just occurred. With that done, he withdrew his hands and looked at Cronoa and Eos. The Time Realm is in your hands. Aeos and Cronoa bowed once more in gratitude. We are deeply grateful for your assistance, Lord Grand Priest. The Grand Priest smiled and nodded, then transformed into a beam of light and vanished instantly. After he left Time Patrol, Goku finally spoke. Grand Priest. A strange name, but he feels incredibly strong. Super Goku chimed in. The Grand Priest is what Whis calls the strongest in the universe. The most powerful person I've ever seen. But from what the Grand Priest said, it seems Quan might be even stronger. Super Goku recalled how Quan had erased 11 universes with a wave of his hand. Comparing that to the Grand Priest's display, he still felt Quan was superior. Suddenly, Cronoa noticed Super Goku's address for Quan. Q Quan, are you referring to Lord Quan? Cronoa's eyes widened as she stared at Super Goku in disbelief. Aeos also realized the implication. That's right, Quan is my friend. What a shriek rang out. Cronoa couldn't believe it. This Goku had become friends with Lord Quan. What did Lord Quan see in Goku? Cronoa simply couldn't fathom how a single-minded Goku could ever befriend Lord Quan. Super Goku covered his ears and complained, "Don't shout so loud, Time Supreme Kai." He briefly recounted how he had met Quan. And it was Lord Quan who proposed it. Kranoa and Eos still found it hard to believe. The gap between Super Goku and Quan was simply too vast. They were on completely different levels. Becoming friends was truly absurd. Jiren, for his part, had no desire to linger. Having learned the true culprit behind his master's death, he wanted only to return to Universe 11, make arrangements, and then rush to the battlefield to exterminate the evil clan. Seeing Jiren about to leave, Super Goku put away his smile, walked over, and extended his hand. Good luck, Jiren. I hope next time we meet you'll be even stronger. Jiren grasped Super Goku's hand and nodded. Son Goku, next time we meet, I'll surprise you. I look forward to it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Jiren's figure gradually faded as he was sent back to Universe 11. That guy is strong. Time Patrol Goku stepped forward, standing beside Super Goku. Of course, we had to go all out just to barely beat him. Even now, having mastered Ultra Instinct, I'm not sure I could win against him. And now that his inner conflict is resolved, he'll definitely become even stronger next time we meet. The Great Guardian World. After bidding farewell to the God of Destruction, Jiren headed there. Suddenly, he spotted a figure in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached the crab-headed individual. Son Goku. Mr. Gogeta, you finally emerged. The moment Gogeta stepped out, he saw the smiling Grand Minister who was appraising him with narrowed eyes. Mr. Gogeta, you seem to have made remarkable progress. Far from it compared to you. Though Gogeta said this, the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed, indicating a significant improvement. They walked side by side, Gogeta listening as the Grand Minister recounted what had transpired during his training. They did quite well. Upon hearing they had defeated Demigra, Gogeta praised them. The Grand Minister nodded with a smile, saying, no matter which world, Mr. Goku's strength is not to be underestimated. In the Grand Minister's eyes, reaching such a level through solitary training was already extraordinary. Kranoa Goku was already nearing the threshold of a god of destruction, even surpassing the Super Timeline Goku. Perhaps it's Goku's very nature that allowed him to grow to this extent. Goku's thirst and pursuit for power were ingrained in his very marrow, surpassing all others. Even Gogeta admired this about him. His heart remained unchanged without a single waver. It was no surprise that someone of this nature could grow to any height. That's true. Lord Zeno also became friends with Mr. Goku because of his pure heart. Over the years, Lord Zeno has had many friends, but Mr. Goku was the first who, after a single meeting, prompted Lord Zeno to take the initiative to become friends. This alone shows Mr. Goku's extraordinary nature. The Grand Minister's appraisal of Goku was quite high. Haha. Grand Minister, you hold Goku in high esteem. Through their time together, Gogeta and the Grand Minister had grown close, their conversations becoming very casual. Care to see what they're up to? Gogeta's emergence from seclusion wasn't due to hitting a bottleneck in his training, but because the long silent system had issued new tasks. 2 of them. Ultimate task, save the world. The invasion of the otherworldly evil clan, the war of the 5 kings and 10 lords. Heaven and earth shatter. The final casualties are severe. Now the Demon King is about to awaken, plunging the world into crisis once more. Task objective, eliminate the evil clan. Task reward. Task superhero. The remnants of the Red Ribbon Army strike again. Magenta, the son of the former Red Ribbon Army commander, deceives Dr. Hito, the grandson of Dr. Gero, into creating the superheroes Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 and Cell Max, aiming to conquer the world once more. In the end, their plan is exposed and thwarted by Gohan, Piccolo, Gamma 1A, and the others. Gamma 2 makes a heroic sacrifice. Task objective, save Gamma 2. Task reward, myriad transformations. During Gogeta's seclusion, the plot of the Super Timeline had progressed to the superhero saga. It was this task that prompted Gogeta to emerge, preparing to head over, and he also invited the Grand Minister to enjoy some leisure time on Earth. Since it's an invitation from Mr. Gogeta, I shall have a look. Whis has also invited me to visit before. Then let's set off. Gogeta placed his hand on the Grand Minister's shoulder, and the Grand Minister instantly transported them to the realm of the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Goku and Vegeta had just finished a fight, with Vegeta claiming victory by a narrow margin. The eternal second place had finally won against Goku. A cause for celebration. GG Grand Minister. Beerus, lying on the grass, saw the sudden appearance of the Grand Minister. His eyes nearly popped out. He sprang to his feet, dashed over to the Grand Minister, and was about to bow in greeting. No need for such formality. I am here on an invitation from Mr. Gogeta for a private visit. Hearing the Grand Minister, Beerus finally noticed Gogeta behind him. Ho ho, a rare guest. Whis leisurely walked over from the side with Goku and Vegeta following behind. Broly, Chilai, and Limo stood at the back. Yo, long time no see, Gogeta and Grand Minister. Goku's greeting was as casual as ever, but his action startled Beerus, who feared the Grand Minister would be angered by Goku's rudeness. Fortunately, the Grand Minister showed no sign of displeasure. Mr. Goku, long time no see. Lord Zeno has been talking about you. Goku suddenly remembered it had been a while since he last saw Zeno. Hee, I've been training, so I didn't have time to play with Shinchan. The Grand Minister said with a chuckle. Fine time to see Lord Zeno. I can also give you some pointers. The Grand Minister's words instantly ignited Goku's nerves. His eyes widened. Really? The Grand Minister nodded with a beaming smile. Mr. Vegeta is welcome to join too. The Grand Minister turned to Vegeta. Isn't that a bit much, father? Goku and Vegeta are the ones I've set my sights on. Whis said in a slightly complaining tone. The Grand Minister joked, don't you have Mr. Broly here? I think Broly's potential is also very high. The 7th universe is truly a land of hidden talents. Gogeta also teased. If you poach all 3, the 7th universe will have no strong fighters left. Before the Grand Minister Beerus dared not act out, only glaring murderously at Gogeta. Huh. Enough joking. I'm actually here for some business. Gogeta ended the playful banter. Let's go back to Earth first. On Earth at Bulma's house, Piccolo was summoning Shinran, planning to give himself an epic power-up. It was the familiar routine. Piccolo successfully summoned Shinran and wished to unlock his hidden potential. Shinran even granted Piccolo some extra power. Piccolo successfully paid to win, obtaining a new orange form. The remaining 2 wishes were used by Bulma. Originally, she wished for Goku and Vegeta to return, but the director wouldn't allow it, so the 2 were forcibly kept away. Piccolo then sneaked back to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters to eavesdrop. Magenta happened to mention Gohan planning to kidnap Pan to lure Gohan to the base and eliminate him. Piccolo had a brainwave deciding to train Gohan. He volunteered and directly kidnapped Pan. Soon the plot progressed to Cell Max's activation, with Gohan, Piccolo, and the others valiantly ganging up on Cell Max. But despite its enormous size, Cell Max was not slow. Everyone was brutally overpowered by it. Gamma 2 decided to sacrifice himself to take Cell Max down with him. Just as Gamma 2 charged toward Earth's surface, activating its backup hidden energy to annihilate Cell Max, in one fell swoop, the Grand Priest and Gogeta arrived in outer space above Earth. Gamma 2's overloaded body glowed like a red-hot iron ingot, radiating terrifying heat as its swelling energy threatened to incinerate everything in its path. Such fearsome power. Where did such a formidable being suddenly emerge on Earth? Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by this unexpected apparition. Suddenly Vegeta noticed the Red Ribbon Army emblem on Gamma 2. What is this? An android? Goku was startled by Vegeta's words. An android? Goku then scrutinized Gamma 2, and indeed emblazoned on its arm was the unmistakable RR insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Exactly. Every android created by Dr. Gero bears this mark. These people are truly persistent. Vegeta snorted coldly. Let's stop him first. Goku, eager to intervene, prepared to act, but Vegeta noticed his movement and immediately blocked him. Let me handle this. No. Goku flatly refused. As the 2 were about to argue again, Whis chuckled and interjected. Hold on a moment. This one doesn't seem to be an enemy, Goku and Vegeta. Hearing Whis' words, both of them halted and turned to look at him. The Grand Priest nodded, smiling amiably at Goku and Vegeta. With a gentle tap of his staff, Gamma 2 froze instantly. Not only Gamma 2, but the entire Earth, the solar system, and even the whole universe ground to a halt. Gogeta sensed it the moment the Grand Priest acted, that vast, boundless power enveloping the entire cosmos in an instant. As expected of the Grand Priest, Gogeta's cryptic remark left Goku and Vegeta utterly bewildered. Father has frozen the entire universe in a single moment. Whis explained to the 2. What a... They were both stunned. No need for surprise. This is merely a basic application of the rules. Once you reach a certain level, you too can achieve it. The Grand Priest stood with his hands behind his back, a gentle smile on his face, radiating an aura as soothing as a spring breeze. Since he intended to teach them, a little demonstration was only fitting. Gogeta found the Grand Priest's words grating. That guy had just pulled off a grand show. Infuriating. The Grand Priest waved his staff again, conjuring a massive luminous screen before them, rapidly replaying the events unfolding on Earth. So that's it. This Red Ribbon Army never gives up. Still dreaming of world domination. Oomph. Vegeta curled his lip in disdain, clenching his fist. He'll take care of this Cell Max myself. He'll blast him into dust in one go. Why should it be you? Vegeta. Goku protested loudly. Let me do it. He'll protect Earth. No, I should go. The 2 began quarreling again. Gogeta, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, leave it to Gohan. Don't you trust his strength? Goku and Vegeta paused their shoving match upon hearing this. Gohan has boundless potential, but he never liked martial arts. Vegeta, the ultimate advocate for Gohan, had no objection to Gogeta's suggestion. Using Cell Max to unlock Gohan's potential seemed fitting. What about that one? It looks like he's about to sacrifice himself to take down Cell Max. Goku pointed at Gamma 2. Simple. Well, create a replacement. Gogeta snapped his fingers, and an identical Gamma 2 materialized beside them. The Grand Priest tapped his staff lightly, and the entire universe resumed its motion. Gamma 2, fully charged and ready to obliterate Cell Max, suddenly saw a figure streak pass toward Earth. Is that me? Gamma 2 was dumbfounded. How had another identical version of itself appeared? In that moment of hesitation, the duplicate Gamma 2 had already crashed into Cell Max. Cell Max braced itself with one arm against the impact, the ground beneath cracking into a spiderweb pattern as the fierce collision created a vacuum zone around them. The storm from the clash between Gamma 2 and Cell Max devastated the new Red Ribbon Army base. Nearby Gamma 1, Gohan, and the others watched the stalemate preparing to assist when Gamma 2's body erupted with terrifying heat. A golden-red energy coalesced into a miniature sun engulfing Gamma 2 and Cell Max. Boom! Gamma 2 self-destructed. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, slowly shattering the barrier of the new Red Ribbon base, and the shockwave sent Krillin and the others flying. In the explosions, instant Gohan shielded Bulma from the blast. Crack! Emerging from the smoke, Cell Max's silhouette appeared. One of its arms had been severed and lay on the ground. Gamma 2's self-destruction had only taken one arm. Gamma 1 stared in disbelief at Cell Max. Damn it! Still alive. Blinded by rage, Gamma 1 charged forward only to be swatted into the ground by the enraged Cell Max. Gohan placed Bulma in a safe spot and joined the fray, teaming up with Gamma 1, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, Goten, and Trunks to gang up on Cell Max. Gohan, believe in yourself. Unleash all your power, and you'll be the strongest in the world. Strike him with everything you've got. Piccolo then engaged Cell Max in combat, while Gohan waited for the perfect moment to deliver the decisive blow. After being enhanced by Shinran, Piccolo's strength had surged dramatically, yet he was still outmatched by Cell Max, who felled him after just a few exchanges. But Piccolo stubbornly rose again, desperately clinging to Cell Max. Cell Max blasted him back with a mouth beam, then punched him high into the air, overwhelming him with a barrage of energy spheres. Witnessing Piccolo's torment, Gohan could no longer contain his fury. All he wanted was to unleash the raging power within him and tear that accursed Cell Max apart. Ruh! Torrents of wild energy burst forth, redand white lightning crackling incessantly as a towering pillar of white aura shot skyward. Beast Gohan had arrived. Sensing the threat from Gohan, Cell Max dropped the battered Piccolo and charged, landing a brutal punch on Gohan's body. The force carved a fissure into the ground behind him. Is that all you've got? Gohan stared impassively at Cell Max, shoving its fist aside with one hand. Huh. Gohan vanished and delivered a fierce kick to Cell Max's abdomen, sending its massive form crashing into the ruins. After kicking Cell Max flying with one blow, Gohan landed steadily on a piece of rubble, his expression cold as he gazed at Cell Max in the distance. From afar, Krillin and the others stared in disbelief at Gohan's sudden eruption, wondering how the tide of battle had shifted so instantly. Ugh! Cell Max let out a tearing roar, and in the blink of an eye, a massive energy sphere materialized in his hand. As he continued to bellow, the sphere gradually shrank, but anyone with discerning eyes could sense the terrifying power within it. Hiss! This doesn't look good. If that thing explodes, Earth will be destroyed in an instant. Piccolo, who had been tossed aside by Cell Max, struggled with his grievously wounded body and once again entangled Cell Max. Piccolo extended his arms, his hands firmly binding Cell Max. With one arm severed, Cell Max found it difficult to break free from Piccolo's grip for the time being. Now's your chance, Gohan. Use your special move to eliminate Cell Max. Piccolo shouted loudly at Gohan. I understand. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan immediately began to gather his power. Fizz, fizz, fizz. As Gohan's internal energy surged, lightning crackled around him, and towering flames of aura enveloped his body. He pressed his index and middle fingers to the center of his forehead, unleashing Piccolo's signature technique, the Special Beam Cannon. Special Beam Cannon. The highly concentrated energy beam instantly pierced through Cell Max's head, destroying his core. Piccolo released Cell Max and hastily dodged to the side. After the Special Beam Cannon pierced through Cell Max's body, began to swell rapidly on the verge of exploding. It's going to explode, Ron. Gamma 1 shouted to the crowd, then turned and sped away. Hearing Gamma 1's warning, the others immediately took off, fleeing the blast radius of Cell Max. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded, instantly reducing everything around to ashes. Cell Max was also obliterated. Cough, cough. Krillin was dug out of the ground by Android 18, coughing incessantly. Gamma 1 had shielded Dr. Hito with his body. Pan ran over from a distance, but when she reached Piccolo and Gohan and saw their new forms, she stopped, hesitant to approach. After they reverted to normal, Pan pounced, directly hugging Gohan's neck and giggling. Even in peacetime, you can't let your guard down, Gohan. Your body has gotten rusty. I'm sorry, I understand. Gohan set Pan down and apologized to Piccolo. Speaking of which, what was that attack of yours? Gohan scratched his head and said, it should be the Special Beam Cannon. You still know that move? I've actually been practicing it in secret. Hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo turned around and gave him high praise. Well done. Receiving Piccolo's approval, Gohan grinned widely. On the other side, Dr. Hito was filled with grief because Gamma 2 had died. Piccolo walked over to comfort him, saying he was a true superhero. Thanks to you all, Earth was saved. You are the real superheroes. Dr. Hito was deeply remorseful as Cell Max was a monster he had created with his own hands, and it had nearly destroyed Earth. Gamma 2 took on my responsibility. Krillin also came over to comfort him. You were just being used by those guys, weren't you? Fat Gotenks also emerged from the ground, and then defused. What are your plans now? Bulma asked Dr. Hito. Dr. Hito climbed to his feet and was about to speak when suddenly a voice rang out. Yo everyone. The voice of Goku came from behind the group. What a splendid battle. The Grand Minister did not hold back his praise for the group's recent fight. Huh, Lord Grand Minister. Krillin, Piccolo, and others who had seen the Grand Minister before exclaimed in surprise. Why would the Grand Minister come to Earth? Hey, who's the Grand Minister? Dr. Hito whispered to Bulma. How do I put it? He's an incredibly powerful being, someone who could destroy a thing like Cell Max with a single finger. Hiss. Hearing Bulma's answer, Dr. Hito and Gamma 1 gasped in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A monster like that taken out with just one finger. Suddenly Dr. Hito spotted a figure behind the Grand Minister. Wasn't that Gamma 2? Noticing Dr. Hito's gaze, Gamma 2 nodded to him in acknowledgement. How amazing. That someone on Earth could create such a monster almost on par with Goku and Vegeta. Whis walked up to Dr. Hito, scrutinizing him closely. The power of science is truly admirable. Gogeta couldn't help but remark. To create such a startling monster without even trying, and it's still a half-finished product. I'm afraid even Goku and Vegeta would struggle against a complete cell. I'd love to have a go at such a powerful opponent too. Goku seemed excited while Vegeta looked on with disdain. I can smash this pile of scrap metal with one hand. What was that transformation of yours all about? Goku placed a hand on each of Gohan's and Piccolo's shoulders. I asked Shenron to unlock my latent potential, and it gave me a surprise. Not bad, Piccolo. Goku patted Piccolo on the chest, grinning as he looked at Gohan. I am not quite sure either. In that moment, rage flooded my mind, and I released all the power within my body, and I ended up like this. Gohan couldn't explain how he transformed either. When he saw Piccolo being beaten, his chest felt like it was about to burst, and he instinctively unleashed that power, taking on a beast-like form. Don't you think Gohan's transformation looks a bit familiar? Gogeta suddenly remarked. The others looked at him in confusion. Familiar? Everyone was baffled. Then the Grand Minister said, Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. At the Grand Minister's mention, the group realized there was indeed some resemblance. Both had white hair, which did seem somewhat similar. Hey, you can't just judge based on hair color alone. Gohan's movements are completely different from Ultra Instinct, aren't they? Clearly they disagreed with this view. Gogeta shook his head and explained. No, you've misunderstood. I'm not saying Gohan has mastered Ultra Instinct. What I mean is this form of his is another type of divine technique. To be precise, it's the prototype of a divine technique. Hearing Gogeta say this, the others still found it hard to believe. It's normal for everyone to be skeptical. Even I never imagined Gohan possessed such potential. Goku and Vegeta trained for so long just to barely grasp a divine technique, and for Gohan to master it in an instant, no one would believe it. In truth, Gogeta had suspected something the first time he saw Beast Gohan, but back then his insight and power were limited, so he couldn't be certain. After undergoing special training with the Grand Minister, his strength had soared and his vision had broadened. Seeing Beast Gohan again, Gogeta was now certain that this was a divine technique. Gogeta himself had already mastered Ultra Instinct to perfection, and having witnessed others perform Ultra Ego multiple times, he possessed a rather profound understanding of the divine techniques. So what exactly is Ultra Instinct? Simply put, to achieve this state, one must first completely empty the mind like a clear, undisturbed lake, maintaining an unwaveringly calm heart. At the same time, one must achieve a perfect separation between body and consciousness, allowing the body to react automatically, as if it possessed its own will. The more one can maintain extreme inner peace and tranquility, the greater the precision Ultra Instinct can exhibit. Next, let us discuss Ultra Ego. The essence of destruction is to transform an object from its existing state into a state of complete non-existence. During this process, an immensely vast and astonishing amount of energy is released. However, achieving such a feat is no easy task. This requires not only discarding all superfluous thoughts and distractions to reshape and rediscover one's purest self, but more importantly, relying entirely on the Buddha's innate instincts to unleash the latent power within. Only then can one possibly obtain that seemingly boundless infinite power. This is the very essence of Ultra Ego. Vegeta in the Granola arc mastered Ultra Ego, but he could not let go of the Saiyans' past, wanting to atone for their sins with his own life. Thus, Ultra Ego could not reach its peak, and he ultimately lost to Granola. However, it is worth noting that both the astonishing Ultra Instinct and the overwhelming Ultra Ego share a common prerequisite: one's physical constitution must be sufficiently strong and resilient. Only with an unshakable physique as a foundation can one fully unleash the infinite might contained within these divine techniques. The core essence of divine techniques is to treat energy as an inexhaustible fuel, while the human body acts as a precision machine. This machine uses energy as its driving force to manifest skills and abilities beyond imagination. As long as the body is powerful and resilient enough to withstand and efficiently convert this energy, the power unleashed has virtually no limit. However, truly mastering and controlling such immense power is no easy feat. First, one must temper the physique through long-term arduous training to reach a transcendent level. Simultaneously, the spirit and will must be honed to maintain calm and focus when facing immense energy surges. Only when both body and mind have reached their peak can one fully unleash the boundless might of the divine techniques. Once you truly master a divine technique, divine power is generated within. At the Tournament of Power, Goku, having not yet mastered Ultra Instinct, could only use divine energy as a substitute, suffering severe backlash. Using divine power in a mortal body comes at a cost. By the Moro arc, Goku had truly mastered Ultra Instinct, so when his divine power was depleted, he suffered no backlash, merely returning to normal. Later, Piccolo and the others transferred their energy to Goku, who could only transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Then Ub gave Goku half of the Grand Supreme Kai's divine power, allowing Goku to activate a Susanoo and ultimately defeat Moro. Supreme Kai Shin obtained divine power through the ritual to become a Supreme Kai, not through his own training. He cannot even perform basic applications of divine power, making his combat strength pitifully weak. He could not even defeat Majin Buu. Yet half of the Grand Supreme Kai's power enabled Goku to reactivate Ultra Instinct and defeat Moro. The disparity is evident. Returning to the main topic, Gohan's beast form, like Ultra Instinct, features white hair, symbolizing extreme emotion. Hair turning white overnight is the best testament. Goku's self-created emotional Ultra Instinct sacrifices the precision of Ultra Instinct to forcibly enhance attack power, contradicting the principle of Ultra Instinct. Hence his hair remains black instead of the perfect white, indicating that Goku's heart is not calm enough. Ultra Instinct requires a calm heart. The calmer the mind, the greater the precision. The beast form, however, requires extreme rage. The angrier Gohan becomes, the more powerful he grows. Different pupil colors represent different emotional states. Moreover, Beast Gohan's power increase is immense, skipping Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan Blue evolution to reach the level of Ultra Instinct. Such a terrifying boost can only be achieved by a divine technique. Therefore, the unique form exhibited by Beast Gohan is in fact another divine technique. It skillfully converts that intense rage into an endless, seemingly limitless driving force, thereby unleashing the deep, unfathomable power hidden within his body. This power is like a long-slumbering giant beast suddenly awakening. Once unleashed, it is unstoppable and overwhelming enough to chill any enemy to the bone. Now let us discuss Vegeta's Ultra Ego. What is the state Vegeta exhibits? Purple hair, no eyebrows. Does that seem familiar? Super Saiyan 3 also has no eyebrows. Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that pushes the body to its limits, a variant of Super Saiyan. Ultra Ego likewise is a transformation that pushes the body to its limits, hence the same feature of no eyebrows. Ultra Ego uses the body tempered to its peak to harness the energy generated by destruction and make it one's own. As long as the body can withstand it, the power is infinite. So Gohan's transformation is also a divine technique. How incredible! Krillin exclaimed in awe. Gohan's potential is truly terrifying. Gohan's form is not yet a true divine technique. It is merely a prototype, just one step away from becoming the real thing. The Grand Minister addressed everyone. A true divine technique requires achieving perfection in two of the three aspects: mind, body, and technique. Mind represents the inner spiritual realm, body represents the physical form and energy, and technique represents the degree of control over the body. This is only a rough outline. The actual scope is much broader. Ultra Instinct is the combination of mind and technique, while Ultra Ego is the combination of mind and body. Of course, mastering two aspects does not guarantee mastery of a divine technique. For instance, Master Roshi has cultivated mind and technique to a very high level, but his Boda's strength is insufficient. His combat performance is not particularly dazzling, but he shines in other areas, such as teaching. As for Gohan's form, he has only reached the level of mind, and is just one step away from body, so it can only be considered a prototype. So Grandpa, is this amazing? Truly worthy of being Grandpa. Goku and Krillin exclaimed in admiration. He's just a lecherous old man. Bulma retorted dismissively. These are just personal interpretations, please don't be too harsh. I can't think of profound words to describe them. As for updates, they're sporadic. I can't rely on this for a living, it's just a few bucks a day. I'm just writing to fulfill a childhood fantasy. I rarely read comments, after all I know how my writing is. Getting criticized is normal, maybe more criticism means I earn more. Suddenly Wukong thought of someone. Jiren. That guy had dominated the tournament of power. If he hadn't grasped Ultra Instinct at the last moment, and kept getting back up, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. So Jiren is the same. The Grand Priest smiled slightly, and replied. No, mister. Jiren's body has met the requirement, but his technique is still slightly short of the limit. This is related to Mr. Jiren's experiences, the shackles of his heart, have restricted his growth. I believe that after the tournament of power with his heart unburdened, Mr. Jiren's strength will soar, and he may have already surpassed you all. Then what if heart, body, and technique all reach their peak? Vegeta posed the question. 2 combined were the divine techniques, so what about 3? If you can temper heart, body, and technique to their absolute pinnacle, you will step into an unprecedented new realm, the domain of rules. The Grand Priest's words resonated like a mighty bell echoing through the air, leaving everyone in awe. Rules? What exactly are they? Everyone asked, their eyes filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown. Indeed, it is rules. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he continued to explain. Once you have successfully cultivated heart, body, and technique to their peak, you will have the opportunity to touch the power of rules hidden behind all things in the world. At that point, you can begin to initially comprehend and utilize these rules. They are like the most secret and powerful forces in the universe, governing the trajectory and direction of all things. Once you master the rules, whether in combat or other aspects, you will possess abilities beyond ordinary imagination. The destruction of the gods of destruction is a kind of rule. The creation of the supreme Kais is also a kind of rule. In that case, Lord Beerus should have mastered Ultra Instinct, but Whis once said that Lord Beerus' Ultra Instinct is not perfect. This indicates that he has not met the requirements in technique, which contradicts what Lord Grand Priest said. Vegeta raised another question, and the Grand Priest replied with a spring-like warmth. This touches upon a higher level of cultivation. You see, those who can cultivate even one of heart, body, or technique to its peak are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, hard to find even among billions. If we set this peak level of cultivation as a perfect score of 100, then your Saiyan transformation, Super Saiyan 3, merely grazes the 10 mark in body, which is basically the limit an ordinary mortal can achieve. However, when a Saiyan further evolves into Super Saiyan Blue, their mastery of body takes a qualitative leap, reaching an astonishing level. Such an improvement is like the difference between heaven and earth, enough to prove the immense power and extraordinary physique of Super Saiyan Blue, but even Super Saiyan Blue only reaches the 80 mark. And Super Saiyan Blue is already a top-tier fighter in the universe. Its rarity is self-evident. As for cultivating both aspects to the peak, the difficulty is like reaching the heavens. As for the all-around peak, Mr. Gogeta is one of them. After speaking, the Grand Priest looked at Gogeta and smiled slightly. Huh, me. Gogeta pointed at himself, stunned. How come I didn't know about this? Why wasn't I told about these things during training? The Grand Priest's teaching method for Gogeta could be described as a completely hands-off approach. This was not due to the Grand Priest's lack of dedication or laziness, but because of Gogeta's astonishing talent. This guy was simply a super genius. With just a little guidance from the Grand Priest, he could instantly grasp the essence of any complex knowledge or skill, and even draw inferences to apply it in actual combat. Faced with such a gifted student, the Grand Priest often felt there was no need to waste words explaining the obvious. Sometimes even saying a little more didn't seem to give Gogeta much substantial help. After all, with Gogeta's intelligence, he could often rely on his own insight to find methods and strategies that suited him better. When asked why he adopted this seemingly laissez-faire teaching method, the Grand Priest simply replied, because it's unnecessary. Though brief, these words carried deep confidence and absolute trust in Gogeta's abilities. Hearing the Grand Priest's concise reply, the other person showed a puzzled expression and pressed on unnecessary. The Grand Priest nodded slightly and affirmed, that's right. Mr. Gogeta is the most talented person I have ever seen. Many times just a simple hint is enough for him to have an epiphany and instantly understand what to do and successfully achieve the goal. And these are things that would be difficult for anyone else to accomplish easily. The talent bestowed by the system upon Gogeta needs no elaboration. Those in the know. Back to the main topic. When one's realm reaches a certain level, they can grant others the ability to use rules, but the recipient must be able to withstand it. At the very least, one needs the level of Super Saiyan Blue to barely utilize the power of rules. First, make contact with the rules, then improve yourself. This method greatly increases the chance of comprehending the power of rules. After all, what belongs to others is ultimately theirs, one's own is more useful. Gogeta added. Then what is the difference in combat performance between these two methods? Piccolo raised his question. None. The difference lies in the speed of growth. One person may take only decades or centuries to catch up to what another achieves in a lifetime. Mr. Gogeta is a prime example, surpassing gods of destruction and angels in less than a century. At full power, Gogeta had surpassed all angels and entered a new realm. Let's stop the topic of divine techniques here. Things too profound are still too distant for you now. They won't help your training and may even be counterproductive. I cannot stay away for too long, so will take my leave. Have fun. The Grand Priest bid farewell to everyone, and Beerus immediately rushed forward to bow. Farewell, Lord Grand Priest. After the Grand Priest left, everyone returned to Bulma's house. They gathered around a table laden with delicious food, and Bulma first addressed the chubby Dr. Hito, what are your plans from now on? How about sticking with me? I'm the richest person in the world with more than enough funds to support your research. But first you'll have to teach me that method you use to make your skin so smooth. As Bulma spoke, she fantasized about her own radiant appearance and let out a triumphant laugh. Hey, Bulma, aren't you afraid you'll scare people off acting like that? Krillin couldn't help but tease Bulma at her smug expression. Speaking of which, don't those two need to eat anything? Goku mumbled indistinctly with his mouth full of food. Swallow what's in your mouth first before talking. Who can understand a word you're saying? They're androids, they only need to replenish energy. Dr. Hito cherished the Gamma 2 he had regained, keeping a close watch and never letting him out of his sight. They still need to replenish energy. No. 18 asked in confusion. She and no. 17 had infinite energy and stamina. Why would Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 regress? I know who you are. Android 18 created by Dr. Gero. You and no. 17 are androids with infinite energy. The materials Dr. Gero used to create you are simply not available on Earth. Those are definitely not from this planet. As he spoke, Dr. Hito raised his hand and pressed a spot on his wrist, projecting a hologram before everyone. It displayed the material he mentioned, a yellow diamond-shaped energy pillar. This crystal contains immense energy power beyond our imagination. Moreover, it has one of the most miraculous properties. It can automatically replenish its own energy. It's as if it possesses an inexhaustible source within itself. No matter how much energy is consumed, it recovers imperceptibly back to its original state. Dr. Hito grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming and his voice trembling slightly. He stretched out his hands as if touching some rare treasure. If I had this material, I could definitely create androids far more powerful than Cell Max. The ultimate invincible android. Kid, that's a dangerous thought. Hearing Dr. Hito's declaration, everyone's eyes fell upon him. In an instant, Dr. Hito felt a wave of terrifying gazes, his eyes snapping back to clarity as his hands froze awkwardly in the air. Ahem. Dr. Hito coughed pretentiously, withdrawing his hands and trying to deflect. Just kidding. I couldn't build such powerful androids. Who would believe that? It seems we can't let you go after all. You're too dangerous. Who knows what monsters you might create? Bulma fixed her gaze on Dr. Hito and said to the others, they'll take charge of watching him. If he continues his android research, they'll be able to detect and destroy it immediately. You idiots don't understand science. Ahem. Dr. Hito cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. According to my research, there's something on Earth similar to this crystal. And you're all very familiar with it. As Dr. Hito spoke, the projection displayed the Dragon Balls of Earth. Did you know? The Dragon Balls on Earth share an astonishing resemblance to that mysterious crystal. From the patterns on their surface to the faint glow they emit, it's as if they came from the same mold. However, although Earth's Dragon Balls look similar, they don't actually contain much energy. After much deliberation, I boldly speculate that the material used to create Earth's Dragon Balls might be a lower-grade substitute for that crystal, or perhaps even defective remnants. Maybe when the Dragon Balls were originally created, certain limitations prevented access to truly high-quality materials, forcing a compromise. As far as I know, Earth's Dragon Balls have a unique trait. After each use, they instantly lose their luster, turning into ordinary stones. For them to restore to a usable state requires a considerable amount of time. This period is essentially when the Dragon Balls are slowly replenishing their energy. Imagine them as dried-up lakes gradually accumulating water, but the source comes very slowly. It might take months or even years before they can unleash their power again. But this crystal is completely different. Its energy replenishment speed is almost unimaginably fast. Based on Dr. Gero's meticulous experimental data, it recovers in an instant, in the blink of an eye, as if it had never expended any energy at all. What an incredible piece of data. What secrets lie hidden within this crystal to grant it such terrifying energy recovery capabilities? Dr. Hito grew more and more animated. Originally seated, he unconsciously rose to his feet and eventually even stood on his chair. His expression turned fervent, his eyes wide, as if beholding the universe's most mysterious treasure. His cheeks flushed crimson with excitement like a ripe apple. He waved his hands in the air as if releasing all the exhilaration within him. Have you ever considered what would happen if the energy inside this crystal exploded? Oi. Dr. Hito suddenly raised his voice, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. Boom. He mimicked the sound of an explosion, the noise seeming to detonate within the room, making it feel as if a massive blast was right before their eyes. The entire universe would turn into a beautiful firework. Imagine what a spectacular sight that would be. Countless stars shatter under the blast's impact, brilliant lights blooming in the dark cosmos. A stunning fireworks display. But this isn't an ordinary firework. It's the destruction and rebirth of the entire universe. Hiss. The listeners around couldn't help but gasp at Dr. Hito's description, and he continued. When Dr. Jero created No. 17 and No. 18, the technological limitations of the time prevented him from fully utilizing the crystal perfectly. This resulted in No. 17 and No. 18's power not reaching the expected heights. As Dr. Hito spoke, the projection screen gradually displayed the blueprints for No. 17 and No. 18. These blueprints detailed the internal structures and various parameters of the two androids. Pointing at the blueprints, Dr. Hito explained further, based on my in-depth analysis and calculations of this data, the power of No. 17 and No. 18 should theoretically reach at least the level of Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, or even Cell Max's perfect form. However, the reality is deeply disappointing. Their actual strength hasn't even reached 1% of the expected level. The Gamma No. 1 and No. 2 with infinite energy and stamina, not to mention Cell Max, were practically invincible. Just imagining such a terrifying scene sent chills down one's spine. Everyone trembled with fear, as if they had already witnessed that horrifying sight firsthand. At that moment, Whis suddenly spoke. That's impossible. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend why Whis would say that. Krillin asked in confusion, Huh? What do you mean? Whis smiled faintly and explained unhurriedly. He's not wrong. This crystal is indeed very similar to the Dragon Balls. But think again, what exactly is this? Everyone began to ponder. Bulma speculated, could it be a high-grade material for making Dragon Balls? Or perhaps it's a yet undiscovered substance containing immense energy. However, Whis shook his head, dismissing the guess, and said, it's not. Whis slowly shook his head, seemingly disagreeing with everyone's guesses. Yet at that moment, Gogeta suddenly interjected. I know. It's the Dragon Balls themselves. His words were like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, stirring 1,000 ripples. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Gogeta, their faces etched with astonishment. Could it be the Super Dragon Balls? The group couldn't help but exclaim. The Super Dragon Balls possessed the power to instantly restore a universe that had been erased. Their inherent power and mystery were awe-inspiring. At the mere thought of the Super Dragon Balls, the image of those colossal radiant spheres and the boundless energy they contained flooded people's minds. Exactly, they are the Super Dragon Balls, Gogeta affirmed. It's likely that during their movement, the Super Dragon Balls accidentally shed some fragments. These fragments happened to fall onto Earth, where Dr. Jero discovered and utilized them to create the androids. No. 17's ability to survive until the end of the Tournament of Power and make his wish to Super Shenron is also somewhat related to the Super Dragon Ball fragments. His explanation made everyone suddenly realize the source of No. 17 and No. 18's power was actually fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. This discovery not only explained the android's immense strength, but also deepened everyone's understanding of the Super Dragon Ball's power. The Namekian Dragon Balls were also made from fragments scraped off the Super Dragon Balls. That's precisely why Porunga's abilities are far greater than those of Earth Shenron. Gogeta spoke slowly, his words carrying an undeniable authority. At that moment, Whis interjected. Although the Namekian Dragon Balls used fragments of the Super Dragon Balls, they contain the supreme rule of the Dragon God Zalama, the power of miracles. This power is not something that can be used casually. Whis' voice was deep and forceful, instilling awe in everyone toward that so-called power of miracles. Only Namekians of pure Dragon Clan lineage are qualified to borrow the Dragon God Zalama's power of miracles and thereby create Dragon Balls. As he spoke, Whis turned and fixed his gaze on Piccolo, continuing his explanation. Especially noteworthy is that your form, Mr. Piccolo, is also a special state formed by the power of miracles granted by Shenron. Whis paused here as if to allow everyone to gain a deeper understanding of Piccolo's uniqueness. Finally, Whis concluded, it can be said that Mr. Piccolo is the only one who not only possesses Dragon Clan lineage, but also has actual combat capability. The power of miracles. These words exploded like thunderclaps in everyone's ears. Except for Gogeta, everyone else was utterly bewildered, as if struck by lightning. Although they knew nothing about this new term, just from Whis' tone they could sense that it was an extremely powerful, mysterious, and supreme force. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Whis further explained, the power of destruction that Grand Zeno used to erase universes during the Tournament of Power is on par with the power of miracles. Both forces represent the highest rules except one is primarily responsible for destruction, while the other is mainly responsible for creation. Everyone gasped in unison. They certainly knew how terrifying Grand Zenith's power of destruction was. It was a force capable of easily obliterating an entire universe. And now was claimed that the power of miracles was equivalent to it, and perhaps even greater. This was truly astonishing. With Grand Zenith's power of destruction as a reference, the group finally had a rough understanding of the concept of the power of miracles. So the power of miracles was this formidable, and the dragon god Zalama, who possessed such power, must also be a supreme being. Doesn't this feel like the god of destruction and the supreme Kai? Krillin rubbed his chin in thought before reaching a conclusion. Exactly, the gods of destruction and the supreme Kai jointly manage the universes, while Grand Zeno and Lord Zalama are the administrators of the entire multiverse. Gogeta pondered inwardly how to reveal the impending crisis to everyone. The mention of the dragon god Zalama was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity. He exchanged a knowing glance with Whis, both understanding each other's intent, and then resolutely turned to face the group, preparing to convey this heavy news. Gogeta took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady, and slowly began, "Everyone, I have some very bad news to share. I hope you can mentally prepare yourselves to face it." He paused, observing everyone's reactions. They all stared back at him with grave expressions, clearly aware that what he was about to say was no trivial matter. Gogeta continued, "Apart from Grand Zeno and the dragon god Zalama, there are actually two other supreme gods in existence, the Time King and the Space King. However, tragically, these two supreme gods fell in a fierce battle many years ago." As he spoke, Gogeta's voice dropped slightly, as if he too felt a sense of regret for their passing. Not only that, but Grand Zeno and the dragon god Zalama were also severely wounded in that battle. Although a long time has passed for recovery, their injuries have yet to fully heal. Gogeta's words were like a thunderbolt, causing an uproar among the crowd. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, finally realizing that the severity of the situation far exceeded their imagination. "You mean? That's right. The enemy is about to awaken. We have at most 100 years before a new crisis descends upon us. The adversary is far more formidable than you can imagine, and you must strive to elevate yourselves to face the coming storm. This time death will be eternal. There is currently no method to revive the fallen. Those cruelly slain by the evil clan will not only lose their lives, but also have their energy and souls devoured. Even the Super Dragon Balls possessing miraculous power would be powerless to intervene. Through this method, the evil clan continuously grows stronger. Thus, we must exhaust every effort to enhance our own strength to stand against them. Only by becoming more powerful can we protect all that we cherish, our families, friends, loved ones, and the beautiful world we inhabit. Do everything in your power to grow stronger, to surpass. With unwavering conviction, we shall win this war." Vegetto's words resounded with vigor and inspiration, rekindling the fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. With a great enemy at our doorstep, our very existence is at stake. This is no time for you to retreat into seclusion. You should impart all the knowledge you have acquired to others. Let the people of Earth, and even the entire universe, cultivate. With more people, we gain more strength and a greater chance of victory. Upon hearing this, Piccolo suddenly recalled Vegetto's earlier words. Vegetto had mentioned that the evil clan would absorb the souls and energy of the dead, so having more people might actually invite more trouble. "But didn't you say?" Piccolo's words were abruptly cut off by Vegetto. "Do not worry." Vegetto waved his hand, his tone resolute. "At the highest levels of combat, sheer quantity can no longer spark a qualitative transformation. The power the evil clan amasses by absorbing the souls and energy of the dead can at best barely reach the level of a god of destruction. Moreover, in each universe, their numbers will never exceed 5. More importantly, their combat skills are utterly atrocious. They cannot even unleash their full potential. 100 years is a long time. Aside from Master Roshi, none of you have lived that long. This period is enough for you to reach new heights. You already know the cultivation method the Grand Priest mentioned. Follow that broad path, and I believe you can attain the level of gods of destruction, or even higher dimensions. Never doubt your own potential. The battles you have experienced are countless, each filled with endless peril and challenge. Yet time and again you have bravely faced those fearsome foes, unflinchingly surpassing yourselves. What makes you so formidable is not just your exceptional combat skills and power, but the courage and determination deep within your hearts. To protect our shared home, Earth, you have fearlessly drawn your blades against enemies far stronger than yourselves, unhesitatingly confronting the specter of death. This indomitable spirit and steadfast conviction have already set you far above most. On the path of the heart, you have taken a great leap forward, enduring countless trials and tribulations. Now each of you has matured into a true powerhouse capable of standing alone. Hearing Vegetto's lavish praise, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. Are we really that good? Krillin scratched his head sheepishly, and Vegetto gave an affirmative answer. Of course, especially those of you who have journeyed since the era of Demon King Piccolo. Your hearts are unbreakable. That said, Yamcha is an exception. He has lost his way, forsaken the pride of a warrior. I no longer consider him a warrior. After a series of heart-pounding battles, the god of tea finally realized a harsh truth. He simply could not keep up with the pace of Goku and the others. Though he yearned deep down to become stronger, his talent proved an insurmountable barrier. He felt utterly lost and bewildered, unsure how to break through his limitations. He tried various methods and trained relentlessly, but the results were minimal. Gradually, he began to doubt whether he was truly meant to be a warrior. Amidst the agonizing struggle, the god of tea ultimately chose to accept his mediocrity. He decided to let go of his obsession with power and no longer identify himself as a warrior. This decision was not easy for him, for he had once been a brave and fearless warrior. When Yamcha was mentioned, everyone fell into an involuntary silence. They remembered the days of fighting side by side, those times brimming with passion and fervor. Yet now Yamcha had chosen a different path, exiting the stage in an ordinary manner. Though it left them with a tinge of regret, they understood it was his own choice. Everyone has their own trajectory in life, or perhaps for him a mundane existence was the true destination. Thus they silently wished Yamcha, while hoping he would find his own happiness in the days to come. And Yamcha, through his actions, showed everyone that even without being a warrior, one can lead a fulfilling and meaningful life. Seeing the group somewhat disheartened, Vegetto curled his lips into a gentle smile and spoke in a steady, firm voice. Accepting one's mediocrity is undoubtedly a great torment to the soul. However, if Yamcha can reclaim that warrior's pride, he will become invincible. Vegetto's words flowed like a clear spring into everyone's hearts, lifting their spirits from the slump. His gaze swept across them, and he continued, "Do not underestimate the courage it takes to accept mediocrity. It is no easy feat. But precisely because of this, when one can truly face and embrace their own ordinariness, they have the potential to transcend and shine with even greater brilliance." Vegetto's words offered a new perspective, prompting them to re-evaluate Yamcha. Perhaps he was not a failure, but a warrior undergoing growth. As long as he could rediscover that pride, he would surely overcome his inner struggles and reveal his true strength. On a certain Earth within a universe, a heart-stopping battle was unfolding. Two figures streaked through the air like shooting stars, hurtling at breakneck speed before colliding with tremendous force. Each impact felt like the apocalypse of the cosmos, producing deafening roars. The surrounding space trembled violently under the immense shockwave, as if it might shatter into countless fragments at any moment. After another fierce collision, the two finally parted slightly, each hovering in midair. One figure covered in sharp spikes, and with a hideous visage, was Super Saiyan. The other, standing in opposition to him, was the most formidable being in this dimension, Gogeta. Gogeta's gaze, blazing like fire, fixed intensely on Saiyan before him. His heart swirled with confusion and fury. Just moments ago, he had clearly annihilated Saiyan with the Big Bang Kamehameha, yet in the blink of an eye the fiend had resurrected. What infuriated Gogeta even more was the sight of the others lying in the ruins, their fates unknown, clearly struck down by Saiyan's assault. Gogeta clenched his fists, his rage blazing within him. He glared at Saiyan and roared, "You bastard! What the hell happened?" This Saiyan was utterly transformed from before. His body was shrouded in a thick, malevolent black aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the abyss of hell. This black aura surged endlessly from within him, intertwining with his original power, vastly amplifying his strength. Yet as Gogeta gazed at the Saiyan before him, an indescribable, uncanny sensation rose in his heart. It felt as though he faced not the true Saiyan, but a puppet manipulated by some unknown force. As Gogeta pondered, Saiyan suddenly burst into a cackling laugh. The sound was like a demon from hell, dripping with malice and mockery. With the laughter, a terrifying energy surged from Saiyan like raging waves. Where it passed, the ground could not bear the force and began to quake violently. The power of this energy was so immense that the surrounding ruins were instantly crushed again, turning into a scene of swirling dust. Those who had lain in the ruins were pressed deeper into the debris under this overwhelming pressure, their fates unknown. Gogeta stared at the cackling Saiyan, thinking to himself, "The fusion lasts only 30 minutes. I must end this quickly and eliminate this fiend. Otherwise, once the fusion ends, the entire universe will be doomed." With this thought, Gogeta wasted no time. He shot forward like lightning, closing in on Saiyan in an instant. He swung his arm with the force of a thunderbolt, driving a fist straight toward Saiyan's face. The punch was devastating, cutting off Saiyan's laughter and replacing it with a grunt. Seizing the moment, Gogeta gave Saiyan no respite. Pressing his advantage, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks before his opponent could recover. However, Saiyan was no pushover. After enduring several of Gogeta's blows, he finally began to counterattack. Long suddenly extended a hand firmly grasping Gogeta's swift fist. At the same time his other hand shot out like a venomous snake aiming straight for Gogeta's face. Gogeta leaned back narrowly dodging the strike. But he didn't relent, following up with a powerful kick aimed at Long's cheek. The kick was forceful, catching Long off guard and sending him flying backward like a broken kite. Using the momentum, Long swung and slammed Gogeta hard into the ground. Yet Long was remarkably agile in the air. He quickly steadied himself and fired several dazzling energy blasts that howled toward Gogeta. Gogeta leaped lightly, evading Long's attack, then burst his energy to power up and charged again. Long spread his fingers, releasing a hail of tiny energy bullets that streaked toward Gogeta. Seeing the incoming energy blasts, Gogeta instantly teleported behind Long. As Long turned his head, Gogeta's leg had already connected with his face, sending him flying like a cannonball and crashing heavily into the ground. Gogeta opened his hands, and a colorful energy sphere materialized between them. As iridescent energy converged, he grasped the sphere and hurled it viciously at Long. Then Gogeta flashed into the sky, raising his hands above his head. A violent energy rapidly formed at his palms, emitting a blinding radiance. Long, die. The energy in Gogeta's hands transformed into shockwaves that rained down upon the ground, plowing through the earth. Amidst the billowing smoke, Long was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, two energy blasts shot out from the smoke, flying straight at Gogeta. Gogeta swung his hand like a blade, deflecting Long's blasts. Long appeared above Gogeta, clasping his hands together and hammering down toward him. Expecting an easy hit, his attack instead passed straight through Gogeta's afterimage. Chop! Gogeta's powerful flying kick, like Laos, slammed heavily into Long's abdomen. Long spewed blood, his body crashing into the earth. The ground shattered like paper, splitting apart instantly. But in the next moment, Long shot out like lightning. Before Gogeta could react, a fist landed on his face. Yet a second later, Gogeta's uppercut sent Long spitting foam. Gritting his teeth, Long endured the blow and drove his knee viciously toward Gogeta. Gogeta stepped back, dodging the strike, then threw a straight punch. Long raised his arm to block, and the two began a fierce exchange of blows, parrying and countering each collision, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. But Long was clearly struggling, taking many punches to his face and abdomen, leaving him bruised and swollen. Long suddenly erupted with terrifying energy, blasting Gogeta away. He puffed out his chest, and the 7 Dragon Balls on it emitted 7 black beams. A massive pitch-black energy sphere appeared above the earth, rapidly shrinking until it was only 2.5 meters in diameter, cradled in Long's hand. What do you think of this move? This time it won't be as easy as before for you to kick me away. Hiya. Perish, you wild monkey. In a certain universe on Earth, 1 year after Vegetto vanquished Majin Buu, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Temple of the Gods. A short demon with horns, an elderly Namekian, and a youth bearing a striking resemblance to the Supreme Kai. These individuals immediately began chattering, declaring their intention to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish. The elderly Namekian merely glanced over the edge of the temple, lightly raised a hand, and summoned the Dragon Balls scattered across the earth. They promptly summoned the Eternal Dragon and made their wish. Turn the ones who fought Majin Buu and their allies into children. How young should the children be? First graders. And what about those who are already children? Turn them into infants. Understood. At the brief's residence, Vegetto's eyes snapped open. The sky suddenly darkened. What is this? The Eternal Dragon. The others at the party cried out in confusion. Suddenly agonized screams erupted as everyone shrank, eventually becoming children. Vegetto instantly rose and used instant transmission to reach the temple. He saw a spaceship flickering in the sky. With sharp reflexes, he fired a blast, but he was a moment too late. The vessel tore through layers of space and vanished from his sight. I can't sense their key. Vegetto rubbed his chin, pondering. Where did those bastards go? What is their goal? Why did they take Dend? A smirk curled on Vegetto's lips. Things were getting interesting. Just then the similarly shrunken Mr. Popo approached and said, some very strange people came earlier. They used the Dragon Balls to wish you all small and took the Guardian. I'm sorry I couldn't stop them. Mr. Popo's tone was dejected. He had lost another Guardian. Don't worry. Since they chose to take Dend, he should be safe for the time being. Vegetto comforted Mr. Popo. An unknown enemy is what makes it interesting. They'll make them regret this choice. Vegetto flashed a confident smile, radiating a sense of absolute security. Kibito Kai also used instant transmission to bring everyone to the temple. From Mr. Popo's description, Supreme Kai Shin was certain it was his brother Dejisu, a Namekian named Neva, and an arrogant short man who had made the wish to the Eternal Dragon and abducted Dend. The legendary Namekian. How intriguing. Vegetto was somewhat interested in this Neva character. As for the other two, even Shin the Supreme, Kai couldn't earn Vegetto's respect, let alone his brother. The arrogant short man was even less noteworthy, a complete waste. It's hard to control my ki now that my body is small. Piccolo tried to fly, but wobbled unsteadily, crashing headfirst into a tree on the temple grounds. He emerged bruised and battered, a comical sight. Vegetto stretched his limbs lightly, leaped into the air, and began swiftly punching and kicking. He showed no signs of difficulty adapting. My power hasn't changed despite being smaller. Vegetto ceased his movements, clenched his fist, and flared his aura. Let's try this. Vegetto's eyes blazed as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. A terrifying torrent of energy swept across the entire temple, sending the others flying like paper dolls. Stop it, Vegetto. Hearing their cries, Vegetto suppressed his aura and reverted to his normal state. Phew. Saved? It couldn't be helped. Vegetto's strength was already leagues ahead, and with their bodies shrunken, the others' power had plummeted. They simply couldn't withstand his presence. It seems Vegetto's power hasn't changed. It made sense. When he fought Super Buu, Gohan absorbed Vegetto had been turned into a coffee bean, yet he still thrashed Buu effortlessly. His size had no effect on his ability. Since Vegetto's strength was unaffected, some people were about to be in for a world of trouble. Kibito used instant transmission to bring Supreme Kai Shin's old spaceship to the temple. They needed this vessel to reach the demon realm. Ordinary ships couldn't get there. After preparing, the group set off for the demon realm. Soon they arrived before a creature resembling a goldfish. Supreme Kai Shin introduced it as Lord Warp. Unfortunately, they couldn't pass freely now. A password was required. What? A password? Vegetto cracked his knuckles, his gaze sharp as he eyed the giant goldfish. With that much fat, it should be tasty, right? A wave of intangible pressure suddenly emanated. The goldfish-like Warp shuddered, sensing that the spiky-haired fellow before him was not to be trifled with. It quickly opened the passage, allowing Vegetto and the others through. Phew. Vegetto, how could you be so rude to Lord Warp? What if it didn't let us through? Supreme Kai Shin said with lingering fear. If it didn't let us through, then we'd beat it until it submitted. These creatures all bully the weak and fear the strong. Dabura of the demon realm was only so-so. What trouble could a gatekeeper cause? If it comes to it, we can just borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek. Though Vegetto seemed brash, he had already thought of a fallback plan. If they weren't allowed through, then they'd use another method. Earth wasn't the only place with Dragon Balls. There were plenty of ways. Passing through Lord Warp's mouth, the group entered another space. This is a transfer point. Those 3 passages lead to the first, second, and third demon realms. And the others? Vegetto pointed at the dense array of other passageways and questioned Supreme Kai Shin. Shin was also stumped and answered uncertainly. They might be passages to other worlds. I'm not sure either. A long time ago, a benevolent demon king in the demon realm, seeking to expand it, sent a powerful super demon Namekian named Rimus to create many universes. Many demons from the demon realm moved to these new universes, and Lord Rimus dispatched many blind people to serve as Supreme Kais in those universes. So this Rimus guy is strong. This was the first time Vegetto had heard such an account of the universe's origin, and he became intensely interested in Rimus. This being felt somewhat similar to the Eternal Dragon. Could one wish to the Dragon Balls to create a universe? Can we go see him now? Seeing that Vegetto had designs on Lord Rimus, Supreme Kai Shin quickly changed the subject. The priority is still rescuing Dend. We can talk about the rest later. Vegetto nodded. Saving Dend was the most important thing now. He then turned to look at the 3 passages and asked, which one do we take? The second demon realm. I'm more familiar with it. The blind people had once lived in the second demon realm, so Shin knew it well. It was the same routine again. The goldfish here refused them entry no matter what. Even after Vegetto's threats, it only relented slightly, forcing them to go to the third demon realm. In the first demon realm within the Demon King's palace, Goma received news that Vegetto and his group had entered the great demon realm. He was desperately trying to find ways to stop their advance. Hey, Dejisu, stop them immediately. Goma shouted at Dejisu, clearly terrified of Vegetto's power. I'm terribly sorry, King Goma, but we cannot stop them. If we don't let them in, they might actually lay hands on Lord Warp, and then we wouldn't be able to get out either. Goma stared at Vegetto's diminutive form on the screen, still finding him utterly terrifying, and thus instructed Dejisu. Then let them go to the third demon realm first. Buy us some time. Once I find the third eye and gain immense power, I will surely defeat that fellow named Vegetto. Goma yearned for the third eye. Legend held that whoever obtained it would gain infinite power and could easily become the great demon king. Yes, I will issue the orders immediately. Passing through Lord Warp's channel once more after a dizzying whirl, the group finally arrived in the great demon realm. Although it was the third demon realm with Vegetto's strength, rescuing Dend shouldn't take too long. Suddenly a figure appeared outside the plane, waving at them. Sensing no hostility, the Supreme Kai guided the plane to descend slowly to the ground. Pardon my intrusion, everyone. I am Glorio. I have been awaiting your arrival. Glorio. What business do you have with us? Shin the Supreme Kai stepped forward to inquire. Might you be Mr. Vegetto? Glorio seemed unsurprised by their shrunken state. Vegetto in turn sized up Glorio, sensing his strength was merely average with nothing particularly special about him. I am Vegetto. Glorio looked at the Chiba version of Vegetto with a serious expression. I wish to request that you defeat King Goma. Goma? That arrogant little man who kidnapped Dend. Precisely. No problem. Vegetto agreed without hesitation, unafraid of any schemes, a confidence born of absolute power. However, before that I want to gather the Dragon Balls of the Great Demon Realm. Vegetto stated his intention. Since they were legendary creations of the Namekians, perhaps they could undo the Pod-era fusion. After defeating Majin Buu, Vegetto had sought a way to defuse. Regrettably, Earth's Shinron could not do it, and the Namekian dragon's power was limited, only able to help Kibito Kai defuse. Because Vegetto's power was too immense, even Porunga's strength couldn't separate him. Vegetto had to abandon the idea of defusing. With Goku and Vegeta gone, and Vegetto's birth, the ethical dynamics of two families grew delicate. Handling family matters was beyond Goku and Vegeta, and thus beyond Vegetto as well, perhaps his only flaw. Vegetto believed he only needed to appear at critical moments to defeat enemies, leaving other matters to Goku and Vegeta. No need to search. I know where the Dragon Balls are. Glorio spoke in a calm tone, as if it were a trivial matter. The Great Demon Realm has 3 Dragon Balls located in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Demon Realms. Each Dragon Ball is guarded by a Sphere God. One must defeat the Sphere God in unknown combat to obtain it. The Sphere Gods are terrifyingly powerful. No one has ever managed to defeat them. Oh, that formidable. Vegetto's eyes lit up instantly. So the Great Demon Realm had such mighty beings. Leave these Sphere Gods to me. Let me see just how powerful they are. Vegetto cracked his knuckles, looking forward to the journey ahead. Then let's set off immediately. Wait. Bulma glanced at her watch and said to the group, how strange. It's already nighttime, so why is the sky still so bright? The 3rd Demon Realm has 2 suns, so it remains bright even at night, Glorio explained to Bulma. Let's find a place to rest for the night. This godforsaken place has terrible conditions, so much dust, and I feel all sticky. I want a bath. I know of a town ahead. Let's go there. The group boarded the plane and headed in the direction Glorio indicated, soon arriving at the town he mentioned. After parking the plane, they found a hotel. Glorio, after a friendly bit of intimidation with the owner, secured rooms at an extremely low price. After stowing their luggage, they went to a tavern for a meal. A few insolent thugs came to cause trouble, but after Vegetto taught them a lesson, they fled in disgrace. However, the venomous look in their eyes before they left suggested they would seek revenge. I'm going out for a stroll. They'll be back soon. After eating, Vegetto got up and left, planning to look around the area and see what those thugs were up to. As soon as he stepped out, Vegetto spotted those thugs sneaking toward their plane. He quietly followed them, and just as they got close to the aircraft, he suddenly whispered in their ears. Oh, still up to no good. What do you intend to do to my plane? Vegetto's words exploded like a bomb in their ears. They turned to see his mocking smile, which looked like a demon's in their eyes. They immediately scattered in all directions. With your pathetic skills, you think you can escape? Vegetto extended a finger, and several light rings shot out swiftly, binding the fleeing thugs tightly. They lay on the ground, still struggling and writhing like caterpillars trying to crawl away. Vegetto sent out more light rings, locking them to the ground. Keep an eye on my plane. He'll release you tomorrow. Vegetto rummaged through their pockets for some currency of the Great Demon Realm, then leaped into the air, flying off into the distance, leaving the still struggling men behind. Along the way, Vegetto noticed that the air in the Great Demon Realm was very thick. If Piccolo and the others came here, they wouldn't last long before tiring out. After circling around, Vegetto spotted a house not far away, piquing his curiosity. Though he had been in the Great Demon Realm for less than a day, he understood its rule, while the survival of the fittest. Anyone daring to live alone here must be extraordinary. Vegetto approached and saw it was a restaurant. Welcome. Vegetto stepped inside and saw only a plump auntie and a skinny old man. To run a business here, they must be no ordinary folk. What would you like to eat, little customer? The plump auntie asked Vegetto with a kind face. The customer was king. That was the rule she had set for herself. Bring me some signature dishes. Vegetto looked around as he spoke to the auntie. While the skinny old man prepared the food, Vegetto wandered about the shop. What are these? Vegetto crouched in front of a collection of jars and bottles, picking up something that looked like a candy and asking the auntie. Oh, those. They're medicine bugs. That one is a revival bug. Eating it restores stamina. The plump auntie pointed to the bug in Vegetto's hand, then introduced others: burn bugs, headache bugs, beauty bugs, a great variety. And this one? Vegetto picked up a green bug, actually 2 bugs fused together. That's a fusion bug. It allows 2 people to fuse for a period of time. Excellent. Give me some of these revival bugs, and also some of those fusion bugs. Vegetto grabbed a handful of revival bugs. These were akin to Senza beans. He absolutely had to buy them. Those fusion bugs weren't bad either, he would buy some of them too. How much stamina can this restore, Andy? It should be able to fully restore it, I think. I've never tried them myself, but when I got the stock I was told they restore all stamina. The plump auntie recalled carefully, then affirmed to Vegetto. Really? A single Senza bean was no longer very effective for Vegetto now. He would need several to restore his stamina. If the revival bugs could truly restore all his stamina, he had to stock up on plenty just in case. Of course my goods are top-notch, there won't be any problem. The plump auntie patted her chest in assurance. They'll take all of these and a few more fusion bugs. Vegetto pointed at the large jar of revival bugs in front of him, then grabbed a handful of fusion bugs and placed them among the revival bugs, saying to the plump auntie, "Oh my, no problem. They'll wrap them up for you right away." Hearing that Vegetto wanted so many goods, the plump auntie's smile stretched from ear to ear. Her hands moved swiftly, and soon she had packed everything and placed it on the table. Just then the thin old man brought up the food. The plump auntie immediately told him about this big deal. Upon hearing it, the old man's wrinkled face bloomed into a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. Vegetto quickly cleared the food from the table. To be honest, the things in the Great Demon Realm weren't bad at all. Although their appearance was a bit peculiar, the taste was still quite good. "Boss, check please." Vegetto had swiped quite a bit of money from a few underlings, which was why he could be so bold as to demand everything. "That'll be 1 million skeleton coins, thank you." "How much?" 1 million skeleton coins. Vegetto was rooted to the spot, a bit embarrassed. He didn't have enough money. Vegetto took out all the money he had and said to the plump auntie, "How many revival bugs can this buy?" The plump auntie was somewhat disappointed, thinking she had a big sale, but it fell through. However, her professional integrity wouldn't allow her to show a disappointed expression. She still packed the items with a smile. "Let me help you put these back. Keep these for me, we'll come back to buy them next time." Vegetto grabbed the large bag of revival bugs and walked to the shelf where the medicinal bugs were kept. As he stuffed the bag back inside, he accidentally bumped into a small bottle. Fortunately, Vegetto was quick. He caught the bottle before it could fall and break. "Hey, what's this?" After putting the revival bugs away, Vegetto wiped the dust off the bottle, revealing its contents. 2 eyeballs. "Oh, that. It's called the demon's third eye. The third eye. They say that if you put it on your forehead, you can gain immense power. I bought 3 of them in total. They weren't very effective. I sold one a long time ago. If you want it, I can sell it to you cheap." Upon hearing it was something to boost power, Vegetto immediately lost interest. Power should be cultivated through one's own efforts. "I don't want it." He tossed the bottle back onto the shelf, ready to leave. Before going, he repeatedly told the plump auntie to keep the revival bugs for him, that he would come back to buy them. Ever since Vegetto arrived in the Great Demon Realm, Goma had been observing him from time to time. He had no choice if Vegetto posed too great a threat to his position as the Great Demon King. He couldn't afford not to keep a close watch. That is the legendary third eye. And there are 2 of them. Seeing the item in Vegetto's hands, Goma was drooling with desire. The thing he had been searching for so many years was actually in a rundown restaurant. "Digos, get ready. We're going to bring the third eye back immediately." "No, I'll go myself." Goma rushed off in a fluster. He wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until he got his hands on that thing. Digos followed him out. Soon Goma led a large squad of bodyguards to the third demon realm, his target clear the third eye in that small shop. After leaving the restaurant, Vegetto tied the small bag of bugs to his waist and continued exploring the Great Demon Realm. This time Vegetto arrived at a small town. A group of soldiers in the town was chasing a small cloaked figure. In the center of the town, several soldiers were guarding a large crowd of people. Vegetto quietly hid on the rooftop, eavesdropping on the townspeople. "These bastards from the gendarmerie are getting greedier and greedier. The tribute has been increased to 3 gold coins. If you can't pay, they take 3 years of your life. They're giving us no way to survive. It's all that damned Great Demon King Goma's fault. Ever since he became the Great Demon King, life has been getting harder and harder." After listening for a while, Vegetto roughly understood Goma's character from the people's words. He was a true tyrant, and the one being chased was probably a good person. Vegetto acted decisively. He flashed behind the gendarmerie soldiers guarding the people and knocked them out with a few chops of his hand. "Yo!" Vegetto raised an eyebrow at the bewildered crowd and gave a slight smile. His afterimage gradually faded into nothingness. He reappeared in front of the mysterious cloaked figure. Vegetto raised his hand, forming a blade, and casually swung it. A line appeared on the ground. "Cross the line and you die." A soldier from the gendarmerie looked at the line on the ground, then at Vegetto's slender frame. He gritted his teeth and shouted to his comrades. "He's just one person and he's so small. If we all rush him, we can take him. Arg." Before he could finish, Vegetto appeared before him and delivered a heavy punch to his stomach. The soldier's eyes flew wide open and drool spilled from his mouth. Vegetto leaped high and landed a flying kick. The soldier flew off like a kite with a broken string, crashing headfirst into a distant pile of rocks. Vegetto landed steadily and shook his head. "Can't read the situation, huh? Being stubborn has its price. The other soldiers from the gendarmerie looked at their comrade, whose fate was unknown in the distance. Their eyes fixed on Vegetto were filled with terror, and their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Vegetto ignored them. He grabbed the cloaked figure by the shoulder and vanished from the spot. Only after they were sure Vegetto was gone did the gendarmerie soldiers hurriedly rush to their comrade among the rocks to rescue him. Vegetto carried the cloaked figure through the air at high speed. The immense wind pressure blew back the figure's hood, revealing it to be just a little girl. "Hey, what's your name?" "Vegetto. My name is Ponji." Ponji, being very outgoing, immediately started chatting with Vegetto. "What? You came to defeat the great demon King Goma." Upon learning that Vegetto was specifically looking for the great demon King Goma, Ponji was shocked. "That's right. He kidnapped my friend, and I'm going to rescue him." "That's great. Can I come with you?" "Why? You're so strong. I want to see the great demon King Goma get defeated with my own eyes." "Do you have a grudge against him? You hate him that much?" Ponji loosened the scarf around her neck, revealing a collar, and pointed at it. Since the era of King Dabura until now, everyone born in the third demon realm has to wear this collar. If you don't wear it, you get killed. This collar grows as the person grows. I want to get rid of this thing. I want the people of the third demon realm to live a free and wonderful life. That's a lofty ambition. Then I'll help you out too. Vegetto grabbed the collar. Before Ponji could react, Vegetto's eyes focused, and with a forceful pull the collar was torn off directly. Ponji's eyes widened in utter disbelief. She touched her neck and said happily, "It's really off. You're amazing, Vegetto. Are we there yet?" Gemma asked the pilot on the plane, his tone tinged with impatience. The pilot replied in a low voice. Still 7 hours. Hurry up, hurry up. But if we go any faster, the plane won't hold up. The air in the third demon realm is very thick. Flying too fast risks a crash." Hearing the pilot's words, Gemma had to abandon the idea of speeding up and sat back in his seat sulking. The accompanying soldiers huddled in corners, not daring to make a sound, afraid of becoming Gemma's outlet for anger. "We'll take a nap first. Call me as soon as we arrive." Vegetto wandered through the third demon realm with Ponji, looking for other peculiar places. "What's that?" As Vegetto flew, he suddenly spotted a massive chasm in the distance. The rift stretched endlessly, bottomlessly dark, an abyss of pitch black. Like a bottomless chasm. That's the dark sea. Falling in there means certain death. Vegetto. Ponji's expression was fearful. As a native of the third demon realm, she had always heard tales of how terrifying the dark sea was. "My father told me that a long time ago the great demon realm was immense. Then no one knows what happened, but it slowly became what it is now. The dark sea appeared back then. In the old days there were many powerful warriors in the demon realm, but after they entered the dark sea none ever returned. Over time the dark sea became a forbidden place. Anyone who enters dies." Vegetto pondered this. No wonder someone like Dabura could become the king of the demon realm. Recalling the transit station earlier with its countless passageways, it was clear the great demon realm was no ordinary place. It seemed the true experts were gone, leaving the weak to rule. Truly, in a land without tigers the monkey proclaims himself king. Vegetto flew closer, carefully examining the dark sea. Suddenly through the darkness, he glimpsed a pair of eyes. The owner seemed to sense his gaze and looked back. What a terrifying aura! It was brimming with darkness, malice, and savagery. Its violent energy lashed directly at Vegetto's spirit. Vegetto's eyes widened. He arched his back, clenched his teeth, and gripped his fists so tightly that veins bulged on his forehead. A black energy enveloped his body, making him appear utterly fearsome. "What's wrong, Vegetto?" Ponji immediately noticed his distress. Trembling, she poked his arm, only to be flung away by the raging energy. Vegetto turned his head with difficulty, gritting his teeth and speaking each word deliberately. "Get away, now. The farther, the better. Danger." Ponji stood frozen at a loss. "Go!" Vegetto bellowed. Snapping back to her senses, Ponji immediately flew away. Sensing Ponji's energy fading into the distance, Vegetto could finally let loose. A wisp of golden flame flickered over his body. Slowly raising his hands, more golden flames surged until reaching a critical point, they erupted. Vegetto spread his arms, and immense energy burst from him in all directions, leveling everything around. From afar, Ponji felt the terrifying commotion behind her. Turning back, she witnessed a sight that would sear into her memory forever, striking her heart with overwhelming force. A golden sphere of energy expanded, obliterating everything in its path. In an instant, a fearsome storm hurled Ponji through the air. Far away, Piccolo and the others immediately sensed Vegetto's energy. "That energy is Vegetto's." Piccolo shot to his feet. The others were equally stunned. This was the first time since Bu that they had seen Vegetto unleash such power. Has he encountered an enemy? Supreme Kai-Shin shook his head. No. If he had, Vegetto would test the waters bit by bit. He wouldn't erupt with this level of energy all at once. This aura is far stronger than when he faced Majin Bu. There shouldn't be anyone this powerful in the third demon realm. Suddenly Glorio thought of something and asked Piccolo, which direction? Piccolo pointed toward Vegetto's location. After confirming it carefully, Glorio said gravely, no mistake, that direction is the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea. It sounded like a terrifying place. What is this Dark Sea? Though Supreme Kai Shin was also from the Great Demon Realm, he had never been to the Third Demon Realm and had no idea what the Dark Sea was. Legend says anyone who falls into the Dark Sea dies. We don't know what horrors lie within, but if there's anything in the Third Demon Realm that could threaten Vegetto, it's probably there. Is the Dark Sea truly that formidable? Having witnessed Vegetto's power firsthand, Supreme Kai Shin found it hard to believe anyone could rival him. Buu, who had absorbed so many, was terrifyingly strong, yet he couldn't even force Vegetto to fight seriously. This isn't the time for discussion. Let's go see what's happening. Exactly. Everyone boarded the plane and flew toward Vegetto's direction. Vegetto stared at the black energy clinging to his hand. He tried to dispel it with his own power, but it had no effect. Thinking back to those eyes, he knew their owner was an extremely terrifying entity. Vegetto was well aware that he stood no chance against it. However, this being was sealed beneath the Dark Sea and gravely wounded. Vegetto still had the ability to cause it some trouble. With that thought, a mysterious aura rose from Vegetto's hand, erasing the black energy. Hey, race a little gift in return. Vegetto spread his arms, his energy surging higher and higher. A mystical aura enveloped him, and his blue flame blazed like a brilliant gem, shaking the world. Vegetto's Super Saiyan Blue made a dazzling appearance. Ultimate. Kamehameha. Golden lightning lashed the ground, without pattern the earth crumbling, as the energy in Vegetto's hands swelled the area of destruction, expanding. Ugh. Panji pushed aside the rubble, clutching her head as she looked up. Hovering midair, Vegetto radiated blinding light. The crushing pressure hit her again, and without a second thought, she turned and fled. The next moment, the spot where Panji had stood was obliterated by the furious energy. Hurled through the air once more, she cried out, "Why does this keep happening? Take this." Huh. The ultimate Kamehameha in Vegetto's hands rapidly expanded, shooting toward the Dark Sea with unstoppable force. Vegetto's ki disappeared. Piccolo and the others, not yet having reached the Dark Sea, could no longer sense Vegetto's ki. Could it be? Impossible. Everyone stared in disbelief. Had Vegetto truly been defeated? No, that is divine ki, you simply cannot perceive it. Kaishin Shin was stunned. Did Vegetto possess such power? Divine ki. Indeed, Vegetto has transcended the mortal realm, with one foot already set in the domain of gods. As the aircraft sped forward, they could dimly perceive the radiant energy in midair, shimmering like a brilliant diamond against the night sky. Dazzling and blinding. Before they could even draw near, the plane was jolted violently by the immense energy. Glorio had no choice but to keep his distance and land the aircraft in a safe spot. What a terrifying pressure. Even from this far away, it feels as if it's right before our eyes. It has only been a year, and Vegetto's power has reached a level beyond our imagination. Here it comes. Piccolo's expression was grim. What fearsome entity could have pushed Vegetto to such extremes? Vegetto, having charged his ultimate Kamehameha for a long time, unleashed it fiercely toward the Dark Sea. The blue energy wave, wreathed in golden aura, plunged into the Dark Sea in an instant, without stirring a single ripple. Phew. Vegetto withdrew his arms, his aura dissipating as he returned to his base form. Seeing Vegetto revert to normal, the others flew forward. Meanwhile, Panji also flew over from the other side. Vegetto, what happened? What was the enemy? Piccolo flew to Vegetto's side, scanning the area, and noticed an unfamiliar little girl. Could she be the one Vegetto had faced? Such a weak ki. Could this also be the divine presence Kaishin had mentioned? No. Vegetto replied with a grave expression. It was a very powerful sealed being. It tried to take control of me when I was off guard, but it did not succeed. Hearing Vegetto's words, everyone's minds went blank. What kind of nonsense was this? Controlling Vegetto. Was that a joke? Let's leave this place first. Although that thing took my ultimate Kamehameha, I cannot guarantee it won't try to control you again. We need to get out of here. They departed the Dark Sea at top speed and returned to their hotel room. Who is she? Everyone looked at the little girl who had followed them all the way, nearly being mistaken for an enemy by Piccolo with puzzled expressions. As Vegetto was about to speak, Panji introduced herself first. I am Panji. I want to join you in defeating King Goma. Panji was exhilarated. Having witnessed Vegetto's terrifying power firsthand, she was certain that Goma would soon meet his doom for provoking such a formidable being. After briefly explaining Panji's situation to the group, Vegetto continued, a terrifying entity is sealed within the Dark Sea. To be honest, I stand no chance against it. Vegetto's words were shocking. Everyone had just seen him display overwhelming might, and now he was saying the enemy was even stronger. How could they bear this? Hey, you must be joking, Vegetto. Krillin stepped forward trying to discern a joke from Vegetto's expression, but Vegetto's face was dead serious. There was no jest. Don't worry. Since such a being is sealed here, it's not our concern. For now, the priority is to rescue Dend and gather the Dragon Balls. Besides, it's already gravely wounded. Even if it emerges, we still have a fighting chance. With that, Vegetto took a small pouch from his waist, pulled out 2 bottles, and showed them to the others. These are revival bugs. Like senzu beans, they restore stamina when eaten. And this one is incredible. When 2 people eat these, they can fuse for a period of time. The demon realm has such treasures. Bugs. Piccolo was thrilled while Bulma was disgusted. The minds of a scientist and a battle lover were clearly on different wavelengths. That shop has plenty more revival bugs. After we defeat Goma and take his money, we'll buy them all. Vegetto had already planned it out. After vanquishing Goma, he would seize the Demon King's wealth to purchase the revival bugs. As the Demon Realm's great Demon King, Goma must have a vast treasure hoard enough to buy all the bugs. Do you want to give it a try? Vegetto opened the lid, took out a pair of fusion bugs, and asked the others, are there any restrictions? For example, do we need to have the same build or maintain consistent ki? Well, the shopkeeper didn't say. Let's just try it and see. We still have several more. Piccolo, you and Krillin give it a shot. Vegetto separated the bugs and handed them to Piccolo and Krillin. Why me? Among those present, you and Piccolo are the only ones who haven't fused before. Bulma doesn't count as she has no combat power, so even if she fused, we couldn't gauge the effect. Vegetto himself was a fusion being and Kaioshin had fused with Kibito. Of those present, only Piccolo and Krillin had never fused. As for Glorio and Ponji, they weren't close enough to the group and were automatically excluded. That's true, but no worries. Experience the wonder of fusion and see just how amazing the Demon Realm's special product is. Krillin tried to say more, but Vegetto cut him off, grabbed a bug, and shoved it into Krillin's mouth. MMPH. Gulp. Krillin swallowed the fusion bug. Then Vegetto turned to Piccolo, who also swallowed one without hesitation. The moment the bugs entered their stomachs, a white light enveloped Krillin and Piccolo. They slowly rose into the air, and with a brilliant flash, the two merged into one. The fusion of Piccolo and Krillin made its debut. How does it feel? Isn't it amazing? The feeling of being filled with power is truly wonderful. A dual voice, heavy and metallic, resounded as the fused being stretched and flexed. Since it's a fusion of Piccolo and Krillin, let's call you Piccolo. Without warning, Vegetto threw a punch at Piccolo. Piccolo reacted swiftly, raising an arm to block the blow. A slight smirk tugged at Vegetto's lips, and Piccolo returned a confident smile. Not bad, Piccolo. Want to find a place to test it out? So the group headed out again, finding an open area to gauge Piccolo's true strength. Vegetto and Piccolo stood opposite each other, their eyes locked. At a certain moment, both vanished from their spots. A thunderous roar echoed as their fists collided. A brief vacuum formed around them, and a massive circular crater appeared in the ground. After a momentary standoff, they vanished again, their figures flickering in the sky. Each clash unleashed tremendous energy. Before long, the ground was riddled with craters ravaged beyond recognition. In this dim and oppressive space, countless thick chains were intertwined like a dense spiderweb, tightly binding a figure within. These chains glimmered with a cold light, exuding a chilling power, as if they were shackles from the abyss, leaving no chance for escape. Yet despite being so tightly bound, the figure emanated an immensely terrifying aura. This aura surged like raging waves, ceaselessly battering the surrounding darkness, as if to tear it apart. Just then the figure's body trembled slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Immediately after, the suppressed aura within him erupted like a lit powder keg. This formidable aura burst forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly shattering the spatial restraints. The once indestructible chains snapped like paper under this force. With the chains broken, the figure vanished like a bolt of lightning from this space, as if he had never existed. Yet in the moment of his disappearance, his eyes turned mocking. Those eyes pierced through layers of spatial barriers, staring straight in one direction. In that direction, a spiky-haired fellow stood curiously. It was Vegetto. At that moment, Vegetto happened to look over their gazes meeting. As if by fate, the aura he sent out homed in accurately on Vegetto, as if to completely control him. However, something unexpected occurred. Vegetto suddenly unleashed an astonishing energy, erupting like a volcano, and breaking free from the binding force trying to control him. Then, without hesitation, he fired back a final Kamehameha, which streaked through the void, like lightning hurtling straight toward the bound figure. The final Kamehameha traversed layers of space with lightning speed and devastating power. It struck the bound figure, triggering a terrible explosion. The shockwave from the explosion swept across, as if tearing the entire space apart. Amidst the billowing smoke, a grunt was heard from the bound figure, clearly wounded. Yet as the smoke gradually cleared, everything in the space remained unchanged, as if the earth-shattering explosion had been but an illusion. Still, upon closer inspection, a subtle detail emerged. On the inner side of a chain binding the figure's arm, a tiny crack had appeared. Though minuscule, this crack filled him with ecstasy. Hee hee. A wild laugh suddenly echoed through the space. The laughter conveyed an indescribable excitement and triumph. Outside the space, a figure witnessed this scene, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth before his form slowly faded as if never there. The battle between Vegetto and Piccolo raged fiercely, the thrill of every punch intensifying the combat. The fight between Vegetto and Piccolo had reached a fever pitch. Each collision of fists was like the violent impact of two stars. Powerful shockwaves spread like a surging tsunami, causing the ground to crack and shatter, hurling massive boulders into the air and raising clouds of dust. The two moved like phantoms, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Piccolo's attacks were fierce, each punch carrying the force of an avalanche, trying to defeat Vegetto. Yet Vegetto effortlessly deflected Piccolo's fierce blows. As the battle continued, the piles of rocks around them began to tremble and sway. Then the rock piles collapsed like dominoes, their dust shrouding the battlefield in a haze. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo lunged at Vegetto with a powerful punch. "It's useless. We can clearly sense your energy and movements." With his eyes closed, Vegetto sidestepped, grabbed Piccolo's arm, and flung him into the collapsed rocks. Piccolo crashed into the rocks, kicking up a cloud of dust. But he quickly leaped out and charged at Vegetto again. This time Vegetto was faster. As Piccolo closed in, he delivered a devastating straight punch. Piccolo couldn't dodge, crossing his arms in front of him to brace for impact. The next moment, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The ground was gouged into a massive crater. He lay there struggling to rise. Vegetto spread his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Sensing danger, Piccolo sprang up like a carp, dodging the blasts with rapid movements. Piccolo's speed was blinding, closing in on Vegetto in an instant. Vegetto ceased his barrage, predicting Piccolo's trajectory, and swung his fist, but it hit nothing. Piccolo's afterimage dissolved as his real body appeared behind Vegetto, launching a flying kick. The next moment, Vegetto also vanished into an afterimage. Piccolo's kick tore a massive hole in the ground, sending up clouds of dust. He waved away the dust, searching for Vegetto, but found nothing. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. Piccolo spun around to find a massive energy sphere already at his face. His eyes widened in shock as he instinctively reached out to catch it. The immense force pushed Piccolo backward, his feet carving long grooves into the ground. Vegetto leaped into the distance, hurling another energy blast. It streaked through the air, merging into the massive energy sphere. The sphere swelled as if injected with gunpowder, then exploded. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky. The deafening roar startled people from their sleep. They rushed out to see a sight they would never forget. After an unknown time, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Piccolo's battered form. His arms were crossed before him, having absorbed most of the damage. His martial arts uniform was tattered, and his arms and torso were covered in wounds and blood. Piccolo lowered his arms, his body slumping in exhaustion. He staggered and sat down, forcing a bitter smile. The gap is still this huge. Damn it. Vegetto landed before him, smiling. Not bad at all. The power boost from fusion is tremendous, equivalent to Vegeta's level when he was demonized. And that's with Shenron shrinking us, so we can't unleash full power. With adult bodies, it should reach Super Saiyan 3 level. A Piccolo at Super Saiyan 2 level fusing with a Super Saiyan 1 Krillin to reach Super Saiyan 3 was quite impressive. Back then, the two kids' fusion also reached Super Saiyan 3, but both were at Super Saiyan 1 level, far stronger than Krillin now. So the fusion bug's effect was similar to the fusion dance. Try this. Vegeta's lips curved faintly as he reached to the vial at his waist, withdrew a resurrection bug, and tossed it toward Piccolo without hesitation. Piccolo instantly reacted. His hand shot out and caught the bug midair. Without pause, he placed it in his mouth, chewed briefly, and swallowed. In an instant, a searing wave of warmth surged through his veins like a torrential tide, spreading rapidly throughout his entire body. Wherever that heat flowed, Piccolo's exhausted frame seemed reborn. His stamina surged, and the wounds sustained during his battle with Vegeta healed swiftly under its restorative embrace. Whoa! Piccolo exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he marveled at the transformation within. This effect is just like that of a senzu bean. He sprang energetically to his feet, and in the motion his already tattered garments tore further. Yet Piccolo paid no mind. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast a spell, and in the blink of an eye conjured himself a brand new set of clothes. After roughly 28 minutes, Piccolo dissolved. Phew! Back to normal. Krillin exhaled deeply. How was it? Vegeta asked with a smile. Incredible. I never imagined we'd become so overwhelmingly powerful. Both Piccolo and Krillin beamed with satisfaction. The fusion had granted them a fleeting taste of transcendent strength, and their future cultivation would surely benefit. All right, let's talk later. It's late, and if I stay up any longer I'll start sprouting wrinkles. Bulma interrupted impatiently. She'd only accompanied them because staying alone in her room felt unsafe. Soon they returned to their hotel room. Here, take these resurrection bugs for emergencies, Vegeta said, distributing several among the group. Get some rest. We'll gather the Dragon Balls tomorrow. Vegeta headed straight into his room. The others followed suit. The next morning, everyone awoke, ate breakfast, and prepared to depart. At the aircraft, the three men Vegeta had bound to the ground the previous day still slept soundly. With a flick of his hand, Vegeta dispelled their energy restraints, then kicked each one sharply. Hey, wake up. Is this how you watch an aircraft? By sleeping through it? They jolted awake, scrambled to their feet upon spotting Vegeta, brushed dust from their clothes, and launched into frantic, overlapping excuses. Haha, the plane's perfectly fine, isn't it? I was just pretending to sleep, to test whether anyone else might try sabotaging it. Vegeta waved dismissively, as though shooing away flies. Scram, and don't ever fall into my hands again. Trembling, the trio bolted, terrified he might change his mind. Let's go. Gory boarded the aircraft and took the pilot's seat. I'll fly. I know this region well. No objections arose. Moments later, the craft lifted off, soaring toward the Dragon Ball's location. En route, they admired the surreal vistas of the demon realm while exchanging curious questions. Time passed effortlessly. The aircraft's energy is nearly depleted. We'll need to refuel soon, Gory announced. But I recall it should last much longer. Why is it running low already? King Kaishin frowned. He distinctly remembered having just replaced the aircraft's energy core. It ought to have lasted ages. This model is antiquated. Its energy efficiency is poor. Moreover, judging by its condition, it's been idle for years and most of its stored energy has dissipated. A full replacement is required. Then come to my place. I've got reserves. Your place? Where? Right there. Pongji pointed toward a distant castle. That's your home. That's Kardan Castle, the seat of the third Demon Realm's princess. Gory recognized the structure instantly. Well, that's rather modest. Not even half the size of my mansion. Bulma, after all, was the world's wealthiest woman, and fully entitled to such a remark. That's terribly rude. In the third Demon Realm, this castle is considered truly magnificent. Pongji bristled slightly, until Bulma quickly apologized. Sorry. The aircraft soon landed on an open field outside Kardan Castle. Armed guards immediately surrounded it. Having spotted the intruder, they stood ready for battle until intentions were clarified. It's me. Pongji descended first. Recognizing her, the guards lowered their weapons. Ah, Princess Pongji. We thought some foolhardy interloper dared invade Kardan Castle outright. I must urgently speak with father. Please refuel our aircraft. Pongji hurried off with Vegeta and the others in tow. They soon entered the grand hall where a broad-shouldered, portly man stood before them. Hey, Gory, you claimed you'd bring warriors strong enough to defeat Majin Buu. These are they. Is that so? Pongji interjected eagerly. Absolutely. Vegeta is incredibly powerful. He rescued me single-handedly from the constabulary siege and unleashed terrifying magic. With one blast, he shattered an entire mountain. As she spoke, Pongji gestured animatedly, her admiration for Vegeta unmistakable. My. King Kardan raised an eyebrow skeptically. To him, they appeared merely as children. How could they possibly wield such might? Sensing the king's doubt, Piccolo explained calmly, we were shrunk by Gamma using the Dragon Balls, but our power remains unaffected. Vegeta is truly extraordinary. Even the Dark Sea posed no threat to him. Pongji continued her fervent praise. His palms fire colossal laser beams. The mere aftershock pulverized an entire mountain range. The Dark Sea. King Kardan's eyes widened in shock. As sovereign of the third Demon Realm, he knew more than most what was the Dark Sea. It was the very source eroding the Demon Realm's vitality. My deepest apologies, and heartfelt thanks for safeguarding Pongji. Instantly, the king's demeanor shifted, warmth replacing skepticism. You've come seeking my aid, I presume. Name your request. I vow to fulfill it. He pounded his chest emphatically. Just refuel our aircraft. We're racing to collect the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? You mean to challenge the Ball God? King Kardan blinked in astonishment, yet quickly reasoned if they'd emerged unscathed from the Dark Sea, defeating the Ball God hardly seemed implausible. Meanwhile, Gamma, after a night-long flight, finally arrived at the small roadside diner. The moment he disembarked, he vanished, consumed by an obsessive yearning for the third eye. His craving for the third eye had hardened into an unshakable fixation. Welcome. The plump proprietress barely began before Gamma snatched the vial containing the third eyes and drew one out, poised to implant it onto his forehead. Oh ho ho. Lord Gamma himself graces our humble shop. What an honor. I'll take this. Gamma signaled his soldiers to pay, then pressed the third eye onto his brow. As the third eye fused with his flesh, Gamma clutched his forehead and roared, a deep guttural cry. His body swelled slowly, muscles rippling beneath his skin. Gamma transformed instantly into a hulking, corded titan. He threw back his head and bellowed, reversed the tide of fate. Open. What's that? Not far away on the ground, there was a massive hole. It was sealed by a magical array. That over there. That's the passage to the second demon realm, but it was sealed off long ago. Otherwise we wouldn't have to take such a long detour. We're here. With the shout, Vegeta's excitement surged. Finally we've arrived. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, having heard all along the way of the extraordinary strength of the sphere god of this place. Now that he could finally see it with his own eyes, Vegeta could barely contain his anticipation, eager to know if the legendary sphere god was truly as formidable as everyone claimed. As soon as Vegeta stepped off the aircraft, he darted around like a wild horse freed from its reins. Finally, in an open space not far away, he spotted the figure he had longed for, number 3 sphere god. Without hesitation, Vegeta executed his instant transmission technique, appearing before number 3 sphere god as swiftly as lightning. Hey, if I beat you, I get the Dragon Balls, right? Vegeta asked, bluntly, hands on his hips, pointing aggressively at the robot-like number 3 sphere god. Number 3 sphere god slowly lowered his head, replying expressionlessly, "That's right. Do you wish to challenge me?" "Of course. Why else would I come all this way?" A confident smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, number 3 sphere god suddenly lifted his enormous hammer, then leaped into the air like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Vegeta before landing firmly in front of him. "Come on, let me see what you've got." Vegeta smiled, confidently shrugged, and began trash-talking number 3 sphere god. "Turning you into scrap metal shouldn't be a problem." As number 3 sphere god raised his colossal hammer, a surge of immense power seemed to erupt from within him, as if the whole world trembled. Vegeta, as if anticipating the move, flickered and leaped nimbly, like lightning, effortlessly dodging the powerful strike. But this was only the beginning. Without pausing, Vegeta dashed forward like a phantom, his speed so dazzling it blurred the vision. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on number 3 sphere god, and without hesitation threw a punch. The blow was like a thunderbolt, carrying boundless force as it slammed into number 3 sphere god. Faced with Vegeta's fierce onslaught, number 3 sphere god dared not be careless. He immediately raised his hammer and met the attack with equally astonishing speed. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted as their attacks collided with tremendous force. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Their powers locked in a stalemate, neither able to budge the other. Yet this deadlock did not last long. In the next moment, number 3 sphere god's eyes widened in shock. His body suddenly struck by an irresistible force. He flew backward like a cannonball, crashing straight into the mountains behind him. A thunderous roar of crumbling mountains echoed as the range collapsed under the impact, dust and smoke billowing, blotting out the sky. Just when everyone thought number 3 sphere god would be defeated, he shot out from the dust like a meteor, his speed several times faster than before. Raising his now damaged hammer, he charged straight at Vegeta like a frenzied beast. Yet facing number 3 sphere god's desperate counterattack, Vegeta merely curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. He didn't even move. He simply lifted his foot, casually aiming at the hammer in number 3 sphere god's hand. Just as the hammer was about to strike him, Vegeta suddenly kicked out with lightning speed and astonishing force. A crisp crack sounded as the hammer in number 3 sphere god's hand shattered instantly under the kick, scattering into countless fragments. "Is this all you've got? And I was so looking forward to it," Vegeta said flatly, looking at number 3 sphere god. This indifferent tone was the most devastating. In just 2 moves, Vegeta had left number 3 sphere god questioning his own existence. And upon hearing Vegeta's taunt, number 3 sphere god was completely enraged. It must be said Vegeta's verbal assault was among the best in the Dragon Ball world. Anyone facing him had to endure both physical and psychological attacks. Unable to win, unable to escape, and forced to listen to his incessant mockery, who wouldn't break down? Number 3 sphere god's face flushed an abnormal crimson, his entire visage reddening like a boiled shrimp. Like a madman losing all reason, he flung away the handle of his hammer and charged at Vegeta like a wild beast launching a frenzied assault. Yet facing such a ferocious onslaught, Vegeta remained remarkably composed. With his arms crossed, he sidestepped and dodged with light steps, as if strolling through his own garden, effortlessly evading all of number 3 sphere god's attacks. "What's going on?" Vegeta sneered, a contemptuous smile on his lips. "Your full-powered attack can't even touch my clothes. With strength like that, how can you possibly guard the Dragon Balls?" With Vegeta's relentless taunts, number 3 sphere god's rationality was gradually consumed by rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he completely lost control of his power. Just then, Vegeta seized the moment and threw a punch, striking number 3 sphere god's stomach like a cannonball. The force of the blow was immense. Number 3 sphere god felt an overwhelming surge of pain doubling over as his head involuntarily rested on Vegeta's shoulder. As number 3 sphere god writhed in agony, a dazzling light suddenly flickered between him and Vegeta. Vegeta pressed his hands against number 3 sphere god's abdomen, and a powerful energy rapidly gathered in his palms, forming a massive energy sphere in the blink of an eye. The moment number 3 sphere god saw the energy sphere, a wave of despair surged within him as if he glimpsed his own death. Then like a meteor, he and the energy sphere hurtled backward, crashing straight into the distant mountain ranges. A thunderous roar erupted as if the entire world trembled. Under the immense impact, the distant mountains were instantly leveled, reduced to ashes. And above the ruins, a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky, piercing the heavens. Residents living nearby had come to watch since the battle began, their blood boiling at the dazzling spectacle. Vegeta's final blow made them realize that even a sphere god could be defeated, that the sphere god was not invincible. At that moment, Vegeta was a deity in their eyes. When the smoke dissipated, the third sphere god lay battered in the center of the massive crater. Vegetto descended slowly before him, reaching out to retrieve the Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Suddenly, the third sphere god extended his hand, grabbing Vegetto's arm, and spoke. "You are strong. I admit defeat. But if you wish to take the Dragon Ball, you must answer one of my questions." Hearing the third sphere god's words, Vegetto chuckled. But in the next instant, his arm moved with lightning speed, snatching the Dragon Ball from the sphere god's chest. "Are you here to amuse me? As my defeated foe, what gives you the right to demand I answer your question? This Dragon Ball is my trophy, I need no permission to take it." Vegetto turned and departed, Dragon Ball in hand. The third sphere god attempted to say something more, but Vegetto was already far away. "Let's go." Vegetto held aloft the Dragon Ball, signaling to the others as he prepared to leave. The onlookers gazed at him with admiration. After so many years, someone had finally defeated the sphere god and claimed the Dragon Ball. Only after Vegetto and his group had left did the remaining people dare to speak loudly. How terrifying! How could such a small body unleash such fearsome power? After all these years, someone has finally beaten the sphere god and taken the Dragon Ball. Just then, Vegetto and his companions arrived once more before the colossal magical array. The magical array appeared exceedingly mysterious, radiating a chilling surge of energy. "Do you think Vegetto could possibly break through that thing?" Krillin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and addressed the others. "If he succeeds, we won't have to travel such a long distance and waste time." Krillin's words piqued everyone's interest, and they all turned their gazes toward Vegetto. Hearing Krillin's suggestion, Vegetto found it not without merit, and a surge of challenge swelled within him. "Gilorio, stop!" Vegetto shouted loudly. "I want to see just how sturdy this magical array really is." Upon hearing Vegetto's command, Gilorio immediately maneuvered the aircraft into a gradual descent, eventually landing atop a lofty mountain peak. Vegetto casually raised his hand, and a sphere of energy shot forth like a meteor, crashing into the magical array in the blink of an eye. Sizzle. The moment Vegetto's energy wave contacted the magical array, a piercing electrical screech erupted as if 10,000 bees were buzzing simultaneously. The energy wave was instantly devoured by the array. Immediately, the magical array, like a high-speed lightning emitter, shot forth a dazzling bolt of lightning with the speed of a striking snake, hurtling straight toward Vegetto. Everyone was seized with terror, their hearts leaping into their throats, certain that Vegetto would be injured. Yet when the lightning struck him, only a wisp of smoke rose from his body. He was completely unharmed. "This force is quite considerable, perfect for loosening up my muscles." Vegetto twisted his neck and stretched his body like a lion about to awaken. In the next instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura imposing and steady, not a trace leaking out. Vegetto slowly raised both hands, shouting Kamehameha. In an instant, cerulean energy surged like a tidal wave, gathering in Vegetto's hands. When the power peaked, he thrust his hands forward, and the Kamehameha shot forth like a brilliant blue meteor, streaking across the sky with a roar. Upon impact, it was like a volcanic eruption. A tremendous shockwave like raging waves caused the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. The violent undulations, as if heaven and earth were splitting, collapsed all the nearby mountain peaks like dominoes. Then the Kamehameha, like an indestructible blade, pierced straight through the magical array with devastating force. After shattering the magical array, the Kamehameha's power did not diminish in the slightest. Like a ferocious beast, it tore through the magical barrier of the second demon realm with irresistible momentum, and finally, like a meteor, pierced the space of the first demon realm, triggering a cataclysmic, unprecedented super explosion. The entire first demon realm trembled violently, as if the end of the world had arrived, unleashing a devastating super earthquake. The inhabitants of the first demon realm were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They scattered in all directions, fleeing as if their feet were greased. Fear, like a vast net, tightly enshrouded the first demon realm. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck, as if the entire world was shaking. People screamed in terror, "Earthquake!" The sound echoed through the air, filled with boundless fear and despair. "The end of the world is here," someone shouted, their voice revealing dread of the unknown and a yearning for survival. People fled in all directions, seeking shelter from the sudden calamity. "The great demon realm is doomed," another cried out in despair. The great demon realm, once a place brimming with mystery and power, now seemed unable to escape this catastrophe. People began to doubt whether this world was truly heading toward its end. Yet Vegetto, the instigator of it all, remained utterly unaware of the devastation in the first demon realm. He gazed at the shattered magical array, nodded in satisfaction, and felt a swell of pride, as if thoroughly pleased with his attack. Kaioshin, witnessing the terrifying attack, broke out in a cold sweat and muttered to himself, "That attack, just now. Could it have damaged the great demon realm?" Vegetto's expression stiffened momentarily, then he forced a dry laugh and said, "It shouldn't, right? The great demon realm can't be that fragile, can it? I didn't even use that much force." Vegetto flew to the massive chasm connecting the second and third demon realms and peered into the second demon realm. It didn't seem to have any problems. Should be fine. Suddenly Vegetto turned around in alarm, sensing an extremely intense and domineering aura. This aura resembled that of one of the three individuals who had kidnapped Din, yet that previous aura had been quite weak. Vegetto immediately returned to the group and said solemnly, "Did you sense it? There's an immensely powerful aura over there." He pointed in that direction and continued, "This aura is very similar to the one who took Din, but there's something odd about it." Vegetto placed his finger on his forehead and said to the others, "I'll go investigate first, you follow afterward." Before anyone could respond, he used instant transmission and vanished from the spot. Indeed, a terrifyingly powerful key suddenly appeared over there. Both Krillin and Piccolo sensed it as well. This key far surpassed any enemy they had ever encountered. Yet they harbored no concern for Vegetto's safety. His overwhelming strength was already etched into their hearts. Ha ha ha. Gemma, now swollen to a much larger size, recklessly unleashed the surging power within him. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. It drove him into an uncontrollable frenzy of laughter. As Gemma continuously released his energy, the small restaurant began to tremble precariously on the verge of collapse at any moment. The medicinal insects beside him had already been annihilated by the explosive force emanating from his body. Just then Vegetto arrived. The moment he landed, Vegetto scanned his surroundings. Spotting the scattered debris near Gemma, he recognized the place. Wasn't this where he had purchased the revival insect and fusion insect? The revival insect and fusion insect had vanished without a trace. Vegetto was absolutely furious. The revival insect he had longed for so desperately had been destroyed by this detestable wretch before him. Veins bulged instantly on Vegetto's forehead as his eyes locked onto Gemma with a piercing knife-like glare, as if they could stab right through him. Meanwhile, Gemma was still roaring with laughter, seemingly oblivious to the grave mistake he had made. This only fueled Vegetto's rage further. In a flash, he appeared before Gemma like lightning, so close that he could feel the other's breath. Vegetto's fists clenched tightly, brimming with boundless fury. He threw a merciless punch carrying the force of a thunderbolt and slammed it viciously into Gemma's arrogant face. With a deafening boom, Vegetto's fist made brutal contact with Gemma's face. The impact was immense. Gemma's features twisted grotesquely, his face severely deformed in an instant. Simultaneously, an invisible shockwave erupted through the air like a raging tidal wave. This surge of force swept through everything around like a violent hurricane. Gemma's body shot backward like a kite, with a broken string propelled by the immense power. He hurtled through the air, crashing through several houses before slamming violently into distant rocks. A thunderous rumble echoed as the rocks shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Vegetto flew out from the demolished houses holding two blazing energy spheres in his hands. While Gemma was still dazed, Vegetto closed in like a specter and pressed the two energy spheres firmly against Gemma's body. At that critical moment, Gemma finally snapped back to reality. He desperately reached out his hands, trying to block Vegetto's attack. However, Vegetto was far too fast. Gemma's resistance proved futile as the energy spheres detonated violently upon contact. Vegetto lightly tapped the ground with his toe and retreated like lightning. Simultaneously, he brought his hands together at his waist palms, facing each other in a grasping motion. Just as Gemma struggled to his feet, Vegetto let out a fierce shout and thrust his hands forward. A massive Kamehameha, like a blazing meteor with world-shattering force, hurtled straight toward Gemma. Gemma's eyes widened as he watched Vegetto's attack streak toward him like lightning. His heart raced, countless thoughts flashing through his mind, yet he realized it was too late to dodge. In that split second, Gemma hastily extended his hands, attempting to catch Vegetto's Kamehameha. But the moment his palms touched the Kamehameha, an overwhelming force surged like a collapsing mountain, draining the color from his face instantly. Gemma was horrified. He had never imagined Vegetto's power could be so immense, far exceeding his expectations. The tremendous force felt as though it would tear his body apart. His hands went numb, barely able to withstand it. Just as Gemma thought he would be crushed, the third eye on his forehead suddenly blazed with dazzling purple light. This radiance, like the dawn, illuminated his body instantly, letting him feel an unprecedented power surging within. Gemma's strength skyrocketed in that moment. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of force, raised his hands high, and forcibly pushed the Kamehameha away. The Kamehameha exploded midair, unleashing a massive shockwave that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. Yet as Gemma pushed the Kamehameha away with all his might, the immense recoil threw him off balance, leaving his center wide open. Seeing this, Vegetto didn't hesitate. He delivered a flying kick like a cannonball, smashing fiercely into Gemma's abdomen. The strike was as mighty as a thunderbolt. Gemma felt as if a heavy hammer had slammed into his gut, searing pain spreading through his entire body. He could no longer hold back. A fountain of blood erupted from his mouth. But Gemma did not fall. The third eye on his forehead activated again, releasing a powerful energy that rapidly healed his injured body. Not only that, but the energy further amplified his strength, revitalizing his form with renewed vigor. With his injuries healed, a flash of anger flickered in Gemma's eyes. He clasped his fists together like twin cannonballs and slammed them down toward Vegetto's head with devastating force. The power of this blow was terrifying. The ground instantly cratered into a massive pit, dust and debris flying everywhere. Regrettably, the strike missed Vegetto. He sidestepped Gemma's attack with astonishing speed. Vegetto moved like lightning, executing a nimble flip, and appeared behind Gemma like a phantom. Sensing the movement behind him, Gemma spun around hastily. But as he turned, Vegetto delivered a powerful, thunderous kick. This kick, carrying immense force, sent Gemma flying hundreds of meters away. Gemma's body hurtled through the air, smashing through countless thick stone pillars, scattering debris and filling the air with dust. Yet this was only the beginning. Vegetto's fury was fully ignited. He unleashed the wild energy within him without restraint, every muscle, tensed, veins bulging. His hair stood on end, turning a brilliant gold as he entered the Super Saiyan state. Though Gemma had been sent flying by Vegetto's powerful kick, he wasn't badly hurt. His third eye continued to radiate strong energy waves, and in the next moment Gemma rose again, completely unscathed. But Vegetto's attacks came like a relentless storm, giving Gemma no chance to catch his breath. Like a blazing meteor, he charged at Gemma again, brimming with fury and power. Faced with Vegetto's fierce onslaught, Gemma was utterly defenseless. Every punch and kick from Vegetto carried terrifying force, leaving Gemma powerless to fight back, enduring blow after blow. Within a vast and boundless cosmos, a breathtaking and fierce battle was unfolding. Two figures streaked across the universe like shooting stars, colliding at immense speeds. Each impact triggered a colossal eruption of energy, a raging torrent that mercilessly obliterated the surrounding planets, reducing them to rubble in an instant. One of the figures was Gogeta. He radiated a blinding light, like a blazing star, his overwhelming aura striking fear into the heart. The figure opposing him was none other than Lord Roll, the demon sovereign, who had once wreaked havoc in the dark demon realm. Roll's body was shrouded in a layer of pitch-black, demonic chi, exuding an aura of sinister evil. How terrifying. It's only been such a short time. You've already risen to such a fearsome level. Roll exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. He could hardly believe that the insignificant junior who had once needed the protection of that celestial realm being had now grown strong enough to rival him. I must not allow this brat to continue growing. Roll resolved, silently determined to eliminate Gogeta to avert endless future troubles. Gogeta in turn fixed his gaze on Roll, who blocked his path. He studied his opponent carefully, finding no recollection of this enemy. Gogeta had only heard of Demon Sovereign Roll from the Grand Priest and did not know his appearance. However, that was inconsequential, for Gogeta knew well that any being associated with the evil clan must never be spared. Eliminating one member of the evil clan would tip the scales of the final battle ever so slightly in their favor. And so a life-and-death struggle commenced. Without a moment's hesitation, Gogeta unleashed his full power, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 6. His body blazed with a golden radiance, as if illuminating the entire universe. Confronted by Gogeta's formidable transformation, Roll dared not hold back. He too exerted every ounce of his strength, devoting himself entirely to the fierce clash, determined to crush Gogeta in one fell swoop. A flash of ruthlessness glinted in Roll's eyes. He launched the first strike without hesitation, as swift as lightning, lashing out with a vicious kick aimed at Gogeta. The kick carried immense power, as if it could tear Gogeta's body asunder. Seeing this, Gogeta immediately raised his arms to block. Yet the instant his arms met Roll's foot, he felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge through his limbs. This power was overwhelming, like a tidal wave, completely robbing Gogeta of control. His body was sent hurtling backward with the speed of a cannonball. He tore through the cosmos at a dizzying pace, shattering several planets in his path, reducing them to cosmic dust. Roll, pleased with his successful strike, pressed his advantage without mercy. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of pitch-black energy spheres which shot towards Gogeta like a hail of dark meteors. After dispelling the tremendous force, Gogeta quickly looked up and saw a rain of countless energy spheres hurtling towards him. Yet faced with such a dense onslaught, Gogeta showed no sign of panic. His body moved like a phantom, weaving swiftly through the energy spheres. His movements were agile and fluid, a dizzying spectacle. In the blink of an eye, Gogeta appeared before Roll as if by teleportation. With no hesitation, Gogeta threw a punch. It descended like a thunderbolt, carrying boundless force aimed straight at Roll. Roll quickly raised his arm to parry. His arm collided with Gogeta's fist, producing a deep, resounding boom. Roll immediately retaliated with a punch of his own, equally devastating. Gogeta sidestepped, evading the blow with ease. Seizing the moment, he followed through with a swift kick aimed directly at Roll's abdomen. Seeing the kick coming, Roll arched his body backward, performing a nimble backflip like a gymnast to create some distance. He pressed his palms together, chanting under his breath as a jet-black energy sphere slowly coalesced between his hands. This sphere resembled a cosmic black hole, exuding a chilling, ominous aura. Roll took a deep breath, channeling all his power into the sphere, then hurled it forward with all his might. He roared, "Dark Devour." The black energy sphere shot forth like a meteor, its very passage warping the fabric of space. The debris of the planets shattered by Gogeta was drawn into the sphere like iron filings to a magnet. In an instant, the scattered planetary fragments were all absorbed by the sphere, forming a colossal celestial body. The immense gravitational pull of this celestial body caused violent distortions in the surrounding space. Facing such a terrifying attack, Gogeta dared not be careless. He spread his arms, gathering all his energy into his hands. With a thunderous shout, Gogeta thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden energy wave entwined with a dragon, which shot forth like lightning. This energy wave contained infinite power enough to annihilate any foe. Ultimate Dragon Flash. Gogeta bellowed. This highly penetrative energy wave struck the immense celestial body instantly. A deafening explosion echoed as the celestial body, along with the black energy sphere at its core, was shattered. However, just as Gogeta thought he had successfully countered Roll's attack, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind rushing at him from the side. Startled, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Roll's fist swift as lightning slammed viciously into Gogeta's cheek. The force of the punch was immense. Gogeta couldn't even let out a cry of pain before he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. He hurtled through space, crashing through several planets before finally landing heavily amidst the ruins of some world. Cough. This guy's power is incredible. Gogeta spat out blood as he rose from the ground. This is bad. Looks like I have to go all out. Gogeta knew that his foe wouldn't let him leave easily. However, he still underestimated Demon Sovereign Roll's strength. Before he could think further, Roll's next attack was already upon him. Gogeta quickly scrambled to his feet and lunged to the side. The next instant, a black energy sphere pierced through the spot he had just occupied. A second later, the entire planet shattered like a beautiful firework. The dreadful energy blast sent Gogeta tumbling. He rolled far across the cosmic void. Roll had already gathered a terrifying amount of energy along Gogeta's trajectory, and the moment Gogeta flew into range, he let out a mighty roar. Dark Flash Explosion. In the Great Demon Realm, Vegetto pummeled Goma mercilessly, but each time the demon recovered his power, surging further until he soon matched Super Saiyan Vegetto. However, with the revival bug destroyed, Vegetto had no desire to test Goma's limits any longer. He transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3, landing a punch to Goma's gut that instantly twisted his face in agony. Goma shot away like a cannonball. Vegetto pressed his advantage, raising a single hand with a furious roar, Big Bang Attack. The terrifying energy sphere caught up to Goma in the blink of an eye, engulfing him entirely. Before Goma could even scream, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The thunderous roar reached the distant group, still rushing toward them. A colossal mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky. Pressing on, they finally arrived at the battlefield. Hey, Vegetto, what happened? Vegetto did not answer. His piercing gaze was locked onto Goma, shrouded within the smoke. He could clearly sense Goma's presence. The powerful energy fluctuations told him that Goma was not dead. Just then, the smoke began to dissipate and Goma's figure gradually emerged. His body hovered in midair. His third eye suddenly blazed with a dazzling purple radiance like burning flames. As the light flared, the gruesome wounds on Goma's body healed in an instant as if they had never existed. Goma's eyes widened, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. A dark aura swirled around him, writhing as though it were alive. With the surge of dark energy, countless lightning bolts crackled and erupted around him, enveloping the entire space in a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Vegetto knew trouble was imminent. He instantly used instant transmission, appearing before the group like lightning. Rapidly forming hand seals, he erected a massive protective barrier to shield them. Yet facing Goma's horrifying state, Vegetto's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that Goma's current power far exceeded his expectations. This battle would be exceptionally arduous. He turned and shouted to the others, "Leave the great demon realm now. I have a very bad feeling about this. If you stay, I can't fight Goma with my full focus." That aura was unmistakably the work of that entity from the Dark Sea. He was trying to break free from his seal by controlling Goma. Vegetto had no intention of allowing that. Sending the others away would let him fight without restraint. He had a premonition that this battle would not end easily. Hearing Vegetto's words, the group hesitated, but seeing his stern expression, they boarded the aircraft and departed the great demon realm. After everyone had left, Vegetto finally fixed his attention on Goma. He was astonished to find that the aura emanating from Goma was growing more terrifying by the second, as if a tremendous force was pouring into him without cease. Without hesitation, Vegetto unleashed his own energy wave, attempting to disrupt the influx of power into Goma's body. But to his shock, the energy wave was swallowed up as if by a black hole as it neared Goma, vanishing without a trace. How is this possible? Vegetto's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Goma let out a cackling laugh that echoed through the great demon realm, sending chills down one's spine. As the power continued to climb, Goma's body began to tremble violently, his laughter growing more manic. Goma's laughter pierced the heavens, and the entire great demon realm seemed to quake in response. Deep within the Dark Sea, a figure leaned weakly against the chains that bound him. Darkness permeated the space around him, as if the ocean itself were his prison. "I've given that brat all my power. Don't disappoint me," he muttered, his voice tinged with reluctance and anticipation. This being had clearly placed great hope in that brat, transferring all his power to him in the hopes of shattering the seal and regaining freedom. That bastard King Void. Even after all this time dead, his seal is still so strong. Good thing I'm one step ahead, otherwise I'd never break free. He cursed King Void, filled with resentment toward that formidable foe. Meanwhile, beyond the space, another figure was watching everything unfold. "Let me give you another boost. Don't fail me, Demon Lord Yuming." With those words, a pitch-black orb shot toward Goma like a meteor. A surge of immense power flooded into Goma like a raging tide, causing his strength to skyrocket once more. "Time to run, or those celestial realm bastards will notice me." With that, he turned and vanished into the darkness as if he had never been there. In another world, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta stared at the mutated Super Xing Long, who was raising a terrifying energy sphere, cold sweat streaming down his face. What happened to this guy? How does he possess such fearsome power? But Gogeta had no time to ponder, for Xing Long had already hurled the condensed energy sphere straight at him. No choice. Gogeta spread his arms wide, assuming the Kamehameha stance. Big Bang Kamehameha. A colossal beam of energy collided with Xing Long's pitch-black sphere. At the moment of impact, a devastating shockwave erupted. The surrounding space shattered like fragile glass, unable to hold for even a second. The dark energy sphere suddenly expanded. Another terrifying shockwave struck, and the entire Earth began to crumble. Rhea. Gogeta struggled desperately, but to no avail. The sphere pressed down on him inch by inch. Kaioken. Gogeta roared. 20 times. A crimson aura engulfed him, infusing the Big Bang Kamehameha with even greater power. For a moment, Gogeta gained the upper hand, pushing the sphere back. Seeing this, Xing Long's Dragon Ball flickered again, pouring new energy into the sphere. Gogeta fell back into a disadvantage. The strain of the Kaioken caused steam to billow from his body, sweat evaporating as soon as it formed. Clearly, the 20 times Kaioken had exceeded Gogeta's limits. He couldn't hold out much longer. Gogeta knew this, but if he let up, Xing Long's attack would annihilate the entire universe. To hell with it. I've got no choice. Gogeta took a deep breath and bellowed, "Coven." 100 times. A terrifying aura surged skyward. The Big Bang Kamehameha shattered Xing Long's energy sphere in an instant, engulfing him as terror flashed in his eyes. Then a massive explosion erupted. "It's over." Gogeta barely managed to utter the words before he was swallowed by the blast. As Vegetto sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Goma, his brow furrowed deeply, and he mused to himself, "This guy's power is immense. It seems I can no longer hold back." Vegetto took a deep breath, then abruptly bent over, unleashing a deafening roar. With that roar, countless blinding bolts of lightning burst forth from his body, as if to tear the very space apart. Simultaneously, Vegetto's appearance began to undergo a startling transformation. His muscles swelled rapidly, stretching his once loose clothes taut. Vegetto tore off his clothes without hesitation, revealing his robust and powerful physique. Then, crossing his arms above his head, he flung them apart with all his might. In an instant, a fearsome energy swept across the scene like a storm, kicking up a thick layer of dust from the ground wherever it passed. A layer of red fur gradually emerged on Vegetto's skin, and his hair turned a vivid crimson in a flash like a blazing flame. Yet this was not the end. Vegetto's eyes widened, and a mysterious aura enveloped him like a translucent veil. This aura was both powerful and majestic, inspiring awe. This was the power of the gods. Super Saiyan 4 enhanced with divine energy. The limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4 Vegetto had finally arrived. After transforming, Vegetto wasted no time and lunged directly at Goma. Goma exuded a suffocating dark aura. When Vegetto completed his limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the dark aura seemed to waver. Goma slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze now fixed entirely on Vegetto, sensing a lethal threat from him. In the blink of an eye, Vegetto appeared before Goma like lightning, his speed as swift as a phantom. Vegetto raised his right hand slightly, and within his palm a formidable energy began to gather, coalescing into a dazzling energy sphere in an instant. This energy sphere, imbued with unparalleled power, hurtled straight toward Goma. Facing such a terrifying attack, Goma remained remarkably composed. He casually raised his hand and conjured a sturdy barrier before him in an instant. Vegetto's energy sphere slammed violently into the barrier, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The resulting smoke rose like a thick wall, engulfing both figures. Amidst the swirling smoke, two silhouettes could be faintly seen, locked in fierce combat. Each clash was accompanied by dreadful energy fluctuations, as if the very space trembled. Muffled thuds echoed continuously from the smoke, chilling the onlookers. Yet this thrilling brawl did not last long. The next moment, both figures shot out of the smoke like cannonballs. Vegetto quickly adjusted his posture midair, gliding briefly before coming to a steady halt. In contrast, Goma's situation appeared more dire. He crashed straight into a massive boulder nearby like an uncontrolled meteor. With a thunderous roar, the boulder shattered into pieces. Reacting swiftly, Goma sprang up from the ground, like lightning, dodging the energy spheres fired by Vegetto. Without hesitation, he conjured two energy spheres and retaliated with lightning speed, precisely colliding with Vegetto's incoming spheres. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, as if the entire world was shaken by this immense energy. Yet in that fleeting moment, a sharp whoosh whizzed past Goma's ear. His heart tightened as he realized Vegetto had charged before him with astonishing speed. Without time to think, Goma hastily raised his arm, straining to block Vegetto's thunderous punch. Despite his utmost effort, Vegetto's power was overwhelming. The punch struck like a mountain, crushing an egg, sending a searing pain through Goma. Vegetto clearly held the upper hand, refusing Goma any respite. He launched a relentless barrage of fierce attacks like a storm. Though Goma fought desperately, he gradually faltered under Vegetto's onslaught, finally exposing an opening. Seizing the moment, Vegetto ruthlessly kicked him with full force. The kick was devastating. Goma felt as if his innards were being crushed, enduring excruciating pain. Yet gritting his teeth, he managed to withstand the lethal blow. Just as Vegetto's foot was about to retract, Goma grabbed it with astonishing reflexes and spun him around like a top at dizzying speed. After several rotations, Goma leaped high and slammed Vegetto into the ground with all his strength. But Vegetto was no ordinary foe. He swiftly adjusted midair and kicked his other foot like a cannonball toward Goma's exposed face. The kick was powerful. If it landed, Goma would suffer severe damage. In the nick of time, Goma made a startling decision. Instead of dodging, he followed through, smashing Vegetto into the ground along with him. A thunderous crash echoed, deafening like a bolt from the blue. The ground shattered as if struck by a massive bomb. Meanwhile, Goma was sent flying far away by Vegetto's kick, like a launched projectile. He sped through the air like a meteor, crashing through countless peaks with a series of thunderous booms. Yet Goma did not relent. He adjusted his stance mid-flight, extending his hands like iron clamps to grip the rocks, absorbing some of the impact. Then, with a sudden burst of power from his feet, the mountain beneath him collapsed into rubble and dust. Goma shot forward like a rocket, reaching Vegetto in the blink of an eye with incredible speed. His fist, as large as a sandbag, swung toward Vegetto with the force of thunder, capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones. Undeterred by Goma's ferocious assault, Vegetto swiftly crossed his arms to form a solid defense, withstanding the heavy blow. However, Goma pressed on, raising his foot like a battle axe and kicking fiercely toward Vegetto's chin. Vegetto reacted quickly, bracing his hands against Goma's knee and vaulting over him like a nimble panther, landing behind Goma. Upon landing, Vegetto unhesitatingly hurled two energy spheres. Goma spun around swiftly, raising his hand to effortlessly deflect them. But that was merely a feint. The previous Vegetto had vanished, leaving an afterimage, the afterimage technique. Ultimate Kamehameha. The real Vegetto leaped from behind a rock, channeling terrifying energy. The ultimate Kamehameha blasted straight toward Goma. The azure beam illuminated Goma's horrified face, then consumed him entirely. Boom. Vegetto's terrifying strike, like a thunderbolt with boundless might, slammed heavily into Goma. The force was so immense that Goma didn't even have time to utter a scream before being utterly annihilated. As Goma's body vanished in an instant, a fearsome, explosive energy erupted like a volcanic blast. This energy surged like a devastating tsunami, sweeping across most of the great demon realm and shattering it into pieces. The ground of the great demon realm was blasted into a massive crater, the surrounding mountains leveled to the ground with dust and smoke blotting out the sky and sun. Vegetto stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling slightly, clearly drained by the immense effort of that attack. Yet he did not rest immediately. Instead, he focused his mind, carefully sensing the aura around him. After a moment, he finally confirmed that Goma's aura had completely vanished and breathed a sigh of relief. That kind of limitless power enhancement was too terrifying. Anyone who witnessed it would be filled with dread. Vegetto inwardly rejoiced, knowing that if not for his own formidable strength, he might not have triumphed over Goma today. However, his mind was not entirely at ease. He looked around and saw the great demon realm utterly devastated, a scene of chaos. Especially the shattered half of the realm filled him with regret. Yet Vegetto understood that facing a powerful foe like Goma, he had no choice but to give his all. After all, his goal was to protect this world, not the great demon realm itself. After dealing with Goma, Vegetto turned his attention to the surroundings. To his astonishment, the space around him was filled with countless chains. These chains crisscrossed like a spider's web, all converging toward a single direction. Vegetto followed their path, and his heart jolted. That is the dark sea. In his mind flashed the image of those eyes hidden in darkness along with that bone-chilling aura. Goma's mutation must be that guy's doing. He's trying to break the seal. Vegetto's face grew grim, realizing the situation might be far graver than he had imagined. Before Vegetto could act, a sudden deafening boom echoed like a thunderclap, shaking the very air. The sound was so abrupt and startling that it clenched one's heart. Vegetto spun around in shock, only to see the other half of the great demon realm covered in ghastly cracks. These cracks spread like a web, tearing the once solid realm into countless fragments. Vegetto's pupils contracted sharply as a wave of intense unease surged within him. He was certain that his earlier attack had not reached that part of the realm. So what could explain this eerie phenomenon? Just as Vegetto was caught in doubt, a terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave, crashing down upon him. This aura seemed to come from the abyss, brimming with endless malice and destruction, sending chills down the spine. Accompanying this dreadful aura was the wild, excited laughter of someone. Hihiya, King Kong. I've outsmarted you after all. Did you think you could trap me like this? What a delusion. With this maniacal laugh, the entire great demon realm shattered like fragile glass into countless tiny fragments. Amidst the flying debris, a figure shot out like a phantom. Wherever this figure passed, gales howled, thunder roared, and a terrible storm engulfed the entire great demon realm. It's over. The thought flashed through Vegetto's mind as his body, struck by an invisible force, was hurled backward by the shockwave. Demon Lord Yuming had returned to the world. Yuming kept his eyes tightly shut, as if savoring the taste of freedom. He had been sealed by King Kong for countless years, trapped in that sunless cage, completely losing track of time. Finally, Yuming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the great demon realm. He reached out a hand, and as easily as crumpling paper, crushed the realm into a ball. Then with a wave of his hand, a massive landmass appeared before him like magic. He leisurely settled onto a throne high in the sky, looking down at the mortals below, as if he were the ruler of this world. Ha ha ha! Yuming laughed wildly, his voice echoing through the empty space, as if the whole world celebrated his rebirth. To celebrate my rebirth, let you miserable lives make one more contribution to my freedom. Yuming's voice was like a demon's roar, sending chills down the spine. With a wave of his hand, the survivors of the great demon realm, as if controlled by an invisible force, involuntarily flew into the sky. Their bodies trembled violently in the air, as if enduring immense pain. Then black beams of light shot from them, as if Yuming was draining their life force, flying straight toward him. The black light coalesced in Yuming's hand into a massive sphere of dark energy. As for those drained of life, their bodies withered instantly, becoming like desiccated mummies. Their skin shriveled, muscles atrophied, until only piles of bones remained, falling from the sky with a clattering sound. All this happened so swiftly that these people didn't even have time to scream before meeting their doom. Vegetto struggled to push the rocks off him. His body was wounded in many places, blood staining his clothes. Enduring the sharp pain, he slowly raised his head, and the sight before him made his pupils contract. The ground was piled high with mountains of bones, exuding a chilling, eerie coldness. Each heap seemed to be the remnants of countless lives, recounting the horrific tragedy that had unfolded here. Meanwhile, Yuming's withered body, like parched earth receiving rain, gradually filled out, the lines of his muscles becoming visible. Yuming wore a look of ecstasy, his body slumped on the throne like a drug addict, feeling as if his soul were ascending to heaven. He couldn't recall when he had last experienced such bliss. It was absolutely wonderful. Vegetto fixed his gaze on Yuming, but dared not make a rash move. This being was the most terrifying enemy he had ever faced. That fathomless aura left Vegetto seeing no glimmer of victory. Suddenly, a weak voice crept into Vegetto's ear. "Hey friend, save me." Vegetto suddenly heard a faint cry for help from beneath the ground. He immediately concentrated his mind, carefully sensing the source of the sound. After a thorough search, he finally pinpointed the correct direction. Without hesitation, Vegetto reached out his hand and swung it fiercely toward the ground. The earth split apart like sliced tofu, revealing the person trapped beneath. Vegetto looked closely and was astonished to find that the person buried was none other than Gogeta. He was covered in wounds and utterly exhausted, but upon seeing Vegetto, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It turned out that during the fierce battle with Omega Shenron, in order to defeat this formidable enemy, Gogeta had unleashed 100-fold Kaioken Super Big Bang Kamehameha. This technique possessed astonishing power and successfully annihilated Omega Shenron completely. However, Gogeta himself was gravely injured, unable to fully control the immense energy. Under the enhancement of the 100-fold Kaioken, the power of the Super Big Bang Kamehameha was simply too overwhelming, and even Gogeta could barely manage it. Nevertheless, the Earth suffered a devastating blow from this surge of immense energy. Not only was the planet itself destroyed, but the surrounding space was also shattered. In his severely wounded state, Gogeta was powerless to resist the pull of the spatial rifts and was ultimately swept into them. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Vegetto was also facing a fierce battle. He unleashed a final Kamehameha, a strike powerful enough to destroy a large portion of the demon realm. However, the remaining part of the demon realm collided with Gogeta amid the chaotic spatial currents. Gogeta crashed into it headlong and completely shattered it. At that moment, the demon Lord Yuming seized the opportunity to break free. His appearance made the situation even more complex and dangerous. Vegetto stared at Gogeta before him, his heart filled with confusion. Though he had no memory of Gogeta, an inexplicable sense of familiarity troubled him deeply. Vegetto quickly cleared the rubble, pressing down on Gogeta, and carefully helped him up. His gaze locked onto Gogeta, as if trying to see into the depths of his soul. "Your energy feels so familiar." Vegetto murmured to himself, It's like. He struggled to recall that déjà vu sensation, but could not pinpoint it exactly. However, just as Vegetto was lost in thought, Gogeta suddenly interjected, "The fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta." These words struck Vegetto like a thunderbolt. He stared at Gogeta in shock, an incredulous look flashing in his eyes. "So that's it," Vegetto exclaimed in sudden realization. "No wonder this energy feels so familiar. You're also a fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta." Gogeta nodded with a smile, his expression radiating confidence and composure. "My name is Gogeta," he introduced himself. "You are Vegetto. Last time we fused using the Patera earrings, but this time we used the fusion dance." Vegetto listened quietly to Gogeta's explanation, his mind flashing with memories related to Son Goku and Vegeta. "But why is your body so small?" Gogeta suddenly noticed that Vegetto's physique seemed unusually petite compared to his own, leaving him greatly puzzled. Despite Vegetto's diminished size, Gogeta recognized him at a glance. That invincible aura was identical to his own, as if the same soul manifested in different vessels. "This is no time for that," Vegetto shouted as he carried Gogeta and lunged to the side, just as an energy blast struck the spot where they had been. Before they could regain their footing, a chilling laughter echoed in their ears. "I didn't expect to have missed two little bugs." Vegetto's heart tightened. He looked up and saw the demon Lord Yuming hovering in midair, staring at them with a mocking grin. "Perfect, let me stretch my body a bit." A cruel smile curled at the corner of Yuming's lips. His voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down their spines. Vegetto knew they were in trouble. He could clearly sense the overwhelming power radiating from Yuming, a force far beyond his imagination. Facing such a formidable enemy, Vegetto had no means of resistance. As he was pondering a countermeasure, Yuming appeared before him like a phantom. Before Vegetto could react, Yuming kicked him fiercely, sending him flying, and casually fired an energy blast after him. A thunderous boom resounded as the energy blast struck Vegetto, eliciting a piercing scream. That cry seemed to pierce the soul, making one shudder in sympathy. Seeing this, Gogeta was frantic with worry. He wanted to rush forward to help Vegetto, but his body was already beyond its limits, as if held back by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not take that crucial step. He could only watch helplessly as Vegetto struggled under Yuming's relentless assault, his heart filled with despair and agony. Vegetto gritted his teeth against the searing pain, pushed aside the stones on top of him, and struggled to his feet. But as soon as he stood up, Yuming's next wave of attacks came like a storm. Vegetto strained every fiber to dodge Yuming's fists, but his severely damaged body responded too slowly. In the end, Yuming's fist grazed his cheek, drawing a trail of blood. Enraged, Vegetto suddenly raised his foot and kicked Yuming's chest with all his might. The kick was powerful enough to send an ordinary opponent flying. But Yuming stood as firm as a mountain. Not only was he unmoved, but he also grabbed Vegetto's ankle and lifted him up like a helpless chick. Then without mercy, Yuming slammed Vegetto violently into the ground. A heavy thud echoed as the earth seemed to crater from the impact. Vegetto's body collided brutally with the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Arg. Yuming's lips twisted into a sinister grin. He leaped up and stomped down toward Vegetto. Vegetto rolled desperately on the ground, barely avoiding that fatal strike. Before he could catch his breath, an energy blast shot toward him like lightning, striking him directly. Vegetto was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into Gogeta, who was sitting on the ground. The two tumbled backward, hurtling an unknown distance until they slammed into a massive mountain. Yuming hovered in midair, shaking his head. How pitifully weak. You can't even let me stretch properly. Let me send you on your way. He raised one arm, and formless energy coalesced in his palm, forming a pitch-black sphere. Die. Yuming casually released the energy sphere. It instantly expanded and struck the mountain where Vegetto and Gogeta lay. A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, illuminating Yuming's triumphant smirk. With all his might, Vegetto struggled to push aside the massive boulder that pinned him down. As the stone rolled away, his previously concealed body was exposed. He was covered in blood and wounds as if he had just endured a brutal battle. After a series of fierce attacks, Vegetto finally succumbed, gravely injured, and was forced to revert to his base form. He let out a bitter laugh and muttered to himself, I couldn't fight back at all. That guy is just too strong. Gogeta, lying nearby, was even more severely wounded. He gasped for air, each breath seeming to cause immense pain. His voice trembled as he said, How can there be such a terrifying being? It's utterly hopeless. Yuming stood not far away, a mocking grin on his face. He looked at Vegetto and Gogeta and said slowly, What? Giving up so soon? Resisting no more? He spread his hands casually, as if utterly contemptuous of the two battered opponents before him. Is this enough to make you despair? Yuming sneered. In this multiverse, is there no worthy opponent left, eh? Once the Demon King fully awakens, it will be the end of your multiverse. Mwaha! His laughter echoed through the void, as if the entire universe could hear his threat. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Vegetto's mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I don't understand a word you're saying. But now let me show you my final move. His words radiated a fearless confidence, and his smile shone brightly amidst Yuming's jeers. Yuming sneered dismissively. Oh, show me what you've got. What can a couple of shrunken insects possibly do? His tone was full of scorn. Vegetto picked up the pouch at his waist containing the medicine bugs, took out a fusion bug, and murmured, This should work right. Then he grabbed a handful of revival bugs and fed them to Gogeta, eating the rest himself. After consuming all the revival bugs, their injuries fully healed. Gogeta exclaimed in surprise, What is this? It's just like Senza beans. Vegetto snapped the fusion bug in half and handed one piece to Gogeta. No time to explain. This is a fusion bug. ITLL, let us fuse. Fuse, eh? Gogeta's voice rose several octaves. Will it work on us? Both Gogeta and Vegetto were already fusion warriors, and Vegetto wasn't sure if they could fuse again. If we can't fuse, we're done for. With that, Vegetto swallowed the fusion bug, and Gogeta followed suit. Chirp! A blinding light erupted, illuminating the continent Yuming had created. The background music began to play. The fusion of the invincible and the strongest across dimensions. This was undoubtedly the most powerful being in the universe. Just how mighty would such a combination be? I imagine that after this battle, Demon Lord Yuming would have the most to say about it. At that moment, an intangible aura rippled outward, transforming the dark surroundings into a dazzling gold wherever it passed. This power was so terrifying it seemed capable of destroying everything. The dreadful force swept across the continent like a violent storm, causing it to tremble violently before finally shattering into countless fragments. Yet faced with such an astonishing sight, Yuming merely furrowed his brow slightly, as if displeased by the change in environment. But soon his attention was drawn to the one who had caused it all. Since it's a fusion of Vegetto and Gogeta, let's call you Gogetto. As the name was spoken, a figure slowly emerged. This was the dimension-defying Gogetto, whose mere presence exuded an unparalleled aura of power. He casually swung his arms and stretched his body, each movement effortless. Then with a wave of his hand, he threw a seemingly casual punch that held infinite power. The punch roared forth its wind like a thunderbolt, utterly pulverizing the already shattered continent. This power, this body, incredible! Gogetto exclaimed excitedly, but Yuming was displeased. He shook his head and said, Is that all? Your power has increased after fusing, but it's still not enough. Don't rush. They'll show you now. Gogetto clenched his fists and arched his body, unleashing a terrifying energy from within. A golden light burst forth, and even a hint of its aura could destroy everything. Huh. Gogetto instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and finally stretched into Super Saiyan 4. The wild energy erupted from his body, reducing the last remnants of the demon realm to dust. Two ants at the demigod level, and after fusing they directly step into the rule realm. Yuming was unsettled upon seeing Gogetto's Super Saiyan 4 form. He had barely broken free from his seal and hadn't regained his peak strength, but Super Saiyan 4 Vegetto already possessed the power to challenge him. Hearing Yuming's words, Vegetto curled his lips into a confident smile. Right now I feel like I can do anything I want. Arrogant brat. You think you can kill me? Yuming roared, raising his hand to fire an energy blast. Vegetto sneered, caught the blast with his palm, and crushed it with a slight squeeze. Yuming charged in at incredible speed, throwing a heavy punch, but Vegetto blocked it with his arm. Their eyes met, and Vegetto smirked, pushing Yuming away. He then flashed after him, clasped his hands together, and struck Yuming down. In an instant he unleashed a Kamehameha, leaving Yuming no chance to dodge. The cerulean energy engulfed him. Boom! The Kamehameha exploded with terrifying force, shattering the entire space. Vegetto and Yuming entered the void realm together. Show me your full power. I know you're far stronger than this. Yuming slowly rose until he was level with Vegetto. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Don't regret it. Faced with Vegetto's terrifying strength, Yuming was forced to push his body to its limits, ignoring his injuries to restore his peak power. Even if he could defeat Vegetto, it would cost him dearly. He regretted allowing them to fuse. Yuming was about to fight for his life. At the moment when Yuming decided to go all out, Vegetto also held nothing back. He was acutely aware that the outcome of this battle was uncertain, and he did not know how long their fusion would last. Therefore, he unhesitatingly summoned all the strength within him, preparing for a swift resolution. In an instant, Yuming and Vegetto let out deafening roars. The two roars seemed to pierce the heavens, shaking everything around them. Accompanied by the roars, a powerful black energy suddenly erupted from within Yuming's body, gushing forth like ink. This black energy surged like a roaring tide, quickly enveloping Yuming completely. At the same time, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Vegetto's body, rising like a blazing sun. This golden light continuously flowed from Vegetto, forming a powerful torrent of energy that intertwined and collided with Yuming's black energy. The two distinctly different forces converged in the air, producing earth-shattering sounds. They were like two ferocious dragons engaged in a breathtaking battle. The black energy and golden energy entangled and clashed, neither willing to back down, both exerting their utmost efforts to devour the other. Suddenly, a terrifying storm roared forth like a furious beast, its power immense, shaking the entire void as if this space was about to collapse completely. In this heart-pounding moment, both individuals unexpectedly retracted their energy simultaneously. To everyone's astonishment, Yuming's previously gaunt body completely restored itself in the blink of an eye, while Vegetto simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Following that, the two vanished from their original spots like lightning, leaving behind only flickering afterimages in the air. With each flicker, a thunderous collision resounded, as if the very fabric of space was about to be torn apart by this power. However, despite Vegetto's full display of strength, he severely underestimated Yuming's true power. Yuming's peak state was a veritable nightmare, its horror beyond imagination, and Vegetto found himself somewhat powerless against such a formidable foe. Finally, during an intense exchange, Vegetto was struck hard in the face by Yuming, the force of the punch staggering him, leaving him dizzy and his consciousness blurred. He flew aimlessly through the air like a kite, with a broken string, unaware of how far he had gone. However, Yuming showed no mercy, opening his arms wide as terrifying dark energy surged toward his hands like a raging tide. This dark energy seemed to possess an infinite sucking force, compressing and condensing, ultimately forming a terrifying energy ball resembling a black hole. Dark impact. Yuming roared, hurling the energy ball, imbued with boundless dark power, directly at Vegetto. Die! Yuming's voice was filled with murderous intent. As Vegetto felt the deadly energy surge toward him like a tidal wave, his mind suddenly became exceptionally clear, as if time had frozen in that moment. However, although his thoughts had returned to normal, his bodhi's reactions lagged far behind. As Yuming's attack raced toward him like lightning, Vegetto had no time to dodge. In this critical moment, he summoned all his strength to stabilize his body, then quickly pulled one arm back to his waist, as if gathering all his power. Just as the energy ball was about to strike Vegetto, he suddenly unleashed a roar, dragon fist. With that roar, Vegetto's fist erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly releasing a powerful surge of energy. This energy quickly coalesced in the air, forming a gigantic dragon that shone with golden light. This dragon, fierce and imposing, charged at the pitch-black energy ball with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, the dragon collided with the energy ball, producing a deafening explosion. ZZ. In that moment of collision, countless bolts of lightning shot out like silver serpents, dancing wildly, as if the entire void was shaken by this terrifying energy. The tremendous impact not only blasted a hole through the void, but also unleashed the raging energy like a flood breaking a dam, surging wildly from the gap. This energy, as if finding an outlet, recklessly penetrated into the universe outside the gap. In an instant, that universe was completely swallowed by this raging energy, all the stars torn to countless fragments in an instant, as the entire cosmos crumbled before this terrifying power. Countless lives transformed into energy and surged into Yuming's body. Yuming laughed heartily. The life force of an entire universe alleviated his injuries, once again allowing him to unleash 100% of his power to fight. Ha ha ha! A more terrifying energy erupted from within Yuming. The pitch-black energy ball was sent flying along with Vegito, who crossed his arms to block the immense impact, looking gravely at Yuming, who exuded a fearful presence through the gaps in his arms. It's over. This guy has absorbed the energy of the entire universe. His injuries have healed significantly, and it seems he can unleash 100% of his power. This time I might really meet my end here. In the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag magnified in Vegito's pupils. He couldn't react in time, and the overwhelming force nearly knocked him unconscious. Yuming's fists rained down on Vegito like a torrential storm, causing him immense pain, yet Vegito had no strength to retaliate, and could only passively endure the blows. With an uppercut, Yuming sent Vegito flying, followed by a powerful kick that propelled Vegito further away, and then countless energy balls shot from Yuming's hands, instantly engulfing Vegito. This series of attacks left Vegito's consciousness fading. Suddenly, images flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, Super 4, then Super 5, Super Saiyan God, Super Blue, Deep Blue, Magenta, Beast, Free and Unfettered, Ultimate Self, Ultimate. These images flashed by. The scene shifted. On a certain arena, a Saiyan was transforming. The scene shifted again, and that person had completed the transformation. Super Saiyan 6. Here I come. What is that? A form that combines human form, great ape form, and mental power. Truly remarkable. Heart-body technique. Divine arts of the gods. Rules. Incredible. Is it really like this? In the next moment, endless pain once again stimulated Vegito's nerves. Those images had long since vanished. Who is helping me? After enduring the relentless barrage of attacks from Nether, Vegeto's body was grievously wounded, forcing him to abandon his Super Saiyan 5 form and revert to his base state. Yet despite his severe injuries, Vegeto's heart harbored no trace of fear. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with a confident light, as if he had already discerned the key to vanquishing Nether. You're finished, Nether. Vegeto's voice rang out with resolute determination, leaving no room for doubt. Hearing Vegeto's declaration, Nether was momentarily stunned, then burst into unrestrained laughter, as if he had just heard the world's most absurd joke. Haha, you think you can defeat me? In this pathetic state of yours? Don't make me laugh. Look at yourself. You can't even maintain that so-called transformation, yet you still dream of overcoming me. That's sheer lunacy. Nether's laughter dripped with mockery and disdain. In the face of Nether's ridicule, the corner of Vegeto's mouth curled into a faint smile. Heh, soon you'll know whether I have what it takes. His voice was calm and steady, as if Nether's taunts were beneath his notice. Vegetto closed his eyes tightly, as if shutting out the entire world. He cast aside all distractions, letting his mind go completely blank to seek out the power lurking deep within his being. In the next instant, Vegeto's eyes snapped open and a torrent of violent energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. In the blink of an eye, Vegetto had completed 3 transformations at a breathtaking speed. Yet this was not the end. Vegetto's body continued to change. His muscles bulged, his hair bristled, and in an instant he had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Just the same transformation as before. I thought you had something new up your sleeve, Nether said, shaking his head in disappointment. He had expected Vegetto to unveil even greater power, only to witness a repeat of the previous form. Nether raised his hand, aiming at Vegetto, as energy rapidly converged in his palm, forming a massive sphere of power ready to obliterate him in one strike. However, the energy radiating from Vegetto did not wane under Nether's contempt. Instead, it grew even more ferocious. Super Saiyan 5. Vegetto's body underwent another transformation, his power surging forth like an unrelenting tide. Vegetto roared madly, his voice deafening, as if it could shatter the entire void realm. With his roar, boundless energy like a breached dam rapidly spread across the entire void realm. Under the impact of this immense power, Vegetto's body finally completed its ultimate metamorphosis, transforming into Super Saiyan 6. Nether stared at Vegetto in astonishment. He could sense that Vegetto's current power had reached the pinnacle of the rule realm, merely a step away from his own level. Still not enough, Nether said coldly. The gap between us can't be closed by just a transformation. Vegetto smiled, his gaze fixed firmly on Nether, as if to tell him that this battle was far from over. It's not over yet. Watch closely, Nether. Vegetto's voice thundered through the air like a clap of thunder, exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance. In his mind, the words of that blue-clad figure flashed rapidly. Once you have mastered mind, body, and technique to their peak, you begin to touch upon the rules and apply them initially. Vegetto knew this was a crucial stage on the path of cultivation, but he was not content to stop there. But what lies beyond the rules? He didn't say, but that's fine. I think I understand. Vegetto mused inwardly, his pursuit of power never ceasing. To unify mind, body, and technique into a flawless whole, so that even rules cannot affect you, and yet you can grasp the rules in your hands. That is the so-called realm of mastery. Vegetto's eyes widened abruptly as if trying to see through the very fabric of existence. In that instant, a brand new force erupted from within Vegetto, like a volcano engulfing his entire being. This power was suffocating in its intensity, its terrifying pressure causing the void realm itself to tremble, as if on the verge of total collapse. Vegetto let out a roar as the energy within him surged like a raging flood, recklessly battering everything around him. Empowered by this immense force, Vegetto's body underwent a stunning transformation. The new form of Vegetto had finally arrived. Pure white hair cascading to his waist with two long strands falling from the sides of his forehead, his body hair, tail, pupils, and eyeshadow were all jet black. The wild pride of Vegeta's Saiyan heritage combined with the innocent divinity of Son Goku's heart, forging the ultimate form unique to Vegetto. Super Saiyan 7. Blazing aura enveloped his entire body, and the fleeting arcs of lightning illuminated the terror on Nether's face with perfect clarity. This is Super Saiyan 7. Sorry to keep you waiting, Nether. Vegetto's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised an eyebrow provocatively. Come on. We don't have much time. No sooner had he spoken than Vegetto adjusted his stance and shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging straight at Nether. What the hell? Do you even have a limit? Nether exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide as he cursed loudly. At the same time, Nether raised his hand, without hesitation firing countless energy blasts in rapid succession at Vegetto. The blasts rained down like a dense storm, sweeping toward him from all directions. Yet facing such a ferocious assault, Vegetto remained remarkably composed. His figure flickered amidst the barrage of energy blasts, making it impossible to pinpoint his true location. In the next moment, Vegetto appeared before Nether, as if by teleportation, so close that Nether could feel the immense aura radiating from him. Nether's eyes widened in terror. He had never anticipated Vegetto's speed to be so incredible. Now the energy emanating from Vegetto far surpassed his own, and a wave of despair washed over him. Nevertheless, Nether did not give up resistance. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch at Vegetto with all his might. But before the punch could even reach him, Vegetto's fist struck Nether's cheek, like lightning moving at an even faster speed. Nether's face instantly contorted in agony. Prepare to die, Nether. A flash of light radiated from Vegetto's body, and in the next instant he split into two, transforming into Gogeta and Vegetto. Yuming stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief as Vegetto suddenly split apart, transforming back into Vegetto and Gogeta. A wild joy surged within him as he murmured in awe. This fool actually separated so quickly. The heavens truly favor me. Yuming burst into manic laughter, his voice echoing through the entire space. I never imagined you two would be so feeble and impotent, dissolving in the blink of an eye. His laughter dripped with arrogance and mockery. It seems my skill still surpasses yours. You're finished now? Before his laughter faded, Yuming lunged at Vegetto and Gogeta like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. His fists descended like a violent storm, dense and ferocious, pounding into the two. Caught off guard, Vegetto and Gogeta were instantly battered black and blue, stumbling backward. Seeing this, Yuming pressed his advantage relentlessly. He leaped and delivered a vicious kick straight into Vegetto's stomach, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string. In the next instant, Yuming spun around and lashed out with a sharp leg whip, striking Gogeta with brutal force, launching him through the air like a cannonball. Watching Vegetto and Gogeta so utterly humiliated at his hands, Yuming's pride swelled to an intoxicating peak. He stood still, arms crossed, a contemptuous sneer curling on his lips as he taunted. What's the matter? Aren't you two supposed to be formidable? Don't you have some Super Saiyan 7 or something? Why not use it now? Unleash that power you had earlier and defeat me. A mocking smirk twisted the corner of Yuming's mouth as his body flickered like a phantom, effortlessly dodging Vegetto's heavy punch. His voice dropped low, dripping with scorn. Is this all you've got? How utterly disappointing. Yet just as he prepared to counterattack, swish, swish, two afterimages suddenly flashed behind him. Vegetto and Gogeta, one on each side simultaneously, seized Yuming's arms, their overwhelming power clamping down on him like unyielding shackles. What a... Yuming's pupils shrank as his muscles tensed violently, struggling to break free. But their grip was as heavy as a mountain, immovable. Impossible. Your power. For the first time, a tremor crept into his voice. Moments ago, he had toyed with them effortlessly, yet now their auras surged like an erupting volcano, even beginning to overshadow his own. Yuming, your end has come. Not far away, two familiar figures materialized, Vegetto and Gogeta. What a... This can't be. Yu Ming's mind nearly ground to a halt. The scene before him defied all comprehension. An afterimage, a clone, or some kind of space-time technique. But there was no time left to ponder. Big Bang Kamehameha, ultimate dragon flash. From afar, Vegetto and Gogeta roared in unison, unleashing two cataclysmic energies. A dazzling blue-gold beam and a crimson dragon-shaped shockwave tore through space, charging at him with world-shattering force. Damn it! Yu Ming thrashed wildly, but the two behind him held him fast like iron clamps, and in the moment of his struggle, bam! Vegetto and Gogeta simultaneously raised their legs, delivering a heavy kick into Yu Ming's back. His body shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the two converging torrents of terror. It's not over yet. The two restraining him sneered, their hands rapidly gathering power and even greater energy coalescing in their palms. Ultimate Kamehameha, Big Bang Dragon Fist. Boom! The Big Bang Kamehameha and the Ultimate Dragon Flash intertwined midair, forming a spiraling torrent of energy. Meanwhile, the Ultimate Kamehameha and Big Bang Dragon Fist blasted from the other side, morphing into a colossal dragon. These two forces converged like an inescapable net, sealing Yu Ming completely. No, this is impossible. Yu Ming's roar was drowned in the deafening explosion. His figure was swallowed by boundless radiance, and the entire void realm twisted violently under the impact, as if dimensions themselves were being torn apart. Yu Ming was dead. After the blast, the two Vegettos and Gogetas slowly converged, eventually fusing back into Gogeta. This was the Super 4-body fist. It created 4 clones, each with combat power equal to the original, but it consumed stamina at a furious rate usable only for swift victories. Gogeta feigned disintegration to lull Yu Ming into complacency, enduring his attacks, to make him believe victory was certain. In his most careless moment, the other two clones restrained Yu Ming, unleashing their most devastating attacks, in an instant successfully slaying him. There was no choice. If Yu Ming sensed he couldn't defeat Gogeta and fled, countless universes would suffer. And if he recovered to his full strength, Gogeta might not even last long enough to defeat him before disintegrating. Thus, Gogeta feigned weakness, seized the opportunity, and eliminated Yu Ming in one decisive blow. Huff, huh, huff, huh. Gogeta gasped, heavily, sweat pouring from his brow. The strain of the Super 4-body fist and the 4 ultimate attacks had drained nearly all of his energy. Whoosh! A brilliant light burst from Gogeta as cracks appeared on his body. Shing! 2 Son Gokus and Vegetas emerged. Gogeta had disintegrated. Even the effects of the Patera earrings on Vegetto vanished. The 4 of them were completely exhausted, unable to maintain even the flight technique, plummeting headfirst. A white light enveloped them, teleporting them out of the void realm. It seems I've won. An unexpected delight. I never thought they could slay Yu Ming. Don't get too cocky. Once the Demon King awakens, your doom will come. The evil clan member facing the Grand Priest fumed with irritation. To think that wretch Yu Ming would be defeated by a few pseudo-god brats. How disgraceful. If he were still alive, Shadow the Demon Lord would surely send him back to the Demon King's embrace. We'll see about that. Shadow spat out his final threat and turned away. The Grand Priest watched him leave in silence, then let out a sigh of relief. Shadow's power far exceeded the Grand Priest's. Had it not been for his wariness of the Omni King and Dragon God, Zalama the Grand Priest might have met his end here. The Grand Priest had only just broken through to the Dominion realm, while Shadow had long been steeped in it. Those who survived the hands of the Time King and Space King were no ordinary beings. Of the 10 demon lords of the evil clan, 7 had been slain by the Time King and Space King, leaving only Roll, Yu Ming, and Shadow. Among them, Roll had wisely fled during the great battle, barely escaping with his life. His escape skills were unmatched. Yu Ming had been sealed in the great demon realm by the grievously wounded Space King, while Shadow had endured through sheer strength to the very end. It could be said that Shadow was the most powerful among the demon lords. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Jite coughed violently as if he were about to cough up his lungs. I almost really lost my life. Just now, Roar unleashed a dark explosive strike, like a black lightning bolt, hitting Wu Jite with astounding speed. The power of this strike was immense. Wu Jite had no time to dodge, and could only open a protective shield at the last moment, barely blocking most of the attack. However, despite the protective shield offering some defense, Wu Jite still sustained injuries. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if a flame were burning inside, and a metallic taste filled his throat. That guy. Wu Jit's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Roar, secretly astonished. His speed is nothing like what one should have at this level. No wonder he was able to escape from Wong Kong back then. At this moment, Roar had already stepped half a foot into the realm of mastery, his power elevated from before. Along with his ghostly speed, Wu Jite found himself completely on the defensive. It was extremely difficult for Wu Jite to even touch Roar, let alone launch an effective attack, while he could only endure continuous hits causing him immense pain and helplessness. No, I can't let it continue like this. Wu Jite gritted his teeth, secretly resolving, since conventional methods aren't working on him, he'll have to take a risk. He took a deep breath trying to calm his Bodis injuries, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. I can only abandon defense. Wu Jite fixed his eyes on Roar, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze. After he launches an attack, he'll seize the opportunity to counter. Wu Jite widened his eyes, focusing intently on Roar's every move, not daring to relax for a moment. He saw Roar flickering swiftly through the vastness of space, moving like a ghost, dazzling to behold. Suddenly Roar appeared at Wu Jite's left side, as if teleporting, his speed akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. Wu Jite barely had time to react before Roar's fist like a cannonball struck his cheek. This punch was immensely powerful, leaving Wu Jite dizzy with a piercing pain radiating from his cheek. However, Wu Jite did not fall from this blow. He endured the excruciating pain and quickly gathered strength in his hand, preparing to deliver a fierce counterattack to Roar. Wu Jite's fist smashed towards Roar's abdomen like a torrential storm, filled with his anger and unwillingness. However, Roar was evidently well prepared. He nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding Wu Jite's attack. Seeing this, Wu Jite felt a sense of dread in his heart. He realized that Roar's speed was simply too fast, making it difficult for his attacks to land. Yet Wu Jite did not lose heart. He decided to change tactics, exchanging injury for injury, using his own wounds to create opportunities for effective attacks against Roar. Thus, Wu Jite bravely charged towards Roar's attacks, using his body to withstand Roar's punches. Though each hit brought tremendous pain, Wu Jite gritted his teeth, persisting in this exchange of injuries. In this way, Wu Jite endured against Roar's stormy onslaught, managing to hold off Roar's attacks with great difficulty. In the heat of battle, Wu Jite gradually adapted to Roar's astonishing speed. His Zizai Ji Gong began to showcase its powerful effects, allowing him to dodge Roar's attacks with increasing finesse. However, Roar was not a mere ordinary opponent. He quickly sensed Wu Jite's changes. Faced with Wu Jite's growing adaptability, Roar unhesitatingly ramped up his speed to the limit. In an instant, Wu Jite felt as though his Zizai Ji Gong had lost its efficacy. Roar's speed became so fast that he could no longer predict his opponent's movements. Damn, that guy! Wu Jite cursed, inwardly feeling his anger ignite completely. After enduring passive hits for so long, he could no longer tolerate it. Thus, Wu Jite decided to no longer rely on Zizai Ji Gong, but to engage Roar in a primal clash. He would confront this powerful opponent heat-in with his own strength. In an instant, the two moved like twin beams of light, speeding through the vastness of space. Each collision between them was like two meteors colliding in the universe, exploding with dazzling light and immense energy. These waves of energy spread out like ripples, ruthlessly destroying countless planets in their wake. The entire cosmic space was shaken by this astonishing battle. Refreshing. This is real combat. Wu Jite roared excitedly. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such an intense fight for survival. In past battles, he either crushed opponents with absolute strength or engaged in simple duels that failed to present him with such a life-threatening challenge. However, this time was completely different. This was a true life-and-death battle where every move could determine the fate of both sides. The long-suppressed warrior genes within Wu Jite awakened completely at this moment. The blood surged within him, this marvelous feeling like a powerful torrent crashing against Wu Jite's brain. He had never experienced such an intense desire for battle, as if every cell in his body was cheering and yearning to unleash even more power. Wu Jite's body began to emit a frenzied energy, erupting forth like a volcanic explosion. Roar was knocked back by this powerful energy shock written all over his face. Wu Jite gave Roar no chance to catch his breath, lunging at him like a ferocious beast. His fist struck Roar's abdomen like lightning, the force so great that Roar doubled over in agony. Following that, Wu Jite unleashed a series of fierce combination punches, each strike landing with immense power. Roar was powerless to retaliate against this barrage, continually being sent flying. Finally, Wu Jite extended his arms towards Roar. In an instant, a powerful energy gathered in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, a massive energy ball formed. This energy ball was surrounded by a tiny golden dragon looking exceptionally fierce. Take this, Roar. The energy ball hit Roar as Wu Jite clenched his hands. The golden dragon instantly grew larger, biting down on Roar. Then a terrifying explosion ensued. Haha! Roar's arrogant laughter echoed through the smoke. You're finished. Wu Jite frowned, swinging his arm to disperse the smoke. Roar was covered in wounds, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. In his hands, the dark energy was sensed by Wu Jite as a lethal threat. Wu Jite acted decisively, but Roar was even faster, opening his mouth to suck in that energy. Jiahaha! Accompanied by Roar's laughter, unparalleled energy surged forth, impacting everything. The tide of battle turned once again. In an instant, an astonishing event occurred. The terrifying scars on Luo Air's body vanished, as if by magic, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been injured at all. At the same time, a powerful force erupted from his body, like a volcanic explosion far exceeding his previous limits, leaving everyone in awe. This force belonged to the realm of mastery. Wu Jite's eyes widened in disbelief, for he had only felt such terrifying power from the high priest before. And now this power had manifested in Luo Air. Ha! Luo Air erupted in a wild laugh, filled with pride and arrogance. I never expected that the fool Yuming would actually be dead. After being sealed by that empty king for so many years, he ultimately couldn't hold on. It turned out to be a benefit for me. His laughter echoed in the air, as if proclaiming his victory to the world. Indeed, the energy he held in his hand was what remained after Yuming's demise. He had initially thought that Yuming had perished due to the traps set by the empty king, but he never imagined that the true killers were two beings of the pseudo-divine realm. Just moments ago, Wu Jite's strike easily shattered the space, allowing Luo Air to catch a whiff of the residual energy left by Yuming. This astonishing discovery left Luo Air overjoyed, for this energy was more than enough to help him successfully ascend to the realm of mastery. Luo Air could clearly feel the ceaseless surge of energy within him, like a turbulent river flowing endlessly. His emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling dramatically. Just moments ago, he thought he was about to be slain by Wu Jite's life reaching its end, plunging into despair. However, in the next moment, fate took a dramatic turn. The fall of Yuming seemed like a grand feast tailored just for him, allowing him to successfully break through the bottleneck and step into the realm of mastery. With the enhancement of his power, Luo Air's aura erupted like a volcanic blast, surging violently. His eyes shimmered with fierce light as he fixed his gaze on Wu Jite, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. "You're done for, little ghost." Before his words fell silent, his body shot out, like lightning, disappearing in an instant. Wu Jite barely had time to react before he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his abdomen. The force of this strike was terrifying, sending Wu Jite's body flying like a cannonball, smashing through countless stars along the way. In the end, he was violently embedded within a massive celestial body, which began to tremble and falter under the immense impact. With just one strike, Wu Jite was severely injured. And this is the power of a master, terrifying as it is. In the dark abyss of the universe, the celestial body was being torn apart by an irresistible force, beginning to crumble piece by piece. In this breathtaking scene, Wu Jite's figure gradually emerged from the shattered celestial body. Wu Jite stumbled, as if the entire world was shaking beneath his feet. He struggled to take a few steps when suddenly a powerful force surged within him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of congealed blood, half kneeling on the ground, his face pale as paper. Luo Air's previous strike was so powerful that even someone as strong as Wu Jite found it hard to withstand such a severe blow. His body trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapse. With the complete destruction of the entire planet, Wu Jite lost his support, like a forsaken meteor drawn by the gravity of a nearby star, plummeting down. However, just as Wu Jite was about to collide with that star, a dazzling light streaked across the night sky, and Luo Air, like lightning, appeared before him in an instant. Wu Jite struggled to stand, but his body no longer obeyed him. His gaze was fierce and desperate, fixated on Luo Air, as if he wished to tear him apart with his eyes. Luo Air looked at Wu Jite, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile. He shook his head, and coldly said, "No matter how much you struggle, the end will be the same. That is to die at my hands." Before his words fell, Luo Air suddenly roared. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami. Wu Jite had no time to react before being violently swept away by this wave, his body flying like a kite, with a broken string tracing a long arc in the air. The celestial body beneath Wu Jite also shattered into countless pieces under the impact of this terrifying force, scattering in all directions. In the next moment, Wu Jite appeared before Luo Air, his fist striking fiercely towards his cheek. Luo Air opened his palm and effortlessly caught Wu Jite's fist, his other hand already forming an energy sphere, pushing it forcefully towards Wu Jite's face. Wu Jite's pupils constricted to the size of needles, hastily crossing his arms to block Luo Air's energy sphere, but the overwhelming force continued to push him back, the energy sphere expanding continuously, resembling a shooting star across the dark universe. With both hands gripping the energy sphere tightly, Wu Jite's arm muscles bulged fiercely as he shouted, pushing the energy ball away. But in the next second, two energy spheres flew in rapidly from both sides. Wu Jite narrowly dodged this attack, yet Luo Air had already teleported behind him, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Jite's waist. Wu Jite cried out in agony, while Luo Air swiftly condensed energy, launching countless energy spheres towards Wu Jite. The violent energy burst forth, instantly engulfing Wu Jite, who let out a series of screams. Luo Air nodded in satisfaction, but in the next second a blue energy wave shot out from the smoke, striking Luo Air's face. Luo Air expanded his protective shield, blocking all the energy. As the smoke dissipated, the battered Vegeta looked at Luo Air, revealing a meaningful smile. Although your power is strong, it hasn't reached the level it should be. Am I wrong? In the end, what's unsuitable doesn't fit, and one can't unleash their full power. I finally understand what the High Priest meant by true self. Only by seeing one's true heart can one surpass their limits. You simply cannot wield someone else's power. Next, let me show you what true power is. True, real power. Vegeta arched his body, his eyes wide with rage. Luo Air instantly felt a terrifying pressure like a tempest bearing down upon him. Luo Air was drenched in cold sweat, sensing that things were turning dire. What is Ultra Instinct? Ultra Ego. These powers are formidable, but they are utterly unsuitable for me, a scion of the warrior race. Sun Wukong, due to a head injury in his childhood coupled with the guidance of masters along his journey, and his own unattainable divine radiance of a pure heart, was able to master Ultra Instinct to perfection. Vegeta's proud and arrogant nature is more suited to the destructive Ultra Ego. But none of these are for me. Only that kind of fervent battle can unleash the ultimate power beyond limits. Vegetto roared in excitement, his voice cracking through the air like thunder. In his past life, he lived an ordinary existence with little interest in combat. Compared to Sun Wukong's insatiable thirst for battle, Vegetto was poles apart, and next to Vegeta's pride, he fell far short. Yet in this life-or-death decisive battle, the Saiyan combat genes that had long lain dormant within Vegetto were finally awakened. That sensation of surging blood and boiling fervor like a raging torrent instantly flooded his entire being. This unprecedented experience intoxicated Vegetto, as if he had stepped into an entirely new world. Vegetto was like a novice gamer who was both a whale and a lucky dog. Having spent too much and blessed by fortune, he had never truly savored the game's joy. But now, encountering a top-tier grinder and losing to him, he suddenly discovered the game's core mechanics. Thus, Vegetto awakened. So this was how the game was meant to be played. He wanted to defeat this opponent, then challenge even stronger foes. In that very moment, Vegetto attained sudden enlightenment and comprehended his true heart. He broke through his own limits, achieving a qualitative leap. Watch closely, roll. This is my Super Saiyan 7. Vegetto's roar was deafening, carrying unparalleled momentum. As he bellowed, terrifying arcs of electricity writhed like silver serpents, lunging menacingly toward Roll. Roll, startled by this sudden surge of immense power, retreated repeatedly, his face etched with disbelief. Yet he did not resign himself to defeat. He swiftly gathered energy in his hands like a blazing meteor and hurled it fiercely at Vegetto. Die, you bastard. Roll's hands flashed like lightning, leaving a trail of dazzling afterimages as countless energy blasts dense as rain shot toward Vegetto in an overwhelming barrage. However, these energy blasts collided with an invisible wall, shattering effortlessly against the suffocatingly powerful aura surrounding Vegetto before they could even approach him. Vegetto let out a wild roar, a sound that seemed to pierce the soul, sending chills down one's spine. With his roar, the energy within him, already as boundless as a vast ocean, now erupted like a volcano, surging forth endlessly. Under the impact of this immense energy, Vegetto's body began to undergo astonishing changes. His originally golden hair gradually transformed into black, interspersed with a few striking white strands, mysterious and sinister. Moreover, the hair on his upper body also turned black in an instant, complementing his locks, making him appear even more wild and untamed. His eyes underwent a radical transformation. Golden pupils, black irises set against red sclera, appeared exceptionally deep, as if they could suck one's soul in. In Roll's eyes, Vegetto at this moment was like a god. Impossible. I don't believe it. Roll's face was full of shock, his eyes wide as if they might pop out, his voice shrill with extreme astonishment. In such a short time, you've actually grown to this extent. He simply could not accept this fact. His shock churned like monstrous waves within him. He had initially thought Vegetto was merely the Vegetto shielded by the Grand Minister last time, a mere ant at the divine level, insignificant. Yet in such a brief span, Vegetto had undergone a complete transformation, his strength skyrocketing, breaking through to the realm he had always dreamed of. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. In that moment, Roll's mentality shattered completely. He felt as if the entire world had mocked him. He could not fathom how Vegetto had made such tremendous progress in so little time. What a joke. Roll's roar echoed through the space, carrying his resentment and fury. Die. Roll went completely berserk, attacking Vegetto madly. Vegetto, arms crossed, dodged Roll's punches with ease and even threw in some taunts. What's the matter? Seeing my power now, are you envious? How shameful. An old fogey who has lived for who knows how many years, unable to break through a limit surpassed by a junior less than a century old. Vegetto's words pierced Roll's fragile heart. Veins bulged on Roll's forehead as he gathered strength and struck hard at Vegetto, but Vegetto was faster. The moment Roll struck, Vegetto's fist connected with his cheek, followed by a storm of blows that pummeled Roll, causing him immense pain. Damn it! Roll quickly amassed energy and blasted it at Vegetto, who dodged by tilting his head and countered with a ki blast. Roll barely evaded, but the next moment Vegetto's elbow slammed into his abdomen. Roll doubled over, his stomach churning, eyes wide and bloodshot, spitting blood from his mouth. Vegetto aimed a single hand at Roll's face and said calmly, "You stand no chance. Go to hell." Roll's face twisted in terror. Big bang attack. A terrifying energy blast pushed Roll back before exploding. Trying to run. Vegetto snorted coldly, light gathering in his hand. Then he vanished with a flash accompanied by a roar, dragon fist. And Roll's unwilling scream. No. A colossal dragon appeared and swallowed Roll whole. Ultimate. Kamehameha. Vegetto turned and fired a full-power ultimate Kamehameha at Roll, who was immobilized by the dragon fist. Roll watched helplessly as the ultimate Kamehameha surged toward him. The terrifying energy dissolved his body, shattering it into countless fragments that vanished from this world. With a long exhale, Widget finally released his tensed arms in relief. He wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and slowly descended onto an unnamed planet. The planet's surface was desolate and barren, devoid of any signs of life. Widget stood there quietly, soaking in the surrounding tranquility. However, this peace did not last long. Soon after, a figure suddenly appeared before Widget, an angel. "Yo." Widget greeted the angel with a relaxed smile, raising his hand in a wave. This angel, named Wells, served as his sparring partner at the Grand Priest's place and was a top-tier expert. Wells looked at Widget with an astonished expression. His gaze swept over Widget as if assessing the changes within him. "What happened?" "I sense a power at the Dominion realm." Wells' voice carried a hint of doubt. Widget smiled and nodded. "That's right, I've broken through. This is my new form." He extended his hand, displaying the golden aura dancing in his palm. Wells stared at the golden energy, clearly feeling its lethal threat. There was no doubt. This was the power of the Dominion realm. Wells gasped sharply, his body stiffening as if struck by lightning. "You bastard." His eyes widened in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. He could never have imagined that someone under 100 years old could reach the Dominion realm. This defied all logic, completely overturning his understanding. Was this even human? What a joke. Then what was he himself before such a powerhouse? The energy in Widget's hand shifted and coalesced into the form of Roll, and he said calmly, "I just took this guy out." Wells instantly recognized that as Roll the Demon Lord, and a storm raged within him impossible to calm. In the Great War back then, Roll was famed for his blinding speed and cunning nature, moving like a phantom across the battlefield, giving countless experts headaches. In that war he was lucky to survive, but now he had fallen at Widget's hands. He is Demon Lord Roll, swift as lightning, sly as a fox, a master of escape who could slip through countless deadly situations. Yet in the end you still took him down. Wells' voice trembled slightly, suggesting he had suffered greatly at Roll's hands. "That guy lunged at me like a mad dog, shouting something about not letting me escape again. I had no choice but to finish him." Widget shrugged helplessly, as if recounting an unavoidable act. "Easy for you to say. That guy's speed wasn't just at the Rule realm. Even Ultra Instinct probably couldn't keep up. You took quite a few hits, didn't you?" Wells teased, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He knew well how formidable that man was, and curiosity burned within him about how Widget had managed to eliminate him. Indeed, his speed was incredible. "I almost felt like he was teleporting." Widget recalled the scene, still shuddering at the memory. "I pushed Ultra Instinct to its limits, but I couldn't fully track his movements." "But still, Roll wasn't capable of pushing you into a corner, was he?" Wells pressed on, full of questions about the battle. "And after you broke through, he didn't even run. That doesn't suit his character. Under normal circumstances, he really couldn't have cornered me." Widget nodded. "So what exactly happened?" Wells pursued. Widget chuckled and said slowly, "That guy got his hands on some unknown energy and forcibly broke through to the Dominion realm. Luckily, I was one step ahead. Right at the breakthrough, when his power wasn't stable, yet I taunted him. He instantly lost his cool and got reckless. I seized the moment and landed a combo that left him dazed. When he came to and tried to flee, I saw through it. I locked him down with a dragon fist and finished him off with a final super Kamehameha." Energy. Where did that sudden surge of power come from? Could it be? Wells' eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Widget and said gravely, "I just received a message from the Grand Priest. Demon Lord Yuming has been killed. Could it be the residual energy left after his death? That seems to be the only explanation, and it's exactly why Roll suddenly grew so strong. Demon Lord Yuming. What a coincidence. Roll just happened to stumble upon that fortune." Widget's face showed a flicker of shock. The Demon Lord had only just been eliminated, and his leftover energy fell right into Roll's hands. Was there some hidden secret behind this? Wells briefly recounted the fierce battle that had taken place elsewhere. After hearing it, Widget furrowed his brow. If he thought carefully, these two events seemed to be part of some scheme. However, those people's luck was truly abysmal. They had chosen Vegetto and Gogeta as their targets. Even the mighty Yu-Ming had been slain, which was truly astonishing. I never imagined that the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta could be this powerful. They were just a few cultivators at the pseudo-god realm, yet after fusing their power, soared to such an unattainable height. Truly breathtaking. Even more unbelievable than your breakthrough to the Dominion realm. When Wells first heard the news, he was utterly shaken and could hardly believe his ears. If it's Son Goku and Vegeta, then it all makes sense. Those two are both rivals and friends, and their personalities complement each other perfectly. The super warrior born from their fusion is already flawless, and when two such super warriors fuse again, that power is bound to be unstoppable. Widget analyzed calmly, not too surprised by the matter. Indeed. Wells gave a wry smile. We've truly been outdone by you youngsters. Widget smiled faintly. Isn't this a gratifying thing? Seeing the younger generation so outstanding, you seniors should feel proud. Of course. Wells nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Though facing such powerful juniors put pressure on them as seniors, it also revealed hope and boundless possibilities for the future. That's all I have to say. I need to go home. I haven't seen my wife in days and I miss her deeply. Vegetto rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with profound longing for his beloved. He smiled at Wells and bid farewell. See you later. Before the words had even faded, Vegetto's figure vanished from the spot, like a flash of lightning, as if he could scarcely contain his eagerness to reunite with his love at home. Wells stood still, gazing in the direction Vegetto had departed. A surge of complex emotions welled up within his heart. After a long silence, Wells slowly turned around, his steps heavy as he walked in the opposite direction from Vegetto. Vegetto traversed countless universes at a speed, like lightning, finally returning to his own. His heartbeat quickened, for he knew home lay ahead, where his cherished wife awaited him. Home. Vegetto could not contain his excitement, and called out loudly before even stepping through the door. Daddy! A crisp cry rang out, and like a joyful little bird, Ice darted out of the house and flung herself straight into Vegetto's arms. Vegetto quickly opened his arms and held Ice tightly. Then Tights emerged from the house, a tender smile gracing her face. Vegetto gently set Ice down and strode swiftly to Tights, pulling her into a firm embrace. He buried his head in the crook of her shoulder, feeling her warmth and the familiar scent. In that moment, the surging blood within Vegetto gradually calmed, and his heart finally found complete peace. In this warm embrace, he forgot all fatigue and worry, leaving only a deep attachment to his family. It's good you're back. Sensing the slight tremor in Vegetto's hands, Tights gently stroked his head. Over the next few days, Vegetto played with his daughter like a child, turning the house into a battlefield of chaos and uproar. During this time, Goku and Vegeta also visited Vegetto's home. Those two had absolutely no tact. They ignored Vegetto's joy with his daughter and insisted on sparring with him. As a result, they were soundly beaten by Vegetto's clone, their faces bruised like pig heads. After this thrashing, Goku and Vegeta finally learned their lesson and dared not disturb Vegetto again. In the following days, Vegetto decided to take Tights on a trip to enjoy some time alone together. Ice was entrusted to her grandparents, allowing Vegetto and Tights to travel without worry of interruption. Their first destination was Earth's martial arts holy land, Satan City. Indeed, after learning of the evil clan's threat, Goku had informed Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien, Shinin, and the others. They decided to take on many disciples, passing down the turtle school style through the fame of world champion Mr. Satan to promote martial arts worldwide. Though most learners had mediocre talent, there were many due to Satan's reputation. They took on 12 direct disciples. Yo, a rare guest. It's Vegetto. Krillin saw Vegetto descending from the sky with Tights, told the disciples to practice on their own, and came over to greet them. Yo, Krillin, long time no see. And Tien, Shinin, Master Roshi, you're all here. Vegetto greeted them. Kid, your aura has changed. A bit like Vegeta and a bit like Goku. Master Roshi sensed carefully and concluded. Vegetto looked at Master Roshi in surprise. The true self he had realized after a recent life and death battle. Had Master Roshi actually seen through it? How can you tell me? Vegetto asked in confusion. Your original aura was extremely calm, without any edge like a newcomer. But your power was immense. Truly unmatched. Now your aura is sharp, profound, yet composed, like a grand master. That's right, that's what a super powerhouse should possess. Master Roshi nodded, giving high praise. Then why didn't you tell me before? Vegetto asked again. No, it wouldn't have helped. This isn't something you can gain just by being told, it must be earned through personal experience. Judging by your look, it must have been a life or death battle. You've finally encountered an opponent who could threaten your life. What terrifying talent. Goku and Vegeta honed their skills through countless battles, yet you grasped it in a single fight and could extrapolate. No wonder they can never catch up to you. Master Roshi sighed deeply. Goku had gone through countless battles to become a Grand Master, but for Vegetto, one was enough. Being able to see my change, you're quite impressive too, old man. Vegetto gave Master Roshi a thumbs up. Haha, this is the era of you youngsters. I'm old now. All I can do is nurture the next generation. Master Rose's gaze fell on the diligently training disciples, a gratified smile spreading across his face. Suddenly a TV emitted moaning sounds. Master Roshi instantly reverted to his true nature, staring at the screen with a lecherous grin. Vegetto covered his face. This old pervert. One moment, he looked so gratified, the next he revealed his true colors. Mr. Vegetto, I finally get to see you again. A figure appeared before Vegetto. He looked closely. A child. You are? Xiaopeng. Vegetto examined him and immediately recalled the child he had saved while collecting the Dragon Balls. Back then he had said he wanted to learn martial arts, and Vegetto gave him the goal of becoming Master Rose's disciple. He had actually done it. Not bad. Xiaopeng, you've worked hard. Vegetto could sense that Xiaopeng's ki was far stronger than the others. It seemed he had great talent and was very diligent. Hearing Vegetto's praise, Xiaopeng shyly scratched his head. When you get stronger, it'll teach you something new, guaranteed to make you a powerhouse. Vegetto had seen from their first meeting that Xiaopeng, like Goku, had a pure heart. Such people maintain a passion for growth and will surely achieve greatness. So Vegetto decided on the spot that when Xiaopeng grew a bit older and stronger, he would teach him Ultra Instinct. What an unexpected delight. Within the spacious training grounds, Widget closed his eyes tightly, nimbly evading the fierce attacks of Xiaopeng and several other direct disciples. His movements were swift as a phantom, concise and clean without any superfluous gestures. Move faster, more concise. Widget suddenly spoke, his voice low and forceful. Eliminate unnecessary motions. Too many actions will expose many openings. However, Master Roshi shook his head and said to Widget, what you're telling them now is too advanced for them, Widget. They simply don't understand why they need to do this. Master Roshi paused, then continued, what they need now is to eat, well, study well, and grow up healthy and happy. Widget pondered Master Rose's words and nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Most of them haven't even cultivated their chi, yet asking them to grasp these concepts now is indeed difficult. Once they can proficiently manipulate chi, it'll gradually teach them these techniques. Step by step, building a solid foundation is the most important thing. Haha, I was too impatient. After all, they're still just a bunch of kids. Widget scratched his head and flashed a simple, honest smile. Since that's the case, I'll leave these little rascals to you. Tights and I are going to continue our travels. Widget handed the children back to Master Roshi and set off again with Tights. Thus, Widget and Tights left Satan City, continuing their romantic and surprise-filled honeymoon journey. Their second stop was Earth's North Pole, a mysterious and frigid place. When they arrived at the North Pole, the sight before them left them in awe. Look how beautiful the aurora is. Tights exclaimed excitedly, her voice brimming with joy and thrill. Inside the protective shield, Tights was as thrilled as a child, constantly patting Widget's arm, eager to share this breathtaking spectacle with him. It was her first time witnessing the aurora in person. The dazzling multicolored lights danced across the night sky like a dreamlike painting. Tights had always yearned for the aurora of the North Pole, having read descriptions in books and admired its beauty in pictures. Yet seeing this natural wonder with her own eyes, she felt an indescribable shock and emotion. Previously, the extreme cold of the North Pole had deterred her from visiting. But now she had finally fulfilled her wish, witnessing the enchanting aurora firsthand. Widget smiled at Tights, sensing her inner joy and contentment. He held her hand tightly as they admired the beautiful aurora together, as if time itself had stood still. Their third stop was the deep ocean, a mysterious forbidden zone untouched by humanity, brimming with the unknown and the fantastic. Tights excitedly pointed at a fish ahead and shouted, how ugly! This fish! The fish indeed had a peculiar appearance. It had no eyes, and its body structure was vastly different from ordinary fish. Widget smiled as he accompanied Tights through the deep dark waters, where they encountered all sorts of bizarre fish. Since sunlight couldn't penetrate this area, many fish had gradually lost their eyesight, making their appearances even more grotesque. Tights was full of curiosity about these strange creatures, constantly discovering new surprises. However, after searching for a long time, Tights began to feel disappointed because she still hadn't found the legendary mermaid. She couldn't help but mutter, why isn't there a mermaid? Widget, as if expecting this, gently took her hand and pointed ahead, comforting her. Look, isn't that a mermaid? At that moment, a mysterious power silently descended upon a colorful fish. In an instant, an astonishing transformation occurred. The fish began to slowly change its body, elongating, its scales shimmering with enchanting light, until it finally transformed into a beautiful mermaid. Wow! Tights let out an involuntary gasp, her eyes wide as if they might pop out. So beautiful. There really is a mermaid. The sight before her completely captivated Tights. The mermaid she had dreamed of finally appeared before her, exactly as she had imagined. The beautiful fish tail, flowing hair, and enchanting face. Every aspect stirred her heart. Yet just as Tights was immersed in this wonderful moment, the mermaid seemed startled by her exclamation and darted away from the area like lightning. Tights felt a bit disappointed, but she was already content to have seen the beautiful mermaid with her own eyes. In the following month, she and Widget traveled to every corner of Earth. They admired the most beautiful landscapes on Earth, climbed the highest peaks to overlook magnificent views, traversed the longest rivers, feeling their rush and tranquility, strolled across the largest grasslands, breathing fresh air and experiencing nature's vastness, ventured into the densest forests, listening to birdsong and feeling nature's vitality, visited the most bustling cities, experiencing the hustle and bustle, and also explored the most rustic villages, savoring their peace and simplicity. This month-long journey allowed Tights and Widget to witness Earth's diverse wonders and brought great fulfillment to their souls. Widget and Tights returned home overjoyed, eager to share the exciting news with their daughter Ice. They were about to embark on a universe-wide journey. Upon hearing the news, Ice's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was full of curiosity and anticipation for the unknown universe. So the family of three packed their bags and set off on this adventure-filled journey. Their first stop was a planet covered in a silver icy plain. As they landed, a bone-chilling wind cut through them like a knife, making them shiver. Yet the icy plain possessed a unique beauty. The crystal-clear ice layers reflected a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, like a dreamlike wonderland. Next, they arrived at a planet ravaged by lava. The ground was covered with scorching magma, and volcanic craters spewed blazing flames, as if the entire planet were burning. Despite the harsh environment, Widget and Tights were awestruck by the magnificent sight, feeling the boundless power of nature. Continuing their journey, they discovered a celestial body entirely made of diamonds. It radiated dazzling light, each diamond a work of art, leaving them in awe. Ice ran excitedly across this diamond planet, as if in a fairy tale. Subsequently, they arrived at a water planet entirely covered in oceans. The seawater here was crystal clear, and various strange marine creatures swam about, creating a colorful tableau. Widget, Tights, and Ice dived into the depths to explore this mysterious underwater world, getting up close with dolphins, whales, and other marine life. During their travels, they also found a planet abundant with countless delicacies. The variety of food was vast, and the flavors were exquisite, making their mouths water. The family of three indulged in various cuisines, satisfying their taste buds. Finally, they arrived at a place where they could closely observe the terrifying black hole. The immense gravitational pull of the black hole was frightening yet mysterious. Tights and Ice cautiously observed it, feeling its powerful force. Throughout the journey, countless wondrous planets made them marvel at nature's incredible craftsmanship. This universe-wide journey not only allowed them to witness the magnificent sights of the cosmos, but also made them cherish each other's company and this beautiful world even more. After a breathtaking and fierce battle, the demon Lord Yuming was finally completely eradicated. Upon fulfilling his mission, the fused Gogeta disintegrated, separating back into two individuals, Son Goku and Vegeta. The intensity of this conflict had drained their physical strength and mental fortitude enormously, causing them to lose consciousness in an instant and fall into a deep coma. Just then, the Grand Minister arrived on the scene with astonishing speed and prowess, transporting the unconscious group back to the palace of the Omni King. Within the Omni King's palace, silence reigned, broken only by the bustling figure of the Grand Minister. Through his meticulous treatment, the injuries of Son Goku and the others gradually began to heal. After some time had passed, Super Saiyan 4 Goku slowly opened his eyes. He felt an overwhelming weakness in his body, yet this sensation told him he was still alive. "Where am I? I'm not dead yet." Super Saiyan 4 Goku's voice was hoarse as he looked around, finding himself in an unfamiliar place, the surroundings filling him with confusion. Upon hearing Super Saiyan 4 Goku's voice, the Grand Minister swiftly turned around and strode briskly toward him. His face radiated an ecstatic smile, as if he were witnessing an unbelievable miracle. "Of course, Mr. Son Goku, you and your comrades are truly incredible." The Grand Minister's voice was filled with undisguised awe and admiration. To have vanquished a formidable foe like the demon Lord Yuming is nothing short of a miracle. His words overflowed with praise for Son Goku and the others. Even now, he found their achievement almost beyond belief. After all, the demon Lord Yuming was a supreme powerhouse at the realm of Dominion, a realm so powerful that even the Grand Minister, who had himself broken into it, had a profound understanding of its might. Yet such an overwhelmingly invincible enemy had been defeated by the combined efforts of Son Goku and his group. It was utterly astonishing. The Grand Minister couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the unimaginable strength and courage of Son Goku and his friends. "You mean that being sealed in the great demon realm?" Super Saiyan Blue Goku asked in astonishment, as if the mere mention of that entity sent a tremor through him. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta nodded silently beside him, his face pale, clearly still reeling from the battle against that terrifying presence. "That guy was incredibly powerful." Super Saiyan Blue Goku continued. "Vegetto was no match for him at all. He couldn't even put up a fight. Right, Vegeta? Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta nodded again, his eyes betraying a deep-seated dread of that ultimate terror. Observing this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta grew intensely curious about this mysterious entity and pressed, what exactly is that guy? Why was such a horrifying existence sealed away in what you call the Great Demon Realm? Faced with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's question, Super Saiyan Blue Goku scratched his head, equally clueless. At that moment, the Grand Minister spoke up. Well, it's a long story. How about we go eat first and talk over a meal? You all must be hungry, right? At the mention of eating, the group suddenly became aware of their growling stomachs. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta rubbed his belly and smiled wryly. I am indeed hungry. So that's how it is, the group exclaimed in unison, as if suddenly enlightened by what the Grand Minister had explained. The Grand Minister's words were concise and straightforward without any superfluous detail. He laid out the entire sequence of events, giving everyone present a clear understanding of the situation. Super Saiyan 4 Goku couldn't help but recall the moment of fusion when he had felt an unprecedented surge of power, as though the entire universe was under his command. He had thought Gogeta was invincible, but never imagined that even more formidable experts existed. So, does that mean our fusion has touched the pinnacle of power? Super Saiyan 4 Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. The Grand Minister nodded with a smile and affirmed, of course. That is the apex of combat strength, a force capable of changing the course of battle. His voice conveyed both reverence and admiration for such power. As he spoke, the Grand Minister extended his hand to show them. Across the entire multiverse, those who possess such power can be counted on one hand. His words deepened their appreciation of the rarity of this strength. The Metamoran fusion technique typically lasts only 30 minutes. However, during our intense battle, time had already surpassed that limit. Moreover, the images that suddenly flashed through my mind felt as if someone were subtly aiding us. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, with his sharp observational skills, detected the anomaly in this and unhesitatingly brought it to light. His questioning prompted them to re-examine the battle, striving to unravel this mystery. Just as they were deep in thought, the Grand Minister interjected, I believe this is the miraculous power of the Dragon God Zalama at work. I can sense residual traces of that miracle power emanating from you. His words struck like a lightning bolt, cleaving the night sky, bringing sudden clarity to the group. The Grand Minister continued, only the miracle power of the Dragon God Zalama could have extended your fusion time and provided you with the crucial hints for victory at the decisive moment. Miracle power. At these words, the group exchanged bewildered glances, expressions of deep confusion on their faces. They had never heard of this so-called miracle power. That's right, the Grand Minister said slowly. The Dragon Balls you've used, no matter which set, when you made your wishes, it was actually the Dragon God Zalama's miracle power channeled through the dragons that granted them. His revelation left them utterly stunned. They had never imagined that the fulfillment of their wishes was linked to the Dragon God Zalama. Not only that, the Grand Minister elaborated, as the Dragon God Zalama gradually recovers the miracle power he can wield grows stronger. What does that mean? Someone asked eagerly. It means, the Grand Minister said with a slight smile, he can create more miracles for you. No matter how difficult the task, as long as it lies within his capability, it can be achieved. That's why this power is called miracle power. The Grand Minister's explanation brought sudden enlightenment to the group. They finally understood why the Earth's Dragon Balls could grant more wishes and why things that were once impossible were now within reach. So that's it, Super Saiyan 4 Goku remarked. It seems the Dragon God Zalama's recovery is going quite well. Initially, the Earth's Dragon Balls could only grant one wish, later that increased to 3. When Vegeta invaded Earth, they couldn't stop him, claiming it was beyond the creator's power limit. Yet later they managed to shrink Goku and Vegeta, who had defeated Majin Buu. The disparity is quite significant. Of course, the amount of miracle power that can be invoked depends on the creator. The Dragon Balls created by Den differ from those of the Namekian Grand Elder, not to mention the Dragon Balls of the Great Demon Realm, the ones from the Granola Arc, and the Super Dragon Balls. The stronger the creator, the more formidable the miracle power they can wield. Within the Omni King's palace, in a spacious, empty area, two Gokus were sparring. Their fists, dense and unyielding, struck at each other continuously, the situation appearing evenly matched. After a powerful clash, they briefly separated, then simultaneously began to transform. X2 golden and azure auras blazed fiercely. The two transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. Come on. Super Saiyan Blue Goku raised his hand and unleashed a Prince's War method, continuously bombarding Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Super Saiyan 4 Goku, light as a swallow, nimbly dodged in the air and charged swiftly towards Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Super Saiyan 4 Goku threw a heavy, powerful punch. Super Saiyan Blue Goku crossed his arms to block it, feeling the immense force. A faint smile crossed his lips as he exerted force with his hands, pushing Super Saiyan 4 Goku away. Super Saiyan Blue Goku stepped forward, swiftly launching a flying kick at Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Super Saiyan 4 Goku raised his arm to block, but the kick was so powerful it sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Super Saiyan Blue Goku followed up with a flurry of combos, attacking Super Saiyan 4 Goku ferociously. Super Saiyan 4 Goku defended while searching for an opening. Now, Super Saiyan 4 Goku seized the moment, landing a punch that forced Super Saiyan Blue Goku back. Then he began gathering energy in his hands, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. Seeing this, Super Saiyan Blue Goku assumed the same stance. Kamehameha. X2. The two terrifying energy blasts collided instantly, unleashing a terrifying power. Boom. After the explosion, the two tacitly ceased their attack. Continuing would lead to a life-or-death duel, which held no meaning. Amazing. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan Blue Goku's voice carried a hint of excitement. Super Saiyan 4 Goku was equally spirited. Super Saiyan Blue is not bad either. Terrifying energy. After they recovered, the Grand Minister gave each of them a button to the Omni King's palace. Super Saiyan 4 Goku returned to his own universe and went directly to Namek to wish upon Purunga to revive Earth and its people. There was no choice of Vegetto's final move had shattered the Earth entirely. Fortunately, it wasn't at the hands of Omega Shenron, who had been tainted by the evil clan's power. Those killed by him could not be revived. Meanwhile, after Super Saiyan Blue Goku returned to his universe, everyone was overjoyed to see that Vegetto had defused. This wasn't out of dislike for Vegetto, it was simply that managing family relations was difficult when they were fused. Thankfully, Vegetto and Bulma hadn't yet created Bra, or it would have been a real mess. With the buttons, the group often visited the Grand Minister for guidance, and the Grand Minister was more than willing to instruct them. These individuals possessed limitless potential. Having retained the memories of Gogeta after fusion, they had already experienced that invincible power which greatly aided their subsequent growth. Not long after, an overwhelmingly powerful aura swept in like a raging tsunami, tearing through the very fabric of the void wherever it passed. This aura, like the master of the cosmos, scoured the entire multiverse. The Grand Minister, who was training the group, suddenly felt the impact of this aura. He jerked his head up, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the direction from which it came. This power is... The Grand Minister's expression turned grave, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Could it be? That's right, this aura belonged to the Demon King of the evil clan. This being, whose very presence once made the entire multiverse tremble, had now awakened. How could it be so soon? The Grand Minister frowned, pondering to himself. According to previous estimates, the Demon King still needed some time to recover. Could it be because... Suddenly a possibility struck him. Could it be because of Roll and Yu Ming? The Grand Minister speculated that perhaps the immense residual energy from Roll's and Yu Ming's fall had been absorbed by the Demon King, allowing his injuries to heal and causing him to awaken prematurely. Gogeta, traveling through the cosmos, also sensed that terrifying aura. Awake so soon? A note of surprise crept into Gogeta's voice as he frowned, seemingly taken aback by the situation. Tights, standing beside him, noticed his expression. Worry welled up within her, and she gently embraced him from behind, asking softly, "What's wrong?" Gogeta was silent for a moment, as if deliberating whether to share his concerns with Tights. After an internal struggle, he finally decided to speak of it. Tights listened quietly as Gogeta spoke. When she heard about the fearsome enemy, her spirits couldn't help but sink. She began to worry. Could Gogeta truly defeat such a powerful foe? However, Gogeta seemed to sense her anxiety and quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, dear. This enemy, though strong, is not for me to deal with. The Omni King and the Dragon God Zalama will act. Their power is unfathomable." Gogeta's words eased Tights' mind a little, but her heart still fluttered with unease. She knew that the Omni King and the Dragon God Zalama were both immensely powerful, but facing such a terrifying enemy, she couldn't help but feel unsettled. "And I am strong too," Gogeta suddenly declared with confidence, patting Tights' hand and offering her a reassuring smile. "You must believe in my strength. I will definitely protect us." During this time, besides traveling with Tights, Gogeta had also utilized a reward from his previous mission to save Gamma 2, the ability to manifest countless avatars. This skill allowed Gogeta to split into countless clones and travel to various universes. He used them to spread the martial way, striving to give every universe the strength to resist. Moreover, it enabled Gogeta to gain insights into the mortal world, further elevating his realm. Given enough time, Gogeta was confident he could slay the Demon King. "Haha, our king has finally awakened." The Demon Lord Shadow roared with laughter. He had waited countless days and nights for this moment. And now it had come. In the void, a powerful force swept across. A black figure appeared. It was the Demon King of the evil clan. Gogol, a name representing infinite power. On the other side, two figures stood confronting him, the Omni King and the Dragon God Zalama. The Omni King was no longer in his childlike form. Now he possessed a muscular, towering physique that radiated sheer power. The dragon god bore a resemblance to the Namekians, or rather the Namekians resembled the dragon god Zalama. Just the two of you left. This time I will surely win, Gogol said disdainfully, filled with confidence in his own power. During the last battle, if it hadn't been for the Space King and the Time King sacrificing themselves to create an opening for the Omni King and Zalama allowing them to severely wound him in his moment of carelessness, he would have long since devoured this multiverse and ascended to a higher realm. Anyone can make threats. Let's settle this. Zalama's temper was far from the mildness of the Namekians. He charged at Gogol alongside the Omni King. Who's afraid of who? Thus the three erupted into a fierce battle. Wherever they passed, rules collapsed, and everything was annihilated. The battle ended inconclusively. The Demon King returned to gather his forces, preparing to invade the multiverse once more. The Omni King and Zalama also returned to their universe to devise a countermeasure. This time the moment of life and death had arrived. At this moment the king sat majestically upon a resplendent throne, his once youthful visage transformed into that of an adult, exuding an air of authority and gravitas. Beside him the high priest stood erect, resembling an unyielding mountain. Below, all the angels and destroyers were lined up in perfect order, their expressions somber and devoid of any hint of ease. The entire scene was permeated with a solemn atmosphere, as if a colossal storm were on the verge of breaking. The high priest surveyed the surroundings, confirming that everyone was present. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Everyone, I have an important message to share with you. The Demon King Gogol has awakened. Although he was previously repelled by His Majesty the King and Lord Salama, we must not let our guard down. Gogol will not rest until he makes a comeback, bringing even greater threats to us. His voice echoed in the silent space, each word striking the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. In order to confront this crisis, Lord Dragon God Salama has displayed unparalleled might. He wielded the power of miracles, uniting all the multiverses to form an impenetrable defense against the invasion of the evil race. The High Priest's words conveyed admiration for Lord Salama and deepened everyone's understanding of the Dragon God's strength. However, relying solely on the defense is far from sufficient. We must take more proactive measures to prevent further incursions by the evil race. Therefore, the restrictions on the angels will be lifted and all angels and destroyers will be dispatched to guard the borders adjacent to the evil race, leaving no opportunity for them to breach our defenses. The High Priest's command was concise and clear without a hint of hesitation. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone, as if conveying a sense of determination and conviction. Now let us act swiftly. Suddenly, a dazzling light of miracles pierced through the darkness of the multiverses like a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. This beam of light seemed to possess boundless power, rapidly spreading and enveloping all the universes. Under its illumination, astonishing changes began to occur across the various realms. They appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, shifting, combining, and merging with one another until they formed a solid and ultimate grand universe. This ultimate grand universe resembled an indestructible fortress, its existence evoking profound awe and reassurance. To better confront the potential threats ahead, each universe established passages to the borders, serving as lifelines connecting the various realms, enabling warriors to swiftly reach the front lines for support. In the technological universe, people worked busily and orderly, tirelessly producing various advanced devices that would become invaluable weapons for the warriors on the battlefield. The agricultural universe continuously transported years' worth of stored food to the battlefield, ensuring that the warriors had ample supplies during combat. Meanwhile, the martial arts universe generously dispatched wave after wave of warriors, battle-hardened and highly skilled, forming the backbone of the defense. Under the efficient operation of this colossal war machine, everyone was closely united, working together with a singular resolve to defend their homeland. Whether they were technological workers, farmers, or martial artists, each individual exerted their utmost efforts, contributing to this life-and-death battle. Woodjite was also not idle. His previously unleashed technique of transforming into countless forms allowed him to create innumerable avatars. These avatars spread across the various universes, sharing with other warriors the powerful skills he had mastered, including the Realm King Fist Chi Round / Phantom Fist Fusion technique and the ultimate self-destruct method. These devastating techniques greatly enhanced the warriors' strength, making them more formidable and instilling them with confidence and courage when facing the enemy. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. They are coming. They are here. With this exclamation, everyone's attention was drawn to the distance. On the horizon, a dark mass of figures surged forth like a tide. It was the army of the evil race, fierce and brimming with a desire to annihilate everything. The battle horn officially sounded, and a life-and-death struggle commenced. Charge, brothers! For the sake of our homeland, let it not be destroyed. For the peace of our families. A brave warrior shouted, his voice reverberating through the crowd like thunder, igniting the fighting spirit within everyone. We have no retreat, for behind us lies the flickering lights of countless homes. Another warrior roared, his eyes ablaze with the fire of rage fueled by love for his homeland and hatred for the enemy. Charge! Annihilate them! The crowd shouted in unison, their voices deafening as if they were about to pierce the heavens. Amidst this passionate shouting, everyone raised their hands, gathering powerful energy that formed countless chi round slashes. These chi round slashes shimmered with brilliant light akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, carrying with them immense power. Then they uniformly hurled their chi round slashes towards the oncoming evil race. In an instant, the chi round slashes fell like raindrops, crashing down upon the vanguard of the evil race. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as the vanguard was shredded into pieces, blood and flesh flying. However, the evil race was not deterred by this round of attacks. They trampled over the fallen bodies of their comrades, continuing to charge forward like ravenous wolves. In the face of the frenzied counterattack from the evil race, those who had just unleashed the chi round slashes swiftly retreated, clearing the battlefield for others. Meanwhile, another group of warriors charged forward like tigers, descending a mountain, taking the place of their predecessors and continuing the fierce battle against the evil race. These warriors coordinated seamlessly, their attacks fierce as a storm. Countless energy blasts erupted from their hands, crashing like cannonballs into the evil race. Each energy blast contained tremendous power, and the shockwaves from their explosions obliterated the evil race. This well-trained combat scene evoked awe from all who witnessed it. Before such a formidable enemy, these warriors managed to withstand the onslaught of the evil race, demonstrating tenacious fighting spirit and superb combat skills. Injured warriors were immediately helped off the battlefield by medics, while others took their place. In an instant, smoke and chaos filled the battlefield, where the battle seemed evenly matched. After an indeterminate amount of time, the evil race retreated. Seeing this, the warriors beamed with joy, celebrating this magnificent victory. Once the dragon god Surama created a guardian world, its original purpose to resist the invasion of the evil clan. This world, initially designed as a defensive tool, has now become a crucial force in the fight against the evil clan's incursion. These guardians were intimately familiar with every tactic of the evil clan, having accumulated a wealth of combat experience through prolonged battles. For this very reason, they became the backbone of the resistance against the evil clan, always fighting on the front lines without hesitation. Within the defensive perimeter, two figures were locked in fierce combat. "Jiren, you've improved again," one exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha, you're not bad either, Son Goku," the other replied. Without a doubt, these two were none other than Son Goku and Jiren. Since the conclusion of the Tournament of Power, Jiren had come to this world and encountered another Son Goku. This Son Goku's journey was quite legendary. He had successfully broken through to the realm of Super Saiyan 5 and ultimately defeated Super Xinglong. Afterward, he was brought to this world by the Eternal Dragon. Of course, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks also arrived here, and their power had soared. After countless fierce battles, both of their strengths advanced by leaps and bounds like a rocket. Through relentless combat, Son Goku successfully mastered the divine technique, Ultra Instinct, breaking through to the realm of the gods, and his battle power skyrocketed to the level of a god of destruction. Jiren, who fought alongside Son Goku, had also experienced much during this time. He finally realized what his master had tried to teach him in the end: teamwork. Ultimately, Jiren successfully comprehended his own divine technique, precision control. This technique allowed him to precisely regulate the output of his energy based on the strength of his opponent, wasting not a single ounce of energy or stamina. In a battle of equals, the management of stamina and energy was especially critical, often the decisive factor between victory and defeat. Having mastered the divine technique, Jiren had also reached the level of a god of destruction, his strength now on par with Son Goku's. "Here it comes again." With this exclamation, as if sharing a telepathic connection, they both halted their movements simultaneously. Their gazes met, and each saw a hint of solemnity in the other's eyes. In their acute perception, a powerful, malevolent aura was rapidly approaching. Undoubtedly, the evil clan had launched another attack. Alarms blared abruptly, echoing throughout the entire camp. Everyone moved swiftly, without a moment's hesitation, like a finely tuned machine, each part working in perfect coordination to face the invading evil clan. "Come and die, you scum," a warrior roared, his voice reverberating across the battlefield like thunder. Wielding his massive sword with an unstoppable momentum, he charged into the ranks of the evil clan. "Take this," another warrior bellowed, his body shimmering with a blinding light. As he swung his staff, powerful magical energies rained down upon the enemy like meteors. On the battlefield, warriors adeptly unleashed a variety of skills. The gleam of blades, the flash of swords, and the radiance of magic intertwined, painting a scene both magnificent and tragic. The enemies fell continuously under this ferocious assault, yet their numbers seemed endless, surging forward in an unending tide. In the core area of the battlefield, high-level combatants like Son Goku also encountered powerful adversaries. These opponents were not strangers to them. They were old acquaintances from past battles. At their level, combat was no longer a simple fight to the death, but more a contest of technique and strategy. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not easily seek to destroy each other. Moreover, if the enemy found themselves outmatched, they would turn and flee without a second thought. As the defending side, they naturally would not give chase recklessly. After all, this was a lesson bought with countless tears and blood. This time I will surely kill you, Son Goku. Goku's opponent lunged at him, viciously spewing trash talk incessantly. Goku quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 5 to meet the challenge. Others also found their foes, and in an instant the battlefield echoed with continuous explosions, becoming a massive meat grinder with mounting casualties. The same battles raged elsewhere as well. All warriors fought with all their might, repelling the invaders time and again. After a fierce battle, countless brave warriors paid the ultimate price, finally managing to repel the evil clan. Yet the battlefield was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of sorrow and solemn tragedy. The surviving warriors silently began to clear the blood-soaked battlefield. They carefully gathered the remains of their comrades, preparing to take them back to their homeland, so they could rest in familiar soil. Just as Goku was about to turn and leave, a deep, commanding voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "You are worthy of being my descendant." Startled, Goku jerked his head up as if shocked by electricity, simultaneously retreating swiftly to put distance between himself and the source of the voice. His eyes wide with disbelief, he stared at the figure before him, for he had been completely unaware of this person's approach. Goku's heart pounded rapidly, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. If this person had intended to kill him, he likely would have had no chance to resist. "Relax," the figure said, raising a hand to signal him not to panic. Then he gently swayed the tail behind him, which danced gracefully in the wind, capturing Goku's full attention. Goku's gaze involuntarily fixed on that tail, and he immediately realized that this person was likely a Saiyan as well. "Of course, I am the ancestor of the Saiyans. Yamoshi." Yamoshi scrutinized Goku. "I thought that after such a long time with the arrogant and proud nature of the Saiyans, you would have long been extinct. I never expected that after Lord Sarama merged the multiverse, I would see so many Saiyans on the battlefield. You are the ancestor of the Saiyans. You're still alive? What kind of talk is that, boy? Of course I'm alive and well." Yamoshi flicked Goku on the forehead, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Goku clutched his head, his mind reeling with shock. He couldn't even see his movements. This person was at least at the level of an angel. "You're not bad, boy. In all my travels, you're the strongest Saiyan I've seen." "The strongest?" Jiren told me he once saw a guy who single-handedly challenged 12 gods of destruction. "That guy is stronger than me." "Oh." Yamoshi's interest was piqued. There was actually another expert, a Saiyan under the rule of Zeno. I must go and see him sometime. Come on, let's head back first. "What a—" Vegeta's eyes bulged, his face a mask of utter disbelief, his voice sharpened by sheer shock. "You claim to be the progenitor of our Saiyan race." Vegeta stared intently at the imposing and formidable Saiyan before him, as if trying to see through him completely. This Saiyan was tall and powerfully built, with distinct muscles and an aura of wild arrogance. His very being exuded an ambitious spirit that commanded attention. Moreover, he possessed the most distinctive trait of the Saiyans, a tail. Yet in the next moment, Vegeta's mood underwent a dramatic shift as his fury ignited. "Are you kidding me?" he roared. "Any random Saiyan shows up and expects to be my ancestor." Vegeta clenched his fists, ready to teach this arrogant fool a harsh lesson. Just as he was about to strike, Jiren suddenly interrupted. "Wait, Vegeta." Jiren's voice was calm and steady. "You've never seen Super Saiyan 6. I can confirm that he resembles Gogeta in that form." To Jiren, Yamoshi's appearance indeed bore a striking resemblance to Super Saiyan 6 Gogeta. Hearing this, Yamoshi's lips curled into a faint smile. He corrected, "It's not that he resembles me, but his Super Saiyan 6 form resembles me, his ancestor. His bloodline is reverting so naturally, he takes after me." Jiren nodded thoughtfully and said to Goku, "Perhaps he truly is the ancestor of your Saiyans." Goku seemed indifferent, merely shrugging without offering much opinion. Vegeta, full of suspicion, stared wide-eyed at the other, questioning. "Our Saiyan lifespan is merely 100 years. How could you still be alive? Did you make a wish to Shinran?" Facing Vegeta's doubt, the other smiled and explained, "You fellows are too confined by your own understanding. Haven't you noticed? Once one possesses divine power, it flows like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing the body. Over time, this nourishment gradually alters bodily functions, granting us a much longer lifespan. Essentially, everyone with divine power can enjoy longevity." Hearing this, Yamoshi shook his head in resignation and sighed. "You're truly pure-blooded. Your minds are filled solely with fighting, utterly ignorant of anything else. Unlike me, I developed in all aspects." "You're right. But—" Amid the chatter, a sudden voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. Startled, they turned to see the speaker, another Saiyan. Jiren focused and instantly recognized him, exclaiming in shock, "Gogeta, what are you doing here?" His voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment. Gogeta's lips curved into a light smile as he replied, "Yo, Jiren, long time no see." He scrutinized Jiren, a glint of admiration in his eyes. "It's been a while, and your strength has grown remarkably. Truly impressive." Jiren shook his head modestly and said with a wry smile, "Still no match for you. You've advanced so far that I can no longer see your back." Gogeta waved his hand and laughed, "Haha, you flatter me. But speaking of which, why are you here?" Jiren asked. Gogeta explained with a smile, "You kept calling my name, so I heard and came to check. I never expected to encounter our Saiyan ancestor. What a pleasant surprise." "You sensed it from that far away." Jiren was astounded. What kind of monster was this? Gogeta looked at Yamoshi and remarked with emotion, "You're right. This is what a true Saiyan warrior race should be. If a Saiyan doesn't fight, what kind of warrior race would that be? Battle is the very essence of the Saiyans." His words were resounding, as if proclaiming the glory and pride of the Saiyans to the world. From the moment Gogeta entered this space, Yamoshi's gaze was locked onto him, as if by a magnet. This young man exuded a unique aura that felt both familiar and foreign to Yamoshi. Yamoshi pondered inwardly, what is the background of this junior? Why is his strength so unfathomable to me? He began to re-evaluate Gogeta, trying to glean clues from his every move. Yet no matter how Yamoshi observed, Gogeta remained inscrutable, as if his true power was veiled by an invisible shroud. The more Yamoshi looked, the more incredulous he became, his doubts deepening. Could it be that he has already reached that realm? This thought flashed through Yamoshi's mind, sending his emotions on a roller coaster ride. He had once strived with countless efforts and sweat to pursue that realm, yet now this goal had been achieved by a junior, leaving Yamoshi feeling both disheartened and helpless. "Having lived so long, I never thought I'd be surpassed by a junior." Yamoshi's mood grew heavier as he lamented the merciless passage of time and the unpredictability of fate. Gazing at Gogeta's youthful and vibrant figure, Yamoshi's expression turned bitter. For so many years he had regarded that realm as his ultimate goal, yet now it had been so easily achieved by someone else before his eyes. How could he not feel dejected? "The student surpasses the master." Yamoshi murmured, his tone laced with admiration for Gogeta and self-mockery. "Since I'm here, let me show you." Super Saiyan 7. A golden light flashed in Gogeta's eyes. With a light leap into the air, a violent burst of energy erupted without warning. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 7. Gogeta had absorbed all his clones, and countless insights further elevated his power. He effortlessly mastered Super Saiyan 7. Everyone looked up at Gogeta's invincible stance, utterly stunned. They could instantly sense the explosive might and an indescribable divine aura. "Is this Super Saiyan 7? Incredible. Like a demon god descending upon the world. Super Saiyan 7. Is it a..." Yamoshi gazed at the terrifyingly immense power, the fighting spirit within him blazing like a raging inferno. This was the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans, the power he had always dreamed of. His breathing grew rapid, his blood surging through his veins, as if the entire world trembled at his resolve. This power might be the key to breaking through the shackles that had bound him for years. Yamoshi took a deep breath, and his energy erupted like a volcano, surging forth endlessly. That dreadful aura, like a torrent, forcefully pushed back Goku and the others. "Come and fight." Yamoshi's roar echoed through the heavens, thunderous and deafening. His voice brimmed with a thirst for battle and confidence in victory. Before his words faded, Yamoshi shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at Gogeta. His speed was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he crossed dozens of meters. Seeing this, Gogeta lightly tapped his foot, leaping backward with the grace of a swallow. He landed steadily on an open space, putting some distance between himself and Yamoshi, while also allowing himself ample reaction time. Gogeta's gaze was calm and sharp as he watched Yamoshi. Yamoshi, having adjusted his state, launched an attack against Gogeta. Gogeta's seemingly soft fist effortlessly blocked Yamoshi's incoming punch. Yamoshi's fierce assault was all parried by Gogeta, one after another. As the battle intensified, Gogeta gradually unleashed greater power, and Yamoshi, under the pressure of this immense force, began to struggle. Despite giving his all, the gap in strength between him and Gogeta was far too vast. Faced with this situation, Yamoshi did not retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. He stared wide-eyed, fixed on Gogeta, and roared, "Show me your full power. Let me see just how great the gap between us really is." Hearing Yamoshi's provocation, Gogeta curled his lips into a faint, disdainful smile. He slowly stepped back, creating some distance, then quickly assumed the starting stance for the Kamehameha. "As you wish." Gogeta's voice was cold and calm, as if the energy he was about to unleash was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Yamoshi watched the energy constantly gathering in Gogeta's hands. That immense power sent a tremor through his heart. Yet he was not consumed by fear. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Haha, if I die like this, it only proves that I am nothing more than this. Yamoshi's laughter echoed in the air, revealing a resolve that embraced death. Come on. Yamoshi spread his arms fearlessly facing Gogeta and let out a roar as if to unleash his last ounce of strength. Huh. With a roar, Gogeta channeled all his power into his palms, and a dazzling Kamehameha shot forth like a blazing meteor. Facing this cataclysmic strike, Yamoshi showed no fear. He resolutely extended his hands to meet the terrifying energy wave heat-in. Aya! In an instant, Yamoshi's body endured unimaginable pressure. His veins bulged like writhing dragons, and his skin turned red from the extreme exertion. Blood gushed endlessly from his mouth, staining the front of his robe, but he clenched his teeth and refused to yield an inch. The immense force pushed Yamoshi backward like a flood. His feet plowed deep furrows into the ground, and the earth, unable to bear the strain, shattered into countless fragments. Damn it! Yamoshi's heart was filled with unwillingness and rage. He fought with his last ounce of strength, but still could not withstand this overwhelming power. Is it truly unattainable? Despair surged within him. Had all these years of effort been in vain? He had long exhausted all his strength, yet he still saw no hope of a breakthrough. I really am not the protagonist of any story. Yamoshi's voice was filled with infinite sorrow. Ending this long life like this doesn't seem so bad. He withdrew his power, preparing to embrace the end of his life. His heart was steeped in endless grief and despair. Every memory was like a blade piercing his heart. But at that moment, Gogeta raised his hand, and the violent energy vanished without a trace. As if calmed by an invisible force, the air was left with only silence and weight. Hey, you wouldn't really make me kill my own ancestor, would you? Gogeta landed beside Yamoshi, shaking his head helplessly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He slowly extended his hands, and a soft light gathered in his palms to heal Yamoshi's wounds. Yamoshi's body trembled slightly, as if resisting this warmth. Hey, my entire life has been one failure after another. Yamoshi's voice was low and hoarse, steeped in the bitterness of accumulated years. The first time I became a Super Saiyan, I was defeated by a swarm of enemies. Back then, my closest friend sacrificed his precious life to protect me. Then came Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, Super Saiyan God, godly techniques, laws of reality. Each failure took away my friends and family. Now I am alone with nothing left to lose. His eyes revealed a deep loneliness and despair. Even the miraculous power of the dragon god Zalama could not revive my loved ones. The only thing that drives me forward now is hatred. But my enemy is too strong. I see no hope. That bastard. Scenes flashed through Yamoshi's mind, painful memories haunting him like nightmares. Damn Shadow. I will kill him with my own hands. Aya! He roared, and terrifying energy erupted without warning. Pure black energy enveloped Yamoshi as if it would devour his very soul. Seeing this, Gogeta quickly raised his hand to block the oncoming storm. This guy. He's lost control. His brow furrowed, concern filling his heart. Gogeta flashed behind Yamoshi and struck him with a precise chop to the neck, knocking him unconscious. He knew that Yamoshi had lost his reason. Only by calming him down could a greater disaster be averted. Gogeta grabbed Yamoshi by the collar and brought him back within the defensive line. After settling Yamoshi down, Gogeta departed. In a vast expanse of white, Vegeta stood with a bewildered expression, his heart filled with confusion and perplexity. He murmured to himself, how did I end up in this place for no reason? Not long ago, he had just resolved the issue with Yamoshi and was eagerly looking forward to returning home to visit his wife and daughter. Yet as he traversed through layers of space, he was inexplicably brought to this entirely unfamiliar realm. Could this be another sinister plot of the evil clan? Vegeta pondered silently, his vigilance instantly heightened to its peak. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, meticulously observing the white void in search of any trace left by the evil clan. However, after a thorough search, he found no signs of the evil clan. Just as he breathed a slight sigh of relief, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Though soft, the sound was strikingly abrupt in the silent void. Vegeta's nerves instantly tensed, and he spun around sharply, his gaze piercing toward the source of the noise. In that moment of turning, an incredulous figure appeared before his eyes. Vegetto, how can it be you? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his face contorted with astonishment. Standing before him was none other than Vegetto, the one intricately connected to him. Yet at this moment, Vegetto remained silent, his eyes cold and resolute, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Before Vegeta could recover from his shock, Vegetto launched an attack without warning. He charged at Vegeta like a cannonball, his speed akin to lightning and his power staggering. Seeing this, Vegeta swiftly employed all his might to defend. His hands crossed rapidly before his chest, forming a sturdy barrier. However, to his utter astonishment, Vegetto's strength was overwhelming, far exceeding his expectations. With a thunderous boom, Woodjite's defensive barrier shattered instantly under Vegetto's fierce assault, and he was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegetto's attacks came in a relentless storm, and Woodjite's body trembled violently. Yet in that instant the power within him ignited and erupted forth. His muscles swelled rapidly, his hair turned a brilliant gold, and a mighty aura surged from him. Super Saiyan. Woodjite's transformation was as swift as lightning, leaving Vegetto no time to react, as he was forcefully repelled by a colossal force. Nevertheless, Vegetto did not retreat. He quickly steadied himself, and in an instant completed his own Super Saiyan transformation. In a flash their figures interlaced like bolts of lightning, their attacks clashing like a fierce storm, producing earth-shattering roars. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision resembled two meteors crashing in the sky, generating dazzling sparks and deafening thunder. With each exchange, Woodjite grew more alarmed, finding Vegetto his equal in both speed and power, neither gaining the upper hand. Woodjite suddenly let out a furious roar, his aura surging once more. His entire fur shifted from gold to crimson as the power of Super Saiyan 4 boiled within him. Then with lightning speed he seized Vegetto's arm and hurled him away like a piece of trash. Vegetto spun rapidly through the air, barely managing to stabilize himself. Yet without hesitation he too transformed into Super Saiyan 4, facing off against Woodjite. Seeing this, Woodjite condensed energy in his hand and launched it like a cannonball toward Vegetto. Unfazed, Vegetto extended a hand and delivered a precise chop, deflecting the incoming energy blast and sending it flying away. However, this was merely the beginning. The two then clashed again like ferocious beasts, engaging in a breathtaking close-quarters brawl. Every punch and kick carried world-shattering power, with terrifying energy swirling around them, as if threatening to tear the very space apart. Countless energy spheres flew like fireworks, obliterating everything in their path. As Woodjite focused on defense, he raced through his mind to assess the situation. Given his current power, there seemed only two possibilities for how he could have been brought here without his awareness. The first was the miraculous power of the dragon god Zalama. After all, as one of the universe's most formidable beings, Zalama possessed unimaginable strength and abilities. If he were behind this, it might be possible. Yet Woodjite knew well that this likelihood was minuscule. After all, he had little interaction with Zalama, and the dragon god had no reason to do this. That left only the second possibility, the system. Though Woodjite had some understanding of this system, he could never fathom its true origin or purpose. Could this system truly be a gift from the Supreme Blue Star to those wandering children? As Woodjite sank into thought, a crisp system prompt suddenly chimed in his ear. Ding! System Ultimate Trial initiated. Host must defeat Vegetto who matches your power. Upon passing the Ultimate Trial and completing the Ultimate Quest, reward Gogeta's essence. Host evolves into complete Woodjite. Dragon Ball World ascends. Just as I thought. Woodjite sighed inwardly, his guess confirmed. The Vegetto before him was deliberately conjured by the system. Yet defeating Vegetto under equal conditions was no easy feat. What kind of being was Vegetto? He was the mighty fusion born from Goku and Vegeta through the Patera earrings. Goku's courage and optimism combined with Vegeta's pride and coldness, along with their unique rivalry, forged a truly perfect and immensely powerful warrior. Facing such a formidable foe, victory seemed daunting. Yet Woodjite showed no sign of retreat. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. Whatever. Let's fight first, Woodjite thought to himself. Ever since his bloodline awakened, his warrior instincts had blazed like ignited gunpowder, impossible to suppress. Now encountering a worthy opponent, his blood boiled like scalding water, seething with excitement. Ha! Woodjite threw his head back in laughter, his voice brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. Come fight! He roared like a thunderclap, his voice echoing through the air as if the entire world could feel his battle intent. An ultimate, unparalleled battle unfolded in this forgotten realm. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye 2.5 years had quietly slipped away. Since Woodjite embarked on the ultimate trial of the system, the situation of the multiverse had undergone earth-shattering changes. During this prolonged period, the evil clan launched attacks like hungry wolves, mercilessly ravaging various worlds. Due to the absence of Woodjite, the top combat force, the defenses of the multiverse were continually torn apart, suffering successive defeats. Meanwhile, in his encounters with the shadows, Yamoshi's inner darkness was reignited, plunging him once again into a state of madness. However, at this life-and-death moment, Yamoshi unexpectedly broke through his limits and successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 7. Despite his immense power boost, Yamoshi still could not contend with the shadows. Just when the situation seemed dire, Goku and Jiren arrived like divine warriors, bringing a glimmer of hope to this fierce battle. In the end, Yamoshi paid the price with his life, exerting all his strength to barely defeat the shadows. This breathtaking battle had a vast scope, leaving everyone in shock. On another front, Bulma and other top scientists from various worlds joined forces, and after countless experiments and studies they finally invented a miraculous device. This device could effectively seal the energy left behind by the evil clan after their deaths, preventing them from continuously producing low-level cannon fodder, thus completely curbing the evil clan's offensive momentum and greatly preserving the strength of the multiverse. However, despite the temporary alleviation of the evil clan's threat, the issue of insufficient high-level combat power in the multiverse remains severe and urgent. In the midst of frequent battles, many warriors from various universes began to shine, showcasing their formidable strength and driving the evil clan back. In the chaotic world of dimensional warfare, Vegeta's daughter Sun Bra underwent a thrilling transformation. Once lost in direction for certain reasons, she had now made a firm decision to turn over a new leaf and use her strength to protect this universe. However, Sun Bra's talent was too powerful, attracting the attention of the evil clan long before in the Guardian Great World. Fearing her terrifying potential, a meticulously planned conspiracy unfolded in the shadows. Although Sun Bra had realized the evil clan's conspiracy, their relentless methods pushed her into a corner. Ultimately, the violent power within her erupted again, and she lost her rationality indiscriminately, slaying the evil clan. At the same time, she was also tainted by the evil aura of the dying clan's counterattack, suffering great shock both physically and mentally. Faced with the invasion of evil energy, everyone was at a loss. In the end, with the help of the Dragon Balls and the miraculous power of the Dragon God Salam, after arduous treatment, Sun Bra finally expelled the evil energy from her body. Unfortunately, her terrifying talent was also washed away. On the other side, Vegeta's strength had skyrocketed during this time. He had mastered the power of rules early on, becoming a true powerhouse. However, upon learning that Bra had been severely injured by an ambush from the evil clan, his fury erupted like a volcano. In extreme anger, Vegeta broke through the boundaries of Super Saiyan 6, reaching the pinnacle of power within the realm of rules. He single-handedly attacked the stronghold of the evil clan's faction, annihilating those who had plotted against Bra. In Wu Jit's universe, Sun Wukong and Vegeta displayed astonishing strength, their combat power exceeding imagination, even on par with the god of destruction Beerus. These two had reached such a terrifying level of power that they were among the top combat forces of the gods of destruction. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta could fuse, their strength would be immensely enhanced. It was speculated that this fused entity would at least reach the level of the realm of rules, and would undoubtedly be a formidable presence within that realm. Such power would instill fear in any opponent. However, the Sun Wukong and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super Time and Space appeared relatively weaker. The paths they had taken were different. The Sun Wukong and Vegeta of Wu Jit's universe chose the pure evolutionary path of the Saiyan, while the two from Dragon Ball Super Time and Space opted for the path of divine techniques. Previously, after being struck on the head by Vegeta's Sun Wukong's true nature gradually returned. However, faced with a powerful enemy, he had no choice but to seek help from the universe of Wu Jit, where Sun Wukong's combat power was equally astounding, deemed invincible. He had once experienced the power of Super Saiyan 5 combined with divine energy, greatly enhancing his strength, and his rate of improvement was astonishingly swift. In contrast, Vegeta's combat power was far inferior. More importantly, due to a fierce battle with Wu Jit's Sun Wukong had witnessed Wu Jit's immense power firsthand. This realization led him to understand that relying solely on brute strength could not overcome all opponents. Thus, he decided to pursue the same path as Wu Jit, developing mind, body, and technique comprehensively. On this path, Sun Wukong continuously honed his mental state, strengthening and empowering his inner self. Meanwhile, he also focused on physical training to enhance his physical fitness and combat skills. After a long time of effort, he was on the verge of success, just one step away from entering the realm of rules. Aside from these powerful warriors, there were countless unnamed soldiers working behind the scenes. They may not possess the striking strength and brilliance of the top-tier warriors, but their existence is equally crucial and indispensable. These ordinary soldiers, perhaps slightly inferior in power, contribute silently to the safety and stability of the multiverse in their own unique ways. They might be guardians steadfastly holding their posts on various planet, scouts patrolling the edges of the universe, or logistical personnel providing support and assurance from the rear. It is precisely because of these seemingly ordinary warriors that the multiverse can maintain relative peace and tranquility. Through their efforts and sacrifices, they have built an indestructible defense line, making it impossible for the evil clan to easily breach this line and invade the peace and order of the multiverse. It can be said that these selfless warriors, though not in the spotlight, have achievements that are no less than those of the powerful warriors. They are the cornerstone of the multiverse, the unsung heroes deserving of our remembrance and admiration. The 100th draw. Within the training space, both Gogeta and Vegetto were utterly exhausted, as if all their strength had been drained from their bodies. They lay on the ground without restraint, completely shedding their usual dignity and composure. This marked their 100th time, ending in a stalemate. Over the past 2.5 years, Gogeta had exhausted every ounce of his ability, trying all manner of methods and techniques. Yet no matter how hard he strove, he remained unable to defeat Vegetto. Every confrontation ultimately resulted in a draw. Their mastery over minute details, allocation of stamina, and control of energy had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Each of their moves was imbued with boundless wisdom and experience. Every attack and defense was executed with absolute precision. As a result, when the battle entered its final phase, their stamina was completely depleted, and neither could pose any substantial threat to the other. Though both yearned for a decisive victory, reality left them helpless. What in the world do I have to do to beat this guy? Gogeta wailed in agony, his face twisted with endless anguish and frustration. For these 2.5 years he had lived in a state of torment. Every day upon opening his eyes he was confronted with unceasing combat, with not a moment's respite. This accursed space was nothing short of a purgatory, granting him no extra time. Gogeta struggled bitterly within it, yet he could never find a way to overcome Vegetto. I wonder how things are going out there. Without my top-tier combat strength, their plans must have been thrown into chaos. Gogeta lay on the ground, his heart growing heavier. He began to worry about the situation outside. Originally, the top forces on both sides were evenly matched, but his absence had completely shattered that balance. Upon detecting this change, the evil clan immediately launched probes. After several skirmishes, they discovered the weakness and decisively mobilized their full strength, launching a fierce assault on the multiverse. The multiverse's defenses crumbled step by step under the evil clan's relentless onslaught, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, Yamoshi suddenly erupted, breaking through to Super Saiyan 7 and joined forces with Son Goku and Jiren to confront Shadow together. After a breathtaking and fierce battle, Yamoshi paid with his life. They finally succeeded in slaying Shadow, and the balance of power between the two sides was restored. Time flowed on, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these long 10 years, every being in the multiverse gave their all, striving tirelessly, without relenting. Relying on energy-sealing devices invented by scientists and a series of advanced technologies, they gradually turned the tide of the unfavorable situation. These fearless warriors, each a battle-hardened elite, faced the malevolent evil clan without a trace of fear. In one fierce engagement after another, they displayed exceptional combat skills and indomitable, while inflicting heavy losses on the evil clan and forcing them to retreat step by step. Finally, in a pivotal battle, they achieved a monumental victory. The warriors' morale was ignited instantly, and they shouted with exhilaration, "Charge, brothers! Victory is within sight." This triumph sent all the warriors into a state of extreme excitement, their adrenaline surging like rockets. They relentlessly launched wave after wave of fierce attacks against the routed evil clan, determined to wipe out these evil forces in one decisive push. The coordination among the warriors was flawless, their movements as natural as flowing water. With each swing of their blades, evil clan members felt utterly defenseless. Immediately after, the warriors swiftly and skillfully retrieved energy devices, sealing the residual energy left by the fallen evil clan, ensuring no potential threat could escape. With this battle, all low-tier combatants of the evil clan were annihilated. All energy devices were uniformly sealed and destroyed by the Omni King, using his power of annihilation, leaving the evil clan no chance to counterattack. Next came the long-awaited, heart-pounding main event, the subjugation of Demon King Gugur. The name Demon King Gugur was a nightmare to all. He was the most formidable existence within the evil clan, his combat prowess so terrifying that it surpassed even the Omni King and Dragon God Zalama. Whenever Demon King Gugur erupted in battle, the Omni King and Dragon God Zalama would step forward together, shouldering the heavy burden of opposing him. These three were all pinnacle beings of the world, their power reaching an unimaginable height. Ordinary rules had long ceased to affect them. It could be said that they had long become impervious to all laws, with no force capable of inflicting substantial harm upon them. The evil clan's first invasion was like a sudden violent storm, plunging the entire multiverse into unprecedented panic. This war caught the multiverse off guard. The once stable space-time rules were utterly shattered by the evil clan's powerful attacks, left in a state of ruin. Before this, the multiverse's space-time was so stable that only those who had reached the rule realm could open the gates of space-time. However, with the fragmentation of rules, everything underwent earth-shattering changes. The power of Super Saiyan 3 was now enough to shake space, and even time machines, such an incredible existence, began to appear frequently. Now just about anyone could easily traverse time and cross universes, as if these once unattainable abilities had become commonplace. The root cause of all this was the consequence of broken rules. And converging timelines, merging past, present, and future into one, was the hallmark ability of the control realm. Mastering rules naturally included the rule of time. Amidst this chaotic multiverse, the All-Universe was one of the few with relatively intact rules. Therefore, the severely wounded Omni King chose to remain in the All-Universe to recuperate. Under the influence of Time Machine's 6 All-Universes emerged. The gravely injured Omni King was also split into 6, hence the scene of 2 Omni Kings together. Later, when Demon King Gugu revived, the 6 Omni Kings refused into the complete Omni King, who joined forces with Dragon God Zalama to oppose Demon King Gugu. Dragon God Zalama slowly healed himself through the power of miracles. After a long time, he awakened from his slumber, causing the energy of the Dragon Balls to grow increasingly powerful. From initially being killed by Demon King Piccolo failing to repel Vegeta and Nappa's invasion of Earth, and being unable to teleport Super Saiyan Son Goku, to later shrinking those who defeated Majin Buu, blocking Goma's fist with a single finger, and granting the wish to become the universe's strongest at the cost of one's lifespan. The wishes they could fulfill became more and more outrageous. All of this indicated that Dragon God Zalama's condition was gradually recovering. Just as every world across the multiverse was frantically preparing for the campaign to vanquish the Demon King Gugu, a spine-chilling darkness surged like a black torrent, sweeping through the entire multiverse with lightning speed. This dark energy seemed like a demon from the abyssal depths. Wherever it passed, everything was devoured by shadow, and light vanished without a trace. Hee. Suddenly, a thunderous maniacal laughter exploded in everyone's ears. This laughter was like a bolt of lightning, almost splitting their eardrums. This wild laughter undoubtedly came from the Demon King Gugu himself. The Omni King and Dragon God Zalama felt this terrifying aura, and a storm of shock surged within their hearts. Their eyes widened in utter astonishment as they gazed at the source of this dark energy. The shock within them was beyond words. Gugu's injuries had fully recovered. Moreover, his power seemed to have ascended to an even higher level. The Omni King and Dragon God Zalama's expressions turned grim as they realized the situation had become dire. Originally, after eliminating the low-tier combatants of the evil race, they were poised to strike and annihilate them completely. The Omni King and Dragon God Zalama had also fully healed, confident they could contend with Demon King Gugu. Even if Gugu's wounds were mended too, as long as they held him off until others defeated their opponents, joining forces against him would not be too difficult. However, they never imagined that Gugu would not only recover fully, but also grow stronger. This completely defied their expectations and instantly endangered their plans. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared in the skies of the multiverse, Gugu. He stood like an unshakable mountain, towering and awe-inspiring. Behind him, the elite combatants of the evil race crowded densely, with the most conspicuous being the new 10 demon lords. These demon lords exuded a terrifying aura, as if they were demons from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Not only that, but numerous Rule Realm warriors also gathered behind Gugu, their power equally unfathomable, as if they could command the very laws of the universe. At the same time, the Omni King and Dragon God Zalama also appeared in the multiverse's sky. Behind them followed the multiverse's high-end combatants, including the Grand Priest and the Void King's foremost warrior Remus, who was not only a kin of the Omni King, but an exceptionally powerful being. Additionally, there were Vegetto of Chaos, a host of Angel Jiren, and Goku and Vegeta from various universes. Both sides boasted a luxurious lineup, each individual a pinnacle existence in their own universe. This ultimate showdown was undoubtedly the most breathtaking battle in the cosmos, a fierce clash that would decide the universe's fate. Come fight! Gugu's roar thundered across the battlefield like a clap of thunder. With this cry, the battle commenced. The Omni King and Dragon God Zalama did not back down. They swiftly engaged Gugu, and the three became locked in combat. Each of their attacks held boundless power, and where fists and palms met, energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, illuminating the entire battlefield. Their figures interwove in the air, swift as lightning, dazzling to the eye. Meanwhile, others found their own opponents, and the battlefield shimmered with energy like countless stars in the night sky. Rays of various colors intertwined, forming a scene both magnificent and terrifying. The shockwaves from these collisions tore through everything around, as if the entire world trembled. A sinister grin curled at the corner of Gugu's mouth as his fists rained down on the Omni King and Dragon God Zalama like a storm, each punch carrying infinite might, each kick seeming to tear through space itself. The Omni King and Dragon God Zalama resisted fiercely, but under Gugu's relentless assault, they were forced to retreat step by step. Suddenly, Gugu flung his arms wide, and a terrifying dark force surged from within him like raging waves. This darkness spread rapidly, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. The once bright battlefield turned pitch black, as if swallowed by endless shadow. In this dark environment, every evil race warrior seemed empowered, their strength vastly amplified. Those who were once slightly weaker now fought with savage ferocity, overpowering the multiverse's warriors. Seeing the tide turn against them, the Omni King and Dragon God Salama poured all their power into a single strike. Their attack blazed like two brilliant lightning bolts, piercing the darkness and hurtling straight toward Gogo. Yet facing this immense assault, Gogo remained eerily calm. A slight smirk played on his lips as he casually raised a hand, and a dark barrier materialized before him. This barrier, seemingly thin as a cicada's wing, was as firm as a rock. The Omni King and Dragon God Salama's attack crashed against it, but vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, leaving no ripple. Gogo let out a triumphant laugh. Your struggles are futile. The gap between you and me is as vast as heaven and earth. You are doomed to fail. His laughter echoed in the darkness, sending shivers down the spine. The faces of the Omni King and Dragon God Salama turned ashen, sweat drenching their cheeks and dripping from their chins. What to do? What can we do? Anxiety filled their hearts as they racked their brains for a strategy to overcome Gogo. Omni King, infuse your power of destruction into my miracle force. Dragon God Salama suddenly said as he began to gather the miracle force in his hands. Without a word, the Omni King swiftly channeled his destruction energy into it. The once gentle miracle force turned violent with the addition of destruction. Terrifying lightning crackled continuously, an awe-inspiring aura that even made Gogo's heart tremble. Originally, Dragon God Salama's miracle force was merely life energy, but in that great war the Time King and Space King fell, and their powers of time and space merged into it, transforming it into miracle force. Thus the Dragon Balls could revive the dead, create planets, teleport through space, and traverse time. The divine dragon knew all of heaven and earth, but it lacked the ability to destroy. Now, with the Omni King's destruction energy added, the miracle force finally assembled the four fundamental laws. It evolved into an even more terrifying power. This power could now threaten Gogo. Take this, Gogo. Dragon God Salama's veins bulged. Clearly controlling this force was no easy feat. Salama leaped high and hurled the fearsome energy toward Gogo. In the blink of an eye, Gogo had no time to dodge, so he raised his hands and absorbed the blow heated. Arg! Gogo screamed in agony as the power coursed through his entire being, relentlessly ravaging his body. The Omni King and Dragon God Salama finally smiled at this sight. But their smiles vanished the next moment when Gogo suddenly turned to them with a sinister grin and said, "Just kidding." Then with a slight effort he dispersed the energy. Hiss! The Omni King and Dragon God Salama drew a sharp breath. Had Gogo already broken through to a higher realm? Gogo rolled his neck as if reading their thoughts. He said to them, "Indeed, I have ascended to the realm of the Creator God. In this universe, I am invincible." The multiverse teeters on the brink of peril. Within the trial space, a profound stillness reigned, broken only by the interweaving sounds of labored breaths and the sharp clash of fists and feet from the fierce battle between Gogeta and Vegetto. The thousandth draw. Gogeta's voice echoed through the vast emptiness, tinged with exhaustion and reluctance. Once again he had fought Vegetto to a standstill, both collapsing onto their backs, gasping for air. Yet at that very moment, a sudden violent palpitation seized Gogeta's heart, as if an invisible hand were clenching it tight. "This is..." Gogeta clutched his chest in terror, the searing pain distorting his features. He could not fathom why such agony had suddenly struck, a sensation as though his very life force was being drained away drop by drop. Tights. Ace. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through Gogeta's mind. He realized with dread that they must be in danger. Could it be that the Omni King and the Dragon God Salama had fallen to Google, placing the entire multiverse under a fatal threat? "I must leave this place." Gogeta sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with a fierce fighting spirit. He could not allow his family to fall into peril. He had to defeat Vegetto, escape this space, and save them. Drawing a deep breath, Gogeta roared at Vegetto, "Come fight." His voice thundered like a clap of thunder exploding within the trial space. Vegetto rose swiftly, sensing Gogeta's resolve and fury. Their eyes met, and in an instant they were locked in combat once more, each blow carrying boundless power, their fists striking true. After a brief stalemate, as if moved by a single thought, they both rapidly retreated, creating a distance between them. Then in unison they roared, "Ha!" The sound was deafening like a thunderbolt. With that roar, two horrifyingly immense energies erupted from around their bodies, expanding instantaneously like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, both had completed their transformation into Super Saiyan 7, a powerful aura surging forth from them. The moment their transformations were complete, those two terrifying energies expanded like suns, colliding with each other at a staggering speed. In that instant, the entire space was engulfed in a blinding light, as if the sun itself had exploded, accompanied by a cataclysmic roar. In that flash of lightning, their figures interwove again, their fists raining down upon each other like a storm. Each punch contained immeasurable power, causing the surrounding air to crackle and pop. Yet despite the ferocity of their battle, both were running on fumes. They had just emerged from a grueling fight, not long ago, their bodies and minds utterly exhausted. One final blow to decide it all. Gogeta suddenly shouted, throwing all his power into a single punch that forced Vegetto back several steps. Quickly, he brought his hands together, resting them at his hip in the classic stance for firing a blast. Seeing this, Vegetto was not to be outdone. He mirrored Gogeta's stance precisely. Ultimate Kamehameha. Gogeta and Vegetto shouted the technique's name almost simultaneously. Then, channeling every last ounce of remaining energy into their hands, they thrust them forward. In that split second, two energy waves carrying the power to annihilate heaven and earth collided with the force of two roaring dragons, striking each other with lightning speed. The energy fluctuation from this impact was like a superstorm sweeping across the entire space, sending chills down one's spine. The two forces met, then rapidly expanded into a colossal sphere of energy, each warrior occupying half-locked in a stalemate where neither could overcome the other. Both gritted their teeth, enduring immense pressure, refusing to fall. At this critical juncture, the terrifying sensation of palpitation struck Gogeta once more. Gogeta, enduring the pain, supported the ultimate Kamehameha with one hand, while pressing the other tightly against his chest, trying to fend off the assault of the palpitations. Vegetto keenly perceived Gogeta's distress. He seized the opportunity, unleashing all his strength to instantly overpower Gogeta. Gogeta's body began to wobble on the verge of defeat. At this moment of life and death, memories of his time with Tights flashed through his mind, the joy of becoming a father when Ace was born, the warmth of their happy family. This blissful home was the most precious treasure of his life, and he would never let anyone destroy it. When the body reaches its limit, willpower will carry you through. A fierce flame of resolve ignited within Gogeta, and boundless energy surged from his depleted frame. Hiya! With a mighty roar, Gogeta's ultimate Kamehameha expanded like a volcanic eruption, its power surging beyond even Vegetto's. This formidable energy, like an unstoppable torrent, pushed Vegetto's ultimate Kamehameha back. Then the two forces collided violently in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The 1001st match. Gogeta wins. On the multiverse battlefield, the evil clan had completely overwhelmed the multiverse. The situation was dire. Empowered by Gogol's domain, all members of the evil clan experienced a surge in power. The warriors of the multiverse were beaten back step by step, all suffering severe injuries. The Omni King and the Dragon God Zalama were also being brutally suppressed by Gogol. What's the matter? Use that power you had earlier against me. Earlier, the terrifying power of the Dragon God Zalama, fused with the power of destruction, had indeed posed a threat to Gogol. But Zalama could not control this power. Using it once had inflicted tremendous damage on his own body. The power of miracles continuously healed the Dragon God Zalama's body, but Gogol would not grant him much time. Spreading his palm, an endless darkness began to shroud the entire multiverse. In the areas it covered, life began to wither. Everything that held vitality started to decay like wilting flowers. I won't let you. The Dragon God Zalama and the Omni King joined forces, erecting a protective barrier against Gogol to safeguard the entire multiverse. It's useless. Gogol opened both hands, unleashing an even more terrifying darkness upon the multiverse. The Dragon God Zalama and the Omni King struggled to hold on, but under the shadow of the darkness, all their efforts seemed futile. The darkness devoured the multiverse bit by bit, more and more lives fading away. Gogol clenched his fists, and the abyssal darkness enveloped the Omni King and the Dragon God Zalama. They fell like broken kites, plummeting straight down. With their protection gone, the entire multiverse was plunged into darkness. An endless darkness like spilled ink swiftly engulfed the entire multiverse, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Despair spread like a plague among the masses, their faces etched with fear and helplessness. It's over. Even Lord Omni King and Dragon God Zalama are gravely wounded. Someone cried out in terror, their voice laced with despair. Is there truly no hope? Another murmured, their eyes vacant, as if all faith in the future had been lost. Will a miracle still occur? The question lingered in everyone's heart, yet no one could offer a definitive answer. The darkness, like a demon's colossal hand, relentlessly shrouded the multiverse, suffocating all within. Just as the darkness was about to claim everything, a dazzling golden light, like a bolt of lightning, tore through the blackness, instantly illuminating the entire multiverse. Is this a miracle? People stared in astonishment at the ever-brightening radiance, which resembled the dawn's first light, bringing warmth and hope. The light was so intense that the darkness seemed insignificant before it. As the brilliance grew, the darkness was gradually dispelled, and the people's spirits lifted. A miracle. It truly has appeared. Cheers erupted one after another, tears of joy streaming down faces. Countless orbs of light rained down from the sky, like a blessing from heaven, gently merging into everyone's body. These orbs contained immense healing power, instantly mending all wounds and restoring vitality and vigor to the people. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gogeta's figure slowly materialized. His body radiated a golden light dazzling like the sun. His arrival seemed like the descent of a deity, bringing boundless hope and courage to the people. At that moment, Gogeta was akin to a god. Those who believe in miracles are just as remarkable as the miracle itself. Gogeta said with a smile, giving a thumbs up to everyone present. His voice was filled with confidence and strength. Then taking a deep breath, he declared with unwavering resolve, "Leave the rest to me," as if he already held the key to victory. Immediately after, Gogeta shouted, "Gogger, let me show you the power of a miracle." His voice thundered through the air, echoing all around. At that moment, an invisible force surged forth from within everyone. This power did not stem from their muscles or skills, but from the hope deep within their hearts. It was a power beyond words, converging into a torrent that flowed ceaselessly toward Gogeta. These energies, as if drawn by a magnet, all entered Gogeta's body. His body trembled slightly, as if enduring a tremendous surge of energy, yet his expression bore no pain, only excitement and anticipation. Next, Gogeta's voice rang out again. Is the ultimate form forged from the wishes of all. Super Saiyan 8. Also known as the Super Saiyan miracle form. As he spoke, Gogeta's entire body emitted a dazzling golden radiance. The light was as scorching as the sun, enveloping him completely. Rhea. Gogeta let out a roar, a declaration of war against all enemies, and a release of his inner power. In an instant, Gogeta's body underwent a startling transformation. His originally black hair turned into a voluminous, soft, pale golden mane that cascaded down his waist like a waterfall. His upper body was covered in a faint layer of golden fur, which shimmered with a soft halo under the light, making him appear both majestic and mysterious. His eyes also turned pale gold, with his pupils and brows emitting a faint golden glow, exuding a warm, yet powerful aura. A warm aura erupted from his body, tightly enveloping him, as if he were the very core of this power. This was Super Saiyan 8, a miraculous form born from the hopes and beliefs of all. At this moment, a single thought resonated in everyone's mind: Gogeta would not lose. "Take this, Gogger!" Gogeta bellowed, launching an attack. Gogger likewise shouted, "I who have become a creation god will not lose. Come!" The two charged at each other with a mighty cry. All eyes were fixed on them, for their battle would decide the fate of the world. In an instant, Gogeta and Gogger clashed, the thrill of flesh-to-flesh combat igniting the blood. Gogeta quickly adapted to the new power, leaving Gogger battered and disheveled. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Gogger frantically attacked Gogeta, but was effortlessly blocked. "Nothing is impossible, Gogger. Your end is here." Gogeta sent Gogger flying, then raised his hands as a formidable energy gathered above his head. It was the miracle spirit bomb forged from the wishes of all. Gogger steadied himself, saw Gogeta's move, and began gathering energy as countless dark forces converged. Not enough. Still not enough. Gogger reached out to the evil clan, and all of them transformed into streams of energy that flowed into the energy sphere he was forming. "Die, you bastard." Gogger hurled his energy sphere. "You're the one who should die, Gogger. This spirit bomb is the power formed from the wishes of everyone in the multiverse. It is the cry of this universe ravaged beyond recognition by you. It is the hope in everyone's heart. Perish." Gogeta forcefully pushed the spirit bomb toward Gogger. Gogger's sphere, carrying all the evil clan's energy, shattered like paper upon contact with the spirit bomb. Seeing this, Gogger screamed in terror, "This can't be. I can't lose. I am already a creation god. How could I lose to a mere brat like you?" Gogger stretched out his hands, trying to catch the spirit bomb, but he overestimated his own power and underestimated the spirit bomb's might. The spirit bomb instantly engulfed Gogger, his body disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished within it. The spirit bomb soared into the sky, erupting in a massive explosion. With the blast, beams of light shot forth. What is that? More and more lights appeared. The warriors who had resisted the evil clan's invasion. They were all resurrected. Excellent. Everyone cheered and celebrated this hard-won victory, rejoicing that their fallen comrades had returned. They celebrated the rebirth of the multiverse. "Everyone, we have won.